Chapter 1, A Pledge Made on Earth is no match for a dog. Yifeng traveled to a planet where mecha lifeforms were the carriers. He studied hard and trained diligently, and finally at the age of 20, he joined the Second Mecha Tactics Research Institute, referred to as Mecha Second Institute. On this planet, girls are called mecha girls when they reach adulthood and have the ability to transform into mecha warriors. When boys reach adulthood, they are called commanders. After signing a contract with the mecha girl, they can drive the mecha and fight together. Pujiang Base City. Junior Mecha Institute 2, Rooftop. The clear and crisp female voice suddenly pierced Yifeng's heart. Yifeng, let's cancel the temporary contract. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her back to Yifeng and looked up at the beautiful and vast sky, admiring the blue sky and white clouds and feeling the warm caress of the sun. Cancel the temporary contract? Didn't we agree that after you awaken your ability, you will sign a formal contract with me and fight together? Yifeng's heart ached. He felt Lin Xiaoxiao's abnormal behavior today and seemed to have guessed something. Yes, that's right. I swore that no matter what kind of talent you awaken, I will make a formal contract with you. However, I have already made a contract with Chen Haodong yesterday. I am his mecha now. Lin Xiaoxiao had just finished speaking when a thin young man with curly blonde hair and earrings, accompanied by several tall and mighty followers, kicked open the fire door of the rooftop. That's right. Lin Xiaoxiao is my mecha now. Only I, Chen Haodong, am worthy of an S-class supercar mecha. Chen Haodong pushed Yifeng aside and hugged Lin Xiaoxiao, his eyes full of disdain. Seeing this, Yifeng shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Take your dirty hands away. What are you doing? Are you blind? Lin Xiaoxiao, this mecha is mine now," Chen Haodong said with gritted teeth. Yifeng was confused and had no idea what was going on. He wanted to rush over and ask Lin Xiaoxiao why the commander was suddenly changed. However, the three strong men beside Chen Haodong suddenly stood in front of Yifeng and stopped him. Yifeng was still furious and raised his fist, ready to fight the other party. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoxiao begged for mercy, causing Yifeng to lower his fist. "Don't do that. Get out of the way. Let me tell him you promised me." Lin Xiaoxiao pushed Chen Haodong and several strong men aside, stepped forward to Yifeng, and explained to him solemnly. "Yifeng, I'm sorry. You know, my mom, my aunt, my eldest aunt, and my two sisters all have civilian cores. They can only be civilian machines for their entire lives, driven by others. Before, I thought that I could only activate a civilian core and be an ordinary person for the rest of my life, and I would never be able to step onto the battlefield in this life. But yesterday, after I was exposed to the geomagnetic waves, I actually activated my combat core, and it was an S-level one. Do you know what this means? Can you understand how I felt at that time? Activating the combat core means I can have a completely different life. I can kill enemies and gain merit, then use my merit points to exchange for parts and upgrade my body. I can extend my lifespan by hundreds of years. And even in my physical form, my appearance will never age. But you know how terrifying mechanical beasts are, right? If I want to survive on the battlefield, I must sign a battle contract with the strongest commander to unleash my full strength. I'm S-rank. Chen Haodong is an S-rank commander. His father is the CEO of the Second Mecha Institute and holds considerable resources. Only he can give me the future I want." Lin Xiaoxiao became more and more excited as she spoke, her face filled with a passion to change her fate, and she made no effort to hide her profit-seeking motives. Seeing Yifeng was silent, Chen Haodong hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaoxiao back to his side and said, "Do you understand, Yifeng? She is my mecha girl now. Only I, Chen Haodong, am worthy of being the commander of an S-rank mecha girl." After Chen Haodong finished speaking, he used his commander's access rights to force Lin Xiaoxiao to transform into a mechanical body. A black and red Tony Seeger SR supercar appeared in the sight of several people. Chen Haodong's followers clapped their hands and praised. "Wow! It's really the Tony Seeger SR. This is a supercar worth tens of millions. Once the mecha girl activates the battle core, the original mechanical body really has a chance to change." Yeah, I remember Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha. It used to be just a civilian car. Even if it activated its combat core and could transform into a mecha girl, its combat power wouldn't be very strong. But the Tony Seeger SR is different. Its body is made of B-grade alloy. If I spend money to replace it with a B-grade alloy body myself, it would cost at least tens of millions. After seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's mechanical body, the two followers couldn't help but want to take a peek at her cockpit, but were scared back by Chen Haodong's fierce look. Yifeng, I heard that Xiao Xiao has a second mechanical form, but you haven't driven it yet? You're absolutely right. You really don't have the qualifications. Chen Haodong gave Yifeng a wicked smile, then he sat in Lin Xiaoxiao's cockpit, and the scissor door of Tony Seger SR was closed. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. His two fists were clenched tightly, and two blue veins popped out on the back of his hands. Wow! I'm so envious. Lin Xiaoxiao is the 7th most beautiful mecha girl among the top 10. I've been jealous of her for a long time. Yes, only an S-rank commander like the boss is qualified to drive. Lin Xiaoxiao is a very smart woman. She knows how to assess the situation. By following an excellent commander, her future will be bright. The 3 strong men who followed him complained about Yifeng's stupidity one after another, but every word they said hit Yifeng's sore spot. Yifeng silently memorized the expressions of these people in his heart without saying a word in rebuttal. But the next second, suddenly, a roar came from the 2 exhaust pipes at the rear of Tony Seger. The roar was like a war horn. The roar of the engine resounded through the sky. Yifeng's heart was also broken. That was supposed to be Yifeng's mecha. But overnight, it was obtained by Chen Haodong. In the past, Lin Xiaoxiao clearly hated yellow-haired men with earrings like Chen Haodong the most. He's like a lawless villain. How could it be? How could she choose him as the commander? How could this happen? God gave Lin Xiaoxiao the opportunity to change her fate, gave her an S-level casting core, and also gave her a brand new mechanical body. But he took her away from Yifeng. She is now someone else's daughter. Who can accept such a gap? Until the last second, Yifeng thought that he would be the commander of this S-class supercar mecha. Yifeng had a secret in his heart, an exciting secret, and was about to tell Lin Xiaoxiao. But there is no need to tell me now, it's too late. During the 2 years of the temporary contract with Lin Xiaoxiao, Yifeng was afraid that he would awaken a very poor talent. He was afraid that he would delay Lin Xiaoxiao's future in destiny, so he never made a formal contract with Lin Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, Yifeng's forbearance and dedication turned out to be a wedding dress for others. At this moment, Yifeng felt that he was extremely stupid, really stupid. He was thinking about Lin Xiaoxiao wholeheartedly, but Lin Xiaoxiao had just awakened her S-class combat core, mutated into a second mechanical form, and turned into a supercar, so she abandoned Yifeng. Ha 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 ha. S-rank? How funny. What? Only an S-rank commander is worthy of Lin Xiaoxiao? Isn't that what I deserve? Okay. Maybe it's Lin Xiaoxiao, who is only worthy of a contract with an S-level little Karami. Everything is God's will. Yifeng laughed in anger. Yifeng wanted to know what Lin Xiaoxiao would feel if one day she knew that he was the most powerful ASL-level commander in the world. You're really good at throwing away watermelons and picking up sesame seeds, Lin Xiaoxiao. Greedy is a bit too hasty. Perhaps this is fate. You are destined to never get me, who is at the ASL level, in this life. Yifeng muttered to himself, laughing at his own and Lin Xiaoxiao's stupidity. But although the laughter was very low, it still caused Chen Haodong's dissatisfaction. Chen Haodong stepped on the accelerator, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to suddenly transform into a mecha with a sound of fire. Tony Seg SR suddenly transformed into a majestic robot giant. The 8-meter-tall machine giant looks like a cold-blooded mecha warrior. This form is called Mecha Girl form. Lin Xiaoxiao in the Mecha Girl form is majestic and full of fighting spirit. It seemed that a slap at any time would be enough to shatter Yifeng's tiny body into pieces. But Chen Haodong did not do so, because he wanted to kill the person and destroy his heart. Yifeng used to be the best performing commander in the 2nd Mecha Academy. In addition to his outstanding appearance, he was considered a legend in the 2nd Mecha Academy. Countless mecha girls admired his handsome appearance and endless talents. Yifeng was once the most shining commander in the eyes of the mecha girls. But what a twist of fate! After the awakening ceremony yesterday, Yifeng was somehow only tested to have an A-level talent, but Chen Haodong awakened to the S-level. This made Chen Haodong think that he finally had the opportunity to suppress Yifeng. Seizing Yifeng's robot girl was only the first step in his plan to suppress Yifeng. The second step was to make Yifeng mad and miserable. Chen Haodong used the control of the mecha violently. Lin Xiaoxiao, in the form of a mecha girl, jumped and rolled from time to time, looking majestic and domineering. It even gave Yifeng the middle finger. The mecha girl's tall mechanical body showed off in front of Yifeng, making many strange and bad gestures, just like a bad boy. Chen Haodong used the speaker of the machine to emit mechanical sounds, constantly provoking Yifeng.
Aha! Are you envious, Yifeng? The feeling of driving an S-class mecha is truly amazing.
Lin Xiaoxiao in the mecha girl form has a mighty figure, but her mechanical face is still delicate. It suddenly drew out the sword behind it, a long-handled broadsword that could cut through iron like mud. Under the control of Commander Chen Haodong, the giant mecha danced with it in a vibrant and colorful manner. For fun, Chen Haodong stepped on the accelerator hard and continued to provide his spiritual energy to the mecha. This caused the exhaust pipe of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha to suddenly billow out black smoke, and the roar shocked everyone. Chen Haodong, stop immediately, please don't do this. Lin Xiaoxiao's helpless voice came into the cockpit. But Chen Haodong ignored it. He continued to drive the mecha manically, waving his sword and shouting at Yifeng.
See? This is an S-level psychic energy supply.
Only I, an S-level commander, can unleash the full power of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha. In next week's Junior Mecha Girl fighting competition, Xiaoxiao and I will definitely make it into the top 10 and successfully obtain a letter of recommendation from the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy.
Yifeng, I heard that you awakened an A-level talent. Not bad. But compared to me, you are still too poor.
In the second Mecha Academy, there are at least 100, if not 80, people who have awakened A-ranked talents. You must work hard.
I really want to meet you in the top 100 tournament, because I want to defeat you myself.
I'll let Xiaoxiao know that she made the right choice.
Only I am worthy of being an S-rank mecha girl. You are not worthy at all.
The machine giant mecha girl form transformed by Tony Seg SR is dancing with swords and shouting enthusiastically.
Chen Haodong was having a lot of fun, driving the mecha to make all kinds of provocations.
Although Yifeng didn't know that Lin Xiaoxiao was roaring in the cockpit, trying to stop Chen Haodong and tell him not to be so arrogant. But he saw that his mecha had signed a formal contract with someone else, and the affection he had for 2 years of living together day and night could not withstand the drive of interests. His heart suddenly broke into pieces, the pain was unbearable. Yifeng will remember this grudge.
In the future, he will definitely take it back 1,000,000-fold. Chapter 2. The SSS-level commander is here, and you don't know his worth. Only an S-rank commander is worthy of Lin Xiaoxiao? He.
Ridiculous, sad, lamentable, pathetic. Yifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly, but his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Originally, today, Yifeng wanted to secretly tell Lin Xiaoxiao the secret of his awakening as an AS-level commander and his rare talent. He wanted to give her a big surprise. Because, as Hell-level commander has always been an ancient legend of the mecha planet.
No one has seen AS Hell-level in millions of years.
At least, no psychic testing tower in the world has ever measured AS level. But it was not until yesterday that Yifeng figured out why this world had never detected an AS level, but there were still many ancient legends about the AS level. Those legends are so exciting, it's as if the AS Hell level really existed.
Turn out to be.
It turns out that the psychic test tower can't detect as level at all. Yesterday at the awakening ceremony of the Second Mecha Institute, Yifeng was exposed to geomagnetic waves and gained the commander system. In his commander system, his psychic talent level was marked as ASL level. However, after Yifeng placed his hand on the psychic test tower, the test tower showed that Yifeng only had a level psychic talent. This made Yifeng suddenly realize the truth and uncovered an ancient legend that had been passed down for millions of years. It turns out that it's not that there is no ASL level in the world, but that the psychic test tower cannot detect it at all. Being at the same ASL level, Yifeng could now deeply understand how many geniuses who had awakened to the ASL level were mistakenly believed by the common people to be just A-level talents. How many of them had lost their loved ones and seen through people's hearts because of this? How many people have lost the glory and resources that they could have had because of this? Most of the ASL level children of destiny, generation after generation, must have experienced this heart-wrenching pain, right? Because the spirit testing tower detected A-level talents, the ASL level children of destiny were trampled underfoot by the S-level, SS-level, and SSS-level trash. The girlfriend was taken away, the resources were taken away, and the honor was taken away. Is this the fate that the child of destiny is destined to experience? If you gain something, you must lose something? Yifeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart and was speechless. But perhaps, this is the protection this world provides to its top powerhouses. Everything is done to ensure that the top strong ones can survive, develop slowly and grow healthily. Because the level of psychic talent is just an index of potential. Whether it is a commander or a mecha girl, they all need to slowly adapt and temper themselves in battle, and only after being baptized by the long river of time can they gradually become stronger. Because the index to measure the strength of commanders and mecha girls is not just the talent level. In this world, strength or weakness depends on combat power. The level of combat power determines the strength level of the commander and the mecha girl. However, combat power is difficult to measure. Only a few commanders who have awakened their talents of peeping, measuring, and detecting can identify the combat power values of other commanders and mecha girls. Therefore, people often judge the strength and potential of commanders and mecha girls based on their talent levels. If potential represents the future, then the level of talent determines the height that can be reached in the future. Then Yifeng will be the strongest person in this world. In the future, he will surely stand at the top of the world and look down on all living beings. As long as he is given enough time to gain experience, he can become the strongest person on the machine change planet. As a time traveler, Yifeng was unexpectedly chosen by this world and was about to become the top powerhouse on the mecha planet. Yifeng thought that after telling Lin Xiaoxiao such good news, Lin Xiaoxiao would be so moved that she would cry. But unexpectedly, it happened only one day later. Before Yifeng could speak, Lin Xiaoxiao actually became Chen Haodong's robot girl, and she and Chen Haodong performed such a drama for Yifeng. This is not just showing off their love, it's clearly rubbing salt into Yifeng's wounds. Chow. Ah. Yifeng really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao in the mecha girl form, under the control of Commander Chen Haodong, her swordsmanship is as powerful as a god and she is awe-inspiring, but she also has an attitude of showing off to you and seeing if you get angry or not. Yifeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Has Lin Xiaoxiao fallen this far? No, it was Chen Haodong who was controlling the mecha. But she accepted it willingly. If the mecha girl doesn't want to, no commander can force her into a contract. Even if she does, she can still disobey orders and refuse. Lin Xiaoxiao, would you rather be a humble puppet, being driven around by Chen Haodong at will, than wait for me for another day? I didn't tell you the truth because I wanted to give you a big surprise. Even if I really only awakened an A-level talent, and A-level talent isn't that bad. A level is only slightly worse than S-level. The relationship we've shared for 2 years, day and night, can't overcome this tiny gap? No. Although there aren't many people who have awakened S-level talents, Chen Haodong isn't the only one. There are many commanders who are better than Chen Haodong. Why did you choose this one? Or have you always appeared pure and innocent, but your heart is actually filthy, so Chen Haodong is your perfect match? Bored as a human, yet you chose to be Chen Haodong's dog? Yifeng felt a mixture of love and hate. There is regret and hatred, but more of it is disgust. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha form, under the control of Chen Haodong, showing the powerful power of an S-class mecha, Yifeng was furious and could no longer bear it. He had completely given up on Lin Xiaoxiao. He wished he could rush up and kill the couple right now. But he knew that now was not the time for him to fight back. Now, not only are 2 fists no match for 4 hands, but ordinary people are no match for the mecha giant mecha girl form. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge even after 10 years, let alone a week. Next week we will participate in the mecha girl fighting competition. Yifeng will contract a more outstanding mecha girl and give this pair of scumbags a good beating in front of the commanders on the field. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Taking action now is not only unwise, but will also lower his own value. One of these 2 people has fallen into depravity, and the other is a notorious scumbag. There's really no need to fight privately to resolve this matter. It would be so satisfying to defeat this shameless pair with my own hands in front of all the audiences and make them look bad. In order to hide his anger, Yifeng put his right hand, which was clenched into an iron fist, firmly back into his trouser pocket. All right. I'll be waiting for you at the mecha girl fighting tournament. I'll show you who the strongest commander is. Yifeng raised his head and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who had turned into a mecha girl, with disappointment and regret. Then he turned around without hesitation and prepared to leave. But Chen Haodong yelled at Yifeng through the speaker on the robot girl's face, "All right. The loser must kneel on the ground and admit his mistake in front of everyone." Yifeng paused, uttered a cold "huh," silently raised his right hand, and made an OK gesture in the air. "Okay. It's a deal." Then, the OK gesture turned into a little finger, which Yifeng raised high above his head. Along with his figure, it disappeared with the sound of the corridor door closing. Duong dang. Yifeng's departure made Chen Haodong lose interest in playing. He drove away the 3 little followers and forced Lin Xiaoxiao to give orders, turning her into a human form. Chen Haodong looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was breathing heavily and her face was burning hot, and immediately ordered her to get into the doghouse upstairs. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with tears, but she had no way to resist, because once a mecha girl signed a contract with the commander, she had to obey the commander's orders. Forcibly disobeying the commander's orders will affect the neural compatibility between the two people. If the commander increases his control and continues to output psychic energy. Even in this state, the girl still had to forcibly refuse the command. Not only would that damage the mecha girl's forging core, it would also prevent her from forming soul contracts with other commanders. Therefore, at this time, Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to endure silently, and then convince her heart to slowly accept Chen Haodong. In order to change her fate, Lin Xiaoxiao was willing to sacrifice her soul, love, and even her body. After all, few people can resist the temptation of immortality. Except for the casting core, all other parts of the mecha can be replaced. When the parts of the mechanical body are replaced, the biological body will also be rejuvenated and become immortal. As long as there are enough high-level parts, replace them for the mecha girl. Theoretically, the lifespan of a mecha girl can reach 1,000 years. This is what makes this world so special. Chen Haodong replaced Lin Xiaoxiao's car shell with a B-grade alloy yesterday. He also promised to replace Lin Xiaoxiao with a more powerful engine. Chen Haodong's father is the CEO and has a lot of resources in his hands. All these factors are the reasons why Lin Xiaoxiao reluctantly gave up Yifeng and chose Chen Haodong. But today, Lin Xiaoxiao is not the only one who makes the decision of her fate. 200 meters away, a mecha girl climbed out of a 15th floor window on a tall building. Tears welled up in her eyes as she gazed down at the crowd below, debating whether to jump and end her precious life in the prime of her life. Yifeng, whose heart was broken, who had lost all hope and whose eyes were full of anger, happened to walk here. Chapter 3: Girls with the Same Fate. The audience was shouting. Don't jump. Don't let your mind wander. Isn't it just activating the civilian core? That's not necessary. Yeah, you're a Mercedes-Benz S650, not a tractor or a road roller. It's fine for you to make a high-end passenger car. Don't let that get you down. Yeah, beautiful, don't jump. You're one of the 10 mechas. What's wrong with a civilian core? I have a contract with you. I want you. Get out of here. You're not worthy. A mere B-rank talent. Come down. I'm an A-rank commander, and I'm willing to make a contract with you. Several commanders wanted to step forward to persuade them, but two of them became jealous and started arguing. This made the few mecha girls who were watching the fun unable to bear it anymore. They originally came to see Li Qingrui make a fool of herself, and were happily expecting Li Qingrui to become a big joke. There was actually a commander who wanted to pick up a slut here, but they wouldn't agree. This must add fuel to the fire for Li Qingrui. The red-haired mecha girl in the lead folded her arms and said with disdain. Come on, do you think Li Qingrui would be interested in you? Do you know why she jumped off the building? The blonde, slightly plump mecha girl with a matchmaker's mole on her face received the eye command from the red-haired mecha girl and hurriedly cooperated. She puffed out her cheeks and declared loudly. Li Qingrui wanted to jump off the building because her boyfriend dumped her. I heard that Tang Yuao, the son of the Tang Gene Group CEO, has awakened to the SS-level commander level. He was admitted to the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy. Several commanders were speechless after hearing this. Isn't it a great thing that their boyfriend has awakened as an SS-level commander? Why did you jump off the building? Seeing everyone's confusion, the blonde girl quickly added. Can't understand? My boyfriend is too good. Li Qingrui, who only activated her civilian core, is no match for Tang Yuhao. Not only that, if you want to blame someone, blame her for being too beautiful. Tang Yuhao doesn't want to sign a contract with her, but he also wants to get her. He even wanted to sign a temporary contract with her in front of so many people. Temporary contract? The boys understood instantly. Isn't this just asking Li Qingrui to be a mistress? A temporary contract, not protected by law, and subject to the commander's orders. That guy Tang Yuhao is so despicable. He actually proposed a temporary contract to Li Qingrui. This is simply humiliating her. That's right. That guy, relying on his powerful background and immense wealth, actually dared to blatantly ask for a temporary contract. How shameless. Don't say Li Qingrui can't stand it, I can't stand it either. Several boys were so angry that they grimaced and stood up for Li Qingrui. But to Li Qingrui, the sound of their complaints was so harsh. Li Qingrui, who was originally a little afraid of death, now really wanted to jump down, and her determination to commit suicide increased a little bit in an instant. But when the red-haired hottie and the blonde fat girl saw that Li Qingrui still refused to dance, they hurriedly added fuel to the fire and said,
"Hey, if you ask me, Li Qingrui is just acting. She can't dance."
Yes, Li Qingrui and Tang Yuhao have been together for so long.
What's Tang Yuhao's status? He's the eldest son of the Tang group, worth tens of billions. And he's an SS rank commander. He keeps saying that the temporary contract is to be responsible to Li Qingrui.
So it's obvious that Li Qingrui's mecha cockpit is outdated, and her Mercedes-Benz S650 must have been disliked by Tang Yuhao a long time ago.
Actually, I'd say Tang Yuhao is a pretty good person. At least he's willing to take responsibility for the mechas he drives. It's said he offered Li Qingrui $1 million annual salary.
Renting a brand new Mercedes-Benz S650 these days would only cost $500,000 or $600,000. Giving Li Qingrui $1 million for this old car isn't a small amount. The two women had very loud voices, and the onlookers who knew the inside story soon ate the watermelon bigger and bigger. Li Qingrui was not mentally prepared to jump off the building, but more and more people were watching downstairs.
Even Li Qingrui's instructor rushed over after hearing the noise. "Qingrui, please don't jump. Come down first. If you have anything that's bothering you, tell me."
The instructor is a middle-aged woman who has always had high hopes for Li Qingrui. She has told her classmates more than once that most high-performance, high-value, extended-length luxury executive cars like Li Qingrui can awaken their combat cores. It is even possible that when awakened, the mechanical body will mutate and become a military mechanical body. Things like tanks, planes, and battleships are not born naturally, they are all mutated after the combat core is awakened. Li Qingrui is not only beautiful and charming, but also an excellent student. The instructor praised Li Qingrui in front of her classmates more than once, saying that she was good in this and that. It is said that she will definitely be able to awaken the combat core, and maybe even transform into an aircraft carrier.
Unexpectedly. The higher you praise someone, the harder they fall.
As fate would have it, Li Qingrui actually awakened her civilian core in the end, not to mention the mutation. The Mercedes-Benz S650, a core civilian car, is not even qualified to serve as a bodyguard for wealthy families. It can only be transformed into a passenger car to pick up and drop off guests for the big family. Unable to transform into a mecha girl form and unable to protect the commander, no one would be willing to contract with an ordinary S650.
Even if I am willing, I won't go for the mecha car.
In this world, renting out machinery is a normal phenomenon, and it is no different from finding a job to support yourself and your family. But if the thing you rent is not the machine, but the body, then it will become an existence that is despised, reviled, and looked down upon by the public. Today, Tang Yuhao asked Li Qingrui for a temporary contract, which clearly did not mean he wanted to rent her car mecha. Moreover, he raised this in front of many people, in public, which was clearly a slap in Li Qingrui's face. Anyone with a discerning eye knows what Tang Yuhao's intention is in renting Li Qingrui. It's just because Li Qingrui is pretty. It would have been fine if Li Qingrui had awakened her civilian core, but she was actually abandoned and humiliated in public by her boyfriend.
Li Qingrui wanted to die.
But this is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that Tang Yuhao actually brought the S-level mecha girl he had just contracted to see Li Qingrui today. Not only did he ask Li Qingrui to sign a temporary contract with him, he also asked Li Qingrui to live in harmony with this S-class mecha girl in the future. One of them would go on the battlefield to kill the enemies, and the other would take care of the housework. For Li Qingrui, such behavior was like parading her soul through the streets. After being humiliated in public, Li Qingrui threatened to jump off the building and was already standing outside the window, but Tang Yuhao dragged his new lover and walked away in a swagger. Before leaving, he also said that Li Qingrui was inconsiderate and that he hated women with princess syndrome the most. This sentence almost made Li Qingrui collapse. She never imagined that the gentleman who was so devoted and doting to her on weekdays could actually have such a mean face.
Princess syndrome? If I don't become your temporary girlfriend, does that mean I'm throwing a tantrum? I'm being pretentious? I'm acting like a princess? Just because you haven't awakened your combat core, you have to become a slave and not even be eligible for a formal contract. And you can't throw a tantrum and can only accept it all? Li Qingrui hated this kind of world and this kind of commander. As a boyfriend, after Li Qingrui just awakened her civilian core, not only did he not say a word of comfort, he was even so cruel. It was a good decision not to let Tang Yuhao drive the mecha before. One of the top 10 mecha beauties has fallen to this point, being ridiculed and talked about by everyone?
Li Qingrui stood on the windowsill and was about to muster up the courage to persuade herself to jump down bravely. The legendary figure that the girls often mentioned actually walked towards them slowly from a distance. He forced a smile, waved to Li Qingrui and shouted,
"Don't jump yet.
I, Yifeng, have reserved this place in advance.
Want to jump off the building here? You have to queue up."
What?
Do you need to make reservations and queue up before jumping off a building? Isn't that person Yifeng? What's going on with him? Is there a bigger melon today?
Everyone turned around when they heard the voice, looking at the young man in black walking behind them. They stared at each other, feeling that today's farce had just begun.
Chapter 4: Li Qingrui with SSS-level mutation potential. Right now.
When everyone was standing downstairs watching Li Qingrui, the person who jumped from the building, Yifeng suddenly discovered that the SSS-level commander system was very different from the commander system structure taught in the Mecha Research Institute.
Is this the treatment of the child of destiny? The SSS-level system actually has more powerful permissions.
Yifeng discovered that there was an extra button on the panel of the SSS-level system.
This button is called Check Details.
Yifeng's mind moved, and the Check Details button was clicked on the system panel in his view. Then, Li Qingrui, who was standing on the edge of the 5th floor window, revealed all the relevant secret information.
Li Qingrui. Female. 19 years old.
Mechanical body, Mercedes-Benz S650 extended version black. Maximum speed 330 yards.
100 km h acceleration, 3.6 seconds. 380 horsepower. Benz S-Series, inline 12-cylinder engine. E-grade alloy throughout the vehicle. Maximum number of passengers, 8. Seating layout, 233. Mecha girl form, none. Cockpit usage times, 0. Casting core, civilian grade. Mutation potential, SSS level.
Reason for no mutation, damage to the casting core.
What? Li Qingrui actually possesses SSS level mutation potential. Then why didn't she mutate, but only activated the civilian core? The casting core is damaged? What does that mean? When Yifeng saw Li Qingrui's information panel, he was stunned. He was very curious. How could such a campus beauty, who also possessed SSS-level mutation potential, only activate the civilian-grade casting core during yesterday's geomagnetic wave activation ceremony? Is there another hidden story behind this?
System, check the damage to Li Qingrui's casting core.
Ding. Commander's order received. Querying. Ding.
Li Qingrui's casting core has sustained severe impact, resulting in damage to the core shell, a 0.8 mm crack. Its ability to withstand geomagnetic waves has significantly decreased.
I see. Yifeng finally understood why Li Qingrui had an SSS-level mutation talent but did not undergo a mechanical transformation.
It turned out that the casting core was damaged and there were cracks in the core shell. This was probably because she had suffered a severe collision in the past, causing internal injuries.
But ordinary medical equipment cannot detect it at all.
All commanders have the ability to release psychic energy to repair the mecha girls. As long as Li Qingrui contracts with a powerful commander, even the shell of the casting core can be repaired. Although this requires a large amount of spiritual energy and may even affect the commander's lifespan. However, repairing the casting core is not a difficult task for Yifeng. It does not require a large amount of spiritual energy and will not shorten the commander's life. Because the higher the level of the commander, the easier it is to awaken powerful innate skills. After Yifeng awakened the SSL-level commander yesterday, he activated a talent ability repair. Among the many commander skills, many people activate the repair skill, but it is not a very dazzling skill. Compared to others' high-end skills such as increased attack power, increased defense power, increased engine power, and even beyond visual range radar, visual field exploration, and perspective eyes, Yifeng's repair skill is simply not enough. But don't forget, Yifeng is SSL level. Each of the commander's talents and skills will be affected by his own potential. The commander is SS level, so the repair skill is also SS level. Yifeng is an SSL level commander, so his repair skill is also SSL level. In the legends about SSL level that have been passed down for millions of years, it has been mentioned that legend has it that the AS level repair skill has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Even if the core of the mecha is damaged, as long as it is not completely shattered into slag, it can be repaired even if it is cut into 8 pieces. That is the mysterious power that repairs the soul. This is a level that only God can reach. Although Yifeng has just awakened the commander system, his personal psychic power is not strong enough. But after all, Yifeng is also an ASL-level commander and has a special, repair, skill. This is something other commanders cannot compare to. Repairing even the smallest crack, even one on the outer shell of the casting core, should be no problem. Yifeng has been a legendary figure over the years. He is very skilled in calculating energy exchange ratios and psychic energy, as well as the psychic energy required for commanders to repair mecha girls and change their outfits. He didn't even need to calculate carefully at this moment. He knew by intuition that he could easily repair the cracks in Li Qingrui's casting core. This is like carrying 10,000 yuan and going to a breakfast shop to buy a bowl of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to ask the price, just buy it. Because no matter how expensive soy milk and fried dough sticks are, they are not that expensive. With 10,000 yuan in my pocket, I can definitely afford it. This is how Yifeng feels at the moment. He doesn't need to use the energy formulas he has learned to calculate the psychic energy repair ratio. Just by taking a look at the data, he knew that he could easily repair Li Qingrui without even expending a lot of spiritual energy. This immediately gave Yifeng a plan in his mind. After coming up with a plan in mind, Yifeng was no longer nervous when facing the strange looks from everyone when they turned around. He strode forward, ready to try out his other ASL-level talent. This talent is a passive talent physical transformation. Ever since Yifeng awakened the ASL-level commander yesterday, this passive skill, physical transformation, has given him quite a shock. Because from the moment he woke up, some nanorobots as tiny as dust began to be born from cells and gradually spread throughout Yifeng's body. These robots are absorbing Yifeng's spiritual energy bit by bit and transforming Yifeng's body. Yifeng didn't dare to imagine what his body would be transformed into in the future, but it would definitely be very strong. But even now, Yifeng felt that he didn't need to take the elevator. He could climb to the top of the building by just climbing the outer wall with his arms. The building was 8 stories high, and Yifeng felt that climbing up it would be no problem at all. What's more, Li Qingrui was just standing on the edge of the window on the 5th floor at this time. Yifeng took big steps confidently, and suddenly jumped up in front of the shocked gazes of Li Qingrui and some onlookers. Yifeng used the strength of his arms and the outer edges of the windowsills on each floor, as well as the rainwater pipes. He jumped here and there, and in just a few flashes he quickly climbed from the outer wall of the 1st floor to the outer edge of another window next to Li Qingrui and sat down. The onlookers downstairs exclaimed in amazement, shocked by Yifeng's ability. Fuck! Is he Spider-Man? So handsome, Yifeng. He's truly a legend. I didn't expect his muscles to be so strong. Oh my god, that's the 5th floor. He climbed it so fast with his bare hands. Is he still human? I heard that some commanders have self-sufficient talents. Their talents are not used to enhance the attributes of the mecha girl, but to enhance themselves. Yeah. I bet Yifeng must have awakened his self-sufficient talent. Self-sufficiency talents are useless. A commander's value lies in providing for the mecha girls. What's the point of being strong yourself? Can a strong body be stronger than a mecha girl? Yeah, I heard Yifeng has only awakened an A-level talent. It's not bad, but he's not a strong one after all. Why is he here to join in the fun? Isn't he afraid that Lin Xiaoxiao will be jealous? I heard that Lin Xiaoxiao has activated an S-level mutant body. The crowd of onlookers made the downstairs lively, and the shouts and screams almost turned this place into a free market. However, Li Qingrui frowned, looked at Yifeng in disbelief, and threatened cautiously. You! Don't come over here. I'll really jump. Chapter 5, Do you want to compete with me? Can you be more miserable than me? Li Qingrui thought Yifeng was here to stop her from jumping off the building. She saw that Yifeng was so strong and powerful that he climbed to the windowsill on the 5th floor in just a few breaths, which made her a little nervous and scared. If I don't die today, how will I face everyone in the future? But unexpectedly, Yifeng just waved his hand casually and said with disdain. Don't worry, I'm not here to stop you. Didn't you stop me from jumping off the building? You think I will believe you? If you dare to come over here, I will jump down right now. Li Qingrui took 2 steps cautiously, trying to keep the greatest distance from Yifeng. But Yifeng, who was sitting on the windowsill next to him, suddenly stood up, made a gesture of embracing the sun and free falling, and shouted to the onlookers downstairs.
I, Yifeng, am here to jump off the building today too. What? Yifeng is also going to jump off the building? Li Qingrui and the onlookers downstairs were horrified. If someone dies today, they will be on TV. If 2 people die today, it will be completely over and it will be a huge shame. Yifeng, you need to calm down and stop joining in the fun. Yifeng, why did you jump off the building anyway? Are you trying to commit suicide for love? Jump, Yifeng, but before you jump, tell me why you want to jump off the building?
As soon as Yifeng said he was going to jump off the building, the 3 strong men who had just been driven down the stairs by Chen Haodong came to watch the fun. When the 3 saw Yifeng about to jump off the building, a group of people were puzzled, but the 3 of them immediately became interested.
Ha, Yifeng actually committed suicide.
There's still a chance someone would jump off a building and try to get a spot.
I've never seen anything like this before. You're eager to eat melons, right?
Let me tell you, Yifeng's girlfriend, Lin Xiaoxiao, is now our boss Chen Haodong's robot girl partner. My boss, Brother Haodong, is currently completing the formal contract with Lin Xiaoxiao in the building across the street.
Ha, Yifeng's mecha now belongs to Brother Haodong. Don't you think it's reasonable for him to jump off the building now?
Ha, useless rubbish.
What's so invincible and handsome? He's just a scumbag with an A-level talent. Our boss has an S-level talent.
Only he is worthy of Lin Xiaoxiao, who has activated an S-level mutant. However, Yifeng was able to jump off the building with Li Qingrui. Even after death, he still had a beautiful woman to accompany him.
How enviable. Hey! Yifeng and Li Qingrui. Aren't you going to jump off the building? Can you jump faster? We're waiting to see.
The 3 shameless guys started a wave of ridicule downstairs.
Soon, many people appeared in the crowd and joined in the fun.
Some people who can't stand seeing others doing well are now shouting,
"Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Dance together, dance together.
Watch the live broadcast, watch the live broadcast."
Li Qingrui was angry. I just wanted to end this life.
Come with a clean conscience and leave with a clean conscience.
What the hell is Yifeng doing by jumping out? Now that's great.
Even if I die, I won't be able to die cleanly. He walked around dirty and became a laughingstock, and now he can't feel at peace even if he jumps off a building.
What should I do?
However, if the man standing on the windowsill next door at this time was not Yifeng,
Li Qingrui might curse. But this person is Yifeng. Which of the girls here hasn't met Yifeng in their dreams?
Even among those known as the top 10 mecha beauties, no one does not admire Yifeng's handsome looks and genius temperament.
I didn't expect that yesterday's geomagnetic pulse ceremony would harm so many people.
Who would have thought that the legendary Commander Yifeng would also be betrayed by his girlfriend?
This is exactly the same as me.
Li Qingrui suddenly felt a sense of shared destiny. Why don't these scumbag men and women who only care about interests just die? Why should the people who have to die be victims like me and Yifeng? Seeing this and hearing everyone downstairs laughing at Yifeng, Li Qingrui suddenly didn't want to die anymore.
But now I am in a dilemma. If I don't die, do I have the courage to live? How can I have the face to live?
Li Qingrui looked at Yifeng with a conflicted expression, somewhat at a loss. Although Yifeng's angular, fair and translucent face is very handsome, even the ends of his hair blown by the wind are so stylish. But there is nothing glorious about dying with a legendary male god.
The 2 of them can only be a joke that perishes together.
If I had not been in the same group with Tang Yuhao at that time, but with Yifeng, maybe Yifeng would be my boyfriend. Although Tang Yuhao is gentlemanly, handsome, and has a strong family background, he is still no match for Yifeng. At least in terms of appearance and talent, Tang Yuhao would definitely be defeated by Yifeng in seconds. Yifeng's arrival instantly confused Li Qingrui's brain. A variety of mixed emotions made her forget her determination to jump off the building. Yifeng gave Li Qingrui 5 minutes to adjust to her current mood. Then Yifeng coughed twice, and suddenly smiled at Li Qingrui with a sunny face.
Please don't die, please. Be my mecha girl. My talent is repair. As long as we complete the contract, I can repair your broken casting core. What?
Li Qingrui never dreamed that Yifeng would know that her casting core was damaged.
Could it be that Yifeng also possesses the skill of peeping? You. How did you know? Did you awaken the peek skill?
Li Qingrui crossed her arms, as if she was afraid of being seen through by Yifeng. But when Yifeng was sitting on the 5th floor looking at the scenery, he suddenly felt that his depressed mood was relieved a little. Yes, if you don't adjust your emotions, how can you take revenge? You have to cheer up and work hard. Let us start by making a contract to a mecha girl with SSS potential. Yifeng turned to look at Li Qingrui with a cruel smile on his face, and suddenly asked, "Don't you want revenge?" Revenge? A scarlet light suddenly flashed in Li Qingrui's eyes. This scarlet murderous intent seemed to ignite the fire of life in Li Qingrui. She doesn't want to die. She wants revenge. She wants the scum who hurt her to die a miserable death. Chapter 6, Revenge Plan begins with becoming stronger. Oh. It seems you figured it out. If you jump off a building and commit suicide with a stigma, you'll be criticized even after your death. It's better to kill those who insulted you, prove your strength, and silence all those malicious voices. When Yifeng saw the scarlet murderous intent in Li Qingrui's eyes, he knew that his plan was almost certain to succeed. As long as he can combine with this mecha girl with SSS-level mutation potential, it doesn't matter even if the two of them don't know each other and have no emotional foundation. As long as we can defeat Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong, the couple, our goal will be achieved. Besides, Li Qingrui is one of the top 10 mecha beauties in the Second Academy, and there are many men who are fascinated by her, admire her, and have a crush on her. After being verbally insulted by Tang Yuhao, she did not choose to seek revenge immediately, but could not bear the blow and wanted to jump off the building to end her life. This shows that she has developed real feelings for Tang Yuhao over the past year. Only when she realized that her feelings were misplaced and she was publicly insulted by the person she loved, did she become so desperate that she just wanted to die. Or maybe, when she stood on the windowsill, Tang Yuhao had not left yet. Perhaps she also held on to the last glimmer of hope for Tang Yuhao, wanting to see if Tang Yuhao really didn't care about her life or death. However, judging from the murderous intent in Li Qingrui's eyes at this moment, her feelings for Tang Yuhao were indeed misplaced. Well, it's a pity that a girl who is chaste and sincere, whose curves and beauty are comparable to the fairies living in the Nine Heavens Palace, was ruthlessly abandoned just because she awakened her civilian core. Wrong. That Tang Yuhao was even more shameless than imagined. He didn't simply abandon her. He refused to sign a formal contract with Li Qingrui, but wanted to sign a temporary contract with her. Moreover, he proposed this in public, which was clearly trampling on Li Qingrui's dignity. This person is so shameless. The degree of shamelessness is no less than Chen Haodong. Yifeng looked quietly into Li Qingrui's eyes. Li Qingrui's eyes were full of murderous intent in the last second, but now she seemed to have regained her sanity. She stared at Yifeng for 3 seconds and asked seriously, "How do you plan to get revenge? You're just an A-rank commander, and I'm far inferior to you. I've only awakened my civilian core and can't fight at all. Are you planning to use me to trick those two scumbags? If so, I'd rather die now." Listening to the words and the tone, Yifeng felt that Li Qingrui had a preliminary judgment of his character. Her words were just a test for Yifeng. Yifeng put one hand in his pocket, stood firmly on the edge of the windowsill, looked at the lake in the distance, and replied, "I never play dirty. I'm going to defeat them fair and square in next week's Mecha Girl fighting tournament. But before that, I need a good Mecha Girl, one who shares the same goal as me. These scumbags are just the stinky shit we accidentally stepped on the road of life. Clearing the shit is not the goal, but if we want to keep moving forward and go further, we have to clean up this stinky shit. My goal is to become the master of the machine change planet and personally lead it into a new era. I will become a turning point in history and a pioneer of the future." Yifeng passionately drew out his ambitious goals, because he wanted Li Qingrui to know that he was sincere and wanted to be together with Li Qingrui, and the two of them would join forces to open up a path towards a better future. The purpose of their union is revenge, but it is not just revenge. After revenge, he will take Li Qingrui to pursue a greater goal. However, Yifeng did not expect that after he told Li Qingrui about his goal, he would be ridiculed by her. "Ha ha. Just you? A mere rank commander? Yifeng suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. Although he is the son of destiny, he has awakened ASL-level psychic talent. However, in the eyes of others, I am just an A-level. Now he was surrounded by hundreds of people downstairs, and he had no suitable opportunity to tell Li Qingrui that he had awakened to the ASL level. In Li Qingrui's eyes, Yifeng must have become a fool who likes to brag and talk big, right? What should I do? Just when Yifeng didn't know how to explain, Li Qingrui's eyes suddenly turned cold, and it seemed that she had made a very important decision deep in her heart. She turned her head to look at the lake and spring scenery that Yifeng had just seen, and suddenly found that there was indeed a beautiful scenery outside the wall of the second courtyard. Why didn't she notice it before? How stupid she was. A man can brag, but he cannot be without ambition. Yifeng's eyes are bright and he doesn't look like a sinister person. If he wasn't so naive, he wouldn't have been cheated on by Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong. Moreover, he was able to climb to the 5th floor on the outer wall of the teaching building with his bare hands. He is agile, strong, and astonishingly fast. The legendary commander of the second hospital spoke so arrogantly in front of so many students downstairs, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. Could it be that he is not just an ordinary A-level commander? Li Qingrui looked at Yifeng with suspicion, calculating various possibilities in her mind. The physical ability that Yifeng displayed when he was climbing just now was even stronger than those of professional athletes. Li Qingrui has sharp eyes. Although she was once blinded by love, she is not a fool. Yifeng climbed to the 5th floor in just 3 seconds, and the muscles in his arms did not show any sign of effort. His movements as he climbed looked so natural and effortless. Even S-level and SS-level commanders cannot do this. In Li Qingrui's opinion, the physical ability displayed by Yifeng was most likely the awakening of some kind of self-sufficient talent. And when he just said that he would defeat the adulterers in the competition, there was no hesitation in his eyes, and he was full of confidence. It was as if he was sure of success. Li Qingrui felt that Yifeng was no ordinary person. Even if he was just an A-level commander, he was definitely not ordinary. Could it be that Yifeng has a growth, talent, and through hard work, he can evolve from A-level to S-level, or even SSS-level? Or is he an ASL-level? ASL-level is just a legend. However, the growth, talent does exist and cannot be detected by the spirit testing tower. Li Qingrui now wants revenge and must find a commander who is willing to repair his forging core at the cost of damaging his lifespan. There are not many commanders like this. At the moment, Li Qingrui really has no better choice except Yifeng. Although some of Li Qingrui's speculations are temporarily untenable, they are just her intuition. But for some reason, Yifeng, who was so close to him, was sunny, handsome, confident and ambitious. He left a very good impression on Li Qingrui, and even made Li Qingrui, who was confused, bewildered and wanted to commit suicide, feel very good and comfortable deep in her soul. Revenge can be taken slowly. At this moment, Li Qingrui no longer wants to die. Before Yifeng knew how to persuade Li Qingrui, she turned around and jumped back into the classroom through the window. Yifeng was stunned. Li Qingrui doesn't want to die? Although the other party doesn't want to die and may have made up his mind to seek revenge, he doesn't seem to have any intention of making a contract with himself. Is she trying to use the beauty trap to do something shady? Or maybe Li Qingrui saw herself as just an A-rank commander, not strong enough, so she wanted to find someone stronger to help her? Yifeng suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He found that Li Qingrui was not an easy woman to deal with. This is bad. Chapter 7 Contract SSS-level Potential Robot Girl. If we cannot contract Li Qingrui, who has the potential for SSS mutation, it will be difficult to find a more suitable candidate for the time being. Not to mention SSS grade, even S grade is hard to find even with a lantern. SSS level is enough to make a sensation across the country. Yifeng was afraid of missing the opportunity, so he hurriedly opened the window and jumped into the lecture room of Li Qingrui's group. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he heard Li Qingrui's voice. Although Li Qingrui didn't look at Yifeng directly and just walked out the door, she was obviously talking to Yifeng. Follow me. Li Qingrui strode proudly and quickly left the lecture room under the surprised gaze of her classmates. Yifeng hurried to catch up, feeling that Li Qingrui wanted to go to another place to discuss in detail, which seemed to be promising. Soon, Yifeng followed Li Qingrui and walked out of the second Mecha Institute. Li Qingrui transformed into a Mercedes-Benz S650 and opened the rear passenger compartment door to Yifeng. When Yifeng saw Li Qingrui reveal her mechanical body, he was surprised but he did not hesitate. He sat in the back seat of the S650 and let Li Qingrui drive the car aimlessly towards the suburbs. On the road, Li Qingrui drove calmly. After a while, she spoke to Yifeng through the loudspeaker. 5 years ago, during the Metal Beast Tide, a breach appeared in Pujian Base City's defenses, allowing some metal beasts to break into the city. I was unlucky and encountered one. Although I was rescued at the time, I was knocked away by the mechanical beast's tail and was seriously injured.
Although the doctor said my forging core is fine, I'm always worried about internal injuries. I always feel that I shouldn't just awaken the civilian core.
After being exposed to geomagnetic waves yesterday, my system informed me that the casting core was damaged.
Then I suddenly realized what was happening. How did you know that my casting core was damaged?
Li Qingrui went straight to the point, which made Yifeng feel relieved. In order to build trust between each other, Yifeng did not want to hide anything about his future mecha girl. However, considering that the other party has not yet signed a contract with him, Yifeng cannot reveal everything for the time being. He hesitated for a moment, sighed, looked at the scenery passing by outside the window and explained.
I can tell you anything, but only after you make a contract with me.
Now, I can only tell you that the damage to your casting core is not serious.
But I am the only one who can help you repair it. Repair my forging core? Do you really have the ability to do that? Why are you helping me?
Li Qingrui's sweet voice was deliberately sung in a sarcastic tone and released from the speakers in the back seat of the car. Yifeng wanted to help Li Qingrui build up her confidence, but he didn't want Li Qingrui to think too highly of him, so he explained tactfully. My intuition tells me that once you repair the casting core, you will have the opportunity to activate the combat core, and its strength is very strong. By joining forces with you, I am confident that I can defeat Chen Haodong and Lin Xiaoxiao.
Even defeating SS-level Tang Yuhao is not impossible.
After hearing Yifeng's words, Li Qingrui was silent for a while.
A moment later, she asked again through the loudspeaker, actually, you're a growth-oriented commander, right?
Your strength should be more than just an A-level talent.
Growth type? Yifeng understood.
It turned out that Li Qingrui thought she had a growth-oriented talent, so she was willing to believe what she said. Because if it is only a level talent, without the support of top-quality equipment and no way to quickly increase combat power, it is impossible to defeat an opponent with S-level talent. But Yifeng did not intend to reveal his own affairs too early. At least before the contract was signed, he could not tell Li Qingrui about his awakening to the AS-Hell level.
He sighed and didn't argue.
Instead, he reminded Li Qingrui.
Li Qingrui, you have only awakened your civilian core. S-rank and above commanders all have promising futures.
Even if they are attracted to your beauty, they probably won't sign a formal contract with you. Hearing the words formal contract, the emotionally sensitive Li Qingrui suddenly braked. Although she stopped the car halfway, she said nothing. But Yifeng knew that she must be filled with hatred and anger at this moment. Because Tang Yuhao was attracted by Li Qingrui's beauty, he proposed to sign a temporary contract with her in public. For a girl who had just given up the idea of committing suicide, Yifeng's words obviously stimulated her. However, Yifeng had to remind Li Qingrui to make sure she understood her situation.
Don't get excited. You're not the only one who's suffered a devastating blow today. I believe we understand each other on this point.
Therefore, only we can feel each other's pain. You're planning to die, so what's there to be afraid of?
Join forces with me. After the contract is signed, I will tell you all my secrets. Apart from me, you have no better choice. Who else can you trust? Who else can you trust? That's right. Li Qingrui also thought so. Who else could she trust except the person in front of her who had suffered the same humiliation and betrayal as herself? Others may be stronger and more willing to help you. However, she was just a mecha girl with a civilian core, unable to even transform into a mecha girl form. How could the commander who was willing to help her and her contract not be attracted by her beauty?
Only Yifeng, the only person who has suffered betrayal and humiliation, can share the same goal of revenge as himself. Not only that, Li Qingrui carefully observed Yifeng's every move, even every breath, through the neurons and vision inside her body. If they really had to be cheated, I believe all women would rather be cheated by Yifeng. At least, this guy is handsome, stylish and lovable, so it's not a loss to be deceived by him. However, this shameful thought only flashed through Li Qingrui's mind. Now her heart and eyes were filled with only revenge, so she had no time to think about such a shameful thing. After much thought, Li Qingrui realized that there was really no better choice, so she just went for it.
Okay.
If you dare to lie to me, I will never let you go.
Contract. Li Qingrui's sudden agreement surprised Yifeng.
Li Qingrui popped up a light curtain panel made of a neural grid in the car, with a palm pattern with the words formal contract written on it. Yifeng didn't think twice and directly pressed his left hand on the light curtain panel.
The next second,
Yifeng felt as if his soul had left his body and fallen into a warm lake.
Standing in front of his spirit was Li Qingrui's spirit.
After the two souls met, they merged into one. Only then, Yifeng began to be able to feel Li Qingrui's breathing, heartbeat, and physical health through neurons. Whether it was pain or itch, anger or happiness, the two shared everything in an instant. So this is what it means, neuron sharing. This was the first time in their lives that the two of them felt this way, and their heartbeats quickened a bit.
Yifeng could even feel Li Qingrui's nervousness, shyness, and embarrassment.
One could even sense her panicked movements and mental state as she clenched her hands, tightened her lower limbs, and was too embarrassed to look up.
Okay, now, you can speak, right?
Li Qingrui's illusory spirit asked with a blushing face. Yifeng coughed twice and nodded.
My secret is actually very simple. In fact, it's not just my secret, it should be said. It's the secret of all SSS-level awakeners.
What? SSS-level? Li Qingrui's heart was shocked.
Yifeng could feel Li Qingrui's emotions, which suddenly became excited, thrilled, and terrified.
What? You said hell level. Although Li Qingrui asked the question, after connecting with Yifeng's neurons, she could actually feel that Yifeng was not lying. Because Yifeng's emotions, heartbeat, and even breathing rhythm were all very stable.
Yes, I'm SSS level. Furthermore, the spirit detection tower cannot detect any SSS level beings.
I speculate this is God's will, this world's protection of the child of destiny. After all, SSS level beings are simply too powerful.
So, that's why you said you have the ability to repair the casting core?
Li Qingrui began to get excited. Happiness came so suddenly that she felt a little unprepared. But she didn't know that this was just the beginning.
Yes.
Also, your SSS level ability allows me to see your hidden panel.
You actually possess SSS level mutation potential, which is why I must make a contract with you.
What?
I'm actually SSS level.
Li Qingrui was stunned. From hell to heaven, she felt like she was on a time machine. The speed of the leap was too fast. Well, the reason you haven't activated the SSS level and your body hasn't mutated is because there's a crack in the outer shell of your casting core. While it's not a serious problem and won't endanger your life, the small crack has greatly reduced the casting core's tolerance.
If it carries too much energy, it will be very dangerous. But it doesn't matter. I've awakened the talent, repair, and can perfectly repair you.
Repair talent?
SSS level repair talent?
That legendary, SSS level repair, skill that can repair a forged core even if it's shattered into pieces?
OMG.
Li Qingrui felt that her heart was completely conquered by this powerful force.
Is this fate?
I really don't know whether to say that I am unfortunate or too lucky. Yifeng not only pulled herself out of despair, but also took her to the top of the world.
When an SSS-class mecha girl and an AS-class Hell-class commander join forces, they will be invincible.
Although the two still need time to grow, at present, as long as Li Qingrui can repair the casting core and then use the violent energy of the geomagnetic waves to activate the core, the mechanical body transformation can be successfully completed. As long as the SSS level combat core can be successfully activated, defeating those two pairs of dogs in the competition will be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Her self-confidence suddenly surged, and Li Qingrui's previous depression and grief were swept away. She was instantly full of hope for the future.
Okay, I'll repair the casting core for you now.
Yifeng said and wanted to activate his skills.
Now. No. Wait. Teacher Wang sent me an urgent call. Something happened at school.
After saying this, Li Qingrui turned around quickly and ran all the way towards the school.
What?
Yifeng felt that he was getting in high spirits, but was poured a bucket of cold water.
However, what happened in school that made Li Qingrui so anxious?
Even the repair of the casting core has been put on hold.
Is there anything more important than this? Chapter 8, Family and Friends Arrive, Yifeng awakens the second system.
Yifeng hesitated a little, unable to guess what big thing had happened in the second Mecha Academy. But at this moment, a crisp mechanical electronic sound suddenly jumped out.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for activating the God of Creations system.
Genesis Mall has been successfully opened.
Complete system tasks to earn Genesis points, which can be used for shopping in the mall.
386,975 products for you to choose from in Genesis Mall. Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully contracted a mecha girl, rewarding a new user with a gift pack. The new member gift pack has been placed in the system warehouse and can be opened at any time.
The God of Creation system? This. Could this be the golden finger of the time traveler? I now have two systems. Yi Feng couldn't believe his ears.
Surprised, he quickly opened the system interface of God of Creation and checked it hastily.
The operating interface of the second system can also be controlled through thoughts.
Open the Genesis Mall, and you will find it filled with parts and design drawings of mecha girls of all types and levels. In addition, there are various types of high-tech weapons and commander driving suits that you have never heard of, as well as commander armor and weapons.
Yi Feng was stunned. It seems that the ASL level only proves that he has been chosen as the son of destiny by this world. This is just the basic talent. The real advanced artifact, which can be said to be a plug-in, is the God of Creation system. In his previous life, Yi Feng had played many online games on Earth. Now he can be said to have become a hero. Not only did he draw the strongest hero, but he also got a god-making plug-in for free. This is too perverted. Yi Feng was so excited that he couldn't express it in words, and the hormone dopamine was released violently.
This made Li Qingrui, who had a spiritual connection with him and a close neurological connection with him, suddenly feel happy.
What's going on? Why am I suddenly so inexplicably happy? Is my heart so happy just because I'm paired with the legend from the second hospital? Is my soul letting loose?
Oh, this.
I feel so bad that this guy feels it. I'm so unrestrained. But I feel like Yi Feng is also very happy.
Li Qingrui drove back, speeding along the way and overtaking every car she met. The hood and headlights were red, and the engine was running wildly, unable to calm down.
Why are you driving so fast? What exactly happened in the Mecha Research Institute? Yi Feng was swaying left and right in the car.
Li Qingrui just focused on driving without saying a word. Just when Yi Feng wanted to continue asking questions, Li Qingrui braked and drifted sideways, driving the car into the gate of the second Mecha Research Institute. The guards at the gate were shocked, and the Jin Yang guards couldn't stop Li Qingrui at all. When the car drove downstairs, Yi Feng found that there were not many people gathered in the martial arts field in front, and the number of onlookers was several times more than before. It seemed as if all the mecha girls and commanders in the second Mecha Institute were alarmed.
After changing back into human form, Li Qingrui suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's hand and quickly rushed towards the crowd.
Only after squeezing into the crowd could Yi Feng see clearly.
3 Coop Mecha girls are fighting with a tank mecha girl.
But even though it was 3 against 1, the S-class tank mecha girl actually had the upper hand, and the 3 Coop mecha girls were already badly beaten. Just when Li Qingrui and Yi Feng arrived, the police also arrived. Several mecha girls transformed from police cars, carrying cannons, Gatling guns and electromagnetic guns, rushed into the second hospital from the safety passage and immediately subdued the 4 mecha girls and their drivers who were fighting privately. After they finished taking their statements and had their internship scores deducted, they finally found Li Qingrui and Yi Feng in the crowd. Before Yi Feng could figure out what was going on, Li Qingrui rushed forward.
Hong Hong, Lan Lan, Xiaobai. What are you guys doing? Why are you fighting with Tang Yuhao?
The 3 girls couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that Li Qingrui was still alive. They rushed over and hugged Li Qingrui, crying and sobbing.
It's Qingrui. Great, you're not dead. You're still alive, Qingrui. Didn't you jump off the building? Who just said that they saw Li Qingrui's body being carried away? Are you not afraid of getting your tongue lashed by spreading rumors? Facing hundreds of onlookers, the 3 girls roared loudly.
Next came Tang Yuhao and his robot girl, who came over to attack Li Qingrui.
Tang Yuhao was furious. He pointed at Li Qingrui and began to accuse her. Li Qingrui, have you had enough of making trouble? No matter how much you make trouble, it's useless. Now that you have awakened your civilian core, I can't make a formal contract with you.
The 3 girls were Li Qingrui's best friends. They had heard that Li Qingrui was publicly humiliated by Tang Yuhao and that she had even committed suicide by jumping off a building. The 3 of them then hurried over, found Tang Yuhao and started fighting. Unexpectedly, the SS-level Tang Yuhao and the S-level tank mecha girl who formed a contract turned out to be so powerful. The 3 A-class mecha girls and A-class pilots were at a disadvantage even when fighting 3 against 1. The 3 of them were beaten all over their bodies, and the tank mecha girl and Tang Yuhao were not hurt at all. The 3 of them looked at Li Qingrui with dusty faces, appearing a little embarrassed. The 3 of them stood up for their good sister and took advantage of the numbers, but in the end they were unable to defeat the other party.
It was indeed a bit embarrassing. I'm sorry, Xingrui. We embarrassed you. This couple is too strong. We are no match for them. Humph. So what if we can't beat him? Xingrui, don't worry, we won't let him bully you. Yes, I have to fight even if I can't. I have to vent my anger for you.
Although the three mecha girls had transformed back into human form, they were still rubbing their hands and staring at Tang Yuhao fiercely. Tang Yuhao looked disdainful, as if breaking up with Li Qingrui early was a wise decision. Tang Yuhao's mecha girl is an S-class tank mecha girl, although she is too fat and her face looks like a wild boar. But seeing her holding a handkerchief with a look of pity on her face and wiping the ketchup off Tang Yuhao's face, Tang Yuhao still forced a smile. Yi Feng almost vomited after seeing this scene. The mecha girl is not a mecha, so does her appearance not need to be considered? But judging from the situation, this should have happened when the three girls threw food at Tang Yuhao's face during the initial dispute. No wonder both sides transformed into mecha forms and fought without holding back. There was a knocked-down basketball hoop and a broken fountain in the square. It was enough for Yi Feng to guess the intense scene of the battle between the two sides. In the fight just now, both sides did not hold back at all. No wonder the head teacher sent a message to Li Qingrui, asking her to come back quickly. If the fight continues, it would be bad if someone died. But the fighting power of Tang Yuhao and the tank girl is indeed amazing. If anyone really died, it would definitely be these three low-level mecha girls. Everyone has just awakened their abilities, and their combat power values are not high. Logically speaking, the gap in strength shouldn't be that big. But unexpectedly, even when the three A-class mecha girls attacked together, they were no match for the S-class mecha girls and the SS-class commander. You know, high-grade mecha girls and pilots are high in their development potential. In the future, the gap between A-class and S-class will become larger and larger. This gap between grades determines the speed at which combat power increases and the height that can ultimately be reached. In a few years, even 10A-level warriors might not be a match for S-level warriors. What's more, the commander of this S-class tank mecha girl is also SS-class. SS-level commanders not only have 2 more talents than A-level commanders, but also have twice the psychic power. This makes the S-class tank mecha girl's endurance and attack power extremely terrifying. Red, Blue, Xiaobai, stop doing this. The mecha girl fighting tournament will be next week, and I'll defeat them myself then. What? Can you participate in the robot girl contest? You can't even change into the mecha girl form. The people around and the three girls all showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly. Everyone knows Li Qingrui, she just activated the civilian core. She doesn't even have a combat core. Even if she contracts with a commander, the two of them together cannot transform into the mecha girl form. It can be said that Li Qingrui, who only activated the civilian core, is not qualified to participate in the mecha girl fighting competition. Li Qingrui, are you crazy? Tang Yuhao found it very funny. Tang Yuhao's girlfriend Zhao burst into laughter. Yuhao, this woman is really crazy. She's just a civilian mecha girl, and she wants to participate in a mecha girl fighting competition? Li Qingrui, I really sympathize with you. You have such a beautiful name, but you can only be a taxi driver. This incident must be a huge blow to you. The S-class tank mecha girl's fat on her face trembles when she smiles. This made Ji Feng feel a little sympathetic towards Tang Yuhao. In order to contract a powerful mecha girl, Tang Yuhao was really willing to take risks. No wonder he wanted Li Qingrui to be his temporary lover. On the one hand, he owns a military-grade S-class mecha girl, and on the other hand, he can also marry a beautiful woman. It's a beautiful thought, but unfortunately. Who says civilian mecha girls can't transform into mecha girl forms? Yi Feng took a step forward and stood in front of Li Qingrui with his 180 centimeters height, like a mountain protecting Li Qingrui from wind and rain and defending her dignity. Who said that? Is that even necessary? Everyone knows it. Did Yi Feng also go crazy with Li Qingrui because of the stimulation? The crowd around him sighed, and Tang Yuhao shrugged helplessly, as if he had met an idiot with no common sense. But Yi Feng shook his head helplessly, raised the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, "There are no useless mecha girls in the world, only useless commanders. Just because you rubbish can't do it doesn't mean I, Yi Feng, can't do it. Li Qingrui is my mecha girl now, and I can make her transform into a mecha girl at any time." What? Ha ha ha. Sure enough. Yi Feng is crazy too. Did everyone hear what Yi Feng said?
did I hear it wrong? Alas! What a pity!
The legendary commander of the Second Mecha Institute was driven crazy by a woman.
What's that saying? If one day I become like him, please don't bother me. I enjoy this kind of happiness. What a shame!
The two most handsome men in the Second Mecha Academy have turned out to be fools.
What a cruel fate! After hearing Yi Feng's words, the crowd around him burst into laughter, one wave louder than the other. But Yi Feng stood aside, raised his right hand high, and then
a blue spherical magic circle, covered with countless Taoist runes, contained Li Qingrui. This scene gradually quieted the laughter of the surrounding crowd.
Chapter 9 SSS-level repairability.
That's the commander's talent for repair.
However, I've never seen a repair area like this before. I don't think this is right. Aren't those mysterious symbols and spells only found in top-tier restoration fields? Yi Feng is only an A-rank commander. How is this possible? No way. Why does this repair field look so awesome? Is Yi Feng really just an A-rank commander? Yeah, could it be that Yi Feng has awakened some special talent? Yes, that's right. That blue spherical area is covered with ancient magic runes.
Yi Feng must have awakened some rare talent.
What is he going to do? Could it be that his repair skills can transform a civilian core into a combat core?
Impossible, such a thing is unheard of.
Unless
it's not the field of repair, but some kind of field of evolution.
However, this kind of super rare talent is rarely possessed by even SS and SSS level commanders. How could Yi Feng, who is only a level, possibly have it?
Under the gaze of hundreds of onlookers, Yi Feng poured all his spiritual energy into the repair field. Li Qingrui's feet were off the ground and her body was floating in the air, feeling very comfortable. She now seemed to be in a warm ocean of energy, the blue sea water soaking her body, and the mechanical factors in her cells were regenerating at a high speed. Some tiny, extremely rare ultimate cells are born from ordinary cells at a very low ratio, gathering energy at the casting core in the chest. A piercing pain and itching came from deep in her chest, making Li Qingrui feel extremely uncomfortable. But after just a few seconds, Li Qingrui no longer felt the pain or itch. Her body had never felt so comfortable.
This feeling of being relaxed and full of energy.
It made Li Qingrui's body seem to have transformed from a weak woman into a strong warrior who had been through many battles.
She felt that she didn't need to transform into a mecha girl form.
Even in physical form, she could smash Tang Yuhao's sternum with one punch.
A few minutes later,
when the repair field flashed by, Li Qingrui descended from mid-air, his feet landed steadily on the ground, and a wave of heat emanated from his body.
The crowd around suddenly quieted down.
Just now, some people were discussing privately and making many guesses about Yi Feng's skills. But now, everyone seems to be waiting for Li Qingrui to show the changes in her body.
What exactly did Yi Feng do to Li Qingrui with that blue spherical field? Everyone wants to know.
Even Tang Yuhao and Zhao Yingqi, who were standing opposite, frowned suspiciously and stared at Li Qingrui. They also wanted to know what changes had happened to Li Qingrui's body.
Humph. You're just being mysterious. It's just a repair field. Can Yi Feng, an A-rank commander, turn you into a mecha girl with a combat core?
Li Qingrui, you're really not afraid of embarrassing yourself.
Enough of the trouble? Take those shrew sisters and get out of here. I'm no longer interested in you.
Tang Yuhao never expected that today. He just proposed a temporary contract with Li Qingrui, but this woman first threatened to jump off the building, and then got involved with Yi Feng, the annoying guy, which attracted all the teachers and students in the school to watch. Some people have already started talking about his character. This woman, relying on her beauty, is so unrestrained. Tang Yuhao's father often taught him to be low-key. Although Tang Yuhao had never listened to it, but today he was surrounded by people and many people pointed fingers at him and talked about him in person. He really understood why people should keep a low profile. At this moment, Tang Yuhao no longer had any plans to sign a temporary contract with Li Qingrui. He just wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. It is really beneath your dignity to get entangled with these inferior and low-class mecha girls and even get into a fight with them. But what he never expected was that Li Qingrui suddenly transformed into a mecha girl in a flash of white light in front of everyone. An 8-meter-tall mechanical giant, holding a black iron sword, appeared in front of everyone, causing hundreds of people to exclaim was CAO.
Was CAO? No way, am I dazzled? Li Qingrui.
Li Qingrui has transformed into a mecha girl.
How is this possible? Yeah, she clearly only activated the civilian core. A civilian core can also transform into a mecha girl form? That's unscientific. Quick, go get the chief.
No, I'll report to him myself.
A mecha girl form? A civilian mecha girl? I've never heard of such a thing. Could it be? Yes, could it be that she had been hiding her strength before, and that the battle core was actually what she awakened at the beginning?
Impossible, the spirit testing tower cannot possibly make a mistake, unless Li Qingrui has awakened some rare talent that can conceal her strength. No, I think Yifeng must have awakened some rare talent.
He has the ability to change the casting core. Yes, that's right.
Yifeng's repair field just now was very different from his normal form.
It is very likely a super rare talent that can transform the casting core. With this kind of talent and skill, Yifeng shouldn't be an A-level commander. Could it be that he has an evolved physique? You're right.
Yifeng is very likely an evolved commander.
This is even rarer than S rank.
Many years from now, Yifeng might be able to grow to SS rank.
Even SSS rank is not impossible.
When everyone was shocked, shouting and talking about it, Tang Yuhao felt a little regretful.
A girl as powerful and beautiful as Li Qingrui is hard to find even if you break the lantern. How could I give up so easily? I even wanted to give up on her just now. Chang Rui's combat power is actually 800 points. 800 points.
It's only 50 points behind Zhao Yingqi. Tang Yuhao used his awakened, peeping, talent to activate his talent skills to scan Li Qingrui's entire body. After the scan, he was extremely surprised. Although he didn't know what Yifeng had done to Li Qingrui, the number of times Li Qingrui's cockpit was used was still 0. This means that she has not been defiled by Yifeng. Although Tang Yuhao could see that Yifeng and Li Qingrui had already signed a formal contract, as long as both parties agreed to terminate the contract, Tang Yuhao could still sign a formal contract with Li Qingrui. Thinking of this, Tang Yuhao suddenly coughed twice, straightened his back and walked in front of Yifeng and Li Qingrui, clapping his hands very gentlemanly. Chapter 10, The Bad Man Will Always Return to His Love. Beautiful. I didn't expect Yifeng to have the ability to repair the casting core.
I admit that you are very powerful. A level commander is definitely not your limit. You should have a growth physique, right?
Seeing that Tang Yuhao had such a high level of expression management and had even found a reasonable explanation for his ability, Yifeng softened his words.
What does it have to do with you whether it is or not?
But you must have awakened your voyeurism talent, right?
You actually knew there was a crack in Li Qingrui's forging core? Yifeng's words instantly awakened Li Qingrui.
Li Qingrui looked at Tang Yuhao, the anger in her eyes seemed to be even stronger.
So, he already knew my forge core was damaged? But as an SS rank commander, he should be able to fix it. Why? Is it possible?
Li Qingrui suddenly realized. She originally thought that Tang Yuhao abandoned her just because she awakened her civilian core.
Unexpectedly, this scumbag is even worse than I imagined. As an SS-level commander, he could obviously repair the small cracks in the casting core.
It turns out that he just didn't want to waste his lifespan.
Although he is an SS-level commander, he has abundant psychic energy and strong strength. But repairing cracks in the casting core would probably require even an SS-level commander to exhaust his psychic energy.
If you are not careful, it will really shorten your lifespan. It's not that Tang Yuhao can't repair the small crack in his casting core, he just doesn't want to pay for love.
No. He doesn't even know what love is.
2 lines of hot tears instantly overflowed from Li Qingrui's angry eyes. She used to be able to understand Tang Yuhao. After all, for an SS-level commander, signing a contract with a civilian mecha girl would simply ruin his own future in destiny. Therefore, when Li Qingrui only activated the civilian core, she knew that she had to break up with Tang Yuhao. She just hated Tang Yuhao. Why did he invite her to a temporary contract in front of his classmates, with his official machine girl? Only now did Li Qingrui understand that Tang Yuhao had long known that the reason why she could only activate the civilian core was because there was a small crack in the casting core. He knew that as long as Li Qingrui repaired the casting core, she could activate the combat core. He even knew that Li Qingrui had extremely strong mutation potential and might even mutate into a military grade S-class or even SSS class mecha girl. But even so, Tang Yuhao still gave up Li Qingrui. Simply because he was unwilling to take the risk of sacrificing his own life. He didn't even think about taking a gamble.
If he won, he might be able to own an SS or SSS-level mecha girl.
It turned out that in Tang Yuhao's eyes, even if Li Qingrui had SSS-level mutation potential, it was just a defective product, and he was not willing to take the risk to repair it. I really don't know whether to say that he lacks courage or that he is extremely selfish. But it didn't make much difference. Li Qingrui knew that her feelings were misplaced, and all she had left in her heart was contempt and hatred for Tang Yuhao. But at this moment, Tang Yuhao made a suggestion to Yifeng and Li Qingrui without any scruples. Yifeng, if you really have a growth-oriented physique, then if you want to raise your strength to above S level, you must understand how much resources it will take. Without alien spiritual fruits and genetic secret medicine, how are you going to improve your strength? How about this, as long as you and Qingrui terminate the contract, I am willing to give you 1 billion to compensate you for your losses. Qingrui, since you've already repaired the casting core, I'm willing to give you a chance to become my official mecha girl.
You're fully qualified now. Tang Yuhao quoted the price without any embellishment, and his condescending tone made Li Qingrui feel sick. But then, Li Qingrui couldn't help but turn from sadness to joy and sneered repeatedly. She laughed at her own stupidity, until today she saw clearly the true face of this hypocrite. The second is to laugh at Tang Yuhao's ignorance. Putting aside the feelings, Yifeng is an AS Hell level commander. Who would terminate the contract with a Hell level? What's more, Li Qingrui's heart and eyes are now full of Yifeng. In terms of appearance, strength, talent, and character, how can Tang Yuhao compare with Yifeng? He is not even a toe better than Yifeng. Putting aside all value, just because Yifeng changed Li Qingrui's fate, even if Yifeng was really just an A level, or even not even an A level, Li Qingrui would not choose anyone else. Li Qingrui suddenly changed from the mecha girl form back to human form. She walked lightly to Yifeng and said with a serious smile, 1 billion, that's not a low price. Although this sentence was said to Yifeng, it made Tang Yuhao very surprised. He thought Li Qingrui wanted to persuade Yifeng to terminate the contract. Then make a contract with yourself. Tang Yuhao walked forward and habitually reached out to hold Li Qingrui's waist, but unexpectedly, his body flew backwards in an instant. Boom! Yifeng kicked Tang Yuhao hard in the chest. Tang Yuhao vomited blood and fell to the ground with several ribs broken. Phew! Tang Yuhao never expected that Yifeng's power would be so strong, but what he didn't expect even more was that he was beaten after offering 1 billion with good intentions? How could someone actually hit their own financial sponsor? Did Yifeng not hear the word billion clearly? That's 10 billion. How dare you molest my mecha girl? According to the Mecha Planet Federation law, beating you up is an act of self-defense. Tang Yuhao was about to bring up his family background, but before he could open his mouth, Yifeng silenced him. It would be fine if it were any other time, but now with hundreds of people in the square looking at him, Tang Yuhao had no choice but to shut up. 1 billion, aren't you tempted? Li Qingrui, with a look of surprise, asked Yifeng again. The confusion in her eyes was as clear as water. Yifeng shrugged nonchalantly, you are a priceless treasure. Let's go. After saying that, Yifeng took Li Qingrui's hand and pulled her through the crowd, and the two of them walked out of the yard. Tang Yuhao watched Yifeng take away his prey, and he wished he could sit in the cockpit of the tank girl right now, rush up and split Yifeng in half. However, although the strong are respected on the Jibian planet, the laws are strict. It is extremely unwise to commit a crime in front of hundreds of onlookers. But Tang Yuhao, who was beaten for the first time since he was a child, would never let it go. A plan to kill Yifeng and take back Li Qingrui has already appeared in his mind. Chapter 11 SSS-level mutation potential, activated first. During the internship period for the commander and the mecha girl, the second mecha academy has stopped its holidays. The second academy is fully open, one reason being to create a bridge of communication between the mecha girls and the commanders. Second, we are collecting information on players who will be participating in the mech fighting competition next week. An unexpected incident occurred in the second Mecha Institute. News came that the commander jumped off the building and had a private fight with the mecha girl. After receiving the news, the reporters of Pujian Base radio station rushed to the scene as soon as possible. But they came too late. At this time, Yifeng and Li Qingrui had already driven away from the second hospital. The extended version of the Mercedes-Benz S650 executive car is now speeding towards a dangerous place in the suburbs. Yifeng, are we really going to the B12 radiation zone? It's a red line area, and there are strange beasts there. Li Qingrui's clear voice came from the rear speakers of the S650, waking up Yifeng, who was observing the system all in his sea of consciousness.
In the mall of the God of Creation system, the countless mechanical parts and advanced weapons dazzled Yifeng and made him lose his mind for a moment. But he knew what Li Qingrui was worried about. Precisely because we're in the red zone, radiation zone B12, there's no military oversight. We're going to use the geomagnetic waves in the rifts to activate your full potential. You have SSS-level mutation potential, and we have to fight. Yifeng clenched his fists firmly, his eyes filled with the determination to face death. But Li Qingrui's car speed slowly slowed down. She was a little discouraged. Although when facing the scumbag Tang Yuhao, Li Qingrui was willing to die for revenge. But when I was driving Yifeng on the highway out of the city, I still felt a little uneasy and scared. After all, not everyone will undergo mutations after being exposed to geomagnetic waves. If the energy of the geomagnetic waves is too strong, the core of the mecha girl will not be able to hold on. It's like cooking. If you don't control the heat well, the food will either be burnt or not cooked enough. Therefore, for the sake of their own safety, most of the mecha girls are exposed to geomagnetic radio wave radiation in the research institute. But Yifeng was now taking Li Qingrui to the red line area to directly contact the geomagnetic waves, and he also had to take the risk of being attacked by metallic monsters. This caused a lot of fear in the heart of an apprentice mecha girl who had never really fought. Yifeng saw that Li Qingrui was not paying attention to driving, and the speedometer gradually slowed down. He hurriedly comforted her, "Don't be afraid. You can transform into a mecha girl now. In the B12 radiation zone, only first-level monsters occasionally appear there. Those first-level monsters haven't been fully mechanized yet. Most of their bodies are still flesh and blood. You can use them as training. Practice?" Li Qingrui recalled that just now in the second hospital, in front of everyone, she transformed into an 8-meter-tall mecha giant, holding a black iron sword, with a sharpened fighting spirit. The timidity in her heart immediately dissipated a lot. However, can your body really withstand the geomagnetic waves in the natural environment? Li Qingrui was a little hesitant, but before she could say anything, Yifeng picked up his phone and started calculating. "Don't worry, I've calculated it. The cracks in the B12 radiation zone are only about 2,800 meters deep. If we only receive the geomagnetic radiation in the purple light area, you only need to endure it for a few minutes before your body should experience changes." As Yifeng spoke, he looked at the dark clouds and red lightning in the sky outside the window, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Li Qingrui didn't say anything. She drove off the highway at a constant speed and drove onto a weed-covered dirt road, driving slowly. Feeling the bumps on the road, Yifeng became even more nervous. But he didn't want Li Qingrui to see his inner panic. This second exposure to geomagnetic waves is also a great test for Yifeng, an ASL-level commander. Yifeng had heard rumors a long time ago that the commanders who often fought with strange beasts on the battlefield would have their combat power increased not only because they were tempered by the battle. More importantly, if you fight in the radiation zone of geomagnetic waves for a long time, even if you are not close to the purple light area, your body will feel pain and numbness to a greater or lesser extent. This phenomenon will become more obvious the longer you stay in the red line area. In other words, what can truly improve the combat power of commanders and mecha girls is not just the proficiency in fighting skills, but also exposing the body to the slight radiation of geomagnetic waves for a long time, which is itself a kind of practice. It is also because of this that some little-known stories emerge through rumors and gossip passed down by word of mouth. No matter who or where someone is exposed to purple or red light, their body will not be defeated, but their combat power will increase rapidly. Although these unfounded stories have not been officially confirmed, most people do not believe them. But as a time traveler, Yifeng always felt that for the people in this world, their body structure was special, and exposure to geomagnetic and radio wave radiation might be like taking a medicinal bath. As long as the amount of radiation did not exceed the limit that the body could withstand, the body should slowly repair itself, and this repair process was precisely the process of becoming stronger. Just like when weightlifting boys train their muscles, they must make sure that their muscles are stretched repeatedly and feel sore, so that their bodies will become stronger when they wake up the next morning. Of course, if you train too hard and don't supplement protein, muscle dissolution may occur, which is not worth the effort. All of this is Yifeng's guess. Yifeng can't wait to experience it for himself. When Yifeng was staring at the dark clouds outside the window in a daze, Li Qingrui suddenly slammed on the brakes, slamming Yifeng into the front leather seat. The position changed in an instant, and Yifeng felt dizzy. But the terrifying roar of the metallic beast had already come in from outside the car window. "What should I do, Yifeng?" "It's a first-level alien beast, the Steel Fang's saberback rat.
Its mechanical mutation degree has reached 42.3%.
Li Qingrui saw three first-level strange beasts from afar, lurking on both sides of the broken mountain road, and began to become nervous.
Open the cockpit and let me in.
Yi Feng opened the back door of the car. The situation was urgent and he didn't have time to be picky about words. He directly gave instructions to Li Qingrui in a commanding tone.
Li Qingrui also didn't have time to think about it. After receiving the order, she immediately opened the driver's door.
But just when Yi Feng felt the atmosphere of the sci-fi scene, he was stunned. Seeing the mecha cockpit of the mecha girl for the first time in his life, Yi Feng suddenly became nervous.
Hey, this is what a real mecha cockpit looks like. Why is it different from what's in the book? Why has no one ever told me this? There are so many sophisticated instruments and equipment, this is too exaggerated. Yi Feng was extremely excited as he was finally going to fly a mecha himself.
The mechanical mouse was blocking the way ahead and had already discovered Yi Feng and Li Qingrui. However, Yi Feng was stunned by the scene before him. This was much more exciting than playing video games.
Qingrui, why didn't you tell me? I thought the cockpit would have a steering wheel. Isn't this a game controller? Chapter 12. Why is the cockpit different from what I imagined? Stop being dazed. Haven't you ever driven a mecha?
Li Qingrui reminded loudly.
Yi Feng could imagine Li Qingrui's smug expression.
But this cannot be blamed on Yi Feng, as it was also the first time that Yi Feng saw the cockpit of a mecha girl. He never imagined that the cockpit of a Mercedes-Benz S650 would be comparable to the cockpit of a mecha warrior in a science fiction movie. There are not only accelerator pedals here, but also engine thrust index modules and launch buttons for radar, missiles, and flares. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the cockpit of a mecha warrior, completely different from the cockpit of an ordinary car. This cockpit is even more exaggerated than the cockpit of a space shuttle.
I'm speechless.
Yi Feng had always thought that there would be a steering wheel in the cockpit, but he didn't expect it to be a game controller.
Unexpectedly, the mecha cockpit in science fiction movies actually exists. Come in, I'm closed.
Li Qingrui urged with an unhappy look on her face, and the roar of the strange beast in front became more rapid. Although Yi Feng was extremely shocked, he could not wait any longer. He mustered up his courage and entered the cockpit without hesitation, ready to drive the mecha to fight the mechanical beast. At this time, Li Qingrui had already handed over the control authority to Yi Feng. But when the door closed, the mechanical parts in the cockpit suddenly began to move, and quickly. Yi Feng discovered that controlling the mecha not only relies on the game controller, but also requires the connection of brain neurons. Yi Feng has truly become a commander at this moment, which is different from an apprentice commander because he can truly control the mecha warriors. In the cockpit, two game controllers appeared on the left and right sides of Yi Feng. As soon as Yi Feng put his hands on them, he was tightly sucked to the controllers by a magnetic force. He felt like a prey caught in a mousetrap, and soon his whole body seemed to fall into a well. The buffer solution in the cockpit gradually rose and soon filled the cockpit completely.
The buffer is to protect the driver's safety.
At the same time, in this liquid space, Yi Feng could take deep breaths, treating the liquid as air, filling his lungs. In this way, when the mecha is hit by a strong impact, the driver in the warehouse will not be injured due to the strong shock. The next moment, Yi Feng suddenly lost his sight. When his eyes woke up from the darkness and his vision was restored, Yi Feng discovered that what he saw was actually the external vision of the mecha girl Li Qingrui. Although Yi Feng was sitting in the cockpit at the moment, he could no longer see what was happening inside. All he could see was Li Qingrui's vision. This was neural wiring.
Vision sharing.
Three steel-toothed rats in front were attacking Yi Feng and Li Qingrui at a rapid speed.
Yi Feng didn't dare to wait any longer. With a thought, Li Qingrui's Mercedes-Benz S650 transformed into an 8-meter-tall mechanical giant. The shiny black machine giant, holding a black sword, is ready for battle. But at this moment, Yi Feng suddenly felt hot in the head and felt the pressure on his neurons doubled. This feeling.
A feeling like falling into an abyss, yet extremely warm, made Yi Feng so excited that he almost lost himself. He could feel that his psychic power was passing through the neural connections, transmitting his consciousness to the mecha warrior bit by bit.
So this is the true mecha girl form. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui exclaimed in unison.
The two finally understood why the commander and the mecha girl became close combat partners after signing a formal contract on the mecha planet. At this moment, Yifeng felt that he and Li Qingrui were already comrades in arms, partners, and companions.
The two of them haven't even counted stars together yet, and they're already going out to kill the enemy?
There was no time to think.
When the first steel-toothed rat pounced on Yifeng, Yifeng was so frightened by the 2-meter-long big rat that he dodged sideways and even dropped his sword on the ground. However, fighting instinct made Li Qingrui move on her own.
She rolled sideways and picked up the black iron sword that had fallen on the ground. Then he dodged instinctively and took the opportunity to swing his sword. With just one strike, he cut off the head of a steel-toothed rat.
Oh my god! This feeling is so great!
Yifeng really enjoyed the fun of fighting, which was much more exciting than playing video games or online games. Li Qingrui faced 2 steel-toothed rats alone. Although it was her first battle, she still performed very well. She wielded the heavy sword in her hand with nimble steps and powerful swings. But the more intensely she fought with the steel-toothed rat, the more rapidly she absorbed spiritual energy.
Let me take control of the mecha back.
After Li Qingrui said this, the battle became more intense. One of the steel-toothed rats jumped up and bit the robot girl's left arm, while the other steel-toothed rat bent backward, turned the steel hairs on its back into thorny harpoons, and shot them at the robot girl in turn. Although the cracks in Li Qingrui's casting core had been successfully repaired by Yifeng, and her mechanical body could also transform into a mecha girl, at this moment, although Li Qingrui's combat power value had reached 800 points, her basic accessories were still basically civilian grade.
The steel-toothed rat easily bit through the metal shell of the robot girl's left arm.
Li Qingrui only felt a little pain in her left arm, and the neuronal protection system automatically cut off the connection to her left arm. But in this way, the left arm of the mecha girl is useless because Li Qingrui can no longer control it. The other steel-toothed rat saw the robot girl's left arm lose control and naturally droop. It seized the opportunity and pounced on the robot girl's right arm, which was tightly holding the iron sword.
Oh no!
Yifeng instinctively sensed the danger and blurted out a warning.
But the next second,
the robot girl's left arm suddenly moved. The 8-meter-tall mecha warrior hooked his left arm, hanging a steel-toothed rat, and knocked away another rat that pounced on him. Then, the mecha raised its left arm and slammed it heavily to the ground. The steel-toothed rat hanging on the left arm was hit so hard by the mecha girl that it vomited blood. Li Qingrui controlled the mecha warrior, raised the heavy sword with both hands, and pierced the belly of the steel-toothed rat with one sword. The second steel-toothed rat was easily dealt with. Although Yifeng could not feel any pain, he could sense that Li Qingrui's left arm must be enduring severe pain that ordinary people could hardly bear. Even though his left arm was injured, he still refused to disconnect the neuron connection device. Although forcibly connecting it could restore the function of his left arm, the pain he would have to endure would be enormous. However, if you want Li Qingrui to relax for a while, you must immediately get rid of the last steel-toothed rat.
Yifeng suddenly howled in the cockpit, "Go ahead! Don't be stingy with energy. The SSS-level energy supply is beyond your imagination. Just take it."
Yifeng's voice seemed to ignite a fire in Li Qingrui's heart.
Li Qingrui was filled with fighting spirit and prepared to devour huge gulps of spiritual energy. Chapter 13: Potential and Strength.
Li Qingrui was enraged and devoured the commander's spiritual energy in big mouthfuls. The mecha girl's giant sword was as fast as lightning. When the steel-toothed rat pounced on it again, the seemingly bulky 8-meter-high mecha suddenly dodged with a sliding dodge skill. In this silky smooth moment, it was as if the slow motion button was pressed on the battle scene, and the speed of everything in the entire space and time slowed down. After dodging the steel-toothed rat's attack, its body continued to slowly fall in the air. However, the black sword in the mecha warrior's hand had already smashed down from the sky.
Wow!
With one strike of the sword, the flesh and blood were cut in two. The steel-toothed rat was cut in two, and blood splattered on the spot. But Yifeng felt that most of his spiritual energy had been sucked away. Although my life was hanging by a thread at that moment, fortunately I survived.
This is a passionate battle.
At this moment, Yifeng felt that he was a little lacking in spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, the commander did not have an easy time at all during the battle.
We men are like the fuel tank of a tank. If the car has more horsepower, although it accelerates faster, the fuel consumption is also very alarming.
But this shouldn't be the case. No matter what, Yifeng felt that he was an SSS-level commander.
How could he feel exhausted after just a few seconds?
Sorry, I was in a hurry and used two of my talents in a row. These are the only two skills I can use right now, slide dodge and lightning speed earth shatter.
Oh. I see.
After hearing what Li Qingrui said, Yifeng suddenly understood. It turned out that Li Qingrui used the innate skills of the mecha girl. No wonder she absorbed most of the spiritual energy from herself. However, it seems that they are just two basic skills. Why are they so energy consuming? Yifeng felt that it was because his spiritual energy value was too low. Could this SSL-level commander be a lie? System, check the psychic index. Yifeng called out the commander panel, and the system prompted. Psychic index, 5200. Yifeng was speechless when he saw in his sea of consciousness that his spiritual energy index was only 200 points in total, and now only 50 points were left. No wonder the spirit testing tower found out that Yifeng was only a commander with a level talent. So this is where the problem lies. Could it be that ASL level is also a growth type? Although it has great potential, it must grow up before it can show its strong strength. At this moment, Yifeng's eagerness to become stronger could no longer be suppressed. I was exhausted just by dealing with 3 first-level monsters. How can we fight after this? With this level of ability, you also want to participate in the mecha girl fighting competition? It's pure wishful thinking. Are you okay, Yifeng? Are you running low on spiritual energy? Otherwise, take a rest first. As Li Qingrui spoke, she calmly turned back into the Mercedes-Benz S650, and the buffer in the cockpit also receded. Yifeng finally regained his vision. At this moment, he couldn't see anything outside the car. Within sight are the control equipment and game controllers of the mecha cockpit. Next, you drive. We need to quickly increase our combat power. Potential is just potential after all. We must transform it into strength as quickly as possible. Only then can we avenge our grievances in the fighting tournament. After Yifeng finished speaking, he felt Li Qingrui speed up the car without saying a word. The destination was obviously the dark and cloudy B12 radiation mountains ahead. Lin Xiaoxiao's shadow suddenly appeared in his mind again. I remember being insulted by Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong in the morning. Yifeng was really angry. Beast! Ah! Who are you scolding? Li Qingrui roared in pain, looking unhappy. This suddenly brought Yifeng's consciousness back to his unhappy memories, and he quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean you. Don't be angry, you have lost something, but you also gained something. My mecha is no worse than Lin Xiaoxiao's. We must become stronger together and take revenge together. Lin Xiaoxiao is only S-level, but Li Qingrui has SSS-level mutation potential. Moreover, even in terms of mecha appearance, Li Qingrui is not worse than Lin Xiaoxiao. In fact, in the ranking of the top 10 mecha beauties in the second academy, Li Qingrui ranks 3rd, while Lin Xiaoxiao is only 7th. Although this so-called ranking was nothing more than the commander's bad taste, being able to sit in Li Qingrui's cockpit did alleviate some of the pain in Yifeng's heart. However, Yifeng still gnashed his teeth at the humiliation, hatred, and feeling of being toyed with and betrayed. Li Qingrui, whose sensory nerves are connected to Yifeng, can empathize with him. Don't think about it. If it can't belong to you, forget it. It will only cause you more trouble. Li Qingrui's voice appeared in the cockpit, which made Yifeng's heart tremble. He almost forgot that he was not alone, and there was someone watching him all the time. I'm sorry, it's not that you're not good enough, I'm just simply very angry. Yifeng hurriedly apologized and caressed the game controller that he almost broke with care. In order to make the other person happy, Yifeng hurriedly praised. Hey, you know what? In the ranking of the top 10 mecha beauties in our second mecha academy, you're in 3rd place. Lin Xiaoxiao is in 7th place. Yifeng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and started chatting about family matters. Li Qingrui twisted her driver's seat and complained unhappily. I really don't know who made this ranking. It's so boring. What's the point of having good looks? Isn't it strength that your commander values? Li Qingrui's words left Yifeng unable to answer, because for Yifeng, the appearance of the mecha was actually the first priority. In fact, Yifeng has never been able to understand a guy like Tang Yuhao. Tank girl Zhaoingqi probably weighs 150 pounds. How on earth did he manage not to vomit? Disgusting or not? Ahem, we're almost at the radiation zone. Be careful to avoid the red light zone. Let's find a purple light zone where no strange beasts are present and see what's going on. Yifeng opened the dark curtain of the car window and saw the cracks in the mountains ahead and the radiating colorful light through the windshield. The excitement and nervousness instantly swept away all the doubts in their minds. The moment to decide one's fate has finally arrived. Chapter 14 went so smoothly. Li Qingrui increased the speed of the Mercedes-Benz S650 to 80 miles per hour. Although the road is bumpy, thanks to the magic carpet suspension system, this luxury car with a 12-cylinder engine does not lose face at all.
As an ordinary passenger car, the design and materials of the S650 have reached the pinnacle.
But because of this, Yifeng, who was sitting in the cockpit, felt that everything was going too smoothly. The extended version of the executive sedan was speeding wildly in the wild. The destination was just ahead, and the two could already see blue, purple, and red radiation waves. Light waves of different colors shone out from the cracks in the mountains, and the destination was not far ahead.
But from beginning to end, what blocked Yifeng and Li Qingrui's steps were just 3 steel-toothed rats.
The metal mutation rate of these 3 strange beasts is only 40%.
For the mecha girl, such an opponent is too weak.
Originally, Yifeng felt that entering the red line area, leaving the protection of the military, and heading to the B12 radiation zone alone was a very dangerous thing, but in order to activate Li Qingrui, who had SSS-level mutation potential, Yifeng had no choice but to take the risk.
But, Qingrui, don't you think our trip was a little too smooth? Yifeng's words made Li Qingrui feel the same way.
After she was silent for a moment, Li Qingrui's anxious voice came from the loudspeaker in the cockpit.
Yifeng, I've actually been feeling uneasy. I always feel like we're walking into a trap.
Trap? Yifeng hesitated for a moment and asked hurriedly.
Oh right. Which route did you take when you left the city just now? Why didn't you see any military checkpoints? Although this is my first time out of the city, shouldn't the base city have steel walls? Otherwise, wouldn't strange beasts be able to break in at any time?
As a time traveler, Yifeng did not inherit much useful information from the original owner, because the original owner had never left the city and was always indifferent to these things. Before this, Yifeng had been focusing on the strange beasts and obstacles he might encounter in the red line area, and actually ignored this matter.
No wonder I feel like everything is going too smoothly right now. Why didn't I see any steel walls or encounter any military checkpoints when I left the city? They didn't even encounter any of the people from the Pujiang Base City Defense Force and were able to leave the city smoothly?
Because Li Qingrui had always been driving, Yifeng had been sitting in the back seat and didn't think much about it.
Yeah.
I was also surprised when we were leaving the city just now. The steel wall was down. The city gates were wide open, and I didn't see any military guards at all.
I could even say, we didn't meet a single person along the way. What? Didn't he meet anyone? The city gates are wide open.
Yifeng suddenly felt a chill on his spine, and a bad feeling of being plotted against appeared in his heart.
Qingrui, how much do you know about Tang's gene group?
Yifeng thought about it and realized that among the people he had offended recently, the only one with some strength was Tang Yuhao.
Could it be that this guy took action? Tang group?
I don't know much about it, but they seem to have some cooperation with the military.
But I heard that Tang Yuhao's sister is an SS-class phantom fighter. She currently works in the base defense department. Mirage fighter? Could it be that thing you're talking about?
Yifeng pointed to the sky ahead. There was a dark shadow circling above the mountains. It was like an eagle looking down at its prey, quietly waiting for the prey to come to it.
It's her. That's it. An SC-11 phantom fighter. It's made entirely of a great alloy, I scanned it. It's equipped with 8 Cobra air-to-ground missiles and 2 electromagnetic cannons. Its melee weapon is an electric chain axe. All types of alloy armor below S grade are no match for the high-temperature cutting power of the electric blade. Even 2 meters thick B grade alloy would be ripped apart in an instant.
A grade alloy might be able to resist for a bit, but it wouldn't last much longer. Li Qingrui used an anxious voice, almost a shouting voice, to tell Yifeng the other party's information in one breath. The sense of crisis as if facing a great enemy made the usually calm school beauty goddess look a little pale. Yifeng could feel that Li Qingrui's voice was trembling and her heartbeat rate had increased a bit. Her nerves were on edge, but she didn't seem to have the energy to fight.
You scanned it so clearly.
It seems that she didn't intend to hide her strength at all. She was waiting for us to come. She must have heard about Tang Yuhao's incident and is here to avenge her brother.
Yifeng sighed.
He didn't expect that the kick he gave Tang Yuhao would cause such a big trouble. Yeah, that scumbag Tang Yuhao has been spoiled since he was a child.
I'm afraid he has never been beaten.
You should be the first person who dares to fight him.
What should we do now? We can only fight to the death, right?
Although Li Qingrui said that she would fight to the death, she had no confidence.
We will definitely fight to the death.
But we don't have a chance at all, and it's not easy to escape even if we die.
She's coming. Quick, head towards the crack in the valley.
Yi Feng commanded anxiously, feeling that a war was about to break out.
Whoosh! 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 3 air-to-ground missiles were fired from high altitude.
Li Qingrui drove the car in a drifting manner, desperately trying to dodge them.
But the missile is too powerful.
Many of the flying stones hit the car body, and the ping-pong sounds caused the car window glass to shatter in 2 places.
There are many dents on the upper and lower parts of the car body.
Okay.
We've dodged it. Hurry! Drive into the valley.
Seeing that Li Qingrui had desperately avoided the first wave of attacks, Yi Feng felt that the hope of survival lay in that valley.
Yi Feng, do we really want to go in?
That's the area with the most severe ground cracks.
It's also a red light radiation zone. The two of us can't hold on.
Li Qingrui felt that this was not an escape, but a stab to death. Later, the other party won't have to take any action. I will be roasted by the radiation.
Yes. That's right. This is survival in the face of danger. She definitely wouldn't dare fly over here.
As long as she enters the red radiation zone, her air-to-ground missiles will fail.
We just need to avoid the red radiation zone and escape by the edge.
As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, Li Qingrui received a connection request from the Phantom Fighter. Yi Feng saw the communication request appearing on the big screen, and after thinking it over, he hung up.
Why did you hang up?
Li Qingrui asked puzzledly.
There's nothing to say.
The other party just wants us to kneel down and beg for mercy.
Are you willing to beg for mercy?
Yi Feng shrugged indifferently. Li Qingrui also sighed silently, of course not.
Instead of begging for mercy, it's better to risk survival.
As soon as she finished speaking, Li Qingrui suddenly stepped on the accelerator pedal to the bottom, and the Mercedes-Benz S650 sped away and rushed into the crack area of the valley. At the same time, 3 air-to-ground missiles whizzed into the red light radiation zone, but before they could touch the target, their shells were melted by the high-temperature radiation just by entering the red light radiation zone, and they exploded prematurely.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The explosion resounded through the sky, and the rocks on both sides of the mountain were shattered, with debris falling down, forcing Li Qingrui to drift and dodge left and right. But despite her best efforts to dodge, hundreds of pieces of rubble fell from the sky, smashing the dangerous road ahead.
The Mercedes-Benz S650 was unable to dodge and suddenly had a rear tire blowout. Bang!
The vehicle's tire burst, and the center of gravity shifted. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui fell off the cliff with the vehicle, and the two fell into the cracks in the earth veins. The Phantom Fighter flying high in the sky couldn't help but laugh foolishly.
Ah, you still wanna hide? Go to hell, you piece of shit. Tang Yule's arrogant laughter was sharp and powerful.
She laughed at Yi Feng and Li Qingrui wantonly through the onboard loudspeaker, but since she didn't see them die with her own eyes, Tang Yule didn't give up. She circled at a low altitude, keeping an absolute safe distance from the red light radiation area. Even though the radar was interfered with, she still scanned the area where Yi Feng and Li Qingrui fell over and over again.
Let's go, Yule, they're finished. The commander sighed, not wanting to waste time here. But Tang Yule was still flying with determination. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body.
If you dare to touch my brother, you're seeking death.
Chapter 15, Survive from a Desperate Situation.
Tang Yule transformed into a mechanical phantom fighter and circled in the sky above the B-12 radiation zone. Although she really wanted to confirm whether Yi Feng and Li Qingrui were dead or not, she didn't dare to get too close. Because no matter whether it is the commander or the mecha girl, as long as they are exposed to a large amount of radiation, the body will send out a danger warning in the form of pain. Even when flying at an altitude of 500 meters in the B-12 radiation zone, Tang Yule and her commander were enduring the pain of bee stings every second. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui, who were in the crack of the earth vein, suffered from the tearing pain all over their bodies after being exposed to the purple light, which is unbearable for ordinary people.
Ah!
Li Qingrui screamed and fell onto a cliff. The heart-wrenching pain made Li Qingrui turn back into a girl in an instant. Yi Feng, who was sitting in the cockpit, was thrown out of the car and knelt down 2 meters away from Li Qingrui.
Fuck!
It hurts so much, I feel like all the bones in my body are broken.
Ah! I can't take it anymore.
Yifeng fell to the ground with his head in his hands and couldn't help rolling on the spot. What about upgrading, breakthrough, and increasing combat power? Yifeng didn't have this thought at all now. He just hoped that someone could come to rescue him and Li Qingrui. If this painful feeling continues for a few more seconds, I'm afraid my spirit will collapse and I'll faint. If you faint at this time, your body will be destroyed by radiation in no time, and don't expect to wake up again. The desire to survive made Yifeng unable to help but want to escape from this place. He crawled on the ground with difficulty, constantly approaching Li Qingrui. Li Qingrui was not feeling any better than Yifeng at the moment. She grabbed her hair in pain, screaming and howling like crazy, as if she had rabies.
Li Qingrui! Hold on!
Yifeng endured the severe pain and uttered a few words with difficulty. He knew that he had to leave here quickly if he wanted to survive. At the very least, you should not be directly exposed to the purple light, and at least find some shelter that blocks the light. In this way, the radiation level will be reduced, and he and Li Qingrui will have a chance to survive.
Yifeng looked around anxiously.
A crack in the mountain in front of him on the left seemed to be able to block the direct exposure of the purple light.
Ding!
The host has been detected to be facing a life or death test.
The latest mission has been released.
Enter the purple radiation area and use the SSS-level repair skill on the mecha girl to activate the SSS-level commander's magic modification ability. Successfully complete the magic modification and be rewarded with 5,000 points, which can be used for shopping in the Genesis Mall.
Hearing the system prompt, Yifeng was surprised, happy, and a little at a loss.
At this moment, even survival is a problem, and the whole body is suffering from the pain of broken bones and flesh.
How do I activate the repair skill on the mecha girl? I'm afraid I'll faint before the skill ends.
According to the mission requirements, the mecha girl must be exposed to purple light, which is already in line with the conditions.
So, Yifeng gave up the idea of rescuing Li Qingrui.
Li Qingrui possessed an SSS-level mutation talent, and now was the time to risk her life. As the old saying goes, take a chance and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Not daring to delay even a bit, Yifeng endured the severe pain and crawled into the crack of the cliff. It was only a distance of more than 10 meters, but Yifeng climbed for a full 2 minutes. These 2 minutes felt like years, even longer than 2 years. However, when Yifeng squeezed into the crack of the cliff, the purple light could no longer directly shine on Yifeng, and the pain in his body was also greatly reduced. Having felt the pain of broken flesh and bones, the pain of being bitten by a dog or scratched by a cat is no longer enough to break Yifeng's spirit.
Although it still hurts a lot, Yifeng's mental endurance allows him to not faint at this moment.
He took a long breath, stretched out his right arm, aimed at Li Qingrui who was 10 meters away, and quickly used the repair skill.
A blue spherical area instantly wrapped around Li Qingrui's body.
As the strange Taoist patterns on the blue magic ball swirled and flowed, Li Qingrui's girlish body suddenly turned into a severely damaged Mercedes-Benz S650.
Yifeng was stunned. What? Her body is broken into pieces like this.
Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that Li Qingrui had only been exposed to the purple light for less than 3 minutes, but her mechanical body was already broken into pieces. It looked like steel garbage that had been scrapped for many years, like a broken car dragged out of a scrapyard.
Hold on. Now is the time for you to transform. Transform from a cocoon into a butterfly.
Yifeng began to infuse spiritual energy into Li Qingrui. A large amount of spiritual energy was introduced into Li Qingrui's body through the repair skill, but the next second, Li Qingrui suddenly started screaming again.
Ah! Ah!
The heart-wrenching scream scared Yifeng.
At the same time,
in Yifeng's left eye, the red interface of the SSL-level commander system suddenly popped up a prompt.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating your hidden talent. The magic modification area is ready.
Please add the accessories you need for the mecha girl.
Accessories? Do you need to put in accessories?
Why didn't you say it earlier? Yifeng looked at the blue god of creation's system with his right eye, but the system did not give any prompts. This made him wonder where to find the parts. There are a large number of accessories in the Genesis Mall, but I don't have any points at all now.
All things are difficult at the beginning.
Although Yifeng already has dual systems, he has not completed the first system task and has not earned points.
Where can he get the accessories? That's right.
Yifeng suddenly remembered that when he had just awakened the God of Creation's system, the system had given him a novice gift pack, which Yifeng had not yet opened.
He wondered if there were any accessories he needed in it.
No matter what accessories they are, as long as they can provide some materials, the magic modification skills should be able to reshape Li Qingrui's body. In this way, the two of them may have a chance to escape from here and survive. Yifeng didn't have time to think about it, and immediately ordered the God of Creation system to open the novice gift package. Creation system, open the novice gift package.
Ding!
The newbie gift package has been successfully opened. The items received are as follows:
2 Starlight class engines S-class, 5 tons of S-grade high-density alloy, 2 Lightning Vulcan cannons B rank, Casting Core Nano Armor Set B rank, 4 Air-to-Air Missile Incubators B rank, Air-to-Surface Missile Incubator 4B level, 8B level Heat Source Jammer Incubators, Multi-Source Phased Array Radar 1 Unit S-class, 1 Biological Imaging Capture Instrument S-level, Xiaoyao Hawan Driver's Seed 9 Position Version Neuron Connection Kit Set SSS-level, 1 Thermal Conductive Blade Overlord Gun Mecha Girl Weapon Spear B rank, Commander Genetic Modification Potion 1 Primary, Alien Spiritual Fruit 1 Golden Peepa Fruit. Eating it can increase spiritual energy. Commander's Sword, Black Iron Sharp Sword B rank, Commander's Combat Uniform, waterproof, fireproof, and corrosion resistant. Can convert radiation sources into bioenergy. S rank. It should have been opened sooner. Yifeng saw the items displayed in the blue interface in his right pupil. I was so surprised that I was speechless. With these things, Li Qingrui will definitely be extremely powerful after the modification. Chapter 16: The magical transformation of Li Qingrui is successful. Notice. Notice. Notice.
Commander, please put in the magic modified accessories.
Excessive operation will cause damage to the robot girl's body.
Please add magic modification accessories, or cancel the magic modification skills. In Yifeng's left eye, the red SSS-level commander system issued an urgent prompt. Hearing that overtime operation would cause harm to the robot girl's body, Yifeng did not dare to delay for a moment. He quickly selected the accessories that could be used by the robot girl and threw them all into the magic ball. The blue magic ball began to expand gradually, and in just a few seconds it was more than 10 times its previous size. Li Qingrui gradually disappeared in the blue light of the modified magic ball in the form of a broken car. At this time, Yifeng's physical and spiritual energy continued to supply the magic ball, but the radiating pain in his body made him feel unable to bear it.
That's right. Combat uniforms.
Yifeng suddenly remembered the function of the combat uniform, which was to convert radiation sources into body-nourishing energy. Without thinking too much, he put on the combat uniform in the system space. A black tight leather jacket suddenly wrapped Yifeng's body tightly after a flash of red light. This combat uniform was not as simple as Yifeng thought. After putting on the combat uniform, Yifeng not only did not feel the pain caused by the radiation, but there was even an invisible force that penetrated the combat uniform and skin, gradually entering the muscles, bones in every cell. This made Yifeng, who had become extremely weak due to the transmission of psychic energy, feel his physical energy accumulating more and more in an instant.
What an amazing combat suit! I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger. Yifeng felt the energy in his body becoming more and more abundant.
Excited, he exerted force with his right hand again and directly injected more refined spiritual energy into the magic ball. After the blue magic ball became cloudy and invisible, Li Qingrui's screams came again.
Ah! Qingrui! Li Qingrui, are you okay?
Yifeng thought he was too impatient and too ambitious. He thought that he had supplied too much spiritual energy, and Li Qingrui's body could not bear it. He shouted anxiously towards the area illuminated by the purple light, but received no response.
Li Qingrui! Are you okay? No. Yes. I can do it.
This time, Li Qingrui's affirmative answer made Yifeng breathe a sigh of relief. With Li Qingrui's reply, Yifeng became bolder. In order to allow Li Qingrui to transform into her strongest state, Yifeng, who absorbed energy from the radiation, began to make bold attempts. Since this suit can convert radiation energy into nourishing energy and reduce the damage caused by radiation to the human body, then Yifeng leaned sideways and moved out of the crack in the cliff step by step. He let his body be wrapped in purple radiation.
The next second,
the pain from the bee sting returned to Yifeng again.
Ah!
It still hurts, but, compared to before, this pain is nothing.
And
Yifeng discovered that his body was now exposed to the purple light radiation, and the pain in his body was equivalent to the feeling of being 100 meters away from here. Although it still hurts, Yifeng can totally endure this little bit of pain. Moreover, more radiation energy was converted into body-nourishing energy, making Yifeng feel that the upper limit of his body's spiritual energy was gradually being broken through.
Time passes by minute.
Li Qingrui's voice gradually became softer. Li Qingrui and the blue magic ball went from a heart-wrenching scream of pain to a dull feeling of illness, and now to continuous gasps. Yifeng felt that Li Qingrui's body was gradually adapting. I have to say that the mecha girl's body is much stronger than the commander's. In order to continuously output spiritual energy to Li Qingrui, Yifeng felt that without this combat suit, he would not be able to continuously convert the radiation energy into his own energy. The spiritual energy in his body must have been drained long ago. Half an hour has passed and the magic ball still hasn't stopped, which means that the robot's body has not yet been completely modified.
But time waits for no one. The phantom fighter was still circling in the sky.
If it found that Yifeng and Li Qingrui were still alive, it would definitely find a way to attack them.
For example, blowing up mountains and causing huge rocks to fall.
Moreover, the mecha girl and the commander are exposed to purple radiation for a long time, and it is hard to say what will happen after that.
The body has its limits.
In order to let Li Qingrui complete the magic modification as soon as possible, Yifeng sprayed all the spiritual energy in his body into the blue magic ball. As the orb absorbed more spiritual energy, Li Qingrui let out another blood-curdling scream.
Ah!
As Li Qingrui screamed again and again, Yifeng began to feel nervous. The blue magic ball gradually calmed down amid Li Qingrui's heart-wrenching screams again and again. Its light was no longer as dazzling as before, and there seemed to be white clouds flowing in the blue magic ball. Yifeng could feel that the spiritual energy emitted from his palm was rapidly weakening.
The magic ball no longer actively absorbs spiritual energy. Even if Yifeng wants to inject more spiritual energy, it cannot be accepted by the magic ball. Is it going to succeed? Yifeng gradually let go.
He stared at the blue magic ball and saw with his own eyes that the Taoist patterns on the ball dissipated one by one. After the blue light dissipated, white clouds appeared and spread around. A naked mecha girl, whose body was only protected by clouds, appeared in front of Yifeng. Li Qingrui walked towards Yifeng barefoot. After the clouds and mist gradually dissipated, Yifeng could gradually capture her appearance. The fair and translucent little feet, the slender and perfect long legs, the angular collarbone and jawbone, the shy face with a rosy pink hue, and the delicate body like warm jade, all of them are the celestial goddesses that the commander has imagined in his mind for centuries. Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes. I didn't expect that the ultimate modification of metal parts could cause such a big change in the body of the mecha.
Now, who would dare to say that Li Qingrui is the third most beautiful mecha girl in the Second Academy?
Even if Li Qingrui is given the title of the world's #1 mecha girl, no one will question or refute it.
What's more,
the mecha girl that appeared before Yifeng at this moment was a flawless beauty.
This is not something that ordinary people can understand. Only the commander of the mecha girl can have the honor to witness the moment of divine transformation.
I don't know where you got all these high-end accessories, but you've given me a new lease on life.
Thank you, my master. Master?
When Yifeng heard Li Qingrui's address to him, he was a little confused for a moment. Before he could react, he was still immersed in the beautiful scenery.
Two cold, moist and fragrant lips took away Yifeng's first kiss on the Jibian planet. Wow, now is not the time, right?
Yifeng stammered to remind Li Qingrui, but the other party seemed not to hear him.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the magic modification task.
You will be rewarded with 5,000 points, which can be used for shopping in the Genesis Mall. Abyss and beautiful scenery coexist, one thought is heaven, one thought is hell. Yifeng has not yet decided where to go. Suddenly, his right eye suddenly lit up, and a prompt box popped up on the blue interface, indicating that the system task has been completed. This made Yifeng suddenly think of something that was suitable to be delivered to the other party at this moment.
A combat suit. There's no way back to civilization naked.
Although Yifeng's mouth has been locked, but his brain still belongs to him. With a thought, Yifeng opened the Genesis Mall and immediately used 2,000 points to exchange for a B-level combat uniform female version, and took it out from the system space. Li Qingrui, who was originally very involved, suddenly found that Yifeng took out a leather jacket from somewhere, and she looked a little surprised. However, Yifeng was able to produce so many mecha accessories just now. I guess this is the system space ability of the SSS-level commander. In this world, this is nothing.
Is this a gift for me?
There must be no other commander in the world who can resist temptation at a time like this and even dress the mecha girl properly. When Li Qingrui saw Yifeng handing her the battlesuit, the smile on her face became even sweeter. Although she and Yifeng just met today, they signed a contract in a flash and completed the annihilation operation in a blink of an eye.
Now they have unknowingly reached the point of supporting each other.
Although all this happened so suddenly. But the more Li Qingrui looked at Yifeng, the more she liked him. In Li Qingrui's eyes, Yifeng is not only handsome, but also has the dignified image of a gentleman, as well as divine light and beautiful talent that even gods would envy.
I'm not as good as you think. How can anyone withstand such an invincible mecha like yours? I just feel that we are not out of danger yet.
Yifeng pointed to the sky. Thousands of meters in the air, a dark shadow was still circling.
Li Qingrui looked upwards following Yifeng's finger, and she recognized the black shadow at a glance. A Mirage fighter? An SS rank mecha girl with a full set of A rank accessories.
With a combat power of 3,890 points, she's a formidable opponent indeed. However, if it's just a matter of speed, she might not be able to catch up to me. Li Qingrui smiled confidently and lightly touched Yifeng's forehead with her finger. A shared message was transmitted to Yifeng's left eye. In the red SSS-level commander system, information about the Phantom Fighter was displayed without reservation.
Yifeng was shocked. You can actually see all the other person's information. Is this thanks to the S-class scanning equipment?
Yifeng looked at Li Qingrui in surprise. Compared to the Mirage Fighter's attribute panel, Yifeng wanted to see all the information about Li Qingrui after her transformation.
Chapter 17 SSS Class Mutated Robot Girl.
Phantom Fighter, Tang Yul, vs. Moon Goddess Phantom, Li Qingrui. SS level versus SSS level. 24 years old versus 18 years old. Fighter vs. Stratospheric Fighter. Combat power 3,980 vs. Combat power 3,200. A Great Accessories 19 sets vs. B Great Accessories 16 sets. S-level accessories 1 set vs. S-level accessories 4 sets. SSS level accessories 0 sets vs. SSS level accessories 1 set. 19 tons deadweight, 9 tons mounted, vs. 25 tons deadweight, 12 tons mounted. Top speed 3000 km h, vs. 6300 km h. Melee weapon, a level light blade chain axe, vs. B-level thermal conductive blade overlord spear. Shell armor, a class, vs. Shell armor, S-class. Defense shield, B-level electromagnetic shield, vs. None. In the red interface of Yifeng's left eye. The SSS-level commander system compared the data of the Phantom Fighter and Li Qingrui's new mechanical body. Although Li Qingrui has transformed into an SSS-class stratospheric fighter, it is also equipped with some excellent accessory modules.
However, in terms of combat experience and overall strength, it is still no match for the Mirage Fighter.
However, what made Yifeng happy was that since he officially signed a contract with Li Qingrui, he could actually see Li Qingrui's combat power. 3,200 combat power points, although slightly lower than the Mirage Fighter, is already very impressive. In time, Yifeng only needs to gradually replace the B-level modules on Li Qingrui with A-level modules, and Li Qingrui's strength will definitely be able to easily crush the Phantom Fighter. But at present, compared with the Mirage Fighter, Li Qingrui only has a clear advantage in speed. The two twin-engine S-class Starlight engines make Li Qingrui's seemingly bulky fighter fly almost twice as fast as the Mirage Fighter.
Do you have an absolute advantage in speed?
Very good. Yifeng is not so arrogant as to engage in a life and death battle with the veteran elites just after his mutated body.
As long as you have an advantage in speed and can escape, that's enough.
Qingrui, now is not the time to fight to the death. You still need time to grow. After our feint attack, let's return to the city as soon as possible. After observing the data comparison, Yifeng was afraid that Li Qingrui would take risks, so he hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Unexpectedly, although Li Qingrui had been reborn, she was still extremely calm.
Yes, Master is right. Revenge must be taken first. Now is not the time to fight with the Phantom Fighter. Let's remember today's revenge first.
Li Qingrui stepped forward and hugged Yifeng's neck, which reminded Yifeng of a sentence. Once the mecha girl confirms you as her commander, she will take the initiative and it will scare you.
This is how Yifeng feels at the moment. How did this pure and innocent iceberg beauty suddenly become so popular?
This is really a bit unbearable. If I weren't in a dangerous place with enemies peering down from above. No. Calm down. Calm down. Yi Feng shook his head vigorously and pushed Li Qingrui's arm away. He must stay awake now and get out of this dangerous area first. Let's go, Qingrui, let's meet that phantom fighter. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui are in tune with each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingrui had transformed into a mechanical body. A massive stratospheric fighter that looked to be twice the size of a mirage. The thick armored shell, blue-green alloy paint, and unprecedented trendy design are probably the only ones in the world. Wow, it seems to be true. I heard that SSS-class mecha girls all have unique mechas. I'm afraid there's only one Luna Phantom in the world. Yi Feng was amazed and quickly jumped into the cockpit, feeling the horror of the SSS-class driver's seat. When Yi Feng saw the luxurious mecha cockpit of SSS, he was so happy that he couldn't relax. After all, this is SSS level. The feeling of sitting on a wooden chair and a large sofa is still different. Of course, there is another possibility that this SSS level seat has some little-known special functions. I really can't let my thoughts wander. Yi Feng feels like he is about to lose himself. Don't think about it, master. Qingrui is indeed unique and the best. Li Qingrui is full of confidence. Wow. That's much better. Be confident. Yi Feng suddenly felt more secure. After all, flying this stratospheric fighter is something that others can't envy. No matter what, whether before or after the time travel, Yi Feng has always been a person who pursues the path to becoming the strongest. When people are ignorant, they tend to feel insecure. Take off, master. Li Qingrui did not take off on her own, but asked Yi Feng. Yi Feng held the game controller in his hand and stepped on the accelerator slightly, and a lot of his spiritual energy was immediately drained away by the mecha. Whoosh! After a heat wave dissipated. Boom! A sonic boom shattered the rubble on the top of the mountain, and Yi Feng drove Li Qingrui soaring into the sky. The two of them took off as fast as lightning and thunder. The phantom fighter plane that was circling in the sky had no time to dodge before it was blown over and over by a heat wave from bottom to top. What is that? Damn! Where did this SSS-class fighter plane appear? Pujiang Base City actually has an SSS-class mecha girl hidden inside. This is impossible. Tang Yul and her commander were so frightened that their eyes were about to pop out. With a move of their psychic power, the two of them drove their phantom fighters into the sky to chase. But they didn't expect that 8 missiles appeared out of nowhere, circled around and converged from all directions, and were about to hit them. Hurry up and activate the shield. Tang Yul's commander shouted, and Tang Yul responded by turning on the electromagnetic shield. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions caused the Mirage fighter to shake violently. When Tang Yul flew out of the fog of war, he could no longer find any trace of the SSS-level mecha girl in his field of vision. What? It's so fast. Tang Yul couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he was also an SS-class phantom fighter. I didn't expect that I would be so humble in front of the SSS level. Before I could even see the other person's appearance clearly, the other person had already disappeared? Oh my god, no wonder it's always between SSS and SS, there's a world of difference. Having never seen an SSS-class fighter before, Tang Yul always disagreed with this statement. I didn't expect that today, I would actually be taught a lesson by an SSS-class fighter. This made her feel a chill down her spine. Yulu, did we just block the concentrated fire attack of the SSS-class fighters? How is this possible? Tang Yul's commander is a little more sober than Tang Yul. But Tang Yul couldn't figure out how the A-class electromagnetic shield could withstand the attack of the SSS-class fighter. Could it be that the other party was just trying to scare me and wasn't serious at all? But who would install B-class missile incubators on 3 SSS-class fighters? Isn't this just fun? Could it be that the other party had just been promoted to SSS level and had not had time to change equipment? Yes, it must be a newcomer. But in Pujiang Base City, there hasn't been an SSS level mecha girl in the past few decades. Could it be Yi Feng and Li Qingrui? No. That's impossible. The thought that it was Li Qingrui only flashed through Tang Yul's mind for a second before she rejected it. But, if it's not Li Qingrui, who else could it be? Why is the new SSS-class mecha girl hiding here? Does she have some special way to transform and advance herself with the help of the radiation of geomagnetic waves?
A bold idea came to Tang Yul's mind.
She no longer had time to consider whether Li Qingrui and Yi Feng were dead or not.
Now it is most important to find out the truth. Tang Yul hurriedly flew towards the crack in the mountain.
At the same time, the moon goddess Phantom, which had already left the site of the Mirage Fighter, was about to fly to the Pujiang base city. Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the base city right in front of him.
It's safe. It seems that B-class missiles can't penetrate the electromagnetic shield of a class.
Even if they were launched from an SSS-class mecha girl, the power would still be the same. Yi Feng was just making small talk, all to hide his expression and thoughts. The feeling of blood vessels swelling is really uncomfortable. The world's top food feast is right in front of him, but Yi Feng has to control his hands and mouth, which is really not an easy thing to do. Besides, he couldn't help but see it with his eyes, it was right in front of him.
Master, we're entering the city's airspace. If we don't land soon, military drones will come to intercept us.
I've already received their call.
Li Qingrui's voice disrupted Yi Feng's original thoughts.
Yi Feng coughed lightly as a tactic and reluctantly turned his gaze toward the window and said,
"Then land. You should be able to transform back into S650. Let's use your first form."
"Yeah, no problem.
We shouldn't be discovered this way. Now, should we go back to your house first, or to mine?"
In fact, Yi Feng really wanted to say, "What a great time, with a beautiful woman as my companion, it would be so boring to go home. The sunset is such a beautiful sight, how can you not stop and admire it?"
Chapter 18. It's late at night.
Yi Feng asked Li Qingrui to stop the car and admire the sunset gradually setting outside the window. The two chatted a lot about mecha control and commander's talent skills. Yi Feng has extensive experience in mecha control and combat tactics. This made Li Qingrui full of confidence in Yi Feng's abilities. I don't know how long it took, but it was already night outside the car window. Yi Feng discovered that Li Qingrui could transform into a human form and take a walk in the moonlight outside the car without putting away her mechanical Mercedes-Benz S650. He felt this was incredible.
The main body and the mechanical body can actually be separated. Can the two forms exist at the same time?
Yi Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Yes. It's an SSS-level special ability.
Two forms can exist simultaneously, but the distance between the main body and the mechanical body cannot exceed 10 meters.
The distance of the wireless neural connection is limited.
Li Qingrui strolled in the moonlight, each step she took like an elf fairy among flowers. This rare beauty under the moon made Yi Feng unable to help but admire her and suddenly fall in love with her.
A few days later. Opening ceremony of the Robot Girl Fighting Tournament. Talents from the Second Institute of Mecha gathered together.
After a week of running in, most of the mecha girls have found satisfactory commanders. In order to participate in the Mecha Girl fighting competition and win prizes, many mecha girls have participated in field combat courses over the past week. Some people who have the conditions and courage have already hunted first-level exotic beasts in the wild. The Mecha Girl and the Commander, who are not short of money, have completed the parts upgrade and transformation of the Mecha Girl's mechanical body a week before the competition.
Everyone is now working hard to get into various mecha combat research institutes.
In Yi Feng's opinion, the Mecha Girl fighting competition is actually just like the big test in his previous life.
It is an important part that determines a person's destiny. During this week, he and Li Qingrui went in and out of the geomagnetic radio wave radiation zone many times.
After training, their physical fitness and combat power were very different from a week ago. The two did a lot of research and gained a lot of insights from each other.
Now, the time for revenge has finally come.
The two men stopped at the fighting arena of the Second Mecha Institute, looking at the two buildings where the story had happened, their eyes full of murderous intent.
Hey, look! Isn't that Li Qingrui? How come she's getting even prettier?
Oh my god, it's only been a week since I last saw her, and she definitely has to be at the top of the Second Academy's top 10 mecha beauties list.
Ha, ha! You don't even notice who the commander is.
As the mecha girl of a legendary commander, of course she lives a comfortable life. Yes, the commander's skills are excellent, so the mecha can be driven fast and stable, and an old truck can be driven like a new tank.
TSK.
Yi Feng is just handsome, a mere ranked commander. To win the girl's heart, he actually made a contract with a civilian mecha girl.
The two of them can only watch the fun from the sidelines this time.
Even if Yi Feng can make the civilian mecha girl transform into mecha girl form, it can't be compared with a mecha girl with an activated combat core.
I'm afraid the two of them don't even qualify to participate.
Indeed, even though they're both incredibly famous, they can't fight on the battlefield, which means they can't obtain the resources to advance.
How can the commander cultivate without alien spiritual fruits and energy ores? And the mecha girls will quickly age without high-grade replacement parts. Don't look at their current glory and their status as the best of the best. In a few years, they'll be emaciated and unrecognizable. The people around them, after seeing Yifeng and Li Qingrui's energetic appearance, some were envious while others were pessimistic. But when the competition groups were completed on the big screen, and Yifeng and Li Qingrui's names appeared in the preliminaries, the surrounding crowd was still quite surprised. What? I didn't see it wrong. Yifeng and Li Qingrui actually made it to the competition. That's right.
Even if a mecha girl below B rank awakens her combat core and can transform into a mecha girl, she's not eligible to participate in the fighting tournament.
B rank is the entry threshold. Could it be that they're cheating? How could there be cheating?
The fighting tournament staff were all drawn from the three major cities of Kyoto, Magic City, and Ocean City to prevent favoritism and cheating.
The fact that Yifeng and Li Qingrui were able to successfully participate in the competition proves that Li Qingrui has activated her combat core, and its grade is above B. You said she really activated the battle core? Is such a thing possible?
Whether it's possible or not, we'll know after watching the game.
What's there to see?
Even if Yifeng awakened some rare talent and barely managed to activate the combat core of the civilian mecha girl, with Yifeng's A-level commander talent, Li Qingrui is at best in A-level.
She probably won't even make it into the top 50. Yes, although the entry threshold is B rank, basically only a rank dares to sign up. Even if B rank participates, they will be abused, which is completely boring. There are more than 150 mecha girls participating. Although many of them are A rank, they are contracted to S rank commanders.
Li Qingrui and Yifeng are no match for them at all.
More than that. Talent level only represents development potential.
I heard that this year's contestants are particularly competitive. In previous years, it was all about resources and family background. Some mecha girls may only be A-level, but they have deep pockets and can replace their parts with S-level ones.
Today will be different. That's right. This year, in order to actively cultivate new talent, Pujian City's Pujian Bank is actually offering loans and gambling agreements to recent graduates.
I heard that quite a few people have received large sums of money from the bank and upgraded themselves to high-grade component modules. However, if they lose and don't get a satisfactory ranking, the huge debt they incur will be difficult to repay. Oh, the pressure is overwhelming. It seems that the difficulty of this year's fighting competition has increased a lot. But with Yifeng and Li Qingrui here, we shouldn't be at the bottom of the list, right?
Ha ha ha, yeah.
Luckily, Yifeng and Li Qingrui are here. It wouldn't be our turn to be at the bottom. The people around were talking about it, although most people were surprised that Li Qingrui and Yifeng were able to sign up for the competition.
However, the strength of the two is not optimistic.
Yifeng didn't like being the topic of conversation after dinner, but suddenly he felt that it was quite interesting to break the random guesses of these onlookers and refresh their three views again and again.
Qingrui, we've been assigned to the fourth group. You should rest for a while. I want to test the results of this week's training.
Yifeng held Li Qingrui's little hand with a wicked smile on his face.
Li Qingrui smiled faintly. Don't you always dislike being in the spotlight?
I don't like it.
But, isn't the purpose of our coming here to make certain people unable to laugh?
As Yifeng spoke, a sweet kiss was already placed on Li Qingrui's forehead. This wave of dog food made many boys and girls around grit their teeth in hatred, and some people even had sparks from their teeth.
Chapter 19 The rules have been tampered with?
After the opening ceremony of the Mecha Girl Fighting Competition, the CEO of the Second Mecha Institute, Chen Ziyuan, came on stage to speak amid a wave of applause. Yifeng stared at him, and the contempt in his eyes was stronger than ever. It has to be said that Chen Haodong's lawless and mischievous behavior in the second hospital has a lot to do with his father. There is an old saying that if a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father.
However, in Yifeng's opinion, what kind of father you have, what kind of son you will have. As expected, after Chen Ziyuan came on stage and exchanged pleasantries, he announced two shocking news in succession.
This year, our second academy has produced many talented individuals.
Not only have many S-rank mecha girls and commanders emerged, but we've even seen an SS-rank super genius.
Let us congratulate super genius Tang Yuhao and his mecha girl for being admitted to the Kyoto Mecha Academy. As soon as Chief Chen said this, the commanders and the pilots below the stage applauded in unison. But Li Qingrui was filled with hatred. It seemed that if she wanted to take revenge, she would have to be admitted to the Kyoto Mecha Academy. However, what surprised her and Yifeng even more was the discussion among the surrounding commanders and mecha girls. Tang Yuhao is indeed this year's strongest commander. Yesterday, I heard that he used a complete set of A-level modules to defeat a fighter girl who was also SS level. Yes, I heard about that too. That mecha girl's name is Jo Simon. I heard she's at the bottom of the top 10 mecha rankings in the first academy. However, I didn't expect her to activate an SS-class combat core and even transform into a military fighter. Yes, I heard it's a multi-purpose stratospheric fighter, and it's the latest model, the Falcon 27. Now Tang Yuhao has two mechas, the King of Land Combat and the King of Air Combat. If he contracts a King of Naval Combat in the future, he'll be truly invincible. Yes, he's a rare talent. As an SS rank commander, as long as he has enough resources, providing psychic energy to 3 or 4 mecha girls at the same time in the future will be a piece of cake. Alas! For a ranked commanders like us, providing enough energy for one A-rank fighter is the limit. An SS-class stratospheric fighter? Humph! When Li Qingrui heard that Tang Yuhao's second mecha was actually a state-of-the-art stratospheric fighter, she felt it was a bit ironic that enemies met on a narrow road. The fire of revenge in Li Qingrui's eyes was burning brighter and brighter. But Chief Chen's speech was not over yet. We've changed the rules of the Mecha Girl fighting tournament this year. With unanimous approval from the judging panel, our second academy has decided. The contestant with the highest evaluation score will be selected as the final boss of the Mecha Girl fighting tournament. This will reduce the pressure on the contestants during the preliminaries. After all, no one wants to face the strongest scorer in the preliminaries, right? This year, the highest scoring duo in the measurement tower is Mecha Girl Lin Xiaoxiao and Commander Chen Haodong. These two S-rank graduates are the pride of our second academy, and they will serve as the final boss of the Mecha Girl fighting tournament. What? Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong? When the audience heard Chief Chen's words, there was a burst of booing. Apart from anything else, there are several pairs of S-class mecha girls and commanders. Why do Chen Haodong and Lin Xiaoxiao get the highest scores? When many people heard Chief Chen announce this news, they were indignant. This is clearly an abuse of power for personal gain, allowing his son to directly enter the finals. Oh, this is too obvious. There are several S-level pairs. Why would you let your son enter the finals? Even though he abused his power for personal gain, my dad said yesterday that this family is quite generous. In order to get the highest score on the spirit testing tower, he spent all his family's money to equip his daughter-in-law, Lin Xiaoxiao, with a full set of A-level modules. The Lin Xiaoxiao of today is no longer the Lin Xiaoxiao who just activated her combat core a few days ago. Yes, I've been practicing at Hongchuan Martial Arts School this week. I saw that the highest scorers on this year's combat simulator are Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong. They've been busy this week and have made great progress. Oh, I see. No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao abandoned Yifeng, the legendary commander of the second hospital, and got involved with this Chen Haodong. Chen Haodong's family really spent a lot of money on this. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Can't you see Yifeng and Li Qingrui standing right next to us? It's too early to let them know how powerful our opponent is. What if they get scared? Then we won't be able to see the fun, right? Ha ha ha. Ha ha, yeah, that's right. Yifeng and Li Qingrui must be still trying their best to get revenge in the fighting tournament. After all, the rules of the fighting tournament are that life and death are determined by fate. Even if they kill each other, it's just a moral issue at most, and there are no legal consequences at all. You two are so mean. Yifeng and Li Qingrui were abandoned by their respective partners, which is pitiful enough. You still want to see them get killed in revenge? This is too evil. Yeah, it's a bit vicious, but reality is cruel. Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong are an S-class team, and they've already upgraded to a full set of A-class modules. Do you understand what a full set of A-class modules means? That's 2 billion. This is the same configuration as the military's elite squad. That's right. In Pujiang, a small, third-tier city like ours, only the military elite have the opportunity to obtain a complete set of A-grade modules. Chief Chen has made a lot of money over the years, and he was able to come up with 2 billion yuan. TSK. Has no one investigated the source of his huge funds? It doesn't matter. What's important is that we're going to have a good show this time.
The crowd around them watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble. They all cast teasing glances at Yifeng and Li Qingrui. But Yifeng and Li Qingrui didn't care at all. What S-level combination, a full set of A-level modules, even the SS-level combination of Tang Yuhao and Zhou Simon were not taken seriously by Yifeng and Li Qingrui. Just kidding, ASL-level commander and SSS-level titled fighter. Who can match? But, to be honest, Yifeng and Li Qingrui are indeed slightly inferior in terms of combat modules and resources. They know they still need time to grow. Although some of Li Qingrui's modules have been upgraded to S-level and SSS-level, they are not attack and firepower modules. A full set of A-level modules is indeed very powerful. Yifeng now only has 3,000 points left, which is not enough to buy even the cheapest A-level module in the Genesis Mall. I can't even afford one set, let alone a complete set of A-level modules. I don't know when that will happen. Everyone please keep quiet. Chief Chen made a stunning debut on the podium. After the entire second hospital fell silent, he announced another bombshell. Chapter 20, live broadcast on TV, I became the lucky contestant. Mecha commanders, please be quiet. Chief Chen made a stunning debut on the podium. After the entire second hospital fell silent, he announced another bombshell. This year, Tang's Gene Group donated an A-grade module, the Electric Blade Long Knife, to our school. They also donated an A-grade spiritual fruit, the Red Flame Fruit. These two items are the champion prizes for this competition. Other than that, the original champion prize remains unchanged. This year's prize is significantly higher than in previous years, so students should work hard. Hearing Chief Chen's words, the mecha commanders couldn't help but sigh. Ha, isn't this the prize prepared for his son? No wonder his son entered the finals early. I guess this should be Tang Group's return gift to Chief Chen. I heard that Tang Yuhao persuaded Zhou Simon to sign a contract with him after he got a place in the Kyoto Mecha Academy. Oh, I see. Rich people really know how to have fun. This is a blatant money for power exchange. Contempt. I really despise them from the bottom of my heart. I actually hope Yifeng and Li Qingrui can be more motivated and destroy that bitch Lin Xiaoxiao and that scumbag Chen Haodong first. Come on, if they want to compete with Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong, they have to make it to the finals. I don't think they can even beat the qualifiers. Yeah, let's be realistic. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Yifeng and Li Qingrui are at most an A-rank combination. Maybe Li Qingrui is just a B-rank mecha girl. Sigh. Now, there's no chance of a fight. There's nothing I can do about it. He's the chief's son after all. This is called winning at the starting line. The classmates around him sneered at Chief Chen's favoritism, fraud, and behind-the-scenes manipulation. But they only dared to discuss it in private, and no one dared to stand up and refute it. Even several other S-level combinations did not dare to say that they could defeat Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong in the finals. After all, their resources are there. Even if they are both S-level, without a full set of A-level modules, they cannot compete with the combination of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong. This point is clearly demonstrated by the score given by the Spirit Testing Tower when registering for the competition. The reason why Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong scored so high is because they installed a full set of A-level modules, and possibly even one or two S-level modules. But everyone doesn't know that when the Spirit Testing Tower encounters an ASL-level commander, its spirit testing, deduction, and scoring capabilities will be greatly reduced. The true strength of the combination of Yifeng and Li Qingrui cannot be measured at all. This is the law of nature in this world, and it is a protection mechanism for the child of destiny. Wait, Lin Xiaoxiao. See you in the finals. Yifeng hummed softly and issued a declaration of war to Lin Xiaoxiao from a distance of 100 meters. Even though the other party couldn't hear it, it didn't matter. Yifeng was determined to beat this pair of bastards so hard that they couldn't get up in the finals. Preliminaries begin. The venue was set at the open-air stadium newly built by the second hospital last year. Yifeng and Li Qingrui held hands and were just about to go to the stands to admire the heroic performances of other contestants in the competition. But unexpectedly, the host of the competition suddenly called out Yifeng and Li Qingrui's names. This year, our second hospital will hold a mecha girl fighting competition in the newly built training ground. This place has been designated as the primary venue for television broadcasts this year. Reporters from Pujiang TV have already broadcast the event simultaneously on the Pujiang-based City News Channel. As a member of the second hospital, everyone should be able to feel this honor. Next, 2 lucky contestants will be randomly selected for this mecha girl fighting competition.
The 2 teams that are drawn will have the opportunity to showcase their qualifiers at the central arena.
Who will be today's lucky winner? Now, let me draw the lucky winner for everyone. Blue team, Suxin and Suxin. Please enter the stage from entrance number 5.
Red team, Yifeng and Li Qingrui, please come on stage from entrance number 3.
Us?
Yifeng and Li Qingrui had just found 2 empty seats in the stands, but they didn't expect the host to call out their names.
Yifeng and Li Qingrui looked unhappy, and they absolutely did not believe that this was a coincidence. Really?
The host had just read out the names of Yifeng and Li Qingrui when a familiar voice came from not far behind Yifeng.
This voice is still as disgusting as ever. Congratulations, Yifeng, you are so lucky.
Yifeng and Li Qingrui looked back and saw that it was indeed the person they had guessed in their hearts, Chen Haodong, the beloved son of the chief of the second hospital, the scumbag who stole Yifeng's girlfriend.
Did you arrange this? Yifeng stepped forward and said bluntly.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the TV station's camera lens, with the assistance of a drone, has been aimed at Yifeng. Chen Haodong smiled politely and extended his hand to shake hands with Yifeng. But Yifeng would not dirty his hands. However, when Chief Chen on the judges' panel saw this scene, a look of anger appeared on his face.
Yifeng, I heard you want to defeat me? Really? That's great. I'm looking forward to it.
It's just that, with your level, I'm afraid you won't even make it to the semi-finals. Right now, all the colleagues in the second hospital and hundreds of thousands of people in Pujiang City are watching you.
When you get on stage, don't lose too badly.
If you really can't beat her, then kneel down and beg for mercy.
Don't drag Li Qingrui down with you.
As long as Miss Li can terminate the contract with you, young Master Tang said that he would still welcome Li Qingrui to come back and admit her mistake to him.
Don't make a mistake, Miss Li.
Chen Haodong had a smile on his face that showed that harmony brings wealth, and he kept patting Yifeng's shoulder with his right hand. When the unaware of the truth saw this scene on the big screen, they thought Yifeng and Chen Haodong were good friends.
But Yifeng didn't tolerate him.
When Chen Haodong turned his gaze to Li Qingrui, Yifeng grabbed Chen Haodong's dirty hand and gently applied force, causing Chen Haodong to kneel down and beg for mercy in so much pain. Of course, Yifeng knew that now was not the time to seek revenge. After he subdued Chen Haodong a little, he patted Chen Haodong on the shoulder and imitated Chen Haodong's appearance, showing a playful smile. The audience who didn't know the truth thought that these were 2 good brothers playing and fighting.
Wow!
Yifeng and Li Qingrui are such a perfect match.
Could they be the legendary duo of our second hospital? Oh my god! What kind of luck do I have? Hey, is this your good brother cheering you up? Yifeng, hurry up and get on stage. There are thousands of live audiences and hundreds of thousands of spectators outside waiting for you. The Second Academy's 397th Mecha Girl Fighting Tournament is opening with you.
Hurry up, Yifeng, don't keep us waiting too long. At the host's repeated urging, Yifeng, like a good brother playing around, punched left and retreated right, pushing Chen Haodong, who was in the way and an eyesore, a few meters away. After there were no bad dogs blocking the way, Li Qingrui tidied her hair a little, adjusted the small straw hat on her head, put on a turquoise princess gauze dress, walked with the steps of a graceful lady, and walked towards entrance number 3 alone. Her agile steps, charming and seductive figure and long black hair dancing in the wind made the hundreds of thousands of spectators inside and outside the venue excited and applauded. Even the host didn't expect that he would be so lucky today. I drew the number casually and unexpectedly got the celebrity of the second hospital. The combination of Yifeng and Li Qingrui is so good looking. It's almost like the star lineups were arranged in advance. It's as if someone specifically used this pairing to boost the atmosphere and ratings of the game. If Chen Haodong knew that the little tricks he played in private had inadvertently helped the host and the TV station, he would probably be so angry that he would kill himself. His original intention was to make Yifeng and Li Qingrui lose face in front of the TV camera.
Yifeng, don't forget, if you can't win, kneel down and admit defeat. Don't let Li Qingrui be buried with you.
Chen Haodong suppressed the anger on his lips and shouted unwillingly at Yifeng's back. He never expected that Yifeng, who looked like a nerd and a top student, was actually so strong. Yifeng made a casual move and actually pinned himself to a small corner of the back seat, unable to even muster the strength to turn around.
What on earth is going on?
Chen Haodong was completely confused. But it doesn't matter. Once he goes on stage, the powerful opponent that Chen Haodong has arranged for Yifeng will soon make Yifeng kneel down and beg for mercy.
Given Yifeng's personality, he shouldn't implicate a woman.
Li Qingrui, as long as the casting core is not broken, he will not be considered to have spoken wrongly to Tang Xiao.
The rest is up to Tang Yuhao himself. Chapter 21, Commander challenges the mecha girl? He's crazy.
Yifeng and Li Qingrui held hands and appeared from entrance number 3.
Su Xian and Su Xian also arrived at the central arena from entrance number 5. This central arena was originally prepared for the finals.
Unexpectedly, before the preliminaries, the chief of the second hospital actually proposed to hold a warm-up match to liven up the atmosphere. When the host saw the contestants from both teams entering the venue, the live broadcast room on his mobile phone became increasingly popular. He was really impressed by the business acumen of the principal of number 2 middle school.
Great! I'm so lucky today. Now, the pair on my left is Su Xian and Su Xian.
These two are both S-level talents.
Ha! I just got the registration information from the second hospital. Oh my god. Su Xian is actually a military vehicle mecha girl. Her mecha is an armored vehicle.
Wow, a full set of B-class modules.
Wow.
This combat power value. Sorry, I can't reveal your combat power. I'll leave you with a little suspense, anyway. In short, you have to believe me, the Su Xian and Su Xian duo is truly formidable. They definitely have a chance of reaching the finals. The host's hairstyle is very stylish, and the cockskull makes him look like the center of attention.
But if it is said to be sensationalism, that is fine too.
He seemed to be full of energy, walking around the stage with great excitement, shuttling between the red and blue teams, and among the 4 people.
Okay, the other side. Let's take a look at the combination of Yifeng and Li Qingrui.
Oh, my god, a level, Yifeng and Li Qingrui are in a level combination. It seems that although these two are extremely good looking, they are slightly behind in terms of talent and strength.
But that doesn't matter.
Victory or defeat still depends on actual combat experience and tactics.
Talent level can only be used as a reference. Oh, let me interview the campus beauty of Li University. Hello, Li Qingrui. Are you confident in this competition? Do you think you can win?
The sarcastic host uncle is so thin that it seems like he hasn't had a full meal in several years.
Li Qingrui really didn't know where Pujan Radio invited this weird host. I always feel like a gossip host.
Why did they invite such a host for such a formal occasion as the mecha girl fighting competition? Not wanting to pay attention to the host, Li Qingrui could only take a step back and pointed at Yifeng beside her and said with a kind smile.
Whether you have confidence or not, you have to ask him. Ask him?
The host with a punk cocktail hairstyle had no choice but to hand the microphone to Yifeng in disappointment after seeing that the school beauty ignored him.
Mr. Yifeng, are you confident that you can defeat the S-rank combination? The host asked. Can the game start now? Yifeng did not answer the host's question directly, but instead asked a cold question in return. He had a loud voice and a calm expression. It seemed as if he didn't take the host and his opponents seriously at all.
Yeah, who knows if this host and Chen Haodong are in cahoots?
How come he was picked out of nowhere?
Yifeng never believed that this was a coincidence, so he had no good feelings towards both the host and his opponent. At this moment, Yifeng just wanted to end the battle quickly. He didn't like the feeling of being the center of attention at all. The host was somewhat chilled by Yifeng's tone, but he still greeted him with a smile and explained to the audience inside and outside the venue.
Ha ha. Great. It seems that Yifeng is very confident. He can't wait to crush his opponent. Great. Come on, let's see if this game can bring us any surprises. Players from the red and blue teams, please take your positions. Now, I declare. The game begins.
The host stepped back to the edge of the arena and started the game with a wave of his hand. The audience in the surrounding stands cheered and shouted excitedly. But when the opponent's commander just entered the cockpit of the mecha girl and began to transform into the mecha girl form, Li Qingrui, however, put her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoe, took light steps, and left the competition venue calmly. Only Yifeng was left at the scene. What is going on? Why did she step down? Li Qingrui, are you giving up? But why is Yifeng still here? The audience and the host were completely stunned. The host was just about to stop Li Qingrui and interview her to get to the bottom of things. But he found that Yifeng just snapped his fingers. The snap of the fingers was crisp and loud, as if sound waves were spreading all around. Immediately afterwards, a black light flashed on Yifeng's body, and a tight-fitting combat suit made of cowhide and a black battle robe appeared on Yifeng.
Also appearing was a long black knife at his waist. This knife has a slender blade and is completely black. The handle seems to be carved with a terrifying wolf head.
When Yifeng held it in his hand, he could feel a strong sense of solemnity and murderousness.
What? No way? Yifeng wants to fight the S-class mecha girl combination with his own strength?
The host posed soul-searching questions. The audience suddenly fell silent, and everyone was shocked by Yifeng's actions.
Only Yifeng's opponents, the duo of Su Xian and Su Xian, sneered at Yifeng's behavior. The 10-meter tall mechanical giant, holding 2 electric scimitars and dressed in camouflage, looks like a melee soldier in the special forces. The speaker on its face emitted the disdainful voice of the robot girl Su Xian. Yifeng.
The rules of the mecha girl fighting competition are life or death.
Do you really want to die?
Su Xian saw that Yifeng was planning to fight against him with his own strength.
She was speechless.
Thinking about chopping the legend of the second hospital into minced meat with his own hands, Su Xian was really afraid that people would point fingers at him behind his back in the future. With this knife, so many girlish dreams are shattered. Not to mention others, even she herself felt a little bit reluctant. But his commander was sitting in the cockpit. This letting of water cannot be too obvious. Moreover, Yifeng is the commander's public enemy. At this moment, Su Xian was sharpening his knife and ready to chop Yifeng into meat sauce with his own hands.
Stop talking nonsense, go ahead.
Su Xian stepped on the accelerator, and a large amount of spiritual energy in his body was supplied to the casting core of the mecha girl. The war machine, covered in camouflage, wielded 2 swords and attacked Yifeng without mercy. But Yifeng was not in a hurry. He casually stretched out his hand, and a blue maintenance magic ball appeared in front of the other mecha girl.
Bang!
The tall and mighty camouflaged mecha unexpectedly crashed into Commander Yifeng's maintenance area. The power of the magic ball in this area instantly bounced her huge body away. Fell heavily to the side.
In a moment, the crowd in the audience cheered and talked about it. Oh my god! No way, the commander's maintenance area can be used like this.
That's right. The maintenance area is an extremely powerful energy field, and only mecha girls who have signed a contract with the commander are allowed to enter. Other mecha girls will be repelled if they encounter this energy field.
However, no one has ever used it like this.
No one uses it this way, and for a reason. After the commander activates the maintenance field, his body becomes immobile. Furthermore, when a heavy object or explosive energy impacts the maintenance field, the immense recoil will cause the commander's psychic energy to backfire. Yeah, I felt the backlash of psychic energy once. It felt like the recoil of a heavy sniper rifle, hitting my arms and shoulders.
Is Yifeng crazy? He actually uses the maintenance field to fight? Doesn't he know that this will cause backlash damage to himself?
Yes, the other mecha girl was just knocked away. Essentially, she didn't suffer much damage. But Yifeng is a flesh and blood person.
Can his body withstand it? The audience inside and outside the venue were talking about it.
But Yifeng on the field seemed to be unaffected. He used the recoil energy of the maintenance field to knock down the opponent's mobile phone girl, and seized the opportunity to run on the field. Yifeng, holding a black knife, ran like a monster, and his killing intent was so decisive that the audience was dazzled. After being knocked down by Yifeng, the camouflaged mecha girl quickly adjusted her body shape, using her knife as a crutch and standing up. But just as it was about to stand up, Yifeng stepped on its mechanical arm and climbed onto the shoulder of the giant machine in no time. Before the machine giant could react, Yifeng stabbed hard with the black knife. After the black knife pierced the joints of the machine giant, Yifeng roared. Talent skill, Thunder Blade. Chapter 22, Can a Scalpel Also Fight? When Yifeng activated the commander's common skill Thunder Blade on the field, the audience inside and outside the field almost raised questions at the same time.
Thunder Blade? Isn't that the commander's scalpel skill?
Yeah, he actually fights with a scalpel? Although the Thunder Blade is a high-temperature electric knife, the consumption of the commander's spiritual energy is extremely huge.
That's right.
Usually, the Thunder Blade is used to remove the transformation modules of the mecha girl. When some modules are deformed due to battle damage, they are manually removed. Only then can the repair skill be used to add and assemble new modules for the mecha girl.
Could it be that he intends to use this very trick to remove the other mecha girl's module? That won't work.
Although the Thunder Blade is an electric knife, its temperature is usually only 500–700 degrees. It would take 5 or 6 minutes to remove the arm of the military armored vehicle girl. With such a long time, the opponent can just backhand him and kill him. Just as Yifeng inserted the black knife into the shoulder joint of the left arm of the mecha giant mecha girl, the camouflage mecha hurriedly held the knife in his right hand and slashed towards the left shoulder. However, when the 3-meter-long sword was about to fall on Yifeng's head, the audience fell silent and instinctively covered their mouths. Almost everyone thought that Yifeng was dead this time. In a life-or-death arena like the mecha girl fighting competition, using the commander's physical strength to fight against the mecha girl combination is tantamount to risking one's life. Even Li Qingrui was so frightened when she saw this that she covered her mouth and took a step back. She was really afraid that Yifeng would get out of control and get killed on the spot by the enemy mecha girl. But no one expected it. At the moment when the mecha girl slashed at her left shoulder with the knife in her right hand, the left arm of the camouflage mecha was actually removed. The camouflaged mecha girl lost her balance and fell to the ground before the blade even touched Yifeng. He succeeded. How is this possible? According to my calculations, to remove the mecha girl's left arm in such a short time, the temperature of the lightning blade must be at least 2000 degrees. Oh my god, 2000 degrees? Which commander can instantly raise the lightning sword to 2000 degrees? This Yifeng, is he really just an A-rank commander? Now, almost all the audience believed that Yifeng's strength was seriously underestimated. No one was willing to believe that a Mira-level commander could make the Thunder Blade skill reach a temperature of 2000 degrees in an instant. Could it be that? That's not the Thunder Blade at all? Or, in other words, it's not the scalpel we thought it was? Yeah, that's unscientific. It must be some rare innate skill that looks very similar. It seems that this kid has awakened some kind of self-disciplined talent. Self-disciplined commanders are not uncommon, and some are quite powerful. However, no matter how much a commander's talent increases his strength, it's of little use. Who says it's not? The commander is the power bank for the mecha girl. If the power bank doesn't charge the mecha girl but only charges itself, then what's the point of it? The self-disciplined commander is useless from beginning to end. Yes, a Mira-rank self-disciplined commander can actually contract with the Second Academy's top 10 mecha flowers. This is really a waste of talent. While the audience in the stadium was discussing the game, hundreds of thousands of spectators outside the stadium were watching the game in groups of 3 or 5, holding their mobile phones in the streets, offices, milk tea shops, and parks. Almost everyone was shocked by Yifeng. They had never seen a commander fight like this before. Because ordinary self-disciplined commanders will awaken some special skills. Although these skills are useless to mecha girls, they can make the commander himself extremely powerful. But the two skills Yifeng used before and after were one to repair the field and the other a common scalpel skill, Thunder Blade. It can make people feel a little bit unbelievable. Because these two skills are so common, almost every commander can use them. However, Yifeng is only an A-level commander. How could his psychic strength and size make two ordinary skills so powerful and even be used in actual combat? This is not normal. Very abnormal. Yifeng refreshed people's general cognition and overturned many people's 3 views. Frankly speaking, this is like using a mechanic's maintenance skills to seek death in a life-or-death arena. Is this something a normal person can do? Hey! Yifeng not only did it, but also did it with great success. When everyone was shocked, the camouflage mecha girl staggered and fell to the ground, relying on its steel bones and 10-meter-tall body, and actually rolled sideways after falling to the ground. Wow, the huge monster rolling around at high speed on the field is a bit ugly. However, when such a giant mecha rolled beside Yifeng, it was as terrifying as a steamroller. Yifeng was a mortal being. If he had been a step slower, he would have been crushed by the mecha that was rolling sideways, and would have been covered in blood and died in an instant. Yifeng ran away at full speed, but what he didn't expect was that although the opponent's mecha girl was missing her left arm, she was able to abandon her double swords, use her body as a weapon, and roll sideways to crush Yifeng. This style of play is somewhat shameless. This kind of fighting method is even uglier than children fighting. However, the other party seemed to not care whether it looked good or not as long as they could win. Su Xian's eyes were full of anger. He saw that he couldn't crush Yifeng by rolling sideways. Seeing that Yifeng had already run far away, he simply stood up and opened the mechanical backpack behind him. The 10-meter-tall camouflage giant opened his backpack and launched 8 heat-seeking missiles one by one. This long-range attack killer weapon was actually used by the mecha girl to deal with a mortal commander on a 100-meter square competition field. Such behavior is more than just using a butcher knife on a sandgrouse. It can be said that she is using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Besides, just shoot, you emptied the magazine in 1 second and fired all 8 missiles. This is a bit too much. The audience inside and outside the stadium immediately became restless. Hey! Is this necessary? Do you want to blow up the stadium? When fighting a commander, he actually used his ultimate move. Do you have any shame? That's right. As a fellow mecha girl, I can't stand it. She actually used a powerful weapon against a mortal commander. She's completely disgraced our armored vehicles. For a time, the heroes were outraged. Everyone started blaming Su Xin and Su Xin. However, the competition venue for the mecha girl fighting competition was also defended in advance. The moment the pilot Su Xin opened the missile launch bay, red light curtains suddenly appeared all around, like a wall, surrounding the central competition field. The aftermath of the missile explosion could not harm the spectators at all. However, this is not good news for Yifeng, a mortal. Because the explosive power of these medium-range supersonic missiles is extremely terrifying. Even if Yifeng can avoid the frontal attack of the missiles in the competition field, facing the large-scale heat wave aftermath and the high temperature of hundreds of degrees, his mortal body cannot withstand it at all. Now, I'm in trouble. Chapter 23. The system is really smart. Alas, it's over. The legendary commander of the second hospital is about to fall. This is such a tragic way to die. It's like being blown to ashes. It's pitiful. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being too arrogant. He kept the mecha girl but didn't use her, but he insisted on using his mortal body to fight her. This is simply courting death. Do you think he came here to seek death because he was abandoned by Lin Xiaoxiao and couldn't bear it? Just die, but you have to die in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators? This is the opening match of the mecha girl fighting tournament. Isn't that a bit too gory? The moment Su Xian's mother launched the missile, almost everyone was sentenced to death by Yifeng. There is no such thing as death or injury, this is a definite death. It's a done deal. Su Xinji's mother was too cruel. After the 8 supersonic missiles were launched, they did not have enough distance to reach supersonic speed during flight. However, humans have no way to avoid the missile due to its initial flight speed in such a short distance. Yifeng was in a state of panic, and a blue light flashed in his right eye. Then the mechanical electronic sound of the creation system rang in his ears. Ding! Danger detected. Automatically redeem 3000 mol points. Electromagnetic shield successfully installed. Electromagnetic shield automatically turns on. What? My points. Yifeng was shocked and felt that his body was out of control. At some point, Yifeng's left arm had already stretched forward. A crackling electromagnetic barrier, like an arc-shaped shield, blocked Yifeng 2 meters away. Boom! 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 8 missiles hit the electromagnetic barrier one after another and exploded. Everything happened in a flash. Before the audience could see clearly what was happening, the smoke and dust from the explosion enveloped Yifeng, making it impossible to see anything. However, I guess Yifeng has been blown to death? Countless people covered their mouths and exclaimed, feeling regretful. A few seconds later, the smoke and dust cleared. Yifeng looked at the electromagnetic barrier generator on his wrist and felt a deep pain in his flesh. I finally saved up 3000 points, but the system automatically bought me this thing. And it's a one-time thing. This is such a waste. Seeing the electromagnetic shield generator on his arm crackling, Yifeng hurriedly took it off and threw it on the ground before it exploded and self-destructed. It didn't matter that he threw it, the audience inside and outside the stadium were boiling with excitement in an instant. He is still alive. Yifeng is not dead. Oh my god, how did he survive? Look what that is. Zoom in a little closer. It's a Class C electromagnetic shield, a personal defense weapon. But it seems to be disposable. Bang! The electromagnetic barrier generator on the ground exploded and destroyed itself. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. Although he had saved his life, he still felt pain in his liver. But the audience became extremely excited. Oh my god, no wonder Yifeng dared to fight against the robot girl, it turns out he has prepared a secret weapon. A Class C electromagnetic shield isn't cheap. Even if it's disposable, it's worth tens of millions.
I didn't expect this guy to be a wealthy second generation.
Oh my god, no wonder Li Qingrui chose to be Yifeng's robot girl.
I didn't expect Yifeng to be a hidden rich second generation. When the audience was confused and misunderstood Yifeng, Su Xian and Su Xian, who were fighting with Yifeng, were confused. Damn it! I didn't expect he had an electromagnetic shield. It's AC-level shield. Damn it!
Su Xian was so angry that he half died when he saw that Yifeng was still alive.
Su Xian angrily criticized him. See, I told you that good steel should be used on the blade.
All the other modules have been upgraded to B class, but this missile incubator is still C class.
What? You blame me. Didn't you say that I should change the armor module first to ensure my own safety? Who said that my skin would be white and tender after I changed the armor module? Are you still a man?
Su Xian beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could open the cockpit and pin his commander to the ground and kick him. Yifeng seized the opportunity and ran with a black knife in hand. He took the opportunity to come under the giant mecha, and with a flash of his lightning sword, he cut off the neural connections in the mecha's legs. Before Su Xian could react, he felt pain in his legs and immediately knelt down. When she wanted to fight back, the armor on her other leg was also chopped open by Yifeng's sword. With a stab, he destroyed a mobile core. Half of the camouflage mecha of the mecha girl Su Xian was immediately paralyzed, as if it was cut off from the body. At this moment, Su Xian is no longer the terrifying mecha that is 10 meters tall. Except for her neck and right arm, which could still move, most of her body was paralyzed. When Yifeng pointed the black knife at the girl's head, the host picked up the microphone and excitedly announced the result of the game. The winner is decided. Congratulations to Yifeng for taking the first place in the preliminaries. Congratulations to Yifeng and Li Qingrui for successfully entering the round of 36. The host's loud voice instantly aroused countless applause and cheers from the audience. Especially those female engineers from the second hospital who usually admired Yifeng's looks and talent, now they all turned into cheerleaders and enthusiastically followed him in the stands. Yifeng, you are awesome. Yifeng is so amazing. Yifeng, I want to be your robot girl too. Yifeng. 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 There are quite a few mecha girls who are in love, and there is no shortage of mecha girls who admire strong men. What's more, Yifeng is not just strong. The key is that his appearance is second to none, and he is also a legend in the second hospital. I really don't understand. Is Lin Xiaoxiao crazy? She actually dumped Yifeng. Humph. She's throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. This is a bargain for Li Qingrui. No wonder Li Qingrui looks even prettier than before. Her skin has become 3 shades whiter. It turns out she's been nurtured by her idol. Alas, comparing yourself to others is so frustrating. Li Qingrui lost Tang Yuhao and actually fell into Yifeng's arms again. She was so desperate just a few days ago that she wanted to jump off the building, but how come she suddenly transformed and reached the pinnacle of life again? Yeah, I guess Lin Xiaoxiao is regretting it now, right? Humph. You underestimate Lin Xiaoxiao. Although Yifeng is very strong, he is a self-disciplined person after all. No matter how strong a self-disciplined person is, he is not friendly to the mecha girl at all. Indeed, the commander is the power bank for the mecha girl. No matter how powerful Yifeng is, he can never compare to the commander who can continuously charge the mecha girl. I heard the discussions from the audience, some were envious, some were jealous, but more were jealousy. Li Qingrui's face showed a playful smile. Yes, except Li Qingrui, no one knows that Yifeng is an SSS-level commander. Li Qingrui is carrying a nuclear power plant, replenishing her spiritual energy anytime and anywhere. Others only wanted to contract a power bank, but Li Qingrui actually contracted a nuclear power plant. How powerful is an SSS-level commander when he falls to the ground? Li Qingrui can't wait to go on stage and show off. After all, women are all vain. Even the most beautiful mecha flower cannot escape the fate of vanity. That was a bit dangerous just now. I can't let you go up alone in the next game. Li Qingrui rushed towards Yifeng with a sweet smile on her face, and wiped the back of Yifeng's scratched hand with a look of pity. This made Yifeng feel the warmth of home. Yifeng is really lucky to have such a partner. Okay. Let's play together in the next game. Yifeng smiled mischievously and touched Li Qingrui's head, causing the audience below to bark for a while. Well, let's do it together. The two exchanged glances, which made many commanders in the audience who admired Li Qingrui's beautiful appearance feel jealous. In such a situation, some commanders in the audience could not help but clench their fists, and the veins in their fists were about to burst. However, more audiences in the audience are still looking forward to the combination of Yi Feng and Li Qingrui to show their true strength.
Chapter 24 Conspiracy. In the stands,
Chen Haodong saw Yi Feng defeat the robot girl combination with his flesh and blood body alone, and even caused shock and cheers from the audience again and again. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering and his toes were about to bite through the soles of his shoes.
Yi Feng.
Damn it, a mere ranked commander, I didn't expect him to be such a self-disciplined loser.
Even if you manage to win the first qualifying match, it won't change the fact that you're useless. Haha, a self-disciplined commander? Ha ha ha. What a waste of talent. What kind of help can you, a self-disciplined commander, provide to the campus Beauty Lee? When you meet a truly powerful mecha girl duo, you won't be able to keep pretending any longer. A self-disciplined commander is ultimately useless. Your complacency won't last long. Chen Haodong was almost laughing because of Yi Feng.
Although he is powerful, he is just a self-disciplined commander. A self-disciplined commander can only strengthen himself but cannot provide the mecha girl with long-term psychic energy supply. If what the mecha girl needs is a priest who can add blood and mana, then the self-disciplined commander is actually a knight. Even with the blood replenishing skill, the health is very low and the cooldown time is very long. It is also because of this that autonomous commanders are basically bachelors, and no mecha girl is willing to sign a contract with an autonomous commander. But unfortunately, Li Qingrui, the beauty from the second hospital, was picked up by Yi Feng as a slut. It's fine if you pick up a pair of worn-out shoes, but the key point is that these shoes are actually a pair of new shoes that no one has worn. If it were just an ordinary new pair of shoes, it would actually be acceptable. After all, Li Qingrui only awakened the civilian core and couldn't even change into the mecha girl form. But, I don't know what kind of luck Yi Feng had, he was able to repair Li Qingrui and help Li Qingrui awaken her combat core? Oh my god. Yi Feng, you have awakened a self-disciplined commander, and you can even awaken such a powerful repair talent. It's okay for you to repair the campus Beauty Lee, but you can even make a contract with her.
Don't you know what your physical condition is? You're standing in the toilet without having diarrhea, and you can't use it. Don't you know that you can't do it? You're just relying on that pretty boy. Otherwise, how could the beautiful Li be deceived by you? The more Chen Haodong thought about it, the angrier he became. The key point was that Yi Feng had affected his plans. This guy must be taking revenge on me on purpose. Chen Haodong had no place to vent his anger, and when he saw a fat man eating potato chips next to him, he became more and more annoyed, so he knocked the fat man down and punched him. The people around looked at this scene with contempt, but due to Chen Haodong's reputation as a school bully, no one dared to dissuade him. The fat guy didn't know how he had offended the school bully. He just felt his head was full of lumps and he felt very wronged. On the other side of the guest seats, when Tang Yuhao saw Yi Feng kissing his beautiful bride, he felt even more uncomfortable than Chen Haodong. If the camera hadn't cut out those scenes that were not suitable for children, Tang Yuhao would have bled from all 7 orifices. Yi Feng, you were lucky enough to survive last time. But you won't live long this time. You dare to defile my woman? 10 deaths wouldn't be enough. Li Qingrui was supposed to be Tang Yuhao's woman. If Tang Yuhao's father hadn't scolded him, Tang Yuhao would not have broken up with Li Qingrui and then signed a contract with Zhaoyingqi, the dinosaur girl. Originally, Tang Yuhao thought that what his father said was right. Li Qingrui was just a beautiful woman. As long as he was willing to spend money, why would he be afraid of not being able to get her? Even if Li Qingrui threatened to jump off the building, Tang Yuhao felt that Li Qingrui was just pretending to be noble and was just acting. But who would have thought that the bitch Yi Feng would show up unexpectedly and actually repair Li Qingrui's casting core? Just fix it, you're just in a grade trash, don't you know that you're not worthy of Li Qingrui? You have no self-awareness at all, and you actually dare to steal my woman. Li Qingrui, Li Qingrui, are you trying to take revenge on me? Humph. He actually signed a contract with an A-rank autonomous commander. Although he fixed you, what can he give you? Without a strong commander, it's useless even if you mutate to S-class or even SSS-class mecha girl. The difference in psychic power between the mecha girl and the commander becomes greater as time goes on. Even if an SSS mecha girl and an A-class commander were to compete in psychic power, the difference would only be 1 to 10 in the later stages. Do you want to rely on your little spiritual power to support yourself in victory in the battle? Hee hee. Dream. If you dare to betray me, I will not let you get what you want.
Since you have been defiled by that kid Yifeng, you are no longer qualified to be my temporary daughter.
However, if you are willing to bow your head and be a dog of my Tang family, I can still forgive you.
But before that, I will bring disgrace upon you and that kid Yifeng. Tang Yuhao looked across with anger, and accidentally saw Chen Haodong beating someone in the opposite stands. For a moment, Tang Yuhao really felt that Chen Haodong was not worthy of being mentioned on the stage.
Chen Haodong. Don't you even realize what the occasion is today? There are so many recorders at the scene, are you blind? I asked you to find a strong opponent for Yifeng, but you found this for me? Suxian and Suxian, these two idiots, are even more useless than you, Chen Haodong.
Seeing that Chen Haodong was more of a hindrance than an aid, Tang Yuhao quickly stood up and walked towards the rest area outside the stadium.
A few minutes later, Chen Haodong was called in by Tang Yuhao for questioning.
Tang Yuhao grabbed Chen Haodong by the collar and scolded him loudly.
Chen Haodong.
You're a jerk who's more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything.
Is this the opponent you chose for Yifeng? They are dumber than you. Do you want Yifeng to make it all the way to the finals?
Those who make it to the finals will receive an invitation letter from Sandu College.
If that happens, my plan will be ruined.
Chen Haodong usually grabs people by the collar and threatens them. Now, he was grabbed by the collar by Tang Yuhao and scolded.
This is all thanks to Yifeng.
Chen Haodong didn't dare to offend his financial sponsor, so he could only blame all the grudges on Yifeng.
Don't be angry, brother Tang.
Don't worry, this was just an accident.
Just wait and see in the next game, I will do whatever it takes to get Yifeng and Li Qingrui out.
Chen Haodong put on an embarrassed smile and patted his chest to assure Tang Yuhao. But after he slapped his face twice, all the stinky sweat and the smell of expired seafood burst out from his blood-red floral shirt. After Tang Yuhao smelled the odor, he covered his nose in disgust and backed away. He felt that his hands were stained by Chen Haodong's floral shirt.
This hand is going to be useless. It felt dirty even when I used it to wipe my butt today. You never take a shower?
Tang Yuhao covered his nose and said with contempt. Chen Haodong was not ashamed, but proud of it and started picking his ears.
Hey, isn't this all thanks to brother Tang's help? That little bitch Lin Xiaoxiao is my woman now.
Yifeng has been dating her for 2 years and has never touched her. I've been lusting after this chick for 3 years, ha ha ha.
No matter how many times I play with her, it's never enough.
Seeing Chen Haodong's shameless look, Tang Yuhao became even angrier. He bared his teeth, burning with anger, and pointed at Chen Haodong's nose and cursed. You're so proud of yourself for snatching Yifeng's woman.
You feel so happy, right? But my woman has been snatched away by Yifeng now.
Tang Yuhao was so angry that his eyes became moist and his nose was about to fall. It was the first time that Chen Haodong saw Tang Yuhao lose his composure like this. He could understand Tang Yuhao very well. Chen Haodong was also very jealous of the beautiful girl Li Qingrui, who was now in Yifeng's hands. If Tang Yuhao hadn't been thinking about Li Qingrui, Chen Haodong really wanted to snatch Li Qingrui away. He wouldn't mind even if it was just a pair of old shoes.
However, the time to appease the financial sponsor is now.
Chen Haodong stepped forward and said with a smile.
Don't get excited, brother Tang. Just wait and see. I'll arrange Yifeng's next match right away. I'll definitely give you a big surprise. I guarantee you'll be satisfied this time.
Seeing Chen Haodong raise 3 fingers to swear, Tang Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. He really couldn't stand the stench on Chen Haodong.
Get out, get out, get out. Get out.
Tang Yuhao pushed and shoved Chen Haodong away, and finally couldn't help but kick him in the butt. Chen Haodong not only rolled quickly, but his mind was also extremely clear. As soon as he returned to the stadium, Chen Haodong came up with a plan.
Yifeng, even the gods can't save you this time.
Chen Haodong took out an extremely rare S-level module kit from the commander's system space, and suddenly an evil light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a very evil thought came into Chen Haodong's mind.
Chapter 25, You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, it's a huge investment. Afternoon.
Inside the open-air fighting venue of the second hospital. The competition in the qualifying groups is still fierce in the 8 sub-competition venues. But Chen Haodong used his relationship with the chief to select the opponents for Yifeng and Li Qingrui in the next round of 36 from the winning contestants in advance. In number 2 middle school, there are only 7 S-level combinations.
In fact, Chen Haodong doesn't have many choices. It is not an easy thing to get an S-level group to work hard for you.
However, in order to complete the task assigned by the financial sponsor and to resolve the hatred in his heart, this time, Chen Haodong decided to go all out. As long as Yi Feng can disappear from this world, any price paid is worth it. Chen Haodong was in a corner of a rest area, clenching his fists, as if he was giving himself psychological counseling.
That's right. Chen Haodong really needs some psychological counseling, because the chips he bet today are worth hundreds of millions. Chen Haodong? You're looking for me. A handsome blonde man wearing sunglasses walked in with his sunglasses put away. He recognized Chen Haodong at a glance, frowned, turned around and was about to leave.
Obviously, this person knew what kind of person Chen Haodong was, and he simply didn't want to associate with him.
Yi Tian. Don't go. I have something good for you.
Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Chen Haodong hurriedly offered his price in order to keep Yi Tian. Yi Tian turned around and looked back, and found that Chen Haodong was holding a miniature S-level module in his hand. Although it is a scaled-down version of the capsule module, the projection of this module is very clear.
Yi Tian recognized it at a glance. This is the ultimate equipment he has always dreamed of. Death Scythe. An S-rank electric blade weapon? What do you mean? This thing is worth 300 million. Yi Tian was confused. This melee weapon worth 300 million is a secret weapon. What does it mean that Chen Haodong took it out to show it? From the sound of his voice, it seems like he wants to give this thing to me? How is this possible? How could such a priceless treasure be given away? Yi Tian couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. But when Chen Haodong called me just now, didn't the tone of his voice imply that he was going to give me something incredible? Are you really going to give it to me? Could there be such a good thing? Impossible. Absolutely not. He really couldn't believe his own judgment. In order to confirm that he was not an idiot, Yi Tian had to ask the other party what he meant. What do you mean? Of course I'm going to give it to you. But when Chen Haodong saw Yi Tian stunned, he knew that he was halfway to success. When Yi Tian heard Chen Haodong say that he wanted to give him the Grim Reaper's scythe, he naturally guessed his intention. There is no free lunch in the world, Yi Tian knows it very well. He knew that Chen Haodong must have something to ask for. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Yi Tian asked suspiciously, his alertness instantly rising to his throat, fearing that Chen Haodong had not held his fart well. Don't be nervous, brother. All I ask is simple. If you can kill your opponent in the next match, oh no. Kill their commander, this S-rank weapon will be yours. What? My opponent? Yi Tian found it funny. I don't even know who my next opponent is, and you let me. Etc. This grandson's father is the principal, could it be that he? When Yi Tian saw Chen Haodong's evil smile, he only hesitated for a few seconds before guessing what was going on. You can manipulate the game? Who do you want to use me to get rid of? Could it be Yi Feng? Yi Tian recalled some recent gossip. I guessed most of it at once. Chen Haodong laughed, patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and praised. As expected of you, the legend of the second hospital, second only to Yi Feng. Yi Tian, you will definitely promise me, right? Yi Tian watched Chen Haodong hand the Grim Reaper's scythe to him and show it again and again. He always felt that Chen Haodong was cheap and not so easy to take advantage of. Humph. You underestimate me. Yi Feng and I have no grudges against each other, so it's easy to defeat him. But there's really no need to kill him. Yi Tian said nice things, but his eyes never left the Grim Reaper's scythe. Chen Haodong saw the worry in Yi Tian's eyes, and actually put on a heroic posture. He immediately unsealed the Grim Reaper's scythe and threw it to Yi Tian through the air. Here. It's yours. What? Yi Tian caught the ball thrown by Chen Haotian and came to the capsule module. He couldn't believe Chen Haodong's character. He originally thought that Chen Haodong was using the Grim Reaper's scythe as bait to trick him into killing Yi Feng in the competition. Afterwards, he will definitely deny the debt. A Grim Reaper's scythe worth 300 million, people like Chen Haodong would not keep his promise. But Yi Tian never expected that Chen Haodong would be so generous as to hand over the Grim Reaper's scythe to him. Moreover, before it was handed over to him, the Grim Reaper's scythe had been unsealed.
Unblocking means that the system code has changed hands, and the Grim Reaper's scythe is now ownerless.
This. Yi Tian hesitated. In this case, there shouldn't be any tricks hidden.
Chen Haodong has a reputation as someone who cannot be trusted.
However, he was so sincere today that he gave the reward before anyone did anything for him? Ha, the sun rose from the west today? Or maybe I haven't woken up yet? Yi Tian was a little dazed for a moment.
He stood there, feeling a little at a loss.
What's wrong, brother? Can't you believe your eyes? I know you don't dare to believe me.
After all, this Grim Reaper's scythe is worth 4 or 500 million. But, in order to make that kid Jifeng die in the next game, I, Chen Haodong, will really risk it all.
However, if you dare to take the money and not do the job, you know the consequences.
Although Chen Haodong is a scumbag, he still has a sharp eye.
Yi Tian, holding the Grim Reaper's scythe, no longer had any suspicion in his eyes. Chen Haodong was very confident.
He knew that Yi Tianxin was ambitious but came from a poor family. Chen Haodong knows better than Yi Tian himself what an S-level melee weapon means to Yi Tian and his mecha girl.
Hit the snake at its most vulnerable point, capture a person at his vital point. This S-level melee weapon is Yi Tian's Achilles heel.
Although Yi Tian's mecha girl looks a bit ugly, she is a genuine S-class mecha girl.
Although her body is just an unpresentable excavator.
But when this excavator transforms into a mecha girl form, it becomes a 12-meter tall steel behemoth.
This steel behemoth, although its armor is only made of B-grade alloy,
but what it lacks in quality it makes up for in weight and thickness.
Although it is a bit bulky, with this S-class death scythe, even an SS-class heavy armored mecha girl cannot withstand a single blow.
Therefore, Chen Haodong knew that Yi Tian had no reason to refuse the temptation of the S-level melee weapon. Brother Yi Tian, be gentle when you attack, and don't damage Li Qingrui's casting core. You must spare her life.
Remember, this is my only request. Chen Haodong took out his worn sunglasses from his pocket, put them on, gave Yi Tian some instructions, turned around and left the lounge in a casual manner.
Seeing Chen Haodong leave, Yi Tian hurriedly put the Grim Reaper's scythe into the system space. Then opened the system space and confirm again.
After he confirmed that this S-class weapon was genuine, he couldn't help but howl in excitement.
Yes. Yi Tian felt like he had won a lottery ticket worth a fortune, and couldn't help but clench his fist and shout. Chen Haodong, who was hiding outside the door, heard Yi Tian's unusually excited roar, and couldn't help but reveal a smug look on his face.
Chapter 26, Strength is seriously underestimated. The next morning,
Li Qingrui dressed up beautifully and came to a place not far from Yi Feng's house, waiting for Yi Feng to take the bus together.
Yi Feng couldn't understand why he had to take the bus instead of driving his car.
But when he saw Li Qingrui wearing a pink and white gauze dress, her forehead resting on his shoulder, the fragrance of her hair wafting into his nose,
he gradually began to understand. Today is the round of 36, aren't you nervous?
Yi Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Qingrui's happy little face, which looked relaxed and contented, with her eyes closed, enjoying the sunshine and warm shoulders.
Li Qingrui took a deep breath and said calmly, "There's nothing to be nervous about. My commander is the strongest."
Li Qingrui blurted out a casual remark, which inadvertently made Yi Feng feel warm in his heart. It feels so good to be appreciated, cared for and admired by others.
Humph. Since you are so confident, I will increase the difficulty for you.
Yi Feng gently scratched Li Qingrui's nose with his fingers, hooked his chin and licked it. After enjoying the first sweet taste of the morning, Li Qingrui opened her eyes and looked at Yi Feng in confusion. She didn't say anything, but Yi Feng could understand what she meant from her eyes.
Yi Feng smiled and pointed out, "Don't use the fighter form, save it for dealing with that bastard Tang Yuhao. Didn't you also develop a second form?"
Li Qingrui pouted unconvincingly and said sweetly, "To deal with them, the first form is enough."
1 hour later, inside the second hospital fighting arena, the top 36 fighting competition has officially begun.
But what Yi Feng didn't expect was that he and Li Qingrui were arranged to play in the central arena, which could only be used for the finals.
What's going on?
Yi Feng looked confused.
When did we become the protagonists?
Li Qingrui looked around and felt that the cheering and waving of flags from the audience outside the stadium were all directed at her and Yi Feng. Welcome everyone to the Mecha Girls Fighting Tournament, the top 36 competition. I'm the host, Feng Libo. Last night's Rising Star voting closed at 7 a.m. this morning, and the results are in.
That's right. Yifeng and Li Qingrui took first place with 89% of the user votes. Congratulations to them. Today, we can once again watch the match between Yifeng and Li Qingrui live at the Central Arena. Dear audience members, are you happy? Are you happy, spectators? The host was jogging along with the microphone in hand. Before Yifeng and Li Qingrui could figure out what the rising star of tomorrow voting event was, he had already stopped in front of Yifeng, breathless. Intern Yifeng. Good morning. Morning. Are you confident about today's game? Yes, I have. Excuse me, trainee Yifeng, are you still planning to play alone today? Today's protagonist is Li Qingrui. Yifeng smiled sweetly and looked at the mecha girl beside him. The host hurriedly raised the microphone in front of Li Qingrui and asked, Li Qingrui, are you going to play alone today? Alone? Ha ha. I can't live without my commander. After all, he's my power bank. Right, baby? After hearing the word baby, Li Qingrui looked at Yifeng, and Yifeng's face turned hot. Baby? This wave of dog food was so intense that the girls in the audience were full of jealousy, while the commanders began to criticize Yifeng. Li Qingrui is trying to raise the price for Yifeng. That's right, Yifeng is just an A-ranked commander, and he's also a very self-disciplined person. Is he worthy of being a power bank? Yes, the characteristics of a self-disciplined commander are that they have weak psychic energy and more self-improvement talents. How much psychic energy can he provide to the mecha girl? You're right. Although self-disciplined commanders have strong physical qualities, that's all nurtured at the cost of daily spiritual energy consumption. Watching Yifeng fight yesterday, he was definitely a self-disciplined commander, and a leader among them. Yes, that's right. Yifeng is only an A-rank commander, but he can defeat an S-rank mecha girl team alone. Such strength is indeed rare. I admit that Yifeng is a very strong and self-disciplined commander. However, the stronger he is, the weaker his psychic power is. That's right. If Yifeng hadn't absorbed most of the spiritual energy, how could he have become so powerful? The spiritual energy stored in his body wouldn't be much. It can probably only support the robot girl's activities for 5 minutes. I guess Yifeng can provide energy for a minute too long. That's about right. From the perspective of a mecha girl, it might be like this. On the stage, a group of audience members started talking in a flurry. The comments from the live broadcast on the radio station's mobile phone also began to flood the screen at this moment. Yifeng and Li Qingrui, are they finally going to play together today? But isn't Yifeng a self-disciplined commander? Does he really have extra psychic energy to recharge Li Qingrui? Perhaps Li Qingrui just wants to rely on her own psychic energy to fight, but if that's the case, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for long. Yes, once the opponent is strong enough, Li Qingrui will run out of energy in no time. I think Li Qingrui's opponents also know this, and they'll probably fight a protracted battle with her. Slow down. The host held up his phone and showed Yifeng and Li Qingrui the comments in the live broadcast room. Yifeng and Li Qingrui smiled calmly, as if they didn't care at all about the concerns of netizens in the barrage. Oh? Could it be that the netizens' speculation is inaccurate? Yifeng? Could it be that your psychic power can really support Li Qingrui in battle? The host handed the microphone to Yifeng's mouth, but Yifeng just smiled. Before he could think of how to answer, the microphone was snatched away by Li Qingrui. Li Qingrui grabbed the microphone and looked up at the 3 large screens and the surrounding audience. As if taking an oath, he spoke word by word. My commander is the most powerful man in the world. What? For a moment, the audience inside and outside the venue were all excited. No one expected that Li Qingrui would praise Yifeng so confidently. Her face was filled with a sweet smile of happiness, and it didn't look fake at all. On the contrary, he looked like he was enjoying himself and was very happy. This made the audience inadvertently believe Li Qingrui's words. However, whether it is a mule or a horse, it still needs to be taken out for a walk. No matter how good your words are, they are not as real as actual combat. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, the host hurriedly and politely took back the microphone, looked at Li Qingrui with a puzzled look, and asked, I know you love your commander very much, but do you know how powerful our opponent is today? Before the host could announce who her opponent was, Li Qingrui grabbed the microphone again and confidently said, No one is stronger than me. I am the best. Wow! Li Qingrui's clear voice actually made countless girls in the audience sigh. Damn! I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Who was it that was crying and shouting about jumping off a building a few days ago? Yeah, it's just a lucky gamble.
I picked up a very handsome commander for free, but you're so arrogant.
This Li Qingrui is really something. Doesn't she know that if she brags, she'll get slapped in the face?
Yi Feng is indeed quite good. Although he's only an A-rank commander, he's definitely an elite commander who stands out among the self-disciplined ones.
Moreover, just based on Yi Feng's looks, even self-disciplined commanders would have plenty of low-level mecha girls willing to sign contracts with him, right?
But Li Qingrui said that Yi Feng is the strongest commander.
That's a bit too much. Yes, Li Qingrui must want to use her psychic energy to fight.
In this way, she can help Yi Feng hide his lack of psychic energy.
Humph. She's too naive. I heard that their opponent today is no ordinary person.
Yes, I also received a rumor that Li Qingrui's opponent today is that guy.
Moreover, it seems that they have prepared some secret weapons.
Li Qingrui will have to face more than just a slap in the face.
She might even lose her life. Chapter 27 Deathside. On stage.
The host tried to take the microphone back several times, but Li Qingrui actually took the microphone, turned around and walked away a few steps. She glanced at the audience in all directions, then looked up at her close-up shot on the big screen, smiled, and said, I know that many people believe that Yi Feng is just an A-level talent and a self-disciplined commander.
You all think that he doesn't have enough psychic energy to provide me with psychic energy supply. But I want to say that you are all wrong.
Yi Feng's strength is beyond your imagination. As Li Qingrui spoke, she couldn't help but look at Yi Feng behind her. When Yi Feng heard Li Qingrui say this, he began to feel uneasy.
No way. Qingrui is not going to tell anyone that I'm ASL level. And in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators inside and outside the stadium, is she going to tell the whole world?
Yi Feng was a little confused, although he thought Li Qingrui should not be such a brainless woman. However, even smart people often get carried away, lose their minds, and act irrationally.
That's not certain.
Yi Feng didn't want others to know that he was an ASL level commander.
Besides, the ASL level commander is just a legend. Even if Li Qingrui told others, no one would believe it. Maybe many people will laugh at you.
Things like raising one's own worth and bragging without limit.
However, being misunderstood and criticized is not scary.
What is scary is that some people, after believing it to be true, will actually do something that is detrimental to themselves.
So Yi Feng doesn't want to reveal his true situation too early.
He kept winking at Li Qingrui, but Li Qingrui just smiled evilly and nodded at Yi Feng. Although she had a smirk on her face, Yi Feng felt that Li Qingrui's consciousness seemed to be deliberately scaring him. The meaning of nodding is to tell Yi Feng, you don't have to worry, I know what I'm doing. The audience inside and outside the venue felt that Li Qingrui was covering up for Yi Feng in this way, which was a bit superfluous. Some people were about to speak up to refute or even angrily criticize Li Qingrui. However, no one expected that Li Qingrui would do something that shocked and was beyond everyone's expectations.
Li Qingrui transformed into a mechanical body.
In a flash of white light, the girl's body transformed into an extended version of the Mercedes-Benz S650 sedan.
The first thing she did after transforming was to eject her energy storage module. Bang! Bang!
An energy storage device suddenly popped out from the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz S650. This thing is used to store the spiritual energy generated by the mecha girl on a daily basis. Once the energy storage device is ejected in the mecha girl form, the energy in the mecha girl's body can only sustain the mechanical body for less than 2 minutes. All the audience saw Li Qingrui's actions and subconsciously looked in Yi Feng's direction. They knew what Li Qingrui's purpose was. However, the host picked up the microphone from the ground and said meaningfully,
Is that a psychic energy storage device? Oh my god. This thing is like a battery to a mecha girl. Without it, how can you maintain your mechanical form? Could it be that? The host looked at Yi Feng.
Yi Feng smiled slightly, coughed twice, and then sat in the cockpit of the mecha.
Bang!
After the cockpit door was closed, Li Qingrui immediately transformed into an 8-meter-tall mechanical giant.
This is her first mecha form.
The shiny black, painted giant machine, holding a heavy sword, began to swing it around in the field.
The smooth and flowing movements left the audience stunned. This is it.
This is basic swordsmanship.
The combat training in the second hospital is basically practicing this set of moves.
But this course is about swordsmanship, which is relatively simple.
Mecha girls usually don't learn it, only commanders practice it, supposedly to strengthen their bodies. Yeah, everyone thought the commander didn't need to learn swordsmanship, but I didn't expect. So, the one controlling the mecha now is Yifeng? Of course it's him. The energy storage of the mecha girl has been ejected. The energy that Li Qingrui needs to maintain her mecha girl form must come from Yifeng. Humph. What's so surprising about this? Although Yifeng is a self-disciplined commander and has less spiritual energy reserves, he is not completely devoid of it. What's the big deal about a set of swordsmanship? Can he defeat today's opponent? Yes, if Yifeng can really support Li Qingrui in a long battle, it means that Yifeng is not only a self-disciplined person, but also a commander with abundant spiritual energy. It seems that Li Qingrui wants to use this method to prove to everyone that Yifeng is a commander with very comprehensive abilities. I didn't expect her to be so confident. Is Yifeng really that strong? Isn't he just an I-level commander? Could it be that, as the rumors say, Yifeng is actually a growth-oriented commander? He appears to be an A-level talent on the surface, but in fact he has been growing rapidly. Maybe he has already reached S-level? In the audience, many people were speculating about Li Qingrui's abnormal behavior. But inside the arena, the host has already announced that the opponent will be on the field. Very good. It seems that the team of Yifeng and Li Qingrui is ready. Now, please welcome today's mysterious contestant. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome the Yi Tian and Feng Baobao duo. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience screamed. What did he say? Yi Tian and Feng Baobao? Aren't they the opponents most likely to reach the finals and fight to the death with the Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong combination? Oh my god, Yifeng and Li Qingrui's opponent tonight is actually the finals team. Yes, Yi Tian and Feng Baobao are both S-class. Moreover, Feng Baobao is an excavator. This kind of engineering machinery girl is naturally tall and powerful, with thick armor, much stronger than ordinary car girls. That's right, but the most important thing is Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian is an S-level commander like Su Xian before, he is a legendary figure in the Second Academy. Moreover, this guy has awakened two very powerful talents. His true combat power is much stronger than Su Xian's half-baked S-level. Hee, that's not all. Look at what the other mecha girl is holding in her hand. Amid the discussions of the audience, the mecha girl Feng Baobao walked onto the stage directly in the form of a heavy mecha with a height of 12 meters, taking heavy steps and shaking with each step. As soon as it came on stage, many people in the audience stood up in surprise. Look! Look at the weapon in its hand. It's the Death Scythe. Oh my god, an S-class electric blade weapon worth 300 million. No way. When did Yi Tian and Feng Baobao become so financially powerful? They can actually afford a Death Scythe worth 300 million? It's an S-class melee weapon. Even S-class alloy armor can't withstand a single blow from it. How can we defeat it? Yes, Feng Baobao has the advantage in height, strength, and armor. How can Li Qingrui defeat her opponent? Victory? If she can hold out for a few more seconds, I'll call her awesome. But you have to understand, that's an S-rank electric blade weapon. Amidst the doubts, Yifeng, who was sitting in Li Qingrui's cockpit, also felt a sudden sense of crisis. Originally, Yifeng didn't want to show Li Qingrui's SSS-level titled fighter form in the competition. Unexpectedly, the other party actually held an S-level electric blade weapon. This is a difficult situation. I'm afraid it's no longer possible to continue hiding my strength. Chapter 28. What is the talent of Jihad Plunder? Since Yifeng awakened the AS-level commander system, this S-level mecha girl combination holding an S-level death sickle has become the strongest opponent Yifeng has ever encountered. But Yifeng has never exerted his full strength. Nor did he tell Li Qingrui what the real strength of the AS-level commander was. But today, Yifeng felt that if he didn't give his all, he might not be able to defeat his opponent. In order to avoid being misunderstood by his own robot girl, Yifeng felt that there were some things he should tell Li Qingrui. Qingrui, the opponent is very strong. Looks like I'm going to reveal the stratospheric fighter's mecha girl form. That's not necessary. You are my secret weapon. How can you expose yourself at this time? But there are some things I wasn't sure about before, so I never told you. What? The true strength of AS-level. True strength? That's right, but I'm only making a preliminary confirmation.
Yifeng said this, and suddenly sent several of his awakened talents to Li Qingrui's robot system.
Jihadi Plunder Red Letter. Repair Magic Modification Omniscient Exploration Nanocell Surgical Thunder Blade Wireless Charging? Li Qingrui was very surprised after seeing this. What kind of talent is this Scarlet Letter, Holy War Plunder? I've never heard of it before, and it's not even mentioned in the textbooks. And, you actually have 5 talents. As an ASL level commander, having 5 talents isn't surprising, but what's with that question mark talent? Yifeng saw that Li Qingrui looked confused and asked again and again. He also patiently explained. We all know that S-level commanders usually awaken 3-4 talents. SS-level commanders have 4-5 talents. SSS-level commanders have 6-7 talents. But these are just basic common sense taught to us in textbooks. However, the Scarlet Letter talent of ASL level is truly terrifying. Horrible? A commander would think his talent is terrible? Li Qingrui became even more confused, but she didn't interrupt and just listened quietly.
Yifeng calmed down and explained.
Have you seen the talent, wireless charging? In fact, it didn't exist yesterday. Doesn't T exist?
The more Li Qingrui listened, the more confused she became, but she still had no intention of interrupting Yifeng.
Yesterday, this position was actually a talent. But after I defeated the duo of Su Xin and Su Xin, the talent here became this, wireless charging. And behind it, a new talent appeared. Guess what this means?
Yifeng did not tell Li Qingrui his speculation directly. He wanted to hear Li Qingrui's judgment. Li Qingrui glanced at the talent with the red font, Holy War Plunder. Thinking of what Yifeng had just said, she was suddenly shocked. She couldn't believe her own speculation.
You mean? No way, ASL level, is it that strong?
Li Qingrui breathed a long sigh of relief. Although Li Qingrui in the mecha girl form had a body of steel, her expression was still vivid. This was the characteristic of the mecha girl. When the audience and the host inside and outside the venue saw Li Qingrui's expression, they subconsciously thought that Li Qingrui was afraid of fighting. They thought Li Qingrui was feeling under a lot of pressure and was a little scared. However, what really scared Li Qingrui was Yifeng's ability with the red font. If Yifeng and Li Qingrui's guess is correct, then this talent skill called wireless charging should have been won from Su Xin and Su Xin after winning the battle yesterday. As for whether Commander Su Xin still possesses this innate skill after taking it away, it is unknown. If it is stealing or copying, it's okay. But if it is plundering, which means making the opponent lose this talent forever, then the ASL level commander is too terrifying. Moreover, even if we put this aside, every time you plunder a skill from the opponent, a new talent will appear, which means you can continue plundering. However, it is unknown whether this is limited in quantity or infinite. If it is endless, then there is no limit to the growth of ASL level, right? Can ASL level become infinitely stronger in battle? This idea is also terrifying. Li Qingrui and Yifeng didn't dare to imagine what heights they would reach if they continued to grow like this.
It's plundering, not copying or stealing. Yifeng, this is truly terrifying. Could it be that an ASL level commander is the nemesis of all other commanders? And their nightmare?
The more Li Qingrui thought about it, the more terrified she felt, yet she was also extremely excited.
Because such a powerful commander belongs to you.
Although Yifeng might have other mecha girls in the future, at least she is his first mecha girl. If I were to possess such a powerful commander all to myself, even the gods would be enraged.
Ah?
Yifeng looked surprised. He didn't know what was going on in Li Qingrui's train of thought and why she suddenly brought this up.
Nothing. Fight.
Li Qingrui held the sword in both hands and assumed a fighting stance. The host held the microphone and wanted to interview Yi Tian and Feng Baobao, but Li Qingrui couldn't help but want to start a fight, which made her opponent rush up as well, as if her opponent wanted to start the game faster than Li Qingrui.
Bang!
In an instant, the two machine giants, armed with weapons, attacked each other. Sparks flew when the Grim Reaper's scythe collided with the black iron greatsword. Seeing this, the host was so frightened that he quickly retreated, fearing that he would die in an accident during the competition. After the two weapons collided, a dent instantly appeared on the edge of the black iron sword. The electric blade of the opponent's death scythe was cutting the black iron sword at a temperature of thousands of degrees. If I don't put away the sword, the black iron sword may be cut in half. However, in this situation, Li Qingrui actually showed a hint of excitement at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly smiled at Yifeng and said, "Master, guess what will become of that talent if we defeat the Yi Tian combination?" Yifeng analyzed without hesitation. "It should be the opponent's strongest and rarest innate skill. Ordinary skills are not worthy of ASL level." Yifeng's matter-of-fact words sounded so arrogant. But when Li Qingrui heard this, she felt a little dizzy. Being a mecha girl who's a hell-level AS commander is addictive. Li Qingrui quickly sheathed her sword, turned around and swept it, then jumped up and struck hard. She raised the black iron sword high and slashed hard at the enemy mecha girl who was 4 meters taller than her. Unexpectedly, the opponent was holding the Grim Reaper's scythe and swept it across easily, cutting the black iron sword in half. But Li Qingrui was not frightened. She looked normal, still with an excited expression on her face, as if she was enjoying the battle very much. Immediately afterwards, a silver electric blade spear suddenly appeared in Li Qingrui's hand. Li Qingrui, the robot girl, changed her sword into a gun, and with a flash of her body, she stabbed out unexpectedly. The excavator girl can only use the excavator shovel to block in a hurry. But it never expected that the extremely thick excavation shovel would be pierced through by the electric blade spear. The joint axis of his left arm was pierced by the spear, and he instantly lost the ability to move. What? Li Qingrui also has an electric blade weapon. Yi Tian, Feng Baobao, the host, and hundreds of thousands of spectators inside and outside the venue were all speechless in shock for a moment. Chapter 29 Using Wireless Charging. When Li Qingrui held the electric blade spear and destroyed the axis of the opponent's left arm with one shot, everyone was shocked. Look, the Yifeng and Li Qingrui duo also has an electric blade weapon. That's it. It's the Overlord Spear. It's the most cost-effective of all B-class electric blade weapons. Best value for money? Why? In the audience, some people saw Li Qingrui holding the Overlord gun and piercing the excavation shovel, and immediately started talking around. On stage, the host saw that Li Qingrui had just changed weapons and had achieved favorable results. He also hurriedly used his professional knowledge to explain the weapon. Well done. It's actually the most cost-effective B-class electric blade weapon. The Overlord Spear is known as the king of cost-effectiveness because it is different from other melee weapons. The temperature of the Overlord Spear's electric blade is actually comparable to that of the Death Scythe, both exceeding 2,600 degrees. But the Death Scythe is an S-rank weapon because its blade is over 5 meters long. Its crescent-shaped blade is perfect for swiftly swinging and slashing enemies in close combat. Used properly, it can completely cut an opponent in half. However, the Overlord Spear is different. Although it is also an electric blade weapon, as the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. The area of the Overlord Spear's electric blade is less than half a meter. And it is concentrated on the sharp edge of the spear head. So, even though the blade temperature is the same, the blade area is very different. The Death Scythe can easily hit the opponent, and the 5-meter-long electric blade can cause huge damage as long as it touches the opponent. However, the Overlord Spear's tiny electric blade, less than half a meter long, can only produce unexpected effects when used as a piercing attack. Because the electric blade has a small surface area, it's difficult to hit the opponent, and its attack method is limited, so it can only use stabbing to break through the opponent's defense. Therefore, the Overlord Spear is classified as a B-level electric blade weapon. But then again, with excellent marksmanship and proper use, the Overlord Spear won't necessarily lose to the Death Scythe. Ultimately, it's not the weapon that defeats the opponent, but the mecha girl. Whether a weapon is good or not depends on who uses it. The host didn't dare to get close to the competition arena. He walked around the edge of the arena with a microphone in his hand, proudly showing off his knowledge. On this mecha planet, there are tens of thousands of mecha accessories and weapons of various kinds. Being able to explain the quality and performance of a piece of weapon and equipment in detail and clearly can truly reflect the basic qualities of a competition host. However, what the audience cares about right now is not the host's level. But the question is whether Yi Tian and his robot girl Feng Baobao can still unleash the power of the Grim Reaper's scythe after losing their left arm. After Yi Tian and Feng Baobao lost their left arms, the mecha giant became manic. What Yifeng and Li Qingrui didn't expect was that the other party was not afraid of the Overlord Spear in Li Qingrui's hand, but instead faced the danger head-on. Have they lost their minds? Li Qingrui felt something was wrong. But if the other party is really angry, then it will be exactly what we want. Li Qingrui saw the other party waving the Grim Reaper's scythe with one hand, and his heavy and burly body was rushing towards her. She did not linger in the fight, but instead activated the jet device under her feet. For a moment, the 8-meter-tall black mecha looked like it was wearing a pair of roller skates. White mist sprayed out from the legs of the mecha, and the mecha girl Li Qingrui took a horse stance and slid backwards on the field. Although the opponent is coming at you aggressively, you can still run, jump, and fire rockets. But Li Qingrui, the robot girl, is like an extremely slippery big black fish. Whenever the Grim Reaper's scythe was about to hit Li Qingrui's mecha girl, this black mecha, which was much shorter than its opponent, was always able to rely on its sliding ability to dodge the opponent's attack. Not only that, just when the other party consumed a lot of spiritual energy in chasing Li Qingrui. For the first time ever, Li Qingrui transformed into her second mechanical form. The black mecha was seen fighting and retreating, and then it transformed in a white light and turned into an air cushion Benz with 4 wheels spraying white airwaves. Although the car model basically looks like the Mercedes-Benz S650, the 4 wheels become jet nozzles after being folded. At the same time, 2 balancing rear wings grow on both sides of the car body. Seeing this scene, the audience inside and outside the venue were all shocked. Look, Li Qingrui actually has a second mechanical form. How is this possible? Only SS-class mecha girls have a second form. Could it be that Li Qingrui has transformed into an SS-class mecha girl? No, although it's a rare second form, it's not a military machine. It's just a hover car. Perhaps it's some kind of innate skill of the mecha girl. Yes, some lucky A-rank and S-rank mecha girls do have a small chance of awakening certain innate skills. A mecha girl's innate skills are often related to the transformation of their own mechanical body. That's probably it. Although Li Qingrui has transformed into a second mechanical form, her basic form is still that of a Mercedes-Benz S650. It must be some kind of innate skill that allows her wheels to transform into jet modules. After seeing Li Qingrui transform into her second mechanical form, the audience immediately had their own guesses and judgments. However, after Li Qingrui opened the launch bay under the vehicle and ejected 2 missiles, everyone's expectations were broken. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 small missiles were launched, attacking Feng Baobao from the left and right sides respectively. At the critical moment, Yi Tian released 2 commander skills in an instant. Temporary module opened. A blue phantom of a Gatling gun suddenly gradually turned into a solid entity on the left shoulder of Feng Baobao, the robot girl. The Gatling close-in defense gun fired non-stop, firing hundreds of bullets in 2 seconds. The overwhelming barrage of interception bullets directly caused the missile that was attacking from the left to explode in the air. Stopped it. Oh my god, it's actually a commander skill, a temporary module. As expected of the strongest S-class commander in number 2 middle school. This level is not inferior to SS class. Look, it's not over yet. He's unleashing 2 commander skills at the same time. With the suggestion of an audience member, many people finally discovered the clue. It turned out that a blue light curtain appeared at the same time on the right side of Feng Baobao's robot mother, but the light curtain disappeared after a flash. It's as if it never appeared. Until... boom! There was a loud noise. The fire from the missile explosion briefly revealed the true appearance of the invisible shield. No mistake! That's the extremely rare commander's innate skill, invisible shield. After the invisible shield is released, it will last for 10 seconds. The commander does not need to consume his spiritual energy during these 10 seconds. This talent skill is extremely powerful, with defensive power comparable to an S-level armor shield. The host gave a passionate commentary on the stage. With his commentary, many newbies who did not know the truth immediately understood the offensive and defensive battle on the stage. When many viewers were surprised because Li Qingrui transformed into a second mechanical form and possessed a missile module. The host's perfect commentary instantly made Yi Tian, the S-level commander, gain a lot of support from fans. Yi Tian. Yi Tian is the strongest commander. Yi Tian can actually release 2 talents at the same time. It's so cool. Yi Tian, I love you. Yi Tian, together with Yi Feng, was once hailed as a legend of the second hospital. Whether it is academic performance or appearance and figure, both of them have captured the hearts of many young girls. At this time, when Yi Feng had not yet shown any outstanding performance, Yi Tian's strength was immediately praised by the audience. Full of confidence, Yi Tian controls the huge steel body of the mecha girl Feng Baobao. The 12-meter-tall heavy mecha rushed forward with a death sickle in hand before Li Qingrui transformed back into the mecha girl form. Yi Feng.
Be careful. Get out of the way, Li Qingrui. There were quite a few fans of Yifeng and Li Qingrui in the audience, and when enthusiastic audience members loudly reminded the two, the audience suddenly discovered an illusory figure suddenly jumped out of Li Qingrui's cockpit. Immediately afterwards, the phantom gradually revealed its true form, and it was Yifeng holding a black knife. Yifeng and Li Qingrui's mecha girls split up their forces to attack from both sides of the excavator mecha girl wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, just like the previous round of missile attacks. Yi Tian and Feng Baobao were very surprised. Feng Baobao, the robot girl, felt like she was facing a great enemy and didn't know which side to attack for a moment. Why did the commander come out? Didn't Li Qingrui throw away his energy storage device a long time ago? He was separated from the commander, so how could he still move? What's going on? Can anyone tell me what happened? The audience inside and outside the venue exclaimed in unison. The focus battle of the top 36 in the Mecha Girl fighting competition has officially reached its climax. Now, the host's professional commentary has become the voice that all the audience want to hear most. Chapter 30 Skill Plunder. No energy storage? The commander and the Mecha Girl are operating separately? The host was shocked and made his own judgment in the shortest time. Oh my god. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the commander's innate skill, an extremely rare talent. It's called wireless charging. It allows the commander to provide psychic energy to the Mecha Girl from a great distance. Depending on the commander's talent level and combat power, the distance of wireless charging can be increased from 10 meters to 100 meters. Legend has it that some people can even reach 1,000 or 10,000 meters. I never thought that Yifeng, a mere rank commander, could awaken such a rare talent. After the host's words shocked everyone, many people inside and outside the venue began to discuss. So it's wireless charging. Yifeng seems to have some skills. Although wireless charging is very convenient sometimes, it doesn't seem to be very useful during competition. For ordinary people, wireless charging really isn't very useful during a competition. Because the commander doesn't need to be very far away from the Mecha Girl, and to ensure the commander's safety, of course, it's safest to sit in the Mecha Girl's cockpit. Yes, but Yifeng is a self-disciplined person. He can fight on his own. In the hands of a self-disciplined person like Yifeng, this wireless charging can play a huge role. Having said that, don't forget. The self-disciplined are so powerful because they use most of their spiritual energy to nourish themselves. Their spiritual energy reserves are very small. If they were to use it in actual combat, how long could they last? Yes, in order to prove that Yifeng is not a useless commander, Li Qingrui actually ejected the energy storage device. Now, all the actions of the Mecha Girl are consuming Yifeng's spiritual energy. I'm afraid the two of them can't hold on for much longer. After some reasoning and argumentation, most of the audience basically did not look favorably upon Yifeng and Li Qingrui. Inside the venue, Yifeng and Li Qingrui attacked Yi Tian and Feng Baobao from both sides. The 12-meter-tall heavy mecha, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe in its right arm, fought fiercely with Li Qingrui's Overlord spear. When Yifeng swung his sword on the left, he was bounced away several times by the opponent's excavator shovel. Yi Tian laughed arrogantly. Do you think you can defeat me and my baby by attacking us from both sides? I want to see how long Yifeng's spiritual power can last. Yi Tian and the audience all thought that as long as they delayed a little, once Yifeng's spiritual energy gap appeared, Li Qingrui would be unable to move. However, after fighting for more than 10 minutes, the two sides still could not determine the winner. Although Yifeng still had a lot of spiritual energy, he found that although his physical strength was strong, he was still too small in front of the 12-meter-high giant mecha. There was no better solution for the time being. Facing the S-class mecha giant holding the death scythe, Li Qingrui and Yifeng's flanking attack failed to defeat the opponent, but this had already shocked some of the audience in the stands. 20 minutes. My god, Yifeng was able to sustain Li Qingrui in a fierce battle for 20 minutes. Is he really just a self-disciplined person? That's right. Yifeng's spiritual energy is not only needed to supply Li Qingrui, but also to support himself. When an autonomous being fights, in order to unleash the powerful force of the nanomachines in his body, he also needs to consume a large amount of spiritual energy. He is currently consuming 2 amounts of spiritual energy at the same time. I'm afraid it's more than that. I know about wireless charging, and this talent consumes spiritual energy. If you take that loss into account, Yifeng is consuming 3 times as much spiritual energy at once. Based on this ratio, these 20 minutes of intense battle are equivalent to an hour. An hour?
For teenagers of their combat power level, the psychic energy of an average A-rank commander, if used to support the full operation of a mecha girl, would only last for a little over a month and a half at most.
Could it be that as an A-rank autonomous commander, Yifeng's psychic power is comparable to that of an S-rank? How is this possible? This doesn't make sense.
For 25 minutes, they've been fighting like crazy, without stopping for a single second.
This isn't just full capacity, this is overload. They're fighting tooth and nail. 30 minutes. Oh my god, Yifeng's spiritual energy hasn't been exhausted yet? Is he really a self-disciplined commander? Are we wrong? 45 minutes. This is incredible. Even an A-level recharge commander should have reached his limit. Could it be that Yifeng is really a growth commander? Has he surpassed a level and advanced to S-level commander? It's possible.
Only an S-rank commander could provide Li Qingrui with such a long period of overloaded energy. After all, a week has already passed since the spirit testing tower test. If there are enough natural treasures, genetic potions, or otherworldly spiritual fruits, it might not be impossible for a growing A-rank commander to advance to S-rank. Even so, even if it can barely explain everything I saw before my eyes, I still think Yifeng's strength is really too unusual.
It's been 55 minutes. I feel it. I feel that Yi Tian and Feng Baobao's movements have slowed down.
It seems that they can't hold on any longer.
That's right. A 12-meter-tall heavy mecha girl must consume more energy than an 8-meter-tall car mecha girl.
Moreover, although the S-class death scythe is powerful, the larger the electric blade area, the higher the temperature, and the greater the energy consumption. Even if Yi Tian is an S-class commander, I'm afraid he is about to reach his limit. The audience's analysis was very logical, but as the saying goes, a bystander sees more clearly than a participant. Yi Tian and Feng Baobao, who had been fighting fiercely with Yifeng and Li Qingrui for an hour, began to feel confused.
Why? I don't understand. Why is this happening? Isn't Yifeng an A-level commander? Isn't he said to be a self-disciplined commander? Why? Why is Yifeng's psychic energy so abundant?
Moreover, their attack speed seems to have increased.
Feng Baobao roared like crazy.
Her angry and confused voice appeared in the cockpit, making Yi Tian feel very painful.
It's not that they're getting faster, it's that we're getting slower. My psychic power is almost reaching its limit. Yi Tian's face turned pale and cold sweat was pouring down.
His handsome face now looked a little listless.
A feeling of powerlessness lingered in Yi Tian's heart. He didn't have time to think about why Yifeng was so powerful. He now just wants to end the battle quickly, otherwise his spiritual energy will be drained. We can't continue competing like this. We have to find a way to escape.
Yi Tian tried to control the mecha girl, and retreated again and again towards the edge of the ring. However, Yifeng and Li Qingrui attacked from both sides and held on tightly. In desperation, Yi Tian had no other choice but to choose to exchange injury for injury. He ignored Yifeng's attack and suddenly turned the shovel to attack Li Qingrui. The digging shovel and the Grim Reaper's scythe were seamlessly combined, forcing Li Qingrui to be unable to block the next sword after swinging it, and she had to make a reluctant dodge. Yifeng saw that Li Qingrui was powerless when facing the attack of the Grim Reaper's scythe and was about to be hit by the scythe. He did not attack the opponent's mecha girl's back, but instead released the repair field. A blue repair magic ball suddenly wrapped around Li Qingrui's body, forming a maintenance area.
The magnetic field in this area is very strong.
The moment the energy shell is formed, Yi Tianji's mother's scythe of death just happens to chop down.
Bang!
The Grim Reaper's scythe failed to penetrate the repair field, but was instead bounced away by the blue ball of light. The Grim Reaper's scythe slipped out of his hand instantly, and Yi Tianji's mother staggered back 2 steps. Yifeng had not expected that the repair field that he had no choice but to release in order to protect Li Qingrui would once again become a killer move to defeat his opponent. While the Grim Reaper's scythe was out of his hand and the opponent's mecha girl was not steady on her feet, Yifeng flashed the black knife in his hand and activated the Thunderblade skill. The black knife was wrapped in lightning, emitting blue lightning. Yifeng leaped into the air with a thunder knife in his hand and slashed directly at the cockpit guard plate on the back of the mecha girl. After 2 slashes of the knife fell, the cockpit of Yi Tian's mother was exposed. The panicked Yi Tian felt a cold wind whistling behind him. He turned around and saw a black knife inserted into the cockpit, pressing against his neck. Stop. The game is over. Yifeng and Li Qingrui win. The host saw that the S-level genius Yi Tian was actually held by Yifeng with a knife. In order to save the genius's life, he immediately announced the victory of Yi Feng's group. Yi Feng and Yi Tian had no grudges against each other. After he heard the sound of the end of the game, he only paused for 2 breaths and slowly took back the black knife from Yi Tian's neck.
We lost? Yi Tian and Feng Baobao couldn't believe their ears.
Li Qingrui, however, was not in a hurry and went to the edge of the field to retrieve her energy storage device.
Congratulations to Yi Feng and Li Qingrui. They've lived up to everyone's expectations and defeated an S-rank opponent once again. Oh my god. I can't believe my eyes, everyone. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Is Yi Feng really an A-rank commander? Oh my god. This is crazy.
The host kept trying to liven up the atmosphere, but when he turned around to interview Yi Feng and Li Qingrui, he discovered that Li Qingrui had transformed into an air cushion car and was carrying Yi Feng away from the competition venue.
Leaving now? Are you really going to be so secretive? I haven't even interviewed you yet. Hey!
The host's regretful voice spread all around. Countless spectators inside and outside the stadium were filled with indignation.
Why did Yi Feng and Li Qingrui leave? Hey! What's going on? Why don't you tell us why they were able to win 2 games in a row?
Yes, 2 S-level teams have already been defeated by Yi Feng and Li Qingrui. They must have been hiding their strength. That's right, Yi Feng is definitely not an ordinary A-level commander.
Why don't you tell everyone what's going on?
The audience was excited, and countless spectators outside were also confused. But at this moment, Yi Feng was sitting in Li Qingrui's cockpit, calmly opening his SSS-level commander system. He showed a playful look on his face and shook his head helplessly.
Qingrui, I did add another talent skill. It seems that our judgment on the talent of Holy War Plunder was correct. Guess which talent of Yi Tian we plundered? Which one?
Li Qingrui slowed down the car and began to speculate quietly.
Chapter 31. What did you do to me? Is it a temporary module? Li Qingrui guessed. Hey, I guessed wrong.
Yi Feng smiled triumphantly and quickly told the truth.
It's the invisible shield. What?
Li Qingrui slammed on the brakes and slammed Yi Feng hard onto her back. In the cab, Li Qingrui took off her helmet and separated her hands, limbs and mechanical body, just like a driver sitting on the same racing motorcycle. She turned around and looked at the passengers in the back seat with surprise.
What did you say? Really? It's the invisible shield?
What Li Qingrui lacks most now is a defensive shield. The invisible shield not only has super strong protective capabilities, but is also invisible before being hit. This unexpected surprise of getting whatever she wanted made Li Qingrui once again feel the horror of the SSS-level commander.
Could it be that the SSS-level commander system is artificial intelligence? It knows what the commander needs, so it plunders the opponent's best skills?
No, in fact, temporary module is also a very powerful commander skill, which can instantly enhance the combat effectiveness of the mecha girl. It is equivalent to giving the mecha girl an extra combat module on her body for a certain period of time.
Could it be that the SSS-level commander system can automatically determine and select the most useful innate skill for its master, and then plunder it?
Li Qingrui made a bold guess. Yi Feng shook his head, he wasn't sure either. However, the talents and skills plundered from the opponents twice were indeed the most suitable for him.
Maybe. I don't know. But what I want to know now is this so-called plundering ability just what it says on the tin? Can it really take away the opponent's abilities?
Yi Feng and Li Qingrui stared at each other, and in the moment their curiosity got the better of them, a fox-like cunning look appeared on their faces.
How about asking someone to find out later?
Li Qingrui suddenly remembered that she had several good sisters who had not yet signed a contract with a commander. Perhaps she could raise the sword of victory of her beauty to test the waters.
Well, we have to find out.
Come on, to celebrate our triumphant return today, I'll treat you to ice cream.
Yi Feng suggested, holding up a finger. But, I don't know why.
As soon as Yi Feng raised his finger, a huge monster fell from the sky.
Bang!
The asphalt road ahead was crushed and cracked. A familiar heavy mecha, covered in scars, appeared in front of Yi Feng and Li Qingrui.
It's Yi Tian.
Li Qingrui and Yi Feng were horrified. They never expected that the devil would appear as soon as they mentioned him.
Could it be? Really?
Yi Tian opened the cockpit, stood outside the mecha, pointed at Li Qingrui and Yi Feng and cursed them.
Damn Yi Feng. What the hell did you do to me? Means? Yi Feng was speechless. What could I do? Could it be that he discovered that the invisible shield talent has disappeared? A light bulb lit up in Li Qingrui's head, as if she had found the problem in an instant. Yi Feng didn't want to argue with the other party based on mere speculation. He wanted to get things straight. Yi Feng opened the car door, got out and walked towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian jumped off the mecha, rushed over and grabbed Yi Feng's collar, yelling hysterically, "Tell me! What did you do to me? What did you do?" Yi Feng asked knowingly, but he felt that things were not that simple. "It must be you. After fighting you, all my innate skills disappeared. It must have been you. You're not some ranked commander at all, you're not normal. There's no way you could defeat us." Yi Tian was like a madman, grabbing Yi Feng's collar and shaking him repeatedly, pulling tighter and tighter. Feeling breathless, Yi Feng had no choice but to push the other person away, and said with a puzzled look, "All your talents and skills are gone?" Seeing that Yi Feng was still pretending to be confused, Yi Tian pointed at Yi Feng and cursed, "Stop acting. You are the nightmare devourer. You are the nightmare of all commanders. It's you who devoured my talent. Give it back to me." Nightmare devourer? On the street, more and more passers-by gathered after hearing Yi Tian's roar. Even the sirens of police cars were getting closer and closer. Seeing many people running over to watch, Yi Tian pointed at Yi Feng and introduced him to the crowd. "He's the nightmare devourer. He's every commander's nightmare. This guy just devoured all my talents during the match. I have no talents left now. I'm a talentless S-rank commander. Apart from being a power bank, I don't have any other skills." Yi Tian became more and more excited as he spoke, with tears in his eyes, and he was almost crying as he roared hysterically. But the people around him looked at Yi Tian as if he were a fool. This guy looks like he's gone crazy. Why hasn't the police car arrived yet? What did he say about the nightmare devourer? I've heard that legend before. But how could anyone believe it? Does the nightmare devourer really exist in this world? I know him. His name is Yi Tian. He's the loser from the live broadcast of the Mecha Girl fighting tournament preliminaries. Is it true that he has lost all his talent? The onlookers did not know the truth and had many doubts. But Yi Feng also felt very surprised. Even if your holy war plunder is real plundering and not copying. But it only plundered Yi Tian's invisible shield talent. Have Yi Tian's other talents also disappeared? This shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Just when Yi Feng was confused about the situation, a commander he hated the most arrived at the scene driving a Tony Seg SR. Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong? Yi Feng was even more confused. Why are Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong here? Yi Feng and Yi Tian turned to look at the person who came, only to see Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly transformed into a mecha girl and moved her wrist. A purple arc connected from the wrist of the robot girl Lin Xiaoxiao to the Grim Reaper's scythe in the hand of the robot girl Feng Baobao. Lin Xiaoxiao exerted a little force, and the Grim Reaper's scythe flew out of Feng Baobao's hand and into the hands of Lin Xiaoxiao's mother. What? Yi Tian and Feng Baobao were shocked, and Yi Feng and Li Qingrui were also surprised. Chen Haodong used the loudspeaker on Lin Xiaoxiao's face to shout to Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, you are such a waste. Leaving this S-class weapon in your hands is such a waste. Since you haven't fulfilled our agreement, I will take this weapon back." After Chen Haodong and Lin Xiaoxiao retracted the Grim Reaper's scythe, they turned around and transformed into supercars, escaping before the police car arrived. Yi Feng, Li Qingrui, Yi Tian and Feng Baobao were lost in thought. After changing the owner's weapon, can it be taken back? The four of them watched in confusion as Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong drove away. The police car that arrived later took Yi Tian and Feng Baobao into custody. Yi Feng looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled look and asked, "What deal did Chen Haodong reach with you?" Yi Tian looked half dead. When Yi Feng asked, he let the police car commander handcuff him, but laughed out loud, saying smugly, "Deal? Ha 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 ha. The deal is to kill you. Yi Feng, you can't win the finals. You can't beat Chen Haodong. You will get your comeuppance." Yi Feng and Li Qingrui stood side by side, holding hands. They watched Yi Tian and Feng Baobao being taken away by the police car, and they always felt that something was not right. All of Yi Tian's talents are gone? Who did it? Could it really be that Yi Feng's talent of holy war plunder was the cause of his sin? But that shouldn't be the case. I only plundered one ability, so how could the other abilities disappear? Yifeng? Li Qingrui shook Yifeng's hand with a puzzled look on her face. But Yifeng also looked confused and said nothing except shaking his head. In order to find out the truth of the matter, Yifeng felt that he had to meet someone. Chapter 32 Talent Mutation. Night. Jiufang Street in the northeast corner of Pujiang Bay City is brightly lit, and the flashing neon lights seem to bring every drinker back half a century ago. There are broken bricks and tiles here, and the smell of alcohol is everywhere. But many people like the retro atmosphere here. Yifeng and Li Qingrui heard that their opponent in the qualifying match the day before, Su Xian, was drinking at a bar here. They rushed here together to find out what was going on, but seeing that the place was full of staggering and drunken drinkers, Li Qingrui was a little discouraged. If you don't want to go in, just wait for me in the distance. Yifeng touched Li Qingrui's head, as if he was caring for his sister. Li Qingrui was not defeated by the head-patting move. She breathed a long sigh of relief, took Yifeng's hand, and walked towards bar number 7 together. Bar number 7 has a simple and easy-to-remember name, probably so that those who are half drunk and half awake who are not satisfied with their drinking and want to have another round of drinks can find this place easily. As Yifeng walked, he was thinking in his mind what kind of opening remarks he should use when he met the opponent whom he had defeated with his own hands. After all, the reason why that guy came to a place like this to drink was probably because he couldn't stand such a blow after losing to Yifeng, a self-disciplined commander. For a man who is drunk, depressed and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, what kind of opening remarks can make the other party tell the truth without suspecting that he has a mysterious gift? Yifeng now really wants to know whether all of Su Xian's talents disappeared after fighting with him that day. After all, after his battle with Su Xian and Su Xian, he did plunder the opponent's wireless charging skill. Even if Su Xian's other talents and skills were still there, the fact that this one talent and skill was plundered by Yifeng was still a heavy blow to Su Xian. If Su Xian knew that it was Yifeng who made him like this, he would probably take advantage of the alcohol and punch Yifeng. However, considering the news, Su Xian and Su Xian had a quarrel and the two were breaking up. I think since Su Xian doesn't have a robot girl by his side, Yifeng can take him down by himself with his physical strength alone. This made Yifeng feel a little more relaxed. But how should we talk about this? What should I do if the negotiation goes badly and the other party becomes suspicious and starts to suspect that I am at the SSL level? If the negotiation goes wrong and the other party feels that he has lost his talent and skills because I took them away, how will the situation end? If the negotiation goes wrong and the other party gets drunk and dizzy and gets angry and starts fighting, do we have to knock him out and take him away in front of so many people? Seeing the drunkard staggering around him, Yifeng felt that this trip would not be smooth. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable asking? How about I ask the sisters to get him to tell me? I also think it's not a good idea for us to ask him directly. We might get into trouble. Li Qingrui saw that Yifeng seemed to be worried and quickly gave him some advice. However, Yifeng shook his head lightly and whispered, "No, I still want to confirm it myself." After that, the two of them walked into bar number 7 hand in hand, just like many other couples on the street. However, as soon as they entered the door, they saw their target. The target, Su Xian, was currently standing on the table, shirtless, holding a wine bottle and dancing to the sound of the guitar. The atmosphere of this bar was not as bad as Yifeng and Li Qingrui had imagined. The boss plays the guitar in a cowboy style. The bar is clean and not too noisy. Although there were many people clinking glasses and chatting happily. But it does not affect Su Xian's dancing. Yifeng sighed and was about to choose his words to go up to Su Xian and chat for a few words, but suddenly he felt something was not right. And he looks like he's in a good mood. Li Qingrui tugged at Yifeng's shirt and reminded him. Yifeng nodded, also realizing that something was wrong. He subconsciously pulled Li Qingrui to an empty table on the side and sat her down. He casually told the waiter to order 2 bottles of beer, intending to observe her first. Really? The two had just sat down when they saw several beautiful girls next to Su Xian, chatting with him. "Brother Xian, how did you manage to change your talent? If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't have believed it." "That's right, I always thought things like sudden changes in talent were just legends. I've never seen them with my own eyes." "How come you're so lucky? Tell us about it." The two beauties pestered Su Xian, asking him all kinds of questions. Their words made Yifeng and Li Qingrui frown, and the more they listened, the more they felt something was wrong. Talent mutation? Li Qingrui and Yifeng exchanged a glance, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. They turned around and heard Su Xian's voice. Hey, there's nothing much to say. Actually, I'm confused too. After that fight with that kid Yifeng that day, that bitch Su Xin ejected me from the cockpit. Holy crap, after falling from over 10 meters high, I discovered my wireless charging skill had turned into a question mark talent. At the time, I thought the bitch had injured me. As Su Xin was talking, he seemed unhappy. He picked up the bottle of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Then he smashed the bottle in the corner and roared madly. Roar! Oh! Ha! Su Xin stood on the table and swayed like a fool, roaring from time to time, with each roar having a different pronunciation. Seeing him like this, Li Qingrui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, but Yifeng hit her head lightly and hurt her. Shoo! Don't let him see us. Yifeng quietly reminded Li Qingrui that he felt there was no need to go up and talk to Su Xin. The mecha girls beside Su Xin would be able to quickly get Yifeng to know what he wanted to know. Really? A woman opened another bottle of beer for Su Xin. Su Xin took 2 sips and started twisting on the table again. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in a good mood and very proud. Brother Xin, what you're saying is, if we eject the commander a few more times, there's a chance that his talent will mutate? No. I think Brother Xin is saying that the commander must fall from a height and feel the thrill of danger before his talent can change. Yes, you're right. Falling from a great height can make people feel horrified, thrilling, and terrifying. These external stimuli may stimulate the commander's potential, allowing the commander to undergo a transformation under the stimulation of danger. The 3 mecha girls looked at Su Xin with admiration, interpreting his words with their own understanding. But Su Xin was immersed in the music, swaying alone and drinking from the bottle. After drinking half a bottle of wine, Su Xin danced on the table and laughed at himself. Ah, ha! This is fate. That bitch Su Xin beat me up this morning and I felt like my spine was going to break. Who would have thought that my talent would be activated right then? What? Talent activated, need to be beaten. Chapter 33, Talent at the level of a Navy Admiral? The 3 mecha girls stared at Su Xin with admiration, eager to find out how his talent was activated. Su Xin stopped talking and just started dancing and drinking, and got excited again. Su Xin was so ruthless? Could this be the secret to activating talent? So, if you want the commander to undergo a talent mutation and then activate his question mark talent, you have to throw him first. And then beat him up? Brother Xin, tell me quickly, what talent has your wireless charging talent transformed into? Several robot girls pestered Su Xin, acting cute and coquettish. Su Xion's dance steps became faster and faster, and the curvature of her waist became larger and larger. Hee. Have you heard of double energy? Double energy? Double the energy. Is that the double energy of the SSS class commander, the Admiral? Brother Xin. You actually activated double energy? After hearing Su Xion's words, the 3 mecha girls stood up excitedly. Seeing the strong reactions of the mecha girls around him after hearing about double energy, Su Xion's smug look became even stronger than before. Hee. That's right. It's the same, double energy, as the Admiral of the Navy, but his is SSS rank, and I'm only S rank. Sigh, after all, there's no comparison. Talent skills are very dependent on basic attributes. Although Su Xin was making fun of himself, who among the ordinary people would compete with the top SSS-level experts? S-class commanders are already very powerful. Not to mention in Pujiang Bay City, even in Kyoto, S-class commanders are the chosen ones of heaven. Few people have awakened the talent, double energy. For mecha girls, this is the commander talent they have always dreamed of. Because the commander has double energy, he can slowly accumulate strength on weekdays. During combat, it can provide double the spiritual energy supply for the mecha girl. This increases the original 3-hour overload operating capacity to 6 hours. The endurance and combat duration of this pair of mecha girls have been doubled. This is equivalent to giving an A-class mecha girl the endurance and combat effectiveness of an S-class mecha girl. This is because some S-class and SS-class high-energy weapon modules cannot be used even if they are installed on A-class mecha girls. These high-level weapon modules consume a lot of spiritual energy when used. If the psychic energy value of the commander of an A-rank mecha girl is too low, she may not even be able to provide the psychic energy to unleash a high-energy weapon. Even if high-energy weapons are installed, they cannot be used. Even if it can be used once or twice, it cannot be used repeatedly. This means that low-level mecha girls without powerful commanders dare not install high-grade, high-energy, and high-power weapons even if they have money. However, if the commander has double energy, it will be different. Originally, it took 300 points of spiritual energy to release a high-energy weapon once. But the commander only has 500 points of psychic energy, and there is basically not much energy left after releasing it once. If he can't win, he has to consider running away. But if the commander has double energy, he can accumulate psychic energy to 1000 points before the battle. In this way, high-power, high-energy weapons can be used 3 times in combat, and there will still be 100 points of psychic energy left after 3 times, which is enough to support the mecha girl to return home. Therefore, the difference between a commander with double energy and other commanders of the same level is simply a world of difference. This talent skill is not only rare, but also a commander talent that all mecha girls dream of. Who doesn't like having one battery that can be used as 2? Durable commanders are always in high demand. After Yifeng and Li Qingrui heard that Su Xian's wireless charging talent had unexpectedly transformed into double energy storage talent, the two were so shocked that they were speechless. They could only stare with wide eyes and communicate with each other. Throw him down first? Then beat him up? Will that activate the commander's potential? And then cause a talent mutation? No, it should be that I plundered the innate skills, and then a new talent appeared. This is not a talent mutation. Is that so? Then what happened to Yi Tian? He has lost all his talents. I don't know. Will different situations randomly occur after I plunder your talent? Some good, some bad? Yeah, that's possible. Do we still want to listen? No flash. After a series of eye contact, Yifeng and Li Qingrui put the money for the drinks under the bottle and left bar number 7 without saying a word. After leaving the bar, Li Qingrui turned into a Mercedes-Benz S650, opened the back door, and let Yifeng get in. Yifeng felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it. Sitting in the back seat, Li Qingrui turned on the music, turned down the volume, and drove straight to Yifeng's house. Why are you driving so fast? Yifeng felt that something was wrong with Li Qingrui. After I drop you off, I have to go home and take a shower. I'll smell like cigarettes and alcohol, and I'll get scolded. Oh. Why don't you let me sit in the cockpit? Yifeng asked with a frown. Not today. You have a game tomorrow. Go home, take a shower, get some rest, and recharge your batteries. Li Qingrui's voice became more and more strange, as if she was holding back a smirk. Of course Yifeng understood what she meant. I have a competition tomorrow, so I must have a good rest today. Well, go back and rest early. You must be exhausted these past few days. Yifeng looked out the window, feeling a little lost. It would be a shame not to enjoy beer, barbecue and crayfish on this long night and cool summer day. What are you thinking about? Li Qingrui asked softly when she saw Yifeng look lost. Yifeng didn't want Li Qingrui to know that all he could think about was beer and barbecue. For a legendary commander, this is somewhat unpromising. There is an important game tomorrow, so we should study tactics and have a good rest. Isn't this the legendary commander that people think of? Yes. Study the tactics. He looked out the window at the night and replied boredly, thinking about Lin Xiaoxiao and sizzle. A brake mark suddenly stopped the car. Yifeng was frightened. What's going on? What happened? What is Li Qingrui doing? Yifeng was confused when he suddenly heard. Ding. Emergency ejection device activated, please fasten your seatbelt. What? Li Qingrui. Li Qingrui, what are you going to do? Yifeng saw the skylight above his head suddenly open, and in an instant, a bad premonition made him sweat coldly on his back. Before Yifeng could ask another question. Whoosh. The cockpit under Yifeng suddenly ejected. Before he could explain, his body had already appeared 100 meters in the air. The cold air made Yifeng no longer feel stuffy, and his restless body temperature was being quickly cooled down by the airflow. On a moonlit night, high in the sky, the wind was howling so fiercely that Yifeng couldn't close his mouth, and his face skin was almost torn apart by the air currents. Yifeng didn't understand. What was going on? Why are you so angry? I haven't finished speaking yet. What happened to Li Qingrui? Oh my god, it's so high. Why is the wind so strong? Why hasn't the ejection stopped yet? Feeling something was wrong, Yifeng looked down at the jet of flames below him. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but after seeing it, Yifeng was shocked. Chow! Woo woo woo, it's the catapult of the stratosphere fighter. Li Qing Rui. What are you crazy about? Oh whoa whoa whoa, Li Qing Rui. He couldn't close his mouth, he really couldn't close his mouth, Yifeng couldn't close his mouth at all. Chapter 34, Lin Xiaoxiao comes on stage. A little while after, Yifeng quickly climbed more than 1,000 meters. A stratospheric fighter plane roared past and circled around Yifeng several times. The fighter then accommodated the ejection seat. After Yifeng returned to the cockpit of the fighter plane, he was still shocked and gasping for breath. But what Yifeng didn't expect was the next second. Li Qingrui was actually wearing combat uniform and climbed from the front cockpit to the rear cockpit where Yifeng was. She looked fierce and aggressive, as if she wanted to hit someone. You, what do you want to do? Yifeng thought that Li Qingrui was still crazy and was going to beat him up. Unexpectedly, Li Qingrui just stretched out her hand and grabbed Yifeng's nose, warning him to be more careful with his words in the future. If he upsets Jin Yang again, the consequences will be serious. 3 hours later, Yifeng was sent back home by his own mecha. After chatting all night, opening their hearts to each other and understanding each other, Yifeng and his mecha's neuron synchronization adjustment rate increased significantly. However, this was also very tiring and consumed a lot of mental energy. Yifeng fell asleep as soon as he got home. Next day, when the first ray of morning sunshine woke him up, Li Qingrui had already changed into a beige gauze dress and a pink sun hat, and was waiting obediently on the grass outside his house. Another half-hour passed. Yifeng and Li Qingrui walked hand in hand to the audience seats of the Second Mecha Institute's fighting arena. They thought they would be the protagonists of the live TV broadcast today, but Yifeng found the people the host called to the stage today were actually Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong. Today, the organizing committee of the competition has proposed that Lin Xiaoxiao from the finals group will randomly select 3 teams for a lucky skipping match. To allow the audience to witness more exciting combat scenes, as long as these 3 randomly selected teams can tie with Lin Xiaoxiao's group within 10 minutes, they will advance directly to the semifinals through the top 13. Whoever can defeat the Lin Xiaoxiao pair will replace them and become the finalist of this competition. In addition, based on the results of last night's Who is the Champion vote, the competition organizing committee has temporarily changed the rules and has made an exception to promote the Li Qingrui and Yifeng duo, allowing them to directly enter the finals. Surprise? Surprise? Dear audience friends, in tomorrow's finals, will the Lin Xiaoxiao and Li Qingrui duo advance to the final battle, or will a new dark horse emerge? Go ahead and guess. Next, let's invite the Lin Xiaoxiao team to come up and draw the list of contestants for the Lucky Skip tournament. Before the start of today's competition, when the host announced the latest competition rules, Yifeng and Li Qingrui were dumbfounded. How come when I woke up, the organizing committee changed the rules of the competition again? Maybe I was too restless last night and haven't woken up yet? This is too frivolous. Isn't this competition a bit too arbitrary? Could it be that Chen Haodong's father, Chief Chen, is behind this again? Yifeng and Li Qingrui stared at each other, really confused. But someone in the audience couldn't help but spread the gossip. Do you know why the rules of this competition have been changed again and again? Why? I heard that a distinguished guest came from Kyoto. This distinguished guest's identity is mysterious, but he has immense power. He wants to see the game played the way he wants. Impressive, isn't he? What? Who on earth is this person who can control the game at will? Hey! It's not a big competition. It's just a competition to see the strength of the Second Academy's trainee mecha girls and commanders. This competition is for guests from the Advanced Mecha Research Institute and the military to select official combat researchers. I heard that this distinguished guest is also here to discover talented people. Could it be that he's taken a fancy to the combination of Yifeng and Li Qingrui? Of course. Li Qingrui and Yifeng have been all the rage online these past few days. People who didn't pay attention to the mecha girl fighting competition before have now started watching because of this pairing. The ratings and influence of the mecha girl fighting competition have increased more than tenfold compared to before. Are we famous? A distinguished guest from Kyoto? Li Qingrui and Yifeng immediately captured the information they were most concerned about. Li Qingrui pulled Yifeng's wrist and swung it unsteadily, as happy as a puppy that got a bone. But Yifeng didn't seem happy at all.
He frowned and was very curious about the distinguished guest from Kyoto.
The game is about to start. What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy to see Lin Xiaoxiao on the court?
Li Qingrui stared at Yifeng fiercely, her vinegary eyes as if to say, that woman betrayed you and kicked you out, and you still can't let her go?
Are you reluctant to give up the 2-year bond, or do you feel some regret because you never got her body?
Yifeng saw Li Qingrui's resentful eyes and felt it was incredible that she would have such thoughts about her.
What's that look in your eyes?
Yifeng's head popped up and bounced on Li Qingrui's forehead. He frowned and reminded her, she is the opponent we must defeat.
Watch the game carefully.
Li Qingrui whimpered slightly and stuck out her tongue, and for a moment she was as obedient as a clingy little elf. But this scene made the commanders in the surrounding stands who admired Li Qingrui grimace in hatred. They wanted to rush down and tear Yifeng into pieces.
Why can Yifeng get Li Qingrui?
Why is Li Qingrui sometimes like a little bird in front of Yifeng, and sometimes like a funny little wildcat, scratching her heart and liver? What tricks did Yifeng use to make the cold-faced mecha flower become so interesting? Yifeng was completely oblivious to the hateful looks around him, his attention was always focused on the field.
Now in the stadium, Lin Xiaoxiao has already drawn 3 opponents. They are a level combination Di Fei and Hu Yu,
a level combination Shen Gang and Ning Xiangxiu,
S-level Luo Shan and a level Xia Yameng.
When the names and talent levels of the 3 groups appeared on the big screen, it caused a lot of sighs.
Look!
It's Xia Yameng, the former leader of the Second Academy's top 10 mecha beauties.
I haven't heard anything about her before.
I only heard that she activated in a rank battle core.
I didn't expect that. This kid Luoshan really knows how to take advantage.
The S-rank commander actually condescended to sign a contract with a rank Xia Yameng.
Hey, I understand.
After all, she's the top of the top 10 mecha flowers, and a rank isn't too bad. I heard that Luoshan wasn't the only S-rank commander who requested a contract. It's just that Luoshan's family is wealthy, so he directly offered a complete set of A-rank modules, which is how he conquered Xia Yameng. Although Xia Yameng is an A-rank mecha girl, she's more than just beautiful. I heard she's awakened a rare mecha girl talent called Beast Evolution. Even for S-rank and above mecha girls, few can awaken this talent.
So, Luoshan has found a treasure. What the hell is Beast Evolution? I've never heard of it.
That's right, you haven't heard of it. That's why it's so rare. Simply put, Beast Evolution allows the mecha girl to transform into a mechanical beast that she killed herself.
Isn't that pretty useless?
The mechanical beast that I can kill might not be as strong as me. Transforming into that mechanical beast won't increase my combat power much.
Bullshit. What do you know? Who would go head to head with a mecha beast alone?
Of course, we have to fight as a team. We have to take down a mecha beast that's much stronger than us, control it, and then kill it. As long as the person who kills the mecha beast with the final blow is a mecha girl with Beast Evolution, it's all fine.
What? No wonder.
A few days ago, I saw Xia Yameng and a group of people going to the Shisha jungle. The mechanical beasts there were all level 3-4.
The mechanical mutation rate reached 100%.
It looks like Xia Yameng has successfully captured a high-level mechanical beast.
This competition is going to be exciting.
Maybe she'll defeat Lin Xiaoxiao and become the dark horse who makes it to the finals.
Chapter 35: A Strange Girl Inextricably Linked. On the field,
the host invited the 3 groups of contestants drawn by Lin Xiaoxiao to come on stage and be introduced. When Yifeng saw Xia Yameng's figure, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed for a moment and fell into deep thought. Li Qingrui pouted and elbowed Yifeng fiercely.
Look at it! Are you so drunk that you can't pull your eyes out? Is she prettier or am I?
Yifeng's thoughts were instantly disrupted. He hugged his waist and pretended to be in pain, and hurriedly explained.
You shouldn't ask such questions. Haven't you already taken her throne?
Now everyone says that you are the top of the top 10 mecha flowers.
Humph.
I don't care what others say. The way you looked at her just now was not right. Li Qingrui raised her little head playfully, and her whole temperament seemed to have changed drastically compared to a week ago.
Even Yifeng couldn't help but complain. Actually, I still prefer your aloof look.
I didn't expect that you would change so much from a girl to a woman.
What? What do you mean?
Li Qingrui frowned and stared at Yifeng fiercely. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yifeng quickly changed his words. Don't get excited, I mean, you have become lively and cute.
Yeah. Don't be so ridiculous. Actually, I've heard about it a long time ago.
Last year, Xia Yameng asked you to go to the rooftop of the Martial Arts Institute and confessed her love for you. But she was a step slower than Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped you halfway and won you over with a first kiss.
This incident spread throughout the second Mecha Academy a few years ago. Ha! Is there such a thing?
Yifeng recalled the scene at that time and looked at Li Qingrui thoughtfully. He felt that Li Qingrui did not seem to be lying, but it was probably all rumors. But at that time, it was Lin Xiaoxiao who asked me to go to the rooftop. Moreover, he suddenly stopped me halfway and came over to kiss me. This rumor is too outrageous. Ahem, rumors are not credible.
Yifeng replied indifferently.
However, Li Qingrui shrugged helplessly and shook her head for a long time.
TSK, silly boy, you probably still don't know it now?
Li Qingrui hesitated again and again, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Yameng in the field, frowned and said,
"No what?"
Yifeng looked confused. Although Xia Yameng and Lin Xiaoxiao are not in the same group, they were inseparable best friends for 3 years before they were admitted to the hospital.
Li Qingrui looked at the two people in the field with a playful expression and said meaningfully, "Best friend?"
Yifeng didn't even know that these two people knew each other.
"Yes, the two of them broke up because of you."
Li Qingrui shifted her gaze to Yifeng, her big eyes savoring Yifeng's handsome face, and she nodded with empathy.
"Me?
Where did you hear that?" Yifeng really couldn't believe his ears.
The rumors in the school were too scary. Don't you know?
Actually, that day, Lin Xiaoxiao asked you out on behalf of Xia Yameng. But she must have lied to you and said that it was she who wanted to ask you out.
Then she stopped you on the way to the rooftop, right?
In fact, that day, Xia Yameng had been waiting for you on the rooftop for a long, long time.
What?
Li Qingrui's words made Yifeng feel confused. He never imagined that the truth of the matter would be like this. At that time, Yifeng felt strange and wondered why they agreed to meet on the rooftop to discuss something.
Why did he suddenly stop me halfway and kiss me without saying a word?
So, the truth of the matter is actually like this.
Lin Xiaoxiao.
Have you always been this kind of girl?
Why are you looking at me like that? You're probably the only one in the second hospital who doesn't know about this. I just want to know, if Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't done that, would you have accepted Xia Yumeng's confession? You probably would.
After all, she's the most beautiful mecha girl in the second hospital.
How could a commander refuse her?
When Yifeng heard Li Qingrui's words, he suddenly felt the lever of fate, which was very strange. Lin Xiaoxiao sold her friends for love, then abandoned her love.
Does she really know what she wants? Or does she know too well what she wants?
As long as it's something she wants, she will get it at any cost. However, at this moment, Xia Yameng is about to compete with Lin Xiaoxiao on the same stage. Xia Yameng knew that she was betrayed by her best friend, so she stole her love away. She should also know that the lover who was taken away by her best friend was ruthlessly abandoned by her. She also knew that the lover who was ruthlessly abandoned now had a real girlfriend, and used his beauty to kick himself off the top spot among the top 10 mechas. Moreover, she must have watched all the games of her beloved commander. He and that mecha girl combined their swords and showed an invincible and heroic posture.
She must be very envious, right? She chose an excellent commander, but was that commander the commander she loved?
Could it be that she chose him just to make it to the finals so that she could defeat the best friend who stole her love and then abandoned her? Yifeng sat in the stands, looking at Xia Yameng quietly from afar. Suddenly I felt that Lin Xiaoxiao was really guilty of a heinous crime. Xia Yameng did nothing wrong, but she had to endure so much mental blow. Although Yifeng had never spoken a word to Xia Yameng, they had passed each other and met each other's eyes several times in the second hospital. It turns out that there are so many stories hidden in those times when we pass by each other.
Yifeng couldn't help but ask himself, if he had reached the rooftop safely and heard Xia Yumeng's confession, would he have accepted it?
If he had been with Xia Yameng at that time, he would not have been abandoned by Lin Xiaoxiao later, nor would he have saved Li Qingrui and helped Li Qingrui to be reborn.
Xia Yameng.
Yifeng saw Xia Yameng frowning on the big screen, and felt that her beauty was a little less attractive than before. It's like the most beautiful flower, which looks a little dull because it has not been nourished by rain and dew.
Is all of this thanks to Lin Xiaoxiao? In a moment.
The little bit of reluctance that Yifeng had left for Lin Xiaoxiao in his heart turned into nothing. And he felt for Xia Yameng, the leader of the mecha flowers, whom he had never met but almost became his destined partner. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. But, I clearly did nothing wrong.
Mecha Second Academy, am I the only one who doesn't know this? Yi Feng asked coldly.
Li Qingrui was suddenly stunned, as if she was afraid that the thing she loved would slip away from her hands. She suddenly hugged Yi Feng's arm tightly and stroked it gently, as if to comfort Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked back and saw Li Qingrui's charming and tearful look, as if she was caring for him. He felt much warmer in his heart in an instant. If everything is arranged by fate, this arrangement is not bad. However, Yi Feng now felt a little sorry for Xia Yameng, who was about to fight a life and death battle with Lin Xiaoxiao on the field. Cherish a girl who is an extremely strange person, but is inextricably linked to you.
I want to help her, but I don't know how.
If revenge scores are decided first, only Xia Yameng, Yi Feng is willing to give this revenge opportunity to her first.
But, can Xia Yameng defeat Lin Xiaoxiao?
Yi Feng held Li Qingrui in his arms and looked towards the competition field with a worried look on his face.
In the battle between Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Yameng, which side will win? Chapter 36 Lin Xiaoxiao's Impressive Ride. It's a hot summer day, and it's rare to have a breeze on your face, which is so cool.
On the court, Xia Yameng frowned angrily, staring at Lin Xiaoxiao's rosy little face, wishing he could rush up and tear her to pieces. Lin Xiaoxiao knew she was guilty, so she avoided the other person's gaze and said shamelessly to the other two pairs.
You two are too weak. If you don't want to give up, then come together. Ha!
Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao being so arrogant, the audience booed loudly, especially those in the trainee area, who were the most aggressive at this moment.
Damn! Too arrogant. Isn't it just because he's S rank?
No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao kicked Yi Feng out. Now that she's activated her S rank, she's completely oblivious to the world.
She's so arrogant. TSK. Scumbag.
First she stole Xia Yumeng's boyfriend, activated her S rank talent, and then kicked him out.
Her character is so low, why is she so arrogant? It's just S rank, what's with all that arrogance? That's right, a mere S rank is so arrogant. Those SS and SSS rank geniuses are not as arrogant as her. As the trainees shouted and complained, the discussion in the stands of the guidance office area was getting louder and louder.
Humph, it seems that Chief Chen has provided a lot of resources to his son's robot girl, but she is so arrogant.
Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. This might be a slap in the face.
Although the opponent is an A-class team, they are, after all, trainees who just left the Junior Mecha Research Institute. They haven't awakened their abilities for long.
The gap between S-class and A-class hasn't widened that much. It's a bit early to say that they're outnumbering 2-1.
That's right. If it were 2 or 3 years later, an S-class player facing an A-class player, even 1 against 5, would be possible.
But right now it's a little early for this kid to be so arrogant. On the field. A level combination Di Fei and Hu Yu.
A level combination Shen Gang and Ning Xiangxiao. After hearing what Lin Xiaoxiao said, the four of them felt that the other party was a bit rude, but considering the other party's S-level strength and the resources behind it, the two pairs of mecha girl combinations still discussed it privately. After discussion, they were willing to accept the other party's suggestion and use the strength of 4 people to fight against Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong.
Ha ha. Agreed.
Hu Yu and Ning Xiangxiao, the two mecha girl duos, actually agreed to the suggestion of 4 against 2. The host asked Xia Yameng and her group to come down and wait, and hurriedly asked the contestants to take their seats. Generally speaking, mecha girl fighting competitions are relatively fair. Unfair competition situations like today's are extremely rare.
The host keenly realized that this would be a rare and exciting showdown. Such a competition will definitely help increase the ratings.
Therefore, the host hurriedly announced the start of the game before the mecha girls on both sides transformed into mechanical forms.
The game begins.
When Hu Yu and Ning Xiangxiao heard the host announce the start of the competition, the two mecha girls hurriedly transformed into mechanical bodies. One red and one blue, 2 coupes opened their cockpit doors, and commanders Di Fei and Shen Gang hurriedly jumped in. After the mecha transformation, the 2 8-meter-tall mecha girls are of the same height as the red and black Tony Seg mecha girl Lin Xiaoxiao. Although the two are of similar size, even less knowledgeable viewers can judge the quality of their modules from the sophistication of their mechas and the quality of their external armor.
You don't know until you compare. You'll be surprised when you do. It feels like Alto and Audi standing together.
The mechanical bodies of the two mecha girls, Huyu and Ning Xiangxiao, appear extremely inferior and old, whether it is the dexterity of the hand joints, the metallic color of the armor, or even the overall design style. But Lin Xiaoxiao is different. Lin Xiaoxiao's whole body is shiny black, and the high-end red paint and clever design make her mecha girl form look different. If the mecha forms of the two mecha girls on the left are like the bulldozers on the construction site and the harvesters in the farmland, then Lin Xiaoxiao is the high-tech artwork on display in the Science and Technology Museum, and her whole body exudes the feeling of future technology. When the mecha girls from both sides faced each other after their transformation, Huyu and Ning Xiangxiao's confidence dropped by half. They were extremely grateful that they had the self-awareness to choose to fight 4 against 2. Otherwise, I'm afraid there is no chance of winning at all. Don't be afraid. Although Lin Xiaoxiao is very strong, we have 4 of us. We will attack from both sides, making it difficult for Lin Xiaoxiao to take care of both ends. Okay. Let's go together. Huyu and Ning Xiangxiao hit it off immediately. The two mecha girls stepped on the wheels under their feet as if they were wearing skateboard shoes. They are very fast and can slide left and right very flexibly. Before Lin Xiaoxiao could react, the two men came from both sides, one on the left and one on the right, swinging their knives and killing her. Lin Xiaoxiao stood there motionless until the other party approached her, then she summoned her weapon. After a long knife appeared in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, she did not attack immediately. In Lin Xiaoxiao's cockpit, Chen Haodong saw 2 enemy mecha girls attacking from both sides at the same time, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then Chen Haodong's psychic energy exploded, and he roared like he was on drugs. He shook his head wildly, gripping the joystick tightly with both hands, transferring energy to Lin Xiaoxiao. Ha, let me show you the difference in Commander's talents. Temporary module, invisible shield. Chen Haodong charged his arms, and after the violent psychic energy was transmitted into the core of the mecha girl, the 2 commander skills were released at the same time by Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha girl. A temporary module appeared on Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder. In less than 2 seconds, it turned from a blue light into a Gatling gun turret. Tut. 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 The Gatling gun opened fire at full power, aiming at Huyu, the robot girl who was rushing up from the left, and launched a crazy attack. Huyu's mecha is only made of D-grade metal. She had never expected that the other party possessed such powerful commander skills. This kind of firepower is already at the military weapon level. A class civilian mecha girls like Huyu, although they have activated the combat core, if they do not have the money to modify some combat modules with strong firepower and defense, their strength will ultimately not be able to compete with military-level firepower. The gap between her and Lin Xiaoxiao is not just the gap between a level and S-level potential at this moment. This is basically the gap between cold weapons and hot weapons. The Gatling gun had a very fast firing rate, and Huyu was shot into a sieve before he could dodge. However, the shortcomings of the Gatling gun are also very obvious. Although the firing rate is fast, the bullet capacity cannot last long. A Gatling gun can fire 100 bullets in 1 second, but 300 bullets can only fire for 3 seconds. Facing Huyueji, who was blocking with a big knife, Lin Xiaoxiao barely managed to knock her down until she ran out of bullets. At this time, Ning Xiangxiaoji came from the right with a huge axe in hand. She raised the battle axe high and smashed it down hard at Lin Xiaoxiao. But... bang! After a muffled sound, Ning Xiangxiao's battle axe was actually bounced back by some invisible wall. Because the battle axe was very heavy, after the attack was bounced back, Ning Xiangxiaoji's body swayed and staggered. Before she could stand firm, Lin Xiaoxiao slid over with a long knife in her hand. Swish! The long sword swept across, and Ning Xiangxiao's cockpit armor was easily cut open. The commander in the cabin was covered in blood and died instantly. Dong! The bulky mecha fell to the ground and didn't move. The host saw this and quickly announced, "The winner is the Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong team." Hearing the end of the game, the audience inside and outside the stadium were instantly excited. The winner is already decided. The game has only been going on for 10 seconds. No way, 2 mecha girls attacking together, but they can't even withstand a single attack from the other party? This is too abnormal. Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong are so strong together. It's so terrifying. Oh my god, they're worthy of being called the final boss. This mecha girl combination is so damn strong. When the audience inside and outside the venue were shocked by the strength of Lin Xiaoxiao's group, Yi Feng and some sharp-eyed viewers discovered some intriguing details. Chapter 37: Xia Yemun comes on stage. While most of the audience were still immersed in the superb performance of the duo of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong, Li Qingrui sat up and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in the competition field with astonishment.
She couldn't help but ask Yifeng. Is that invisible shield and temporary module? Aren't these two commander talents Yitian's? How come Chen Haodong also has them?
Li Qingrui couldn't believe her eyes and thought she was dazzled. However, after carefully recalling the battle in the past few seconds, I should not have seen it wrong. That is, invisible shield and temporary module. Although, there are many commanders who will awaken the same talent skills.
But this is too coincidental. Yi Tian is a leader among S-level commanders.
The two talents he awakened happen to be relatively rare and powerful talents. How could it be such a coincidence that Chen Haodong also happened to awaken these two powerful innate skills?
This is really such a coincidence. It's such a coincidence.
Yi Tian just lost all his talents and skills, and Chen Haodong used the same talents as Yi Tian. And he also released two identical talents at once.
This is exactly the same as when we fought that day. No matter how you look at it, it looks like.
Yifeng hesitated to speak.
But Li Qingrui continued what Yifeng said. It's like Chen Haodong plundered all of Yi Tian's talents? It does look alike.
Yifeng thought he was the only one who thought so, but he didn't expect Li Qingrui to have the same idea.
But, is this possible? This kind of thing is unheard of.
No, I have a predatory talent, but I am at ASL level. He, Chen Haodong, is just an S-level trash. There is a difference of 3 levels. Such a powerful plundering talent, and it plundered all the opponent's talents at once, which is many times stronger than the ASL level plundering ability. Moreover, judging from the first opponent defeated by Yifeng Su Xin. After Yifeng robbed him of his talent became talent. Then it mutated into a completely new talent. This means that although the ASL level can plunder the opponent's existing talents, the opponent will still awaken a new talent as compensation, and there is even a high probability of awakening a stronger talent.
But how could Chen Haodong possess the ability to plunder all the other parties' talents? Doesn't this mean having the power to destroy the world and overwhelm everything? Can a mere S-rank commander be so powerful?
Yifeng fell into deep thought, while Li Qingrui shook her head repeatedly. Impossible.
There's no reason. Even if he has awakened his plundering talent, he can't be stronger than you. This is too outrageous. I'd rather believe that this is just a coincidence. Inside the stadium,
Xia Yimeng saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was extremely powerful and could kill her opponents in seconds when she was outnumbered 2-4. Not only was there no fear in her eyes, but the hatred and murderous intent were even stronger.
Boom! 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 On the big screen, the light signs that originally showed Di Fei, Shen Gang, and Ning Xiangxia suddenly went out one by one. The audience in the stadium stood up in shock. Look! The light board is off, which means those 3 players died in the battle. It's been 2 years. This is the first time someone has died in a mecha girl fighting tournament.
Yes, although fighting competitions are said to be brutal, we are all in the same class, so generally speaking, we won't kill each other. The deaths of the players in the past few years were mostly accidental. And they were all related to weapons of mass destruction. It's rare for cold weapons and Gatling guns to kill people. Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong did this on purpose.
This is not manslaughter, this is intentional homicide.
This is clearly intentional murder, but it's also permitted by the rules of the game.
It's just that from a moral point of view.
It's been rumored for a long time that Chen Haodong is the bully of the second hospital, always stirring up trouble and committing all kinds of evil. I didn't expect him to be so cruel.
Humph, relying on your father being the chief of the second hospital, you think you can do whatever you want? Just win, why kill people?
This kid Chen Haodong is nothing. How despicable. That bitch Lin Xiaoxiao is no good either. No wonder I heard she dumped her boyfriend of 2 years as soon as she activated her S-class core. She became Chen Haodong's mecha girl so quickly, probably just for the resources behind him.
Next up is Xia Yimeng. Xia Yimeng, go on stage and kill it. Xia Yimeng, come on.
Kill those 2 bastards. Inside and outside the stadium, some people were cheering and some were flooding the comment section of the live broadcast on their mobile phones. Many people accused Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong of intentional homicide, while others encouraged Xia Yimeng to retaliate and avenge the deaths of the first 2 pairs of contestants. Xia Yimeng heard many people shouting his name, and the cheers that were so clear to his ears sounded like a battle song. She followed the audience's roar of war songs, took firm steps to seek revenge, and, accompanied by her commander and following the host's guidance, walked onto the stage step by step.
Lin Xiaoxiao. Let's settle everything today. You and I will fight with all our might until we die. Xia Yimeng pointed at the gorgeous black and red mecha in the distance and roared without any fear of fighting. Say, she suddenly transformed.
A white and red 5th-generation fighter jet appeared on the competition field. Commander Luoshan stepped on the tow rope and slowly rose up. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he sat in the cockpit.
Mecha girl form. Transform. Xia Yimeng did not hesitate.
After transforming into a mecha girl, she slid forward with 2 crescent-shaped scimitars in her hands.
Mang Mang.
When Lin Xiaoxiao saw Xia Yimeng rushing towards her, she felt a little timid and quickly retreated tactically. It's not that she was afraid of not being able to defeat Xia Yimeng, but the guilt in her heart made her unable to face her best friend in the past 2 years.
Meng Meng, you are no match for me, just admit defeat. I don't want to hurt you.
Lin Xiaoxiao didn't expect Xia Yimeng to be so fast. She had no way to hide, so she had to use her long sword to fight with her for a few times. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao only retreated and refused to advance, and even said that she was no match for her, Xia Yimeng became even angrier. Lin Xiaoxiao, stop acting here.
Kill me if you can.
After Xia Yimeng finished speaking, he danced with his 2 swords and swung them even harder. Lin Xiaoxiao blocked alone, but her long sword was ultimately unable to block Xia Yimeng's double sword attack. After her mecha was damaged in many places, she had no choice but to kick her opponent away and hurriedly explained.
I know what you think of me. But I'm not like that. I really love Guiyefeng,
Lin Xiaoxiao was about to explain something when suddenly her face turned grim and she felt a sharp pain in her lower body. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. After this, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to have become a different person. She said nothing, but swung the long sword in her hand with great force, and every blow hit Xia Yimeng's vitals. After being repelled by the long sword, Xia Yimeng guessed that it was Lin Xiaoxiao's commander who took away control of the robot girl's body, but this was just right. This was exactly what she wanted. Today, Xia Yimeng had planned to fight Lin Xiaoxiao to the death on the field, giving it her all to resolve the grievances between them.
Very good, Chen Haodong. Let's fight.
As Xia Yimeng spoke, the magazine on her back suddenly opened, and 2 sets of triple rocket launchers appeared on the shoulders of her mecha.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
6 rockets were fired at high speed, aiming at the head of Lin Xiaoxiao's body. Chen Haodong controlled the mecha and released the invisible shield without hesitation. The attack of 6 rockets failed to work, but the smoke from the explosion became the best cover.
Xia Yimeng took the opportunity to slide and approach Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha.
She held 2 swords and used her mecha girl talent. Once the innate skill, triple cross slash, is used, the 3 cross slashes will have the effect of a high-temperature burning flame knife.
With this power, even the mecha armor made of a great alloy will be severely damaged. However,
just as Xia Yimeng used the cross triple slash, an arc of purple light appeared in the smoke. The arc-shaped purple light slashed left and right, chopped horizontally and vertically. Like a meat grinder, it not only blocked all the attacks of the cross triple slash, but also cut several gaps in Xia Yimeng's double swords.
What? Xia Yimeng couldn't believe her eyes. She looked down and saw that the moon blades in her hands, made of a great alloy, were deeply damaged by the purple blade shadow. Such attack power is unbelievable. Until
the smoke and dust in front dissipated with the wind, and when Lin Xiaoxiao appeared in front of everyone in a mecha holding an electric blade sickle, Xia Yimeng finally understood what was going on.
Death side? Damn it! Isn't this the weapon of Yi Tian and Feng Baobao? How come you have it too? Xia Yimeng was shocked.
When her opponent showed her S-level electric blade weapon and destroyed the weapon in her hand, Xia Yimeng knew that she was already at a disadvantage. Feeling threatened, Xia Yimeng retreated tactically, and a commotion erupted inside and outside the stadium.
Chapter 38, Beast Evolution, debuts.
In the stands, the audience was whispering to each other in a chaotic mess.
What's going on? How come Lin Xiaoxiao also has a death scythe? This S-level weapon worth 300 million has become a cabbage now? No. I heard that this is the one in Yi Tian and Feng Baobao's hands.
That day, after Yi Tian went crazy, the death scythe was taken away by Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong.
What? A weapon that has an owner can be taken away? I don't know either. I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it was taken away.
But I heard that this weapon was originally lent to Yi Tian by Chen Haodong.
I see. But don't you find it strange?
The two commander skills used by Chen Haodong are exactly the same as Yi Tian's. Now even the weapons are exactly the same.
This is too weird.
Yes, even if Yi Tian and Chen Haodong had some private deal, the commander's talent cannot be transferred to others.
Talent skills are not weapons and equipment, so they can't be given away. Could it be that they are twin brothers? With the same father but different mothers? Otherwise, why do they seem to have some unspeakable connection?
Some people began to make bold guesses about what exactly happened between Chen Haodong and Yi Tian, and what kind of transactions and relationship they had. Yi Feng frowned, feeling that the situation on the field was not optimistic. He suddenly held Li Qingrui's little hand tightly and whispered in her ear. No one knew what secrets the two of them had shared, but Li Qingrui suddenly gave Yi Feng a kiss, smiled sweetly, threw her hair behind her, and left the fighting arena stands alone. This scene was noticed by Chief Chen and the masked guest who had been watching Yi Feng from a distance, and suspicion appeared on their faces one after another. However, Yi Feng didn't know that someone was paying attention to him. He just wanted to know whether Xia Yimeng still had the energy left to continue fighting with Lin Xiaoxiao. The melee blades were destroyed, the rockets had been used, and regeneration and reloading were temporarily unavailable in the incubator. A junior mecha like the Apprentice, which has a low combat power value, should not be equipped with high-end weapon modules.
Those things cannot be installed just by having money.
The girl's electronic control value needs to reach a certain level to open new module slots, so that advanced weapon modules and high-energy weapon modules with higher models and functions can be installed. Yi Feng felt that Xia Yimeng was about to lose. He really didn't want this strange girl who had a close relationship with him to die here today.
If you really can't win, just admit defeat.
Yi Feng, with an anxious look on his face, couldn't help but mutter. But Xia Yimeng was wandering around the field, as if waiting for the commander's psychic energy supply. Could it be that she still has some fighting skills?
Could it be that?
Yi Feng had just thought of the previous rumors when Xia Yimeng transformed for the second time. Swish! The white and red fighter plane jumped and took off, and the mecha warrior suddenly turned into a fourth-generation fighter plane. After the fourth-generation fighter jet flew into the air, it fired a burst of machine gun fire at Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha. Although the machine gun is not much weaker than the Gatling gun, this wave of strafing did not break through Chen Haodong's invisible shield. However, the white and red fighter did not give up. It plunged headfirst into Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha, as if they were going to die together.
No way! Is she going to die together with me?
If I'm overdriven, I won't be able to stop the car, and I'll die in vain if I crash.
Is this a suicide attack? The audience was stunned. But the first impression is generally the same. Almost everyone thought that Xia Yimeng wanted to die together with Lin Xiaoxiao. Little did they know that when the white and red fighter plane was about to hit Lin Xiaoxiao, a crackling sound suddenly appeared in the arena. The white and red fighter plane suddenly transformed, and a white armored giant beast that looked like a level 3 saber tiger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and knocked down Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha with one claw. The majestic mecha white tiger beast roared and waved its claws, so fast that Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha was unable to dodge. It flies with one claw to the left and one to the right, attacking like a ferocious beast. This kind of beast-like mecha made all the audience excited.
In the mobile live broadcast room, countless netizens flooded the comment area.
No way! The rumors are actually true. Is this a level 3 exotic beast? It's very similar to the saber tiger beast described in the book.
Idiot, this is called Beast Evolution, it's the mecha girl's innate skill.
I never thought a trainee mecha girl could actually hunt down a level 3 alien beast. Beast Simulation Evolution can perfectly replicate the abilities and appearance of a level 3 alien beast.
Xia Yimeng is essentially no different from a level 3 alien beast right now. There were experts among the crowd, and soon someone recognized Xia Yimeng's Beast Evolution talent. With the explanations of the masters, the ignorant rookie quickly realized how powerful Xia Yimeng's move was. However, Xia Yimeng is only an A-level mecha girl after all, and she has to face an S-level mecha girl. Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha is now controlled by Chen Haodong. He had no mercy on Xia Yimeng and was always looking for opportunities to kill her. Just after Xia Yimeng, in the form of a saber tiger beast, caused multiple armor-piercing damage to Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha.
Chen Haodong finally took action. Ah, very good. Xia Yimeng, you deserve my next move.
Chen Haodong suddenly spoke into the speaker of the phone, and his weird laughter gave Xia Yimeng goosebumps.
Xia Yameng, I wonder if your commander has awakened the mecha girl combat skill?
After Chen Haodong finished speaking, he began to swing the Grim Reaper's scythe. Suddenly, gusts of wind appeared on the field, and the dust was so strong that even the spectators in the stands could hardly open their eyes.
Holy crap, this is the mecha girl combat technique. Chen Haodong, a trainee commander, actually awakened the mecha girl combat technique?
The trainee commander wants to awaken the mecha girl combat skills, unless he has eaten the spirit fruit. In the stands, some trainees who hadn't yet awakened their commanders and didn't know what mecha girl combat skills were anxiously pulling at the commanders beside them, humbly asking for advice.
Senior, what is mecha girl combat technique?
A short-haired girl grabbed the sleeve of the senior next to her and asked hurriedly. Mecha girl combat skills can be learned after awakening a commander or a mecha girl. Simply put, commanders and mecha girls each have their own innate skills that can be awakened one by one as their strength increases.
However, there is one skill that only commanders can awaken, mecha girl combat skills.
These skills are extremely powerful and come in a wide variety. Every year, someone awakens a brand new mecha girl combat skill. After hearing the advice from the senior beside her, the short-haired girl still didn't quite understand.
Isn't it called mecha girl combat skill? Why can only the commander awaken it?
The senior commander opened the parasol to shield the mecha girl from the wind and sand, and shouted loudly, because mecha girl combat skills must be performed in mecha girl form when the commander controls the mecha girl.
To put it bluntly, it is a combined skill. Two people must work together to release it.
At this moment, it doesn't matter what the mecha girl combat skills are.
The key is to hide under the umbrella and watch the game. Inside the venue.
After Chen Haodong released the mecha girl combat skill condensing sand to create beasts, the moment the wind and sand stopped, a ferocious beast appeared in the field. Although this ferocious beast is smaller than the saber tiger beast, it is made of yellow sand.
Chen Haodong was full of confidence.
He pointed his sickle forward and the lion formed by the yellow sand was like an obedient hunting dog. It rushed towards the saber tiger beast mecha girl, which was several times bigger than itself, without fear of life or death. However, Xia Yameng, the girl of the sword tiger mecha, did not take this little yellow sand beast seriously at all. Seeing the enemy rushing towards her, she still focused her attention on Lin Xiaoxiao. Because in her opinion, this little yellow sand lion could not threaten her at all. There was a huge difference in size between the two sides, and Xia Yameng believed that he could defeat it with just one claw.
Don't be careless, this is most likely a trick. Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha will definitely take the opportunity to kill us. Xia Yuming's commander Luoshan also had the same judgment as Xia Yameng.
Neither of them took the little lion condensed from the yellow sand seriously. The little yellow sand beast was only half the size of the sword tiger beast. When it pounced on him, Xia Yameng roared angrily and slapped it with one claw. However, what Xia Yameng and Luoshan didn't expect was, when they smashed the yellow sand beast to pieces with one claw, it turned into sand mist and penetrated into the gaps of the mecha. For a moment, thick smoke came out of the crackling circuit boards, and Xia Yuming's saber tiger beast mecha form was actually imprisoned.
Oh no! This is a confinement skill. I can't move. Xia Yameng looked nervous.
Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha coming towards her with a sickle in hand, she wanted to dodge, but her body couldn't move at all.
It's over. We're going to die.
Luoshan's face was filled with horror, and cold sweats were pouring down his body. He knew that once Chen Haodong caught the opportunity, he would definitely kill him. Just now, among the other two pairs of mecha girls, 3 out of 4 were killed by Chen Haodong. This guy is bloodthirsty, cold-blooded, and ruthless. He is definitely a murderous pervert.
What should we do, Meng Meng? We are going to die. I don't want to die.
Luoshan was so scared that he almost wet his pants.
Xia Yameng simply gave up resistance and prepared to face death. However,
Chapter 39 The Mysterious Man Shattered My 3 Views.
Bang!
There was a loud explosion. Suddenly, a huge rock fell from the sky and landed in front of Lin Xiaoxiao's mother, almost smashing her to pieces. Everyone looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. At this moment, Luoshan pulled the emergency release device and forcibly blew open the cockpit door of the Saber Tiger mech. When the cabin door opened, the first thing Luoshan did after jumping out of the cabin was to raise his hands and surrender.
We give up. We give up.
When the host heard Luoshan admit defeat, he immediately understood what he meant and took the microphone to end the game immediately.
The winner is decided, stop.
The winners are Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong. Congratulations to both of them for their third consecutive victory. Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong performed brilliantly, securing their place in the finals. They successfully proved their strength. Let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate Lin Xiaoxiao and Commander Chen Haodong. The host's continuous praises prevented Chen Haodong, who wanted to kill Luo Shan and Xia Yameng, from doing so.
Chen Haodong put away the Grim Reaper's scythe in disappointment. After he released Lin Xiaoxiao's control, the two transformed into human forms and left helplessly. Chen Haodong felt a little disappointed that he did not take the opportunity to kill his opponent. Lin Xiaoxiao looked back every time she walked and saw that after the confinement time had passed, Xia Yameng had turned back into a girl and a hint of apology appeared in her eyes. However, the competition is so ruthless. Lin Xiaoxiao knew that even if she didn't kill Xia Yameng today, she would definitely do so. But no matter whether it was right or wrong, I owed Xia Yameng a debt after all. Meng, actually I don't want to either.
But I have no choice. I like Yifeng, but I really want to become stronger. When Lin Xiaoxiao stepped down from the stage, she gave Xia Yameng a last look. She had a lot to explain to the other party, but she was too embarrassed to speak. At this moment, Xia Yameng felt scared for having saved her life. However, Xia Yameng was really confused as to where the huge rock fell from and how it happened to save his life.
Who is it?
Xia Yameng looked up at the blue sky. There were white clouds in the sky and no other targets could be seen. This surprised her a lot.
Xia Yameng wasn't the only one in the arena looking puzzled. Many people were looking up at the sky. One mecha girl even transformed into a fighter plane and flew up to investigate.
However, no one noticed that above the white clouds, there was a stratospheric fighter plane hiding at this moment. The heavy fighter jet was flying at an extremely slow speed, following the speed of the floating white clouds and slowly leaving the sky above the stadium. While many people were still looking up at the sky, wondering what was happening with the huge rocks falling from the sky. Suddenly, Yifeng heard the prompt sound of the creation system.
Ding! Successfully rescued the admirer.
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission.
Reward, 5,000 points. Ding!
The latest mission has been released. Help your admirer enter the Kyoto Mecha Wars Academy and receive a mysterious gift pack as a reward.
Admirer?
When Yifeng heard that he finally had a new task to earn points, and also accidentally obtained a large amount of Genesis small points, he was so happy that he couldn't help but clench his fist and say yeah.
Great! The system finally gave me a mission. But, who is the admirer? Could it be?
Yifeng thought about it and realized that the only person who could be called an admirer by the system and whose life was saved by him was probably Xia Yameng.
So, if you want to complete the next task of the system, you have to help Xia Yameng and join the Kyoto Mecha War Academy? How can I help with this?
Yifeng is very distressed.
I am not the one in charge of the war headquarters in Kyoto, and I don't even know anyone there.
When I go to Kyoto, I don't even know which way the door of the war headquarters opens.
How the hell am I supposed to complete this task? What a sin! System, can you give me an easier task? Even if it means escaping death, it's okay. At least you know how to start and where to work towards.
Yifeng couldn't help but frown and shook his head. But a strange figure suddenly sat down next to Yifeng.
Sorry, there's someone here.
Yifeng was thinking about how to complete the system task, but he didn't expect that there was a blind person who actually sat in Li Qingrui's seat.
It's okay, I'll just sit for a while and leave.
A mature male voice in his 30s came into my right ear. Yifeng turned around and saw that the person coming was a man wearing a black cloak. This person smiled friendly, and although there was no malice in his expression, he did look unfamiliar. However, Yifeng noticed that under this person's black cloak, he was wearing a tight-fitting white combat uniform. Obviously, this is a man who was always ready to jump into the cockpit of the mecha girl and start combat mode.
I told you, this seat is occupied. Yifeng turned around and glanced behind him.
There were still 3 rows of empty seats at the back of the stands.
It's not like we're watching a movie in a cinema. There are hundreds of meters between us and everyone is watching the big screen. What impact will sitting 3 rows back have?
Yifeng felt that this person had come to negotiate with him for some purpose.
But sometimes, seeing through something doesn't necessarily mean you have to speak it out. In turn, Yifeng, are you waiting for your mecha girl?
I'm sorry, she can't come for the time being.
Can't come? What do you mean? Yifeng blared angrily and immediately felt that something was wrong.
But the other party still had a smile on his face, without showing any threat.
Don't worry, she'll be fine. I just have something I want you to tell me.
The man in black robe adjusted his glasses. The silver-white metal frame glasses added a bit of scholarly temperament to him. With his fair and handsome face, he certainly doesn't look like a military soldier who has been exposed to wind and rain. If a man is always ready to go into combat mode, he is not from the military.
That person is most likely someone from the first hospital of war.
Yifeng thought so, and when he thought about the latest task issued by the system just now, he suddenly felt that everything in this world had its own conclusion.
Are you from the Kyoto War headquarters? Yifeng guessed suspiciously.
Unexpectedly, his guess made the other party stunned on the spot. Then the man took off his hood and untied his black cloak.
On his white combat uniform, there is a blue aerospace battleship logo printed on the left side of his chest.
In small red letters below the logo, the 8 characters Kyoto Mecha War First Hospital were clearly written. However, these 8 characters have been artistically designed to look like a red dragon with crimson flames, spewing out blue airwaves, which look like an abstract aerospace battleship.
It's settled. This person is indeed from the Kyoto War headquarters.
Yifeng shook his head and suddenly felt that his system seemed to be able to predict the future. Those who have awakened the SSS-level commander system are all children of destiny.
What is Yifeng's dual system? Is he the son of God? Ahem.
I was just guessing. Yifeng turned around and watched the competitions of other groups on the big screen. But the man in white smiled awkwardly, adjusted his glasses and said,
"Why do you hide your strength?" Hidden strength? How did he know I was hiding my strength?
Yifeng slanted his eyebrows and looked at him coldly, fearing that the other party had some malicious intentions.
Me? Did I hide my strength? Yifeng asked back.
But unexpectedly, the other party actually held his forehead and laughed.
Ha ha, smart guy. However, you may not know that a commander with SSS-level peeping skills can see through almost everything.
The man had a confident, complacent smile on his face. This smile was like a hidden knife, causing Yifeng to break out in a cold sweat.
SSS level?
Yifeng immediately used his ASL-level detailed search ability, and the opponent's data was immediately displayed on the red interface of his left eye.
Lu Chun. 37 years old, male. Star Navigator. SSS level. Combat power? Talent 1? Talent 2? Talent 3? Talent 4? Talent 5? Talent 6? Warning. The search function is disturbed. Unit 1, Stanley. SSS class aircraft carrier cruiser. Talent? 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 Warning. The search function is disturbed. Unit 2, Yulia. SSS class aerospace fighter. Talent? 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 Warning. The search function is disturbed. Unit 3, Suzaku. SS class starfighter. Talent? X. Talent, X. Talent? X. Talent? Unit 4, Torino. S-class crystal core destroyer. Warning. The search function is disturbed. Talent, XXX%. Talent? X. Talent? X. Talent, X. Although Yifeng's ASL-level search capability was disrupted, and a lot of garbled characters and unknown symbols appeared on the page. However, Yifeng was still shocked. Just the information that had been found out was enough to shatter Yifeng's worldview and severely damage his soul. What the hell? Starfighter? Isn't the highest level fighter a space fighter? Starfighter? Is it already on the level of a spaceship? Then what is a crystal core destroyer? Why is the mecha girl this guy contracted later even worse than the one he contracted at the beginning? He's an SSS-level commander. Why did he contract an S-level mecha girl? Why is this S-level mecha girl a crystal core destroyer? What the hell is a crystal core? All the knowledge Yifeng had learned in the second hospital, the news he saw on TV, and everything else were confused. Yifeng felt that the other parties seemed to come from another world. Right. This guy might not even be from this world. He might be from a higher dimension. But why is he wearing the uniform of the Kyoto Mecha Chief Institute? Etc.
Yifeng suddenly remembered that according to the rumors, a mysterious guest from the Kyoto Mecha Academy had come to the second academy. I heard that the reason why the rules of this mecha girl fighting competition were revised several times was because of the arrangements of this big shot.
Can he arrange the rules and procedures of the game as he pleases? Who is he? Is he the man next to me? Or is he in cahoots with this man?
Yifeng looked at the other party and asked without any reservation.
What is a crystal core? Crystal core? You. Lu Chen was stunned. He quickly wiped the surprise from his face and smiled calmly. You scanned me?
Seeing that the other party was very smart, Yifeng also said bluntly.
I can't sweep it out. It's being interfered with. I finally managed to find some. Not simple, not simple. What's your rank? If I say I'm ASL level, do you believe it?
Yifeng deliberately set a confusing tone with disdain on his face.
Ha ha ha. I see, that's how it is. This.
Yifeng looked at the other party's reaction and felt something was not good for a moment.
This person. He seemed to believe it. Chapter 40: The oppressive feeling of the SS-class starfighter. Right now.
At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Li Qingrui was hiding above the clouds, slowly leaving the area at an extremely slow speed under the cover of the clouds.
But below,
a heavy fighter plane is flying towards Li Qingrui at an extremely fast speed.
So fast. Could it be a stratospheric fighter as well?
After seeing the opponent's movement speed on the radar, Li Qingrui did not hesitate to pull the nose of the plane straight up and climb into the sky at the fastest speed to avoid being chased by the opponent.
12,000 meters. 18,000 meters. 26,000 meters. 37,890 meters.
Li Qingrui was flying very fast and would soon reach the limit of the stratosphere. The stratosphere is 10,000 to 50,000 meters above the ground. 50,000 meters is the limit of the stratosphere, and the flight limit of stratospheric fighter jets is basically 30,000 to 40,000 meters. Although Li Qingrui is an SSS-class stratospheric fighter, its flight limit is almost close to 50,000 meters. However, Li Qingrui was surprised to find that the opponent's flying speed was even faster than her own. No matter how she accelerated, the opponent was approaching her at an extremely fast speed, It's as if the other party has also sped up.
She's also speeding up. She's even faster than before. What's going on? How can a fighter plane be so fast?
Li Qingrui was horrified. She never expected that she was equipped with two Starlight-class engines, which were two S-class engines.
Even if the opponent has an SS-class engine, it may not be faster than Li Qingrui. However, the opponent's current speed looks like it has an SSS-level engine installed, or maybe even two SSS-level engines. What a powerful opponent this must be.
The flying speed was so fast that Li Qingrui broke out in a cold sweat. Li Qingrui accelerated with all her strength and had already reached an altitude of 42,000 meters. However, the opponent was still approaching at a very fast speed and had reached an altitude of more than 37,000 meters.
Obviously, the opponent is also a stratospheric fighter, or even an aerospace fighter. Is she also a stratospheric fighter? No. At this speed, it's probably an aerospace fighter. Li Qingrui's cheeks were covered with sweat.
Ever since she successfully activated the SSS-level combat core with the help of Yifeng and transformed it into the third form of the stratospheric fighter, she had never suffered such a blow. I originally thought that I was at the ceiling level, at least in a third-tier city like Pujiang Base City. It could be said that there was no rival.
After all, aerospace fighters are rarer than stratospheric fighters. Among 10,000 fighter girls, I'm afraid that not even one aerospace fighter can be transformed.
Li Qingrui's SSS-class stratospheric fighter is at least 1 in 10,000 rare.
How could it be possible? How could we encounter such a powerful existence in the small Pujiang Base City? Although Li Qingrui was afraid, she was very unwilling to accept it.
In order to verify the opponent's strength and to experience the feeling of surpassing her limits, she mustered up the courage to climb upwards and reached an altitude of 49,500 meters in one breath. There are less than 500 meters left to the extreme airspace of the stratosphere, 50,000 meters, but these last 500 meters have reduced Li Qingrui's flying speed by almost half. No, it wasn't that she was slowing down, but that her body was being pulled downward by the planet's gravity. Invisible ropes were pulling Li Qingrui, making it difficult for her to climb. However, the twin-engine S-class engines allowed Li Qingrui to fly to the extreme airspace above, 50,000 meters, at a relatively slow speed.
I can't take it anymore. This is 50,680 meters. It's so cold. My body is freezing and the engine is about to shut down.
Li Qingrui felt like she was dying. The entire body of the machine was like frozen dumplings. With the shell material of her current level, it could not withstand the low temperature freezing at all. Even the two engines of the S-Class were shut down one by one at this moment. Li Qingrui's body had already started falling from a high altitude. If the engine was not ignited, Li Qingrui was destined to fall from an altitude of 50,000 meters in an uncontrolled spin and eventually die in the crash.
Just then,
a fiery red heavy fighter plane with a flame logo painted on its fuselage whooshed past Li Qingrui.
The fighter plane had an unusual shape and didn't look like an airplane at all. It can even be said that it is like a space fighter that can only be seen in science fiction movies.
That thick, empty fuselage feels like it can hold a tank.
The two engines with huge nozzles were integrated into the fuselage side by side. It seemed as if half of the entire aircraft was made up of engines.
If we only talk about the size of the engine, the other party's engine is 10 times the size of Li Qingrui's S-Class engine.
No. To be precise, the width of Li Qingrui's entire fuselage is only as wide as the other party's engine. The opponent's fighter plane was more than twice the size of Li Qingrui's.
Li Qingrui is a stratospheric fighter. Even the legendary rare aerospace fighter is only half the size of Li Qingrui at most. If Li Qingrui is as light as a swallow, then the other party is a tall and mighty eagle.
The giant eagle that can hunt monkeys.
In order to increase speed, the weight of the fuselage was reduced as much as possible, while at the same time making the body able to support two S-Class heavy engines.
Li Qingrui felt that her stratospheric fighter was already very heavy. If you want to fly faster, you have to make the fuselage thinner and lighter. However, she never expected that the opponent's fighter plane would be so heavy and tall. In front of the opponent's terrifyingly huge engine, gravity seemed to be playing a huge joke.
With such a thick fuselage and armor, it could fly faster than Li Qingrui and even broke through the stratosphere. The other party seemed to be intent on showing off their strength, and soon the red fighter plane flew to a higher altitude, as if it was about to leave the gravitational pull of the planet. Li Qingrui's entire fuselage was frozen, the engine was shut down, and it was circling and falling, but she still managed to lock and scan the other party before it left her sight.
Even with the help of the S-level scanning device, Li Qingrui couldn't see through the other party. She was very unwilling.
For this purpose, Li Qingrui used her secret weapon for the first time, her talent as a mecha girl.
Extreme exploration.
Li Qingrui twisted the wings, endured the great pain, and forcibly broke the frozen wings, barely reducing the speed of the fuselage's falling rotation. Immediately afterwards, a red light shot out 1,000 meters away. When the enemy fighter plane felt that it was hit by the scanning light wave, it quickly opened a blue barrier.
Li Qingrui was shocked and hurriedly checked the scan results. Mecha Girl, Suzaku. Age, 28. Crystal Core Starfighter. SS level. Talent 1? X. Talent 2? X. Talent 3? X. T on X at 4? X. Oh my god, %.
After Li Qingrui scanned it, she couldn't believe her eyes. Although the subsequent information was garbled, the data that had been displayed still shattered Li Qingrui's worldview.
Star. What? Is it true? Starfighters actually exist in the world. A space fighter. A fighter that can fly in space? Even scarier than aerospace fighters? Aerospace fighters can only fly out of a planet's atmosphere and into satellite orbits outside the atmosphere. If it's really a space fighter, can it fly in space? Could it be possible that she can fly long distances within the Zhuyang galaxy? Is this possible?
Suzaku, that name, no way, no wonder she has such a huge engine, such heavy armor, and such an anti-aerodynamic design. I'm afraid in the atmosphereless space, her flight speed will be even faster.
Li Qingrui was confused. The other party is not in the same league as me at all. They shouldn't even be things living in the same world and dimension. How is this possible? How is this possible?
For a long time, in Li Qingrui's 17.5 years of life experience, there simply was no such thing and it was impossible for it to exist.
Starfighter, How is this possible? How could this happen?
Her worldview shattered into pieces, and Li Qingrui closed her eyes quietly.
If there really is such a powerful opponent in this world, then what is there to fight for?
flying upwards continuously, trying to surpass the flight limit of the stratosphere.
Now it seems ridiculous. There is no comparison between me and the other party. They are things from completely different eras. How could a small plane that could only fly within the atmosphere engage in combat with a spacecraft? If the other party wanted to destroy him, it would be a matter of a snap of the fingers.
Not to mention the SSS-class stratospheric fighter, it is only equipped with some A-class and S-class modules.
Even if his stratospheric fighter was equipped with a full set of SSS-level modules, he was no match for the opponent.
If the other party wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as a polar bear stepping on a penguin.
It's over, Yifeng.
After Li Qingrui broke through the flight limit of the stratospheric fighter, her entire body was frozen, the engine was shut down, and she was rolling and falling at a high speed. Although the enemy fighter planes have flown into space, they have disappeared without a trace. But Li Qingrui's worldview has been completely shattered. She even seemed to have lost the motivation to struggle and live. The cold and dizziness made her give up hope of life and close her eyes.
Humiliated. I've been severely humiliated once again.
Li Qingrui felt that it would be nice to die from falling like this.
What a complete transformation, what a top-level mecha girl, what a stratospheric fighter, it's all a joke.
What a beautiful lady, Li Qingrui.
I'm just a joke.
Li Qingrui felt that she was not worthy of standing beside the SSL-level commander and felt that she was too weak. She once said confidently that only she was worthy of Yifeng.
But now, I didn't expect that I was just a frog in a well. The world is so big but I feel so small. How could such an SSS-level defective product be worthy of Yifeng, the ASL-level son of destiny? The dizzy feeling of falling and spinning, the coldness of the body, and the confusion of a shattered worldview. In an instant, Li Qingrui's mental strength was reduced to the lowest point. 8,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 m.
Li Qingrui flipped over and fell, her falling speed getting faster and faster. All the instruments and equipment are malfunctioning at this moment. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, just like that, everything is over. Chapter 41: The Terrifying Starry Sky Mecha. When the blue-green, lunar phantom, fighter plane's fuselage was frozen, the engine was shut down, and it stalled and fell. The red star fighter that was about to fly into the satellite orbit suddenly changed its flight direction. It rushed towards the moon goddess phantom at a speed never shown before, like a fiery red lightning. Li Qingrui has fallen into a coma at this moment. The Luna Phantom fighter plane rolled back and forth in disorder, left and right, and fell rapidly from a high altitude. At this moment, it was less than 500 meters away from the ground. Because at this time, the fighter plane had flown out of the sight of Pujiang Base City. The only one who could see Li Qingrui falling from the sky was the metal monster in Area B12. Some greedy and sharp-eyed third-level monsters have already set their eyes on this delicious meal that fell from the sky. But just when Moon Goddess Phantom was about to fall to the ground, less than 100 meters away from the ground, a huge red mecha arrived at a height of 50 meters in advance and caught the Moon Goddess Phantom at full power. Moon Goddess Phantom is in a state of shock at the moment. As soon as the two came into contact, the ice around Moon Goddess Phantom began to melt rapidly. The high temperature carried by the red mecha is as hot as an alien meteorite. This allowed Moon Goddess Phantom to thaw quickly in its arms, and its body gradually returned to a warm state. The next second, Li Qingrui gradually woke up, and when she found herself being held in the arms of a giant fiery red mecha, her first reaction was to escape. "Let me go!" Li Qingrui suddenly transformed. After the blue-green mecha warrior transformed, the Overlord spear was held in the hand of Li Qingrui, the mecha girl. The fierce majesty of the SSS-class stratospheric fighter mecha made the mechanical face of the red mecha reveal a bit of appreciation. Indeed. At the age of 17, you can transform into an SSS-class stratospheric fighter. The master was right. You do possess a third form. Owner? After hearing the other person's voice, Li Qingrui was finally able to confirm that the other person was a mecha girl like herself. Then she wouldn't be some terrifying machine from another era. She is a mecha girl, so she should be from this world. You're also a mecha girl? How can there be such a thing as a starfighter? Who are you and your master? Li Qingrui looked at the other party with a puzzled look on her face. She saw that the arms of the other party's mecha were thicker than her waist, but the streamlined and well-proportioned body and perfect design made it look not bloated at all. It should be only 2 sizes larger than hers. This made her seem a little insecure when standing in front of the other person.
Ah, don't be nervous. My master is from the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy. That's called the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy. The space fighter level is a military secret. This information is blocked between countries, so this is all I can tell you right now.
Once you join the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy and reach a certain level, you'll learn more. The red mecha girl didn't seem to have any ill intentions, and Li Qingrui also realized that she must have been the one who saved her.
Otherwise, she would have fallen to her death. What did you want to do by chasing me just now?
Li Qingrui spoke frankly. She was confused at the moment and had no time to beat around the bush with the other party. The opponent was also quite decisive. He raised the plasma lightning cannon on his wrist, aimed it at Li Qingrui and fired a shot. Buzz! Boom! Before Li Qingrui could react, a blue-purple beam of light passed by her ear. The violent surge of energy made Li Qingrui feel like her body was about to melt. But the next second, there was a loud noise behind him, as if something had exploded. Li Qingrui looked back and saw that a flying monster with a metal mutation rate of 100% had been dissolved and exploded by the previous shot. Level 4 exotic beast, golden winged vulture? This was the first time that Li Qingrui saw a level 4 monster up close. She was so nervous that she was almost speechless.
Sorry, I chose the wrong weapon in a hurry. Did I scare you?
What?
Scare me?
Li Qingrui felt offended. This is definitely the other party's intention to show off their strength. Such a terrifying high-energy weapon, even if it was slightly touched, would probably cause an energy explosion immediately given the structure of Li Qingrui's mecha. With such strength, he can easily kill a level 4 monster, and firing at will is like playing, huh? Li Qingrui felt like her self-esteem was being trampled upon.
What do you want?
Li Qingrui looked at him coldly, very unhappy.
Hey, aren't you going to thank me?
After all, I just saved your life, little sister.
Small? Thank you, and your whole family. May I ask how many people are there in your family?
Ha 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 ha.
Do you want to thank my ancestors for 18 generations? No need to bother.
Little girl, you have a strong sense of self-esteem. Before I showed up, you must have thought you were the mainstream power in this world, right? Do you feel like your worldview has been shattered and you can't believe in this world? The Suzaku robot girl laughed playfully, as if as someone who had experienced this, she had already seen through all of Li Qingrui's inner thoughts. However, Li Qingrui was no longer as surprised as before, and she was accepting the reality little by little.
You are so strong, how could you be only SS level?
Li Qingrui went straight to the point and asked with a frown. Great only represents the evolutionary potential at the current stage, but every stage has, ahem.
Little girl, are you trying to trick me?
I just said that this is all I can tell you. As Juke was talking, he almost let the cat out of the bag accidentally. But she quickly realized it. Seeing that she couldn't get any more useful information out of him, Li Qingrui simply asked directly.
Then what is your purpose? Are you here to arrest me? I just threw a rock, didn't hit anyone?
No, actually, my master has something to discuss with Yifeng.
Just wait a moment.
As soon as Juke finished speaking, Lu Chen's message appeared on the system panel. She nodded, then changed her tone and said, okay.
You can go back now. Can you still fly? Do you want me to give you a ride?
Although Li Qingrui was confused, she roughly understood what was going on. She suddenly leaned forward and in an instant changed from the mecha girl form to the girl form. She fell from a height of 50 meters like a falling bird out of control.
Hey! You!
Suzaku quickly rescued Li Qingrui and stowed her away in her co-pilot cabin. She then transformed into a red starfighter and began a rapid return flight. At this moment, Li Qingrui, who was risking everything and gambling with her life, used her scanning talent as the first thing she did after opening her eyes. An imperceptible electric wave swept across Suzaku's body, and all her information was finally obtained by Li Qingrui. Mecha Girl, Suzaku. Age, 28. Evolutionary stage, Crystal Core Class Starfighter. SS level. Combat power, 28,600. Full body module, full set of SSS-level modules. Main weapon, SSS class Plasma Electro-Optical Cannon X2.
Secondary weapon, SSS-class electromagnetic railgun X2. Missile incubator equipped with SSS-class space range missile X8. Double-headed whirlwind halberd, SSS-level lightblade weapon. Talent 1? Talent 2? Talent 3? Talent 4? Talent 5? Talent 6? After Li Qingrui scanned Suzaku, there was only a frown on her face. It would have been fine if I hadn't scanned it, but after I did, my self-confidence was trampled underfoot again. This feeling is really unpleasant. Especially for women. I still can't see the talent. Li Qingrui gritted her teeth and frowned with a look of inferiority. Be content, little sister. I can only show you this much. What? Li Qingrui opened her eyes wide and felt that something was not right. What does this mean? Could she feel me sweeping over her? This is too perverted. There is actually such ability. Oh, it seems you were really pretending. I was right. Yuchua's playful voice made Li Qingrui feel uncomfortable. Don't be angry. You'll get used to this kind of gap over time. When you trample on those ANS class players, they'll feel the same way as you do now. Suzaku put forward his theory without hesitation. I haven't touched anyone else. Li Qingrui gritted her teeth to explain, but her fierce appearance seemed very cute and innocent to Zhuke. Yes. Who said it wasn't true? Didn't I rub you? You just rubbed yourself after seeing my strength. Are you a little traumatized? You'll get used to it. Well. Li Qingrui's little white teeth clenched tighter and tighter. She crossed her arms and legs, looking very unconvinced. If Yifeng saw this scene, he would definitely think that Li Qingrui was like a different person. After all, in front of Yifeng, Li Qingrui is always a gentle and sensible little lady. Yifeng will never see that side of her that is revealed when women are together. You just said that your master went to talk to Yifeng about something? Li Qingrui asked unconvincedly. All good, don't worry. It should be about inviting you to join the Kyoto Mecha Wars Academy. What? We were invited by the Kyoto Mecha Wars premiere? After hearing the news, Li Qingrui couldn't help but feel happy. However, Li Qingrui still had doubts about whether she could trust the other party's words. She didn't want the other person to see how happy she was. That's all? Big sis, you actually chased me for 50,000 meters? Old, XXXUI, you are the oldest sister, your whole family is old. Get out. As soon as the old sister opened the cabin door, Li Qingrui was ejected at supersonic speed. Li Qingrui was shocked, and suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was a little familiar. Ah! I couldn't help but scream. When Li Qingrui's skirt covered her face and she couldn't see clearly, the world was spinning around her. She quickly transformed into her stratospheric fighter form. After the moon goddess phantom form appeared, Li Qingrui only saw a streak of light disappearing in front of her. When she looked around, she could no longer find the trace of Suzaku's starfighter. Ah! Li Qingrui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the old sister was upset and left first. Are you going to use your speed to crush me again? I'm really used to it. I'm used to being left behind. A little while. When Li Qingrui returned to the second hospital, she happened to see Yifeng and a man in a black cloak shaking hands and saying goodbye at the door. Next to the man, there was a beautiful woman wearing a red tight leather jacket and with long, shiny black hair. Judging from the full, round and mature aura of the other car's headlights, Li Qingrui was sure that this old sister was the same old sister as before. It's quite revealing. Who are you showing it to? Can't you be more reserved? Li Qingrui muttered softly, her eyes filled with disdain. After Yifeng said goodbye to the other party, he found Li Qingrui standing behind him. He hurried over and whispered, "Are you okay?" When he heard Lu Chen say that Li Qingrui couldn't come back for the time being, he expected that the other party would send the machine girl to stop Li Qingrui. Fearing that Li Qingrui might get hurt, Yifeng hurriedly looked Li Qingrui up and down. But Li Qingrui's eyes were always fixed on Zhuke, which forced Yifeng to focus his attention on Zhuke. But unexpectedly, after seeing this, Li Qingrui became even more unhappy. She angrily stretched out her arms, straightened Yifeng's body, and ordered him in a threatening tone. Don't look. Go. Ha? Oh. You're still looking. Did I look? Who did I look at? Walk. Oh. Chapter 42. A false contract, a treasure appears. Tomorrow is the final. Where are we going now?
Li Qingrui pulled Yifeng all the way straight, and only spoke to Yifeng when the annoying red leather jacket behind them was no longer visible.
Yifeng was speechless. Didn't you drag me away? Why are you asking me where we're going? What else? Who is the commander between us?
Li Qingrui was angry. Yifeng didn't know what was wrong with her, he just felt it was a little strange.
Ha!
I'm the commander, not the guide. Yifeng just wanted to retort, but he felt Li Qingrui's little eyes squinting at him fiercely, so he immediately changed his tone and said, "Okay.
Take me to see Xia Yameng." Xia Yameng? You want to see Xia Yameng? Li Qingrui's eyes suddenly became strange, as if a killer was formulating a battle plan. What's with that look? Why do you seem like a different person today?
Yifeng stared at Li Qingrui with suspicion. Li Qingrui raised her head in dissatisfaction. Your illusion.
An hour later,
Yifeng sat alone on the observation deck on the second floor of the cafe, carefully fiddling with the blue system interface in his right eye. In the interface, there is a wide variety of mecha modules and accessories in the Genesis Mall. Yifeng has 5,000 points, which is really not enough. But this time, Yifeng noticed that in the lower left corner of the Genesis Mall, it was marked, Star Moon Level Mall. This made him feel a little strange.
Could it be that the system mall has level divisions? But there's no information on how to upgrade. System. How do I upgrade the system mall? System. How do I upgrade the Genesis Mall?
Yifeng asked several times, but the system did not give any response.
Yifeng was bored as he flipped through the equipment page. SSS-level enriched howitzer, 150,000 points. SS-level ghostly whip melee, 98,000 points. Starlight engine S-class, 50,000 points. My goodness, each one is more expensive than the other, no one can afford it. Wait. Starlight engine? Aren't these the two engines from the novice gift pack? They cost 50,000 points. When Yifeng saw the Starlight class engine, he felt like his eyes were about to burst. He never imagined that the two Starlight level engines he installed for Li Qingrui were worth 50,000 points each. Something that can only be bought with 100,000 points can be opened so easily in a gift package? Yifeng looked at the latest mission instructions. If he could successfully get Xia Yameng to join the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy, he would also be rewarded with a big gift package after completing the mission. In this case, the items in the gift package may be worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of mall points. It turns out that the reward for this mission is so generous. Yifeng suddenly realized that the gift package as a reward for this mission was really a good thing. But how to complete the task? Yifeng had already asked Lu Chen today. The entry level for Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy is S level. How can Xia Yameng enter when she is only a level? Isn't this hopeless? Just when Yifeng was in distress, Li Qingrui brought Xia Yameng and made a dazzling appearance under the gaze of a group of men and women, like the heroine of a movie Human Focus. Li Qingrui's little gauze dress makes her look ethereal, and Xia Yameng's shorts and red belly exposing outfit show off her long and white legs, attracting the attention of countless commanders. After a few seconds, Yifeng heard a lot of mecha girls around, teaching their commander a lesson. Ahem, here you are. You two are truly a sight to behold. The peaceful and quiet cafe was instantly transformed into a free market by you two. So noisy. Yifeng complained hypocritically, and his eyes were indeed not under the control of his brain. However, with the lessons learned from other commanders, Yifeng still used all his strength to suppress his perspective. Why don't you ask me why I didn't bring the commander? Xia Yameng sat opposite Yifeng and talked about the sensitive topic without any hesitation. Yifeng swallowed a mouthful of coffee and asked timidly, why not bring it? We broke up. Xia Yameng crossed her legs, and her small sandals and red nails pierced Yifeng's eyes in a blatant manner, making Yifeng unable to control his emotions. Upon seeing this, Li Qingrui hurriedly hugged Yifeng's arm and asked in surprise, break up? Did you two terminate the contract? Then your compatibility has dropped significantly. How can you be so stupid? Once the mecha girl terminates her contract with the commander, it is basically a divorce. The neural compatibility between the second-hand mecha girl and the next commander will definitely decrease a lot. Therefore, generally no one is willing to sign a contract with a second-hand girl unless the commander wasn't going after the mechanical body at all. Ahem, to be exact.
He and I only had a temporary contract, a 3-day temporary contract that ended this afternoon. He originally wanted to renew the contract, but I refused.
Although my cockpit is no longer new, the main body is still intact.
Xia Yuming's face was red, as if she had used up all the courage she had accumulated over the past 18 years at this moment. She stared at Yifeng with her eyes, as if she wanted to hear some response from him. But she didn't know that her words made Li Qingrui feel a serious sense of crisis. Li Qingrui gritted her teeth and looked at Yifeng with a worried look on her face. Her self-confidence had just been hit rock bottom by the Starry Sky Mecha girl in the morning, and in the afternoon she met a girl who competed with her in appearance, which made her feel even more uneasy. However, Yifeng seemed unusually calm in the face of Xia Yimeng's clever hint. He kept staring at the coffee cup in front of him, stirring it back and forth. This made Xia Yimeng think that she was being disliked, and she silently retracted her legs, which were raised high, under the table. Xia Yimeng and Li Qingrui exchanged glances, as if they understood each other but were also wary of each other. But they didn't know that Yifeng had just used his details ability to scan Xia Yimeng. Yifeng is now very hesitant and shocked. Because the data he saw was Mechanic Girl, Xia Yimeng. 18 years old. Talent level, A level. Mutation potential, S-level. The potential level determines the probability of mutation into a rare species. Talent 1, Beast Evolution Level 3 Saber Tiger Beast has been captured. Talent 2, Cockpit Forgery. Use the passenger cabin to simulate the cockpit, temporarily contract a powerful commander, and double the commander's synchronization and coordination rate. Talent 3, Commander Training. Each time you contract a commander, you will transfer 13% of your own vitality to the commander. This can be used to heal a severely injured commander and increase the commander's lifespan. Talent 4, Commander Healing. Sacrifice lifespan to provide continuous healing for the commander. Talent 5, Data Falsification. The commander of the temporary contract can only see the data panel disguised by the mecha girl. Talent 6, to be activated. Number of cockpit uses, 0. When Yifeng read Xia Yuming's real message, he was very hesitant. Xia Yuming is actually a healing mecha girl. Healing mecha girls are even rarer than SSS-level ones. It can be said that each one is a world treasure. Judging from Xia Yuming's talent, she can not only heal the commander, but also prolong the commander's life. Although these are done at the expense of the mecha girl's own lifespan, the mecha girl's lifespan can be increased by replacing new modules. Theoretically, as long as there are new modules to replace them, the lifespan of the mecha girl will not run out for thousands of years. However, these new modules must be of the next grade to achieve the best results. In addition, due to the invasion of alien beasts, the death rate of mecha girls and commanders is very high, so this theory is difficult to realize. However, these are not impossible for Yifeng, who is at SSL level and the son of destiny who has awakened the system of the god of creation. Yifeng didn't dislike Xia Yimeng. It was obvious that Xia Yimeng used her innate skills to deceive the previous commander. In fact, the previous commander only entered the passenger compartment. The cabin of the mecha girl is often provided for passengers to use. This is just like a restaurant waiter serving dishes to customers or a barber washing and shaving customers. All of this is normal service and is not taboo. The reason why Yifeng hesitated was that he didn't want Xia Yimeng to think that he was willing to sign a contract with the other party because he was greedy for the other party's appearance. At the same time, he also didn't want to sign a contract with the other party just because she was a healing mecha girl and expect her to save his life. Whether it is greed for beauty or greed for benefits, especially the kind of benefits that require the other party to sacrifice their lives. Yifeng didn't want to become a vulgar person who was always thinking about greed. After all, he is also an SSL level commander and the chosen one. Yifeng only hopes that he has signed a contract with the other party to form a partnership in order to help the other party or to form a strong alliance. However, the system task now requires Yifeng to help Xia Yimeng enter the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy, and the temptation of that big gift package is really too strong. Items worth tens of thousands of points may be hidden in the gift package. How could Yifeng refuse this task? So, Yifeng stirred the coffee but didn't drink it. He has been thinking about how he and Xia Yimeng will get along in the future. After much thought, I think I should start by being friends, get to know the person first and understand his character. After all, Xia Yimeng's behavior when she walked in just now was a bit too ostentatious. What are you thinking about? Li Qingrui pushed Yifeng and frowned suspiciously. It seemed as if hundreds of unknown thoughts were hidden between his brows. Yifeng thought about it and decided that Li Qingrui was his first mecha girl. Even if he signed a contract with other mecha girls in the future, he would have to get Li Qingrui's consent. So he transferred Xia Yuming's information panel to Li Qingrui's mecha girl system. Li Qingrui was also very surprised after seeing Xia Yuming's message. She bit her lower lip tightly, looking very conflicted. It was not until Yifeng pushed her that she came back to her senses and took a deep breath. Alas! This is fate. You decide. Li Qingrui lay on the table like a deflated ragdoll. A healing mecha girl is hard to come by, and if Yifeng can formally sign a contract with her, it will be like having an extra life. Such ability made Li Qingrui unable to refuse. Not to mention, Xia Yuming is such a cunning guy that she actually deceived the previous commander. Her cockpit is actually brand new. Wipe. Insidious woman. Li Qingrui lay on the table with a pout, looking at Xia Yuming with an unhappy expression. But Xia Yuming seemed to know what the other party was talking about, and she was a little afraid to look up at Yifeng. Xia Yuming, am I the last person to know about that? Yifeng looked down at the coffee in his hand, continued stirring it, and brought up the embarrassing topic. Chapter 43, Nanogene Medicine? Never heard of it. After hearing Yifeng's words, Li Qingrui completely collapsed on the table and didn't even want to raise her head. When Xia Yuming saw the attitudes of the two, she immediately understood what Yifeng was saying. The news that she had a crush on Yifeng and asked Yifeng to confess his feelings to her, but Lin Xiaoxiao kissed her first had already spread everywhere. Now I'm afraid that Yifeng is the last one to know. Yifeng brought it up now, obviously intending to reveal his true colors. Xia Yuming could only nod heavily and wait to hear what Yifeng would say next. When Yifeng saw the other party nod, he finally raised his head and looked at the other party directly. Then he smiled calmly and said, "Can we start as friends?" Start with friends? Xia Yuming was so excited that she actually stood up from her chair. She nodded happily, looking very content. This made Yifeng feel warm in his heart. Because in the eyes of others, even if they use various peeping skills to scan, Yifeng is just an A-level commander. Xia Yuming wants to be Yifeng's robot girl so much because she truly loves Yifeng as a person. Her intentions are completely opposite to Lin Xiaoxiao's. Lin Xiaoxiao was doing it for her future and benefits, but Xia Yuming had lost her mind because of love. No one can resist the feeling of being deeply loved by someone. At this moment, Yifeng felt very warm in his heart, and there was a smell of happiness in his nostrils. Xia Yuming, do you know? Li Qingrui and I received invitations from Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy today. However, the admission requirement for Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy is S rank or above. So, I'm afraid you'll have to find a way to reach S rank. S level? Xia Yuming was a little confused. Talent level can be improved? No. Aren't you and Li Qingrui only a level? No matter how lovesick Xia Yuming is, she still has some basic IQ. The more she listened, the more confused she became, and it felt like Yifeng was joking. Yeah, could the talent level be? Li Qingrui was about to give Xia Yuming a thumbs up when she suddenly remembered that she had encountered the starfighter today and her worldview was shattered. She shut up immediately. Are you kidding? If something like a starfighter can exist, what else is impossible? Besides, didn't the older sister with the round headlights say that? What did she say? Li Qingrui couldn't quite remember the other party's exact words, but she felt that the talent level should actually be able to be changed, but she didn't know how to change it. However, Yifeng's next words immediately refreshed the two's vision. It can be improved, but ordinary people just don't know it. I have a bottle of nanogene potion here. Drinking it can change the original structure of the casting core. It is a potion that perfectly combines biology and machinery. However, after taking it, the process may be extremely painful. Are you willing to try it? If you can reach S rank, I can make a formal contract with you. You can become my mecha girl and enter the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy with us. As Yifeng spoke, his eyes were fixed on a small green bottle in the Genesis Mall. Nanogene Medicine, 5,000 points. After taking it, the original structure of the casting core can be changed and the talent level can be improved. Friendly reminder, after taking this medicine, your body will feel abnormal pain, just like your muscles and bones are being reshaped. Yifeng always felt that everything about him was arranged by the system. 5,000 points were awarded as a reward, and the nanogene medicine just now required 5,000 points to purchase. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? Ha, you can't help but believe in fate. However, telling Xia Yimeng all the side effects of the medicine and Yi Feng's own thoughts was also a test for Xia Yimeng. Xia Yimeng has to choose her own path for the future. Does Xia Yimeng really dare to drink an unknown medicine that may cause great pain? Are you willing to risk your life to make a contract with yourself? Xia Yimeng, will you really accept it? Yi Feng wanted to see how awakened Xia Yimeng was. He took the opportunity to exchange for the nanogene medicine, took it out from the system space, and handed it directly to Xia Yimeng. Xia Yimeng took the small green bottle in her own hands. Feeling her fingertips sliding across Yi Feng's palm, her heart skipped a beat and half of her cheeks turned red. She knew that the green thing in her hand looked like poison. She had never heard of such a thing as genetic medicine. Whether it's the knowledge I learned from textbooks or the news I watched on TV, there has never been such a thing. Although I don't know where Yi Feng got it from, maybe Yi Feng was also deceived? Maybe it was something made in a laboratory, and they wanted to find someone to do human experiments? He. Although Xia Yimeng understood it in her heart, she didn't care. Even if she was going to die in this life, she would feel happy if she could die in Yi Feng's hands. In order to let Yi Feng know her determination, Xia Yimeng pulled out the cork and drank the small green bottle. Then, her expression suddenly became extremely painful. In order to prevent Yi Feng from seeing her embarrassing side, Xia Yimeng suddenly turned into a white and red fighter plane and flew off to the distant suburbs with a whoosh. Hurry, follow her. We can't let her bear this alone. Yi Feng never expected that Xia Yimeng would be so decisive and take the genetic medicine on the spot. He never expected that Xia Yimeng would fly away. After Li Qingrui transformed, the two of them chased her in their planes all the way to an uninhabited area in the suburbs, where the two fighter planes finally landed. Don't come over. Don't look at me. Please. Xia Yimeng couldn't fly higher than Li Qingrui, so she had to land. However, she begged Yi Feng not to look at her. Yi Feng was very obedient and turned around. It was not until this moment that Yi Feng understood why Xia Yimeng flew away. It turned out that he didn't want to see her ugly appearance. But as soon as Yi Feng turned around, he heard Xia Yimeng's heart-wrenching screams from behind him. Ah! The screams were getting louder and louder. It lasted for 3 hours. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui were tortured for 3 hours while listening to Xia Yimeng's screams. During these 3 hours, Li Qingrui's attitude towards Xia Yimeng changed from being on guard to feeling heartbroken, and from being wary to feeling pity. In order to become Yi Feng's robot girl, and to fulfill her wish and stand by Yi Feng's side, Xia Yimeng was willing to endure all of this. This made Li Qingrui admire her very much. She asked herself, her obsession with Yi Feng was far inferior to Xia Yimeng's. The reason why I wanted to sign a contract with Yi Feng was just to get revenge. I just think Yi Feng can help me get revenge. Feelings are something that only come later. But Xia Yimeng is different. She has been obsessed with Yi Feng for 3 years and has been persistent for 3 whole years. She is still unwilling to give up. This obsession earned Li Qingrui's respect and admiration. Yi Feng listened to the screams for 3 hours, and all he felt was pity. He really couldn't bear it and really hoped that this painful process would end quickly, but as time passed, the screams did not stop. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detection, the admirer's mental stress has reached its limit. Compensation, 8,000 points. Give points again? Yi Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that after Xia Yimeng endured 3 hours of severe pain, the system would actually give her compensation points. Why? Something is wrong, why? System. What's going on with the compensation points? Xia Yimeng, no. Why would the admirer's mental stress reach its limit? Yi Feng always asked questions to the system, but the system never answered him once. But this time, the system actually replied. Ding! Answer: after taking the nanogene potion, the admirer can control the nanoworms in their body to devour the original core. The function of the gene potion is to repair the damaged parts. If the admirer wishes to achieve the optimal transformation state, they must control the nanoworms to completely destroy the original casting core. What? If the casting core is completely destroyed, that person will die, right? Yi Feng was frightened by the system. No wonder the system gave compensation, no wonder Xia Yimeng's mental stress reached its limit. Yi Feng understood. Xia Yimeng, this was to make herself the most powerful, and then give herself a surprise. Or maybe she was just afraid that he would dislike her. Because she had disguised the passenger cabin as a cockpit and had a temporary contract with another commander. No.
She probably didn't know that I had scanned her information panel.
She hadn't originally told me that she had the ability to disguise the cockpit, perhaps because she was afraid that the more she explained, the more things would become worse, and she was afraid of being misunderstood as a frivolous person. Yi Feng's mind was in a mess for a moment. Hearing Xia Yuming's screams, which became even more painful, he felt that Xia Yuming could no longer bear it.
Stop it! Stop it!
Yi Feng shouted, trying to stop Xia Yuming. But Xia Yuming didn't listen to Yi Feng at all. She could only squeeze out two words in pain: "Don't look." Yi Feng quickly turned around to prevent himself from looking at Xia Yuming's miserable state of being covered in blood, with blood coming out of her mouth and eyes. He hadn't expected that recasting the core of the machine girl would be so painful and would cause the body to endure such torture.
But Xia Yuming's persistence did touch Yi Feng.
Yi Feng suddenly remembered that the last time the system gave him 5,000 points, it was just enough to buy genetic medicine.
So what can you buy with the 8,000 points that are compensated this time?
Perhaps it can relieve Xia Yuming's pain and save her life. Thinking of this, Yi Feng hurriedly opened the Genesis Mall and anxiously searched through the mall interface.
Chapter 44 Update: A mysterious creature appears. 8,000 points. What can 8,000 points buy? 8,000 points, 8,000 points, I found it. Commander's armor? No. This is useless. An alien beast crystal core? After using it, there's a chance of gaining some of the beast's abilities from its lifetime? No, that's not it. 100,000 semi-biological nanocrystal beasts?
Used in conjunction with genetic drugs, there's a high chance the mecha girl will forge a core mutation crystal, enter the Starry Sky stage, and become a Starry Sky mecha girl.
That's it. That's right. It must be this. Starry Sky mecha girl? Oh my god.
Yi Feng muttered softly and searched in the Genesis Mall for a long time before finally finding an option he thought was suitable.
This semi-biological nanocrystal beast is priced at 8,000 points.
After looking around, Yi Feng believes that this is the only one that can possibly save Xia Yuming. If Xia Yuming is not helped, even if her spirit has not collapsed yet, her body will collapse. Yi Feng didn't have time to think too much, he could only trust his intuition now. After quickly exchanging 100,000 nanocrystal beasts from the Genesis Mall, a syringe in the shape of a water cup appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Inside this translucent glass syringe, the purple substance looks like slightly melted smoothie, which seems to be liquid but also seems to be more than just liquid.
It may seem strange, but there's no other way now.
Seeing Li Qingrui covering her mouth in shock, Yi Feng turned around and explained, as if he was comforting himself.
Ah.
I'm sorry, Yi Feng, my body seems to be unable to bear it anymore.
Get away from me, I'm going to self-destruct.
Originally, Yi Feng was still preparing himself mentally. But when Xia Yuming screamed, a manic red light seemed to flash in her blood-covered skin. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui only took one look and felt a terrifying energy that was about to get out of control. There was no time to think about it, Yi Feng could only try his luck. He held the syringe, aimed at the center of Xia Yuming's back, placed it steadily, and pressed the injection button.
Swish! The water cup container suddenly shook on Xia Yuming's back.
It was as if a needle had pierced her body. The purple liquid in the container, which looked like smoothie, began to churn and decrease.
Yi Feng knew that these things were semi-biological nanocrystal beasts.
If you look at them through a microscope, you will probably see their hideous and terrifying appearance. Yi Feng didn't care whether it looked like a spider or an ant.
As long as Xia Yuming can be saved, it will be fine. In just 3 seconds, all the nanocrystal beasts entered Xia Yuming's body.
Yi Feng pulled out the syringe. The purple bloodstains on Xia Yuming's back, visible to the naked eye, were slowly fading. It seemed as if the damage caused by the nanocrystal beast when it was injected into the body just now was being repaired at a very fast speed.
Not only that,
the red light that had been flashing continuously inside Xia Yuming's body gradually calmed down. Xia Yuming stopped screaming, and she seemed to feel much more relaxed all of a sudden. She knelt on the ground and seemed to have fallen into a coma for a moment. But she didn't fall down. She just knelt there quietly, like a puppet without control, with her head drooping and motionless. Li Qingrui couldn't help but scream when she saw this.
Ah! She's not dead, is she? It's useless.
After witnessing Xia Yuming endure 3 hours of horrific torture, Li Qingrui's attitude towards Xia Yuming changed from cautious and vigilant to heartbroken and full of pity. Now Li Qingrui no longer cares whether Xia Yuming will become stronger and more beautiful than herself. As long as Xia Yimeng no longer endures such inhuman torture, as long as Xia Yimeng no longer screams, as long as Xia Yimeng can survive, anything is fine.
What should we do, Yifeng? Do you have any other ideas? Save her.
Li Qingrui shook Yifeng's arm anxiously, but Yifeng was helpless at the moment.
There's nothing we can do. We can only wait.
Yifeng couldn't believe that Xia Yimeng died just like that. He had clearly injected her with the nano crystal beast, so how could it not work?
Xia Yimeng was kneeling on the ground, completely breathless.
Her body was motionless at this moment, and she really seemed to have lost any signs of life. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel nervous.
Did I guess wrong?
Fearing that he had made the wrong choice, Yifeng hurriedly opened the Genesis Mall and screened all the products that could be exchanged for 8,000 points one by one. Although there are hundreds of thousands of products in the Genesis Mall, most of them are gray and have a lock painted on them. This indicates that they are still closed and have not yet been unlocked. However, among the unlocked items, a large portion are gray because the points are not enough. As the saying goes, if you can't afford it, it's useless to look at it. As for the products that Yifeng had already seen, although they turned gray because his points had been used up, they had golden borders. This allows Yifeng to quickly and accurately find the products with 8,000 points that he has browsed.
Then read them all again.
However, after Yifeng carefully studied these products twice, he felt that he had not made the wrong choice.
If there is anything among these products worth 8,000 points that can save Xia Yimeng, then the only one is this semi-biological nanocrystal beast. Could it be? Is it too late? Yifeng looked guilty and his eyes gradually became moist.
But at this moment, Xia Yimeng suddenly screamed again.
Ah!
A piercing pain made her fly up.
It was unknown what kind of energy made her body fly into the air.
Yifeng saw Xia Yimeng's strange figure. Her chest was facing upwards, as if someone had grabbed her heart and was pulling her up by her heart, floating in the air.
That's right.
When Yifeng saw this scene and saw Xia Yimeng being pulled into the air by some mysterious force, he suddenly felt that this was very similar to the commander activating the repair skill and placing the mecha girl in a spherical field.
Try it.
Yifeng pushed out his palm, and a blue spherical field suddenly enveloped Xia Yimeng. He continued to output, providing the repair orb with more spiritual energy than usual. Although I don't know if this will work, I just saw Xia Yimeng die in front of me. Now that she seems to have a glimmer of hope, even if we don't know if it will work, it's worth a try. After all, the repair orb repairs the mecha girl's cells, body, and mechanical body. Previously, Yifeng thought that Xia Yimeng's screams were the effect of the genetic drug, so he didn't dare to interfere.
However, the effect of the genetic medicine should have ended now, and those nano-crystal beasts should be transforming Xia Yimeng's body inside her.
Based on this reasoning, if Xia Yimeng's spiritual energy has been exhausted, then her own cell repair and regeneration ability will be very weak. And if Yifeng uses the repair ability to inject spiritual energy into Xia Yimeng, and then uses the repair ability to repair her damaged body and cells, then this should help the nano-crystal beast transform and repair Xia Yimeng's body. Yifeng thought that what he was doing now was worth a try.
If he does nothing and leaves everything to fate, Yifeng can't do it.
Yifeng observed Xia Yimeng's current condition and felt that Xia Yimeng could not hold on. In order to become stronger, to be able to stand by Yifeng's side, to become Yifeng's robot girl, and not to lose to anyone, Xia Yimeng desperately controlled the nanoworms, desperately destroyed her own casting core, and then used the genetic modification agent to modify her core as much as possible. Doing this must have nearly exhausted her own spiritual energy.
She went too far.
The more Yifeng thought about it, the more he felt that he should use the commander's repair skill at this time. Logically speaking, this skill should be able to help Xia Yimeng.
Yifeng, stop it.
Using your repair skills now will probably be useless.
It might even backfire.
Li Qingrui didn't think the repair skill would work on Xia Yimeng.
But Yifeng doesn't think so. No. I think this will work. Trust me.
After Yifeng finished speaking, he began to inject his spiritual energy into the blue repair orb even more frantically. In the repair field, Xia Yimeng screamed again and again, as if the repair ball was transforming her with a knife and an axe.
Time passed by. 10 minutes later.
The repair orb suddenly became restless, it grew and shrank like a deformed water droplet. Immediately afterwards, the water droplet changed from big to small, swaying from side to side, and all of it went into Xia Yimeng's chest.
The spiritual connection between Yifeng and the magic ball was broken in an instant. After Xiaoyameng completely absorbed the energy of the blue magic ball, a violet energy wave suddenly exploded in all directions with Xiaoyameng as the core, accompanied by a burst of dazzling white light. The strong light was so dazzling, and the white light produced by the release of energy made Jifeng and Li Qingrui unable to open their eyes. The two men turned around and dodged, stretching their arms to block. A little while later, when the white light gradually faded, Yifeng and Li Qingrui turned around to check. A girl in a white tight leather jacket stood in mid-air, as if she was about to wake up from a deep sleep. Her long light blue hair swayed in the wind. There was no trace of pain in his steady breathing. She was very peaceful, as if she had been sleeping for 1,000 years and now was finally waking up. She is Xiaoyameng? Li Qingrui looked confused. Yes, right. Why has the hair color changed? Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes. Because Xiaoyameng seemed to have been reborn, the girl in front of him was like an angel. She is pure and beautiful, reborn with holy light, as if she has the mission to purify the world. Xiaoyameng? Are you, still you? Li Qingrui took a few steps forward and asked. Her question seemed to wake the holy warrior from her sleep. The girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then she opened her eyes. But as soon as she opened her eyes, her expression suddenly changed, as if she was facing a great enemy. Enemy attack. Xiaoyameng moved and suddenly stood behind Yifeng and Li Qingrui. She suddenly transformed from a human body into a U-shaped spaceship consisting of 2 giant cannon barrels. What is this? A spaceship? Yifeng was confused. After Xiaoyameng transformed into a mechanical body, she actually looked like a white spaceship, but it was not that big. It was only twice the size of Li Qingrui's stratosphere fighter. What the hell is this? No. This can't be. This should be. This is probably. Li Qingrui was shocked. She looked at Xiaoyameng's body in the air in astonishment, and was so nervous that she couldn't speak. This made Jifeng very anxious. What is it? Tell me. I think she's very similar to that older sister. No. She's bigger. More powerful. I'm afraid she's probably a space fighter. Huh? What? Yifeng was bewildered. Starfighter? That guy Lu Chen seems. When Yifeng heard what Li Qingrui said, he suddenly remembered that he had seen in Lu Chen's information panel that the mecha girl he contracted had a starfighter. Could it be that Xiaoyameng has evolved into a starfighter? Before Yifeng could react, 2 blue lights suddenly shot out from the 2 giant gun barrels on the left and right of Xiaoyameng's U-shaped spacecraft. The ice blue high-temperature light tore the air apart in an instant. The air seemed to be melted by the high temperature, and the space around the 2 pillars of blue light was visibly distorted. Yifeng knew that this was a high-temperature airwave. But what is she doing? Who is she attacking? Chapter 45: The Birth of SSS-level Crystal Core. On the stands of the second hospital fighting arena, Lu Chen, wearing a black cloak, was hidden among the audience, watching the mecha girl fighting competition. But the beautiful woman in the red dress sitting next to him was suddenly frightened. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked absent-mindedly. Suzaku stood up, took off his sun hat, and glanced sideways toward the northeast. Commander, I've detected a powerful energy fluctuation. Oh? Lu Chen picked up the thermos, took a sip of water, and asked, how strong is it? So terrifyingly strong. After Suzaku finished speaking, he walked out of the fighting arena without stopping. Lu Chen felt something was wrong and followed him. The two of them left the competition venue one after the other. Suzaku transformed into a red sports car and opened the driver's door for Lu Chen. Then, the red sports car sped away, and at an empty corner, it suddenly transformed into a red 5th-generation fighter jet and soared into the sky. Deep in the white clouds, a 5th-generation fighter jet rushed into the clouds and accumulated power to launch a jet. When it flew out of the clouds, it had turned into a huge starry sky fighter. The rough lines and bulky body of the starfighter do not affect its flying speed. Suzaku rushed to the outskirts of Pujian Bay City at a speed that broke through the law of gravity. Energy Index 128,399 points. How is this possible? This energy fluctuation index is comparable to a nuclear bomb explosion. Why can't we see any major changes ahead? Lu Chen felt very bad. If such terrifying energy was not a nuclear bomb explosion, then there must be something terrible hidden. When Suzaku awakened for the second time, he didn't have such terrifying power. Could it be that a mechanical beast king suddenly appeared in the world? Or is it that a new dimensional rift has appeared around Pujiang Base City? No matter which of the many speculations is an extremely terrible crisis. Such a strange thing actually happened in a third-tier city like Pujiang Base City? How is this possible? Could this small town be hiding something terrible? Could it be that some dark forces are hiding here? Lu Chen was anxious and couldn't wait to find out the truth. The same goes for Suzaku. She is connected to Commander Lu Chen mentally and can naturally feel the worry in his heart. The two of them flew out of the city at an extremely fast speed. Faster, faster. No need to hide your tracks, just go faster. As soon as Lu Chen gave the order, Suzaku exerted his full strength. Buzz. Break. The atmospheric sound barrier suddenly exploded. The starfighter flew at 5 times the speed of sound in the atmosphere. Because the Suzaku's fuselage is extremely thick and heavy, its shape is not suitable for flying within the atmosphere. It can reach 5 times the speed of sound thanks to its powerful engine thrust. Therefore, the sound of the sonic barrier burst is many times louder than that of other atmospheric fighter jets. This made many people in the city below feel the earth-shaking sound. However, it wasn't just ordinary people who noticed the noise. Thousands of meters away, an angel girl who had just been reborn and awakened from a dream suddenly opened her eyes. After opening his eyes, the violent energy fluctuations suddenly became smaller, so small that they were hardly noticeable. Suzaku lost his target in an instant. It braked at high speed, then transformed into the combat form of the Starry Sky Mecha Girl, transferring all energy to exploration mode. Where's the target? Lu Chen was stunned. I don't understand what's going on, how could this happen? Commander, the target disappeared instantly, and the energy fluctuations stopped. This situation is a bit like. Like? You mean? The scene when the Mecha Girl's second awakening is successful? Impossible. How could a Mecha Girl awaken for the second time here? That's the forging core crystallization. How is this possible? How can it happen in such a third-tier city? Lu Chen couldn't believe Yuchue's guess. However, Suzaku was very sure that this was the second awakening of the Mecha Girl. Commander, only the Crystal Core Mecha Girl has the ability to offset my perception talent. What? You've already used your perception talent? And yet you can't even sense the target? Could it really be a Crystal Core Mecha Girl? Lu Chen was surprised, with 2 drops of cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. Suzaku was SS level, even an S-level second awakening Mecha Girl cannot escape her innate perception. Could it be that the opponent is SS level? A well-matched opponent. Now we have to fight. The system of Kyoto Mecha Warfare Institute is connected to the military, and the information of all-powerful Mecha Girls is recorded. In a small city like Pujiang Base City, there are no top-level strong people on record. Therefore, the only Super Mecha Girl who may awaken for the second time at this time can only be the top-level strong ones outside the registered list. That must be some dark force. As the side of justice, since we have seen it, how can we pretend not to see it? War is inevitable. Moreover, the appearance of such a powerful person here might lead him to attack some facility in Pujiang Base City. With this in mind, we cannot just sit back and do nothing. High energy reaction occurs directly ahead. Starlight Shield fully activated. Before Lu Chen could prepare himself mentally, Suzaku has already opened the shield. The blue energy shield just opened. 2 ice blue high energy beams of light slammed heavily into the shield. The violent collision between the spear and the shield caused severe resonance in Suzaku's fuselage. Even Lu Chen, who was sitting in the cockpit, felt his scalp tingling. But that's not all. Snap. With a crisp sound, Suzaku's starlight level shield actually cracked. A beam of light pierced through the shield and passed by Suzaku's shoulder. Although the high temperature energy did not hit Suzaku, it just passed by and detonated a sensor module installed on Suzaku's shoulder. Boom! After the sensor blew up. Fortunately, Suzaku's armor is thick enough. She calculated the position of the attacking cannon fodder, suddenly transformed into a starfighter, and chased after them at high speed. Be careful, the enemy is no weaker than us. Lu Chen reminded quietly, but for the starfighter, the distance of several thousand meters could be reached in the blink of an eye. When Zhu Ke pulled out the electric whip and swung it at the opponent, Lu Chen also saw the opponent's true face. Starry Sky Mecha Girl. As Lu Chen had guessed, a white mecha, twice as large as Suzaku, holding an electric sword, chopped off Suzaku's whip with a single blow. After the whip self-destructed, Suzaku raised the plasma cannons in both hands, ready to fire at full force. But Lu Chen forcibly used the commander's control to stop some of her aggressive behaviors. Cease fire, something's happening. Zhu Kei was so focused on the battle that he didn't have time to observe the situation around him. After Lu Chen reminded her, she realized that the two people standing in the corner below were Yi Feng and Li Qingrui. After Yi Feng and Li Qingrui saw each other's red mecha figures clearly, Li Qingrui hurriedly told Yi Feng about her elder sister Suzaku. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui then shouted loudly to stop. Cease fire. Stop now. They are not enemies. Yi Feng and Li Qingrui shouted loudly, finally making Xia Yimeng stop attacking. Xia Yimeng stopped, slowly descended, and stood in front of Yi Feng and Li Qingrui. Seeing that the other party had withdrawn, Zhu Kei and Lu Chen quickly landed while the other used the commander's peak skill. Good job. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Lu Chen was really lucky that he met an acquaintance. I just don't know what's going on with this mecha girl. Oh my god, it's so powerful. Amid the rebukes from the commanders of both sides, the red and white starry sky mecha girls finally turned back into human form. Lu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, strode towards Yi Feng, and asked anxiously. Handsome guy, what are you doing? He. Yi Feng shrugged helplessly. This is your star sky mecha girl, SS level? It's really amazing, it scared me to death. You're still scared. I'm the one who's scared now. Explain to me, what's going on with this mecha girl? Lu Chen pointed at Xia Yimeng and growled. Yi Feng hurriedly explained, alas. This has nothing to do with me. Xia Yimeng is not my mecha. Besides, it's not her fault. She just escaped death. Maybe the mecha system is a little messed up. Escape from death? I want to know more about how she became like this. Xia Yimeng, who was standing next to Yi Feng, was wearing a white body-shaping combat uniform, with 2 blushes on her shy cheeks. Signing a mecha contract with Yi Feng is my only goal in life. As soon as these words were spoken, shocked everyone. The 4 people around him had strange expressions, each one stranger than the other. Some people sighed, some envied, some were jealous, and some felt warmly touched. Ahem. How about I make a contract with you now? Yi Feng said tentatively with a smile. But Li Qingrui frowned, folding her arms and saying, Are you so impatient to see the powerful mecha? Ahem. Hey young man, would you like to take a look first? Take a glance? After Lu Chen's reminder, Zhu Kei, Li Qingrui and Yi Feng suddenly realized what they had overlooked. The 3 of them showed their abilities and used their own scanning systems, but when they saw Xia Yimeng's data panel, they were so scared that they couldn't keep their mouths shut. Mechanic girl, Xia Yimeng. Age, 21. Second awakening completed. Crystal core grade SSS. Title, Frostmourne. Companion main weapon, SSS Starlight class negative electron laser cannon. Companion melee weapon, SSS-level Frost Shadow Light Blade. Star missile incubator, module missing. Antimatter electromagnetic laser cannon, module missing. Dual thrust engine, S-class conventional engine needs to be replaced, otherwise it will not be able to leave the atmospheric gravity zone. Module missing, module missing, module missing. Module missing, module missing, module missing. Talent? 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 The visible data scanned by the 3 people made the surrounding air suddenly become bitterly cold. Although it was a hot summer day, the 4 of them looked at each other for a long time without anyone speaking. At this moment, some people were picking their feet awkwardly, some were ashamed of themselves, some were envious and jealous, and some were speculating whether the ASL-level commander was worthy of this mecha girl's starry sky mecha. Maybe it will take some time for everyone to adapt. Chapter 46, Formal Contract with Star Sky Mecha Girl. Seeing everyone's unusual expressions, Xia Yimeng also scanned Suzaku opposite her. When Xia Yimeng saw that Suzaku was an SS-class starfighter, had completed the second awakening, and had an SS-class crystal core, she became a little uneasy. In a moment, she felt like her worldview was about to collapse. This is impossible. Am I already dead? Is this another world? An illusory world where I carry my soul? In this world, there is actually a second awakening for the mecha girl? What is a crystal core? Starfighter? Is it even more advanced than aerospace fighter? Xia Yimeng can no longer distinguish between reality and dreams.
However, the pleasant smell of masculinity on Yifeng and the smell of burning in the air around him, and the strange and lively expressions of the four people around him. After making some judgment, Xia Yimeng felt that she was alive and this should not be a dream.
Dreams can't be this real.
She pinched her little face hard and slapped it hard. After confirming that this was not a dream, Xia Yimeng pointed at Suzaku in surprise.
You actually completed the second awakening.
There are actually star fighters in this world.
Oh my god, my worldview is about to be shattered. Cold sweat ran down Xia Yimeng's cheeks.
She pointed at Suzaku to Yifeng and Li Qingrui with a look of horror.
Surprise and confusion immediately appeared on the faces of the two.
Lu Chen, who was standing opposite, was speechless for a while, then he covered his head and laughed wildly. Zhu Ke stared at Xia Yimeng with a frown on his face, always feeling that the girl opposite him had a low IQ.
Hey! Do you want to listen to what you're saying?
Zhu Ke glanced at Xia Yimeng helplessly, then turned her head away with her mouth pouted, not looking like a 28-year-old sister at all.
Instead, he looks a bit childish, and I don't know what he is upset about.
Seeing this, Li Qingrui tried to lighten the mood by explaining awkwardly, she just woke up and her brain isn't working very well.
Please don't be offended.
What?
Who are you calling mentally ill?
Xia Yimeng quits. She pointed at Suzaku and showed it to Li Qingrui. If you don't believe me, scan it.
Scan it yourself. It really is a starfighter. An SS-class starfighter.
Seeing Xia Yimeng so persistent, Li Qingrui felt even more embarrassed.
Suzaku gritted his teeth and muttered, "What's wrong with SS rank? You did it on purpose. Little girl, don't be so arrogant."
Lu Chen laughed so hard that he doubled over, his legs unable to straighten. He had no choice but to hold onto the girl's shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't mind her. She's not arrogant, she's just a little silly."
What? Who are you calling stupid? Xia Yimeng was really angry this time.
She clenched her little white teeth and clenched her little pink fists tightly.
My scan results can't be wrong. I know you don't believe it.
Things like the second awakening and the starfighter do sound a bit unbelievable, but
I'm really not kidding you.
Lu Chen's laughing sickness has become more serious. He laughed so hard that he fell backwards and gasped for breath. This made Xia Yimeng want to rush up and punch him. Fortunately, Yifeng stopped Xia Yimeng in time and explained tactfully.
Don't mind him, he means no harm. You're probably still a little confused because you just woke up. It's okay, just rest for a while. No malicious intent? Am I out of my mind? Ha ha. Am I out of my mind? This starry sky mecha girl is standing right here, can't you just take a quick look? She's already awakened for the second time. You.
Xia Yimeng didn't expect that Yifeng and Li Qingrui didn't believe her, but when she wanted to continue, Li Qingrui couldn't hold it back anymore. She was surpassed by Xia Yimeng in the blink of an eye, and she was already unhappy. If Xia Yimeng continued to speak, Li Qingrui felt that she would lose face.
Isn't this pure Versailles? Even if ignorance is not a crime, I can't let you continue talking.
If you continue talking, the old lady opposite might not be able to hold back and start fighting.
Ahem.
Li Qingrui coughed tactically, took a step forward, glanced at Xia Yimeng's body, and sighed. Comparing yourself to others is terrifying. Can you please take a look at yourself first?
What's wrong with me?
Xia Yimeng was stunned and felt that Li Qingrui's words were a little unbelievable. She looked at herself and found that there was nothing wrong with her except that the snow-white battlesuit showed off her figure a little.
What's wrong with me? I just changed my clothes.
Hey! Stop talking, or we'll both start fighting. Seeing that Xia Yimeng still didn't understand, Li Qingrui pointed at Suzaku and herself, and then together with Suzaku, they stared at Xia Yimeng with unconvinced eyes. Xia Yimeng felt that the atmosphere was not right, and it seemed that these two mecha girls were really going to fight.
But who did I offend?
Seeing that Xia Yimeng still didn't understand, Yifeng explained tactfully. Qingrui wants you to scan yourself and see if there are any changes in your reborn self.
Oh. Xia Yimeng finally understood what the other party meant.
He had endured more than 3 hours of agonizing torture, and then fell into a deep sleep due to the loss of energy. After waking up, the first thing Xia Yimeng did was to realize that she was locked, and then she launched an effective counterattack. Her 2 shots blew off Suzaku's shoulder modules.
Moreover, in close combat, he chopped Suzaku's electric whip to pieces. This, etc. After a brief recollection, Xia Yiming suddenly realized that there was something wrong with her attack weapon and form. After hurriedly checking her attribute panel, she hugged her head in shock. What? I also awakened for the second time? SSS class starfighter. And a title. I'm actually a one-of-a-kind limited edition aircraft. A titled fighter. A Starry Sky titled fighter. It's over. Xia Yiming really felt like she was dreaming. Bang! She slapped herself hard on the face and felt severe pain, which confirmed that she was not dreaming. But how is this possible? Xia Yiming recalled the pain she had experienced in the past few hours, and she was so scared that she shed tears. Thinking back to the severe pain she endured at that time, the only obsession in her heart was to become Yifeng's mecha girl, to become extremely powerful, and to stand by Yifeng's side openly. Her emotions got out of control for a moment. Xia Yiming rushed forward and hugged Yifeng tightly, burying her head in Yifeng's arms, her body twitching with tears in her eyes. Is this all true? Am I really reborn? Seeing Xia Yiming was frustrated, he couldn't believe the world in front of him. Yifeng touched the other person's head and said with care and comfort. Don't be afraid, it's all over. It won't hurt this much anymore. It's all worth it, you're reborn. And you're incredibly powerful. After hearing Yifeng's words, Xia Yiming pushed Yifeng away, carefully felt her body, and after confirming that everything was correct, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. I didn't expect that Xia Yiming looked at Li Qingrui and Zhu Ke, fearing that they would misunderstand. I thought I was being pretentious. After all, he was so strong now that he instantly became someone that others envied and looked up to. Her questioning just now was really infuriating. It turns out that I am the strongest starfighter, and this is the second awakened mecha girl. I guess the two mecha girls next to me must be very unhappy when they see me. It's human nature. It's okay. Everyone can understand you. After all, you've just experienced pain, and your second awakening wasn't easy. Yifeng comforted again. Xia Yiming felt warm in her heart when she heard Yifeng's words. She suddenly opened the system panel and popped a blue contract interface in front of Yifeng. Make a contract with me. I'd been waiting for this day for a long time. When Xia Yiming spoke, there were tears in her eyes but a sweet smile on her face. Yifeng had no reason to refuse, nor did he want to refuse. The SSS-class starfighter is probably the most powerful one in the world. Under Lu Chen's envious gaze, Yifeng placed his hand on the contract panel and completed the formal contract with the Star Mecha. Chapter 47. The contract is successful and the mission is accomplished. After a few breaths, Yifeng and Xia Yiming reached a formal contract and became comrades fighting together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will be rewarded with a mysterious gift package. The system prompt sounded beside Yifeng's ears. This time, Yifeng couldn't wait to see what mysterious items could be found in the gift package. He looked up at the sky, not wanting others to see him in a daze. Everyone followed Yifeng's gaze and saw a few auspicious clouds slowly floating across the azure sky. Apart from being so deep and broad that it was fascinating, there was nothing special about them. But in Yifeng's eyes, all he saw were the gift packages and treasures from the God of Creation system. S-Class Commander Armor Set Black and Gold. S-Rank Self-Discipline Aurora Blade. S-Class Magnetic Levitation Skateboard. S-Class Cruise Missile Incubator Module. S-Grade Alloy 12 tons. Genesis Mall Points 500. Only 500 points were given? Yifeng sighed, well. It's better than nothing. What do you mean, something is better than nothing? Li Qingrui stared at Yifeng with suspicion. Xia Yiming thought Yifeng was blaming her and apologized quickly. Sorry, my engine level is too low. I can't fly out of the atmosphere and into space now. Moreover, except for 2 companion weapon modules, almost all modules are empty. So After hearing Xia Yiming's self-narration, Zhu Ke beside him nodded with satisfaction. She was happy now, even though the opponent was an SSS-class starfighter, the only one of its kind in the world. However, the Starry Sky level second awakening module is extremely difficult to obtain, let alone the SSS level, even the C level and D level ones. This is because mecha girls who are not of a high enough level cannot go to other dimensions and other worlds to search for treasures and hunt.
If Xia Yameng wants to get a full set of SSS-level modules to bring her combat power and configuration to the full second level score, it will take at least 10 to 20 years. Even if it is just a second awakening module that is a mix of a level and S-level, it will probably take Xia Yameng 5 to 8 years to configure it. Therefore, in the past 10 or 20 years, this young and beautiful SSS-class mecha girl could not compare with herself at all. Suzaku's mood suddenly improved. It's okay, you're already very powerful. I'm not talking about you. However, the power of the star-class fighter is too strong, so it's best not to show it in front of others. Let me transform your first-class machine. After Yifeng finished speaking, he used the repair skill in front of Xia Yameng's astonished eyes. A blue magic ball covered with Taoist patterns instantly trapped Xia Yameng. Oh. Are you going to install a module for the mecha girl? You are very skilled. Lu Chen praised from the side. But what he never expected was that as soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng's mechanical transformation of Xia Yameng was completed. What? So fast. Did you stop? It's impossible to finish it so quickly. While Lu Chen was bewildered, Xia Yameng jumped up happily. Wow! I changed my form and now have an S-class shell. Xia Yameng said, and quickly transformed into a mechanical body. A snow-white 5th-generation fighter jet appeared in the sight of the four people. The fighter jet has undergone a major change in shape, with smooth curves. It is actually the latest 5th-generation fighter jet. Although it is a mass-produced model, it is indeed a relatively rare subspecies. This made Li Qingrui, who was standing by, look unhappy with a twisted smile on her face. Yifeng noticed Li Qingrui's attitude, and casually shot out another blue magic ball, directly putting Li Qingrui in it. Repair activate. In an instant, Yifeng equipped Li Qingrui with the ES-class cruise missile module from the gift package. This added more than 10 years to Li Qingrui's lifespan. Moreover, she felt refreshed, and her combat power and spiritual energy increased. Ah, it's S rank. Not bad. He. In the blink of an eye, both of Yifeng's partners were satisfied. The balance was so fair and the modification speed was so amazing that Lu Chen couldn't help but applaud him in admiration. Okay, Mio. In that case, take this. Lu Chen took out 3 identity tokens from the Kyoto Mecha Combat Academy. These were the only credentials for participating in training at the academy, and also served as invitation tokens for new recruits. What is this? Identity tokens. Have the 3 of us been accepted into Kyoto's premier hospital? Yifeng took the token in surprise and couldn't help but feel excited. That's right. However, Xia Yameng is too strong. She can't enter as a trainee mecha girl. That would affect the mentality of the other mecha girls. It's unfair. Because in the first academy, there will be many missions, combat practice, and mission progress rankings. Therefore, Xia Yameng must skip the trainee period and enter the trial period directly to become a member of the trial period. Trial period member? Yifeng and the other 2 stared at each other, not knowing what was going on. In 3 days, the holiday training camp for members in the trial period will begin. This is a personal training camp tailored specifically for mecha girls, and does not require the participation of a commander. So, you will be separated for 2 months. Ha! When Xia Yameng heard that she was going to part with Yifeng, her brows immediately furrowed. She had just become Yifeng's mecha partner, how could they be separated so soon? During the summer, commanders and their mecha girl partners usually train separately. This is because they usually train for coordinated combat, leaving little time for individual development. There are some areas where the mecha girls and commanders need to train separately. For example, commanders will either train their physical fitness or find ways to improve their psychic control, while mecha girls will need to subject their mechas to extreme cold and heat, or even underwater, to hone their adaptability. Therefore, summer is the perfect time for separate training. Don't slack off, the worst talents in the first hospital are all S-level talents, so there must be a sense of urgency. Lu Chen's careful instruction left the 3 of them stunned. However, Zhu Kei gave Yifeng a reminder. The finals of the Mecha Girl Fighting Tournament are scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is a day off, but I suggest you go to the Mecha Girl Training Center to experience the intensity of simulator training and improve the synchronization rate between the commander and the Mecha Girl. I've observed your opponents, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong, and they're very strong. They probably have some hidden cards up their sleeves. Juchu's reminder made Yifeng, Li Qingrui and Xia Yameng feel a sense of crisis. Yes, we can't get complacent just yet. Since our true strength can't be revealed yet, we must use our lower level forms to defeat them.
It won't be easy. Xia Yuming's eyes were already burning with fighting spirit.
She was very dissatisfied with her loss to Lin Xiaoxiao in the last game. Now, she has not only become stronger, but has also become Yi Feng's mecha, and she can now fight side by side with Yi Feng. That also means that in the finals, she can face Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong again in the name of Yi Feng's team. This time she must take revenge and wipe out the previous shame.
Chapter 48: The Eve of the Finals. It's getting dark.
Li Qingrui transformed into a Mercedes-Benz S650 and sent Xia Yameng and Yi Feng home. On the way, Xia Yameng suddenly mentioned the final the day after tomorrow, and looked a little excited.
Qingrui, can you please let me play in the finals?
One of me and Lin Xiaoxiao must die.
I have no problem, I will follow the master's instructions.
Xia Yuming's voice is not as clear and gentle as Li Qingrui's. Li Qingrui's voice was like that of a flower fairy, lively, crisp, cute and playful. Even when she was angry, Yi Feng always felt like he was in the sunshine when he was with her. But Xia Yuming's voice is not only mediocre, but also a little rough when she is angry. She gave Yi Feng the feeling that it was like it had been raining for several days. If Li Qingrui gave Yi Feng joy, Xia Yameng gave him care and love. In just over 10 days, Yi Feng's life changed so quickly after he awakened as an SSS-level commander.
Not only myself, but everyone around me has experienced many things after awakening their abilities. From an ignorant and naive boy, he became a mature person in just a few days. Before, Yi Feng was full of hatred towards Lin Xiaoxiao. But after going through all that, especially seeing Xia Yameng screaming for more than 3 hours and hanging by a thread, he was finally reborn. Somehow, Yi Feng's hatred for Lin Xiaoxiao was not as intense as before. Meng.
Lin Xiaoxiao used to call you that often, right? Faced with Xia Yuming's furious look of revenge, Yi Feng suddenly changed his tone and looked at the drizzle outside the window.
Xia Yameng was suddenly stunned.
An illusory reflection appeared in her eyes, and the picture of the sisterly love in the past appeared involuntarily in Xia Yuming's eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao used to be a very nice person. She held an umbrella for Xia Yameng, walked with her at night, brought her breakfast, went shopping with her, laughed and quarreled with her, and were inseparable. Because of this, when Xia Yameng didn't dare to confess her feelings to Yi Feng, she could only ask Lin Xiaoxiao to help her send a message and use a small note to ask Yi Feng to meet. I just didn't expect that all the beauty would end at that moment.
It's not just her, many people call me that. You can too.
Xia Yameng lowered her head involuntarily. The anger that she had just wanted to fight to the death seemed to be extinguished by the rain outside the window. Yi Feng suddenly grasped Xia Yuming's hand and sighed deeply. Actually, I can understand everything she did. Seeing Xia Yameng looking up at him, Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, there's nothing wrong with her fighting and vying for the one she loves.
When you truly love someone, who can suppress it? Who can give up?
She gave up the one she loves for her own future and destiny.
That's perfectly normal.
I just hate her for choosing that scumbag Chen Haodong.
You don't hate her?
Xia Yameng looked confused. I hate it. But people tend to go to higher places and water flows to lower places, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's just that we shouldn't use any means necessary and take things to the extreme.
The more Xia Yameng listened, the more confused she became, and her handsome face frowned. Meng, why don't we thank the past and spare her life? Yi Feng said with a smile, causing Xia Yameng to lower her head unexpectedly.
I didn't expect you to think that.
Actually, I don't really want her life. I just want to defeat her quickly and easily. Yi Feng felt Xia Yuming's little hand loosen, and his nerves relaxed a lot. He ignored Li Qingrui's jealousy, pulled Xia Yameng into his arms, and said softly, let her go, and let yourself go. She just wants to climb up the social ladder, she's not that vicious. It was the first time that Xia Yameng entered a scene that only existed in a dream. For a moment, she could do nothing but nod in agreement.
But Yi Feng's eyes suddenly became fierce.
But there are some people who are heinous, treacherous, and have stained this world.
They must be eliminated.
We should clean up this world.
Xia Yameng was about to nod when she suddenly looked up at Yi Feng in confusion. You mean Chen Haodong? And Tang Yuhao?
Li Qingrui added loudly. Li Qingrui's voice sounded like the roar of a dragon. Xia Yameng was so frightened that she dodged Yi Feng. She almost forgot that this car was owned by Li Qingrui.
Some things should be avoided when people should avoid them. It's not just them. There are many filthy people in this world. Perhaps eradicating them and purifying the world is what an SSS-level should do. SSS-level? Xia Yamong was stunned and a little confused. But soon, she realized it.
Xia Yamong opened the contract between herself and the commander, which clearly recorded Yifeng's talent level.
SSS-level commander. What? Your SSS-level? There really is an SSS-level commander in this world? Why is it you? How could it be you? Xia Yamong was completely confused.
Her mind was filled with Yifeng's handsome face. His mind was full of hatred towards Lin Xiaoxiao. She had no time to think about grade or talent.
Xia Yiming's obsession was so strong that he ignored many things.
She had always thought that Yifeng was an A-level commander and had never checked Yifeng's information panel. What she wanted was Yifeng as a person, nothing else mattered, so much so that she even ignored Yifeng's strength.
SSS-level. No wonder you were able to get your hands on some genetic evolution potion. Wait, where did you get those evolution potions and nanoworms? How could you possibly have such terrifying things?
Xia Yaming suddenly thought of many important things. Li Qingrui was speechless, her eyes dark, and the car lights dimmed a little.
Ahem, Xia Yaming. Has anyone ever said that you are a love-brained person?
Xia Yaming looked at Yifeng's entire attributes and talent panel in surprise, until Li Qingrui spoke. Her thoughts returned to the car.
Have. Yifeng looked at Li Qingrui with curiosity and asked curiously, who else has ever said that you are a love-brained person?
Lin Xiaoxiao said. Xia Yuming's words instantly made the car extremely quiet.
The sound of rain outside the window was so sparse that it lulls people to sleep. No one in the car spoke again until they got home. 10 minutes later.
The rain outside the window is dripping, and it seems that it will stop soon.
An old villa outside Yesan Park has revealed its true appearance under the moonlight. But... boom!
A sudden loud noise turned the old villa into a fireball. The fireball shot up into the sky, causing a forest fire. Yifeng looked ahead with bloodshot eyes, as if his eyeballs were about to burst.
Grief and anger filled Yifeng's eyes with bloodshot. Who is it?
Yifeng saw his house was bombed and just hoped that his grandmother and sister were not at home. But at this time, it was still raining outside, so the possibility was very small. Yifeng, who had already sensed the death of his loved ones, was about to vomit blood and was in unbearable heartache. He quickly began to look for suspicious targets.
Check it out quickly.
At Yifeng's command, Li Qingrui and Xia Yamong hurriedly scanned all targets within 50 kilometers.
Next second.
The two men said in unison, a Mirage fighter is leaving at high speed.
There are 6 fourth-generation fighters accompanying it. The identification information is military.
Before the two mecha girls could finish their words, Yifeng had already given them forced orders. This time, Yifeng used the commander's supreme control authority.
Kill them. Leave no one alive. Chapter 49 Bombardment equals Pujiang Military Region Mecha Defense Department. Just when I was about to go home, my home was gone.
Yifeng doesn't care about a dilapidated old house, even if it is where he grew up, he doesn't care.
However, when Yifeng was very young, his parents unfortunately died in battle while resisting the attack of alien beasts.
It was Grandma who raised Yifeng and his sister. Although Yifeng has now awakened as a commander, he has a lot of things to do.
But Grandma would wait for Yifeng to come home every night.
Only when Yifeng returned home could Grandma fall asleep peacefully. Although my sister has been admitted to the Junior Mecha Academy 3, she still has 2 years to go before she reaches adulthood. The Machine Girl system can only be activated after reaching adulthood. Without the ability to transform into a mechanical body, there was no chance of surviving an explosion like the one just now. Yifeng saw his house being blown to the ground, flames shooting up into the sky, and causing a wildfire. In fact, he already knew in his heart that his grandmother and sister were gone. At this moment, Yifeng was like a mother beast whose cubs were slaughtered. He just wants to kill all the evildoers. No matter who they are. When Yifeng issued the order to hunt down his two companions, Xia Yamong and Li Qingrui, Yifeng, in a state of desperation, used the commander's power to forcibly control the mecha girl. Before Xia Yamong could prepare herself mentally, Li Qingrui had already ejected her from the car.
In the blink of an eye.
The catapult of the stratospheric fighter directly sent Xia Yamong to a height of 100 meters.
Not only that, Xia Yamong transformed into an SSS-class starfighter without any concealment.
The white U-shaped fighter erupted with a terrifying sonic boom the next second, and the thruster horsepower was directly maximized.
Meng Meng, kill them!
Xia Yimeng has become Yifeng's robot girl, and she and Yifeng are connected in mind and spirit. Feeling Yifeng's pain and anger, a strong desire to fight also ignited in her heart. Without waiting for the Mirage fighter and the military's 6th fourth-generation aircraft to fly away, Xia Yimeng accelerated and caught up with them. While chasing, she did not hide her body, but instead created a sonic boom. This allowed the 7 fighter planes returning ahead to quickly discover her whereabouts. Ahead, Tang Yul was returning home with 6 of his military friends.
Sister Tang, are you satisfied now?
That kid named Yifeng actually dared to attack the young master.
Now let him cry. Don't be careless. Night Maple's second form is a jet car with flying capabilities. It might catch up to us. Be on guard during the flight. Ha ha ha, a speeding car? How can that compare to our speed?
Besides, if that guy dares to catch up, we can just take action in advance and finish him off.
Humph, do you think I don't want to take action?
If the minister hadn't cooperated with the radio station, and if Yifeng hadn't needed to jump on the screen for a few more days, how could I let him live until today?
Anyway, Sister Tang is really generous this time.
To kill such a small figure, she actually invested 1 billion yuan.
The minister should really thank Yifeng this time.
Not only did he increase the ratings of the Mecha Girl fighting tournament, he even helped the minister pay off his foreign debts.
Humph.
That fat old bastard takes more than 1 billion yuan from our Tang group every year. Giving him 1 billion yuan is just so he can frame that kid as a member of a dark organization. After all, this is in the city, and private houses can't be blown up at will.
Yes, the Alliance has strict laws. If there weren't recent evidence of dark organization activities, they wouldn't dare to make any major moves in the city.
However, the power of our 7-man salvo was truly astonishing.
Half the hilltop was blown away.
There's no way that kid's family survived. In tomorrow's finals, he'll probably be crying and having no desire to fight.
Yes, Sister Tang, you have invisibly helped Chief Chen's son.
In tomorrow's final, he and Lin Xiaoxiao should be able to easily defeat Yifeng.
Yeah, why else do you think that old Chief Chen would go to the minister's office? The CEO of the Second Research Institute of Mecha Combat is actually conspiring with the military to kill one of their own trainee commanders. I'm afraid the minister will take our 1 billion and still want more from Chief Chen.
That's right. If that old bastard Chief Chen knew Sister Tang would take action, he would regret it to death.
What a waste of money. He could have just sat back and reaped the benefits.
Humph, he's doing this all for his precious son. Chen Haodong, that kid, is just like his father, not a good person either.
Stop talking. Something's happening. Something is chasing us from behind. Could it be Yifeng? Impossible.
This thing is huge and can fly at 5 times the speed of sound.
What kind of monster is this? How can someone fly so fast?
Tang Yul and his 7 mecha girls acted secretly under the cover of night without a commander. The 7 of them fired a salvo, sending all the missiles towards Yifeng's old villa.
This concentrated fire attack even flattened half of the mountain.
Just when they thought they had accomplished something and were feeling very proud of themselves,
Xia Yimeng's SSS-class starfighter named Frostmourne has caught up with several people and recorded their conversation.
Not only that, Xia Yimeng calculated the return routes of the 7 fighter planes and concluded that it was indeed the Pujiang Defense Force base.
This made Xia Yimeng very disappointed.
Before meeting Yifeng, Xia Yimeng's goal was to become a fighter jet girl, then join the military and contribute to protecting the safety of Pujiang Base City. However, when Xia Yimeng intercepted the other party's communication and overheard their conversation, she was extremely disappointed with the Pujiang military headquarters. I didn't expect the military to be so rotten. How can these parasites take on the responsibility of guarding the base city? No wonder so many mecha girls and commanders were killed in the last Beast Tide, including civilian mecha girls, mecha warrior guilds, and autonomous hunting associations. These parasites in the Military District's Defense Department are responsible for the important task of guarding the city, but they attack and harm ordinary people for money.
Shameful. Hateful. Abominable. Death is not a pity.
Xia Yimeng was already very angry, and now she was furious, wishing she could massacre the entire Military District Defense Department. Fuming with rage and filled with murderous intent, Xia Yimeng suddenly transformed into a mecha girl. An ultra-heavy mecha warrior, over 20 meters tall and holding a light sword, charged into the flying group in front at lightning speed.
Tang Yul's 7 mecha girls sensed the danger coming, and they all quickly transformed into mecha girl forms.
The moment the two sides came into close combat, Xia Yimeng easily killed the two mecha girls with just one move. The rest of them rushed forward, holding melee weapons, hoping to counterattack with their numerical advantage. Pity! In front of a tiger, a pack of wolves is no match at all, not to mention that compared with the SSS-level Starry Sky mecha girls, these mecha girls can only be regarded as chihuahuas. They weren't even wolves. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, Xia Yimeng was able to smash the 4th-generation mecha girl into pieces. Seeing this, Tang Yil wanted to escape, but Xia Yimeng caught up with him and pierced his throat with a sword. Sharp light blade weapons are 100 times more powerful than electric blade weapons. The light blade sword cut through the A-grade metal shell of the SS-class Phantom Fighter as easily as cutting tofu. To be honest, chopping melons and vegetables is more difficult than this. After killing Tang Yil and 7 others, Xia Yimeng hurriedly reported to Yifeng. It was Tang Yil and the military's ants. They've all been dealt with. But Xia Yimeng sent the intercepted radio communication recording to Yifeng's commander system. Yifeng was searching for survivors in the fire, but he only found half of the wreckage of a tank turret. Grandma! Woo! Yifeng sobbed and tried not to cry. But tears still overflowed from my eyes. His grandmother is an old model mini-tank. After the mecha girl loses her life signs, she will turn into a mechanical form. After finding the fragments of his grandmother's armor, Yifeng confirmed that his relative had passed away. He was so heartbroken that he almost died. But at this moment, Yifeng received the recording. After listening to the recording in grief and anger, Yifeng gnashed his teeth in hatred and wanted to massacre the entire city to bury his grandmother. However, he is not a demon and does not want to hurt innocent people. The sirens of police cars and fire trucks began to sound in the distance, and helicopter firefighting and rescue teams also rushed to support. Yifeng heard terrifying muttering whistles in the surrounding mountains and forests, which lingered in his ears like a death knell. He finally couldn't stand anymore. A strong and powerful SSL-level commander knelt on the ground, his head too heavy to lift up. Suddenly, Yifeng heard someone calling him from behind. This voice was very familiar, and he was startled. He turned around and looked. Night Bell. Linger, you're still alive. Chapter 50 = bombarding the military building. When Yifeng heard his sister's voice, he quickly got up and ran towards the woods in the night. In the firelight, a young girl with bruises all over her body was holding onto a burning tree. She weakly called out Yifeng's name, but before Yifeng could reach her, she fell in a pool of blood. Yifeng and Li Qingrui ran over to pick up Yiling. Li Qingrui transformed into a speeding car and quickly drove Yifeng and Yiling to the hospital. En route. Ding. Host grief detected, SSL-level revenge plan has been released. Option 1, massacre the entire military district defense department, reward, 50,000 mole points. Option 2, destroy the military building, reward, 20,000 mole points. Option 3, kill Tang Yul and 7 other enemies. Reward, 20,000 mole points. Option 4, kill Chen Haodong, reward, 20,000 mole points. Option 5, kill Chief Chen, reward, 30,000 mole points. Note, all options are completed separately, points can be accumulated, there is no time limit. Ding dong! Option 3 has been completed. 20,000 mole points have been awarded. Points have been credited and can be redeemed for items. Ding! A wounded person has been detected in the host's arms, and their life is in danger. It is recommended to exchange for a universal healing potion, with an 80% cure rate. Note, only 1 bottle of the universal healing potion can be used. If the victim's heart is damaged, use it with the genetic potion to repair the heart and activate the foundry core in advance. The success rate is 70%. To increase the success rate to 100%, a rank 4 mechanical beast, the purple-backed silver fox's foundry core, is required. Hearing the system prompt, Yifeng did not delay for a moment. He quickly used 5,000 points to exchange for a bottle of universal healing potion and gave it to Yiling. After taking the medicine, Yiling's injured body was recovering visibly. Even her legs and arms, which were missing 2 pieces of flesh, were regenerating at a high speed. Soon, the bleeding wounds on Yiling's body stopped completely. Brother? Grandma? When Yiling opened her eyes, the first thing she did was to ask if her grandma was okay, but the next second, she fainted again. Binger! Yifeng was angry. He couldn't stand it. Meng Meng, do you have the strength to destroy the military district defense department? Yifeng asked calmly and patiently.
In the receiving channel of the mobile phone, Xia Yimeng heard the voice message from Yifeng and quickly replied. According to the energy calculation of the accompanying main gun, without the commander's power supply, I can only fire at full power once. The damage area should be 30% of the military zone defense department. After Yifeng received Xia Yimeng's reply, he said regretfully, only 30%? Then aim at the military building. Fire!
Yifeng roared, scaring Li Qingrui, who was driving.
Li Qingrui hesitated, but still asked timidly, Master, what if innocent people are hurt? Yifeng couldn't help but sneered. Innocent? How can there be innocent people? The military is rotten from top to bottom. Even new recruits who have just joined the military can't help but see the chaotic state it is in. The higher-ups are greedy for pleasure, disregard human life, and are rampantly corrupt. All members of the alliance are free to come and go. This is a basic law, and everything is voluntary. Since you choose to stay in such a military, no one is innocent. They are all guilty. They all deserve to die.
Yifeng's words left Li Qingrui speechless. On the other side, Xia Yimeng, who received the order, had already climbed the plane to an altitude of 10,000 meters.
SSS Starlight class Negatron laser cannon begins charging. Charge 30%, 60%, 90%, charging complete. Military District Defense Department building, target locked. Second attack confirmed, Master, please give the order to fire.
Xia Yimeng sent 4 consecutive radio communications to Yifeng's commander system. After hearing the voice broadcast, Yifeng gave the order to open fire without hesitation.
Fire! Buzz XXXXX. 2 ice blue negative electron laser beams light up the night sky in an instant.
Above the night sky, a beam of blue light dropped from 10,000 meters above the ground, roaring down to the ground in an instant. More than 10 kilometers away, near the Yesan Park, the firefighting team and Yifeng and Li Qingrui, who were driving to the hospital, looked up and saw the night sky in the distance lit up by an ice blue beam of light. After the 2 ice blue beams of light fell to the ground, flames broke out in the distant west and the sound of explosions was deafening, shaking the heavens and the earth.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The military district building was directly smashed to pieces by a beam of blue light from top to bottom. Another beam of blue light actually penetrated the ground and pointed directly at the underground bunker. After the violent energy fell to the ground, it spread rapidly around, forming a photoelectric shock wave. The blue shock wave, mixed with the orange-red explosion flames, was so powerful that it made the onlookers in the distance tremble. The explosion of the arsenal caused a chain reaction, with deafening explosions, one wave louder than the other.
Boom! Boom!
The underground bunkers of the Military District Defense Department and some secret facilities also experienced huge explosions. Such an explosion, which penetrated 100 meters underground, actually caused the entire Pujiang base city to feel violent shaking like a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake.
That night, countless residents and children were awakened from their dreams by the earthquake and explosions.
The child's crying sounded like a farewell condolence to Grandma Yifeng. Although Yifeng didn't want to harm innocent people, the power of this shot shocked both Yifeng and Xia Yimeng. The two men never imagined that there were arsenals and secret facilities hidden 100 meters underground in the military area. In an instant, the destructive power of Xia Yimeng's 2 cannons exceeded previous calculations. After Xia Yimeng recalculated, she was shocked.
Master, the damage has reached 85.4%.
This is far beyond our expectations.
However, the surrounding residential areas were not affected.
However, the explosions in the underground arsenal and the mysterious facility triggered a magnitude 2 earthquake at a depth of only 100 meters. The tremors were felt like a magnitude 3-4 earthquake, and I'm afraid many residents in the city will be frightened. Xia Yimeng's callback made Yifeng feel a little bit reluctant. He was only thinking about revenge, his mind was full of grief and anger. Due to a moment of inconsideration, I didn't expect that the damaged area, which was originally only 30%, would reach 85.4%. It also triggered an earthquake, alarming many innocent residents. This made Yifeng feel mixed emotions. In addition to sadness, anger, and anxiety, he also felt guilty.
This feeling is so painful.
Yifeng felt like his chest was being torn apart by a monster.
It hurts. So painful. Master, are you okay?
Li Qingrui hurriedly tried to comfort him.
Don't blame yourself.
Fortunately, the innocent residents were only frightened, and there were no casualties.
As you said, no one is innocent when serving in such a rotten military. But I...
Yifeng was very sad, with all kinds of emotions mixed together, making him a little at a loss.
Didn't you say, SSS-level, that you have the mission to cleanse the world of filth? Since everything is God's will, God won't let innocent people die.
Just like us, although we were once betrayed and abandoned, fate brought us together.
This is the best outcome, isn't it? Let fate decide everything.
I believe in the guidance of the gods and the arrangements of fate.
Those who are not destined to die will survive this explosion. Leave it to fate? Yifeng hesitated. It was obvious that Li Qingrui's worldview did not completely convince Yifeng.
Although in such a corrupt military, not everyone is necessarily so bad. But since you have chosen to become a soldier, you have chosen your position and are prepared to die in battle. Before Yifeng traveled through time, many dynasties had changed since ancient times, and many soldiers only obeyed orders and became swords in the hands of those who slaughtered loyal people. These people are no longer civilians, they are just weapons of killing. No matter who holds the sword, even if the order is wrong, even if it requires them to kill innocent people, they will obey orders. Therefore, since you have chosen to become a soldier, you will become the sword in the hands of those in power and be at their disposal. Then once the two sides start fighting, there will be no innocent people. Everything is the path you choose. So, after thinking it over for a while, Yifeng finally forgave himself.
As long as ordinary civilians are not harmed.
Although the earthquake and explosion frightened them, their grandmother was killed by a shameless person.
It's not too much to ask everyone to wake up and send their grandmother off, right?
After all, no one is perfect, no one is a saint, so there is no need to look before doing things.
As an SSS-level commander, the son of destiny,
you should be ruthless and ruthless, slaying all the sins in the world. After Li Qingrui's comfort, Yifeng had his own ideological struggle. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, his mind and eyes filled with only his sister who had not yet woken up in his arms.
Ding!
Mission option 1 completed, mission option 2 completed, mission option 5 completed, reward 100,000 points, points have been credited.
Current points balance, 110,000 points. After receiving the system report, Yifeng was shocked. Isn't option 5 to kill Chen Haodong's father, Chief Chen? How did it get done? Could it be that he's also in the military headquarters right now?
Yifeng's mind suddenly became clear. It turns out that it wasn't just the Tang family who planned to blow up their own relatives.
And the Chen family. Humph. You're responsible for the consequences of your actions. Good riddance.
I'll send your son down with you soon. A ruthless look suddenly appeared in Yifeng's eyes, and his murderous intent made Li Qingrui feel a chill. Li Qingrui suddenly felt a little guilty.
It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, Yifeng wouldn't have become enemies with Tang Yuhao. If it weren't for me.
Li Qingrui's emotional fluctuations of self-blame were transmitted to Yifeng through shared neurons. Yifeng looked up at the driver's cabin and hurriedly comforted her.
Do you think the feud between Tang Yuhao and me is because of you?
In fact, even if Tang Yuhao wasn't here, Chief Chen would have taken action today.
It makes no difference. We can't avoid the evildoers.
Only by completely eliminating them can we restore a pure land to the Alliance.
Yeah. I know.
Li Qingrui felt warm in her heart, and the speed of the car soared again by an order of magnitude. Yifeng looked at his seriously injured and unconscious sister in his arms, and the gene evolution potion in his hand was shining in the dark night.
Tomorrow is the finals, right? Chen Haodong, just wait. I'm asking for some data to urge me to update, 5555. It's the Children's Day to clean up the internet.
Because the flow has been stopped and the text has been changed, the flow has dropped sharply. If my old friends don't help me, I'm going to kneel down.
Chapter 51 I can't accept the hat of a member of the Dark Organization. The next morning.
Inside the 4th Mecha Repair and Rescue Center. Yifeng and Li Qingrui stood on both sides of Yi Ling's bed. Xia Yimeng, in the form of a starfighter U-boat, hovered in the doldrums above 50,000 meters in the stratosphere, quietly recovering her spiritual energy while on standby.
Early in the morning.
Li Qingrui's good sisters, Hong Hong, Lan Lan and Xiaobai, brought breakfast and the latest information to the accompanying ward.
It's time for breakfast, Qingqing. Have you heard?
Today's finals have been postponed. I have a rumor that Qingqing and Yefeng were labeled accomplices of the Dark Organization. The military said that they carried out a decapitation operation against the Dark Organization hiding in Yefeng's house last night. However, the top leaders of the Dark Organization soon planned a counterattack and revenge.
Our mecha defense department was completely blown up. There are less than 1,000 survivors. The three mecha girls were eating buns, their cheeks puffed up like balls, and they started discussing as soon as they entered the door. Li Qingrui was afraid that they would disturb Yi Ling, so she quickly pushed them out. But after hearing the news, Yi Feng felt a little melancholy. It was clearly those bastards in the military who accepted bribes, committed corruption and abuse of power, and disregarded human lives, yet they still wanted to put a big hat on themselves that they were colluding with the dark organization. Why didn't I blow up hundreds of you all yesterday? Yi Feng was furious and even more worried that he would not have the chance to fight Chen Haodong. Moreover, I am afraid that soon the guards from the Ministry of Justice will take me away for questioning. It is even possible that they will arrest me directly without questioning. This is bad. If I get arrested, who will stay with Yi Ling and take care of her? What should I do? The military and the Ministry of Justice will definitely investigate the system and contract between the commander and the mecha girl. This will reveal that I have already made a contract with Xia Yameng. If they also find out that Xia Yameng is an SSS-class spacefighter, then the massacre of the military district's mecha defense department yesterday will be exposed. Yi Feng was shocked and a little anxious. I was so sad yesterday that I ignored all these things. Now that I think about it, things might have gotten out of hand. How will this end? There's really no other way. Yi Feng thought to himself that in order to save his sister and protect himself from being convicted and sentenced by the Tang and Chen families, then the only option is to run away. If the Department of Justice is rotten from top to bottom and insists on throwing dirty water on itself, then why not blow them up as well? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. After the explosion, fly away. It's not bad to be a ranger. Yi Feng was planning when the system suddenly received a voice message. Master, Suzaku and Lu Chen have found me. Their guns have locked onto me. Do you want to fight? What? Yi Feng never expected that an old acquaintance would come to his door. That's right, the military must be seeking help from Lu Chen and Suzaku. Now in Pujiang Base City, the only thing that can find Xia Yameng is probably the SS-class starfighter Suzaku, which is also a second awakening mecha girl. What should I do about this? Although we have some friendship, this matter is too big. Before Yi Feng could reply, the doctor, the guard from the Ministry of Justice and Li Qingrui walked into the ward together. Yi Feng saw Li Qingrui frowning, as if she was threatened, and he began to panic. Xia Yameng was being closely watched by Zhu Ke. Could she and Li Qingrui, if they cooperated, successfully escape from these 6 guards? After all, Li Qingrui's combat power has not yet grown. Yi Feng felt that she was no match for these 6 low-level guards. Although they were all a level, their combat power was several times that of Li Qingrui. What's more, they have strength in numbers and are backed by the law. What to do? What to do? What to do? Yi Feng glanced at his sister and felt that it would be difficult to escape with his sister if a fight broke out. Besides, she was in a coma and could not be disturbed. This is difficult. How could this happen? If Zhu Ke and Lu Chen hadn't found Xia Yameng, everything would be easy. This is bad. When Yi Feng looked worried, people from the Ministry of Justice suddenly received an urgent message. A few of them had ferocious looks on their faces towards Yi Feng before, but when they turned around and answered the phone, their expressions suddenly became much more relaxed. That's a mistake. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Apprentice Yi Feng, don't be nervous. I just received an order from the higher-ups that the mecha girl fighting competition has been resumed. You can participate this afternoon. As for other matters, why don't you check the news later? The woman in charge of the Ministry of Justice pointed to the TV screen beside her, and then led her people out of the ward. Several doctors came forward, checked Yi Ling's condition, and sighed. You are the recently famous Commander Yi Feng, right? Is this your sister? Yi Feng nodded without replying. Your sister's condition is dire. Although she saved her life for now, she needs a heart transplant. However, the success rate is very low. It would be best to hunt down a mecha beast, obtain the forging core of a mid to high-level mecha beast, and perform the transplant. However, your sister hasn't awakened her forging core yet, and her heart is still in biological form. If she were to receive a forging core transplant, she would need to be exposed to geomagnetic radiation at the same time. While this would increase her chances of survival, the chances of activating her combat core are very low, and the possibility of her mutating into a military mecha is almost zero. You know, if a mecha girl can't activate her combat core and can't repeatedly replace high-level accessories, even if she survives,
her lifespan will only be a few decades.
She'll just be an ordinary person.
The doctor is a commander who majors in medicine and repair. He has a scalpel and talent for repair, and his level is also quite high. After hearing the other party's diagnosis, Yifeng felt relieved.
This is similar to the conclusion given by the system.
However, Yifeng has a genetic evolution potion. Now he just needs to find a suitable mechanical beast to cast the core, and his sister will be able to recover, and there is even a possibility of a high-level mutation.
Doctor, how long can my sister's vital functions last? Yifeng asked hurriedly. The doctor was also frank. Well, judging by the current data, a conservative estimate is 6 months.
If it takes more than 6 months and we still can't find a suitable casting core to perform the surgery, it will be dangerous.
Half a year?
Yifeng nodded. It seemed there was still some time. As long as I can find a casting core within half a year to give my sister the genetic evolution potion, she will be safe. Yes, but only the cores of mechanical beasts above level 3 can be used by human mecha girls. Such cores are very expensive, and several major hunting guilds usually hold auctions from time to time, and the prices are generally over 1 billion. If you don't have that much money, you can only hunt on your own, which is very dangerous.
But it's the only way. Alas.
The doctor sighed, turned, and left. Yifeng thanked him a few times behind him and began to feel doubtful.
Why did the people from the Ministry of Justice and the guards from the Department of Police withdraw? And why did they let me participate in the competition?
Yifeng felt something was wrong.
Chapter 52, Rush to the finals and send you back to the West.
Remembering that the people from the Ministry of Justice asked him to watch TV before leaving, Yifeng hurriedly got up, turned on the TV, and tuned it to the Pujiang radio satellite channel.
Really?
Pujiang radio is reporting a major event that shocked the whole city last night. In the picture, the garrison building was razed to the ground, with bricks and tiles scattered all over the ground. A huge sinkhole appeared not far from the building, with a depth of up to 100 meters. The soil here was scorched by some kind of high-temperature energy, like the ash at the bottom of a pot, with black ash and white ash mixed together, enough to witness the terrible power of the explosion energy. The host commented below the video, pointing the finger directly at Yifeng and the Dark Organization. According to military feedback, last night's attack was carried out by a Dark Organization. And half an hour earlier, Minister Yao personally signed the order to bomb the Dark Organization's hideout.
This hideout is an old house near Yeshan Park.
Sources revealed that this house is the residence of a contestant who performed exceptionally well in the Mecha Girls fighting tournament the other day. The Ministry of Justice believes that this player may be suspected of participating in Dark Organization activities.
We will make a detailed report on the specific content later.
In the video, the host had just finished reading the script when the video switched to a fire in Yeshan Park. A huge fire destroyed a large area of forest and many trees were reduced to charcoal. In the middle of it all are the ruins of a home that has been nearly razed to the ground.
When Yifeng saw this, his anger rose again.
I saw on TV that my house had turned into ruins, with my grandmother's body among the ruins. Those armor fragments of old tanks are exactly my grandmother's remains.
Yifeng didn't have time to bury the body.
It's grandma's remains.
I'll ask someone to collect them right away.
After seeing this, Li Qingrui hurriedly picked up the phone and ran out of the ward. Seeing that his mecha girl was so capable, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief.
But it's strange.
On TV, a group of men in black were surveying the scene. The burly man who led the team was giving orders to the men in black, with a cigar in his mouth. But not long after Li Qingrui left, the burly man on TV actually took out his cell phone and answered a call. After he hung up the phone, he seemed to immediately give some instructions to the men in black. Yifeng saw that the people in black on the TV screen actually began to collect the tank armor fragments of Yifeng's grandmother.
Huh? This. Is it such a coincidence?
Yifeng was startled and took 2 steps towards the TV with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Li Qingrui also ran back panting. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Yifeng watching the live broadcast. She immediately turned off the TV and pushed Yifeng to the window.
Stop watching TV and get some fresh air.
I've already taken care of Grandma's affairs, so you don't have to worry about her.
Just stay here with Linger. At least, you'll have Linger to accompany you in the future.
Li Qingrui gently leaned her head on Yifeng's back. Her gentle voice and the faint fragrance of her hair eased Yifeng's nervous mood a lot.
Thank you, I'm fine. I won't fall.
How can I fall here before I get my revenge? After Yifeng finished speaking, the blue system interface in his right eye entered the Genesis Mall. With 110,000 mall points in hand, Yifeng wanted to see if there was anything he could buy. He first searched for words such as casting core, heart, and crystal core, but he couldn't find these things in the mall.
No?
It seems that the only way to find Linger's heart is to hunt exotic beasts and obtain the forging core. Fortunately, there is still half a year left.
For now, let's avenge Grandma and Linger first.
Yifeng whispered softly. Chen Haodong's weird smile already appeared in his mind.
Smile, Chen Haodong.
You won't be so proud for long. This year will be the anniversary of your death. In order to find a way to deal with Chen Haodong, and to defeat Chen Haodong without revealing the true combat power of the mecha girl, Yifeng patiently searched the mall for products that could help him. But at this moment, in the red interface of the left eye, the SSS-level commander system received a voice message from Xia Yameng. Master, I gave the recording of last night's conversation between Tang Yul and others on the Mirage Fighter to Suzaku and Lu Chen.
Lu Chen seemed willing to help us.
He said he would handle this matter. He also told Li Qingrui and I to rush to the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Academy for summer training. He also told you to disappear for a while and not to reappear until this matter is completely resolved.
Disappeared?
Yifeng roughly understood what Lu Chen meant. After asking Xia Yameng to thank her on his behalf, he immediately forwarded the message to Li Qingrui. After reading it, Li Qingrui thought for a long time, and then suggested that Yifeng transfer Sister Yiling to a private hospital, saying that there were very good nurses there who would accompany and monitor the patient 24 hours a day and would transfer the patient's condition to the commander system at any time. This surprised Yifeng deeply. Yifeng did not expect Li Qingrui to be able to help so much. It seemed that her family background in Tang Yuhao might really be a good match. It's a pity that Tang Yuhao, that scumbag, doesn't know how to cherish.
Thank you very much, Qingrui. I'll leave these matters to you.
Remember, you and Meng Meng will go to Kyoto this afternoon and train hard there while I wait for you. Yifeng gently stroked Li Qingrui's little head. Li Qingrui smiled tenderly and nodded in agreement.
3 p.m.
Inside the training ground of the Second Mecha Academy. The audience cheered and shouted the names of Yifeng and Li Qingrui. However, amid the cheers, the people who walked onto the final stage were Chen Haodong and Lin Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Yifeng and Li Qingrui had not yet come on stage, everyone began to discuss.
Hey! Have you heard? Yifeng has connections with the Dark Organization.
The military suffered a devastating blow last night. It was Yifeng and the Dark Organization who were behind it.
Yes, I heard that too. The contestant mentioned on TV is Yifeng. It's Yifeng?
Then he should have been arrested.
Doesn't that mean Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong won today's final without any effort? Nonsense. Yifeng would never collude with a dark organization.
He's not that kind of person.
Who says he's not?
I think he is. Later on, I'm afraid there won't be any competition.
Yifeng won't even come. He was taken away by the Ministry of Justice a long time ago. He will definitely go straight to the award ceremony.
Oh, I thought today's final would be a good show. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have slept at home.
Look!
What is that? While the audience in the stands were still talking and arguing, an unknown man dressed in black and gold armor and wearing a dragon helmet walked onto the final stage from the entrance of Yifeng and Li Qingrui.
His armor is majestic and cool.
The laser eye mask on the mask made the audience feel an extremely terrifying murderous aura.
What is that? A miniature mecha?
No, it looks like the latest combat puppet developed by the Military Research Laboratory. I heard that it will be distributed to the police department to reduce the workload of the mecha girl inspectors.
Stop talking nonsense. I've seen the fighting puppet you're talking about, and it doesn't look like this at all.
Ha!
Then what do you say this is?
This is it.
This is?
This should be.
Chapter 53 Final.
The audience inside and outside the stadium saw a black and gold humanoid mecha walking onto the final stage, and there was a lot of speculation for a while. But soon, the host's voice rang out in the stands.
Accident? Surprise? Didn't expect that?
Dear audience members, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the legendary commander, trainee Yifeng.
Yifeng is here?
Where?
Wasn't he arrested? Where's Li Qingrui? Where's Yifeng's robot girl?
Hundreds of people looked at each other,
not understanding what the host was talking about. But the next second, Yifeng, who was wearing black and gold armor in the final arena, suddenly took off his helmet. When his face appeared on the field, the large screens on both sides of the stands immediately zoomed in to give Yifeng a close-up shot. This made the hundreds of spectators in the venue and the hundreds of thousands of people watching the live broadcast outside excited. It's Yifeng. It turns out that's not a puppet mecha, it's Yifeng. Oh my god, he wasn't arrested by the Ministry of Justice? Yifeng actually came to participate in the competition. Those are just rumors indeed. Why is Yifeng here alone? Where is his robot girl? Is that armor Yifeng is wearing? Or has his body been transformed into a mechanical one? Overwhelming chat comments flooded the live broadcast room. The news about Yifeng and Li Qingrui instantly made the live broadcast room boil. The host stood in the stands with an excited look on his face, and further explained the final. That's right. It's Yifeng. This time, Yifeng wants to prove the commander's own powerful strength. He will not rely on the abilities of the mecha girl, but will use himself as a sword to team up with Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong to compete for the final championship throne. Yifeng. Do you know how dangerous this is? In the arena, swords and knives are merciless, and life and death are left to fate. The host wanted to liven up the atmosphere of the competition. But who would have thought that Yifeng actually put on a helmet, drew the sword from his waist, and suddenly started running? Seeing Yifeng rushing towards Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha, the host hurriedly announced the start of the game. The game begins. Yifeng rushed out. Audience, run friends. Before the host could organize his words, the black knife in Yifeng's hand shook, and a golden light instantly attached to the blade, turning the black knife in Yifeng's hand into an electric blade weapon. Oh my god! The black knife in Yifeng's hand is actually an electric blade weapon. The host exclaimed in surprise, and Yifeng had already rushed to the opponent's mecha with a knife in hand. Chen Haodong was sitting in Lin Xiaoxiao's cockpit at this moment, his anger still lingering. His father, Chief Chen, went to the military last night to discuss how to suppress Yifeng. Unexpectedly, yesterday the earth shook and the sky spun, and 2 pillars of blue light fell from the sky and destroyed the garrison. Chen Haodong absolutely did not believe that this matter had nothing to do with Yifeng. Although he didn't know where Yifeng found help, Chen Haodong's intuition told him that there was no such coincidence in the world. Just when he was about to deal with Yifeng, his father was taken away by an unknown force. This couldn't possibly have nothing to do with Yifeng. Since some people in the military said that Yifeng was colluding with the Dark Organization, then he must have defected to the Dark Organization. You're such a jerk, Yifeng. How dare you rush in alone without your mecha and die? Well, I, Chen Haodong, will grant your wish today. Chen Haodong forcibly took control of the mecha from Lin Xiaoxiao. He drew out the Grim Reaper's scythe, used the thrusters on the back of the mecha, and charged towards Yifeng in a sliding manner. But just as Chen Haodong was waving the sickle in his hand, wanting to crush the ant in front of him, Yifeng, who was tiny in stature, suddenly became like a flea. He exerted a little force on the armor parts under his feet and easily avoided Chen Haodong's sickle attack. Not only that, Yifeng took the opportunity to release the repair field. The blue magic ball flashed by, and in just a flash, it knocked Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha to lose its center of gravity. Seeing the other mecha fall to the ground, Yifeng seized the opportunity to charge forward, shouting, "Chen Haodong, give me your life." Although the audience and Chen Haodong could not hear Yifeng's roar under the visor of his helmet, Chen Haodong instinctively realized that the situation was not good. Come on, Yifeng. Temporary module activated. My Gatling gun is ready for you. Chen Haodong shouted and activated the temporary module. Although Lin Xiaoxiao fell to the ground, a Gatling cannon suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the mecha. The virtual blue light gradually formed a machine gun. After the Gatling cannon was formed, it immediately aimed at Yifeng, who was approaching, and fired continuously. Yifeng was just about to swing his sword to cut the cockpit at the waist of the mecha, but the Gatling gun made it impossible for him to do so he could only dodge first. But even so, Yifeng was still a step too late. The Gatling machine gun was extremely powerful. Only a dozen bullets hit Yifeng and shot him away. Although Yifeng's armor was extremely hard, it not only blocked the Gatling gun's fire, but also remained unscathed. But Yifeng himself is too light, and the armor he wears is also an ultralight and flexible armor. Although the power of the Gatling gun failed to pierce the armor, Yifeng was like a leaf encountering a banana fan, and was blown away by the violent energy. The continuous fire from the Gatling gun made Yifeng stumble and roll back and forth like a leaf in the wind.
But he quickly found his balance while rolling, and dodged by jumping with one hand. Finding the right opportunity, Yifeng exerted his full strength and started running. Lin Xiaoxiao's temporary module, the Gatling cannon, quickly ran out of energy and bullets and stopped working. Yifeng found the right moment and rushed forward. At the moment when Lin Xiaoxiao used the mecha thrusters to eject herself, Yifeng raised his sword and slashed it with a nimble and swift slashing posture, injuring Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha leg, causing the missile bay mounted on the leg to explode. Boom! Lin Xiaoxiao's leg suddenly exploded, but before she fell, she fired all the small missiles she was carrying and ejected the extra missile incubator modules. More than a dozen small missiles as thick as arms focused fire on Yifeng from all directions, and rushed towards him like a big net. Chen Haodong seized the opportunity and used his extreme repair talent, repairing Lin Xiaoxiao's damaged left leg in just 5 seconds. But this move was very energy consuming and instantly drained away half of Chen Haodong's spiritual energy. At the same time, Yifeng jumped left and right, did somersaults on one hand, and used all his strength to avoid the incoming missiles. But the missiles were too dense. Although Yifeng dodged them, the missiles exploded 1 meter away from him, and the aftermath of the explosion still knocked Yifeng, who was doing a one-handed somersault, away. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the training grounds. Yifeng's body was blown to the left by the missile, and before he could stand up, he was blown to the right again. He was like a leaf swaying in the wind, being blown away again and again by the power of the exploding missiles around him. But even so, the audience inside and outside the stadium roared excitedly. Oh my god! Yifeng was blown up like this, but he's fine. No way! It's too powerful. That suit of armor is too strong. What grade of metal is that? At least it's a single soldier armor made of S-grade alloy. Oh, that's the artifact that self-disciplined commanders dream of. With this set of armor, Yifeng might actually have a chance to defeat the Chen Haodong and Lin Xiaoxiao duo. At this moment, no one recognized Yifeng's strength. Everyone focused their attention on the armor worn by Yifeng. Even Yifeng himself felt that his physical fitness, speed, and strength were indeed a bit difficult to deal with S-level mecha girls and S-level commanders like Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong. Equipped with a full set of A-level modules, its strength is indeed different. Now I can only use that one move. Yifeng knew that even though both were S-level, the difference in strength between those with equipment and those without was huge. The more high-level modules the mecha girl is equipped with, the more its strength will be improved. Through scanning, it was found that Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha was only equipped with a full set of A-level modules, but it was so difficult to deal with. If it was equipped with an S-level or SS-level module, Yifeng probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. However, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Fortunately, before Yifeng went on stage, he had already found a winning strategy in the Genesis Mall. Chapter 54, Comparison of Psychic Energy. Yifeng. Just admit defeat. I don't want to kill you, but Chen Haodong won't hold back. He actually. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Yifeng being knocked to the ground, and the mecha girl shouted something through the loudspeaker on her face, but soon lost her voice again. Yifeng could tell that Chen Haodong had obviously turned off the phone girl's call permissions. Immediately afterwards, Chen Haodong's voice came from the loudspeaker on the mecha girl's face. Yifeng, you actually dared to collude with the dark organization to kill my father. You will never leave here alive today. After Chen Haodong finished speaking, he actually cast another, temporary module, on the other shoulder of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha. A brand new Gatling gun with a full magazine appeared on Lin Xiaoxiao's right shoulder. Yifeng had just stood up when a dense barrage of Gatling gunfire came towards him. But this time, Yifeng did not use armor to resist. He deployed the invisible shield to take on this wave of shooting. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng channeled his psychic energy into the armor helmet. On the black and gold dragon-shaped helmet, the laser eyes were rapidly accumulating energy. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished firing a wave of Gatling gun barrage, Yifeng's laser eyes had also been fully charged. Buzz! Cyclops suddenly shot out a red laser beam, which was as thick as an arm. It aimed at the cockpit at the waist of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha and pierced through it at high speed. Boom! An explosion resounded throughout the stadium. Yifeng's laser beam was actually blocked by the invisible shield in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Yifeng already knew that Chen Haodong could also release the invisible shield, because he had the same commander talent as Yi Tian. Chen Haodong had used invisible shield and temporary module before, but the more powerful the commander's talent skills, the greater the consumption of the commander's spiritual energy.
Repeatedly releasing the commander's skills will quickly deplete the commander's spiritual energy. In a duel between masters, what they often compete for is their spiritual energy. Yifeng and Chen Haodong are both at the trainee commander level. The psychic energy value of an SSS-level commander will never be inferior to that of a mere S-level commander. Come on. Can you block it again? Yifeng started running. While dodging the scythe of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha, he silently charged the laser eyes on his helmet. After a dozen seconds, the energy storage is completed. After dodging the opponent's slashing skill, Yifeng aimed at the cockpit at the waist of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha and shot out another red laser beam. But unexpectedly, the second laser beam was blocked by Chen Haodong's invisible shield. Not only that, after Lin Xiaoxiao blocked Yifeng's laser eye attack, two small A-class electromagnetic cannons actually transformed on both shoulders of the mecha. Bang! Bang! The two electromagnetic cannons fired at the same time, and the speed was so fast that Yifeng had no time to dodge. But fortunately, the talent of invisible shield was immediately deployed as soon as Yifeng thought about it. Blocked this round of bombardment for Yifeng. Yifeng seized the opportunity and charged Cyclops' energy again. But warning! Warning! Cyclops' temperature is too high and needs to be cooled. What? It's already overheating after just 2 shots? Can the third shot be half full? Yifeng thought that as long as he could release the laser beam, even if the power was halved, he should be able to trick Chen Haodong into using the invisible shield once. Now his spiritual energy is not much, and Chen Haodong's spiritual energy is definitely not as much as his hell level. Even if one has taken spiritual fruits and his strength has increased, it is impossible to reach the AS hell level spiritual energy value in a short period of time. Based on the remaining spiritual energy value of his own, Yifeng initially judged that Chen Haodong's spiritual energy value should have reached the bottom. Perhaps, he doesn't even have enough spiritual energy to release the invisible shield again. Charge energy. Yifeng quickly accumulated energy and transferred a large amount of psychic energy to the laser eyes on the helmet. Warning! Warning! High temperature warning. Please stop charging immediately. Emission. Cyclops' energy has just reached 45%. Yifeng shot out a laser beam. Fortunately, the laser light waves were emitted very quickly. Chen Haodong saw the red light coming out of Yifeng's eyes, and hurriedly released the invisible shield to block it, successfully taking on a wave of attacks. Ha ha ha, Yifeng. Your spiritual energy is insufficient, right? The laser beam this time is a little lacking in energy. Chen Haodong shouted proudly, and Yifeng's black and gold armor helmet actually shattered. Pa! The helmet shattered to the ground, revealing Yifeng's true appearance. In the stands, everyone saw Yifeng's helmet shattered and he was gasping for breath. Some of Yifeng's fans screamed. Oops! Yifeng's helmet is broken. He must have been overloaded. Humph! That's normal. Miniature high-energy weapons are made of light and weak materials, so their durability is bound to be insufficient. Such miniature weapons not only have much less attack power, but also cannot be used multiple times. Yes, that thin layer of armor you wear can never compare to a mecha giant. However, Yifeng's commander's armor is already very powerful. Something like this might not be available even with 1 billion. It's extremely rare. Indeed, Yifeng probably has a complicated background and must have been hiding his true identity. Commander armor of this level is something we've never seen in a small place like Pujiang. I'm afraid that in the 3 major base cities, only the children of the top families are worthy of using it. Ha, wasn't Yifeng's house bombed? I heard that he was colluding with the Dark Organization. I guess this set of armor is the reward he got for working for the Dark Organization. That's right. Yifeng has lived in that shabby villa in the Wild Mountains since he was a child. His parents died in the last alien beast siege. It's been more than 10 years. How could he have such a powerful background? It must have been given to him by the Dark Organization. Some people who did not know the truth attributed the origin of Yifeng's armor to the Dark Organization. Although everyone is just guessing and can't provide any evidence, rumors are scary. However, Yifeng was not in the mood to think about his reputation at the moment. He actually released the invisible shield again. This should be the last time. Yifeng was breathing heavily. He relied on his own physical strength and the automatic power of his armor to run on the field and fight against heavy mechas that were dozens of times larger than himself.
Just running, dodging, and rolling consumed a lot of Yifeng's physical energy. Moreover, after recharging the armor again and again, Yifeng's spiritual energy is almost gone. However, Chen Haodong's psychic power really surprised Yifeng. I guess Chief Chen really did get Chen Haodong something like a spiritual fruit, which is why his spiritual energy has been able to persist until now. However, that's all. Yifeng murmured, feeling that the moment of decisive victory had arrived. But what shocked him greatly was that Lin Xiaoxiao, the robot girl opposite him, actually roared at Yifeng in Chen Haodong's voice. "You've reached your limit, Yifeng. Have you exhausted your spiritual energy? You want to compete with me in spiritual energy? Bah! You don't deserve it." Yifeng was completely confused. Something is wrong. Why does it feel like Chen Haodong has exhausted his own spiritual energy, rather than me exhausting Chen Haodong's spiritual energy? Why does Chen Haodong think that his spiritual power is inferior to his? Although Chen Haodong didn't know that Yifeng was SSS level, and although Chen Haodong's knowledge of psychic conversion and other aspects was not as good as Yifeng's. But none of this matters. What matters is, even though Yifeng is an SSS level commander, his spiritual energy is now almost gone. Chen Haodong's words show that he still has a lot of spiritual energy and he is feeling proud of it. Where did Chen Haodong get so much spiritual energy? In an instant, Yifeng felt that he had missed something. At this moment, the guardrail of the fighting area of the martial arts field was suddenly broken by an armored vehicle. An armored vehicle girl transformed into a mecha warrior and tried to rush onto the ring. "Chen Haodong, what did you do to Su Xin?" The armored vehicle mecha girl roared and rushed forward, but was quickly pinned down by the tank mecha girls who were maintaining order in the surrounding arena, and was dragged out of the arena. Seeing this situation, Yifeng looked at Chen Haodong with suspicion. "It's Su Xin. What did she say just now about Su Xin? It seems like she's here to settle a score with Chen Haodong? What is going on here?" Chapter 55. The victory has been decided. Don't worry, there were just some minor incidents. The police have arrived. Please continue the competition. The host came to the final arena with a microphone in hand to comfort the audience. The host urged Yifeng and the combination of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong to continue their competition. But just as Yifeng was about to make a move, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came from the mecha face again. "Yifeng, give up quickly. You are no match for us. Chen Haodong." Lin Xiaoxiao was halfway through her words when Chen Haodong cut off control of the loudspeaker. The more Yifeng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He felt that there was something fishy going on with Chen Haodong, as if he was hiding some secret tricks. But no matter what, Yifeng must take Chen Haodong's life today. "Let's fight!" Yifeng roared angrily and rushed forward with his sword. Lin Xiaoxiao, holding the Grim Reaper's scythe in her mecha, also rushed towards Yifeng. However, Yifeng, who wanted to rush over and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the opponent, unexpectedly discovered that a Gatling cannon appeared on the shoulder of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha. Chen Haodong actually has psychic powers. Yifeng couldn't believe that when his SSS level commander's psychic energy was not enough, the opponent's S level commander actually had psychic energy. As the Gatling gun structure was completed, thousands of bullets were aimed at Yifeng. Yifeng has been keeping his trump card, but now he has very little spiritual energy left and can no longer use it. If he uses it again, the trump card will not work. Since Chen Haodong still has psychic powers, Yifeng has to save his trump card for last. But in this case, Yifeng can only rely on his armor to withstand the Gatling cannon. After losing the protection of his helmet, Yifeng had to use his left arm instead of the helmet to block incoming bullets. However, the recoil of the Gatling gun was very strong. When Yifeng ran to avoid it, his raised left arm was hit by a bullet, and his arm swung behind him unconsciously. This is with the assistance of the armor's damping. If this high-end armor did not have an automatic mechanical damping structure, my arm would probably have been torn off by this violent kinetic force. There was no other way, he had to protect his head from being shot and died. Yifeng could only put his arms together, turn the armor's automatic force and damping to the maximum, and block the head head-on. But in this way, he couldn't run or dodge, so he could only stay where he was, stand firmly on his horse, and then use his armor to catch all the Gatling bullets. Hundreds and thousands of bullets from the Gatling guns, bang! 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 They continued to pound Yifeng's armor for a full 3 seconds. After the other side ran out of ammunition and ceased fire, Yifeng's black and gold armor was covered with scars and damaged in many places.
I've already reached my limit. Could this guy still have psychic powers? If he fires another Gatling gun, I'll.
At this moment, Yifeng truly felt the crisis of death. If the other party's spiritual energy has not been exhausted, he may not be able to bear it.
Although there is still some spiritual energy left, I can't use it. We must save it until the end, until Chen Haodong uses his ultimate move.
Use it quickly, I don't believe you have any extra spiritual energy. Yifeng muttered to himself, staring at Lin Xiaoxiao, quietly waiting for Chen Haodong's next move.
Just then,
Chen Haodong suddenly shouted, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Go to hell, Yifeng. It's over.
Chen Haodong saw that Yifeng had no spiritual energy left, but his own spiritual energy was also very little. However, out of caution, Chen Haodong kept his trump card for last. The little spiritual energy he has left is only enough to unleash one ultimate move.
Die, Yifeng. Mecha Girl combat technique condensing sand to create beasts.
Chen Haodong roared, swung the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand, and slashed out fiercely. A gust of sand flew around, causing a sandstorm at the final venue. The sandstorm made it almost impossible for Yifeng to open his eyes, and then Yifeng squinted his eyes and saw a lion made of yellow sand running towards him. But Yifeng was not afraid at all. He had been waiting for a long time, waiting for this decisive moment. Before the game, Yifeng discovered the talent orb in the Genesis Mall.
This kind of talent magic orb costs 100,000 points each. With Yifeng's current level, he can only buy the most basic magic orb.
Yifeng found a talent magic ball that was very suitable for counterattacking Chen Haodong's Mecha Girl combat skills, and bought it. After purchasing the talent orb, Yifeng instantly learned a Mecha Girl combat skill. This set of combat skills uses water as its source, can remove restraints, and can also launch counterattacks. When Yifeng didn't make any reaction, the lion condensed from the yellow sand rushed towards Yifeng and turned into sand as fine as dust. Not only did they drill into Yifeng's armor, making the joints of the armor lose their ability to move, but they also condensed on Yifeng's legs, locking Yifeng's legs firmly to the ground, unable to move at all.
Ha ha ha. Got it. Ha ha ha, Yifeng. Now you are a lamb to be slaughtered. Chen Haodong laughed arrogantly.
He controlled Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha and walked towards Yifeng. He stood in front of Yifeng and raised the Grim Reaper's scythe high.
Compared to the 8-meter-tall mecha giant, Yifeng is just a tiny human.
The blade of the Grim Reaper's scythe is much wider than Yifeng's height.
If you are really hit by the Grim Reaper's scythe, it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. However, mosquitoes are stuck to the ground.
Even if they are wearing armor, they will be blown to ashes by cannons. Lin Xiaoxiao saw the date of Yifeng's death, and for some reason, 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed down her face. Although these tears were a little small, exactly like human tears, flowing out of the eyes of the giant mecha was like rain hitting the frame, like beads of sweat left behind, so tiny that they were not noticeable. There was no expression on the mecha girl's face, but Yifeng could feel that Lin Xiaoxiao was really crying.
Xiaoxiao, is she crying? In a moment.
The softest spot deep in Yifeng's heart seemed to be touched. The scenes of Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao getting along over the past few years resurfaced in Yifeng's mind. Those beautiful moments engraved in memory were previously buried deep in Yifeng's heart, as if he had buried them. However, these paintings were so pure and beautiful that the murderous intent in his heart was reduced by half when he ran out. Yifeng believed that Lin Xiaoxiao just wanted a bright future for herself and she didn't want to kill herself. But Chen Haodong would definitely kill himself if he got the chance, and he would not show mercy.
I don't know why, at this moment, Yifeng really wants to take a gamble. He wanted to give up the fight and see if Lin Xiaoxiao would kill him with her own hands. Although Lin Xiaoxiao abandoned Yifeng in order to pursue her own bright future. But Lin Xiaoxiao's tears made Yifeng feel that she was not that bad. Perhaps she would forcibly seize control of the commander in order to save her own life. But by doing that, Lin Xiaoxiao would be violating the formal contract between the mecha girl and the commander. The contract may be terminated instantly and the core may be damaged. But Yifeng asked himself, if that was the case, could he forgive Lin Xiaoxiao and reconcile with her? The answer is no. Since it is impossible, why do we have to know the answer? Pointless. It's just an outdated feeling that's causing trouble. Yifeng saw that the Grim Reaper's scythe in Lin Xiaoxiao's hands was about to chop down on his waist. There was murderous intent in his eyes, but he finally decided to take control of his life in his own hands, because his life was no longer just his, he had to be responsible for his 2 partner mecha girls. Combat skill Pure Water and Bright Moon Slash. Yifeng roared,
and a ball of clear water that could break free from the shackles seemed to come from the depths of the seabed, carrying with it tens of thousands of tons of pressure, and exploded into a whirlpool of clear water in all directions. Swish! The yellow sand was instantly washed away and purified by the clear water. The moment Yifeng's body recovered, he slashed at Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha with a sword. This sword is about 10 meters high, and the water knife is like a scimitar moon, holy and bright. In desperation, Lin Xiaoxiao raised the Grim Reaper's scythe to block, but the scythe was instantly cut off by the high-pressure water jet. The electric blade on the sickle also went out immediately. After the mecha's body was cut by the water jet, Lin Xiaoxiao's front armor was broken by the water jet, and a deep knife wound appeared on the mecha. Fortunately, Yifeng's knife changed its direction temporarily, and he finally avoided Lin Xiaoxiao's casting core position. But the depth of the water jet's strike was enough to cut off the important connections around Lin Xiaoxiao's casting core, and several modules inside her mecha suddenly exploded. Boom! After explosions occurred in important locations of several modules, Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha fell to the ground and lost its combat effectiveness. Yifeng rushed onto the mecha with a knife in hand and instantly activated the surgical knife's Thunderblade talent. Yifeng fiercely inserted a lightning sword about 5 meters long into the commander's cockpit at the waist of the mecha. This was followed by another round of small component explosions. Boom! The door of the commander's cockpit was broken open. Yifeng didn't know whether Chen Haodong was completely dead, so he wanted to go forward and give him another blow. But I found out. No one? How is this possible? Chen Haodong, where have you been? Chapter 56 Wireless Charging and Double Energy Storage? Where is Chen Haodong? Yifeng looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and roared, hoping to get the answer from Lin Xiaoxiao. But Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha has lost its ability to move, and only her head can move. However, the contest host was unaware of this. As long as Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't admit defeat and as long as Lin Xiaoxiao is not killed, the combination of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong will not lose. The mecha girl fighting competition must have a result. However, Chen Haodong, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, hid under the ring with a wicked smile on his face. Although he knew he lost, winning or losing on the field was not important. What was important was winning or losing in life. Surprised, right? Yifeng. What are you going to do next? Kill Lin Xiaoxiao with your own hands and end the game? Ha 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 ha. Chen Haodong's thoughts were extremely evil. He didn't care about Lin Xiaoxiao's life or death at all. As Lin Xiaoxiao's commander, when fighting with Yifeng, he could feel Lin Xiaoxiao's special feelings for Yifeng. This feeling was very strong, which made him very unhappy. Which commander can allow his mecha girl to be deeply in love with another commander? Although Lin Xiaoxiao abandoned Yifeng for her future in destiny. But Chen Haodong could feel that Lin Xiaoxiao still had feelings for Yifeng. Therefore, before the game started, Chen Haodong made preparations for both scenarios. Inside the venue. After Yifeng roared, he pointed a knife at Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha's head and demanded, "Where is Chen Haodong?" But Lin Xiaoxiao just shook her head without saying a word. Yifeng could see that Lin Xiaoxiao's voice call permissions were still controlled by Chen Haodong. If Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have the commander, it would be impossible for her to have so much spiritual power and fight with herself until now. After thinking about it, Yifeng felt that there was only one possibility. That is, Chen Haodong also possesses the commander talent, wireless charging. Although this surprised Yifeng, this was the only explanation that made sense. Now, the coward Chen Haodong must be hiding outside the ring, and Yifeng has no way to kill him openly. Yifeng was so angry that he had to make an irrational decision based on his rage. Lin Xiaoxiao, if you don't admit defeat, you will die here. Yifeng aimed the thunder knife at the head of the mecha girl. The casting core of the mecha girl was installed in the head, which is similar to the human brain. If the casting core is destroyed, the mecha girl will die. What? Yifeng, do you really want me to die? Do you really want me to die that much? Yes. I betrayed you. It's all my fault. Let me repay you with my life. Go ahead. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Yifeng's angry face and knew that he was not joking. But she wanted to speak, but she couldn't make a sound. At this moment, the voice control of the mecha speaker is still in the hands of Chen Haodong. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to admit defeat, Chen Haodong would not allow it. Yifeng held the sword in both hands, facing the head of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha, ready to stab it. Lin Xiaoxiao was so scared that she burst into tears, and 2 lines of clear tears were left on the mecha again. The appearance of the teardrops caused Yifeng's sword-holding hands to suddenly stop. When the audience outside saw this scene, a chorus of crows and magpies rang out.
Why hasn't Yifeng made a move yet? Does he still have feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao and can't bring himself to do it? No wonder Li Qingrui didn't come today. It seems that the rumors about Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao's lingering relationship are true. Yeah, why didn't Lin Xiaoxiao admit defeat? She wanted to see if Yifeng was really willing to kill her? Alas, what a bad fate. Is Yifeng going to kill Lin Xiaoxiao soon? I really don't understand why Lin Xiaoxiao wants to be Chen Haodong's robot girl. What's so good about that scoundrel Chen Haodong? Besides bullying others and doing all sorts of evil things, what else can he do? Hundreds of spectators in the venue and hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room spread the gossip about Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao. Even some fictitious things were made to seem real. But on the stage, after thinking for a long time, Yifeng still held the sword in both hands and refused to put it down. Lin Xiaoxiao, I'll give you a chance to live. Now, terminate your contract with Chen Haodong and admit defeat. Yifeng's voice was not loud, and only Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong, who was connected to Lin Xiaoxiao's neurons, could hear it. Hearing this, Chen Haodong lowered his head and smiled. What he feared most was that Yifeng was like him, and could just let go of a woman. Unexpectedly, Yifeng still couldn't let go of Lin Xiaoxiao and even planned to let go of a woman who had betrayed and insulted him. Yifeng, you really can't do it. Sigh, how boring. In that case. Chen Haodong shook his head and sighed, the evil smile on his lips becoming even more intense. At this time, two purple beams suddenly shot out from the eyes of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha. The beam of light instantly controlled Yifeng, making him unable to move. Yifeng was confused in his panic. He never expected that Lin Xiaoxiao, who had lost her ability to move, actually had a backup plan. No. It's not Lin Xiaoxiao, it's Chen Haodong. Yifeng suddenly thought that Chen Haodong was still remotely controlling Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha. He was certain that the person who attacked him at this time must be Chen Haodong. Warning! 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 Commander's talent skill is being taken away by the enemy. Talent skill Invisible Shield has been lost. What? Yifeng couldn't believe his ears. As an SSS-level commander, his innate skills were actually taken away by the opponent? This is so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It turns out that Chen Haodong has this trick up his sleeve. Yes, after all, he is an S-class genius commander. It is normal for someone in the S-class to awaken super rare talents. No wonder Chen Haodong has so many talents, and no wonder Su Xian asked Chen Haodong what he did to Su Xian. So, Chen Haodong was able to hold on until now because he had taken Su Xian's double energy storage, right? So, wireless charging, temporary module, and invisible shield were all taken from Yi Tian and others? This proactive seizure of talents is really terrifying. Some thoughts flashed through Yifeng's mind like lightning. He understood everything in seconds. It turns out that Chen Haodong has awakened some kind of plundering talent. Moreover, this talent is much more convenient than his own holy war plunder. At the same time, it is extremely evil. Yifeng's plundering talent is obtained through fair battles, and after plundering, he will leave a talent for the opponent, giving the opponent a chance to awaken a stronger talent. This is how Su Xian got his double energy storage talent. It's like a blessing and rebirth for Su Xian. But Chen Haodong's talent for plundering is different. It is to forcibly take over other people's talents. No wonder Yi Tian stopped Yifeng that day and asked him what he had done to him. It turned out that it was Chen Haodong's doing. He must have taken away all the talents of Yi Tian and Su Xian, leaving the other party with no talents left. But Yifeng couldn't understand how an S-level commander's plundering talent could be stronger than his own ASL level 1. This doesn't make sense unless the talent skill Thunderblade has been lost. Yifeng's innate skills were taken away by Chen Haodong one after another. Yifeng was anxious and helpless, unable to do anything at this moment. He couldn't even move his body. This made Yifeng, who had always been very confident, feel the irresistible frustration for the first time. An ASL-level commander was actually crushed by a mere S-level talent. This feeling of humiliation made Yifeng confused. Why do good people not live long, while evil deeds last for thousands of years? How could a scum like Chen Haodong awaken as an S-level commander and possess such a terrifying talent for plundering? Could it be that the gods and the laws of nature in this world would support a scumbag who was evil to the core? Then why did you give Yifeng an ASL level? Are you trying to make me a joke? Yifeng was upset and angry. He couldn't accept what he saw. Chapter 57 Lin Xiaoxiao's Decision. Ha ha ha, Yifeng, you didn't expect that. The terrifying strength of the S-Class is not something that an A-Class commander like you can understand. Chen Haodong hid in the audience and laughed arrogantly. The smug look on his face was even more exciting than when he snatched Yifeng's girlfriend away. Yifeng was helpless at this time, because all his strength came from God's gift. Although Yifeng's left eye awakened the SSS-level commander system and his right eye activated the God of Creation system, although he had two systems, he was really helpless at the moment. System. Is there any way to prevent talents from being plundered? Ding. The enemy's talent, Plunder, has been detected to have a casting range of 1 meter. The host can maintain a distance of more than 1 meter from it during combat. Ha! It's a bit late to say this now. System. How do I release the control? That's right. Yifeng suddenly thought of his own fighting skill Pure Water and Bright Moon Slash. His mind moved, and he used the last of his spiritual energy to launch a Pure Water and Bright Moon Slash. After a ball of clear water splashed around with high pressure, Yifeng's body was still unable to move. System. Why isn't it working? Yifeng asked in surprise. Ding. Pure Water and Bright Moon Slash, unable to purify soul attacks. What? Yifeng was speechless. He was completely at a loss as to what to do. What should he do? In a while, all the talents and skills will be taken away by Chen Haodong. It was not a big deal if other talents were taken away, but Yifeng was afraid that his red talent, Holy War Plunder, would be taken away. Without this talent, Yifeng would have no chance at all. As long as this talent is there, other lost talents can be plundered back from battles with others. But once this talent is lost, wouldn't the SSS-level commander become just a decoration? Warning! 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 Talent skill repair has been lost. Warning! 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 Talent skill wireless charging has been lost. Warning! 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 Talent skills. The system's warning sounds continued. However, Yifeng watched helplessly as his talents and skills were taken away one by Chen Haodong, and he was powerless to do anything. This made him extremely frustrated and seemed particularly helpless. Yifeng wanted to roar to the heavens, "Someone help me! Anyone will do. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water." Unfortunately, he didn't have the face to shout. In other words, shouting is useless. After all, he was an SSS-level commander, but he was played around by a mere S-level scumbag. Yifeng felt that he might be the most shameful and trashy SSS-level son of destiny in the mecha planet in thousands of years. If I had killed Lin Xiaoxiao earlier, I wouldn't have been hit. If it weren't for the lingering feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao in his heart, Chen Haodong would not have seized the opportunity. To be rational, it is impossible for an S-level commander to have such powerful talents and skills without any limitations. For example, the casting distance of 1 meter is difficult to grasp. There may be other restrictions that Yifeng doesn't know about. Therefore, Yifeng suddenly felt that the other party's ability might not be stronger than his own. It was just that he was bewildered for a moment and felt soft-hearted towards Lin Xiaoxiao, which gave the other party the opportunity to take advantage of him. Perhaps Chen Haodong's talent skill is not only related to the casting distance, but also to the casting time. Just like now, although Chen Haodong is plundering his own innate skills, time is passing slowly. If there were someone around to disturb him, or to help him move his body to 1 meter away, wouldn't this plundering skill stop? Right. This should be it. Unfortunately, this is a ring competition, and it is the final. Everyone could only watch Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao compete. No one could enter to disturb them, and no one could help Yifeng. In just a few tens of seconds, Yifeng's heart was in his throat. He was extremely conflicted, with all kinds of emotional factors mixed together, making him extremely uncomfortable. As his talents and skills were taken away one by one, Yifeng became anxious, confused, and helpless. He even began to give up on himself and mock himself. Suddenly, just when Yifeng felt powerless and helpless, mentally confused and full of mixed emotions, the two purple beams of light that controlled Yifeng's body suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Yifeng's body suddenly became able to move. The system was just issuing warnings that talent skills were being lost one after another, but all of this suddenly disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. Could it be that I was just falling into an illusion? As a time traveler, Yifeng thought of the word illusion, but illusion should not exist in this mecha world, right? So what was that just now? Confused, Yifeng hurriedly opened his commander panel to check.
In the panel, the talent skills, wireless charging, repair, thunderblade, and invisible shield are all lost.
This shows I wasn't dreaming just now. But why did it stop? Could it be that Chen Haodong ran out of spiritual energy? Yes, plundering the other party's talent might also require a large amount of spiritual energy? Or is there some other restriction?
Yifeng, who was confused, suddenly found out of the corner of his eye that Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha turned back into human form in a white light.
A very familiar, extremely beautiful mecha girl appeared beside Yifeng.
I haven't seen Lin Xiaoxiao for a long time.
Lin Xiaoxiao's dressing style is much more mature and charming than before.
When Yifeng saw Lin Xiaoxiao turn back into human form, he suddenly realized something.
You cancelled the contract?
Yifeng suddenly thought that the control of Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha was in Chen Haodong's hands. Unless Lin Xiaoxiao forcibly terminated the contract, it would be impossible for her to restore her human form, let alone move freely. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao stand up, looking at him with tears in her eyes, she showed a friendly and satisfied smile.
Yifeng understood.
The reason why Chen Haodong's plundering skills were interrupted was because Lin Xiaoxiao terminated the formal contract. Lin Xiaoxiao was willing to endure the consequences of the damage to the casting core and was willing to accept that it would be difficult to contract a commander in the future, but she also wanted to rescue Yifeng. This was completely beyond Yifeng's expectations. But the facts were right in front of him, and Yifeng had no choice but to believe it.
I give up.
Lin Xiaoxiao was covered in wounds. She covered her bleeding right shoulder and shouted loudly to the host.
Okay. The winner is decided. This finals has ended successfully.
Dear audience members, please give a warm round of applause to congratulate Commander Yifeng for becoming the champion of this mecha girl fighting competition. After the host announced the results of the competition, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and looked at Yifeng with a faint smile. Her charming little crimson mouth was smiling sincerely. But his eyes were filled with regret, unwillingness, and guilt. But in the end, she gave Yifeng a look of satisfaction and relief. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and left with scars all over her body, which made Yifeng feel very uncomfortable.
They are clearly enemies. They are enemies who are fighting to the death. What is this now?
Looking at the scars and blood all over Lin Xiaoxiao's body, he knew they were all caused by herself. But just now, the two sides were clearly fighting to the death, and they were clearly enemies of each other. These traces of battle were nothing and were all normal. But now, in Yifeng's eyes, all of this has changed. You know, all these injuries on Lin Xiaoxiao's body were caused by Yifeng. But just now, Lin Xiaoxiao was willing to damage her own casting core in order to save Yifeng.
Yifeng will just become a commander without talent. Although he has no talent, he can still serve as a power bank for the mecha.
However, even so, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to give up her own future and save Yifeng. You clearly care so much about your future, your prospects, and your fate.
Why did you save me?
Yifeng's heart was shocked, and he found that he could not understand Lin Xiaoxiao at all.
Could it be that Lin Xiaoxiao regretted her decision to be Chen Haodong's robot girl? And now she wants to make amends?
Or maybe she knew that Chen Haodong's father was dead and he had no backing.
Now you realize that your ex-boyfriend is very strong, and you want to make some sacrifices to make him feel guilty, and then reconcile with him? After all,
Yifeng has the ability to repair Li Qingrui's casting core, which is witnessed by many people. For a moment, Yifeng's confused eyes were filled with the image of Lin Xiaoxiao's seriously injured back. His mind was suddenly in a mess and he was a little confused. However, recalling the look in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes just now, Yifeng eliminated all his assumptions about Lin Xiaoxiao based on his intuition alone.
She's not like that.
Yifeng was recalling the look Lin Xiaoxiao had given him just now. He felt the last bit of satisfaction left in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. It is a look of relief, of trying one's best to save the situation, and finally achieving success and feeling satisfied. Such a look cannot be faked. Lin Xiaoxiao is very strong and she is not pretending to be pitiful. There was no pity in her eyes. She supported her broken body firmly and walked off the field with a resolute back. There was no pity at all. Lin Xiaoxiao's life choice this time is as firm as her last time. She has always been determined to follow the path she wants to take. It seems that he doesn't care how others view him. Yifeng, who had this thought, saw Lin Xiaoxiao walking down the stage, and then a group of people from the police department surrounded Lin Xiaoxiao. This made Yifeng confused and he had to run over to see what was going on.
Lin Xiaoxiao, Where is your commander Chen Haodong? Chen Haodong? I don't know. I just terminated the contract. Now, I have nothing to do with him. There won't be any in the future. Chen Haodong is accused of the premeditated murder, imprisonment, and dismemberment of Commander Su Xian. We now have definitive evidence. Your involvement remains under investigation. Please come with us. You are obligated to cooperate with the police department's investigation. Several police drivers stopped the injured Lin Xiaoxiao and were about to be taken away. Yifeng's heart suddenly tightened, and he ran forward to release his repair talent. But when he raised his hand, he realized that the repair talent can only be used on his own mecha girl, and just now, the repair talent had been plundered by Chen Haodong. Now, where is the repair talent left? In a hurry, Yifeng bought a bottle of healing potion from the Genesis Mall, and chased up to Lin Xiaoxiao and shouted, Lin Xiaoxiao, why are you helping me? For those who are poisoned, there is an antidote in the next few chapters, so please take it yourself. Ha ha. Chapter 58 Money Can't Buy My Happiness. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around, smiled, and sighed. I'd love to. Yifeng frowned and threw the healing potion to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao caught the small green bottle and held it tightly in her hand. She looked at it again, and didn't drink it until she was taken away by the police driver. Yifeng frowned, his face full of worry. During the time when the host was presenting the competition prize to Yifeng was like a kite with a broken string, allowing the wind in the arena to blow him to one place after another. He held the trophy in his arms, prizes in his hands, took photos with the competition host, shook hands with the referees of the competition organizing committee, and was even asked for a kiss by several fangirls who rushed onto the stage. But Yifeng was in a daze, his mind was in a mess, and he didn't notice what he had done in the past half hour. He was like a puppet that had lost its soul, and his consciousness seemed to have been stripped away. In fact, Yifeng just had a problem that he hadn't figured out. A woman who cruelly abandoned herself, a man who only cared about her own future and destiny and was willing to give up the person she loved. What is it all about? She is willing to destroy her own future and destiny, and would rather damage her own forging core to save an ex-boyfriend who was abandoned by her? Once the mecha girl's casting core is damaged, not only will her strength decline, but she will also be unable to contract the next commander. Moreover, this means that it is difficult for mecha girls to obtain high-end modules and transform their own mechas. This also means that life expectancy is shortened by hundreds of years. It also means that the road ahead will be difficult. Besides, she was involved in the Chen Haodong case and didn't know whether she would be held accountable. Yifeng, with all his questions and confusion, had just walked out of the gate of the second Mecha Institute when he met Zhu Ke and Lu Chen. Congratulations, Yifeng. I was right about you. Lu Chen came up and patted Yifeng on the shoulder, encouraging him like an elder in the family or a close friend. Only after seeing Lu Chen did Yifeng come back to his senses. How's it going? As soon as they met, Yifeng couldn't help but ask Lu Chen. Lu Chen shrugged apologetically and sighed. It's not bad. I took the evidence Xia Yamong gave me and negotiated with the military leaders. Although we cannot prove that you were involved in the bombing of the military district garrison base. But your suspicion cannot be washed away. After all, there are still some reasons that cannot be explained. Furthermore, providing this recording as evidence would indirectly admit that you killed Tang Yul's team in the name of self-defense. Although the military leaders don't believe you have the ability to destroy the entire garrison base, even in the data we have on the dark organizations, no one has the ability to destroy a base of tens of thousands of people in a single strike. There are too many unreasonable things, but you are involved. Although we can't prove your guilt or that you are colluding with the dark organization, the fact that the military district will not punish you for the time being does not mean that they intend to let you go. So, you were right to agree to let the two mecha girls go to summer training camp first. However, I still suggest that you conceal your identity and stay out of sight for the time being to avoid unpredictable situations. This is for your own good. Lu Chen patted Yifeng on the shoulder and gave him a kind reminder. Yifeng also nodded in agreement and accepted it humbly. After all, this incident caused a big stir, but Yifeng hardly felt any official accountability, punishment, or arrest. This is all thanks to Lu Chen and Suzaku. Yifeng could imagine how much these two people had done for him behind his back. It is very likely that he used his own reputation as a guarantee, or he might have used his connections with higher-ups to put pressure on others. Yifeng could guess roughly, but did not ask in detail. Mr. Lu Chen has been of great help. I should repay you with 1,000 times the gratitude.
Yifeng forced an ugly smile, but it made Lu Chen laugh out loud.
It's not a big deal. Besides, you're my trainee commander now, so I'll naturally protect you.
Yifeng looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled look on his face.
Am I Lu Chen's trainee commander? Zhu Ke smiled kindly at the side and said, You are lucky to be Lu Chen's disciple. Yifeng understood. Lu Chen, does he really believe that I'm the legendary ASL level? Is this guy here to recruit elite disciples? Is there any other intention? It's hard to say. Well, I'm honored. I didn't expect that Mr. Lu Chen is the instructor of Kyoto First Academy. Are you teaching thermal weapons or secret fighting techniques? Or combat skills development? Yifeng asked with a look of doubt. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head repeatedly.
Finally, he adjusted his glasses with a smug and serious look and said, Actually, I'm in charge of alien wars and cutting-edge science.
Yifeng had never heard of such a research topic. Could it be that he is studying wars in other worlds and cutting-edge weapons?
Yifeng speculated in his heart. Seeing Yifeng's puzzled expression, Zhu Ke deliberately suggested, Actually, it's about breaking into another world, conducting small-scale combat, and discovering alien energy, weapons, technology, etc.
Small-scale combat. Actual combat in another world? Why does it sound like breaking in, stealing treasure, and then running for your life if you can't defeat them?
Yifeng felt like he heard some extraordinary words.
That sounds quite dangerous.
Seeing Yifeng's unhappy expression, Lu Chen hurriedly explained, Actually,
our research topic is very noble and ambitious. We want to lead the mechanical planet into a brand new era.
In this vast galaxy where the strong prey on the weak, if a species wants to reproduce and prosper for a long time, it must be pioneering and enterprising, and constantly innovate.
We must never be content to be frogs in a well.
The more Yifeng listened, the more confused he became, but he seemed to understand it. Yifeng understood every word Lu Chen said, but he still couldn't imagine what he would do after following Lu Chen.
It's just, how do I put it, it feels a little dangerous. Okay, we have urgent matters to attend to, so we have to rush back to Kyoto. See you in 2 months.
Lu Chen waved to Yifeng decisively, while Suzaku did not hesitate to transform into a red heavy starfighter, carrying Lu Chen straight into the sky.
Just leaving like that? Okay.
Next, we need to find a suitable casting core for Linger.
Where do I start?
Yifeng was walking with his head down when suddenly a small red drone flew over.
The drone looked like a super mini space shuttle.
A red unmanned aerial vehicle suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. After the hatch opened, half a mechanical mask appeared.
Mask? Half a face? What the hell?
Yifeng felt that the paint color of the space drone looked familiar. The fiery red color gave him a sense of familiarity.
Could it be Suzaku?
Yifeng looked up into the deep sky, but could see nothing. He had no choice but to pick up the mask, and then he found a note.
The note read, Self-Disciplined Hunting Guild.
Chapter 59, The Self-Disciplined Guild. Yifeng went to the private hospital arranged by Li Qingrui and saw 8 nurses divided into 2 teams taking turns to look after his sister Yiling. With someone caring for her 24 hours a day, his anxious heart finally relaxed a lot. Although he didn't know how Li Qingrui found this super luxurious private hospital, Yifeng could finally go hunting for the casting core for his sister without any worries.
He didn't dare to delay for a moment. The next morning, Yifeng came to the suburban area west of Pujian Base City.
This is where the hunting guild and mercenary base are located. Hundreds of hunting guilds and mercenary organizations post bounty missions, form teams, and recruit private soldiers here all year round. During the more than 200 years since the mechanical planet was attacked by alien mechanical beasts, humans and mechanical beasts fought frequently but never defeated each other. No matter how many mechanical beasts are destroyed, more mechanical beasts will continue to pour into the mecha planet through the dimensional cracks. They are like viruses, spreading wildly. However, the humans on the mechanical planet gradually adapted to this kind of life, and even discovered that they could obtain a lot of resources from the mechanical beasts. These resources changed the mecha planet and even gradually brought the mecha planet into a new era. Yifeng came to the western suburbs alone. There were many high-level commanders and mecha girls here. The number of people made Yifeng astonished.
Disband. Disband.
C-rank metal hunting mission, Area 51, Tier 2 exotic beasts, focus on killing raging bison and one-horned lizards.
B rank and above mecha girls, please come. The Black Moon Guild is hiring.
A-level mecha girls will receive a monthly salary of 800,000, and S-level girls will receive a monthly salary of 2 million.
Hey, boss is passing by, take a look. A-level mecha girl pairings, 40,000 a day. S-level, 100,000 a day. Shouts were heard throughout the western suburbs.
Yifeng saw that there were all kinds of people here, and there were a lot of people. He remembered the half-face mask Suzaku had given him and hurriedly took it out and put it on.
Ah! It hurts. Yifeng didn't expect that this mask actually used some nanotechnology.
Some tiny steel wires like tentacles and nails were actually implanted into Yifeng's facial muscles, disguising him as a wounded person whose face was injured and perfectly repaired by mechanical technology.
Luckily, it only hurt for a moment. The Mecha Girl fighting tournament is so popular, I'm sure many people have seen my face. Better to be cautious. Yifeng's heart lit up and he nodded repeatedly.
As Yifeng went deeper and deeper, he was dazzled by the various mechas of all sizes. As a trainee commander, Yifeng, who had never been to the battlefield, felt very unfamiliar with this place. Not only can you see various types of mechas here, but there are also people setting up stalls to sell the wreckage of metal monsters. This made Yifeng feel like he had come from a civilized world to a barbaric world.
Hey, are you looking for a job?
Where's your mecha girl?
Do you want to join our Rising Star Guild? A man with glasses and a hat blocked Yifeng's way.
He was thin and had dark skin, and at first glance he looked like a veteran who had been hanging around in the wild for many years. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but ask for advice humbly.
Hello? Can I ask what the difference is between joining a guild and joining a mercenary organization? The difference?
Seeing that Yifeng was a novice, the other party hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced him.
Oh my, so you're a trainee commander. Perfect. Our missions here are low in difficulty, perfect for newbies. As for the difference between a mercenary organization and a guild, understand it this way. Mercenaries are basically bodyguards and servants, equivalent to the service industry.
They have to obey their employer's orders. And the organization takes a third of their income.
Our guild is different. We accept various mission orders from the military, government, and the public, and then organize teams to complete them.
You're a member of the team, of course. As long as you obey orders and cooperate with the team to complete the mission, you're guaranteed a stable income. Our guild offers A-level newcomers a monthly salary of 20,000.
It's much higher than other guilds. Would you like to consider it?
Xiaohei, who was wearing glasses, pulled Yifeng towards the small, dilapidated building of his own guild.
But Yifeng stopped him and asked, what about disbanding the team? What is disbanding the team?
Xiaohei said impatiently, scattered teams.
They're basically entrepreneurs. Small quests that the big guilds disdain will be posted in the skirmishers account.
Some people also take on street vendor quests, form a temporary team, and go out to kill monsters and make money.
But these aren't suitable for newbies like you.
Not only is the mortality rate high, but you often return in failure.
Oh. Yifeng roughly understood it.
But seeing that the other party was about to pull him into the gate of the Nova Guild, Yifeng hurriedly asked, do you know where the Self-Discipline Guild is?
What?
When Xiaohei, who wore glasses, heard Yifeng mention the Self-Discipline Guild, he immediately frowned.
Say, why are you asking about the Self-Discipline Guild? By the way, where's your mecha girl, bro?
Xiaohei, wearing glasses, stared at Yifeng with suspicion, as if he was afraid that Yifeng didn't have a robot girl. Yifeng saw the other party's doubts and quickly introduced himself. Yes, you guessed right, I am a self-disciplined person.
What? Chow. Oh, what bad luck.
Go away, those self-disciplined people are all in the south.
Don't bother me while I'm trying to recruit them. Today's mission isn't complete yet.
Xiaohei, the man with glasses, left Yifeng with a look of disgust and turned around to look for a new target.
Yifeng was not angry. He followed the direction pointed by Xiaohei and headed south to search. 1 hour later. Finally.
Yifeng found about 100 people in a remote and quiet tent area.
At first glance, this looks like a tent area where travelers set up camp.
There are more than 100 tents scattered on the grass. Some of the tents are very old and look like a refugee camp. On the tent closest to Yifeng, there was a sign.
Out hunting, call if you have any questions. These people live here?
Yifeng couldn't understand why these self-disciplined people wanted to set up tents and live here.
Seeing an old man feeding a dog, Yifeng hurried over and asked. Old man, is this the self-discipline guild? Why are there so many tents? Who are the people living here? Who? The old man turned around, hunched over, looked at Yifeng with his cane, and then said, "You're a newbie, right? Hi. There aren't many missions suitable for us self-disciplined people. If you want to grab a mission, you'll have to live in these tents all year round, waiting for your sponsors to send you at any time." After saying that, the old man turned around and pointed to the largest tent nearby. He smiled at Yifeng and said, "Go there and ask." "Come on, new guy." After the old man left, Yifeng was confused. Why does it seem like those who are self-disciplined are like low-level workers? The atmosphere here feels a bit like a labor market. No. It's worse than that. It's too deserted. Yifeng felt that the breeze blowing over his head at this moment was icy cold. In this world, there are no commanders with mecha girls, how miserable. Yifeng walked into the largest tent. An old man who picked his toes was sleeping soundly on the ground. There were several tasks hanging on the wall cloth next to him. They were all small bounty tasks against first-level monsters. The latest bounty missions include driving away steel-toothed rats from the ranch, emergency rescue of rat infestation in the sewer, iron-headed chickens flying into the slums, etc. But these are just some missions with very low bounties that no one is willing to take. These so-called first-order exotic beasts are actually semi-metallic beasts whose metal mutation rate has not yet reached 50%. They were originally native creatures, but their bodies mutated after coming into contact with the feces and excrement viruses of alien metal beasts. For some unknown reason, these animals became extremely aggressive after the mutation, as if they were born to be incompatible with humans, and attacks on humans often occurred. However, since it has no hunting value, even if someone offers a reward, the amount is pitifully low. Uncle! Hey! Uncle, wake up! Can the Self-Discipline Guild accept the mission to subdue a level 3 monster? Yifeng tried to wake up the sleeping uncle, but he pointed to the door and said in a daze, "If you want to take on a level 3 mission, go find Tianyu. He's the most self-disciplined person here." Tianyu? Yifeng remembered the name. He turned around and saw the route instructions on the bulletin board. He left the tent area of the Self-Discipline Guild and found a larger tent next to the bases of other small guilds and mercenary organizations. In the tent, a dozen or so self-disciplined people and mecha girls holding alloy swords were holding a meeting. Yifeng walked in uninvited and asked loudly, "Excuse me. Who is Tianyu? I heard there is a mission to subdue a level 3 monster here. I want to join." Chapter 60 Self-Reliant Robot Girl. Wow, finally someone wants to join us. Yeah, today is a great day. Handsome guy, what are the ranks of you and your mecha girl, and what is your combat power value? Inside the tent, among the 5 people sitting at the conference table, 3 mecha girls saw half of Yifeng's face and inexplicably developed a liking for him. But when Yifeng lowered his head and walked into the tent, revealing half of his mechanical face that was covered by the glaring sunlight, their little faces immediately turned dark. "I don't have a mecha girl, I'm a rank." Yifeng spoke bluntly. After all, he knew that this was still the Self-Discipline Guild. "What? You are also a self-disciplined person?" Commander Tianyu, who was sitting in the first seat, inexplicably developed a fondness for Yifeng, who was also a self-disciplined person. However, an A-level self-disciplined commander is unlikely to be of great use. "Kid, you're new here, right? Although we're a self-disciplined guild, a self-disciplined can't join a level 3 team. You should go to the Self-Discipline Guild and find Uncle Hamu." Hamu? Yifeng suddenly thought of the uncle who was sleeping in the tent and then gave him directions in a daze. "Uncle Hamu asked me to come to see Commander Tianyu. I can fight against a level 3 monster and won't be a drag." Yifeng hurriedly explained. However, another self-disciplined commander next to Tianyu suddenly stood up. "Ha ha ha, you can fight a rank 3 monster? Stop kidding. You're just an A-rank newcomer. What can you do against a rank 3 monster? You'll kill them." Luo Xian was 9 feet tall and looked to be in his 30s. Standing in front of Yifeng, he towered over a head, his body covered in dark, shiny muscles, like a male model in the gym. "What's wrong with a level? What level are you?" Yifeng narrowed his eyes, unwilling to look at the muscular giant in front of him. "What level am I? Ha 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 ha. It's hilarious. He asked me what level I was.
Luo Xiang began to show off his muscular body in front of the girls, and every movement he made was comparable to that of a male fitness model. Tian Yuza stood up politely, came to Yifeng and explained.
Luo Xiang and I are both SS rank, and the 3 self-reliant mecha girls here are also S rank and SS rank. Our team does not accept self-disciplined and self-reliant people below S rank. However, if it is an A rank mecha girl combination, we can consider it. Tian Yu's words made Yifeng nod repeatedly. Yifeng understood what the other party meant.
For a self-disciplined commander and a self-reliant mecha girl, not having a partner is always an irreparable shortcoming. If the mecha girl does not have a commander, first of all, the psychic energy supply will not keep up, and secondly, she will lack the commander's innate skills to assist her. It is even more terrifying for the commander to be without a mecha girl. Fighting a mechanical beast with his physical body is like an egg hitting a stone. If you want to defeat your opponent steadily, in addition to the tacit cooperation among team members, the most important thing is level suppression. Typically, a well-developed and well-equipped S-class mecha girl combination can fight tier 4-5 monsters. If an S-class mecha girl combination is equipped with SS and SSS class mecha modules, it can fight tier 6 monsters. An S-class mecha girl combination with a full set of SSS class modules can fight tier 7 monsters without any problems. The combat power value is accumulated by grade, talent, module, combat experience, and spiritual energy. For example, a self-reliant mecha girl can use modules to increase her combat power. The self-disciplined commander can say that there are no shortcuts. If a self-disciplined commander wants to improve his combat power, he can only practice martial arts, strengthen his body, take spiritual fruits to increase his spiritual power, and then use his self-disciplined spiritual power talent to transform his body.
This is a long process and is only based on theory.
Because, without the help of the mecha girl, it would be difficult for the commander to obtain the spiritual fruit from another world by himself. Although some people have brought back exoskeleton armor and battle armor, as well as their manufacturing technology, from other worlds. These can increase the commander's combat power and self-defense capabilities, but they are too expensive. So, at this moment Yifeng understood Tian Yu's meaning very well. But he couldn't say it, he couldn't tell the other party that he was an SSS-level commander. And it's not that I don't have a mecha girl, it's just that the mecha is not with me temporarily.
Believe me, I'm strong. I can fight a 3rd-level monster.
Yifeng tried his best to explain, but Luo Xian laughed like a pig.
Ha ha. Ha ha. Are you strong? What's your strength? You're not good at anything, but you're the first one to commit suicide?
Luo Xian's mocking voice made Yifeng feel very uncomfortable. But Tian Yu saw a look of firmness in Yifeng's eyes. He knew that if he didn't let Yifeng try, Yifeng would never give up.
Tian Yu has seen many newcomers like this. Well, go and try this kid. Tian Yu winked at Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang hugged his chest muscles and looked down at Yifeng. Boy, do you dare to compete with me? Can. Yifeng didn't say okay, nor did he say come on, let's have a fight. He said with disdain, okay? This attitude shows that he doesn't take Luo Xiang seriously at all. It even implies that everyone present is trash.
Hearing Yifeng's disdainful tone, not only Luo Xiang, but other members in the tent also frowned at Yifeng.
A few minutes later, the 6 people arrived outside a dilapidated sports stadium.
This abandoned stadium has now been transformed into a martial arts training ground using high technology. Here, we can use the esports method to connect multiple groups of mecha girl systems, allowing them to use virtual scenes to simulate actual combat. However, Tian Yu and Luo Xiang brought Yifeng here just to use the free combat duel arena. There are 2 free combat duel arenas, each half the size of a football field, and surrounded by thick scrap metal armor, forming an open-air wall like a hill. These scrap metal walls are more than 10 meters thick, so it's not impossible to think of this place as a garbage dump for discarded metal. The feeling of falling into the lower class of society made Yifeng look a little stunned after Li Qingrui and Xia Yaman left. A commander without a mecha is truly humble to the dust. Let's get started. I'll give you 3 moves. Luo Xiang moved his shoulders, twisted his muscles, and strode towards the open space in front. When Yifeng saw the other person's muscular body, he felt that he had no appetite for the 3 meals today. Be gentle, don't hurt this kid. Tian Yu reminded Luo Xiang, but this made the 3 mecha girls beside him unhappy. Don't show mercy, beat this brat down and teach him a lesson. Yes, he must suffer a little. Don't let us off, Luo Xiang. This guy obviously looks down on us. Maybe he has a motherfucker, just like that guy from yesterday.
Yeah, there have been some weird people trying to join us lately. I don't know who's targeting us. Beat this guy up and make him confess. Yesterday? Weird people?
Yifeng touched his half-mechanical fake face in confusion.
What does this have to do with me?
Chapter 61: The Showdown Between the Self-Disciplined.
What are you daydreaming about, kid? Are you scared?
Don't worry, your uncle didn't eat breakfast today, so his strength is only half of his usual strength.
Come on, the loser goes to buy breakfast, or I'll beat you so hard your mother won't even recognize you.
The muscular man Luo Xian crossed his arms and waved at Yifeng repeatedly. But he should never, ever, mention his mother to an orphan. Yifeng hadn't intended to take it seriously, but now he's changed his mind. Chen Haodong has taken away a lot of my talent. My black gold armor is severely damaged, and I can't let others see it.
It seems that I can only compete in swordsmanship.
I wonder if the basic swordsmanship I learned in the second academy can defeat this guy.
This guy is muscular and looks like a powerhouse. I guess he uses boxing. Regardless. Go!
After Yifeng gave himself tactical guidance and psychological preparation, he rushed forward at full speed, carrying the black alloy knife he had just obtained.
So fast.
The three mecha girls in Tianyu couldn't help but praise Yifeng when they saw his agile figure and speed when he charged. But they had time to praise, but Luo Xiang had no time to listen. As Yifeng's opponent, Luo Xiang felt a murderous aura and a sense of urgency at the first moment. He no longer held his pectoral muscles tightly, but instead took a horse stance and posed, ready for defense. However, Yifeng's attack speed was extremely fast. Before Luo Xiang could throw a punch, Yifeng's black knife had already slashed towards Luo Xiang's abdomen. Seeing that his opponent was about to be defeated, Yifeng suddenly moved when the blade was about to cut his opponent's belly. He put away the knife and used his foot, then used a side kick to kick Luo Xiang's waist, directly hitting his 8 abdominal muscles. Luo Xiang's 260-pound burly body was kicked more than 10 meters away by Yifeng like a little chicken. After experiencing the pain of rolling on the ground, feeling dizzy and deaf, Luo Xiang was glad that he had not eaten anything this morning. But at this moment, his stomach was churning, as if the food from last night had to pass through his large and small intestines and return to his stomach.
Ugh! With a dry roar, Luo Xiang burped.
He stood up with difficulty and looked at Yifeng in surprise. His eyes were not only full of fear, but also a hint of doubt.
You! This is impossible. How can you be so strong? You must be a mecha cyborg. You're cheating. Luo Xiang was kicked back to his original form by Yifeng.
He looked at Tianyu with a look as if he was complaining to his mother, as if he wanted to be comforted. Tianyu and the three mecha girls came forward and surrounded Yifeng, saying unhappily, "Newbie, if you're a mecha-modified body, you should explain this in advance."
Really? That's too much. No wonder you're so arrogant. You actually have a mechanical body.
Yes, our Luo Dazhuang is honest and kind, but he can't be bullied by you like this.
Are you in the same group with that weirdo from yesterday? Tell me. Did Team Wolverine send you here? Could you be a member of the Flathead Brothers too?
Yifeng just made a slight kick, but was surrounded and questioned by the other party.
This made Yifeng a little confused. What is a flathead? I don't have a mechanical body. No? I don't believe that. You're not a robot? Can you kick Luo Dazhuang away? Still pretending here, is it interesting?
The three mecha girls came forward and started to dig him up relentlessly. Yifeng was too lazy to prove his innocence, so he had to let them search his whole body. It was not until the other party discovered that, except for half of Yifeng's face that had been mechanically modified, his entire body was perfect that he nodded and admitted his mistake with a reluctant look.
It's really not a mechanical body.
Strange, this guy doesn't look like he has much flesh. Where does he get so much strength?
Captain, do you want to come over and check it out too?
The three mecha girls pushed and shoved, pushing Yifeng in front of Tianyu. Tianyu looked embarrassed and coughed tactically.
Ahem. No need.
Seeing that they didn't believe in his own strength, Yifeng was afraid that they would drag him to the laboratory for dissection. He hurriedly explained.
I've awakened a talent called nanotransformation. Every cell in my body is undergoing mechanical energy transformation every day. However, this consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, so... Oh. I see. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, the eyes of the people around him lit up.
This kind of talent can be said to be a self-disciplined commander that is one in a million. It turns out to be a super rare talent. After Tianyu understood the reason for Yifeng's strength, he nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Yifeng also heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Plunder successful, repair talent has been restored. Ding! Latest mission, defeat the challenger and receive 2,000 points. Yifeng was very happy when he heard the system prompt sound. He had even forgotten that he possessed the talent of Holy War Plunder. Fight against the commander and plunder his talents. Although Yifeng took away Luo Xiang's repair talent, Yifeng did not feel guilty. Because for a self-disciplined commander like Luo Xiang, the repair skill that can only be released on his own mecha girl makes no difference whether he has it or not. Anyway, he doesn't have a mecha girl and can't use this innate skill. On the contrary, Luo Xiang is likely to awaken a very powerful commander talent after the battle with Yifeng. For a commander, this is undoubtedly an opportunity to change his fate. But, the challenger? Wasn't the challenger defeated? Why wasn't the mission completed? Yifeng was a little confused. Not bad, not bad. Your speed and strength are both top-notch. I think you are fully capable of fighting me. Outside the door, a strong man of the same height and weight as Yifeng walked in. He held 2 alloy electric knives in his hands, raised one and shouted at Yifeng. Boy, if you want to join the Tian Luo team, you have to pass me. Snail team? Why is this team's name so weird? Yifeng looked at the newcomer speechlessly and couldn't help asking. Captain Tianyu, who is this? Tianyu hurriedly introduced. Ah, this is Luo Fei, the deputy captain of our Tian Luo team. He is Luo Xiang's brother. Oh. Is this the older brother who beat up his younger brother? Yifeng was speechless. Why was it so troublesome to join a hunting team? This fighting goes on, and there's no end to it. I don't want to be the captain, I just want to join a gang. Yifeng, you are very strong, but he was defeated too quickly in the battle with Luo Xiang. We simply couldn't see your full strength. If you want to fight alongside us in the future, we must know your true level. Tianyu saw Yifeng's unhappy face and hurriedly explained. Yifeng accepted this explanation, it was very reasonable. There was nothing wrong with it. Okay, as long as I defeat Luo Fei, I can join the team hunting tier 3 monsters, right? Yifeng's words were affirmed by Tianyu and Luo Fei, and even the 3 mecha girls and Luo Xiang nodded repeatedly. They seemed to not care whether Yifeng could join the team or not. They just couldn't wait to watch the duel between Luo Fei and Yifeng. Seeing Luo Fei helping Luo Xiang up and standing at the place where Luo Xiang fell with 2 swords in hand, Yifeng felt the murderous intent in the other's eyes, as if he was an old hunter who had been on the battlefield for a long time. However, just now Yifeng accidentally recovered his repair talent by plundering. Yifeng was quite looking forward to what other talents this Luo Fei could plunder. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but look at the people around him, and finally locked his eyes on Tianyu. Captain Tianyu, do you want to come with us? Together? What together? This isn't a shower, and you made an appointment? The 3 mecha girls looked at Tianyu in confusion, but Yifeng hooked his finger at Tianyu with a sly smile and said, Come on, I can handle 1v2. Chapter 62, The Secret to Getting Rich, It's Easy to Get Confused. Arrogant. Luo Fei saw that Yifeng didn't take him and Tianyu seriously. He was furious and rushed over with 2 swords in hand. Seeing that the other party was holding 2 electric blade weapons, Yifeng hurriedly took out his own electric blade from the system space, slid sideways and fought with the other party. The 2 men were skilled in swordsmanship, and the collision of their electric blades produced countless electric sparks. Sparks flew all over the field, and a few wisps of burnt smoke made Yifeng feel the surging passion of hand-to-hand combat for the first time. Yes. This is a fight between men. Yifeng became braver and braver as the battle went on. He felt how powerful he was, and the self-confidence that had been crushed by Jin Yang and Chen Haodong returned. Fighting with a mecha girl is a life-or-death struggle between flesh and blood, like an egg against a rock. But fighting you feels great. Yifeng laughed at himself while fighting with Luo Fei with electric blades. The laws of this planet put men at a disadvantage. It is difficult for the commander with flesh and blood to fight against the mecha girl who can transform into a giant mecha. Even if Yifeng is SSS level, even he can only rely on the powerful black and gold armor to fight with Lin Xiaoxiao. But in the end, due to his momentary weakness, he stood too close to Lin Xiaoxiao's mecha for too long. This gave Chen Haodong the opportunity to activate his plundering talent. With only an S-level plundering talent, Yifeng was certain that the opponent must have many drawbacks and weaknesses, whether before or after it was activated. The ASL level, Holy War Plunder, cannot be matched by a mere S-level plundering talent, let alone surpassed. Although Yifeng still couldn't figure out what the mechanism of Chen Haodong's plundering talent was, he was really angry and resentful that Chen Haodong had his talent plundered. He hated the deception of heaven and was angry at his own soft-heartedness. However, even if Chen Haodong escapes to the ends of the earth, Yifeng swears to fight him to the death. I don't believe a mere S rank can be stronger than me. When Yifeng and Luo Fei were fighting fiercely, what was on his mind was the humiliating memory that Chen Haodong left him. But when he shouted this, it undoubtedly irritated Tian Yu. Tian Yu's eyes narrowed, and he joined the battle between Luo Fei and Yifeng with a laser sword in his hand. In a 2v1 situation, Yifeng's fighting spirit was completely ignited. In this way, he is regaining his self-confidence. AS is Hell level powerful, there is no doubt about it. AS Hell class is not like other commanders that can be defeated by simply stacking numbers. Not to mention 1v2, even if it's 1v10, there's no reason for Yifeng to lose to other commanders. Yifeng provided spiritual energy to hundreds of thousands of nanomechanical cells in his body. These mechanical cells began to divide rapidly, fusing and transforming other biological cells at a speed dozens of times faster than usual. When Luo Fei and Tian Yu used their superb swordsmanship to attack Yifeng from both sides, they were hacking him with all their might. Yifeng's attack speed and slashing power were actually increasing little by little. This made Luo Fei and Tian Yu feel a little exhausted when they fought Yifeng with knives. What's going on? This kid is getting faster. Luo Fei shouted to Tian Yu. It's not just the speed, my hands are numb from the shock. His strength is even stronger than before. Tian Yu responded. In a 2v1 situation, Luo Fei and Tian Yu joined forces, but neither of them could gain the upper hand. Instead, Yifeng became more and more courageous, with his speed and strength increasing significantly. This made SS-level Tian Yu and S-level Luo Fei unable to hold back. In that case, I'm going to unleash my fighting skills. Luo Fei shouted loudly. But Tian Yu strongly objected, no. This is just a test, don't do it seriously, it could cost lives. During the fight, Yifeng fought with the two men with swordsmanship, and when he heard their shouts, he was also scared. However, Yifeng was not afraid that the other party would hurt him. They both have combat skills? No wonder they can fight against level 3 monsters. But what if? If I take away their fighting skills, then doesn't that mean they can't even be self-disciplined? Yifeng felt a little bit reluctant for a moment. Considering that one shouldn't be too that, Yifeng pretended to be defeated and called a halt. Stop, that's enough. If you keep fighting, I won't have enough spiritual energy. Yifeng dodged by jumping back, then raised his hands in surrender, panting. Luo Fei and Tian Yu breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yifeng surrender. The two looked at each other and finally saved their face. Ha ha, not bad. You can hold on for so long under the attack of the two of us. It's already very outstanding. Luo Fei changed his usual behavior and walked forward to hug Yifeng's shoulders, as if they were already teammates. Tian Yu also put away his laser sword and walked forward enthusiastically to shake hands with Yifeng. You are very strong. Team Tian Luo welcomes you to join. Hearing that Yifeng was allowed to join the team, the three mecha girls and Luo Xiang also came over and applauded, which made Yifeng feel like he had found his organization in an instant. You're new here, breakfast is on me. Yifeng patted his chest and immediately accepted Luo Xiang's like. Hey, brother. I want 3 servings of jianbingguozi with 2 eggs. 6 eggs in the morning, can you handle that? Yifeng looked surprised. No problem, I usually eat 8, but today I'll give you a bargain. Luo Xiang patted his biceps, indicating that they required a lot of protein. Yifeng also understood immediately. How about I give you 3 more chicken legs? That's right, brother. It's settled. Luo Xiang, the more he looked at Yifeng, the more he liked him. He even didn't let the 3 mecha girls get close to Yifeng. He put his arm around Yifeng's shoulders and went straight to the food street. Along the way, Yifeng asked about the target of this hunt, but Tian Yu and Luo Fei frowned. This time, the target of this mission is a 3rd-level exotic beast, the phoenix-tailed fox. It's not easy. Is the phoenix-tailed fox very strong? Yifeng looked confused.
Hearing the doubts of the newcomer Yifeng, Luofei and Tianyu smiled timidly and said, "Although phoenix-tailed foxes live in groups, it's not difficult.
But most of them live in the C-79 area, which was recently occupied by the Tang group.
If we want to complete the mission and get the reward, we have to avoid those with Down syndrome. We must not conflict with them." Down syndrome gene? It's Tang Yuhao and Tang Yule's family company. Yifeng asked with an unhappy look on his face. How could the Tang group occupy low-level hunting grounds? They even have their eyes on third-level exotic beasts? The three mecha girls and Luo Xian all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know.
But Captain Tianyu pondered for a moment and guessed.
We don't know the specific reason.
But I heard that in this area, you might encounter a 4th-tier exotic beast, the Shadow Cat Demon. While it's only a 4th-tier exotic beast, it's extremely rare. The Shadow Cat Demon and the 7th-tier Ghost White Fox have one thing in common.
That's probably why the Tang group has taken over this area. What do they have in common? Why are we talking about the Ghost White Fox again?
Yifeng felt that the knowledge he had learned in the research institute was too shallow, and a lot of knowledge could only be learned by going deep into the wild area.
What's in common? I don't quite understand. Yifeng asked doubtfully. Hey! I understand.
The Tang group is going after the heart, that is, the casting core.
Casting core?
Yifeng was suddenly startled, and a very bad feeling lingered in his heart.
What's going on with the heart? Yifeng asked timidly. A mecha girl swiftly appeared, walked in front of Yifeng and said with a smile. Don't you know? A mecha girl's soul isn't the casting core at all.
The casting core is merely the carrier of her soul. In other words, if a mecha girl's casting core is damaged, it can actually be transplanted. It's just that in a small, third-tier city like ours, there aren't any hospitals that support this technology. Our hospitals can only remove the heart and replace it with a casting core before the mecha girl reaches adulthood, but they can't replace the casting core of a mecha girl who already has one. But I heard that it's possible in the 3 major cities. Yifeng nodded as if he understood, but it seemed that he understood but not completely.
Really? But what does that have to do with the Shadow Cat Demon and the Ghost White Fox?
Yifeng is like a newbie, he knows nothing. When the 3 mecha girls saw Yifeng's ignorant side, they became interested all of a sudden.
You didn't even know?
Yes, among the known exotic beasts, there are only a dozen or so species of small exotic beasts whose casting cores can be transplanted into the mecha girl.
But let me tell you.
One mecha girl pushed another aside and explained to Yifeng anxiously, you know, as long as the cores of the Shadow Cat Demon and the Ghost White Fox are forged, they can be transplanted into humans with 100% certainty, and there will be no rejection reaction.
So do you know what this means?
Very expensive.
Extremely expensive. A Shadow Cat Demon's forging core can be bought for $1 billion.
A Ghost White Fox's forging core is extremely rare, and even 10 billion might not be enough to buy it, because they are both extremely rare.
Rare? Yifeng understood that things are valuable because they are rare.
But seeing Yifeng nodding repeatedly, the 3 mecha girls looked at each other.
They thought Yifeng didn't understand at all. Don't nod, you don't understand at all. Ha!
Yifeng felt that the other party really wanted to continue speaking, so he nodded hurriedly again, indicating that he would not nod anymore. Seeing Yifeng nod, the 3 mecha girls covered their mouths and smiled, and one of them hurriedly explained. The Shadow Cat Demon and the Ghost White Fox have one thing in common. They are both made of flesh and blood, but they possess a forging core, and their cells seem to be in a semi-mechanical state.
This is quite magical. Yifeng heard it. Isn't this similar to me? I seem to be like this, but no.
I don't have a forged core, I'm still a heart of flesh and blood.
Maybe I can also transplant? However, the idea of transforming oneself is somewhat scary. Yifeng got goosebumps all over his body just thinking about it. If a person is normal and not on the verge of death, who would give himself a heart transplant? They arrived at the pancake stall and successfully bought some pancakes. The snail team sat around the old lady running the pancake stall and started eating. Yifeng's thoughts, however, were always focused on the Tang group's goals. He always felt that things were not so coincidental. He always felt that the Tang group's hunting of the Shadow Cat Demon and the purpose of forging the core should be related to him. Really? Has the news that Jiling needs to cast a core to save her life been known by the Tang group? Is this to avenge Tang Yule?
Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent gradually appeared in Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng was even more anxious about this hunting trip for the level 3 monster.
Chapter 63 Hunting Trip. Just after noon.
A dilapidated old 6-wheeled military truck, carrying Yifeng, Tianyu, Liang Luo and 3 mecha girls, was driving on a mountain road heading to the C-79 area. When Tianyu was wiping his knife, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know the name of the new team member, so he asked leisurely.
"Oh, I forgot to ask your name." "Yifeng."
"Please take good care of me." The bumpy road made Yifeng a little sleepy. He accidentally announced his name, and then realized that something was wrong.
"Oh no.
My name has been making a lot of noise in the mecha girl fighting tournament lately, and even with a mask on, I'm afraid it'll arouse suspicion."
So careless."
Yifeng covered his head and shook his head repeatedly, really not knowing how to cover it up.
Perhaps he should be more honest with his teammates?
These low-ranking hunting teams probably didn't have any spies from the Tang group or the military.
Yifeng? What a good name.
Hee, kid, don't be so nervous.
The monsters on this road have been cleared out.
It's very safe.
Luo Xiang patted Yifeng's shoulder.
Seeing Yifeng's inexperienced look, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of pride on his face.
The people in the car did not show any abnormality after hearing Yifeng's name.
This made Yifeng feel a little strange.
"You guys? Haven't you watched the junior mecha girl fighting competition recently?" "I was on the field."
Yifeng thought about it and decided that it would be better to be honest with his teammates. But when he mentioned the mecha girl fighting competition, the people in the car sneered.
"Stop bragging. You performed very well in the fighting competition, right? But that doesn't mean you can survive this mission," Luo Fei said nonchalantly. "Who would watch a junior fighting competition?"
The 3 mecha girls shrugged and said in unison.
Even Captain Tianyu, who was always polite, didn't even look at Yifeng. Yifeng felt very embarrassed by his teammates' sneer and indifference.
But it seems that this is also a good thing.
"I have never heard of the name Yifeng.
It's really good." Yifeng pushed away the sweaty and smelly Luo Dajuan with a speechless look on his face, and couldn't help frowning. "Don't we have 3 girls?
Why do we have to rent this broken car?" "Broken car? Broken by whom?"
"Your whole family's cars are broken." An old woman's voice came from the loudspeaker of an old military truck.
"Ah. I didn't mean it."
Sorry, Yifeng almost forgot that this truck was also a mecha girl, and she was much older than his grandmother when she was alive. Seeing Yifeng apologize obediently, the 3 mecha girls covered their mouths and laughed. "You're truly a self-disciplined commander."
"Didn't you notice Grandma Lu? Didn't you even ask for our 3 names?"
"Exactly, you don't seem to be interested in the girl with the machine.
Could it be that you like someone like Luo Dajuan?"
"We self-reliant mecha girls don't have a commander to recharge us. If I were to turn into a truck and carry everyone over, even if I managed to reach my destination, I'm afraid my psychic energy would be exhausted."
"How could I fight then? Truck?"
Yifeng glanced at the last girl who spoke. She had long wavy black hair, and wore sunglasses and a little red hat. Her red vest was set against her army green camouflage pants, and her toughness concealed a hint of playfulness and cuteness. Her dressing style is very different from the 2 mecha girls next to her who are wearing heavy makeup and high heels. And he seemed to be much younger, probably the same age as Yifeng.
This piqued Yifeng's interest in her. "So you're a military truck?"
"You're the one who's a truck, your whole family is a truck."
"Ha? Then who are you?"
Yifeng looked at the other person's army green overalls and felt that it was these military-style pants that caused him to misunderstand. The 2 mecha girls nearby hurriedly explained, Xiao Lu is a beast-mimicking mecha girl. She possesses the beast-mimicking evolution, talent and can currently transform into a level 3 North Wind Wolf. My mechanical body is a road racing motorcycle Falcon 200, but because the module is damaged and I have no money to replace it, I can only fight with the beast evolution body for the time being.
By the way, my name is Lu Shi, you can also call me Little Deer like them.
Lu Shi interrupted at the right time, and it seemed like he was trying to change the subject on purpose. Yifeng felt strange, but didn't ask any more questions.
In order to understand the abilities of the team members, Yifeng turned the topic to the other 2 mecha girls. "So what are your names, sisters? What are your mechas?"
The older sister with blonde hair and curly hair also had long wavy hair, but they both looked to be around 30 years old.
It's just a team. I don't know if you can survive this mission. It's not good to ask for my sister's name right away. Really, boys should be reserved. Just call me Sister Jean.
Sister Jean threw her hair back, revealing her fair neck and crystal earrings, which was somewhat charming.
This gave Yifeng a fright.
Yifeng hurriedly moved closer to Luo Fei, trying to divert the blame.
Hey! Is Sister Jean so scary? Sister Ka has a seat here, do you want to sit here?
The older sister with brown hair shrank her shoulders and twisted her body, making half of the space empty. Seeing this, Luo Xiang hurriedly stood up and tried to crawl over, but his huge forehead was stepped back by Sister Ka's leather boots.
Get away from me, fatty. Did I say anything to you? Where am I fat? This is muscle. It's muscle. Luo Xiang's efforts to explain did indeed make Yifeng see a bit of his honesty.
But the truck driver suddenly braked and stopped. An old man came out of the cockpit. Yifeng turned his head and saw that this grandpa looked familiar.
Isn't this the old man guarding the autonomous camp?
So you're the commander of the truck granny.
I thought you were an autonomist. Yifeng said in astonishment. We've arrived. If we don't stop the car, we won't be able to go back home. Alas.
I'm old now, and my spiritual energy is insufficient.
I'll give you a discount this time.
The old man got out of the car, opened the door of the rear compartment, and let Yifeng and the other 7 people get off.
Tianyuza smiled awkwardly and took out 7 gold coins and handed them to the old man. You are too polite. We agreed on 700 yuan, not a cent less. The 7 of them watched the old man and the truck driver leave.
Tianyu then stared into the distance and explained to Yifeng.
Grandma Lu and Grandpa Zhang are old. They are over 500 years old together.
The mecha girl has no money to replace the module, and the commander can't eat the alien spiritual fruit, so it will gradually become like this.
All we can do is to take care of the business. TSK. Here we go again. Luo Fei glanced at Tianyu with disdain. Don't feel sorry for them. Most of us probably won't even live to be 100 years old. Who's pitying whom? Their 2 old partners were once much stronger than us. Think about yourselves first.
After Luo Fei finished speaking, he patted Yifeng on the shoulder, pushed Tianyu and turned to leave. Somehow, Yifeng always felt that in the old truck that was moving further and further away in front of him, Grandpa Zhang must be saying to Grandma Lu, Tianyu is such a good boy. Although he didn't hear it, this was how Yifeng felt at the moment. This made him feel more favorable towards the snail team.
Follow me. The phoenix-tailed fox's habitat should be on that hilltop.
When walking in the dense forest, you must remain vigilant at all times.
Don't use firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Use cold weapons first, or you might attract more.
Although phoenix-tailed foxes act alone, they are herds of exotic beasts.
Each one has the strength of a level 3, and some elite individuals may even reach level 4.
As long as we can hunt down 7 and bring back their bodies, our mission will be complete.
Tianyu and his men had just entered the dense forest when they heard explosions of fierce gunfire ahead.
Something's happening. Could it be the Tang group? Don't panic, let's avoid the fighting area. Follow me.
Tianyu and Luo Fei were extremely nervous when they heard the explosion, but they pulled Yifeng, who was not nervous at all, around the river from the driftwood area on the right, and made a circuitous way towards the phoenix-tailed fox habitat.
Tang group.
Yifeng stared at the direction of the firefight, and the murderous fire hidden in his heart burned even more vigorously than before. Chapter 60 for the terrible side effects of Chen Haodong's plundering talent.
Half an hour later.
Led by Tianyu, the snail team jumped over a very difficult rocky area and found a lone phoenix-tailed fox.
Look, we found one.
This level 3 phoenix-tailed fox not only has a 100% metal mutation rate, but it's also a fire-attributed beast.
Its 2 phoenix tails are like flaming knives. We have to be careful. Use cold weapons first. Sudden.
Just when Tianyu was about to order the encirclement and suppression of the phoenix-tailed fox, a wolf howl suddenly came from the left front.
The howl was extremely miserable, as if the giant wolf had been killed by someone. There's no mistake about this voice. The voice and color recognition system shows that it should be the level 5 Baichuan Wolf King.
Sister Jean said, holding her temple with her hand after identifying the voice in the distance.
Yes, I recognized it too. It seems like it was killed by someone. There is such a strong person here, could he be from the Tang group? Sister Ka looked worried. Don't worry about them, we'll kill our own. Go! Seeing that the phoenix-tailed fox in front was frightened and was about to run away. At Tianyu's command, Sister Jean and Sister Ka transformed into two phantom fighters, one black and one blue, with the upper half being a plane and the lower half being a mecha, and they slid forward with guns in hand. But what Yifeng didn't expect was that the two mecha girls were holding hunting net rifles. After two mute sounds, two huge nets actually caught the phoenix-tailed fox. However, the level 3 phoenix-tailed fox is not a vegetarian either. The phoenix-tailed fox flicked its two tails, which were like flaming sickles, and the two layers of electric nets were easily separated. But just as it was about to escape, Tianyu and Luo Fei attacked it from the front and back with knives. Luo Xiang threw a punch from the side, and the three of them attacked together. Fengwei Fox was stabbed from both sides and hit by a punch, and fell to the ground without getting up. Seeing this, Yifeng rushed over to finish off the enemy, and the group successfully took down the first phoenix-tailed fox. So strong. I didn't expect that killing a third-level monster would be so easy. Yifeng couldn't help but admire. But Luo Fei shook his head. It's not that easy. We're 7v1. If it became 7v10, we'd probably be the ones dead now. Where's Lu Shi? Tianyu suddenly discovered that when everyone was targeting the phoenix-tailed fox, Luo Shi had disappeared. Lu Shi? Yes. Where is this little girl? Luo Fei was also confused. After Luo Xiang put the phoenix-tailed fox into the commander system space, he turned around and indeed could not find Lu Shi. He looked at Sister Jean and Sister Ka, confused about the situation. The two mecha girls also shook their heads. When they attacked just now, everyone's attention was focused on the phoenix-tailed fox, and no one saw Lu Shi. Stay alert. Lu Shi must have been attacked by something. Tianyu took a defensive stance with a knife in hand. Everyone was shocked and quickly huddled together. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in all directions, but the battle of the Tang group in the distance became more and more intense. Oh no! It feels like the war within the Tang Corporation is about to spread to our side. Let's go. Tianyu ordered a retreat, but Sister Jean and Sister Ka were hesitant. Captain, are you done with Lu Shi? Yes, no one in our team can be left behind. Luo Fei hurriedly stopped the two mecha girls and warned them with a vigilant look on his face, hide first. Lu Shi shouldn't go far. Maybe he discovered something and was led away by something. Let's avoid the Tang group and then slowly search. After everyone reached an agreement, Yifeng followed the team to the left and went around the dense forest. However, after only moving forward for less than 1,000 meters, a restless voice appeared on the hillside in front of the Tianluo team. If you don't want to die, hand over your prey quickly. All the prey in this area has been taken by our Tang group. Don't even think about taking any prey away. Chen Haodong. You are Chen Haodong? How did you become like this? Have you joined the Tang group? Ah! Don't touch me. Little sister. When the snail team heard the noise, Tianyu hurriedly gestured and ordered everyone to keep quiet and move forward quietly. When Yifeng heard Chen Haodong's name, he was about to rush over to fight, but was held down by Luo Fei. Luo Fei shook his head desperately, and even used his eyes to warn Yifeng not to be impulsive, as a fit of rage would harm everyone. Yifeng looked back at his teammates around him. Thinking that he would harm everyone, Yifeng had to suppress his anger. He and Tianyu crawled in the bushes on the hillside, spying on the movements ahead. Ahead. A hunting team composed entirely of level mecha girls was surrounded by more than a dozen well-equipped Tang hunting teams. They were handing over their spoils, 5 level 3 phoenix-tailed foxes and 1 level 4 phoenix-tailed fox, which were taken away by people from the Tang group. These foxes are as big as cows and weigh as much as small tanks. But for commanders and mecha girls who have system space, taking these things away is effortless. Chen Haodong? Where is Chen Haodong? How can I? Yifeng hid in the bushes and saw some commanders walking out of the cabin and collecting the spoils. He looked at them one by one, but did not see any trace of Chen Haodong. Suddenly, a commander wearing a cloak jumped down from an armored vehicle. He personally wielded his sword and dug out the casting core of the 4th level monster. Although the body of a level 4 phoenix-tailed fox is as long as a cow, its mechanical heart is the same size as a human's. The cloaked man took off his cloak, and a mechanical eye was installed on his withered old face. The mechanical eye stretched back and forth like a monocular telescope, scanning the casting core of the phoenix fox.
When Yifeng saw this scene, he felt that this old man whose hands, feet, and right eye had been transformed into machines looked a little familiar.
That's right. It's Chen Haodong.
He looks like the older version of Chen Haodong. Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes. He had met Chen Haodong a few days ago, and he never expected that Chen Haodong would become like this. Looking at Chen Haodong's old face, it looks as withered as a centenarian who cannot take care of himself. This centenarian may have difficulty with his hands and feet, so he cut off his hands and feet and replaced them with mechanical skeletons.
However, it seems that the mechanical skeleton is only a temporary item.
Logically speaking, if he has enough money, he should replace it with a warrior-level prosthetic limb. In that case, his combat effectiveness and strength will not be inferior to Yifeng's current physical fitness.
Could it be that he can't replace his warrior-grade prosthetic limbs? That's right. It's a cast core. His heart should still be flesh and blood, so his purpose in coming here is to find a transplantable cast core for himself? I'm afraid he needs a mechanical heart. Yifeng knew that the casting core on this planet was much more sophisticated than the mechanical heart in the conventional sense. It is the core of a high-end mechanical life form.
It can carry the soul matter of the mecha girl and the commander. It's much more than just a heart.
Humph. You're smart. Get lost.
No more hunting in this area, or you'll suffer the consequences. Chen Haodong returned to the mecha cursing, and the terrible mechanical limbs were still oozing pus and dripping blood. This made Yifeng feel like vomiting. He felt that if he rushed up and stabbed Chen Haodong a few times, sending him to the west quickly, he might end up giving him a quick death. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't want to kill him anymore. It seems more satisfying to let him live like this in the world.
But Chen Haodong, why did he suddenly become like this? Doesn't he possess a terrifying and perverted talent for plundering? What on earth is going on? Chapter 65 Half-Dead Chen Haodong. A little while.
After Chen Haodong and the Tang group team captured the prey from other hunting teams, they did not stay for a moment. The hunting team driven away by them also quickly evacuated the area. Yifeng and a few members of the Tian Luo team dared to show their heads only after seeing that there was no one around.
Yifeng, why were you so impulsive just now? Do you know that guy?
Luo Fei pulled Yifeng aside to interrogate him, as if he was very dissatisfied with Yifeng for not listening to orders and trying to act on his own.
Yifeng looked back in the direction where Chen Haodong disappeared and nodded heavily. That guy's name is Chen Haodong, he's a scumbag.
Yifeng explained casually, but unexpectedly Tian Yu patted Yifeng's shoulder enthusiastically and comforted him.
In the mecha girl fighting competition, the opponent Yifeng wanted to kill was Chen Haodong, right? No wonder he didn't appear in the mecha girl cockpit. He actually awakened his curse talent.
Tian Yu's words shocked Yifeng's heart, and he asked hurriedly.
Cursed talent? I heard that he can plunder the talents of other commanders. Is this the cursed talent you are talking about?
Tian Yu, Luo Fei, Luo Xiang, and the two mecha girls looked at Yifeng as if he were a fool, and then shook their heads.
Luo Xiang shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, Basic Mecha Combat Research Institute, what have we taught you over the years? Oh, no wonder you hurt your face, you're a poor student? You don't even know about your talent for curses.
Sister Jean also covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing that the people around him looked down on him, the legendary commander of the second hospital, Yifeng felt that there might be some misunderstanding.
Because no instructor has ever taught me something like curse talent. Ha, not surprising. Chief Chen, I'm afraid he's deleted this subject.
After all, he himself has awakened a curse talent.
Tian Yu's words shocked Yifeng. Chief Chen has awakened his curse talent? No way. Yifeng couldn't believe his ears. Hey, you don't believe the captain? Luo Xiang poked Yifeng's chest and frowned.
Luo Fei also hurriedly reminded Yifeng, it seems that he is from your second academy. Your Chief Chen was once a trainee commander in the same group as Brother Tian Yu. It was he who took away Brother Tian Yu's two talents, which is why Brother Tian Yu, who was SS level, could only become a self-disciplined person.
What?
Yifeng felt that he had heard too much information in an instant. He didn't expect that Tian Yu was the same age as Chen Haodong's father.
Captain Tian Yu, how old are you? Yifeng joked. Not too old, just 58 years old. Tian Yu patted Yifeng's shoulder, like an old senior giving advice to the younger one.
But he looked only in his early 20s and looked only a few years older than Yifeng.
However, this is not uncommon on this planet.
Yifeng was just surprised.
He didn't expect that Tian Yu could get the spiritual fruit or awaken some talent for eternal youth. This was something he had not expected. Back then, when I was your age, your chieftain took away, repair, and double recovery from me, but I myself awakened a passive talent, nourishing the body. With this talent, my spiritual energy is used to nourish my body every day, which is why I look so young. But Tian Yu sat on a rock, sighing repeatedly, as if recalling the past. Although he did not continue, Yifeng could also know that his daily spiritual energy was used to nourish his body. Although his appearance did not age, the little spiritual energy left was really too little. Even if it is an SS-level commander, I am afraid that no mecha girl would be willing to sign a contract. Who would want a dead power bank? Yifeng, the cursed talent is very powerful. But because it's so powerful, the side effects are also terrible. Back then, Chen Haodong's father, Chief Chen, aged 30 or 40 years overnight because he took away 2 of my talents. He looked like a man in his 50s or 60s. This is the price he had to pay. What? That's what it is. Yifeng suddenly realized. Tian Yu's words cleared away all the doubts in Yifeng's mind. Unexpectedly, although the S-level plundering talent is extremely powerful, it comes at the cost of sacrificing life. No wonder Chief Chen has a head full of white hair and looks like Chen Haodong's grandfather. Everyone originally thought that he had a son in his old age, so he doted on Chen Haodong, a scumbag. It turns out that this family is not born to be good people. Even the commander's talent is cursed and can be inherited. This is really shocking. Thinking of how Chen Haodong looked like a centenarian and was disabled, Yifeng finally understood why Chen Haodong did not sit in Lin Xiaoxiao's cockpit on the day of the final. Presumably, when he was trying to see Su Xian's talent, he had already suffered the backlash of the cursed talent. No, since he knew that plundering talents would have a very powerful backlash effect, why did he take away so many talents from me? Is he going to fight me to the death? Yifeng was full of doubts. He felt that this was very unreasonable. Does Chen Haodong hate himself so much? Yifeng felt that he hated Chen Haodong because he stole his mecha. But why did Chen Haodong hate himself so much that he would go to such lengths? There was no reason. Is he just jealous because my brother is handsome? Impossible. After thinking it over for a while, Yifeng was suddenly shocked by his own idea and broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xiaoxiao, you. Was it really you who stopped Chen Haodong's talent plunder that day? A hypothesis suddenly popped up in Yifeng's mind. Suppose the day when Chen Haodong was plundering his own talents one after another and devouring the talents of others one after another, he suffered many serious curses and backlashes. Then would he feel that he was dying and couldn't hold on any longer, so he took the initiative to end the plunder talent? Yifeng thought of Chen Haodong's withered face that looked like a centenarian. He felt that it must be the backlash caused by Chen Haodong devouring his talent. This backlash might have turned Chen Haodong into a centenarian in an instant, so he endured the torture and pain and accepted the transformation of his limbs and bones, transforming his limbs into mechanical skeletons. If that's the case, then Lin Xiaoxiao is too scary. Yifeng felt a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat. If his hypothesis is correct, then in the final that day, it was not Lin Xiaoxiao who stopped Chen Haodong's attack on her. According to this reasoning, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong's neurons are closely connected. She should have known that Chen Haodong could no longer endure the pain of backlash, so she stopped the plundering attack. Lin Xiaoxiao, could it be that since Chief Chen is dead and Chen Haodong is no longer able to function, you're simply canceling the contract and completely severing ties with him, then doing me a favor? And then letting the fans and the audience vent their anger on Chen Haodong afterwards? That way, not many people will point fingers at you. They might even think there's nothing wrong with you pursuing a better future. At least you still have some integrity and aren't so cold-hearted. No, do you really want me to think you're like this? Yifeng's brain started spinning uncontrollably. For a moment, he was so frightened by his own assumption that he was speechless. If Lin Xiaoxiao is really as assumed, it would be too scary. During the 2-year temporary contract, they spent every day together and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Lin Xiaoxiao. Even when Lin Xiaoxiao broke her promise and became Chen Haodong's robot girl, Yifeng even expressed his understanding after he calmed down. I originally thought that she was just pursuing a better future and pursuing profit, and there was nothing wrong with that. After all, it was he who concealed the SSS-level matter first. But now Yifeng didn't he think so? The assumption he made him feel a chill down his spine. Haha, is that even possible? If that's the case, not being stabbed in the back by Lin Xiaoxiao herself might be considered as mercy on her part.
Yifeng whispered, mocking himself coldly, and walked towards the lake alone.
But when Yifeng wanted to calm his mind, the clear and transparent lake surface became dark for some reason. It seems like something is coming out of the lake. No! Get away from Yifeng! Luo Fei's roar came from behind, and before Yifeng could react. Chapter 66, Level 7 Lord Level Beast. Before Yifeng could react, he was dragged to the bottom of the lake by a thick tentacle. The snail team was anxious but could do nothing. Without shipgirls and water-related talents, Tianyu, Luo Fei and others were helpless. Sister Jean wanted to bomb the lake, but was stopped by Tianyu. No. Yifeng will be hurt. This kid is quite strong. Now we can only hope that he can get away on his own. Escape? Big brother, stop kidding. That was a level 5 alien beast just now, if I'm not mistaken. Luo Fei was halfway through his words when Sister Ka picked up on him. She looked at the lake and said firmly, "You're not mistaken. That was an octopus squid, a level 5 water-type alien beast with a 200% metal mutation rate. Its 8 tentacles can regenerate at an extremely fast speed after being broken. Not to mention underwater, even on the surface, we are no match for it." Sister Ka's words were undoubtedly a death sentence for Yifeng. Sister Jean was still furious, but she had to admit that Sister Ka was right. The snail team's mission to hunt the level 3 monster has not yet been completed, and now 2 teammates are missing. This was a big blow to several people. Ah! Damn it! I told you long ago that only those who survive would be worthy of knowing my name. But this is too fast. Sister Jean has always known the difficulty of hunting level 3 exotic beasts, but even she did not expect that in this phoenix-tailed fox habitat, there would be level 5 exotic beasts besides the Baichuan Wolf King. This is fate, and there is no human power to change it. Underwater. Yifeng was caught by the octopus and taken into an underwater cave. There is no water in this cave. Yifeng can breathe normally, but it is pitch black all around and he can't see anything. But soon, some blue spheres that looked like squid eggs began to light up on the walls of the cave. The dark cave turned into a beautiful scene that looked like the starry sky under the sea. This reminded Yifeng of the scene he saw in the aquarium on Earth in his previous life. Inside the cave at the bottom of the lake, the calm water at the entrance looked like a small lake beside a mountain. A giant metal squid, clad in snow-white armor, crawled ashore from a nearby pond. Yifeng roughly estimated that if the length of its tentacles was not counted, the body length of this mechanical squid should be more than 15 meters. It looks like it should be a metal monster above level 4. Its body does not look like a machine, but rather like a biological cell, and has mutated into a metallic texture. The joints and organs of these metal monsters are no different from those of flesh and blood creatures, and there are no gears, belts, shafts or anything like that. That's why Chinzua called it a metal beast instead of a mechanical beast. Although Yifeng had some knowledge about metallic monsters, he never expected that the snow-white metallic squid in front of him would actually deform its body with a crackling sound. The squid's body looks like an oval egg. After it deformed, a fox actually hatched out. After the fox appeared, the 8 squid tentacles also changed. They retracted their suckers and barbs and turned into the feathers of a phoenix's tail, like 8 snowflake-shaped 9-section whips. 8 tails, snow-white metal, a fox? Could this thing be a rank 7 alien beast? A ghost white fox? For some reason, Yifeng's legs and feet seem to be out of control. Logically speaking, when you encounter such an invincible and powerful beast, you should run away. But why don't you dare to move? Level 7. This is known as the Lord level. There are 3 level 7 lords, level 8 kings, and level 9 emperor beasts. Hee, what bad luck today. Yifeng inadvertently recalled the ballad sung by the children. He would never have thought that a mere trainee commander like him would actually encounter a lord-level monster just over 100 kilometers away from Pujian Base City. Even if the Tang group encountered this guy, even if hundreds of people joined forces, they would probably find it difficult to fight him. Not to mention that Li Qingrui and Xia Yemeng were not here. Even if they were both here today, they would probably be buried with him. Human. Why do you smell so familiar? I remember that smell. The Lord-level monster has spoken. Fuck. Yifeng's face was filled with black lines. He was terrified and confused. Omega. Chow. What is going on? Can a strange beast speak human language? This kind of thing is simply too fucking outrageous. Hearing the ghost white fox speak human language, Yifeng's first reaction was slap. Bang.
He slapped himself hard on the face. It's not a dream. Yifeng shook his head, his vision was extremely clear.
Ding! Danger detected, skip level mission has been issued.
Kill the 7th level Lord level Ghost White Fox, dig out its casting core, and be rewarded with 1 million mole points.
What? 1 million?
System, you're so generous this time.
But I don't need it. I really don't want it.
The system was rarely generous, and the reward amount increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands to 1 million. But when Yifeng heard the system prompt this time, he really wanted to die. No, I don't want to die, I just have a suicidal feeling.
In short, I am speechless.
I'm afraid I have to die this time, even if I don't want to.
Ah, such a familiar taste, I remember this taste.
What a wonderful taste, it's so delicious.
The Ghost White Fox walked with a cat-like gait and raised its neck.
This underground cave is so large that it can accommodate a gymnasium and 3 football fields. Yifeng watched the Ghost White Fox walk into the cave on its own. Wherever it walked, the egg lights there would light up. He felt that now was a good opportunity to escape.
If you want to run, I will kill you.
The Ghost White Fox roared in a delicate voice, which scared Yifeng. Its demeanor changed from slow to fast, and then from fast to slow. Its tone and pace made it look like that of a madwoman.
Follow me, the Ghost White Fox told Yifeng to follow him in an imperative tone without even turning back.
Yifeng knew that he couldn't escape and that he would die if he tried to run.
Now all I can do is follow the Ghost White Fox and walk deeper into the cave. Soon,
the cave was flashing with fluorescent light, and more than a dozen large jars filled with unknown liquids and creatures appeared in Yifeng's sight.
Yifeng took a closer look. Wipe. That's it. That's a human corpse? Is the beast studying the human body? And the mecha girl's casting core.
A horrifying scene appeared in Yifeng's eyes, causing him to break out in hundreds of goosebumps all over his body. Human limbs, internal organs, hands, feet, heads, both with and without flesh, were soaked in several huge glass jars.
In one of the glass jars, there were hundreds of hideous human heads.
This made Yifeng feel a little nauseous and he couldn't help but dry heave.
Isn't it spectacular, human? These are all my collections, and yours too. The Ghost White Fox covered its mouth with its paws and smiled evilly.
Its terrifying grin and sharp fangs made Yifeng's heart beat wildly. But the Ghost White Fox suddenly ran forward a few steps and stopped in front of a huge transparent container. This container was 10 times the size of the previous containers.
The Ghost White Fox's body was not as big as this jar.
She proudly wrapped her 8 tails around the big jar and said with an evil look in her eyes,
"This is my most proud collection."
You smell like her.
I should put you two together.
Yifeng felt like he was going to die. This abominable monster actually has a habit of collecting human limbs.
However, Yifeng took a look.
Although this jar is huge, there is only one human being inside, and it seems that it is not a stump, but an extremely complete and beautiful woman.
Right.
She is indeed very beautiful, extremely lively, soft and delicate from head to toe. It's just that, the big curly waves floating in the water seem to be black and a little familiar.
Could this be?
Yifeng's heart was shocked. A ball of anger began to swirl in the circles of his eyes.
Chapter 67: A Temporary Contract with the Beast. Lu Shi. What did you do to my teammate?
Yifeng recognized that the large fiberglass tank contained the missing team member Lu Shi. He drew out his electric blade sword and questioned the Ghost White Fox with anger in his eyes.
But the Ghost White Fox tail actually laughed evilly.
So she's your teammate, no wonder you smell like her. The Ghost White Fox hugged the glass jar with its 8 tails, rubbing its head against it, and said intoxicatedly, She is the most delicious food in the world. If I eat her, I can break through to the king level.
But now is not the time.
She has to be alive, she's delicious to be alive.
What?
When Yifeng heard that the Ghost White Fox was planning to eat Lu Shi, he knew he was no match for it but still drew his sword and rushed towards the opponent.
Combat skill: Pure Water and Bright Moon Slash. The first move is the most powerful killing move.
Yifeng faced an opponent who was several times stronger than himself, and he had few opportunities to attack. Facing a level 7 Lord class monster, he directly used his strongest attack. But when the sharp water blade, carrying Yifeng's vast spiritual power, cut through the sky with overwhelming force and slashed in front of the Ghost White Fox, the ghost white fox simply retracted its two tails and crossed them in front of its body, causing the water blade to crash into a ball of waves and scatter to the ground. The aim is okay, but the power isn't strong enough, and the psychic power is too weak. Ugh, how boring. The ghost white fox walked towards Yifeng with cat-like steps, and did not look angry. But its tail suddenly shot out, and before Yifeng could react, it rolled Yifeng up high and threw him into the big glass jar where Lucy was. Falling into the water. Yifeng fell into an unknown liquid with a plop. The mask on the face and the clothes on the body were dissolving rapidly. What's going on? This liquid is actually dissolving inorganic matter, but it hasn't caused any harm to my body. Yifeng suddenly remembered what the ghost white fox said just now. She seemed to mean that she wanted to eat living things, so this liquid should not be able to drown her. Yifeng felt that this liquid was somewhat similar to the buffer solution in the mecha cockpit. He couldn't hold his breath anymore, so he just took deep breaths. I can actually breathe. Yifeng took a few deep breaths and only noticed when he felt he could breathe normally. At this time, the ghost white fox had walked far away and seemed to be resting on a dry stone platform. I saw a level 7 Lord-class monster, curled up on a stone platform in the distance like a little fox. Yifeng didn't know why, but he suddenly felt sleepy. It's so comfortable in this jar, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep so badly, but I can't, my eyelids are too heavy, I can't hold on any longer. Just when Yifeng was feeling sleepy and wanted to fall asleep. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Shi floating in the solution. Lu Shi seemed to be lying on the beach basking in the sun, looking lazy and sound, as if he was sleeping comfortably. This made Yifeng instantly alert. No, you can't sleep. If you fall asleep, you'll really turn into food. Yifeng understood in an instant that this must be the ability of the unknown liquid. This liquid can make the human body numb and fall asleep, preventing it from decaying. It's like the big refrigerator in the ghost white fox's house. It is storing food. You must escape, you must not fall asleep. Lu Shi, Lu Shi. Wake up. Yifeng swam over and pushed Lu Shi. At this moment, the best strategy is to wake up Lu Shi and escape together. With their lives hanging by a thread, all the rules of gender separation were forgotten. Yifeng didn't have time to think about whether it was okay or not, it was okay even if it wasn't okay. Pinching face, patting face, shaking head. Yifeng tried hard to wake Lu Shi up, but he was about to close his eyes. The anesthetic and hypnotic effect of this solution was so strong that Yifeng himself was almost falling asleep. Slowly, Yifeng felt his limbs becoming weak and he no longer had the strength to continue shaking the other person's head. His eyelids were heavy, and he closed and opened them again and again. Finally, after a few minutes, he could no longer hold on and closed his eyes completely. But just as Yifeng had fallen into a deep sleep and his sweet dream had not yet begun, there was a violent shaking that made Yifeng's head dizzy. When Yifeng opened his eyes to see who was disturbing his sleep, Lu Shi's curly hair and big eyes suddenly fascinated Yifeng. It's so beautiful. Who is this girl? Lu Shi? Yifeng's consciousness was gradually awakened. He began to understand Lu Shi's spoken language. Contract me quickly, contract me quickly. Hurry up. Lu Shi shook Yifeng violently, but her own eyes opened and closed, as if she was about to fall asleep. At this time, Yifeng found a red mecha girl contract panel in front of him. It says temporary contract on it. Temporary contract? Oh right. Lu Shi is a mecha girl, her mechanical form is enough to escape from this glass jar. Yifeng didn't have time to think too much. At this moment, he just wanted to escape from the tiger's mouth. Bang! Yifeng placed his hand on the contract panel that was flashing red light. A temporary contract between the commander and the mecha girl was reached in an instant. The moment the contract came into effect, Yifeng felt that his neurons and Lu Shi's were instantly connected. However, some phantoms and roars of strange beasts that he had never seen before suddenly flooded into Yifeng's brain, making him tremble with fear all over, as if he had fallen into a devil's cave. What? What are these? Yifeng struggled with his head in his hands, and finally woke up after a few seconds. At this time, due to the stimulation of neuronal connections, Lu Shi and Yifeng's consciousness temporarily eliminated the effects of anesthesia and hypnosis. The two looked at each other and nodded. Right after. Boom! A loud bang echoed throughout the cave, and the fiberglass tank was blown to pieces. The ghost white fox was awakened by the noise and opened his eyes to see a tiger claw wolf beast that was no smaller than himself, wearing red and white metal armor, its iron teeth and steel fangs clattered, as if it wanted to rush over to fight.
Ha! I didn't expect you to still have some strength left. Wait, could it be that brat? The anesthetic solution doesn't work on him? How interesting. Do you think you can fight me like this?
The ghost white fox came down from the stone platform, baring its teeth and assuming a fighting stance. At this moment, Yifeng found that he was using the vision of the tiger claw wolf beast to stare at the ghost white fox.
What's going on? I can't switch to the cockpit view. I can't force control of the mecha. Is there something wrong with Lu Shi's body?
Yifeng couldn't figure out why he couldn't get back to the cockpit.
Why can only the five senses be connected?
He didn't know that his body had been tied up with a bunch of mechanical ropes, and his original body had fallen into a deep sleep, and could only supply spiritual energy to Lu Shi's evolved beast simulator body.
Moreover, the vision and senses were synchronized with Lu Shi. You are Yifeng, right? Thank you for waking me up and making a temporary contract with me. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I can sense that your total psychic energy is comparable to that of an SS-level commander. Why are you so powerful? Wait a minute. AS level? Why does your information panel show that you are AS level? Could it be that you are the legendary AS Hell class commander? If there really are AS Hell class commanders in this world, then why don't you have a mecha girl? Have you been hiding your identity this whole time?
With their minds connected, Lu Shi communicated directly with Yifeng's brain using his thoughts. But after she felt Yifeng's powerful total spiritual energy, she discovered Yifeng's secret when checking Yifeng's attribute panel. Yifeng smiled knowingly and explained hastily, I didn't mean to hide it, it's just that the spirit testing tower couldn't detect me, and it showed that I was only a level. After hearing Yifeng's words, Lu Shi instantly understood what was going on. I see. You humans, your soul detecting tower in the second Mobile Combat Institute is protecting you. If everyone knew you were an AS Hell rank, I'm afraid all the mecha girls in the world would rush to sign a contract with you. And those jealous commanders, out of envy of you, would spare no effort to eliminate you. As Lu Shi spoke, his tone became more and more excited. After all, she is a mecha girl. What mecha girl wouldn't want a contract with an AS Hell level commander? Chapter 68: The ability to travel through time and space. Lu Shi regrets it now. Humph. If I had just made a formal contract with this guy, it would have been great. I could have directly kidnapped him and I wouldn't have to hide in the human world. Those guys will no longer be a threat to me. However, this kid hasn't grown up yet. This amount of spiritual power at the moment is probably not enough to defeat the Lord-level Ghost White Fox. But escaping should be possible. Beast Skill Wind Blade Shockwave. The Tiger Claw Wolf Beast suddenly opened its bloody mouth and attacked the Ghost White Fox. The Ghost White Fox was suddenly startled. In a hurry, he used his 8 thick metal tails to huddle together, wrapping his body in the metal sphere, and used the strongest defense to withstand the next move. Boom! The powerful attack force caused the entire cave at the bottom of the lake to tremble. The Tiger Claw Wolf Beast took the opportunity to jump into the water and swam to the bottom of the lake along the water gate. After the Ghost White Fox lifted its defensive posture, its eyes were filled with regret. Damn little bastard! That human was actually able to provide this little bastard with such powerful spiritual energy. How is this possible? The Ghost White Fox never expected that a human commander of the most junior level could provide such a powerful psychic energy supply to the metal beast. But what she least expected was that a female metal beast was willing to enter into a soul contract with the human commander. Bah! What the most noble beastman bloodline! In the face of death, you still have to give up your dignity and just want to survive. Humph! You want to escape from me? Dream on! The Ghost White Fox jumped into the water and turned into an octopus squid. The giant squid emerged from its cave and descended to the bottom of the lake. Its 8 claws rotate like propellers, and its swimming speed is comparable to that of a submarine. Ahead! The Tiger Claw Wolf Beasts transformed by Yifeng and Lu Shi were rising rapidly. But their speed was far slower than that of the Ghost White Fox. Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat, can't we hurry up? It's about to catch up with us. Lu Shi was doggy paddling hard, and she could feel the danger approaching from behind her, but she couldn't swim faster than the Ghost White Fox, and she was very anxious. If you keep going like this, we'll definitely be caught up. Yifeng, aren't you an AS Hell level commander? Don't you have any powerful talents or skills? When Lu Shi asked this, Yifeng blushed immediately. He was too confident before and insisted on challenging the team of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Haodong alone, hoping to appear in the finals. However, he ended up making things worse and fell into Chen Haodong's trap. Several useful talents and skills were taken away. Right now, Yifeng has no time to acquire new skills from other commanders. Now, etc. Yifeng thought of the finals and suddenly remembered that he still had a few finals prizes. He hurriedly opened the system space to check. In the system space, a set of A-level modules, an S-level electric blade longsword used by the mecha girl, and an A-level spiritual fruit lay quietly in the corner. I was in a bad mood and forgot to check the prizes. These might be useful. Yifeng's mind moved, and he asked hurriedly. Lu Cc. I can make you stronger. Now I'll let you feel the terror of an SSS-level commander. Ha! What are you going to do? Lu Shi looked confused, but his 4 legs were still paddling in the water and swimming upstream. Repair magic modification activated. Yifeng's mind moved, and a blue magic ball suddenly wrapped around the tiger claw wolf beast. The two of them were deeply trapped in the repair force field. Dense Taoist magic patterns wrapped around the blue magic ball, and it hovered in the lake. Are you looking for death? The ghost white fox is about to catch up. Why are you installing a module for me now? Do you have no brains? Lu Shi was trapped in the blue magic ball and was pissed off by Yifeng. Seeing that the ghost white fox had caught up with her, she wanted to die. In fact, there was no need to think about it. She and Yifeng were about to be swallowed by the ghost white fox. Quickly stop Yifeng, it might be too late to escape now. Lu Shiming knew that even if Yifeng did not take action, he would eventually be caught up by the ghost white fox that was good at swimming in the water with his speed. But Yifeng's action obviously made the two of them die faster. However, just as she was making up new words in her mind to insult Yifeng, an incredibly powerful force suddenly emanated from his body, which even shocked the ghost white fox and slowed down its swimming speed. Swish! The remaining energy of the blue magic ball suddenly exploded in the water, and the shockwave actually pushed the ghost white fox back several meters. The ghost white fox looked at the water in front of it with disbelief, which was about to return to its site, but it didn't expect it. A white humanoid mecha, holding an electric blade sword and spreading a pair of animal scale wings, appeared in the middle of the lake. Humanoid mecha. What's going on? How did that little beast become like this? After a full set of A-level modules were installed on Lu Shi and modified by the SSS-level ability, Lu Shi's mechanical body unexpectedly mutated. Not only that, Yifeng was sitting steadily in the cockpit at this moment, feeling the driving experience brought by the A-class cockpit module. While the A-class cockpit looks pretty good after all the modifications, Yifeng was happily driving the mecha girl. He didn't even realize that he had transformed the top-level metal beast into a human mecha girl. Lu Shi was really confused this time. She was a little dazed by Yifeng's actions. In the past, Lu Shi lied to people and said that his first form was an armored vehicle, but it was severely damaged and had no money to repair it, so he could only fight in the beast evolution form. Alright. No need to make it up anymore, this time it really has a mecha girl form, and it looks pretty awesome. Yifeng, is this your magical transformation ability? Lu Shi looked at her new mechanical form in surprise. The S-level electric blade weapon in her hand was exactly what she had longed for. From hell to heaven, the speed of the change made Lu Shi so excited that he could hardly speak. How about it? Can we escape now? Yifeng asked anxiously. Lu Shi's eyes revealed a hint of pride, and he thought to himself, escape? I'm afraid it won't dare to come and die. Do you know what you have done? Ha! Lu Shi's mind moved, and the 8 jet thrusters on the feet, back and legs of the 15-meter-tall heavy mecha started instantly. Whoosh! A heat wave exploded the lake water. The mecha girl Lu Shi flew towards the lake at high speed in a white and red mecha. After being blown dozens of meters away by the heat wave, the ghost white fox chased after it in anger. But when it swam to the water surface with great effort and jumped onto the shore, I can't even find any trace of the other party. What? Where did he go? Where did this little bastard hide? The ghost white fox was furious. It transformed into a white fox and jumped back and forth between the jungle and rocks. The electronic sensing system was also turned to the strongest state, and Kui could not find any trace of Lu Shi. Right now, Yifeng and Lu Shi have already flown to a height of 1,000 meters in the form of mecha girls. Don't worry, I have something else to try. Yifeng took out a fire-type spiritual fruit from the system space, the red flame fruit. He swallowed it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls.
Spiritual fruit. It's actually an S-level immortal spiritual fruit. The mechanical humans have the ability to travel through time and space. My metal beast tribe has been stuck for thousands of years and was even counterattacked by the mechanical humans. It turns out it's because of this. They have the key to time and space. Lu Shi witnessed with his own eyes Yifeng, a human from the mechanical clan, eating the red flame fruit bite by bite. Unimaginable and terrifying spiritual power suddenly erupted from Yifeng's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your psychic power has reached warrior level. Your combat power has reached 2,800 points. The system rewards you with a set of red flame battle armor. Yifeng felt that his spiritual energy had increased several times, and he instantly supplied the huge amount of spiritual energy to Lu Shi. Lu Shi's body shook, and the majesty of a killing god shot out from the eyes of the mecha, as if he had the power to destroy the world in an instant. Very good. As expected of SSS-level. Now, it's time to show you my strength. Lu Shi, the mecha girl, stretched out her body, holding a long electric blade in the white and red mecha, and suddenly fell from 1,000 meters high. She used the newly acquired human scanning system to accurately lock onto the location of the ghost white fox. In the radar simulator, the ghost white fox was destroying trees and blowing up rocks, as if it was looking for something. Lu Shi found it funny. The princess is right above your head, and you can't even scan her? With this level, he is worthy of calling himself a lord. He is just a little Karami who has just stepped into the threshold of the lord level. A mere inferior creature, yet you dare to dream of devouring this princess? Humph. You are overestimating your own abilities. Watch this. Beast skill falling flower and phoenix dance / Chapter 69 Kill the lord level monster. Yifeng sat in Lu Shi's mecha cockpit and did nothing. He suddenly felt a sense of falling, and then he saw his mecha warrior swinging his sword like rain, able to cut down all the world's evildoers. What kind of fighting technique is this? So beautiful. Yifeng watched as the electric blade in the robot girl's hand, which emitted a bright pink glow, was hit by Lu Shi's robot girl's swordsmanship, and hundreds of light waves were emitted. These light waves were like petals attacking, and each blade of peach pink sword energy seemed to be hooking flowers in the air. When a 9-petal flower took shape in mid-air, a tangled mass of sword waves and blades suddenly rushed downwards. The sword that fell from the sky seemed to be given more powerful energy than before by gravity. Yifeng had only experienced this energy when the starfighter fired. I didn't expect Lu Shi to be so strong. Yifeng felt that he had only provided some spiritual energy, but Lu Shi Jinyang actually slashed out hundreds of sword waves with ease, which was something he had never expected. Below. The ghost white fox searched for Lu Shi in Yifeng's hiding place with a ferocious look on its face. But the sudden gathering of high-temperature energy in the sky caught its attention. What? What is that? The ghost white fox could never have imagined that a mere small beast could unleash such powerful strength after forming a contract with a human trainee commander. Ah! Don't! The ghost white fox wanted to hide, but when it sensed a high-energy reaction at high altitude, it was too late. As soon as he looked up, he saw countless electric blades and light waves arranged in a long snake formation, and the dense knife shadows were like a barrage of Gatling guns. This large-scale attack from the sky is impossible to dodge even for a lord-level monster. Driven by the instinct of survival, the ghost white fox curled up its 8 tails and wrapped itself in them, forming an airtight iron ball. But under the crackling and ping-pong sound of the sword shadows, the iron ball could not withstand the large-scale attack of the sword shadows, and the hard metal sphere began to shatter. After hundreds of sword blades fell, the broken iron ball was finally completely shattered. Even the ghost white fox hiding in the iron ball revealed its original form. A white fox with flesh and blood, only 1/3 of its size, suddenly jumped out from the wreckage of the fox-shaped mecha. The ghost white fox's true form appeared, staring fiercely at the white-red mecha falling from the sky, and a ball of blue light waves condensed from its mouth. The energy of this light wave is extremely terrifying, like 10 tons of C4 explosives. Seeing this scene, Yifeng hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way!" Buzz! A beam of blue light shot up into the sky. The ghost white fox took all of its anger and turned it into violent energy in its mouth. The power of this beam of light is comparable to that of the main gun of Xia Yuming's starfighter. Yifeng only took one look and felt that his life was coming to an end. However, Lu Shi's actions made Yifeng once again feel the great terror of hell that was approaching. Sacrifice. Bono wormhole. Swish. A blue high-energy light wave shot up into the sky, about to hit Lu Shiji's mother. The giant mecha, which is more than 10 meters tall, looks extremely small under this column of blue light waves. But just as a trace of regret appeared in the eyes of the ghost white fox, hating himself for being so angry that he actually burned the advanced food to ashes, its eyes actually revealed deep fear. A black disc suddenly appeared in front of the mecha. The stars are twinkling in this black disc, just like the starry sky. After hitting the starry sky disk, the blue high-energy light beam suddenly became tiny and weak, as thin as a hair, like a loach entering the sea. Strange. Strange. A gate to another dimension. This is impossible. The ghost white fox's full-strength attack was actually sucked into the gate of space. However, after just 3 seconds, the portal to the otherworldly space suddenly shrank and disappeared without a trace. Instead, the one killed was Lu Shijiang, who was holding an electric blade long knife. She was hiding behind the gate to the other space. The ghost white fox didn't notice at all that the gate to the other space was not staying in the sky, but was falling from high to low. When it realized that the door to the alien space was not getting bigger, but falling from the sky, getting closer and closer, and then suddenly disappeared when it was just a few feet away from it, it was already too late. The expansion of dimensional space distorts the refraction of light. The gate to another dimension fell from a high altitude. Looking up at the sky, there was no reference point to judge the size and distance of the gate to another dimension. A blue high-energy light wave shot out from the ghost white fox's mouth. The strong light was so close that it had a huge impact on the ghost white fox's vision and perception. Multiple factors occurred at the same time. It was simply Lu Shi and Yifeng who hit the jackpot. When Lu Shi raised his knife and cut off the head of the ghost white fox with his own hands, causing the red blood in its body to spurt out, a pleasant electronic notification sound came to Yifeng's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed a 7th level Lord level beast. You will be rewarded with 1 million mole points. 1 million! Yifeng couldn't believe his ears. It turns out that pie falling from the sky is not impossible. Yifeng was suddenly hit by a huge pie, and he was still immersed in surprise, but the cockpit he was in was crackling and billowing with black smoke, as if it was about to explode. What's wrong? Lu Shi. What happened? Yifeng was confused and didn't know what was going on. Feeling that the situation was not good, he hurriedly put on the flaming armor. A set of red and yellow armor with red as the main color and gold edges suddenly covered Yifeng's entire body. The next second. Boom! The mecha exploded. 1 second before the explosion, Yifeng's body was suddenly wrapped in a ball of light and ejected 100 meters away. But Lu Shiji's mother's body was blown to pieces. Lu Shi. Yifeng screamed, and after landing, he ran as fast as he could in his armor, but apart from the scarred body of the ghost white fox, he couldn't find a single human hand or foot on the ground. No way. Is there really no trace of his body left? What happened to Lu Shi? Why would he self-destruct? Yifeng didn't understand. Even if the mecha girl ran out of energy, it would be impossible for her to self-destruct. What's more, since I have my own energy, how could it be possible for it to run out? Wait. Sacrifice? Did she just shout sacrifice? What was that black curtain in front of us just now? It seemed to have blocked the ghost white fox's high energy attack? What exactly happened? Yifeng was in the cockpit. Lu Shi cast a circular black curtain, and Yifeng could only see the scene from the back. He had no idea that Lu Shi had summoned the gate to the space by means of sacrifice. When Yifeng was searching for the remains of Lu Shi's body, a snow-white two-legged dragon, the size of a rooster, hid behind a tree in the distance and glanced at Yifeng. In its eyes, the alien human who was calling its name and trying hard to find the wreckage of the mecha seemed to be doing well. Yifeng. Thank you for fixing mine and giving me my life back. We'll see each other once I get used to this new body. Chapter 70, The Casting Core of Lord-Level Monster. The two-legged flying dragon with a red crystal core condensed above its head just glanced at Yifeng a few times and then quietly left. Yifeng couldn't find Lu Shi's body, and felt inexplicably sad in his heart, so he took off the red flame armor. Looking at the corpse of the Lord-level monster in front of him, Yifeng felt uneasy. Although it only took him and Lu Shi half a day from the time they met to the time they signed a temporary contract. But his teammates fought to the death and were crushed to pieces. But at the critical moment of the final explosion, he sent himself out of the cockpit. Yifeng will remember this kindness for the rest of his life.
When we first met, we experienced life and death together.
Lu Shi.
Yifeng simply woke up the sleeping Lu Shi and provided him with spiritual energy, but he received such a huge reward from the other party. Lu Shi not only helped Yifeng escape, but also killed a Lord-level monster, helping Yifeng get 1,000,000 points. This made Yifeng surprised, happy and disappointed. A teammate whom Yifeng was not very familiar with, whom he had just met this morning, actually died for Yifeng. Yifeng found it hard to accept. However, the corpse of the 7th Order Lord-level Ghost White Fox in front of him reminded Yifeng of the purpose of his trip.
Oh right. This is the Ghost White Fox. Its core can be transplanted into Linger. And the success rate is 100%.
I didn't expect it to be so smooth. In just half a day, Yifeng had joined the self-discipline team and had actually accomplished the purpose of this trip. He should have been very excited and very happy, but he could not be excited or happy.
This is not smooth sailing at all. He was just captured by a Lord-level monster and is definitely dead. This achievement is all thanks to Lu Shi's life-threatening effort.
Yifeng took out the electric blade weapon, used the knife to break open the Ghost White Fox's body, and personally dug out the casting core that was the same size as a human heart. After putting the casting core into the system space, Yifeng thought of the corpses of strange beasts he saw at the street market in the morning. He put the Ghost White Fox body and the mechanical fox body that had been beaten beyond recognition beside it into the system space.
The SSS-level system space is very large.
Yifeng doesn't know how much other commanders' spaces can hold, but his own system space seems to be able to hold everything.
Yifeng, why are you here? This is terrifying. What on earth is going on here?
A familiar voice came from behind him. Yifeng turned around and saw that it was the captain of the snail team, Tianyu, Luo Fei, and Sister Jean. The three men were covered in wounds, as if they had just experienced a battle.
Captain! Sister Jean! It's you!
Yifeng had just lost his teammate and owed him a favor. In the blink of an eye, he met his lost teammates and his mood improved a lot. However, Yifeng decided not to talk about Lu Shi's battle with the 7th level monster. After all, the fact that he was an SSS-level commander and had fought against a rank 7 monster was too astonishing. It was better not to spread the news. The less they know, the more likely it is to be a blessing for the snail team. Yifeng thought he could just tell a lie and get away with it. I just encountered 2 Lord-level beasts. When I arrived, I only collected the remains of an unknown beast. I might be able to sell it for a good price if I bring it back. A Lord-level monster. There's actually a Lord-level monster hidden here. We're so unlucky today. We shouldn't have accepted the Phoenix-tailed fox mission and shouldn't have come here. Damn it! Luo Fei gritted his teeth and lowered his head, his face full of resentment. Tianyu patted Yifeng's shoulder with a look of self-blame. It's good to be alive, it's good to be alive. The 3 teammates were demoralized and covered in injuries. Yifeng felt strange when he saw this, and then he realized that Luo Xiang and Sister Ka were not there. This made Yifeng have a bad guess.
Captain, where are Luo Xiang and Sister Ka?
When asked by Yifeng, tears suddenly welled up in Sister Jean and Luo Fei's eyes.
Tianyu patted Yifeng's shoulder again and said hurriedly, let's leave here first. Yifeng did not ask any further questions.
He followed the pace of the 3 members of the snail team and jogged towards the western mountains.
Half an hour later.
A few people hurried to a secret cave, and the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun dyed half the sky red. The roars of strange nocturnal beasts echoed in the depths of the jungle.
The night is not suitable for further hunting. Let's rest here for one night.
Tianyu pretended to be calm, covered the entrance of the cave by himself, and took out bread and dried meat from the system space and distributed them to the team members. Yifeng felt bad. He lowered his voice and asked again, Captain, where are Luo Xiang and Sister Ka? This time, Tianyu sat next to Yifeng, handed him a piece of bread and explained.
I'm so sorry. After you were captured by the level 5 beast, we were unable to save you.
It's common for hunting teams to be reduced in number.
The survivors can only continue to search for the phoenix-tailed fox.
It just so happened that the hunting of phoenix-tailed foxes went surprisingly smoothly.
After encountering 3 injured phoenix-tailed foxes, we easily captured them.
But I didn't expect that a team from the Tang group would show up out of nowhere and claim that we stole their prey. The other side started fighting after a disagreement. Luo Xiang and Ka Mei are most likely dead in the battle.
What?
It's the Tang group again. Yifeng now feels uncomfortable when he hears about the Tang group.
It's our bad luck. Those phoenix-tailed foxes might have been injured by the Tang group.
But whoever kills the exotic beast gets the body. This has always been the unwritten rule of the hunting team. I didn't expect them to rely on their numbers and try to monopolize all the prey in this area.
This is really a bit too much.
After Tianyu finished speaking, he looked at Sister Jean and Luo Fei, who were silent, and sighed deeply. This time they were able to escape because of the temporary contract between Luo Xiang and Sister Ka, which stopped the hunting team of the Tang group.
Luo Xiang and Sister Ka's contract?
Yifeng wondered if he had heard it wrong.
Sister Ka is actually willing to make a contract with brother Luo Xiang? Yifeng asked in surprise. For some unknown reason, Luo Xiang's talent has undergone a sudden transformation.
He's gained the mecha girl combat technique San Si Prison. To hold their opponent back, Sister Ka and Luo Xiang formed a temporary contract. They condensed a small expanse of sand, which rose into the sky, forming a massive birdcage that instantly trapped over a dozen of the enemy mecha girls. However, maintaining this mecha girl combat technique prevented the two of them from escaping. When Tianyu said this, Luo Fei suddenly said indignantly, "Damn it! I have never seen such a powerful mecha girl fighting skill."
Luo Xiang can actually imprison more than a dozen mecha girls at the same time.
Such ability is too terrifying. But he just awakened this ability, and Luo Fei felt that the gears of fate were playing tricks on his own brother.
The gods gave Luo Xiang such powerful mecha fighting skills, but he used them at this time.
If Luo Xiang can survive, he will be a powerful commander. Even if he doesn't have much psychic energy and is a self-disciplined commander, there will definitely be mechanical girls willing to contract with him. But in order for us to escape safely, Kame actually allowed a man to sit in her cockpit.
This was something she could never accept before.
Sister Jin's eyes were filled with tears and she was very moved. However, to Yifeng, these words all sounded like the evil deeds done by the Tang group.
Tang group, I want to destroy them.
Yifeng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Don't be silly. A behemoth like that is beyond the reach of us.
It's already very difficult to avoid being targeted by them and to slip away from their grasp.
If it weren't for Luo Xiang and Kame, we would probably be.
Tianyu understood Yifeng's feelings very well, but all he could do was pat Yifeng on the shoulder. Luo Fei, however, stared fiercely at the sunset in the sky, his heart filled with rage. So what if they're huge? Yifeng is right, we must find a way to destroy them.
Even if we can't do it today, we must find a way to do it tomorrow. If we can't defeat them head-on, we'll use guerrilla warfare.
Even if we only kill one person, it will be revenge for Luo Xiang and Kame. Luo Fei's words echoed in Yifeng's heart for a long time.
A revenge plan gradually took shape in Yifeng's mind.
Yifeng sighed deeply.
What a low rating. Why are they saying that S-rank plundering AS-level hell-level talents is just poisonous? Didn't the author even offer the antidote? Please, everyone, change your review and give it 5 stars.
With such a low rating, I'm going to flop.
Omega. I don't want to stop updating. I want to reach 1 million words. Please, everyone. Chapter 71 Self-Destruction and Plundering Talent.
Yifeng was silent for a while. He raised his head and glanced at his 3 teammates. Luo Fei, Tianyu, and Sister Jean all had angry expressions on their faces. Although Tianyu and Sister Jean knew that seeking revenge on the Tang group would be tantamount to seeking death.
But the two did not refute Luo Fei's words, because Luo Fei expressed what they were thinking. This is how people are, reason and emotion often conflict with each other.
Perhaps on normal days, people like Tianyu and Sister Jean who are more rational can face reality and prioritize self-protection. But today is different, Yifeng wants to do something.
Sister Jean, why don't you want to be a contract pilot? You're an SS rank mecha girl, so there must be many SS rank commanders who would extend contract offers to you, right?
Yifeng planned to first find out the situation of the team members.
Sister Jean didn't say anything.
She looked at Tianyu hesitantly, but Tianyu didn't dare to look up at Sister Jean. This made Yifeng begin to speculate about their relationship. Seeing this, Luo Fei, who was standing by, also crossed his arms and sighed.
After a long while, Tianyu finally said, "Yes, you should contract a powerful commander. It's too hard for a self-reliant mecha girl. After this mission, you can leave the team." "I don't. You've said this 800 times. This is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you."
Sister Jean seemed very angry. She turned around with her hands on her hips and stood facing the wall as if she was thinking about something. Luo Fei saw Yifeng's puzzled expression and shook his head to explain. Sister Jean always had Big Brother in her heart, so she couldn't form a contract with other commanders. But Big Brother always refused to form a contract with Sister Jean because he is a self-disciplined commander. After hearing this, Yifeng suddenly realized that there was a hidden story behind it. A self-disciplined commander must have a passive skill that constantly consumes the commander's spiritual energy. Although this can increase the commander's own capabilities, it will keep his psychic power at a low level. Therefore, as for how the mecha girl makes a contract with the self-disciplined commander, there is basically no difference between having a contract and not having a contract. Who would replace a dead battery for themselves? Yifeng himself also has a passive talent skill. Nanoworm cells are devouring Yifeng's spiritual energy all the time, but fortunately Yifeng is an SSS-level commander with high grade and abundant spiritual energy, which makes Yifeng's spiritual energy basically at the level of ordinary SS level. However, if the innate skills are different, the consumption of psychic energy by passive skills will also be different. Yifeng felt that Captain Tianyu must have Sister Jean in his heart. He is considered an SS-level commander, but it is estimated that the psychic power he has is not even as good as that of an A-level commander. Because if it is the psychic power of an A-level commander, the contract with Sister Jean can still provide him with some energy, although not much. But if two people truly love each other, this will not affect their being together. Unless Captain Tianyu's psychic power is not even a level. It's even worse than a B-level commander. B-level is a very awkward level in this world. Although they can support mecha girl activities, they are far from enough for combat. Even if you contract with a B-level mecha girl, the B-level mecha girl consumes very little spiritual energy and has low combat power. The psychic energy of a B-class commander is only enough for a B-class mecha girl to use cold weapons. Even the smallest and weakest thermal weapons will probably use up all the energy in one launch. Therefore, when hunting exotic beasts on the battlefield, a level is just a passing score, just barely passing. From this, Yifeng judged that Tianyu's psychic power might be worse than that of an ordinary A-level commander. Because if he is a level, and contracts with an SS-level mecha girl, his combat power can at least reach a plus level, and even his explosive power can be comparable to S-level. This way, I will be much stronger than fighting alone as a self-disciplined person now. After understanding the team's situation, Yifeng finally couldn't help but tell the truth. Captain, Sister Jean, Brother Luo Fei, if I say that Brother Luo Xiang's talent change was caused by me, would you believe it? What? When the three heard this, they all looked at Yifeng, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. It's true. I have a super rare plundering talent. But it's not a cursed talent. Plundering talent? Aren't plundering talents all cursed talents? The three of them felt unconvinced, but Sister Jean still came to Yifeng and squatted down, staring at Yifeng with her level gaze. I don't think he's lying. Sister Jean did not see any evil thoughts in Yifeng's eyes, but instead saw a glimmer of hope. Yifeng explained. My plundering talent is very special. I must fight and win against my opponent before I can plunder. And after plundering the opponent's talent, I will leave them with a talent. The opponent may awaken a talent that is even more powerful than before in the future. What? How is this possible? Tianyu stood up suddenly and looked at Yifeng in surprise. Luo Fei also strode over and stared into Yifeng's eyes. For some reason, after looking at each other, the two actually nodded to each other, as if they could see through people's hearts. Yifeng, we believe you. Luo Fei nodded. You mean, you can change the talents of other commanders? Tianyu shook Yifeng's shoulders excitedly, trying to get confirmation from Yifeng. But Sister Jean stopped Tianyu and turned to Yifeng and asked, does your ability have any side effects? Seeing Sister Jean's nervous expression, Yifeng felt really happy for Captain Tianyu. He was also sure that he had not chosen the wrong team, and that the members of this snail team were all very good. They are trustworthy. Even though she hopes so much that Captain Tianyu can change his fate, she's still worried about his safety. Sister Jean loves Captain Tianyu so deeply. Yifeng forced a smile to ease the atmosphere. Sister Jean and Captain Tianyu blushed and turned around. Luo Fei took the opportunity to sit next to Yifeng, took Yifeng's arm and asked, so, last time you said you deliberately lost to me and Tianyu? Hearing this, Tianyu also turned around and looked at Yifeng and Luo Fei in surprise, as if he also felt that something was wrong. Yifeng nodded and hastily admitted, yes, when I knew you both possessed the commander's combat skills, I feigned defeat.
I didn't want you to lose your strongest talents. What if your combat power dropped?
Then, you wouldn't even have the chance to be self-disciplined. Yifeng's words touched Sister Jin's heart.
In a hurry, she pulled Tianyu away, not wanting him to take any risks. But Tianyu gently brushed away Sister Jin's hand and said firmly, so what if I'm not self-disciplined?
As long as there is a chance, I must give it a try.
Yifeng received Captain Tianyu's earnest gaze. He looked at Luo Fei and asked, where's brother Luo?
Luo Fei muttered, if I'm unlucky and the talent I plundered is the commander's combat skill, and the talent I get back is not very good, then I will be unable to avenge Luo Xiang.
What should I do? Should I take a gamble?
Although he was mumbling, the people around him could hear it clearly.
This is not just Luo Fei's problem. All three of them are facing this difficult choice.
Yifeng stood up and looked at the night sky from the cave entrance. At this time, the sunset has already set and the sky is full of stars. The sun has set, and the stars light up the night sky. If the sun doesn't rise tomorrow, there's nothing wrong with living under the vast stars. Yifeng just sighed casually, but he didn't expect. Tianyu, Jin Jia, and Luo Fei had arrived behind Yifeng at some point. They admired the starry night sky, their minds already made up.
Chapter 72, Betting on Fate. Sister Jin leaned on Tianyu's shoulder, as if expecting a hug.
But Tianyu just patted her shoulder and whispered, I want to try it. Although the sound was low, the cave was silent, and only the occasional roar of strange beasts could be heard in the night sky outside the cave. On a quiet night, even the smallest sound can be heard by others. Luo Fei drew his two swords and looked at Yifeng fiercely. Come on, you have to rely on your strength to defeat me. Yifeng didn't expect that Luo Fei had decided to use his plundering talent to change his innate skills. He actually insisted on having a real fight with real swords and guns.
Is this a martial arts fanatic just being angry? Are you blaming me for letting you off the hook that day? Well, maybe this is the best way to get the best result. Hope is what we want. Yifeng drew out the black knife and immediately started fighting with Luo Fei.
The two of them slashed at each other without holding back.
A few minutes later,
Luo Fei was knocked several meters away by Yifeng, and a bloody wound appeared on his arm. The sword broke and he fell to the ground, but Luo Fei's face was full of smiles. Good boy.
You are very strong. I lost.
After Luo Fei admitted defeat, Yifeng, Tianyu, and Sister Jin hurriedly checked Luo Fei's commander panel.
In the panel, there is now an additional talent numbered. However, one of the original talents was missing. What talent of yours was taken away? Sister Jin and Tianyu helped Luo Fei up and asked anxiously.
Yifeng quickly replied, it's the electromagnetic shield.
This is a life-saving trick for a self-disciplined commander. I wonder what kind of talent brother Luo will activate this time. How do I activate it?
Luo Fei asked with a worried look on his face, looking at the Yi talent in his system panel. Yifeng looked at the jungle under the stars and sighed, I'm afraid it can only be activated when fighting for one's life. Luo Fei looked at Yifeng, then at the jungle outside the cave, and nodded heavily, saying, we see the same thing.
I'm afraid this is the only way.
After saying that, Luo Fei walked out of the cave alone with a knife in his hand and went deep into the dense forest to look for his opponent.
Tianyu picked up the sword and pressed it against Yifeng's neck. It's my turn. Watch out. Yifeng bent down and kicked sideways, dodging the blade and kicking Tianyu in the abdomen.
Tianyu took a few steps back, a surge of anger rising to the sky, and his face revealed his true murderous intent. The two men fought without holding back, punching and stabbing each other for more than 10 minutes before the winner was finally decided. After Tianyu fell to the ground, Sister Jin helped him up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
I lost. You're so strong. I wanted to use my fighting skills. My fighting skills. Where are my fighting skills? The moment Tianyu admitted defeat, he opened the commander panel. He wanted to see if he had obtained the talent.
But although the question mark talent appeared, his commander's combat skills, his strongest killer move, were gone.
Captain, you're very unlucky. Could this, combat skill torrential pear blossom thorns, be your strongest talent?
Yifeng looked embarrassed and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. He felt that if Tianyu could not awaken a powerful commander talent this time, it would be difficult to explain. Moreover, Yifeng originally hoped to plunder Tianyu's passive skills so that he would no longer be a self-disciplined person. However, things did not go as planned. In this case, even if Tianyu can activate a powerful commander talent, his psychic energy may still not be enough. Because of the passive talent of the self-disciplined person, spiritual energy is constantly being consumed. Unless he can activate a powerful psychic talent, like double energy, this will probably backfire. Seeing Tianyu's confused face, Sister Jean comforted him, "Since you have chosen this path, don't give up.
Let's go. I'll accompany you."
The two nodded to Yifeng, then walked out of the cave together and entered the dense forest to look for opponents suitable for fighting.
Now,
most of the hunting teams have already set up camp and found shelter to rest. The dense forest is home to only nocturnal animals that forage for food at night.
the level 3 Iron Claw Night Owl flew silently in the night. The one-eyed lone wolf of level 4, that red eye is Cyclops, which can emit laser beams.
The giant crocodiles lurking in the swamp are level 5 monsters, with a body length of more than 30 meters. They can swallow a mecha under 10 meters in height in one bite. Even a 15-meter-tall mecha warrior is no match for the giant crocodile's iron teeth and steel fangs. What's more, the giant crocodile has 3 sets of missile launch bays on its back and 2 sets of Gatling guns on its shoulders. Even its tail has a long electric blade that can cut through iron like mud. The exotic beast jungle at night is full of dangers. Yifeng, with a worried look on his face, looked outside the cave, sincerely hoping that Tianyu and Luo Fei could activate their powerful talents and skills.
But until dawn,
out of the 3 members of the snail team, not a single one returned. Yifeng hadn't slept all night, and his heart was in his throat.
What's going on? Are we in danger?
Yifeng took big strides and rushed out of the cave. He used the commander's scanning talent to scan the jungle in front, but the commander's scanning distance was only 1/10 of the mecha girls, and he could not find any of his teammates.
Damn it!
Yifeng felt that the snail team had very bad luck. It's only been 1 day and the snail team has lost more than half of its members.
Now, maybe because of my wrong guidance, everyone is in trouble again.
Yifeng suddenly felt that he should have gone with them last night, at least to help Luo Fei, because he went alone.
What should I do?
Yifeng, extremely anxious, planned to go into the jungle to look for his teammates. But suddenly a ball of fire exploded in the distance, as if a fierce battle was taking place.
Could it be Team Snail? Who is it?
Without hesitation, he summoned his armor, put on the red flame armor, and rushed towards the scene of the firefight at high speed. After running 2 kilometers, Yifeng didn't feel tired at all with the help of the red flame armor. His speed is also twice as fast as usual.
That's it.
Yifeng came to a swamp. On the outskirts of the swamp, 12 mecha girls worked together to surround and kill a hunting team. The hunting team, it seems that 6 people were killed in the battle, and the 3 mecha girl combinations were destroyed in the battle. Among the only 3 remaining mecha girls, one is actually a self-reliant mecha girl. After the mecha girl fell to the ground, a figure that Yifeng was very familiar with stood in front of her with 2 swords in hand to protect her.
Luo Fei? It's brother Luo Fei.
Yifeng finally found his lost teammates, which made him finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Ha! Glad you're still alive. I didn't expect brother Luo Fei to be such a hero and save the damsel in distress, that's... Yifeng's eyes narrowed. The enemy has a camouflaged mecha that looks very familiar to Yifeng.
After careful recollection and comparison, Yifeng was sure.
That is the mecha driven by Chen Haodong. Chen Haodong, we meet again. It's time to settle our accounts.
The murderous intent in Yifeng's eyes was hard to conceal. The blue system panel in his right eye suddenly popped up, and the Genesis small interface immediately scrolled.
Ding!
Mission completed, 2,000 mall points reward. When Yifeng heard the system prompt, he suddenly remembered that he had indeed issued a points task before.
However, that system task should be given to Luo Fei. Why is it done now? Didn't we defeat him last night?
Yifeng was just about to buy a treasure he had been coveting for a long time in the mall, but was interrupted by the system prompt sound.
He couldn't help but look at Luo Fei in the distance.
Luo Fei placed his hand on a blue light screen, and then he jumped into the cockpit of the pink mecha.
Formal contract. That's a formal contract, okay, brother Luo. So you also have. Chapter 73 Sniping Chen Haodong.
Yifeng watched Luo Fei make a contract with the pink mecha girl and sit in the cockpit. He hurriedly scanned it with his talent search, double energy?
I didn't expect you. This luck is incredible.
Yifeng never expected that such a rare double energy storage talent would be activated by Luo Fei.
But, is it because of me?
Yifeng felt something was not right. After Su Xian was plundered, the question mark talent activated the super rare, double energy, talent, and Luo Fei actually activated, double energy, again.
Is this just a coincidence?
The same super rare talent for 3-star generals actually appeared on 2 commanders whose talents had been plundered by him.
Could it be that my ASL level talent affected the other party? After thinking about it, Yifeng couldn't be sure. Now there were only Su Xian and Luo Fei, so he couldn't make a judgment.
Yifeng opened the Genesis Mall, and while Luo Fei and the Tang group were fighting, he began to look for weapons and equipment suitable for his own use. After all, it would be too easy for him to deal with Chen Haodong, the dog, and kill him easily today.
Oh my, 1 million. What can I buy with 1 million points?
Yifeng saw that most of the goods in the Genesis Mall were still black, which extinguished most of the passion that had just been ignited in him. Although the prices of most commodities are far more than 1 million, this 1 million allows Yifeng to light up a lot of equipment. The number of commodities available for purchase is dozens of times more than before. Yifeng carefully screened the products that had been lit up, and soon he set his eyes on a weapon.
Shenlong sniper suit?
Shenlong sniper cannon plus Shenlong silencer plus Shenlong jammer plus 3 magnetic explosion armor piercing rounds.
Individual weapon set. Exchange points, 150,000 points.
Note, the dragon is invisible from head to tail, and will be destroyed after all bullets are used up.
A dragon that can only be seen from head to tail? Ha! Good stuff, this is it.
Yifeng was overjoyed and immediately exchanged it for the dragon sniper set. In an instant, Yifeng, who was wearing the red flame armor, was covered with a layer of metal gauze as thin as silk. In his hand appeared a heavy sniper cannon that was 10 times more exaggerated than the Barrett.
Wow, it weighs 330 pounds. The system didn't even mention it.
Yifeng didn't expect that this weapon was so big and heavy. Fortunately, his body had been transformed by nanoworm cells.
Ordinary people really can't lift this thing.
However, the sniper gun's sci-fi weapon design, painted all red, made him love it.
Come on, Chen Haodong.
I'll show you my elusive fighting style. Yifeng was 500 meters away, aiming at the camouflage mecha driven by Chen Haodong.
Bang!
A magnetic explosive armor-piercing bullet was fired, and the projectile flew at an extremely fast speed. Yifeng felt that he had just pressed the trigger, and the arm of Chen Haodong's mecha was blown off.
Boom! Chen Haodong is commanding the Tang group's hunting team to besiege the 3 mechas of Luo Fei's group. Unexpectedly, the left arm was blown to pieces as soon as it was raised. Ah! Who is that? Where did the attack come from?
Chen Haodong saw the arm of his mecha being blown to pieces. After losing an arm, he was furious and yelled loudly on the radio. However, the organic girl present immediately scanned the surrounding area within 5 kilometers, but found nothing. Master, no suspicious targets were found. Chen Haodong's pilot's voice sounded in the cockpit, but she had just finished speaking.
Another loud bang. Boom! The right leg of Chen Haodong's mecha was blown to pieces again.
The mecha lost its balance and was about to fall to the ground, but unexpectedly Chen Haodong released his repair talent. A blue magic ball with rotating Taoist patterns wrapped up the mecha girl. After only a few seconds, the mecha girl's left arm and right leg were restored to their original state.
As expected of you, Master.
Even the legendary ASL level wouldn't be able to do this much with such a repair speed.
Chen Haodong was very proud to receive the praise from the girl.
Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes were filled with hatred.
It's my AS level, repair, talent. Damn it!
You won't be so proud for long. Seeing that he couldn't find the sniper, Chen Haodong immediately gave the order to the hunting team.
Someone is secretly helping this hunting team. Go ahead. Get rid of them. After Chen Haodong gave the order, the hunting team of Tang Group rushed forward and attacked the pink mecha driven by Luo Fei. This made Yifeng very anxious. Yifeng didn't expect that Chen Haodong couldn't find him, so he simply gave up and pointed the finger at Luo Fei. Without holding back, Yifeng used his last armor-piercing cannon to blow off Chen Haodong's mecha girl's head. Boom! There was a loud bang, and smoke came out of Chen Haodong's mecha's head. The mecha's head was blown to pieces and it showed no signs of life. The head is the core of the mecha girl's casting after she transforms into a mecha warrior. Once it is destroyed, she will die. When Yifeng fights, he is most likely unwilling to kill Jin Yang. But none of Chen Haodong's robot girls are good. None of the mecha girls and commanders of the Tang group are good either. As the old saying goes, killing one bad guy is equivalent to saving hundreds of good people. Who is it? Chen Haodong climbed out of the cockpit in the belly of the mecha, and roared while hitting the mecha with his mechanical skeleton that looked like a strange doctor. Who fired the gun? Come out here if you dare. Chen Haodong was so angry that he was half dead. After yelling twice, he was out of breath, as if his lungs were not his own. He struggled to climb out of the cockpit, but suddenly worried that someone might attack him, so he quickly retracted his head. Hurry up and get rid of them. Kill that pink mecha girl first. Chen Haodong shouted loudly, and the Tang group's hunting team attacked Luo Fei and the pink mecha girl more fiercely. When Yifeng saw Luo Fei being besieged, he hurriedly bought another individual weapon from the system space. Alpha Laser Cannon. Individual weapons. 5 charged projectiles. Exchange points, 200,000 points. Note, don't be stingy with the shells. No need to charge, they recharge in 1 second. Yifeng watched as the Shenlong sniper cannon in his hand and the metal gauze dress on his body disappeared without a trace. He knew that if he opened fire this time, his position would be exposed. So, he decided not to pretend this time. Chen Haodong, don't worry. I'll take you to see him later. You're so cute. Yifeng raised the 500 gene white ship cannon. This laser cannon was designed like an inverted sailboat. However, a mere 500 kilograms is nothing for Yifeng's current body. He picked up the laser cannon, aimed at the 2 black mechas that had rushed in front of Luo Fei's pink mecha girl, and killed them both with 1 shot. Boom! There was another explosion, and the 2 S-class mechas were destroyed together by a beam of white-purple light. Seeing this, Chen Haodong screamed in fear. Enemy attack! Find him out for me, find him out. Chapter 74. Chen Haodong kneels down and begs for mercy. This time, the 9 mecha girls simultaneously conducted electromagnetic, radio wave, antimatter, metal energy, and thermal imaging scans of the surrounding area of 1 to 5 kilometers. Yifeng's location was finally discovered by Chen Haodong's team. Found it, just southwest, 500 meters away. Southwest, 500 meters away. I found it. Yes, 500 meters away, southwest. Chen Haodong's team reported Yifeng's location one after another. However, Yifeng had no intention of escaping. Buzz. Another laser cannon shot. An A-class mecha had its chest pierced, and the arms of 2 S-class mechas were also blown off. Seeing this, Chen Haodong panicked again, quickly disperse. Don't stand together. The laser cannon attacks in a straight line. Chen Haodong never dreamed that he had offended which big shot. He actually used high-energy weapons like laser cannons against me. Who is it? This laser cannon isn't cheap. Judging by its power, it's probably a C-class laser cannon. While it's at the bottom of the laser cannon spectrum, it far surpasses the power and accuracy of an SSS-class electromagnetic railgun. This kind of high-energy weapon costs at least billions. It's more than just an ordinary electromagnetic weapon. Who is this? I don't remember provoking someone of this power. Chen Haodong was furious and glanced at the hunting team in the pink mecha. Such a hunting team is of too low a level. How could they have a friend armed with high-powered weapons to help them secretly? This shouldn't be the case. I, Chen Haodong, never provoke anyone I can't beat. Who on earth is this person firing the laser cannon? Damn it! Chen Haodong knew very well that in the entire Pujiang base city, not even the military was equipped with such a Class C laser cannon. The level of backwardness of third-tier small cities is far from comparable to that of big cities. After all, the strange beasts that appeared around here were only level 6 at most. Who is it? Which great god have I offended? Chen Haodong was puzzled and racked his brains but could not remember that he had ever offended a big shot. While he was stunned, Yifeng used the laser cannon and used up all the remaining 3 charged projectiles. At this time, Chen Haodong's team only had 4 A-class mechas and 2 S-class mechas that had lost their arms. The survivors were frightened and retreated one after another, and no longer had the will to fight. On the other hand, on Luo Fei and the pink mecha's side, 2 A-class mechas and 1 S-class mecha were only slightly injured, and they were able to fight back to some extent. Hurry up! Activate the sniper 500 meters away. Chen Haodong, who had lost his mecha girl, had no idea that the sniper was Yifeng, not to mention that Yifeng was wearing the red flame armor. Captain! This sniper has a laser cannon. We should retreat.
Yes, Captain, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him.
Besides, there are 3 mecha girls from the Rose Squad here. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Retreat quickly, Captain. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here. Captain, please get in my cabin and I'll take you away.
The hunting team of the Tang group saw that their opponents were not easy to deal with, so they just wanted to escape. Their morale had been completely destroyed after several rounds of shooting by Yifeng. Although Chen Haodong was blinded by anger, they were still sober and afraid of death. When a black mecha pilot opened the entrance to the passenger cabin and let Chen Haodong sit in, Chen Haodong finally came to his senses and realized that if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave.
Damn it! Let's retreat first. Go back and find reinforcements.
At this moment, Chen Haodong finally realized that more than half of his own personnel had been killed or injured, and the other side still had 3 mecha girls and a super sniper. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll really die here.
Want to escape?
A sneer appeared on Yifeng's lips. Then I searched in the Genesis Mall again.
Ruby necklace, cursed silent. Treasures from another world.
When worn, you will be immune to all cursed talents and curse spells.
Exchange points, 250,000 points. Note, the effect will be lost if you leave your body, and it will only be effective for yourself.
Yifeng was very happy and surprised when he saw this treasure from another world in the Genesis Mall. From spiritual fruits to treasures from other worlds, Yifeng always felt that this other world sounded similar to the fairyland novels he had read in his previous life.
Could it be that this world is still the same, and I was reborn into another dimension? Different dimensions and worlds may seem separate, but in fact they are interconnected and influence each other? Yifeng thought about the difference between the mecha girl and the commander.
The mecha girl relies on the evolution of the mechanical body to repair and evolve the body.
The commander has always had a mechanical body.
It is said that if he wants to accompany the mecha girl for a long time and want to extend his life and increase his strength, he needs to take spiritual fruits from other worlds or genetic medicines.
If genetic medicine is a product of technology and spiritual fruits come from another world, then that other world should be a world of immortality, right? If not, how can the commander evolve?
I have a slight understanding, but no time to think too much. Yifeng quickly purchased the ruby necklace, cursed silent destroyer.
After 3 purchases, Yifeng only had more than 500,000 points left.
He thought that there were some points left to be used to replace high-level modules for Li Qingrui and Xia Yameng. Wearing a ruby necklace, Yifeng was dressed in red flame armor, holding an electric blade long sword, and took a step forward to chase for more than 500 meters.
Finally, just as Chen Haodong got into the passenger cabin of a black mecha, Yifeng arrived. Want to run? Get down on your knees. Combat skills heavy rain of pear blossom thorns.
Yifeng, holding an electric blade weapon, suddenly displayed his commander's combat skills.
Hundreds of purple lightning knife shadows, like a violent storm, pierced the opponent's mecha. The 10-meter-tall black mecha's legs were beaten into a hornet's nest by Yifeng in just 2 seconds.
It couldn't move and had no flight module, so it could only kneel on the ground, like a desperado who had violated the law, kneeling and begging for forgiveness from the Punisher. However, Yifeng is not a Punisher, he is just seeking revenge. He could still clearly remember the day when Chen Haodong took Yifeng's mecha girl away and sat in the cockpit provocatively.
Yifeng. It's Yifeng. Luo Fei drove the pink mecha and combined it with 2 other mechas and quickly moved forward.
They engaged in a roundabout exchange of blows with the Tang team, attracting a lot of artillery fire. Yifeng swung his sword and a water blade split the black mecha's skull, causing the casting core to explode immediately.
Combat skill pure water and bright moon slash. Come out, Chen Haodong.
Yifeng once again released his combat skills and killed the mecha girl. He raised his sword and cut open the mecha's passenger cabin, forcing Chen Haodong to show up. Chen Haodong climbed out of the cockpit with a timid look on his face. When he saw Yifeng wearing the red flame armor, he felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere.
Master, please spare my life. Chen Haodong put his mechanical arms together and begged.
Yifeng felt nauseous and queasy when he saw Chen Haodong's limbs transformed into mechanical skeletons, and the connection between the mechanical parts and the flesh was still bleeding and oozing pus.
Master? What master? Why don't you recognize me so quickly?
Yifeng opened the face of the armor, revealing his handsome face with a playful expression to Chen Haodong. Chen Haodong broke out in a cold sweat after seeing this.
Yifeng. It's you. Impossible. How is this possible? You actually possess high-energy weapons? Why do you have so many battle armors?
Chen Haodong stared at Yifeng like an idiot, always feeling that Yifeng was hooking up with some nobleman from Sandu or some rich woman. He believed that Yifeng, a small figure from a third-tier city, could never possess such equipment. Yes, if he knew that Yifeng had dual systems, he could buy any weapons and equipment he wanted from the mall as long as he had points. Then he would bleed from all 7 orifices and be furious. But Yifeng would not tell him this. Yifeng was not that bad. He just wanted to eliminate all the evil in the world and take revenge for a personal feud. Don't bother with that, just die. Are you ready to meet your father? Yifeng held the electric blade and placed it on Chen Haodong's neck. Captain. Boy, we are from the Tang group. If you dare to attack us, you must think carefully about the consequences. An S-class mecha that had lost an arm tried to charge forward but was stopped by the pink mecha driven by Luo Fei. When the other party saw that Yifeng was going to kill Chen Haodong, he hurriedly threatened him. But use Tang group to scare Yifeng? Oh. This made Yifeng laugh. Ha, so you are the hunting team of the Tang group? Yifeng turned around speechlessly and looked at the blue mecha that threatened him. Humph. Exactly. If you know what's good for you, let go of our captain. Then kneel down and beg me to forgive you. Yifeng found it really funny that the blue mecha was still so arrogant even though it had no arms. As soon as he thought about it, 80,000 points disappeared immediately. A D-class laser cannon that can fire 3 times appeared in Yifeng's hand. Well, this gun is much lighter, only 390 pounds. Yifeng raised his gun and fired. Bang! 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 One shot, one silence. Except for the 2 blue mechas that lost their arms, the cockpits of the other 3 black mechas were pierced by Yifeng. The 3 white lights were extremely powerful. The front armor of the A-class mecha could not withstand them at such a close distance, and there was no way to hide from them. The commander in the blue mecha saw Yifeng easily kill his men, and his mouth finally trembled and he couldn't say a word. What did you just say? What group are you from? Yifeng raised his ears in a contemptuous manner and listened attentively. But the blue mecha lowered its head and became silent in an instant, not daring to move a step. If he won't tell me, then Chen Haodong, you tell me, what group did you join? Yifeng lifted Chen Haodong's head with the tip of the knife and looked at him with a playful expression. Tears welled up in Chen Haodong's eyes, and foul-smelling liquid dripped down his 2 mechanical legs. You are. What are you doing? How dare you pee on me? Yifeng said in surprise. What? I didn't, I couldn't help it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you, Yifeng, I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time, please forgive me. Chen Haodong was so frightened that he became incoherent and suffered from incontinence. Yifeng raised his sword and cut off Chen Haodong's arms in an instant. However, it was just 2 mechanical bone arms that were cut off. Chen Haodong didn't feel any pain, but his heart was in his throat and he didn't dare to say a word. Yifeng noticed that Chen Haodong seemed to have clamped something, and no more smelly stuff came out of his mechanical leg, so he retracted the knife and put it on the side of his thigh. Chen Haodong, you are colluding with the Tang group. Are you here to compete with me for the casting corps? Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and Chen Haodong bit his lips and tongue tightly, shaking with fear. He shook his head quickly and explained hurriedly. Forging corps? You're also hunting for forging cores? I didn't know that. I'm not trying to go against you. My body is failing, and I need a forging core to transform myself. I really don't want to go against you. Chen Haodong tried his best to explain, and Yifeng could see that he didn't seem to be lying. So it was you who wanted to transform yourself. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously thought that Chen Haodong had colluded with the Tang group and wanted to stop him from hunting and casting the core for his sister. It turned out that he was overthinking it. Seeing that Yifeng's attitude had changed, Chen Haodong hurriedly took out some items from his commander system space. Here are several S-level mecha girl modules and the metal corpses and casting cores of more than a dozen phoenix-tailed foxes that Chen Haodong prepared for himself. This is all I have. I give it all to you. All to you. As long as you spare my life, I will give you everything. By the way, there are some things you must want to know. In order to save his life, Chen Haodong not only took out all his collections, but also wanted to use some information to bribe Yifeng. Yifeng knew what Chen Haodong was planning. He wanted to delay time to activate his cursed plundering talent. But this time, Yifeng had the ruby necklace, so he was not afraid of Chen Haodong delaying time.
It was just a good opportunity to see what Chen Haodong was going to do.
However, when Chen Haodong began to talk incessantly, Yifeng's eyes became unusually cold.
Chapter 75 Lin Xiaoxiao's Ambition and the Truth. Yifeng, you must not know, right?
That day in the finals, it was Lin Xiaoxiao who forced me to unleash my plundering talent on you.
My talent is a cursed skill.
Every time I plunder someone's talent, it will cost me more than 10 years of my lifespan.
I don't need so many talents at all.
It was Lin Xiaoxiao who wanted to defeat you and win the championship prize.
She forced me to do that. I actually didn't want to defeat you this way at all. If I wanted to kill you, I could have done it after the game. Why would I have to risk my own life?
Chen Haodong spoke very quickly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Yifeng would chop off his head. However, after hearing these words, Yifeng felt as if his soul had fallen into an icy cave. You're still making up stories at this hour.
How could a mecha girl possibly order the commander to unleash his abilities?
Only the commander can force the mecha girl to act.
Are you insulting my intelligence? Yifeng held an electric blade in his hand, ready to kill Chen Haodong.
But Chen Haodong spoke a little faster.
It's true. I didn't lie. It was because of Tang Yuhao.
Lin Xiaoxiao is a despicable woman.
She actually got together with Tang Yuhao behind my back. After my father died, she used the Tang family's influence to beat me to win the competition and give me the prize.
She also asked me to terminate the mecha girl contract peacefully after the competition.
What?
Yifeng raised the electric blade longsword high in the air, but it stopped in mid-air for a moment and he was stunned. He didn't believe Chen Haodong's nonsense at first, but for some reason, his intuition told him that Chen Haodong was not lying. It wouldn't hurt to listen to a few more sentences. It would be better to understand the whole story clearly.
Go on.
Yifeng shouted angrily, and Chen Haodong immediately explained. Tang Yuhao promised me that if he could plunder all your talents and turn you into a waste, he would find a casting core for me, replace my mechanical body, and introduce an S-class mecha girl to me for a contract. He said that Lin Xiaoxiao fell in love with him and begged him for help, saying that she would follow him forever, even if it was just a temporary contract. So he used the power of the Tang family to force me.
It was because of them that I plundered your talents. I didn't want to do that either. Who doesn't want to keep their physical body? Who wants to become like this?
As Chen Haodong spoke, he actually started crying. He looked at his mechanical leg and cried, Tang Yuhao and Lin Xiaoxiao, you two bastards.
They cheated me so badly.
I didn't expect they would only give me mechanical legs and arms, and then they said I should work hard for them to earn the money for the mechanical body. Damn them, if my dad were still alive, they wouldn't dare to do that.
Chen Haodong was crying and didn't talk about business. Yifeng raised the electric blade in his hand again, which frightened Chen Haodong.
He quickly changed his words and said, It was Lin Xiaoxiao. She was the one who forced me to use my cursed talent that day and robbed you of yours.
In the end, I ran out of energy and my body aged to the age of 100.
I had no choice but to stop. Seeing that I was useless, Lin Xiaoxiao applied to terminate the contract with me. I didn't want to agree, but Tang Yuhao threatened me, so I had no choice but to terminate the contract with Lin Xiaoxiao. She terminated the contract peacefully, not for you at all. She did everything for herself. When Chen Haodong mentioned this, Yifeng became even angrier.
Yifeng felt like an idiot.
He actually thought that Lin Xiaoxiao was taking their old relationship into consideration and couldn't bear to see Chen Haodong plundering her talent. That was why she would rather damage her own forging core than forcibly terminate the contract with Chen Haodong.
So this is the truth.
Yifeng felt that he couldn't listen any further.
If he continued, he would feel even more stupid. He planned to kill Chen Haodong with a single blow.
But Chen Haodong saw the murderous intent in Yifeng's eyes, and he hurriedly said, Oh, and there's Xia Yameng.
You must not know?
Xia Yameng and Lin Xiaoxiao used to be best friends, but Lin Xiaoxiao was jealous of Xia Yameng and couldn't stand hearing others praise Xia Yameng as the top of the second hospital's top 10 mecha beauties. That's why she stopped you on your way to the rooftop to keep your appointment and confessed her love to you.
She never loved you at all. This woman is very scheming.
She just wanted to embarrass Xia Yameng and make her charm overshadow her.
She is so competitive. I've never seen such a competitive woman.
Chen Haodong kept talking, but Yifeng didn't want to listen to a word.
But this time, he didn't raise the knife. Instead, he feigned a smile and jokingly asked, you've actually already replaced your heart with a forging core, haven't you? Otherwise, your old face wouldn't be so smooth. You don't look 100 years old today. By the way, you've been stalling for time so you can unleash your cursed skill talent plunder, right? How's it going? Did you unleash it? Did the plunder succeed? Yifeng looked down at Chen Haodong, who was kneeling on the ground, with a playful and evil expression on his face, as if he saw through everything. Chen Haodong was stunned. Suddenly beads of sweat began to slide down the sides of my cheeks. That's right. He felt that his cursed talent really had no effect on Yifeng. In fact, he had released the plundering skill several times, but he just couldn't plunder successfully. At first, Chen Haodong thought he was too nervous. Or maybe it was because the casting core had just been replaced and it was not yet adapted to the current mechanical body. Could it be that Yifeng had already taken precautions? Chen Haodong was stunned. His last plan failed. He has now truly become a lamb to be slaughtered. A look of fear appeared on Chen Haodong's face again, and tears began to well up in his eyes. I don't have me, how dare I? I don't want to lose any more of my lifespan, you know that. Yifeng, please forgive me. I am now a disabled person, a useless person. Please let me go, I will tell you everything. I also know a lot of secrets about Lin Xiaoxiao, you must be very interested. Chen Haodong cried and begged Yifeng to let him go, but Yifeng raised his knife and cut Chen Haodong in half from top to bottom. Lin Xiaoxiao's matter? It has nothing to do with me anymore. Yifeng shook off the pus and blood on the sword and said to the dead man. Chen Haodong split into two halves, falling to the left and right respectively. His casting core was exposed, and Yifeng was amazed. Just checked it out casually. It turned out to be the forging core of the Shadow Cat demon. I should have kept it and sold it. Forget it, it's already been soiled by this beast. Disgusting. Yifeng sheathed his sword and turned around, suddenly unleashing combat skill Torrential Rain of Pear Blossoms and combat skill Clear Water and Bright Moon Slash towards the two blue mechas with broken arms beside him. After two consecutive attacks, the two mecha girls and the pilot were all killed, and Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. There are still survivors over there. I'll go. The two surviving mecha girls of the Rose hunting team rushed towards the black mecha that had just reached the bottom, holding electric blades. In no time, he took care of the three robot girls who fell to the ground. Yifeng then turned and walked towards the pink mecha, his face no longer cold and stern, and a smile appeared on his face again. Brother Luo Fei, why don't you introduce yourself? Yifeng waved at the pink mecha. The other party's cockpit opened and Luo Fei jumped out. Ahem. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Do you want to explain what the laser cannon is? This. When Yifeng looked embarrassed, a familiar voice came from not far away. Luo Fei. Yifeng. I finally found you. Turning around, they saw Sister Jean transformed into a red mecha warrior, sliding towards the two of them. But the speaker on the girl's face emitted the voice of Commander Tianyu. Luo Fei and Yifeng smiled at each other and nodded in satisfaction. But suddenly, a beast roared, startling countless birds in the forest. The frantic footsteps sound like thousands of horses galloping. A few kilometers away, something big seemed to have happened. Chapter 76, Monster Attack. Pujiang Base City Gate. Lu Shi was covered in wounds and staggered into the city. The guards at the city gate were no longer surprised to see injured mecha girls. However, the roars of the strange beasts coming from a few kilometers away made the dozen or so mecha girls guarding the city gate look a little panicked. Ouch. Aong. Buzz. On the horizon, a large number of flying strange beasts gathered in a black mass. The warm midday sun was mostly blocked by the herd of strange beasts. A guard looked at Lu Shi, who was limping into the city gate with a puzzled look, as if she was the one who led the army of strange beasts. But thinking back, how is this possible? It is impossible for the army of alien beasts to start a war just because of a mecha girl. If you think about it carefully, maybe this robot girl was just unlucky and encountered an army of strange beasts. She was lucky enough to escape death and run back. However, her teammates may not be so lucky. Did he escape back alone? Poor child. The guard girl saw Lu Shi limping and gradually disappearing in the crowd. She guessed that Lu Shi's teammates might have died in the mouths of the monster army in order to cover her retreat. That's right. Alien beasts are attacking the city. Report immediately, a large army of alien beasts is attacking. The guard girl quickly sounded the air raid alarm. Ah woo. The air raid sirens sounded and the residents in the city panicked. Everyone started fleeing to various shelters, but Lucy stumbled and fell to the side of the road. Looking at the fleeing crowds, he couldn't help but sneer, "Ha! I actually have to rely on humans to protect me. How shameful." At the same time, two fifth-generation fighter jets, one red and one pink, with Yifeng, two commanders he had never met before, and two tank girls in the passenger cabin, were rushing back to Pujiang Base City. As they were about to encounter an attack from a strange beast, the two commanders sitting with Yifeng in the passenger cabin shook their heads and sighed. Will fleeing back to the city be effective? The beasts are coming from the southwest. It would be safer for us to flee to the northeastern mountains and hide for a few days. That's right. Every time the monsters attack the city, more than half of the mecha girls and commanders are killed or wounded. Even if we go back, we might still die at the city gates. This isn't escaping, this is rushing back to die. The words of the two commanders touched Yifeng's heart. Yifeng's parents died during the last alien beast attack on the city. He understood that when it came to life and death, the two commanders were right. But if everyone doesn't return to the city to defend it, when the alien beast army breaks into the city, the hundreds of thousands of people in the city will probably become food for the alien beasts. What's more, most of the Pujiang military region's garrison troops were wiped out by Yifeng and Xiaoyameng, and the military strength was insufficient at this time. I'm afraid there are more than just these two commanders and mecha girls in the city who are afraid of fighting. It remains unknown how many people are willing to defend the city voluntarily. Yifeng felt that he had to go back and shoulder the responsibility. If all else failed, he would find a powerful mecha girl to sign a temporary contract with and fight together to unleash even greater power. My sister is still waiting for me in the city. Do you have family in the city as well? Yifeng stared at his leather boots and did not look at the two unfamiliar commanders. The two of them are survivors of the Rose hunting team, and their tank girls are on another plane. Yifeng didn't know the two of them, so there was no need to question anything. Everyone is afraid of death, so there is no need to use moral kidnapping. They are unwilling to fight, so it is useless even if you force them to defend the city. After hearing Yifeng's words, the two commanders fell silent. Sister Jin's voice came from the loudspeaker. I also have a younger sister and a younger brother, and my parents are all in the city. So, I must go back to defend the city. Tianyu also said to Yifeng through the loudspeaker, I am alone, but wherever your sister Jin goes, I will go. Even if there is no sister Jin, Yifeng, if you want to go back to save your sister, I will accompany you. Even if you are not there, I have to defend the city. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people depend on us awakened ones to protect. This is the responsibility of every awakened one. The two's words dispelled the two strange commanders' thoughts of escaping. The two of them were very scared just now, but now they think about it, they also have family in the city. Yes, you are right. I also have family in the city. Even if I am afraid of death, I have to go back to defend the city. Me too. It was just a quick exchange of words. We want to run away, but our families are our ties. We have to fight even if we are afraid. The two commanders clenched their fists, looking ready to fight to the death. 20 minutes later. Sister Jean put Yifeng on the street in the east of the city, and then went to defend the city with several mecha girls. The battle at the city gate has begun. A large number of flying monsters have flown into the airspace of Pujiang Base City and are engaged in fierce firefights with the mecha girls and fighter planes in the sky. Thousands of flying beasts of all sizes and thousands of mecha girls attacked the ground from the air. There were not many people on the streets, most of them had taken refuge in shelters. But the few people who didn't have time to take refuge are fleeing in all directions. Someone was nearly torn to pieces by the monster's bloody mouth, but fortunately the robot girl acted quickly and blew off the monster's head in advance. Someone was about to hide in the temporary shelter, but before he even entered the door, his leg was bitten off by a strange beast, and blood splattered all over the ground. There was another person, a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. He seemed to be a genius commander who had awakened his abilities before reaching adulthood. However, commanders without mecha girls, except for those who are self-disciplined, are mostly unable to fight against monsters. But instead of fleeing to the shelter, this young man and Yifeng ran towards the private hospital where Yiling was, one in front and one behind. Does he have relatives living in the hospital too? Yifeng was only a few hundred meters away from the hospital, but instead of seeking refuge, he rushed to the hospital regardless of his life. It was probably all for his family.
As he was thinking this, a huge black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, and with a bang, it smashed a taxi on the side of the road.
It's the double-winged evil tiger beast. The best among the level 3 exotic beasts. Yifeng was shocked and put on the red flame armor.
Seeing the two-winged evil tiger beast pouncing towards the young man in front, Yifeng instinctively drew his sword in panic. Swish, swish, swish.
Thunder blade.
The three-bladed purple sword light, like a whip or a bullet, shot forward. In Yifeng's shocked eyes, a horrific scene appeared. The evil tiger beast was cut into pieces and red blood splattered.
What? What kind of swordsmanship is this? Did I develop this skill? Yifeng was completely confused.
The boy who was rescued in front clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Wow!
That's amazing.
Brother, are you a self-disciplined person?
That's so cool. What's the name of your move? What is your name?"
Yifeng was even more confused when asked by the young man.
How the hell do I know what this is called? Did I kill this evil tiger beast?
Yifeng looked at the electric blade in his hand, then looked at his red flame armor, and felt that there was nothing wrong.
Could it be? Chapter 77 Advanced Talent Skills. Is there something wrong with my innate skills?
Yifeng ignored the admiring look of the young man in front of him. He hurriedly opened the talent panel of the system space to check.
You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Yifeng's talent panel unexpectedly changed dramatically. Thunder Blade Level 2, Thunder Shadow Blade Wave. Repair Modification Level 2, completed in 1 second. Invisible Shield Level 2, released to others. Triple Energy.
Wireless Charging Stage 2, distance of 300,000 meters.
300,000 meters. That means I can charge Xia Yaman while she's in satellite orbit. Triple Energy. I actually have triple energy? What's going on?
Complete the magic repair in a second, release an invisible shield to others, and have the hands-off skill Thunder Shadow Blade Wave.
Is this me? This is me? Yifeng was a little confused for a moment. He felt like he had opened someone else's talent panel.
Becoming so powerful in an instant, Yifeng almost didn't recognize himself.
Brother! Watch out behind you!
The soft-haired boy gave a warning, and Yifeng felt the murderous intent coming from behind. He swung his sword back and forth, and 3 milky purple moon blade shadows, wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning, shot out with a crackling sound. He actually chopped a third-level pterosaur into 8 pieces.
Yifeng couldn't help swallowing.
It seemed that he had a bold guess about the whole process of his supernatural power changes.
Could this be the truly terrifying aspect of the SSS level? Having your skills robbed by a cursed talent, and then having to kill the opponent to take them back, so in this back and forth, your skills actually get upgraded, breaking through to the second level?
Yifeng recalled the scene of killing Chen Haodong in the morning. Although there was no sense of satisfaction in that sword strike, it just felt like crushing an ant. However, he forgot to check the changes in his talents. Now that I think about it, there is probably no other possibility except this explanation.
The SSS level commander system cannot communicate. It is powerful but not smart enough.
The God of Creation system can communicate, but it will not answer questions outside of its own system.
Yifeng's left eye is now glowing red, and his right eye is glowing blue.
The 2 peerless systems are installed in his eyes, but they are of no help. However, after thinking about it for a while, Yifeng felt that his guess was correct. This must be the result of the talent being plundered by the cursed person and then taken back from the cursor, which caused a mutation in the talent skill. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt a little regretful. I should have let Chen Haodong plunder a few more talents. I really want to know what the second level Pure Water and Bright Moon / and Stormy Pear Blossom Thorn would look like.
Sigh. Chen Haodong, that guy, was killed too early. It's all because of this ruby necklace. Damn it, it cost me over 200,000 points. It's really not worth it. Bad review. Yifeng clenched his fists fiercely, regretting buying this ruby necklace. As for curse skills and plundering talents, let Chen Haodong plunder them. It's no big deal to lose a talent. It's not like he will lose his life. Well, Yifeng really regretted it.
If he had known earlier how terrifying SSS level was, he would not have worn this ruby necklace.
Damn it! There are several talents with few mutations. Brother, what are you thinking about? I don't have time to wait for you. Be careful. Thank you for saving me. the little boy waved at Yifeng. Seeing that Yifeng did not respond, he turned and ran towards the private hospital. Only then did Yifeng come back to his senses from his surprise and regret. Yes, go save Linger first. Yifeng strode towards the hospital and rushed into the hospital with Xiao Zhengtai one after the other, ran up to the third floor, and then turned left. The two were running one after the other, taking almost the same route, which made Yifeng a little puzzled. At this time, the private hospital was deserted, and most people took refuge in the underground shelter below the hospital. This made Yifeng very worried about Linger's safety. However, when Xiao Zhengtai and Yifeng rushed into Ward 3191 one after another, they saw Yiling lying on the bed in good health. The instrument beside her showed that her heartbeat was normal. A doctor in a white coat was sitting next to the instrument beside the bed, waiting quietly. The two of them finally put their minds at ease. Yifeng took off his armor mask, wanting to thank the doctor for his loyalty and noble character, but in the end he just asked, "Doctor, why didn't you go to the shelter?" The doctor smiled and said, "Besides being a doctor, I am also a self-disciplined person. If a strange beast comes, I can fight. Besides, Yiling can't leave this ward now. This is the only ward with an automatic operating table." After hearing the doctor's words and following his gaze to the side, Yifeng and Xiao Zhengtai thanked him in unison after seeing the automatic operating table. "Thank you, Dr. Liu." Yifeng felt very strange. What was he thanking this little boy for? "Little Shota. What's wrong with you? What are you doing in my sister's ward?" Yifeng frowned and glared. The little boy's legs felt a little weak. He tiptoed to Yiling's side, held the edge of the bed, looked at Yiling and hesitated for a while. It seemed as if he realized that Yiling could not wake up and speak for him, and finally he looked at Dr. Liu with helpless eyes. I'm here because, oh right. I'm familiar with Dr. Liu, and I'm here to be his assistant." The little boy put his hands together and bowed to Dr. Liu again and again. Yifeng's mouth twitched, and he wanted to slap this kid twice. "Do you think I'm blind? You are praying so obviously, can't I see it?" Yifeng always felt that this boy came for Yiling. Could it be that he was familiar with Yiling? Judging from their ages, they seemed to be about the same age. Could they be classmates? An admirer? Ha ha. My sister is still quite attractive. Do you know Yiling? What's your name? Yifeng asked bluntly. The little boy stammered, bent over, and timidly replied, "My name is Qinyu, and I'm Linger's classmate." Linger? Yifeng suddenly had a bad feeling. Oh no. I mean, I'm Yi Linger's classmate. She lets everyone call her that at school. It's said that it's because Yi Ling isn't as nice as Yi Linger. So I also. Qinyu's eyes were wandering, and it was obvious that he lacked confidence. Yifeng could see that something was wrong, but he didn't have time to worry about it now. Saving Linger was the top priority. With alien beasts attacking the city, it is hard to say whether Pujian Base City can hold on. If a large number of alien beasts attack the hospital, it will be disastrous. Yifeng hurriedly took out the 7th level casting core of the Ghost White Fox from the system space, handed it to Dr. Liu and thanked him again. "Thank you, Dr. Liu." "No need to thank me. Actually, I was just asked to do this. This casting core looks to be of high quality, so the chances of success should be very high." After Yifeng handed this exquisitely cast core to Dr. Liu, Yiling was picked up by Yifeng and placed into the fully automatic operating table. Dr. Liu set up the program, inserted the casting core, and pressed the start button. Chapter 78 Night Bell Awakens. Ward 319, Private Hospital. Inside the operating table covered by a large glass cover, 4 robotic arms were transplanting a cast core into Yiling to replace her original heart. Yifeng glared at Qinyu unhappily, and Qinyu immediately turned around, not daring to watch the operation anymore. The success rate of the operation is expected to be very high, but if we could have a geomagnetic radio wave radiator and irradiate the patient with radio waves, perhaps she would transform into a high-level mecha girl after waking up. Dr. Liu's words reminded Yifeng, and Yifeng hurriedly bought SSS-level healing potion and primary gene potion from the system space, and then handed the 2 bottles of light green and dark green liquid to Dr. Liu. "What is this?" Dr. Liu was confused. "These are healing potions and gene potions. They will definitely be of great help to Linger. Please give them to her." Yifeng explained everything, but Dr. Liu didn't ask where the medicine came from. He inserted 2 bottles of medicine into the connection port of the automatic operating bed,
and the two-color medicine began to be injected into Yi Ling's body in the form of infusion. Inside the ward, after 3 people anxiously waited for 5 minutes, the automatic operating table finally sounded a prompt.
Ding dong! The operation was successfully completed. Congratulations! The success rate is 100%.
The moment the automatic operating table opened, Yi Ling's eyes opened slightly. Dr. Lu turned around tactfully and handed a hospital gown to Yi Feng.
Yi Feng put clothes on Yi Ling, patted her face and said, "Are you awake? Look who I am."
Hearing Yi Feng's voice, Yi Ling, whose brain circuits were gradually regaining consciousness, slowly turned her head to look at Yi Feng. When she regained consciousness and recognized Yi Feng, she hugged Yi Feng and started crying.
"Brother! You're finally back, Grandma! Our home was bombed."
Yi Ling's memory still lingers on the moment when the mountain villa was bombed and her grandmother died in the fire. Yi Feng held Yi Ling's head and comforted her for a while before explaining the whole story. After hearing that revenge had been taken, Yi Ling turned her gaze to the soft-haired boy beside her.
"Qin Yu? Is it Qin Yu?"
Yi Ling saw Qin Yu turn around and smile. She let go of her brother, turned around and threw herself into Qin Yu's arms.
"That's great, Linger, you're okay. Big brother is so awesome.
He not only brought the forging core, but also genetic potions and healing potions.
How are you feeling now? Do you feel like you've been reborn?"
Yeah.
I know my brother is great, and you're great too. Thank you for coming with me."
Yi Ling held Qin Yu's head and rubbed it again and again, as if she couldn't let go of the little boy's soft hair, just like rubbing a capybara. This made Yi Feng feel a little unnatural.
"What is your relationship?"
Yi Feng's old face turned red and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously.
"Ah. Ha sha."
Yi Ling and Qin Yu quickly let go of each other and lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. After seeing this scene, Yi Feng finally understood. Wow.
I, your elder brother, don't know anything. Linger, let me check your mecha girl attributes.
After Yi Feng finished speaking, he and Qin Yu opened Yi Ling's attribute panel at the same time.
Yi Ling's attributes surprised them both. Night Bell. SSS-level. Initial form, 9-tailed white fox nanocellular organism.
Talent 1, Beast Evolution has captured a level 5 deep sea squid mechanical body.
Talent 2, Breath of Spirit Beast. Mutated form, Aerospace Fighter White. Title, Goddess of Dawn. Companion main weapon, SSS-level electromagnetic burst cannon X4. Companion missile pod, SSS class tracking missile X8. Associated interference pod, SSS-level associated interference ammunition X36. Companion radar, SSS class passive phased array radar tower plus thermal imaging search module. Melee weapon of the companion robot girl, SSS-level electric blade weapon Sword of Dawn. Companion mecha girl ranged weapon, SSS class electric blade longbow. Companion mecha girl high energy weapon, SSS class electromagnetic rail sniper cannon. SSS class starlight engine. SSS level metal armor. Talent 1, to be activated. Talent 2, to be activated.
After Yi Feng and Qin Yu saw Yi Ling's attribute panel, they couldn't help but look at each other with wide eyes.
What's wrong? What are you two looking at me like that?
Yi Ling was dissatisfied with the expressions of her brother and Qin Yu, and then she also looked at her own mecha girl system.
After reading, how is this possible? Brother! What did you do to me?
Yi Ling reached the maximum level immediately after waking up, which scared herself, Yi Feng and Qin Yu.
Seeing everyone's surprised faces, Dr. Lu couldn't help but take a look at Yi Ling's talent panel. Good job. This glance scared Dr. Lu to death. Oh my god. SSS level. All SSS level. This is terrifying. What kind of beast's forging core did you get? And where did you get the healing potion and gene potion from?
Yi Feng saw that Dr. Lu was surprised, and his sister and Qin Yu were also looking at him with question marks on their faces, as if they couldn't wait to hear the answer. He didn't want to hide too much, so he revealed a little. I paid for the genetic and healing potions, but the main thing is this casting core. It was a fortuitous encounter. Before the alien beasts attacked the city, I stumbled upon the corpse of a ghostly white fox. Obtaining this rank 7 casting core was purely accidental.
Ghost white fox?
That casting core with a 100% success rate?
Or is it the forging core of a 7th order lord level beast? Do you know how much of a bargain you got?
When the three heard Yifeng's words, they shook their heads to express their disbelief, but they had to believe it. They would not be so stupid as to think that Yifeng had the ability to kill a Lord-level monster.
Picked up? It could only have been picked up?
Besides, there must be a reason why the army of strange beasts attacked the city. Something terrible must have happened. Several Lord-level monsters died, and a commander accidentally picked up their bodies in the wild and dug out the casting cores. This sounds much more reasonable.
I'm afraid it's really a godsend.
What good luck!
No wonder, no wonder.
You guys are so lucky. Dr. Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly said goodbye, saying he was going to the underground shelter. Yifeng was about to drag his sister to the shelter, but his sister looked at Qinyu seriously and a blue contract panel popped up in front of Qinyu.
Ling, are you?
Yifeng and Qinyu said in surprise at the same time. But Yiling nodded seriously. Qinyu, sign a contract with me.
We also have a responsibility to protect Pujian Base City.
Yiling, who had just survived a disaster and was reborn, was now thinking about guarding the city. This made Yifeng and Qinyu very moved, but if Yiling, who was at the SSS level, made a contract with Qinyu, Yifeng always felt that it was like a flower stuck in something else.
What right did this kid have?
Yifeng glanced at Qinyu with dissatisfaction on his face. After seeing Qinyu's talent level, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth.
SS Class Commander. You're incredible. Are all geniuses who awaken early so awesome?
Qinyu scratched his head embarrassedly, his face turning red from Yifeng's praise.
Fortunately, he didn't know Yifeng was an AS-level commander, otherwise he would have scolded him. Are you not a genius? Isn't your AS level awesome? Why can't I be SS level?
Yifeng looked at his sister Linger and Qinyu with displeasure. The electric energy between the two people's eyes when they met was so strong that it felt like it could boil an egg. Oh my god, reality comes too fast. Yifeng feels that as an older brother, he can't handle it anymore. However, the SS-level soft-haired boy looks like a nice person. Just now, he was able to rush to the hospital at the risk of being eaten by the strange beast, which can be considered as a test with Yifeng. Although SS-level and such a super SSS-level contract are a bit too high to reach. But it's still acceptable and doesn't lag behind. Well, as long as they are both truly trustworthy to each other, that's fine. Yifeng thought that now that the monsters were attacking the city, it was uncertain whether Pujian Base City could be defended, so his sister's safety was the most important. Never mind, she should feel very happy and joyful to be able to make a contract with someone she likes. Yifeng breathed a long sigh of relief, turned around and left consciously, checking outside the ward for any movement. Fortunately, the strange beasts had not yet attacked here. A few seconds later,
Qinyu and Yiling signed a formal contract.
They said goodbye to Yifeng hand in hand and vowed to fight against the strange beasts and guard the city gate. However, Yifeng called out to Qinyu.
Wait a minute. Let me see your talent. Qinyu was confused, but he didn't dare to disobey Yifeng.
After Yifeng scanned him obediently, Yifeng nodded.
Your talent isn't very good, how about we have a fight?
What?
Have a fight? Chapter 79, Thousands of People, Thousands of Faces.
Yiling and Qinyu found it hard to believe that these words would come out of Yifeng's mouth at this time. But Yifeng didn't give in and drew out his black knife and slashed at Qinyu. But Qinyu did not fight back at all. Before the black knife was about to touch Qinyu, Yifeng kicked Qinyu away. Qinyu fell to the ground in pain, and Yiling hurried to help him. Brother!
What are you doing?
Yifeng put away his knife and shrugged. I'm just telling this kid, if he dares to bully my sister in the future, he's dead. Qinyu clutched his stomach and assured him in pain, Brother, Yifeng just saved my life.
He's thinking about you, so it's normal for him to give me a warning. I'm fine.
Qinyu knew that Yiling's parents were gone, and her grandmother was also gone. Now Yifeng is the only relative left, so Yifeng is so worried about his sister.
He expressed his understanding, which Yifeng did not expect.
Brother! Yiling glared at Yifeng, not very happy, but she also knew that Yifeng must be worried about Qinyu on the first day he met him, and he was worried about his own sister. But facing the two people's completely different attitudes, Yifeng shook his head helplessly.
I'm kidding. That's not what I meant at all. I wanted to give this guy a big gift.
But he didn't accept it, so I had no choice but to kick him.
Big gift?
A kick or a big gift? Yiling's face was filled with black lines. She helped Qinyu up and was about to be stern to her brother. But Yifeng hurriedly reminded Qinyu, "Take a look at your talent panel." After Yifeng's reminder, Qinyu and Yiling both opened Qinyu's talent panel and took a look. At this moment, the two seemed to understand what the so-called great gift was. In Qinyu's talent panel, the original, Scalpel, Thunderblade, talent suddenly disappeared. However, there is now a question mark talent in the panel. "Brother, what did you do to Qinyu?" Yiling asked with a puzzled look. Yifeng shrugged. "I have a special skill that allows me to plunder other people's talents. After plundering, the commander will have a mutated talent. This mutated talent is usually more powerful than the previous one. However, it needs to be activated in battle. I don't know what talent Qinyu can activate. You guys go kill the monsters. When you kill them, it should activate." Yifeng explained the reasons and principles in detail. He also complained, "For an SS-level commander, it's useless to have a surgical skill like Thunderblade. You're lucky. No matter what talent you activate later, it should be stronger than Thunderblade. This is my gift to you." Hearing Yifeng's words, Qinyu's face was full of smiles. Of course he knew that the Thunderblade talent was the least useful of all the talents of his SS-level commander. "Now that I can change my talent, it is just as Yifeng said, any talent will do." After many experiments, Yifeng is well aware of the horror of his ASL-level talent. A commander whose talent is plundered by ASL level will definitely gain a very powerful mutation talent. So far, it has been like this every time. Yifeng watched Yiling and Qinyu leave, and his eyes suddenly became murderous. Because just now Yifeng suddenly realized why his ASL level had such a setting. This is the will of heaven forcing Yifeng to kill decisively. Once you fight with the commander, if he is a good person, you can spare his life and allow him to improve his strength. And if the other party is a bad guy, either don't take action, or you must kill him if you do. Otherwise, it will increase the power of the evildoers. Therefore, Yifeng recalled the cold and murderous look in his eyes when he killed Chen Haodong, and began to understand his mission in his heart. Outside the West City Gate, thousands of mechas are fighting a desperate battle with the siege beasts. Although the number of strange beasts has exceeded 10,000, fortunately the vanguard troops are only second and third level strange beasts. The elites of the Hunting Guild and the Mercenary Alliance can stop them effortlessly. But when some 4th level and 5th level monsters arrived, the mecha girls and commanders felt overwhelmed. High level monsters are coming. Prepare high energy weapons. Everyone, there's no need to hold back. The emergency energy module has been delivered. High energy weapons launch. 16 battlefield commanders from the 9 major hunting guilds and mercenary alliances commanded the battles in their respective camps. The few remaining low-level mecha girls and commanders of the garrison are responsible for transporting the wartime energy modules. Of the more than 3,000 existing wartime energy modules, more than 1,000 have now been delivered. This is equivalent to a replaceable energy battery. When the commander is exhausted and unable to provide psychic energy to the mecha girl, this energy module must be used if he wants to continue fighting. However, energy modules are not only expensive to produce, but also take a long time to recharge after use. Therefore, each base city is also equipped with thousands of geomagnetic radio wave radiation cabins. Commanders whose spiritual energy is exhausted can sit in the radiation cabin and feel the energy radiation of geomagnetic radio waves. This can allow the commanders to quickly restore their spiritual energy and also temper their bodies. Although this process is extremely painful, the commander has to endure the pain of being eaten by thousands of insects in the radiation chamber. Fortunately, the commander's psychic energy will be fully restored after enduring for more than 10 minutes. Some commanders can even break through their own strength limit during this period. But within a day, most commanders can only endure 2 doses of radiation, and there are very few commanders who can hold on to the 3rd dose without a mental breakdown. Energy has always been the biggest problem that has troubled mecha girls. Whether or not a mecha girl can contract a powerful commander almost determines her fate in life. On the battlefield, when the 4th and 5th level beasts arrived, the mecha girls who had been fighting with cold weapons and low energy weapons could no longer retain their strength. When facing high-level monsters, if you are still stingy with energy, you will only become food in the monsters' mouths. These metal beasts have a 100% metal mutation rate all over their bodies. Their iron teeth and steel fangs can not only tear the commander to pieces, but even chew through the mecha without any problem. Metal and flesh are their favorite foods. Flesh and blood can provide nutrients to their bodies, while metals will be eaten and decomposed in their stomachs, and then they will continuously improve and evolve their metal shells and organ cores. A wide variety of metal monsters came roaring in, but the high-energy weapons in the hands of the mecha girls were not to be trifled with.
Buzz. Boom. Crackling.
Light energy, electrical energy, and magnetic energy weapons instantly smashed the high-level monsters to pieces, leaving them covered in wounds. But these strange beasts don't seem to be afraid of death. They were like possessed, even with broken limbs and pierced bodies.
As long as they have breath left, they will continue to charge into the base city.
This caused the mecha girls guarding the base city to start to panic.
No. This isn't an ordinary beast tide.
These guys aren't afraid of death at all. They are slaves who have signed a contract with the Lord. There must be a Lord-level beast controlling them.
We are facing a Lord-level beast. Quick! Call for backup.
We need a general-class mecha with a combat power value exceeding 8,000. My commander's psychic energy is exhausted, please replace the energy module for me. Commander, your psychic energy is exhausted. Immediately rush to the radiation chamber.
Logistics department, please replace the energy module for the mecha girl.
There were 16 defensive formations, and the battlefield commander was fully committed to allocating available supplies.
Truckload after truckload of tactical missiles were delivered to the battlefield.
However, the number was too small, even less than 1/3 of the number in the last siege.
Damn it! Why are there only so few tactical missiles delivered? What are the garrison troops doing? Don't blame them.
The garrison troops have been useless over the years.
They can only do odd jobs for us.
Besides, the garrison base was destroyed by dark forces not long ago, and a large amount of war supplies were damaged.
Damaged? Yes. That's true, but what about these energy modules?
Those energy modules were provided by our hunting guild and mercenary alliance.
The garrison troops were just helping with the transportation. Damn it!
We don't have enough tactical missiles, and our ammunition incubators don't have enough energy to open.
How can we fight? Hold on. We must keep the monsters out of the city even if it means risking our lives.
No one here is afraid of death.
But I really can't stop it. Ah!
My District 13 has been breached, requesting support. Requesting support, requesting, buzz buzz buzz. The battlefield commanders of the 16 phalanxes started arguing on the battlefield command communication channel.
Some people lack confidence and don't know how to fight.
Some people are comforting others, but they themselves don't know if they can hold on. Some phalanxes had run out of ammunition and energy, and their commanders who had entered the radiation cabin had not returned yet, but the mecha girl defenders had already had their defenses torn apart by the monsters.
At the critical moment, the howling of a Lord-level monster came from several kilometers away.
The mighty army of high-level exotic beasts is tearing apart the mecha girl's guard formation.
In the city,
a round of long-range heavy artillery fire, the overwhelming shells directly hit the army of strange beasts outside the city gate. But these raindrops from the forest stars did not play much of a role in turning the situation around.
The metal monster with extremely strong defense has already scoffed at the incoming artillery fire that lacks precise calibration.
They shook their heads and roared, as if mocking and despising the incoming artillery fire. The roars and jeers of the army of strange beasts were extremely regular. It was as if all the metal beasts shared one brain. They were like a group of remote-controlled drones, and they could hit whatever they were directed to with great efficiency. This left the mecha girls with no other options except asking for help or fighting to the death. As the alien beast army approached the city gate, a large number of commanders died tragically in the radiation cabin, and they didn't even have the chance to return to the cockpit of the mecha girl. Half of the defense line has been breached, and the strange beasts have already reached the logistics support department. The hopeless war situation plunged the human mecha girls and commanders into deep fear and self-blame. How much they wished that reinforcements would arrive soon, how much they wished that they could hold on a little longer until the reinforcements arrived.
But, at this moment, I really can't hold on any longer. When everyone gave up hope, some mecha girls used their remaining energy to escape and retreat.
When the frontline defense formation can no longer be maintained.
Suddenly, a thunderstorm erupted in the sky.
A flash of white lightning pierced through the dark cloud barrier, and the terrifying figure of a mecha girl was projected above the clouds in the sky. It was as if a giant mecha, as huge as a mountain, was about to descend from the sky and turn the tide. Afterwards, Yifeng wants to say a few words to the fans of Jinyan. Please give me a wave of 5-star book reviews, please give me a wave of love, Please give me a wave of rewards from the big guys. Giving roses will leave a lingering fragrance on your hands. I wish everyone will always be accompanied by the fragrance of flowers, intoxicated by sweet wine, and have a lot of money.
Chapter 80 Battle Above the Clouds. Look! What's that? Are the reinforcements arriving? Idiot! Reinforcements are coming from other base cities. How can they arrive so quickly? It's the mecha god appearing. Could that be the legendary AS-Hell class mecha? Stop looking. Regroup. When Yiling and Qin Yu increased their strength and rushed into the sky, more than a dozen fourth-level monsters in the sky arrived just in time. Without hesitation, the two transformed into a 15-meter-long aerospace mecha, holding longbows and pulling the strings to store energy. The SSS-level lightning longbow began to accumulate energy in the clouds, and golden lightning crackled, lighting up the clouds. The energy has reached 100%. Emission. At Qin Yu's command, Jin Yang Yiling released the arrow. 5 arrows, crackling like lightning, were shot out at lightning speed, and each arrow pierced the chest of the flying monster griffin. The metallic beasts that resembled eagles and horses were easily killed, but they did not stop. One by one, they flapped their wings and ejected flamethrowers from both legs, increasing their flight speed to the limit. Seeing this situation, Yiling and Qin Yu drew their bows again to accumulate energy. After the second lightning arrow was shot out, 5 more strange beasts were shot down. He drew his bow and shot arrows again and again, and the crackling golden lightning seemed to catalyze the clouds in the sky. There were bursts of thunder and rain and strong winds. The battlefield was wet with rain and the blood was washed away by mud. The mecha girls and commanders below risked their lives to kill the enemy. They regained their confidence, boosted their morale, and blocked the monsters outside the walls of the base city. Yiling repeatedly pulled the thunder arrow in the sky, and the golden light vaguely reflected the mecha, surrendering to the curtain of clouds and mist. After more than a dozen fourth-level alien beasts in the air were all killed, hundreds of third-level alien beasts flew in from behind. Behind this group of third-level exotic beasts, there are 3 fifth-level exotic beasts. Yiling and Qin Yu were not frightened when they saw this scene. They transformed into aerospace fighters and flew straight up into the stratosphere. This group of flying monsters had no intention of letting the two go. They did not attack the base city, but instead moved in a straight line, as if they had a personal grudge against Yiling and Qin Yu, and would not stop until they killed the two. More than 100 flying monsters followed behind the aerospace fighter, rising at high speed and flying straight into the stratosphere. But soon, they realized that their flying ability had reached its limit. 10,000 meters high. The Yiling aerospace fighter turned its 4 electromagnetic cannons around and started to kill the pursuing 5th-level monsters with a bang. Facing the artillery fire coming from the rear, jamming bombs were fired non-stop. Yiling and Qin Yu were greatly surprised when they fought against the metal monster for the first time. Linger. These beasts are actually equipped with machine guns, missiles, and electromagnetic cannons. The laser beam fired by that level 5 Ghost Crow beast just now almost hit us. Haha, so exciting. Just like in the game. Yiling staggered, rolled her eyes at Qin Yu, and said unhappily, "You like excitement, don't you? Okay then. Sister will let you experience a high-altitude ejection." Qin Yu felt a chill, and his teeth tingled. Well, I mean, it was so dangerous just now. What? You said it's not exciting enough? How about this? After Yiling said that, the body of the machine shook and turned into a mecha girl form. Holding SSS-level electric blade weapon Sword of Dawn. The mecha assumed a diving posture, hanging upside down from a height of 10,000 meters, and at the same time activated the particle ejector on its back. The pale red particle starlight flickered and vibrated. The speed at which the aeronaut girl falls with the sword in hand is comparable to 5 times the speed of sound. Wave after wave of explosions spread outward. Bang! 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 The sound waves exploded, and the robot girl used her sword to gain momentum and fell 10,000 meters. Every sword slashed at the 5th-level monster. The Ghost Crow beast was billowing with black smoke and its red laser eyes were menacing. However, in the face of this peerless sword technique falling from the sky, the golden lightning sword slash was invincible and unstoppable. As soon as the Ghost Crow let out a wailing cry as its neck was cut off, its core was detonated by the golden lightning. Boom 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 boom. Explosions were heard from 10,000 meters in the sky, and billowing smoke sounded like the roar of thunderclouds. The people fighting below looked up and saw the sky was dark, thunder and rain were coming, and the roar of thunderclouds in the sky was coming one after another. The black thunderclouds were getting deeper and deeper, like a bottomless abyss.
But what they didn't know was that Yi Ling had intercepted most of the flying monsters at high altitude. Although the number of flying monsters is small, they are far less than that of ground troops. But they are maneuverable and flexible, and have amazing penetration capabilities. If they cannot be stopped from flying into the city, the residents in the city will suffer. However, even if Yi Ling ignored the energy consumption and fought desperately, there are still some flying monsters that break into the city, but the low-level mecha girls and apprentice mecha girls in the city will not stand idly by. Yi Ling fought with hundreds of strange beasts for dozens of minutes at an altitude of 10,000 meters. More than half of the third-level strange beasts were killed or injured, and all those above the fifth level were killed. But Qin Yu's anxious and weak voice was heard immediately. "Oh no, our spiritual energy is depleting too quickly. We need to return to the city to recuperate. Don't give up, hold on. Didn't brother give us a great gift? You must have faith in brother. We must fight to the limit. Unleash your potential." After Yi Ling finished speaking, she began to draw on her spiritual energy and swung the dawn sword in her hand even more violently. Boom! 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 One sword kills one Karami, and the level 3 flying beast is like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of the SSS-level aerospace girl. Even when the 5th level monsters took turns using high-energy weapons to encircle Yi Ling, they were beaten to pieces by Yi Ling and were severely injured and dispersed. Qin Yu sat in the cockpit with his eyes closed, clenched his fists and shouted, "I need psychic power. I need psychic power. Mecha God, please give me a psychic talent. I only need a psychic talent. Only a psychic talent can help Linger. I need a psychic talent." Perhaps it was Qin Yu's cries and prayers that received a divine response. The talent in Commander Qin Yu's system suddenly flashed with golden light and turned into a line of text. Psionic Storm quickly recovers psychic energy after casting, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 30 minutes. Great! A mutation has occurred. Psionic Storm. Qin Yu was so excited that he launched the Psychic Storm without thinking. Once the Psionic Storm is cast, it recovers 5% of the psychic energy almost every second. This terrifying psychic energy recovery speed allows him to support the Night Bell mecha and cast a Mecha Girl combat skill every 5 seconds. And this Mecha Girl's fighting skill is exactly the SS-level Commander Mecha Girl's fighting skill that Qin Yu has never been willing to use Golden Light Charge /. The Mecha Girl Yi Ling raised the Sword of Dawn with both hands. After charging the two-handed sword for 3 seconds, it can emit a golden sword energy. The sword energy was like a crescent moon, and it crackled as it flew out of his hand, like the angry claws of a golden dragon. Swish! Chop down! The group of strange beasts were like flies hit by a fly swatter, unable to resist at all. With one strike of the sword wave can kill dozens of targets. One strike every 3 seconds consumes 25% of the energy. Before the duration of the psychic storm was over, Qin Yu's psychic energy actually increased and gradually became full of blood. Time is almost up, Qin Yu. Switch to low energy mode. Yi Ling reminded. But Qin Yu didn't think so. It's okay. My spiritual energy is full. Let's use the bow and arrow instead. There are only a few strange beasts left in the sky, less than 20. But when Yi Ling and Qin Yu were killing the enemy at an altitude of 10,000 meters, 2 waves of flying monsters had already flown into the urban area of Pujiang Bay City from above the East Gate and South Gate defense circles. The low-level mecha girls and trainee mecha girls guarding the city are fighting for their lives to rescue the people who have no time to take refuge. Yi Feng felt the powerful aura of the 5th-level alien beast and heard the noisy roars in the distance. Wearing red flame armor and holding an electric blade long sword, he came to the roof of the private hospital. Using the billboards between the buildings as a foothold, he rolled and jumped continuously, and rushed to the attack site in the city. Chapter 81 Domineering Female CEO. Yi Feng jumped and rolled between buildings. After seeing the smoke and dust from artillery fire ahead, he leaped up and landed nimbly. The streets and alleys were littered with the remains of mecha girls and the corpses of several strange beasts. As soon as Yi Feng landed, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! The latest task has been released. Support Qin Shuangyue and repel the enemy. Reward, 100,000 points. Make a temporary contract with Qin Shuangyue and receive 100,000 points as a reward. Qin Shuangyue? Who is Qin Shuangyue? Yi Feng looked around but didn't find a single living person. But then, an explosion was heard in the parking lot of a pharmaceutical company not far away. Boom! The explosion brought up billowing black smoke. Yifeng followed the black smoke and was surprised by the scene in front of him. 7 mechas surrounded a woman in a professional dress in the middle, with more than 10 mecha wreckages scattered on the ground on both sides. However, the strange thing is that among these mecha girls, 5 of them turned into the appearance of the third-level monster, the one-eyed clouded leopard.
Is that beast evolution? Why are so many mecha girls who have mastered beast evolution gathering together to attack a woman?
Yifeng felt incredible. He raised his head and looked around for a while, and found that the name of this company was Qin Ming Pharmaceutical.
Qin Ming? Have you had any conflicts with people with the last name Qin lately? Another Qin.
Yifeng felt very strange and didn't know what these people were doing. However, judging by the previous creation nature of the creation system, the trapped woman inside is most likely Qin Shuangyue.
This task doesn't seem difficult.
This aroused Yifeng's interest. Yifeng has always had a doubt in his mind, so he decided to test it out on the people in front of him.
Qin Shuangyue, hand over the genetic medicine you developed, and I can spare your life.
The leading red mecha girl pointed a giant sword at the woman who was trapped in the middle and said.
But the woman argued fearlessly, "How dare you kill someone in the city? Aren't you afraid of the law? Murder? Ha 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 ha." The red mecha girl laughed heartily.
She pointed at the surrounding mecha girls with beast evolution and said, "It was clearly the siege beast that killed you.
What does this have to do with us?
You absolutely shouldn't have competed with our Tang group."
Strange beast?
It's the Tang group again.
Yifeng understood.
No wonder the Tang Corporation sent these mecha girls with the talent of beast evolution here. It turned out that they wanted to disguise themselves as alien beasts and kill people. We at Qinming Pharmaceuticals and your Tang group are bidding fairly and competing fairly. What you're doing is despicable. The woman in a professional dress unbuttoned the collar of her white shirt, pointed at the red mecha girl leading the group in front of her and cursed loudly, without any fear. This made Yifeng unable to help but glance at her basic attribute panel.
Qin Shuangyue. 24 years old. B-level combat core. Mechanical body, armored tanker. Full set of A-level combat modules.
Passive talent, energy module +6 can be applied to non-main body targets.
Ha! Speechless. Yifeng was speechless. Who would have thought that a mere tanker truck could awaken its combat core? Oh yes, it's an armored tanker truck, for military use. Haha, but
although the passive talent of energy module +6 is good, this is just a mecha girl that provides auxiliary energy to other mecha girls. Such a horrible B-class mecha girl is actually equipped with a full set of A-class modules?
This is really what it means to be rich and willful. Yifeng was speechless. You are so brave even though you are such a weakling. Are you really afraid that you will die slowly?
Just die if you want to, but don't hinder the child of destiny from completing his mission. Unable to bear it any longer, Yifeng put away the red flame armor and the electric blade in his hand. He walked over with his hands in his pockets and shouted.
Hello? Who is Qin Shuangyue? There's a package for you, come over and sign for it. The 7 mechas around turned around at the same time and saw Yifeng's ignorant look on his face.
He didn't even have a package in his hand, but was actually wearing the blue and white trainee uniform of the 2nd Mecha Research Institute.
Thousands of question marks popped up on their faces. Boy, are you looking for death? A black leopard-shaped robot girl who had evolved into an animal came forward to threaten Yifeng.
But Yifeng pulled out his electric blade, pointed at the other party and said with a smile, "Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?"
What?
The black leopard-shaped mecha girl twisted her neck. The single eye of her one-eyed clouded leopard is actually a laser cutter that can emit thin red lasers and cut through the opponent's armor as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Although this thing will heat up after being used for a long time and may even explode, it is extremely easy to cut Yifeng's small body. It brought its big head close to Yifeng, and red lasers flickered in its right eye socket, as if it was threatening to emit laser-cutting lines. Yifeng saw that the mecha girls around him had no intention of helping, which basically formed the posture of a one-on-one duel. So Yifeng raised his sword and slashed out 3 lightning sword energies, directly chopping the Black Panther mecha in front of him into 8 pieces and detonating it on the spot.
Boom!
There was an explosion and black smoke billowed. The remaining 6 mecha girls were stunned.
What's going on?
What did he just do? This guy is a self-disciplined commander, and he's probably the best of the best. I've never seen such a powerful and self-disciplined commander. He actually killed an A-rank mecha girl with a combat power of 1300 in one blow. This is impossible. How is this possible? Who is this kid? Wait a minute, this face looks familiar. He is Yifeng. He is the Yifeng who killed Sister Tang. What? It's him? He is Yifeng? This kid, is he so powerful? Isn't he from an organic mother? Why did he become a self-disciplined person and still be so powerful? Could it be related to the genetic medicine of Qin Ming Pharmaceutical? That's right. No wonder the boss asked us to kill Qin Shuangyue and get the genetic medicine. It turns out that the genetic medicine they developed is so powerful. It seems that it is specially used for the commander. The other mecha team is in chaos. Yifeng hurriedly checked his talent panel. The repair talent flashed green a few times. It seems I just plundered the enemy commander's repair talent, but I already have the skill, and it's a higher level. So the plunder is invalid. However, in a one-on-one challenge, it is indeed possible to plunder talents. But if it's a multiplayer fight, it doesn't meet the definition of the Holy War plunder, right? He was also muttering to himself, and then he casually slashed out with a water blade, and then used Rain of Pear Blossom Thorns. With 2 sets of combat skills, he easily took down another humanoid mecha beside him. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. Well, as expected, there was no looting. My judgment was correct. Yifeng muttered to himself, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a knife, and strode to Qin Shuangyue. His body softened and he fell down. Chapter 82, Scared Female CEO. Qin Shuangyue and the enemy mecha were shocked when they saw this scene. Qin Shuangyue stepped forward and helped Yifeng up, asking with a puzzled look on her face, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" But Yifeng pretended to be tired and said in a pretentious manner, "Quick! There is no time to explain. Make a contract with me and we will defeat them together." What? The two people had never met before, but they proposed a contract right away. Isn't this a bit too casual? Qin Shuangyue bit her lips lightly, a little hesitant. However, facing the siege of the 5 mecha girls, Qin Shuangyue could not escape alone, and she was ready to die at first. However, now a strange brother with a good-looking appearance suddenly appears and says he wants to save himself. Although the other person looked a couple of years younger than him, his flawless fair skin, sharp-edged face, and domineering aura, and... Wrong. Qin Shuangyue shook her head fiercely. She frowned with a blush on her face, thinking to herself, is this the time to think about these things? Qin Shuangyue, are you really not afraid of death? Qin Shuangyue felt that Yifeng's acting was not sincere, so she let go of her hand, straightened her back, and rejected Yifeng's proposal. Thank you for your rescue, but what's happening here has nothing to do with you. Please leave immediately. I will not make a contract with you. Seeing that his plan had failed, Yifeng simply straightened up and rubbed his cervical vertebrae. Oh, it's just a joke, why are you angry? Yifeng saw that the other party had a very queen-like aura, and also had a hint of the aura of a female boss. This mature aura made it difficult for the powerful commander to resist. All strong people have the desire to conquer. The stronger the opponent, the more you want to defeat him. So, Yifeng wanted to propose a temporary contract just now, but when he said it, he dropped the word temporary. Unexpectedly, the other party really didn't accept the challenge. This is a bit, Qin Shuangyue, someone knelt on the ground for half an hour, begging me to save you. Although I'm not familiar with him, he offered me a generous reward, and I'm short of money lately, so I had no choice but to accept his request. So, could you please be kind and let me save him? Yifeng looked like he was teasing the young woman, and the lies he said were so deceiving that if the system was intelligent, it would definitely slap Yifeng twice. This is clearly talking about the system dad. They even personified the system dad. That's so unkind. This is not acceptable on Father's Day. Someone asked you to save me? Could it be? Qin Shuangyue suddenly thought of the important relatives she had in this world. She looked resolute just now, but suddenly her eyes were wet. Okay, the person who invited you here promised to pay you whatever amount of money, and we will definitely not default on it. However, I can only agree to a temporary contract with you. Forget about anything else. Qin Shuangyue's pretended calm eyes made Yifeng shrug helplessly. After all this time, it was still a temporary contract. I originally wanted to take this tanker truck and provide energy module replacements for other mecha girls when I was away, but it seems that this matter needs to be considered in the long run. After convincing himself with the principles of righteousness, Yifeng cleared his throat and said, okay, 2 million alliance coins.
Don't go back on your word. 2 million? Ha! That's just a small amount. How could I, Qin Shuangyue, say such a thing? You underestimate us, Qin Ming Pharmaceutical.
Although we are not as powerful as the Tang Group, we are not as weak as you think.
Ha! Is this because I want less money?
Yifeng felt very regretful.
Although he now had the task of earning mall points, he lacked the means to make money.
Yifeng saw that the other party had misunderstood him. He was just thinking of making some money so that he wouldn't be too short of money when he went to Kyoto.
Unexpectedly, there was even less.
Humph. Yifeng, don't think that just because you have some strength, you can defeat us. You just released a lot of combat skills in succession, so the spiritual energy consumption must be very great, right?
Kid, stop being so pretentious. You actually have very little psychic energy left. I've heard you're only an A rank commander. Even if you're growing, you're only S rank at best. How much psychic energy do you have? Don't be afraid, everyone.
This kid has been using so many special moves, he must be running out of psychic energy. The way he fell just now didn't look fake. No matter how powerful he is, a commander without psychic energy can't make a big difference. We need to maintain our formation, attack in a roundabout way, and wear him down. The mecha girls that evolved from beast-like creatures looked no different from real metal beasts. They ran and jumped, and as they spoke, they took up their positions, keeping a distance from Yifeng and locking onto Yifeng with their laser eyes from all directions. Although Yifeng still has a lot of spiritual power, the commander's movement speed and mobility are far inferior to the mecha girl. Not to mention that the mecha girls that evolved from beasts are better than other mecha girls in jumping, running, and maneuverability. Even though Yifeng still had a lot of spiritual energy, he was still easily kite-ed when facing enemies attacking from all sides. Seeing the other party ready to fight, Yifeng felt that he had to dodge the attacks and protect Qin Shuangyue at the same time, which was quite stressful.
This is going to be a tough situation.
If it weren't for the desire to get more points, I should have taken this opportunity to get rid of them all. Yifeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
He turned around and ordered Qin Shuangyue in a commanding tone, hurry up and sign the contract.
Qin Shuangyue also felt that the situation was critical at this time. Seeing that the other party was about to launch an attack, she was urged by Yifeng and hurriedly popped up the formal contract panel.
Yifeng was stunned. Formal contract?
Yifeng smiled in his heart. This woman seemed reserved on the surface, but he didn't expect her to be so direct.
Is this the difference between a mature woman and an innocent girl? Hey man, weren't you tired of being reserved just now? If we had signed the contract earlier, these little Karamis would have been killed long ago.
Yifeng chuckled and casually pressed on the blue contract panel.
In a moment, white light appeared on Qin Shuangyue and Yifeng's bodies. With a thought, Yifeng turned Qin Shuangyue into a mechanical form.
The mecha giant transformed from the armored tanker is actually 18 meters tall. The 8 large wheels of a tactical truck are transformed and hung on the limbs of the mecha, as if it were possessed by transformers.
After the transformation, Qin Shuangyue screamed, "Ah! I made a mistake. How can this be a formal contract?"
Yifeng smiled in his heart, this elder sister is still acting.
You are bold and direct, but you are not direct enough. Isn't it better to be open and aboveboard? Why do you have to act like this to show your reserve? Oh, I really don't understand women. Alright, stop yelling. I'll show you how to modify the mecha. Magic modified mecha? Qin Shuangyue was stunned.
She had never heard of such a commander's talent.
Be my mecha girl, and you'll be happy. Take a good look at your commander's talent panel.
Yifeng casually reminded them that enemy artillery fire was already coming towards the two of them. Unfortunately, all these artillery fire were blocked by Yifeng's invisible shield. Yifeng took the opportunity to open the system mall and quickly purchased an S-Class Shaguang heavy engine worth 300,000 points.
Ding!
Successfully contracted Qin Shuangyue, reward of 100,000 points, received. Yifeng saw that the system reward had arrived and that he had 238,000 points left, all of which he used to purchase S-Class Na6 alloy.
This alloy is the lightest among S-Class alloys.
These 30 tons of alloy will be used to replace the outer armor of military trucks, which can make them lighter, increase the mobility of the mecha, and reduce energy consumption. Afterwards, when Qin Shuangyue covered her face and screamed, Yifeng stretched out his hand and shot out a blue, repair, magic ball. The magic ball only stayed for a second, and the original form of Qin Shuangyue's military tanker underwent a drastic metallic transformation.
A brand new red and blue mecha appeared in front of everyone.
This made the Tang group's female robots who were besieging Yifeng feel shocked and surprised.
But the most surprised person was Qin Shuangyue.
After Qin Shuangyue screamed, her teeth chattered and her whole body trembled.
Chapter 83, A Magical Change in 1 Second?
After Qin Shuangyue screamed, her teeth chattered and her whole body trembled.
You. How are you an SSS-level commander? Ah. How is this possible? OMG. Qin Shuangyue never dreamed that after a slip of her hand, she would actually form a formal contract with the SSS-level commander?
It's a natural cycle, what goes around comes around. She looked down on Yifeng the previous second, thinking that although he had just become an adult, he was just a little kid in her eyes.
But I didn't expect it. Yifeng is actually an SSS-level commander. Is there really an SSS-level commander in this world? Oh my god, this kind of thing is something that even the living can't believe, and even the dead would be scared to death. Doesn't SSS-level only exist in legends? How can it really exist?
Qin Shuangyue repeatedly questioned her own eyes. However, among Yifeng's innate skills:
Thunder Blade Level 2, Thunder Shadow Blade Wave. Repair Modification Level 2, completed in 1 second.
Invisible Shield Level 2, released to others.
Triple Energy.
Wireless Charging Stage 2, distance of 300,000 meters.
Are these talents something that ordinary commanders can possess?
Moreover, why is this red letter, Holy War Plunder, talent in red letters, and why is it ranked at the front?
All of this is against common sense. Could this be an ordinary commander?
This is obviously a true as hell level commander. The facts were right in front of her, and Qin Shuangyue had no choice but to believe it.
She is surprised and happy now. It's a piece of cake.
The young and promising little boss's temperament, angular handsome face, and thin body are compatible with the little puppy's skin.
Is this a man?
This guy is simply a godsend from heaven, the son of destiny. If it was at first sight, Qin Shuangyue would not have considered Yifeng in that aspect because of the age difference between them. Now Qin Shuangyue can be said to have been conquered by the SSS-level destiny. She was like a slave waiting to serve her master, and at this moment she just wanted to do whatever her master ordered.
Don't be surprised, this is just the beginning. Take a look at your second form. Second form?
After Yifeng's reminder, Qin Shuangyue hurriedly checked her attribute panel. Just now she only felt that her body had become much stronger and more energetic, but she did not have time to update the chip data of the mecha body. After receiving Yifeng's reminder, Qin Shuangyue closed her eyes and the system completed the status update. The latest state of her body, structure, components, usage tactics and all parameters were all entered into the operating chip of her mechanical body.
Yifeng's 1 second transformation is too fast. It was almost too much for Qin Shuangyue's brain circuits to cope with. After the parameters were updated, Qin Shuangyue was shocked again. My second mechanical form is an intercontinental missile launcher. Ha! Qin Shuangyue was completely confused. Is this still me? I just met this little skinny guy named Yifeng, and already his life destiny has been tampered with? My destiny in this life has been completely overturned and changed?
I felt my 3 views were shattered and I felt the ups and downs of my life. Qin Shuangyue was ready to die in the previous second, and in the next second she was ranked first on the Heavenly Tao list.
Who can accept this change? According to Yifeng, a time traveler, this means that he was in debt of hundreds of thousands of dollars in the previous second, and won 300 million in the lottery in this second? This guy is exaggerating. Who has the psychological endurance to accept this?
More importantly, at this moment, the 5 enemy mecha girls beside him were concentrating their firepower and shooting randomly. However, this 360-degree invisible shield has not dissipated yet.
Doesn't this duration seem too long? How much spiritual energy does this consume?
Qin Shuangyue suddenly came to her senses and took a look at her energy group module. The original 6 energy modules have become 12. Moreover, only one of the 12 energy modules has been consumed so far. So, I carry 12 energy modules on my body. Even if the commander does not provide psychic energy, I can provide 12 times the energy maintenance time for this invisible shield. Qin Shuangyue felt her own strength, she felt that she was simply invincible. With the commander's invisible shield talent, combined with his own 12 energy modules.
Isn't this a true hero? I can handle more than a tank. Let the artillery fire come even harder. The other side. For one-eyed clouded leopards of Beast Evolution and a red mecha girl covered Qin Shuangyue with full firepower and shot crazily for a full 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, their commander's spiritual energy was almost exhausted. But why hasn't the opponent's invisible shield disappeared yet? How many commanders has the other party contracted? Does Yi Feng have so many spiritual powers? When everyone was puzzled, the red mecha girl suddenly woke up. Oh no!
This thing is a military tanker truck with 6 built-in energy modules. And Yi Feng, this kid, actually possesses the talent of invisible shield.
Even if we use up all our ammunition, we can't break this invisible shield.
They still have a lot of energy. The red mecha girl suddenly came to her senses and immediately gave the order to retreat. However, they didn't know that the strength of Yi Feng and Qin Shuangyue had been seriously underestimated by them.
Just when their energy was exhausted and they turned around to flee, the red and blue mecha protected by an invisible shield instantly turned into an intercontinental missile armored vehicle. The giant cylinder on the back of the armored vehicle has been opened, and an intercontinental missile is in launch positioning.
The landing point of this missile has been set by Yi Feng as
lock on the target.
Ice and Fire Island, Pujiang Base City, Tang's Gene Group headquarters.
Emission. An intercontinental missile flew straight into the blue sky amidst the rolling heat waves.
The blue-black triangular supersonic warhead allowed it to accelerate slightly and then break through to 6 times the speed of sound. At such a high speed, even interceptor missiles cannot intercept it. Even the Beast King would be terrified. But Yi Feng knew.
Qin Shuangyue also just found out.
Yi Feng had just reduced the power of this intercontinental missile by more than half. There were 8 detonating projectiles in the propellant compartment of the intercontinental ballistic missile, and Yi Feng removed 6 of them. At this moment, Yi Feng was consuming spiritual energy to power the incubator of the intercontinental missile compartment. He was rapidly building the radar, engine, positioning device, and missile shell for the second intercontinental missile. This time, Yi Feng used the only half-ton of S-level Name alloy left in the system space to create a ballistic missile with super defensive capabilities. Even if such a missile is not loaded with explosives, it can kill a 4th or 5th level metal monster with a collision.
This metal is what's left over from the magic modification I gave you earlier. Don't let it go to waste. Just wait and see.
Seeing Qin Shuangyue's confused look, Yi Feng explained patiently. But Qin Shuangyue frowned and looked up at the sky. The ballistic missile that had disappeared without a trace after flying into the clouds had now returned to its original path.
The missile is back. Are you sure the power is small enough? It won't affect us, right? Yi Feng was speechless.
He had clearly removed most of the explosives.
Why did Qin Shuangyue ask this? Don't worry, it won't happen. The power has been greatly reduced. As long as you don't misposition it and the missile doesn't receive any signal interference, it will be fine. Oh. Are you worried about accidentally injuring civilians? You can rest assured about that. The Tang group is very domineering.
The 5 underground shelters around their headquarters have all been occupied by their own people.
There will be no innocent people there. There is no need to be lenient when dealing with the Tang group.
After Yi Feng finished explaining, he, who was sharing the same vision with Qin Shuangyue, looked up at the sky and found that the supersonic intercontinental missile falling at a high speed in the sky seemed to be returning along the same route.
Ha! Boss Qin, did you choose the right target?
Yi Feng felt something was wrong.
Qin Shuangyue sighed and explained, yes, it's the Tang group headquarters, but... Ha! But what?
Yi Feng frowned and looked at the intercontinental missile falling rapidly in the sky, with a look of confusion.
It's just that, this used to be an industrial park. Because the base city was overcrowded, a lot of residential buildings were built around it. You probably don't know much about the situation.
Ha! Yi Feng was even more confused.
He said unhappily, get to the point. The point is, I'm worried that we'll be affected if we get too close to the Tang group.
Qin Shuangyue's words made Yifeng feel something was not right, because the intercontinental missile that was falling at a high speed did look like it was returning along the same route. Yifeng had a bad idea in his mind. Fuck. Could it be? How close are we to the Tang Group headquarters building? Yifeng suddenly realized that he had no idea where the Tang Group's headquarters building was. He had just ordered Qin Shuangyue to attack there. But after making a precise calculation, Qin Shuangyue replied, although we are 2 blocks apart, the Tang Group headquarters building is located in the northeast corner of their premises, which is far from their factory. In other words, after hearing Qin Shuangyue's meticulous introduction and detailed explanation, Yifeng was almost suffocating. He looked at the missiles flying towards him and shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and get to the point." Qin Shuangyue was frightened by Yifeng, so she hurriedly explained, simply put, the straight line distance is less than 500 meters. What? Yifeng was stunned. How the hell is this so close? How is this any different from blowing yourself up? Qin Shuang. You. Are you, boom. 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 Stupid? Boom. A series of explosions quickly drowned out Yifeng's voice. Qin Shuangyue couldn't hear what he was saying now. Seeing everything around turned to scorched earth, red flames and billowing black smoke and dust mixed together and rushed towards us. The surrounding high-rise buildings were shattered by the violent energy, and Yifeng really wanted to die. Yifeng just wants to complain at this moment. No wonder you can't beat down Jin with your efficiency. How on earth did you become the CEO? I saw a ghost. Chapter 84 Intercontinental missiles are at your service. A little while. Thick smoke and dust obscured the surrounding vision. The violet energy continuously impacts the invisible shield. Qin Shuangyue coughed twice and explained to Yifeng. Don't be afraid. I still have 9 energy modules, all fully charged. As long as we're not at the center of the explosion, our invisible shield level can withstand a series of explosive attacks from this explosion. Boom. Another round of explosions was heard. Violet energy repeatedly impacts the invisible shield. Qin Shuangyue continued, don't be nervous. This is the Tang Group's underground ammunition depot that's been detonated. I've already calculated the energy of this explosion. It definitely won't break through our invisible shield. Even if it did, the aftermath wouldn't destroy my S-class alloy armor. Commander, you're safe. Yifeng rolled his eyes and looked at the explosion fog outside the shield with a look of despair. He felt that this woman did it on purpose. This woman Qin Shuangyue must have known the result long ago. She probably wanted to give it a try on purpose. How powerful would the defense be when her 12 energy modules are combined with the second level, invisible shield, of the SSS-level commander? Don't be fooled by this guy's calm appearance, he is actually extremely excited inside. I feel it all. Don't forget, you and I are now closely connected neurologically. The little excitement in your heart cannot escape my neural perception. Yifeng poured cold water on Qin Shuangyue's head, and the other party actually showed his little fangs and smiled while holding his glasses. At this time, Yifeng was sitting in the cockpit of an intercontinental missile armored vehicle, and a virtual image doll of Qin Shuangyue appeared in the empty seat next to him. The smug look on her face with her little fangs showing was really a bit magical. Unexpectedly, Yifeng could not have imagined even in his dreams that a female CEO would actually have such a devilish side. If she wasn't 170 centimeters tall and had long legs covered in black stockings, Yifeng would never have believed that such an immature and unstable thing could be done by a female boss. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You look like you're having a good time. Maybe you've been keeping a straight face for too long, and your girlish side hasn't been released in a while? Are you a little devil? Yifeng gave Qin Shuangyue a blank look. But Qin Shuangyue covered her mouth and laughed even more happily. That's right. She admitted it. Yifeng was right about everything. This is her truest side, which is rarely seen by ordinary people. He usually has a stern face, but now he is hiding in the cockpit of his mecha tank with his commander. What is there to be reluctant about? Anyway, the thin dog next to him is already his own. Humph, there are 2 mecha girls. They're both little brats, right? 20 years old? Ha ha. I actually chose a little kid 4 years younger than me as my commander. I wonder how my brother would react if he knew about this. I don't like sharing with others, but as hell-level commanders can be an exception.
After all, you have the qualifications.
Qin Shuangyue suddenly put away her devilish smile. She adjusted her glasses seriously and glanced at Yifeng out of the corner of her eye. This made Yifeng feel creepy and got goosebumps all over his body.
Ding!
All enemies have been annihilated, and the 100,000 points reward has been issued. Yifeng heard the system notification sound and knew that the 5 mecha girls who had escaped just now had all been eliminated. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at least the points are obtained, so there is no need to chase them.
Now, it's time to do big things.
Yifeng folded his arms and gave Qin Shuangyue the latest instructions.
Second ICBM, set the attack location to. Wait a minute, I'll make a call.
Yifeng was halfway through his words when he took out his cell phone and called his sister Yiling.
But no one answered for a long time. Right now.
Outside the base city, Yiling and Qinyu had just killed the last flying monster. But 1 kilometer away, a giant monster as big as a 20-story building was taking heavy steps and striding towards the gate of the base city. Although it was still 1 kilometer away, its huge body made the 3,000 mecha girls and Yiling Qinyu, who were in a fierce firefight, feel an invincible and decadent momentum.
That's it.
That's a Lord-level beast. My goodness, that's the most powerful beast entrenched in Area 47. Even among the Lord-level creatures, it's one of the top ones.
Its strength is second only to that of King-level beasts. What should we do?
The Lord-level monsters are attacking, and we're all going to die.
We can't resist at all. Where are the reinforcements? Our reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Contact the command center urgently.
I need to know the situation of the reinforcements.
Command has replied that reinforcements will arrive in 15 minutes. The presidents of several major hunting guilds have already arrived in person. We must hold out for another 15 minutes.
The frontline commander was in a panic, but saw more than a dozen hunting guild presidents and mercenary group leaders arrive and join the battle. The morale of the mecha girls and commanders fighting on the front lines has been stabilized again. However, Yiling and Qinyu did not intend to wait for reinforcements.
The two of them have a secret trick that they haven't used yet.
After Yiling transplanted and fused the Ghost White Fox's casting core, he gained a skill that only exotic beasts could use.
Qinyu, let's try that move. Talent 2, Breath of Spirit Beast.
Yiling's eyes narrowed, and murderous aura burst out in all directions. Under Qinyu's violent energy input, Yiling stood at an altitude of 1,000 meters, and suddenly changed from the form of an aerospace fighter to a huge white fox head. It seems that she can only transform into the head of a ghost white fox, and her appearance is not quite the same as the ghost white fox, it is a bit more mechanical. But this does not affect its release of powerful power.
A blue energy sphere was rapidly condensing in the mouth of the mechanical fox head.
Immediately afterwards, a breath of blue energy broke through the clouds and shot towards the Lord-level monster 1 kilometer away.
A Lord-level monster that carries a locomotive, the Titan Ape.
Seeing the incoming blue light wave, it opened its bloody mouth and shot out a golden beam of lightning. The two breaths, one blue and one gold, collided with each other, forming an energy vortex. A group of breath energies collided with each other, and it was difficult to determine the winner, and suddenly exploded. An energy shockwave similar to a nuclear bomb explosion swept across the entire battlefield. A large number of alien beasts and mecha girls were overturned and blown away by the heat wave, and most of the automatic turrets on the base city walls were destroyed. This energy shockwave actually sent the Night Bell mecha flying hundreds of meters in the sky. Their fuselage rolled at an altitude of 1,000 meters and then fell out of control.
At this dizzy moment, Yifeng called.
Yiling was blown around by the shockwave and felt dizzy. After Qinyu forcibly seized the command from her, she transformed into an aerospace fighter and stabilized the fuselage. The two of them then picked up the phone.
Brother, what are you doing? You're calling me at this hour.
Your sister almost crashed.
Crash?
It's okay, I'm steady.
There's a Lord-level guy at the door, a gorilla.
Give me its coordinates.
Ha? What are you doing? Give it to me now.
Yifeng urged, and Yiling reluctantly sent the coordinates to Yifeng's mobile phone. Before Yifeng hung up the phone, he reminded his sister, stay away, and tell all the mecha girls around to retreat.
I'm about to launch an intercontinental missile. It's very powerful.
What?
Intercontinental missile?
Yiling thought she had misheard, But seeing that her brother had already hung up the phone, she conjured ahead into the cockpit, frowned at Shinyu and said,
My brother said he's going to launch an intercontinental missile and told us to stay away. What? Shinyu thought he had heard wrong.
But seeing Yiling's serious and worried look, he dared not disbelieve it. Especially when I think of brother Yifeng, he was about to kick me away if they had a disagreement.
I feel that launching intercontinental missiles is also a normal phenomenon.
Regardless of where he got the weapons of mass destruction, it's best to believe that brother Yifeng is not lying.
Escaping is the key. Retreat quickly. Linger, retreat quickly, let's go.
Shinyu hurriedly urged Yiling, and Yiling turned around and sprayed out a blue tail flame, increasing the escape speed to the maximum. The shock wave from the explosion just now had blown away and burned a large number of strange beasts below. The surviving mecha girls also retreated to the foot of the base city wall.
Yiling was too lazy to issue a warning. The most important thing was to escape first. But then,
a silver-white intercontinental missile with a triangular warhead actually collided head-on with the high-speed flying Nightbell and passed by it.
Fuck. My brother is serious. There are 3 black lines on Yiling's face. Fortunately, I ran fast.
I was not afraid of killing my own sister. Shinyu's face was filled with black lines as he silently stepped on the accelerator.
Chapter 85, The Death of the Lord-class Titan. Below.
The Lord-class Titan ape, carrying a locomotive and supporting it with one arm, rushed towards the Pujiang base city. With its 1,000-ton body, it would be easy for it to destroy the steel walls of the base city. Not to mention that there are thousands of 3rd and 4th level exotic beasts of various species gathering towards it.
A distance of 1 kilometer is not far for a huge lord-level monster.
When the Titan ape was halfway through the run, he raised the locomotive in his hand and made a standard javelin-throwing movement with his body. Thousands of mecha girls wanted to stop it after seeing this scene, but they even found it difficult to deal with the army of alien beasts. Not to mention focusing fire on the Titan ape.
Such a 1,000-ton behemoth is as big as a small frigate.
The firepower of these low-level mecha girls present was not enough to repel this lord-level metal monster, let alone destroy it.
Right now, all the mecha girls and commanders have only one thought in their minds. That is, we need massive firepower. We need heavy weapons. We need weapons of mass destruction. The world is often so wonderful.
When everyone is looking forward to the human side being able to possess weapons of mass destruction. Yifeng and Qin Xuanyue, a pair of mecha girls who have never appeared on the front battlefield, just happened to launch a missile. It was as if they could hear the pleas and calls of the thousands of mecha girls and commanders on the front lines. Whoosh! A sound like a giant sword piercing the sky. Suddenly it passed by the ears of thousands of people. Right after, the army of strange beasts, led by the Titan ape, was instantly engulfed in the mushroom cloud of flames rising into the sky. The explosion was deafening and the entire earth was shaking. The screams of the army of strange beasts were drowned out by the terrifying wave of explosions and were almost inaudible. Countless frontline soldiers stared in amazement at the red flames rising from the ground, watching quietly as it turned into a mushroom shape and blew the smoke and dust towards them.
Pa 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 pa.
The flying stones, sand and metal fragments hit the mecha warrior's heavy armor with a ping-pong sound, but did not cause much damage to it.
Where did the attack come from? What happened? What's going on? Have the reinforcements arrived? This. Is this a small nuclear bomb?
No nuclear radiation was detected. It is estimated to be 20 tons of C4 antimatter explosives. Based on the image data captured before the explosion, after comparison and calibration, this is most likely an intercontinental missile.
What? Intercontinental missile.
When the capable machine girls reported their calculation data to their companions one by one,
the city gates suddenly became lively. Intercontinental missile launcher?
What kind of strategic weapon is this?
Oh my god, is this true?
An intercontinental missile exploded right before my eyes, destroying an army of alien beasts led by a lord-level alien beast in one strike.
This is a super rare mechanical soldier that only SSS-level mecha girls have the chance to mutate into.
On this planet, intercontinental missile launchers are even rarer than aircraft carriers.
Which genius from which base city supported us? We must thank them. Is this true? Just a second ago I thought we couldn't hold on any longer and that today would be the end of our short lives. I didn't expect. I didn't expect. Thank you so much.
Countless people looked up at the sky, made hearts with their hands and prayed as they watched the billowing smoke. But on the other side, Yifeng and Qin Shuangyue looked at the ruins within a kilometer, and felt like they had survived a disaster. A few minutes later, wireless communication restored. Yifeng called his sister Yiling's handheld communicator. "Linger. Is it done? How much damage did the alien beast army suffer?" Yifeng asked anxiously, but Yiling's absent-minded and excited voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Wow, as expected of a Titan ape, I'll see if the system space can accommodate it." "Oh my god, this can't be true. Linger, you're worthy of being an SSS-class mecha girl. The system space is so huge. This is a 1,000-ton Lord Beast. Even though it's missing an arm, it still weighs at least 800 tons. How did you fit it in? Hee hee. Am I awesome? Look, the corpses of those level 5 scorpion dragon beasts are still relatively intact. I'll leave these to you to pack. I really can't fit anymore. But Linger, what's the point of storing these strange beast corpses? Axiu it hurts. Linger, why did you hit me? Silly boy, of course I'm selling it for money. Are I cooking it for you? Sell for money? Ah. Linger, you're so smart. Hee hee, yeah. Like brother, like sister. My brother always says that turning waste into treasure is a traditional Chinese virtue. Traditional virtues? What are those? I don't know, maybe it's a family motto. Linger, look. Quite a few people are rushing towards us. They must be here to grab the spoils, right? Hurry, hurry, let's get that horned lizard on board. It seems like, it's not dead, take my shot. Boom. Hey, you little brat. You dared to die in front of me? Forget it, your body has been blown to pieces. Let's leave the remaining garbage to others, let's retreat first. Yifeng held the communicator in his hand, and his old face couldn't help but twitch. Is this Linger? It was the first time that Yifeng heard the true state of his sister and Qin Yu's interaction so realistically, and he felt like an idiot. I was worried that my sister would be bullied by Qin Yu. Now it seems that this kid is just a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. On the other hand, my sister seems to be quite opinionated. But none of this matters, what matters is, it looks like the battle is over. The crisis of strange beasts attacking the city should be resolved. Outside the city gate, the situation is probably several times more tragic than here. Yifeng looked around and saw only broken bricks and mechanical debris left of the tall buildings. This is an intercontinental missile with its power reduced several times. It's too fierce. It is truly a strategic weapon. Yi Linger, is she your sister? Qin Shuangyue saw Yifeng staring at the ruins in a daze. After she turned back into human form, she looked at Yifeng with a suspicious look and asked. Yifeng looked at his new robot girl with a vigilant look and said in confusion. Do you know Linger? Qin Shuangyue shook her head speechlessly and began to search through her phone album seriously. Chapter 86. See Lu Chen again. A little while. Qin Shuangyue held up the photo album on her mobile phone and showed it to Yifeng. The album contains funny pictures of Yiling pulling Qin Yu's ears and the two of them taking them together. Qin Yu and Linger? How come you have? Yifeng frowned and looked at Qin Shuangyue, feeling that the situation was not good. He urgently opened the system interface and checked Qin Shuangyue's talent panel. Machine Girl, Qin Shuangyue. 24 years old. SSS-level. ICBM armored vehicle. Full set of A-level modules. Number of cockpit uses, 1. Number of temporary contracts, 0. Number of formal contracts, 1. Status, contracted. Seeing Qin Shuangyue's data, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. I didn't expect your actual age is only 4 years older than me. I thought. Yifeng looked at Qin Shuangyue's extremely mature professional dress and high heels. I feel a little relieved. 4 years old, still acceptable. What do you mean? What does that look mean? Do I look old? Qin Shuangyue's face turned red, and her eyes exuded a cold chill. Age is a sensitive topic for women. Yifeng quickly waved his hand and denied it. No. I was wondering, could Qin Yu be your brother? Right? Yifeng asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Qin Shuangyue crossed her arms and said unhappily, "Nonsense. Could it be that he is my son? What a coincidence, what a coincidence."
It's such a coincidence. Yifeng moved his waist 3 circles to the left and 3 circles to the right, as if he was warming up.
Ha! What's a coincidence? Didn't my brother hire you to rescue me? So the person he hired was you? Ha!
Yifeng looked at Qin Shuangyue in confusion, not knowing what nonsense Qin Shuangyue was talking about. But remembering that he had mentioned a hiring fee before, Yifeng roughly understood. In fact, the person that Yifeng said ordered him to rescue Qin Shuangyue was the system. At that time, Yifeng was just talking nonsense and fooling Qin Shuangyue in a teasing tone. It was just a joke, but I didn't expect the other party to take it seriously.
Qin Shuangyue really thought that Yifeng was hired by Qin Yu.
Well, Yifeng simply went along with it, stretched out his hand and smiled at Qin Shuangyue. "Well, what was the price we agreed on?"
But Qin Shuangyue showed an evil smile. "My brother learned a catchphrase from Yi Linger, family members keep their distance. Are you asking me to pay now?"
Ah. Yifeng slapped his forehead and thought about it. Yes. The contract has been officially signed. This identity change is a bit fast, I can't keep up with the pace.
Ding! The latest mission has been released.
Kill the Lord-level monster and repel the siege monster.
The reward is 600,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system task. 600,000 points have been credited to your account. System task? Why is the delay so long?
Yifeng was speechless, but after all, he had received 600,000 points, which was still something to be happy about.
What are you daydreaming about? Should we go outside the city to see if Qin Yu and your sister are still there?
Although Qin Shuangyue was asking Yifeng what he meant, while she was speaking, she had already transformed into an intercontinental missile armored vehicle with 8 rows of wheels. The car door opened towards Yifeng, as if there was no chance for Yifeng to refuse at all. Yifeng shook his head bitterly. It would take time to adapt to the mature and steady domineering mecha girl. After all, she was a few years older. Sitting in the car, Yifeng was amazed by the turning radius of the bulky yet maneuverable tactical truck, which was so small. Despite its huge size, it is not slow at all. However, Yifeng always felt that driving such an intercontinental missile armored vehicle and rushing around in the city was a bit eye-catching. The news that the strange beast has been repelled should be notified to all shelters soon. Crowds will soon be pouring into the streets. Let's switch to the first form. This car is too conspicuous. Yifeng folded his arms and even crossed his legs while sitting in the spacious cockpit. But the next second, Qin Shuangyue transformed herself from an intercontinental missile launcher vehicle that was more than 30 meters long into a tanker truck that was more than 10 meters long. Although it is a tanker truck, it looks very new and the style seems to be a new model launched in recent years. This surprised Qin Shuangyue herself. My first form has changed too. It used to be half the size of this, and it looked really old and tacky. Qin Shuangyue admired her first form car body in amazement. The 4 rows of wheels and separate oil pipe carriers make it look very technological. Although it is a tanker truck, it looks like a brand new equipment that can only be equipped in a new Star City. From the wheels to the body design, it is full of modern sense, and even the red and blue paint is brighter than before. But she didn't notice that Yifeng, who had just crossed his legs, was now stuck in the narrow truck cabin. This car doesn't even have a passenger compartment. Is this a storage room? Why would a pipeline truck have such a small storage room? Hey! I'm stuck, can't you see? Hey! Yifeng couldn't help but let out a roar, and Qin Shuangyue then turned back into the intercontinental missile vehicle and let Yifeng move into the cockpit. Sitting in the cockpit, Yifeng no longer felt the joy he had felt during the previous 2 experiences. He saw Qin Shuangyue turning into a tanker truck again, and pedestrians on the road ahead were already crawling out of the shelter. Yifeng always felt that this mecha girl was not a good match for him. What do you mean you're too young to know how good your sister is? Age probably has nothing to do with whether she's good or not. Yifeng grumbled unhappily, but Qin Shuangyue drove at an extremely high speed. The rampaging tanker truck rushed out of the city in just over 20 minutes. Outside the city, in a scorched earth ruin, thousands of mecha girls are cleaning up the battlefield. The corpses of the alien beast army are an important source of high-density alloys. These are all resources, materials that can change the world and create new modules and spare parts. Yifeng saw many people cleaning up the battlefield. It was not easy to find Qinyu and Yiling, so he could only take out his cell phone and call Yiling. The crowd around was very crowded. Qin Shuangyue turned back into human form and waited quietly at the city gate with Yifeng. But what they waited for was not Yiling and Qinyu, but a pair of old acquaintances. A Crimson Star fighter suddenly landed in front of Yifeng. Zhu Ke and Lu Chen, who had transformed into human form, waved and walked towards Yifeng after seeing him. This surprised Yifeng a little. Lu Chen? Suzaku? Didn't you return to Kyoto? Yifeng looked surprised and took 2 steps forward. Yes, I received an urgent call for help on the way, so I turned back. I didn't expect. There are other experts hidden in Pujian Base City besides you. I heard there's an SSS-class aerospace fighter that's been a big help. However, it seems that an intercontinental missile was the ultimate savior. I wonder. Lu Chen spoke very slowly, not at all like someone who was here to support the front lines. He was dressed as if he was going on vacation at the beach. The temperament is similar too. But Suzaku gasped and grabbed Lu Chen's arm. Master! Look! Zhu Ke looked Qin Shuangyue up and down, and had obviously scanned Qin Shuangyue's basic attributes. Yifeng could see some clues from the other party's surprised expression. ICBM launcher. So it was you who did it. Is this your new mecha girl? Lu Chen looked at Yifeng with incredible eyes. He now believed more and more what Yifeng had said before. Earlier, in the audience of the mecha girl fighting competition, when Lu Chen first met Yifeng joked, "If I say I'm ASL level, do you believe me?" Lu Chen naturally didn't believe it at the time. He just thought that Yifeng should be some kind of a level commander who could evolve. This was very close to the topic of evolution he was studying, so he thought about admitting Yifeng to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Yifeng's robot girl refreshed Lu Chen's 3 views again and again, making him begin to doubt Yifeng's previous words. At the same time, whoosh! Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a snow-white aerospace fighter plane crashed towards Yifeng and Lu Chen at a high speed. Just as they were about to collide, a colorful light flashed, and the fighter plane turned into Yiling and Qinyu. The 2 jumped down and hid behind Yifeng. Sister? Why are you here? Qinyu was very surprised when he saw Qin Shuangyue. Brother! Someone is chasing me. They are so strong, I can't shake them off. As soon as Yiling finished speaking, 3 star fighters, blue, purple and black, made their grand appearance. Chapter 87, Battle of the War College. He saw the incoming planes transform into human forms one by one and leap in front of him. Yifeng stopped Yiling and Qinyu behind him and shouted at the newcomers, "Who are you?" But after the 3 mecha girls and 3 commanders landed, they began to salute Lu Chen respectfully when they saw him. So Lu Sanchi is here too. Long time no see, brother Lu Chen. Executive Officer Lu, I've heard a lot about you. The 3 commanders came forward and exchanged pleasantries with Lu Chen. The 3 mecha girls in blue, purple and black walked straight towards Suzaku. Not bad, Suzaku. I heard you upgraded to an SSS class main gun? Really? Take it out and show it to us. Hey! Not bad, not bad. You're much more charming than the last time we met. Could it be that you two finally? Hee hee. Hee hee. The blue mecha girl stepped forward and poked Suzaku a few times. The beauty mole at the corner of her mouth left a deep impression on Yifeng. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Yifeng and the others' faces, Lu Chen then remembered to act as an introducer. Yifeng, don't be nervous. Let me introduce you. These people are friends from the 3 major war academies in Kyoto. They must have received an emergency alert and rushed here from somewhere else. With Lu Chen's introduction, Yifeng, Yiling, and Qinyu finally felt relieved. While a few people were chatting, Qin Shuangyue came to the camp of the 4 starry sky mecha girls with her arms folded. How many of you are from Kyoto? Kyoto is 310,000 kilometers away. Even for aerospace fighters, a one-way flight would take 10 days. But your aerodynamic shape is clearly not suitable for flight within the atmosphere. Yet, your speed is surprisingly faster than that of aerospace fighters. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the legendary star class. Top-tier universities and research institutes have indeed brought the mecha planet into a whole new era. Qin Shuangyue's outspokenness and familiarity made 2 of the mecha girls dissatisfied. But after they scanned Qin Shuangyue one by one, they showed surprised expressions on their faces. Although Qin Shuangyue was a few years younger than them, the SSS-class intercontinental missile launcher still surprised the Starry Sky Mecha Girls.
ICBM vehicle. Intercontinental.
It turns out that the one who slaughtered the army of alien beasts was you. The three mecha girls in blue, purple and black looked at Qin Shuangyue in surprise, and then cast suspicious eyes towards Juke.
Suzaku smiled and waved his hands. Don't look at me, I just found out too. There are only a few SSS-class intercontinental missile launchers in the entire alliance. This is a strategic weapon. Do you have nuclear bombs?
A full set of A-grade modules, not bad.
Even without the nuclear warhead, it's still formidable. Wait. This thing's first form is actually an SSS-class tanker.
It has 12 top-grade energy modules.
OMG. This is incredible. Doesn't this mean?
The four Starry Sky Mecha Girls looked at each other, lowered their heads and began to discuss carefully. Qin Shuangyue really didn't expect that although she was much lower in level than the other party, she could still shock these legendary New World Mecha Girls.
Qin Shuangyue instinctively turned her gaze towards Juke.
Perhaps in her opinion, Juke and Lu Chen were familiar with Yifeng, and as Yifeng's mecha girl, the relationship between them would be closer.
Really?
While the other three Starry Sky Mecha Girls were still whispering to each other,
Juke stepped forward and explained to Qin Shuangyue. Don't be surprised. You probably don't even realize how powerful you are. A powerful killer like you, once you reach the Starry Sky level, you will definitely be able to inherit this talent. Your future is limitless. Your achievements will surely surpass ours.
Qin Shuangyue usually makes promises for others, but she was not used to being promised the same thing today.
Really? Maybe. It must be difficult to reach the star level, right?
Qin Shuangyue's words aroused the thoughts of the Starry Sky Mecha Girl. The blue mecha girl shrugged.
It's difficult, but for you, it might not be that far away. Yes, our generation of pioneers has stepped into all the traps and paid a huge price. The black mecha girl sighed deeply.
The purple mecha girl almost revealed the truth. If you want to set foot in another world and seek opportunities, you must first enter a top university. Several people looked at Qin Shuangyue, envy in their eyes. This made Qin Shuangyue puzzled, because the other party was obviously a Starry Sky Mecha Girl who was one level higher than herself.
They have already touched upon the legendary, new mechanical era. Why do you look at me with envy?
Although intercontinental missile launchers are relatively rare, the SSS class is already the strongest grade in the same class.
But after all, I haven't entered the new era like them. Is there any hidden secret behind this?
Qin Shuangyue wanted to continue asking, but heard the screams of Qin Yu and Yi Ling from behind.
What? The three major war academies actually invited us at the same time? Great Linger, we can go to Kyoto.
Yeah.
I can go to Kyoto with my brother.
Hearing his younger brother Qin Yu and Yi Ling jumping for joy, Qin Shuangyue adjusted his glasses and came to Qin Yu's side.
You want my brother and Yi Linger to go to Kyoto?
The commanders of the three major war academies nodded in unison.
That's right.
If you two are willing to join our Xinghui Academy, we can not only provide a 100 million scholarship, but also arrange for a single-family villa within the academy.
This is the treatment for outstanding students. TSK. If you come to our academy, we'll offer a 200 million yuan scholarship, not only a single-family house, but also an SSS-level module.
What?
Only an SSS-level module? Come to our academy. We'll reward you with an SSS-level module every year.
Also, we can provide a 200 million scholarship and a single-family villa.
Come to our academy, we offer 300 million. Go to our college can also.
The three commanders repeatedly raised the price, and their intention to snatch people away was very obvious. But Yifeng looked at Lu Chen, his eyes conveying some message.
Lu Chen shook his head.
No, your sister isn't yet an adult.
We can't accept her into our Mecha Warfare Research Institute. This is against Alliance law.
Yifeng nodded to show that he understood. As a time traveler, Yifeng knew that this was the same grade system as on Earth. High school, college, and graduate school, you have to go up one level at a time. Even if one's strength in certain aspects meets the requirements, but one is not old enough, he will always be a protected person on the mecha planet. The war with alien beasts is bloody and terrifying with huge casualties, and the exploration of alien planets is even more dangerous.
This is good, it allows my sister and Shinyu to gain more experience for a few years. It doesn't matter if they are separated temporarily, after all, they are both in Kyoto. This way, I can keep my sister, my only relative, by my side. After Yifeng confirmed that the research institute could not recruit Yi Ling and Shinyu, he said to Ling Er without any reservation. Since they're all in Kyoto, just choose the academy that offers the best conditions. Yifeng's words were like a fuse. Once these words came out, the war among the commanders of the 3 war academies intensified. They all offered more favorable conditions, just to win the SSS-level space mecha girls joining. Chapter 88 Heading to Kyoto. 3 days later. Yifeng and Qin Shuangyue sat in the passenger cabin of the Aurora, an SSS-class aerospace fighter piloted by Yi Ling and Shinyu, admiring the vast cloud waves and the bright warm sun in the calm zone at an altitude of 100,000 meters, and began to feel a little bored. Linger, how long will it take us to get to Kyoto? Yifeng propped up his chin and said boredly. Before Yi Ling could reply, Qin Shuangyue, who was sitting next to her, answered while holding her laptop. It's still 189,215 kilometers to Kyoto, and it will take about 3 days, 20 hours, and 54 minutes. Considering the fatigue of the journey, we can land in Jiangbei Base City in 3 hours. There will be an auction today in Jiangbei Base City. Shinyu and Linger can sell all the remains of those exotic beasts. Qin Shuangyue adjusted his glasses, looking as if everything was under control. Yifeng looked out the window angrily, and suddenly thought of something. Shuangyue, did Qinming Pharmaceutical really develop some kind of genetic medicine? What's the use of that thing? Qin Shuangyue's eyes were stunned for a moment, and after a moment she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, the genetic medicine we developed is a genetic material simulated from the alien spiritual fruit no berry after biological research. Theoretically, it can evolve the commander's biological functions. According to reliable intelligence, the research institutes in Sandu are currently focusing on the commander as the subject of mecha girl evolution. Put it on the commander? This is very different from before. Yifeng was confused. Yes, the commander and the mecha girl belong to the same species. The evolution and continuation of a species cannot rely solely on the female species. The male species must also evolve. This is the research direction proposed by the CEO of Kyoto First Hospital. It is said that this will usher in a whole new era for mechanical life. He said that the perfect combination of biology and machinery may be the threshold for the mecha planet to enter a new era. After Qin Shuangyue finished speaking, she took out a glass bottle containing blue potion from the system space. After thinking for a while, Qin Shuangyue handed it to Yifeng. After Yifeng got it, he immediately used the Genesis system to analyze it. Ding! Analysis completed. This substance is a semi-finished product of the commander's primary evolution potion. The evolution success rate is 20%. It is not recommended for the host to use. Ding! We recommend that you purchase the commander's primary evolution potion from the Genesis Mall. Taking it will effectively increase your psychic energy by 10%. Once your psychic energy exceeds 100%, your commander will advance to the war general level. Oh! Yifeng followed the system's instructions and opened the Genesis Mall. After some searching, I finally found the commander's primary evolution potion in the potion column. Commander Primary Evolution Potion. Duration, 5 minutes, pain level 1. It can effectively increase the commander's spiritual energy value by 10% at a time. Exchange points, 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Doesn't this mean that 100,000 points can be exchanged for 10% of the Heartsea value? Yifeng made a rough calculation and it was obvious that he would need 1 million points to be promoted to the general level. But he now only has 620,000 points, which is only enough to buy 4 evolution potions. System. Are there any quests available in the surrounding area? I want the ones with the best rewards. Yifeng stole a glance at the laptop on someone's lap. Within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, there are 6 base cities located in the millions of mountains surrounded by strange beasts. One of them even had a flashing red dot. Ding! The Shanghai Port base city is experiencing a sea beast invasion. A 6th order Lord level beast has been detected. Defeat the Lord level beast tide and be rewarded with 500,000 Genesis Mall points. Do you want to accept this mission? You cannot abandon it after accepting it. You cannot accept missions of the same level before completing or failing the mission. The system prompt sounded in Yifeng's ears.
Yifeng saw the red dot flashing on the laptop and began to nod silently.
What do you mean? Yifeng, you are not going to help Shanghai Port City, are you? A bad premonition flashed through Qin Shuanyue's mind.
Yifeng sat up straight and began to relax his muscles.
Helping others is a fine tradition of the Chinese people. Has your intercontinental missile gestation chamber already produced the next missile?
Yifeng looked at Qin Shuanyue with a wicked smile on his face.
Qin Shuanyue couldn't help but give Yifeng a blank look, as if he was looking at a prodigal son.
The incubator has a 72-hour incubation period, and we've indeed just produced an intercontinental missile.
However, the 72 hours can be extended.
If we encounter any special circumstances later and want to produce another missile, it will take approximately 10 energy modules and 25 minutes to complete.
Are you sure you want to consume a missile now?
Qin Shuanyue didn't know that Yifeng had a mission to complete, and she didn't know about the existence of the creation system.
If she knew, she would not be stingy with an intercontinental missile. She wanted to keep it for emergencies.
But Yifeng was planning how to collect the 500,000 points. But seeing that Qin Shuanyue seemed reluctant, Yifeng immediately came up with a plan.
What do you think this is?
Yifeng took out a bottle of Commander's primary gene medicine. The light green liquid in the glass jar made Qin Shuanyue's eyes light up.
What is this? Could it be a genetic medicine?
Qin Shuanyue could feel through the detection of the machine girl system that this small green glass jar contained huge genetic energy. That's right, a genetic medicine with a 100% success rate. Only 10 tubes of such genetic medicine are needed to enable the commander to evolve from the warrior level to the general level. Yifeng patted his chest confidently, as if it was a sure thing.
But Qin Shuanyue was speechless and said, "What warriors and generals? What are you talking about?"
Yifeng then realized that some of the latest commander classification definitions mentioned by Lu Chen were still only in the Research Institute's research stage. It was not announced to the Mecha Planet Federation. However, the creation system recognized this classification, indicating that this is a correct evolutionary path, and it will definitely become the consensus of the entire Mecha Planet in the future. Ahem, this is a research topic that Professor Lu Chen mentioned. I'll tell you later, but to put it simply, it can increase the commander's abilities several times.
Increase several times? Qin Shuanyue's eyes lit up.
He felt that Lu Chen didn't seem to be lying.
So, do you want the formula for this potion?
As Yifeng was speaking, he suddenly discovered that the recipe for this potion was in the Genesis Mall.
The price of the recipe is exactly 1 million points.
If Yifeng wanted to use 1 million points to exchange for the potion manufacturing formula, he would not be able to quickly upgrade to the general level at the moment. However, considering the long term, Yifeng can use the resources of this world to produce genetic drugs in large quantities and make money for himself at the same time. This will save you a lot of mall points in the future.
Walking on two legs is the fastest and most stable way. We can't just consider the immediate interests, let alone. Xinming Pharmaceutical Company has been destroyed along with Tang Group headquarters.
We should build our own power now, so we might as well start with the pharmaceutical group. When Yifeng said this, he already had a plan for long-term development in his mind.
The formula of the genetic medicine, are you kidding me? Qin Shuanyue looked at Yifeng with suspicion.
But Yifeng carefully sat close to Qin Shuanyue's ear, and whispered to her.
I'm the legendary SSS-level, the child of destiny. I have many secrets you don't know. Indeed.
After Qin Shuanyue and Yifeng signed the contract, they had many questions in their mind. SSS-level is clearly just a legend, but why did it actually appear and become his commander?
If someone said that an SSS-level commander had some abilities that went against common sense, Qin Shuanyue would definitely not believe it. However, the mysterious SSS-level commander, even the spirit detection tower cannot detect the existence of the SSS-level commander.
Once you encounter such a thing, it is hard not to become a superstition. How could Qin Shuanyue know what the true ability of SSS-level was, and she could not even guess the existence of the creation system? However, what Yifeng, the legendary SSS-level commander, said made Qin Shuanyue somewhat skeptical. Since they have become a mecha girl combination that shares honor and disgrace, Qin Shuanyue saw Yifeng's confident look and felt it was not easy to refuse the commander. After all, the commander had the right to forcibly control and could launch intercontinental missiles even without discussing it with her. After thinking about it, Qin Shuanyue shrugged.
Okay, I believe you can come up with the formula.
But what does this have to do with the Lord-level beast tied in Stone Sea Port City?
Qin Shuangyue's words made Yifeng shrug his shoulders as well. Child of destiny, blessed by heaven, you must naturally complete certain missions and tasks to receive heaven's blessing. You must believe that there is a God above you. The horror of AS hell is beyond your imagination. The secret cannot be revealed. If you know it, and you can repel the beast tide, I will give you the formula for the genetic potion. Qin Shuangyue looked out the window thoughtfully. She understood. If she could really get the formula for the genetic medicine, she could rebuild Qin Ning medicine left by her father, and even create the strongest genetic medicine group in the Federation. But, is this really possible? AS hell level, is there really help from God? Chapter 89 I can repel the beast tide. Linger turns southeast. We're going to the Stone Seaport base city to help them deal with the beast tide. As soon as Yifeng gave the order, Linger turned the plane. But Qin Yu pouted and murmured, Linger, I am your commander. Yi Linger chuckled and said, yes, then where do you want to go? Qin Yu turned to look at Qin Shuangyue. Seeing his sister nodding with a smile, he didn't know what to say. He could only sigh and say, hey, just leave it at that. 1 hour later. The SSS-class aerospace fighter, which had rapidly descended 95,000 meters, finally appeared in the sky above the Shanghai port base city. In the air, hundreds of strange beasts were fighting with the mecha girls from Shanghai port city. As soon as Yi Ling arrived, she launched a full-scale attack on the strange beast. Linger, use your atomic breath to take out these flying monsters at once. They're just level 3 monsters, and they were destroyed with one shot. After Yifeng gave the order, Linger drew energy from Qin Yu and transformed into a white fox head at an altitude of 1,000 meters. A huge fox head appeared, floating high in the sky, which was intimidating. Hundreds of girls around were amazed when they saw this. Oh my god! Is this reinforcement? What kind of fighter plane is this? It looks like an aerospace fighter. Wait, what's it doing? It's transforming into the head of a ghostly white fox? What the hell is this? This girl's beast simulation evolution is incomplete, but she can actually hover 1,000 meters in the air. Ask the command center, where did these reinforcements come from? Sister, I can't find the other party's identification code, what should I do? Transmit the image to headquarters first. Please have them identify it. Dozens of fighter jets flew past Yi Ling. The white mecha fox head had opened its mouth wide, and blue energy beams gathered in its mouth. Yi Linger hurriedly sent an evacuation signal to the friendly forces in Shanghai Base City. The 10-second countdown for charging has begun. Please see 189 to B876 airspace, within 800 meters horizontally and vertically. All pilots, immediately evacuate the combat area. The high-energy weapon is charging. Countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. After Yi Linger sent an emergency evacuation warning to friendly forces, some experienced veterans tacitly launched missiles, suppressing the flying monsters within the coverage of high-energy weapons. This made Yi Linger feel less worried. Great! These friendly forces are awesome. They're much more formidable than those mecha girls in Pujiang Base City. Charging is complete, ready to launch. Fire! Qin Yu roared and gave the launch order. But Yi Linger simply ignored Qin Yu, as if she didn't hear the order. After waiting for a while, Yi Linger asked Yifeng, brother? Qin Yu was speechless. He knew that Yi Linger was waiting for her brother's launch order. Although his face was filled with black lines, he did not dare to use his commander's privileges to launch an attack. I can only wait quietly for Yifeng's orders. Yifeng smiled proudly, she was indeed his sister. Emission! Yifeng roared. Yi Linger's huge fox head followed the command, opened its big mouth, and sprayed out the blue high-energy beam that had been stored for a long time. After the high-energy beam was ejected, the fox's head was still shaking left and right. The high-energy beam cut horizontally in the air and then swung upward. The army of flying monsters suffered heavy damage in an instant. More than 70% of the flying beasts were smashed into pieces by the atomic breath emitted from Yi Linger's fox head. Thousands of meters high. Boom! 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 There was a burst of fire, each fireball being a detonated forged core. They are like small nuclear reactors, and the explosion power is so strong that they can even blow their companions around them to pieces. But not all explosions can detonate the monster's casting core. Only the casting core hit by Yi Linger's atomic breath would explode.
This scene shocked the hundreds of mecha girl combinations floating thousands of meters in the air.
Oh my god.
This isn't a beast evolution, this is a replica of the atomic breath of a Lord-level beast.
No way, how did she do that? This is too strong. Where did the command center invite this foreign aid from? Command sent a message saying they couldn't identify the other mecha's model code.
The commander requested an emergency connection, but the other party has an anti-interference device.
Send someone to investigate immediately.
After Yilinger launched her atomic breath, most of the surrounding mecha girls rushed towards the remaining monsters, transformed into mecha girl forms and fought them in close combat. 5 fighter planes flew towards Yifeng and others. When they got close, they transformed into mecha girls and requested a call at close range.
Thank you for the support. Where did the reinforcements come from? The leading blue mecha, holding a scythe, hovered beside Yilinger's fox head. Yilinger transformed into a white mecha, holding the dawn sword, and rushed forward.
Yifeng took Qin Yu's headset and greeted him.
Hello, you're welcome. We are mercenaries from Pujiang Base City. Please take me to the headquarters. I have something important to discuss. Mercenary?
After hearing what Yifeng said, several mecha girls roughly understood the purpose of Yifeng and others' visit.
As the name suggests, mercenaries do things for money.
That attack just now must have cost a lot. After Yifeng and others reported their purpose, the other party sent someone to take Yifeng and others to the command center. After seeing the power of Yilinger's atomic breath just now, several combat commanders at the command center welcomed Yifeng and others into the temporary command tent. Oh, it turns out to be our friends from Pujiang Base City.
Thank you all for your generosity.
The commander of the Military District Defense Department with a face full of flesh made Yifeng feel that this guy was a bit of a waste. But Yifeng had no intention of charging for that attack just now. Originally, Yifeng's intention was just to complete the system task, but he suddenly thought that it would be more cost-effective to earn some mercenary fees.
Qin Shuangyue's Qin Ming medicine was destroyed in the bombing.
She went to Kyoto and Yifeng planned to help her rebuild it, but the reconstruction required a lot of money.
Some money is worth making if you don't make it.
Thinking of those fat-bellied people in the military department of Pujiang Base City, Yifeng felt that doing good deeds without leaving a name should never happen to these people.
It would be a waste not to make money from these people. Mr. Minister, that atomic breath just now has already demonstrated our sincerity.
We, the Yeqin mercenary group, heard that your city was under attack by a tidal wave of Lord-level beasts, so we came specially to help.
As for the price, we can negotiate.
Yifeng directly stated his purpose, intending to make a huge profit.
The meaning is very clear, the shot just now was a gift. If you want help again, you will have to pay. Although the previous attack eliminated hundreds of flying beasts.
But compared to the beast tide launched by tens of thousands of level 3 alien beasts, it is just a drop in the bucket. In order to truly repel the beast tide, it is necessary to defeat the Lord-level monsters to resolve the siege crisis of Shanghai Port City. After hearing Yifeng's words, the commanders at the headquarters looked at each other and nodded frequently. This made Yifeng feel that the matter was half settled. But unexpectedly, the other party also put forward more stringent conditions.
Yeqin Mercenary Group? We couldn't find your group's registration information.
The minister's secretary held a tablet, adjusted his glasses, and reported to the minister.
Chapter 90. The fraudulent mercenary group cannot be trusted. Yifeng smiled awkwardly and explained hastily, yes, that's right.
Our Yeqin mercenary group has just been established and we haven't had time to register yet.
Ha! Isn't that an illegal organization? Inside the big tent.
Several commanders looked at each other with complicated expressions.
The Minister of Defense chuckled and actually tried to smooth things over for Yifeng.
Although they haven't had time to register yet, the Yeqin mercenary group has already shown sufficient sincerity. Secretary Wang, please complete the registration for the Yeqin mercenary group now in the name of our Shanghai city. Give them the highest authority and award them the 3-star mercenary badge. The minister walked up with a smile, took Yifeng's hand, and brought Yifeng to the big screen in the command center. Yifeng took a look and felt that the situation was not good. The entire coastline has been lost? I arrived just in time. Yifeng glanced at the bloated minister. He felt that the military garrison here was not much better than that of Pujiang Base City. They occupy all the resources on a normal day, but when the war comes, they are so useless. Come to think of it, the group of mecha girls we met in the sky just now also looked like members of a mercenary group and a hunting guild. If the alliance is full of military district garrisons like this, then it is only a matter of time before the base cities are captured by alien beasts. The minister saw Yifeng's troubled expression and hurriedly explained.
Commander Yifeng, look.
This time, the deep-sea monsters are attacking, and the one leading them is a level 6 Lord-class Seagraman. Our fleet has already retreated to shore, and most of the coastal artillery has been destroyed.
If you have any solutions, please act quickly.
My goodness, all the ship girls were beaten back to the shore.
This is too useless. Yifeng was speechless.
If one missile couldn't deal with this group of siege beasts, it would take at least 25 minutes to expend energy to produce a second intercontinental missile. These guys have loose defenses, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out for that long.
If I can't complete the system task and get any points, then it would be a wasted trip.
Yifeng glanced at the fleet of ship girls retreating to the shore. There were 2 A-class battleships, 1 S-class battleship, 10 A-class destroyers, 8 A-class cruisers, and 1 S-class aircraft carrier, which was sunk on the coast and was half dead. This lineup is indeed a bit weak, no wonder it can't even withstand the Lord-level monsters.
Mr. Minister, can you order all the ship girls to go to sea and launch an attack from 3 sides to force the alien beast army back to the A12C area?
If the ship girls can do it, our Yechin mercenary group has the ability to wipe them out in one blow.
One hit wipes out the entire team?
After hearing Yifeng's words, the headquarters was in commotion, with many people discussing.
One strike to wipe them all out? You're kidding.
Even if the atomic breath just now was powerful, it might not be effective against a Lord-level monster.
Yes, the 6th level Seagraman is very powerful. Even our S-class aircraft carriers can't withstand their laser breath cannons. Where did this guy come from? Is there such a powerful mercenary group in Pujiang Base City? I've never heard of it. Yes, if they fail by then, our ship girls will be in trouble.
They have finally escaped back to the shore, and now if we ask them to go into the water to drive away the monsters, I'm afraid they won't obey orders. In the command center, most people are not optimistic about the Yechin mercenary group. The minister looked embarrassed. Although he also doubted the ability of the Yechin mercenary group, even if Yifeng and others had not arrived, they would not have been able to defend the Shanghai port base city. Seeing that the other party was hesitant, Yifeng simply opened his mouth and quoted a sky-high price.
Our Yechin mercenary group's offer is 20 billion.
Please advance 10 billion to my account and order the ship girls to launch into battle.
What? 20 billion and 10 billion in advance?
They haven't even registered for mercenary group qualifications. The surrounding commanders all looked troubled, and several commanders gathered around the minister and whispered.
Minister, 20 billion is too much.
I'm afraid all the money I've accumulated over the years will be wiped out in one go. No, we don't have 20 billion in our account.
If we want to pay for it, we have to use it from everyone's private accounts. That's right. Doesn't that mean we have to vomit out everything we've eaten over the years?
The military surrounded the minister, but he sighed deeply. If we can't defend Shanghai Base City, the alliance will definitely send people to investigate.
Your accounts won't stand up to scrutiny then.
Right now, preserving the overall situation is the most important thing. After hearing this, everyone nodded in succession, as if they had no other options but to rely on the Yechin mercenary group that suddenly appeared. Thinking of this, the minister pushed aside the commanders, put his hands behind his back, stared at Yifeng intently, and ordered. Notify all the ship girls to launch their attack and force the alien beast army back to the A12C area. At that time, the Yechin mercenary group will launch a large-scale devastating attack on the alien beast army. The minister's sudden order caught Yifeng and others off guard. They didn't expect it to be so straightforward. However, a holographic image of a ship girl soon popped up on the big screen. Mr. Minister, launching all the ship girls now is tantamount to asking us to launch a suicide attack. The registration information of this Yechin mercenary group cannot be found at all. How can you trust these outsiders? The beautiful robot girl in the holographic image glanced at Yifeng and the others, and her brows couldn't help but frown. Then, a beautiful mecha girl who was almost the same age as Yifeng strode in from outside the tent.
Uncle! How could you order the ship to be launched? We have already lost most of our coastal artillery. Besides, there's no information about the Yechin mercenary group. How can you trust these liars? Fraud? I heard someone call me a liar.
Yifeng and others turned and looked towards the door.
SSS-class aircraft carrier.
Yifeng, Yiling, Xinyu and Qin Shuangyue were all shocked when they saw the person coming. I didn't expect to encounter an SSS-class aircraft carrier in the small Shanghai port. Moreover, she had just activated the combat core, and her first form was an SSS-class aircraft carrier. Such geniuses are rare in the entire alliance. Most importantly, she has not yet contracted her own commander. Yifeng looked at the enchanting figure of the newcomer and her terrifying basic attribute panel, and his heart was slightly moved.
Chapter 91 SSS-class aircraft carrier. Uncle. You are really old and confused. How can you trust these fraudulent mercenaries? They asked for a 10 billion yuan deposit right away. I'm afraid they'll run away after defrauding me of the deposit. What Yechin mercenary group? They're not even registered with the alliance.
The SSS-class aircraft carrier girl came with big strides, like a tsunami and an earth-shaking movement, making Yifeng feel under tremendous pressure. Secretary Wang hurried forward to correct him.
Miss, don't worry.
I have already completed the emergency registration for the Yechin mercenary group. They are now a legal mercenary group. As soon as these words came out, the SSS-class aircraft carrier girl held her head and was speechless for a long time.
Isn't this on-site registration helping these scammers to commit fraud? What's going on? Don't you guys use your brains when you go out? Secretary Wang.
You truly make me, Lin Kongxue, bow down in admiration.
Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Did you hire these scammers? Tell me the truth, are you in cahoots with them?
I can't care if you're planning to scam the money and run away, but I can't let my sister die. Lin Kongxue stepped forward, grabbed the minister's uncle by the collar without any respect for his age, and roared, I'm going to tell Mom about what happened here, and my uncle will definitely be scolded.
Ah ha ha.
What the hell is this? When Yifeng and others saw this scene, they had many questions about this world. How come this girl is so bold and disrespectful to her elders? What's even more outrageous is that even though the minister is a fat-headed person, when faced with his beloved niece's fierce roar, he actually greeted her with a smile and whispered comfortingly.
Kong Shui.
Please don't make things difficult for your uncle.
He's in a hurry.
If you had listened to your uncle and made a contract with the young man from the Wang family earlier, with the capabilities of your SSS-class aircraft carrier, you could have spawned 30 or 40 shipborne drones in less than 24 hours. Repelling a mere Lord-level beast tide would have been a piece of cake. But now the situation is urgent. Even if you agree to a contract with that SS-rank kid from the Wang family, it's already too late. In order to save the hundreds of thousands of lives in the Shanghai base city, your uncle has no choice but to take a risk. Let me tell you, these guys are not weak. They just released atomic breath that was close to that of a Lord-level alien beast. This girl in white, although she looks a few years younger than you, just destroyed hundreds of third-level alien beasts with a single shot. They are very sincere and have already demonstrated their strength. The minister explained to his niece with a flattering look on his face. But Lin Kongxue stared at Yifeng's handsome face and felt that he was a scumbag who would vomit after eating.
What are you looking at? Handsome guys aren't necessarily scumbags.
Yifeng seemed to see something in the other person's eyes and quickly denied it.
10 billion?
You really dare to ask that? Lin Kongxue took a step forward, forced Yifeng back, poked his finger at Yifeng's chest and said, I saw every attack you just made. While powerful, it's nowhere near enough to completely wipe out the beast horde. There were 8,000 sea monsters there, and high-energy shockwaves like atomic breath have limited lethality against underwater beasts.
What's your trump card that makes you make such a boast?
Yifeng was annoyed by Lin Kongxue's provocation, and hurriedly signaled Qin Xuanyue beside him to disable the anti-scanning system.
Sweep it. Yifeng pointed his thumb at his robot girl Qin Xuanyue.
Lin Kongxue and several commanders in the tents scanned Qin Xuanyue as ordered, and all of them showed surprised expressions.
War, strategic weapons. Zuzu, intercontinental missile launcher?
Fuck. Lin Kongxue took a step back, unable to believe his eyes. SSS-class intercontinental missile launcher, 8 rows of tactical tire modules. Maneuverability comparable to a racing car. Oh my god, the unique title for the SSS rank is Sword of Judgment. It sounds so powerful. Yeah, this is an SSS-level band mecha girl like you, I'm not seeing things. The minister couldn't help but marvel after seeing Qin Xuanyue's attribute panel. When everyone was amazed at Qin Xuanyue's attribute panel, Yifeng also scanned Lin Kongxue. Mechanic girl, Lin Kongxue. Age, 19. First aircraft variant, 150,000-ton aircraft carrier, with 68 carrier-based aircraft of various types.
Unique title, Titan. SSS-level. Cockpit usage times, 0. Number of contracts, 0. Uncontracted commander. Full set of S-level modules. Full. A full set of S-class modules? What kind of wealthy family does this young lady come from? She must be so rich and powerful. Yifeng was so surprised when he saw Lin Kongxue's basic attribute panel. If I could contract a mecha girl like this, it would be amazing. Ahem. How about this?
We, the Yaqin mercenary group, don't need to accept the 10 billion deposit. But if we can destroy the Lord-level monsters in one strike and force the siege monsters to retreat, in addition to the 20 billion federal gold coins, how about you also become my mecha girl? After seeing the basic attributes of the SSS-class aircraft carrier, Yifeng couldn't help but issue a contract invitation. However, Lin Kongxue glanced at Yifeng, his mouth grinning from ear to ear.
Ha ha. A Mira rank commander, how did you trick this SSS rank lady? She's much older than you, right?
You can trick her into giving you this, so your IQ must not be very high.
But don't even think about it, my lady, you don't deserve it.
The arrogant and invincible Lin Kongxue looked at Yifeng from head to toe with disdain, looking down on Yifeng at all. However, she folded her arms and nodded to her uncle, the minister, saying that if she didn't have to pay a 10 billion deposit, she could give it a try. After receiving the hint from his niece, the minister hurriedly ordered all the ship girls to attack and push the army of monsters back to Area A12. However, after half an hour of fierce fighting, the alien beast army's attack was so fierce that it was difficult to suppress it. No, Minister, the pressure on the ship girls is too great, and they can't push back the alien beast army at all. Seeing this, Yifeng also felt that something was not good. He hurriedly hinted to Yilinger and Qin Yu to go and help, and then asked Qin Shuangyue to transform into an intercontinental missile launcher in the camp outside the tent and stay on standby. At this moment, Lin Kongxue saw her sister ship girls fighting with strange beasts in the sea. Each of them was covered with scars, and her heart was in her throat. If she hadn't had her commander provide her with energy, she would have rushed into the sea and fought the enemy alongside her sisters. If the functional requirements for SSS-class aircraft carriers were not so high, she would not have considered it unless it was an SSS-class commander. Although the SS-level commander introduced by my uncle is not bad, it is still far inferior to the SSS-level commander. The SSS-class aircraft carrier has a title. Her title is Titan. This kind of behemoth, with its incredible strength, would force even an SSS-level commander to choose one who has awakened a super-talented commander. At least you should choose an SSS-level commander with rare talents such as double energy storage, triple recovery, and reduced psionic energy consumption. Lin Kongxue knew better than anyone how rare and powerful he was.
Her commander must not make do. Her commander must be the strongest commander in the world.
Only the strongest is worthy of her. However, two sisters in the family were punished to come to the Stone Sea to practice because of their mistakes. Seeing that the S-class aircraft carrier sister was seriously injured, the S-class battleship sister had also rushed to the front line, facing the most dangerous Lord-class monsters, fighting for their lives. It seems that my sister can't hold on for much longer. This made her extremely anxious, and she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan.
Chapter 92 Demonstrating Strength.
This made her extremely anxious, and she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. If we can't repel the alien beast army to Area A12, even if the intercontinental missile can kill the Lord-level alien beasts, the alien beast army may not retreat. I can vaguely feel that there is an even more powerful thing lurking in the deep sea beyond the Lord level. What should I do? Should I let this guy launch an intercontinental missile? Even if he can't repel the beast tide, maybe he can take the sisters to evacuate the Stone Sea. But if I do that, I will inevitably be punished by the family. What should I do? This is all my fault. If I had made a contract with that SS-level kid from the Wang family earlier, even if it was a temporary contract, maybe today wouldn't be so troublesome. Yifeng put his hands in his pockets, staring at the live battle on the big screen, his heart burning with anxiety. Although Yilinger and Qin Yu had joined the battle, the number of the alien beast army was too large. Moreover, Yifeng just discovered that the army of strange beasts seemed to be increasing its troops, and the number might have already exceeded 10,000. What is going on? Is there not just one Lord-level monster, but other Lord-level monsters hiding under the sea? In theory, the mind control power of a Lord-level monster can only drive more than 10,000 monsters below level 5. If too many level 4 and 5 monsters are controlled, the number of level 3 and 2 monsters that can be controlled will drop sharply. Moreover, the low-level exotic beasts that can be controlled by the Lord-level mental power are all inferior species, and the grades of the exotic beasts are all below grade B. For strange beasts, the grade of their bloodline seems to determine the strength of their mental power. It seems that the alien beasts with inferior bloodlines have no way to evolve to break through the 6th level. However, according to the display on the big screen, Yifeng discovered this beast type is different from the beast type in Pujiang base city a few days ago. There are actually a large number of level 4 exotic beasts with a grade bloodlines here. Logically, only a king-level beast could control so many level 4 alien beasts with a level bloodlines. Although these strange beasts are only level 4, their mental power is very strong and they have the potential to grow into Lord level. This doesn't look like something that can be controlled by a Lord level monster. Lin Kongxue, do you feel it? Yifeng stepped sideways towards Lin Kongxue and reminded him in a low voice. Lin Kongxue looked at the other staff members in the tent and seemed to understand why Yifeng spoke so quietly. She nodded in understanding and replied to Yifeng, I can sense that there seems to be an even more powerful beast lurking beneath the sea. It should be a king level one. I think so too. What should we do now? It's a bit difficult. Yifeng reminded intentionally. What if it's difficult? If you can't win, you can only run away. What? Are you trying to trick me into signing a contract with you again? Don't dream. Lin Kongxue saw through Yifeng's thoughts, but Yifeng really felt a little wronged. Brother wants to sign a contract with you, an SSS-class titled aircraft carrier. But I didn't lie to you. In this world, only ASL level is worthy of you. But I want to tell you that I am ASL level, can you believe it? But the characteristic of ASL grade is like this. Unless you have already contracted a mecha girl, you can't see the true grade of ASL grade at all. Yifeng doesn't want this to happen, but if I don't lie to you about the contract with me, how can I show you the ASL level grade panel? Yifeng, with a frown on her face, now felt that the real killer weapon was right in front of her. Only she could kill the king-level beast lurking under the sea. The gap between the king-level and lord-level beasts was too big. If you want to use Qin Shuan Yue to kill the king-level monster, you have to install a nuclear warhead on her intercontinental missile. But each of those things is worth tens of billions, and you can't just buy it if you want to. If you want to produce your own nuclear bomb, you must at least equip the SSS-class intercontinental missile launcher with a complete set of SSS-class modules. This is a conceptual issue of the probability of mutation. The Mecha Tactical Research Institutes in various places have not yet fully studied the probabilistic issue of mechanical life. Everything is still under exploration. Now, the only way to preserve the Shanghai port base city is to sign a contract with this super invincible and powerful SSS-class titled aircraft carrier in front of us. There is no other way. Yifeng was helpless. He really had no other choice but to find a way to convince the other party to sign a contract with him. But how to convince the other party? This girl is different from the previous ones. Not only does she not care about her looks, but she also has an unusual background and seems to have a strong anti-fraud awareness. Anyway, it's hard to figure out. Trouble. Why aren't you talking? I really want to know how you managed to trick an SSS-class intercontinental missile launcher into signing a contract with you. Lin Kongxue glanced at Yifeng sideways, put his hands on his hips and looked at the big screen with a very bad expression. Seeing that the other party was quite vigilant, Yifeng simply gave up the idea of persuading him. He sighed and said bluntly, it's not just her. In fact, I already have 3 SSS-level mecha girls, and one of them is already a starfighter. Starfighter? Lin Kongxue never expected that in such a small place, he could meet someone who knew cutting-edge technology. Oh, you're really good at making things up. However, it's true that few people in this small place know about the existence of the Star Sky Mecha Girl. Could it be that you're from Kyoto? Seeing that Lin Kongxue was willing to chat, Yifeng felt extremely fortunate. Being able to communicate is always better than not being able to communicate at all. Kyoto? I haven't been there yet. I'm just stopping by to earn some extra money while reporting to the Kyoto First Hospital. I didn't expect to run into such a tough opponent. This beast tide is not simple, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to repel it. Yifeng sighed as he watched the ship girls in front of him being defeated and wounded. The previous idea of suppressing the army of alien beasts in Area A12 and destroying them in one move seems to have gone down the drain. An A-rank commander was actually recruited by the Kyoto First Hospital.
Do you think I would believe you?
Before Lin Kongxue finished speaking, Yifeng had already taken out a badge that looked like an aviation battleship and threw it to her. He casually caught the badge and checked it. After scanning the code, Lin Kongxue discovered that this badge was exactly the same as his own, and they could recognize each other. Lin Kongxue didn't expect to meet a commander of the same level and period. His face was full of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. After she threw the badge back to Yifeng, she murmured in disbelief, "A level? How could an A level be recruited? Could it be that rare growth type? Or was it because he tricked an SSS-level intercontinental missile vehicle, so he was recruited as an exception for this strategic weapon? That doesn't make sense. Didn't he say that he has 2 SSS-level mecha girls? One of them is a starfighter?" Lin Kongxue looked at Yifeng with suspicion, and wanted to make a request to take a look at Yifeng's contract panel. However, he didn't expect Yifeng to actually reveal his contract panel in front of him. This surprised Lin Kongxue again. SSS-class aerospace fighter, Luna Phantom. SSS-class starfighter, Frostmourne. SSS-class intercontinental missile launcher, Sword of Judgment. He really has 3 SSS-class mechas. All of them are SSS class, and a titled mecha is a one-of-a-kind mecha within the SSS class, the only one of its kind in the entire world. He actually has 3 SSS class titled mechas. How is that even possible? He's just an A-class commander. When Lin Kongxue saw Yifeng's contract panel, he found that the 3 SSS-level girls who had officially signed contracts all had their own unique titles. This shows that they are not only SSS level, but also an extremely rare title level within the SSS level. All titles are unique, which means their models are extremely rare and there is only one of them in the world. For a top family like Lin Kongxue, who has seen many SSS-level members, the so-called SSS-level members having titles has long become a thing of the past. Due to the advancement of cutting-edge science in the Federation, some SSS-grade products produced by Special Means no longer have titles. This makes original SSS-class mecha girls with titles even rarer. However, precisely because of this, Lin Kongxue could not understand how Yifeng, a mere rank commander, could have contracted with 3 such powerful SSS-rank mecha girls. If it was really obtained by fraud, it couldn't be so much. She also discovered that there was no record of termination or breach of contract in Yifeng's records. How is this possible? How could such a thing exist? Chapter 93 Temporary Contract. Impossible. How is this possible? Why would so many SSS-level sealed mecha girls make contracts with you? Lin Kongxue took a step back in shock, feeling that he could not look at Yifeng with common sense. Seeing this, Yifeng showed a satisfied smile on his face. Do you want to know why they all want to make a contract with me? I can give you a chance to make a temporary contract, which may help you find the answer. After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the big screen. Looking at the war situation on the big screen, several of the ship girls who went to gather the sea monsters have been seriously injured and returned. The tank mecha girls and armored vehicle mecha girls on the coast are about to run out of energy and can no longer hold on. Although Yifeng wanted to complete the system task, he could also go back and complete other tasks. He didn't have to complete this task. But Lin Kongxue is different. Her sisters are fighting on the front line and may die at any time. When there was no better way and he was powerless, Yifeng guessed that Lin Kongxue would make a contract with him. Although it was most likely a temporary contract could also authorize the robot girl to check her talent level. As long as Lin Kongxue saw Yifeng's ASL level rank, she couldn't help but be moved. Because all along, Lin Kongxue has been looking forward to such an extremely powerful commander. It can even be said that what Lin Kongxue is actually looking forward to is an SSS-level commander, and she dare not even think about the ASL level. Therefore, Yifeng was not anxious at all at this time, because he knew that Lin Kongxue was 10,000 times more anxious than him. Moreover, Lin Kongxue looked like a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. This kind of woman was arrogant and difficult to tame. If she could not be subdued, it would be very painful to be her commander. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Time passed by minute, and the war at the front became more and more intense. Yifeng saw Lin Kongxue's anxious expression in his peripheral vision, and felt that time was almost up. He began to count down silently in his mind. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. When Yifeng's countdown reached 0, Lin Kongxue walked over and a red temporary contract panel popped up towards Yifeng. Yifeng just took a look and didn't say anything. Lin Kongxue said first, if I don't take action now, you may not be able to get the 20 billion. Yifeng turned his head to look at the big screen and calmly put his right hand into his trouser pocket.
You're right, but I've changed my mind. 20 billion is no small sum. Can the Shanghai Base City Military District Garrison really come up with that? To be on the safe side, I need to confirm that you can afford it.
As soon as Yifeng said this, anger ignited in Lin Kongxue's eyes.
You want to go back on your word?
How could it be I, Yifeng, will definitely do what I promised?
What do you mean?
I said I don't need the 10 billion deposit, but I want to see if you have 20 billion in your account. Yifeng smiled slightly, as if deliberately making things difficult for Lin Kongxue, which made Lin Kongxue's hatred even stronger. However, Lin Kongxue was not only curious about why Yifeng was able to contract 3 SSS-level sealed mecha girls, but her sixth sense also told her that only by making a temporary contract with Yifeng could she repel the beast tide.
Her intuition has always been very accurate. Ordinary SS-level commanders are probably not as good as Yifeng's.
Even if Yifeng is only an A-level commander, it is obvious from his words that he possesses some kind of magical talent.
This talent may allow an A-level commander to compete with an SSS-level commander. Otherwise, these SSS-level sealed mecha girls would not be able to sign a contract with him.
Thinking of his sisters still risking their lives on the front line, Lin Kongxue gritted his teeth and accepted Yifeng's request. She turned around and went to find her uncle, the minister, and asked the military district garrison to collect all the funds into one account and show it to Yifeng. But after seeing it, Yifeng still shook his head.
Not enough. What? Not enough? Didn't you ask for 20 billion? How can it be not enough? Are you kidding me? Do you know the consequences? Lin Kongxue became even angrier.
She knew that Yifeng was deliberately making things difficult for her in order to dampen her fighting spirit. But how could the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto, allow themselves to be manipulated by others?
20 billion is correct. But we haven't signed an employment contract. And even if we did, your family is so powerful and influential that if you want to go back on your word later, my small mercenary group can't do anything to you.
Yifeng shrugged, indicating that he was also helpless.
Lin Kongxue clenched his fists in frustration and asked Yifeng through gritted teeth. So what do you want? Yifeng smiled slightly and said, it's very simple. We have to complete the guaranteed transaction. The money must be deposited into the Mercenary Alliance account first. Please clearly state the conditions for obtaining it. Defeat the beast tide in the Stone Sea port base city, and the transaction will be automatically completed.
Yifeng's words made Lin Kongxue breathe a sigh of relief. She turned around and signaled her uncle, the minister, to deposit the full amount into the Mercenary Alliance account and drafted the transaction terms. After reading it, Yifeng pressed his fingerprint on the other party's military laptop. At the same time, he saw that Secretary Wang had successfully registered the identity information for his Yechin mercenary group. The names of Yifeng and the other 3 are among them. This makes it foolproof and the transaction is protected by federal law. Okay. Now we have everything we need, except the east wind. Yifeng said this and walked towards the position outside the tent. In an open space in the center of the garrison's position, Qin Xuanyue's intercontinental missile launcher with 8 rows of wheels was parked there. He planned to get in the car to watch the fight, but before he could do so, Lin Kongxue grabbed the corner of his clothes.
Where are you going? Make a contract with me right now.
Lin Kongxue popped up the red temporary contract panel again and looked at Yifeng with an unhappy expression.
Oh yes, I almost forgot.
Yifeng pressed his palm on the red projection panel, and the temporary contract was completed instantly. After finishing, Yifeng climbed onto the missile vehicle, turned around and said to the surprised Lin Kongxue,
Okay, go ahead. Go, go, go. Go.
Lin Kongxue gritted her teeth in hatred and clenched her little pink fists.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to fool the Lin family's direct descendants?
Lin Kongxue wished she could rush up and tear Yifeng's mouth apart. But Yifeng's perfect smile, full of sunshine, seemed to be hiding some kind of hint.
The temporary contract has been completed, why are you still standing here? Yifeng pretended to be surprised and asked back. Lin Kongxue looked at Yifeng's persistent and accustomed look, and it didn't seem like he was deliberately making things difficult for her. Suddenly, she thought of something. I was so angry just now that I almost forgot about my curiosity. Lin Konshua couldn't wait to open the system panel of the contracted commander to check Chi Yifeng's talent attributes.
It didn't matter that she turned into a wooden stake at all, the speed was no slower than the previous 3 mecha girls. You are AS? AS hell level.
Oh my god. How is this possible? Isn't AS hell level just a myth? How can it really exist? So this is the answer. This is why you were able to contract 3 SSS-level sealed mecha girls? You are actually the legendary AS hell level commander, the child of destiny? Lin Konshua was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes.
But the information panel in front of her could not be faked, and she had no choice but to believe it.
Lin Konshua sensed it carefully.
Not only was she closely connected with Yifeng's neurons at this moment, she could also feel the horror of that huge spiritual power.
Is this carrying a nuclear power plant? Lin Konshua couldn't believe how he felt at the moment.
This ocean-like, boundless sea of energy seems to fill my heart. She felt deeply the terrifying psychic power of the AS Hell level commander. However, when she turned her gaze to Yifeng's talent skill column, an even more terrifying shocking force instantly disturbed Lin Konshua's fragile little heart.
Chapter 94 AS Hell level is so scary. Lin Konshua looked at Yifeng's talent skill panel and couldn't help but take a breath. How can there be so many talents and skills? There's even a scarlet talent. This is totally unheard of. Is this the AS Hell level commander? The scarlet talent is Holy War Plunder. Isn't the plundering talent a cursed skill? Could it be that this, Holy War Plunder, happens to be a non-cursed skill? Holy War? Holy War?
Lin Kongshua didn't understand what Holy War was, but seeing Yifeng's young and handsome appearance, and the fact that he already possessed so many terrifying talents, this, Holy War Plunder, must not be a cursed talent.
Yeah. That's right. This is the child of destiny, an AS Hell level commander. How could he have a cursed talent?
I'm afraid this, Holy War Plunder, is the real, plunder, talent. Lin Konshua's judgment was correct, but what she didn't know was that those commanders with cursed talents were nothing more than bait for Yifeng's Hell level as.
Their existence is actually to serve the child of destiny.
Although this is an experience, it is also a reward.
You actually have so many commander combat skills. Wait. What is this? Triple energy. There's actually triple energy in this world? Aren't all double energy? An AS Hell level commander actually possesses triple energy? Ha ha. How could this be possible? What is this? What? Level 2, wireless charging? There's actually a level 2, wireless charging? A range of 300,000 meters? How is that even possible? Invisible shield, level 2? Level 2 again. I've never heard of invisible shield being able to be cast on others. Repair magic modification level 2, complete in 1 second?
This magical modification skill is extremely rare, allowing the mecha girls to break through to a new era. There are no more than 10 commanders in the entire Federation who have awakened the magical modification talent. Each of them has the magical power to help the mecha girls break through to the next level. This is how the first batch of Starry Sky mecha girls were born. Besides, what the hell is this second level magic modification of his? It can actually be completed in 1 second? 1 second. And what the hell is this, Thunder Shadow Blade Wave? He actually has the combat skills of an autonomous commander? And it's a second level one? Yifeng. You damned fellow, are you even a human being? You. After witnessing Yifeng's strength, Lin Kongshua remembered the disdainful look Yifeng had given him just now. She finally realized how insignificant she was. In front of the extremely perverted AS Hell level commander, I, an SSS level titled mecha girl, am obviously out of my league. If we talk about the legends about AS Hell level commanders, they actually exist. So, are there any AS Hell level mecha girls in this world? This question suddenly became like a sharp sword, piercing through Lin Kongshue's proud little heart. 2 years. Lin Kongshue always thought that he was the best person in the world. She is not only an SSS level banned mecha girl. She is also the most powerful and rarest aircraft carrier girl. Every ship girl is a star that other mecha girls envy and yearn for. They are high above everyone else, the pinnacle of existence that most mecha girls can only dream of. The SSS class aircraft carrier stands at the top of the pyramid of all ship girls. Lin Kongshue has always been arrogant and domineering. But now, Yifeng told Lin Kongxue with a mocking look that there are actually ASL-level existences in this world.
What is this?
Being able to witness an ASL-level commander may be a blessing in life. Being able to make a temporary contract with an ASL-level commander might already be something to be proud of.
But facing the 3 official mecha girls of the ASL-level commander, Lin Kongxue didn't know how to deal with it.
The arrogant character he had before was shattered in an instant. Whether ASL-level mecha girl also exists instantly becomes a thorn in Lin Kongxue's heart that can never be removed. This was a huge blow to her. Lin Kongxue looked down at the yellow earth beneath his feet and saw his dusty combat boots. Self-confidence suddenly plummeted to the bottom. But soon, Yifeng's words made her regain her confidence. Yifeng saw that Lin Kongxue was very shocked, so he gave her 5 minutes to calm down. It can be seen that Lin Kongxue kept her head down. Yifeng felt that the blow she suffered was probably greater than he expected. In order to successfully complete the mission and allow Lin Kongxue to rush to the battlefield, Yifeng had to comfort her.
Don't even think about it.
There's no ASL-level mecha girl in this world. Now, the only one who can stop the monsters from attacking the city is you.
Hurry up. It will be too late if you delay any longer. A word awakens the dreamer.
Yifeng's words echoed in Lin Kongxue's heart for a long time. She raised her head and looked at Yifeng, her teeth still clenched. She was unwilling to admit defeat, unwilling to accept reality, and even more unwilling to see Yifeng's handsome face. But Yifeng was right. Now only he, the SSS-class aircraft carrier charged by the ASL-class commander, could turn the tide. My sisters are still fighting on the front line, they can no longer hold on.
Lin Kongxue didn't dare to think too much.
She turned around and ran at full speed. Lin Kongxue rushed towards the coastline, and as if in revenge, he used Yifeng's wireless charging ability to frantically call upon Yifeng's spiritual energy.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Batch after batch of unmanned carrier-based aircraft were manufactured. Each of them can transform into a mecha warrior.
Since Lin Kongxue activated the combat core, only one carrier-based aircraft can be produced every month. But this S-class unmanned carrier-based aircraft has the ability to fight against the S-class mecha girl.
Moreover, during combat, the unmanned carrier-based aircraft consumes only 1% of the spiritual energy of an ordinary mecha girl.
But even so, the spiritual energy consumed by commanding 70 or 80 carrier-based aircraft in combat at the same time is still enormous.
Ha ha! This is the ASL-level commander? It took me 2 years to accumulate 25 carrier-based aircraft. This guy's existence actually makes me fight every second. But being the commander of Lin Kongxue's SSS-class aircraft carrier requires a huge consumption of spiritual energy.
Lin Kongxue has a strong desire for revenge. She frantically called upon Yifeng's spiritual energy. He also planned to go all out in the battle later, and really wanted to test the psychic limits of Yifeng, the ASL-level commander. This made Yifeng, who was sitting in the intercontinental missile launcher, suddenly feel that his strength was rapidly disappearing. A feeling of being about to wither like a tree suddenly lingered in Yifeng's heart, making him feel a little uneasy.
This guy.
You must be very fond of revenge spending.
20 billion can't be wasted, right? It's not your money.
Faced with the crazy energy extraction of this temporary contractor, Yifeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for completing the system task and getting the super reward of 500,000 points, Yifeng doesn't want to sign a contract with this kind of young lady. The idea of abandoning the formal contract gradually began to take shape in Yifeng's mind.
Chapter 95: The King Beast Hiding in the Dark. 10 minutes later. The fierce battle on the sea level is getting more and more intense. 70 carrier-based aircraft came to support from nowhere.
They formed groups of 10, using a semi-encirclement strategy of 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and 3 in the front. While launching an attack from the front, they also began to suppress the army of alien beasts on the left and right sides. This reversed the situation on the battlefield in an instant.
Look! Those are drones. Damn, the firepower is so strong. It's even stronger than me. I know that mecha. If I'm not mistaken, it should be. That's an SSS-class unmanned carrier-based aircraft, a feature only found on SSS-class aircraft carriers. I know it, it's definitely Miss Lin's carrier-based aircraft. Yes, it's her. She's an SSS-class titled Mecha Girl.
Her carrier-based aircraft are all unique models. This red carrier-based aircraft, with its gorgeous fuselage and aerodynamic shape, is one of a kind in the world.
SSS class? So, these carrier-based aircraft are also SSS class?
Hee, of course. The carrier-based aircraft of the SSS Shipgirl are naturally all SSS class. However, that is only the grade standard in the field of carrier-based aircraft. That's right, but after I saw those carrier-based mechas transform, the firepower suppression and main weapon energy levels they displayed were basically on par with my S-Class 5th generation machine.
This is terrifying.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
No, you don't understand.
Miss Lin owns 60 or 70 of these carrier-based fighter jets.
Each one is equivalent to me.
That's more than 70 of me.
What?
60 or 70?
60 or 70 of you?
Oh my god.
Captain, are you serious? Doesn't that mean 60 or 70 elite captain planes?
That's it.
Moreover, it can also launch electronic jammers, reconnaissance aircraft, anti-submarine aircraft, and rescue helicopters.
Can you imagine what this means?
Imagine.
This is terrifying.
Is this the power of an SSS-class aircraft carrier?
This is only part of her strength.
Look over there.
When the frontline mecha girl pointed her huge arm at the shadow not far away, all the soldiers looked up and realized. Behind the cliff, a mecha warrior as big as a mountain was striding towards the side. Hundreds and thousands of metallic beasts, upon seeing her majestic figure, began to retreat and shoot, attacking the aircraft carrier mecha girl with long-range artillery fire as they retreated.
But,
although hundreds of incoming artillery fire were like an overwhelming barrage of bullets, they were stopped by an invisible barrier before they hit the aircraft carrier.
That's invisible shield? This is the first time I've seen such a huge invisible shield. This is terrifying. What kind of commander can provide such a powerful, invisible shield?
Yeah, this invisible shield lasts too long.
It's been half a minute, right?
Great. With this invisible shield, Miss Lin won't become a sitting duck on an S-class aircraft carrier like Miss 4 did.
Look, the main gun on the aircraft carrier girl's shoulder is lighting up.
It's charging. Under the watchful eyes of the frontline mecha warriors, the two sets of twin-fire main gun modules on the shoulders of the aircraft carrier mecha girl began to charge.
1 minute later. Charging complete.
Lin Conchue, the girl with furious and extremely excited emotions, looked down at all living beings, feeling that she was invincible.
Emission.
There was no commander in Lin Conchue's cockpit, but she actually had to shout before firing.
It seems that if you don't shout out loud, the fighting momentum will be too weak and it will affect the power of the main gun.
Swish. 4 green laser cannons displayed the violent power of the S-class module.
The power of an S-class laser cannon is even 10 times stronger than that of an SSS-class electromagnetic cannon.
After the 4 pillars of green light were shot out, Yifeng felt that his spiritual energy value had dropped by half.
The energy consumption is so huge.
It's worthy of being a top-tier aircraft carrier. While Yifeng was sighing, hundreds of strange beasts on the coastline had already died on the spot. The violent energy burned through and exploded the weak third-level monsters in batches. The explosions continued, triggering small tsunamis as high as 10 meters. The waves hit the strange beasts in the distance, making them unstable and unable to charge or fire.
Some smaller and less maneuverable metal monsters were even thrown into the sea by huge waves.
It was difficult for them to keep their bodies steady and avoid being swept away by the waves. Seeing this, Lin Conchue hurriedly ordered the army of mecha girls to use up all their energy. It is imperative to drive the army of strange beasts to the A12C area. The 40 unmanned mechas on the left and right sides also burst out with amazing power at this time. They attacked together with the mecha girls and ship girls, driving all the deep-sea monsters that tried to land on both sides of the seaport back into the sea, and forcing them to retreat continuously. The human mecha's artillery fire was very fierce, which made the alien beast army feel strong resistance.
Seeing that dispersed forces could not break through the human defense line, the Lord-level Seadraman stuck its head out of the sea and let out a roar. Ouch!
The cry sounded like an assembly call of a sea beast. When the assembly call sounded, the army of sea beasts suddenly gathered their forces towards Area A12. They seemed to be planning to clench their palms into fists, concentrate their remaining forces, and strike hard to destroy the enemy.
Pity. All this is exactly what the human race wants.
I saw the army of alien beasts gathering their forces in the A12C area. Yifeng, who had been staring at the big screen and was closely connected with Lin Conchue's mother, hurriedly gave Qin Shuangyue the order to launch the intercontinental missile.
Frost Moon, launch. Whoosh. The intercontinental missile soared into the sky and flew towards the sea area 3 kilometers away.
Yifeng thought the battle was about to end, but a very powerful energy signal also appeared on the detector of the aircraft carrier girl.
Something's happening, Yifeng reminded.
The laser cannon on the shoulder of the SSS-class aircraft carrier mecha also entered the charging state at the same time. The second energy storage made Yifeng feel weak and his spiritual energy was a little tight.
Come again? What else? That thing is going to come out. Are you sure?
Of course, as long as you, an SSL-level, are not a fake.
Take it easy, I'm not even at the war general level yet.
You're such a huge monster, you're a bottomless pit.
What? It's obviously you who are weak and powerless.
Huh? Who protected you with that invisible shield just now?
And whose psychic energy did your S-class laser cannon drain?
Huh?
SSL-level, is it all about talking? Give it some strength.
What? Yifeng and Lin Kongxue were arguing with each other from a distance, but a huge black shadow was gradually emerging from the sea.
But what was unexpected was that this metallic monster that resembled a megalodon actually bit the Lord-level sea dragon.
The sea dragon beast cried out in pain, and its screams spread across the sea. But at the same time, a super huge spherical shield actually surrounded thousands of invading low-level monsters.
It's a defensive barrier.
Yifeng and Lin Kongxue shouted in unison, and the winning situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse.
Now, the outcome is unpredictable. Chapter 96, The Barrier is Broken.
More than half of the people are killed or injured.
What should we do? This is a king-level whale-devouring beast.
It used its sacrificial talent to activate the barrier.
I can feel that this barrier is very strong. Even if an intercontinental missile can break it, it probably won't be able to harm the army of alien beasts.
Seeing that the situation had reversed and was greatly disadvantageous to the human race, Lin Kongxue had no choice but to seek help from Yifeng in desperation. But Yifeng didn't say a word, and no one knew what he was doing a few kilometers away.
This made Lin Kongxue very angry. Yifeng, you are an SSL-level commander, think of a solution quickly.
Hey!
Did you hear me? Are you a paper-mache AS level? You.
Just when Lin Kongxue was helpless and could only stare blankly, urging and blaming Yifeng. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Yifeng's ears.
Ding!
The mission difficulty has been detected to have increased. The reward for repelling the beast tide has also increased. Defeat the beast tide now and you will be rewarded with 1 million mole points. Mission requirements: kill the king-level monster and repel the monster army.
After hearing the system prompt, Yifeng decisively gave up his existing 600,000 points.
He bought an S-class giant soldier in the Genesis Mall.
Giant electric blade weapon, White Tiger Cold Moon Spear. Grade, S-level. Weight, 160 tons. Length, 320 meters. Electric blade length 75 meters. Exchange points, 600,000 points.
Applicable to mechas with a height of more than 300 meters, such as aircraft carriers, heavy aircraft carrier cruisers, heavy battleships, super heavy cruisers, etc. Note: melee weapon, main body charged, contains 18 energy modules. Damage to the tail may cause self-destruction. Energy reference: the high temperature of the electric blade is equivalent to a C-class light blade weapon. Applicable instructions: it has a built-in space shrinking function, and you need to install a melee weapon module on the mecha girl to use it. After Yifeng successfully made the purchase, he heard Lin Kongxue's chirping voice, which was simply endless. I really don't understand what kind of soul is hidden within the body of such a beautiful girl. The contrast between her appearance and soul is just too great.
Yifeng couldn't help but complain, and casually clicked on the long-range magic modification ability from 3 kilometers away. Magic transformation in 1 second.
Yifeng's mind moved, and Lin Kongxue felt a sudden surge of heat in her body. This heat seemed to imprison her body, which was as tall as a mountain, in an instant.
But this feeling comes and goes quickly.
When she came to her senses, she found that the aircraft carrier mecha had an electric blade spear over 300 meters long in its hand.
Electric blade weapon? S-level.
Lin Kongxue was shocked, but before she could ask Yifeng what was going on, Yifeng actually issued a compulsory order to her.
Seize control.
Yifeng had another thought, and the two groups of 4 laser cannons on the shoulders of the aircraft carrier actually launched a concentrated firing when the energy was only 40%. 4 beams of green high-temperature lasers suddenly shot forward and converged at one point when they were about to hit the monster barrier. After the shot was fired, Yifeng made the aircraft carrier mecha make the action of throwing a spear.
Recruit guys.
Whoosh! The giant aircraft carrier mecha, which was more than 300 meters tall, suddenly threw out a long spear with a shining white electric blade under the attention of everyone. The spear pierced the sky and flew 1 kilometer in the air, faster than a supersonic fighter.
Buzz boom. 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 3 sonic booms exploded on the coastline.
The 160-ton electric blade spear, with its 1000-degree high temperature at the spear tip, drew out sound barrier ripples. The high-temperature shock wave alone melted all the corpses of the dead beasts halfway ahead. The metal shells of the level 3 monsters were as fragile as ice cream under the bombardment of the high-temperature sonic wave, and the speed at which they melted and disintegrated was astonishing. This terrifying high-temperature air wave and sonic shock wave burned and shook, as if it could destroy everything.
Crack. Boom. Buzz boom.
The more than 300-meter-long electric blade spear was thrown out by the SSS-class aircraft carrier mecha. Its terrifying high-temperature penetrating power pierced into the Beast King's mouth the moment it hit the Beast King's barrier. The King-level gold-eating beast is less than 100 meters long, and it is holding a Lord-level sea dragon beast in its mouth. But the two beasts' solid and heavy metal armor could not withstand this devastating force. The spear hit the front point where the laser cannon hit it, and then hit it again. The already violent high-energy continued to surge before the power of the laser cannon had subsided. This caused the indestructible King Beast barrier to be shattered with one blow. The King Beast was hit in the mouth by a giant electric blade spear weighing 160 tons and more than 300 meters long, and it was doomed to die. But a dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky, and the explosive power of the intercontinental missile continued again. This series of 3 attacks was like a nuclear bomb explosion. In an instant, the A12C area was brought to a temperature of 10,000 degrees. In this ultimate explosive energy, it was as if the ocean was thrown into the surface of the star. The seawater in the A12C area evaporated instantly, and the heatwave steam instantly wiped out the strange beasts concentrated there.
No alloy armor of any alien beast can withstand such high-temperature heat waves.
As the white mushroom cloud rose, the 4th explosion caused the mushroom cloud to expand to its maximum size. But these 4 consecutive explosions occurred within just 2 seconds. Although 4 energy fluctuations could be felt at the core, it seemed that the explosions were completed at the same time. The energy gathered together, and it was impossible to tell you from me. However, Yifeng, who was sitting in the intercontinental missile launch vehicle 3 kilometers away, knew about it.
Did it really explode? 600,000 points, and it became disposable. What a sin, this damn King-level monster.
The intercontinental missile launcher was shaken by the aftermath of the high-temperature heat wave, and spider web cracks appeared on the car windows.
Qin Shuangyue said angrily, "Oh my god, can't you control your strength?
Your invisible shield has entered cooldown.
What can I use to block it? How can I compete with that aircraft carrier? Its small body can't withstand all this." Before Qin Shuangyue could continue complaining, a huge rock flew over from 2 kilometers away and directly knocked over the intercontinental missile vehicle.
Yifeng wasn't paying attention and hit his head on the steering wheel.
Fuck.
This energy is definitely beyond my expectations.
I was wondering why you don't even have an airbag. Are you still blaming me? I'm a military armored vehicle, why do I need airbags? Do you think I'm a bus? My tires are blown, you have to compensate me.
Qin Shuangyue was originally unhappy about Yifeng's temporary contract with another mecha girl. Now her car was knocked over by the rocks in the aftermath of the explosion.
She was so angry that she took it out on Yifeng.
Yifeng covered his head, thankful that he had nanoworms to transform his body, otherwise his head would have swelled up.
10 minutes later.
When the manic energy on the coastline subsides, the violent sea breeze also returns to calm. The ministers and commanders of the tent, who were bruised and battered, only then remembered Yifeng. They all came to the open space with limping legs and crutches, with red and swollen faces and sad faces, looking for Yifeng. However, several huge rocks and 2 tank guns were still pressing on the intercontinental missile vehicle, and the missile vehicle's heavy armor was actually dented and deformed.
Several people wanted to find Yifeng and complain. Why can't we calculate the heat-energy diffusion ratio and damage coefficient when attacking? Are you planning to take down our headquarters as well?
The minister and his companions originally wanted to use this as an excuse to find Yi Feng and negotiate a lower price. After all, the threat of the strange beast has now been eliminated.
But
when they saw Yi Feng and Qin Shuangyue, they were lying in a pile of boulders in a miserable state. The missile vehicle was still half buried in the boulders, and the cockpit door was stuck. Yi Feng was banging on the bulletproof glass in the armored vehicle, making all kinds of gestures and hints to the people.
The anger in the minister's hearts dissipated by half in an instant. Minister, I don't think that guy can get out. Is he hinting that we should help him move these boulders? Nonsense, do you think I can't see it? This guy is very capable and can't be offended. Maybe you will need his help in the future. Go find someone to help him. What are you doing standing there?
The minister glanced at Secretary Wang fiercely.
But Secretary Wang looked down at his legs.
His left leg was lame and he had to use a crutch.
How could he go to get help? Minister, the entire pre-war base was flattened by the aftermath.
The soldiers were also affected, and their situation isn't much better than ours.
The communication equipment is also destroyed, you see. Secretary Wang looks guilty and flattering.
He almost knelt down before the minister. The minister also understood the situation. He ran to Yi Feng's car window and shrugged, indicating that he was unable to help. Yi Feng never expected that the combined power of these 4 attacks would be so great.
This is a thrown brick that came back and hit my foot.
Fortunately, I was sitting in the car.
But someone will definitely not forgive me later.
Yi Feng turned around speechlessly and made a suggestion to Qin Shuangyue.
Miss Shimatsuki, can you still transform back into human form?
Qin Shuangyue was already furious, and she became even angrier when she heard Yi Feng asking her questions even though he already knew the answer.
What? Change back to human form? You want to be crushed to death by a boulder with me? Then I will. Do you think I want to lie like this? Does this posture look good?
Qin Shuangyue retorted mercilessly, and Yi Feng had no choice but to sense the location of the temporary robot girl Lin Kongxue. But with this perception, Yi Feng couldn't help laughing until his stomach hurt. Lin Kongxue transformed into an aircraft carrier at this time and had already arrived at the A-12C area. This guy didn't even think about coming back to see how the commander was doing, but instead went treasure hunting.
Ah! Damn Yi Feng, stinky Yi Feng. It's all gone, it's all blown up. Everyone says I'm a spendthrift, let's see who's the biggest spendthrift. This XXCX is an S-rank giant soldier. It's hard to get it even if you have money. My family went to great lengths to get me a decent melee weapon. You only gave me 1 second. 1 second. And then it blew up on me?
The Beast King's body has also been shattered into pieces.
Yi Feng, you prodigal son, do you know how much a Beast King's corpse is worth? You asked for 20 billion right away. Do you know that you lost tens of billions?
1 Lord level, 1 King level, and thousands of 3rd and 4th level exotic beasts.
It's all gone, it's all gone.
Lin Kongxue came with great excitement but left disappointed. But when she took heavy steps, supporting her 4th sister and younger sister back to the pre-war base, Yi Feng and Qin Shuangyue were nowhere to be seen. This made her feel excited, happy, sad, resentful, and many other unfair emotions burst out in an instant.
Yi Feng. You dare. Beep. Temporary contract has ended.
Commander cancels temporary contract.
Ding.
The specified target cannot be found, please re-enter.
Chapter 97 Auction.
After confirming that the Mercenary Alliance had transferred 20 billion, Yi Feng and Qin Shuangyue immediately boarded Yi Linger's aerospace fighter and rushed to Kyoto with Qinyu. On the way, Yi Feng took a last look at Lin Kongxue's super attribute panel and cancelled the temporary contract in disappointment. Alas! She is indeed very strong, but she is also wild and hard to tame.
It's true that the bigger the family, the more wild the girl is. It's true. Yi Feng felt a little sorry.
But the system prompt sound that came to his ears made him feel happy.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task.
1 million points have been received and can be used at any time. 2 days later. Longji Mountain Base City. The Aurora aerospace fighter flew around the city for a week and landed outside an auction venue.
Yi Feng was shocked after getting off the plane. I didn't expect that this Dragon Ridge mountain was really built after the Great Invasion is rumored. Yes, but it has a history of 200 years.
It is independent of the Federation.
It is neither protected by the Federation nor allowed to exist by the Federation. Qin Shuangyue adjusted his sunglasses, as if he hated the direct exposure to the scorching sun. I guess the Federation also needs a black market like this to buy and sell shady things. The existence of this city has indeed made many things easier.
Yifeng looked back at the distant mountains inside, alas.
But who would have thought that a majestic beast would transform its bones into a mountain after death, providing shelter for this human city? Somehow, Yifeng suddenly seemed to feel a little pity for the terrifying metal beast. Or maybe they are just lamenting that the emperor-level beasts are powerful when they are alive, but they still become a pile of dust after death.
Xin Yu and Yi Linger were shocked after hearing Yifeng's words. An imperial-level beast? You said that mountain is actually the dried bones of an imperial-level beast? Yi Linger covered her mouth in shock.
But that doesn't look like bone, nor does it look like metal. Xin Yu scratched his head and looked. The mountain opposite looked like a burnt mixture of iron, carbon and lava, while the mountainside below the mountain was covered with weeds and vegetation. Qin Shuangyue adjusted his glasses, put his arms on his hips, looked towards the opposite mountain and said with a smile. According to historical records, we, the mechanical humans, were far from strong enough to contend with the emperor-level beast at the time. To deal with it, we used 3 nuclear bombs, launching 3 consecutive attacks, and only then was we able to burn this emperor-level beast to charcoal.
I see. Xin Yu and Yi Linger were amazed after hearing this.
But Yifeng was lamenting the manufacturing level of the mechanical humans in the field of nuclear energy. They actually managed to remove the contamination from nuclear weapons, preventing them from polluting the environment. Or perhaps, on this mechanical planet 200,000 times larger than Earth, the so-called radioactive material is merely a source of energy and food for some mechanical life forms.
It's truly astonishing. 200,000 times. This mechanical planet is really too big.
But the Sun is 1.6 million times the size of the Earth. How huge should it be? Yifeng followed Qin Shuangyue and the other two, muttering in a low voice as he walked into the auction building.
This giant building, shaped like a building or a tower, is 10 times larger than the largest stadium on Earth.
It is like a crater, with high-rise towers of uneven spires surrounding a large open space in the center. The central square was filled with the remains of various exotic beasts, which reminded Yifeng of the area outside the western suburbs of Pujian Base City where the Self-Discipline Guild was active. But this place is hundreds of times bigger than there.
It's so spectacular. Are the corpses of those strange beasts going to be auctioned?
Yiling looked at the inner square from inside the building through the large glass window, and asked while swinging Yifeng's arm. Yifeng patted his sister's head and said, "That's right, but if we want to participate in the auction, we have to register first. There are 4 people from the Yechin mercenary group. We have some spoils that need to be sold." Qin Shuangyue had already contacted the staff at this time.
The 4 of them entered the VIP elevator with their ID cards.
The elevator rose all the way up and took the 4 people directly to the private room at the top of the tower with the best view. Not long after, the auction host received an auction list with the word VIP written on it.
Oh my goodness!
4 distinguished guests have arrived at our Dragon Ridge Mountain auction today.
They've brought some extremely rare items.
Wow, I haven't seen such a rich auction list in a long time.
First, the first lot is a 70% preserved remains of a strange beast.
It's a lord-level beast. And its strength is close to the king level. You could say it's half a step to the king level.
This is a titan ape that lost its left arm. Starting price, 5 billion. The auction host's almost crazy shouts instantly ignited the entire audience.
The conference staff ejected the corpse of a titan ape from a space containment gun and placed it in the central square of the auction hall. The 100-ton corpse of the lord-level monster is enormous.
It almost occupies half of the open space in the central square. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the entire venue.
It's huge. It's so huge. I've never seen such a huge metal beast before.
My goodness, is this a semi-king level beast?
It's so terrifying. It's so huge, it's definitely stronger than the lord-level ones I've seen.
Look, the Titan Ape's outer metal is actually an S-grade tungsten magnesium alloy. This is a lightweight metal.
Such a large piece of lightweight metal probably only weighs 100 tons.
100 tons? This beast looks like it weighs 1,000 tons.
If it only weighs 100 tons, then this Titan ape must have been very maneuverable and had very fast reaction times when it was alive.
How on earth was it knocked down?
I don't care how it was killed. I just want the 100 tons of S-grade tungsten magnesium alloy on its body. Yes, 100 tons of S-class lightweight metal is enough for hundreds of mecha girls to wear S-class lightweight outer armor. Such armor is not only light, but also has super strong protection. It is very suitable for mecha girls with high mobility requirements.
I'll give you 8 billion.
I'll give you 10 billion. I'll give you 15 billion.
I'm 20 billion. Inside the stadium.
Before the host announced the start of the auction, some impatient buyers raised their number plates.
Inside the VIP top floor box.
Qin Shuangyue saw that many buyers had already started bidding spontaneously, and she suddenly remembered something very important.
Damn it, I forgot. What? Yi Feng and the other two looked at Qin Shuangyue with confusion on their faces.
Qin Shuangyue gritted her teeth. I forgot to hire some agents to drive up the bidding price. After seeing Qin Shuangyue's appearance as a business veteran, Yi Feng felt that this did not match her youthful appearance of 24 years old at all.
Why do you always dress so maturely and steadily? Can't you dress a little more lively?
Yi Feng couldn't help but glance up from the black stockings and high heels. Although professional attire has a unique flavor, the black and gray color scheme is indeed a bit too mature.
What are you looking at? Qin Shuangyue glared at Yi Feng.
The way she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth made Yi Feng a little bit crazy for a moment.
Don't be nervous.
King-level beast carcasses are rare, so I'm afraid there's no need to hire someone. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he signaled Qin Shuangyue with his eyes to pay attention to the auction price on the big screen outside the window.
Qin Shuangyue looked up and immediately showed a look of shock on her face. 27 billion? So fast. Inside the auction house. The people holding the signs stood up one after another. After seeing the corpse of the semi-king level monster, they did not hesitate to spend money.
But the host felt that the bidders were raising the prices by hundreds of millions, which was really too slow.
He actually picked up the microphone and reminded everyone. This is a giant semi-king level beast with a forging core.
I heard that the Federation's latest unmanned warship uses the core forged from this giant beast. It can instantly convert magnetic radiation, earth vein radiation, nuclear radiation, and all energy bodies into electrical energy. It is also the best carrier for storing huge amounts of energy. The Federation is currently paying a high price for these giant casting cores.
This isn't just any lord-level beast.
It's a half-king-level beast.
Can't everyone see its value?
After the hostess introduction, the bidders suddenly realized that the speed of increasing their bets had increased several times.
I'll give you 30 billion. I have 40 billion. I have 48 billion. The high bidding price surprised Qin Shuangyue and Yi Feng.
Yi Feng stared at the auction price on the big screen and asked leisurely, Shuangyue, did you bribe the conference host?
He. The corners of Qin Shuangyue's mouth twitched constantly, and she was speechless for a moment. Chapter 98, Get a full set of SSS-level modules.
A semi-king level exotic beast was eventually sold for 58 billion federal gold coins. Yi Feng and Qin Shuangyue really didn't expect that Ji Ling and Qin Yu were so capable and were really good at picking up money. However, the wreckage of the Lord-level Ghost White Fox that Yi Feng took out, although severely damaged and without a casting core, was still worth a small amount. When the group achieved their goal and were about to turn around and leave, a rare item caught their attention. Next lot, a complete set of S-class modules suitable for fighter jets. When the host's voice sounded behind the Yechin mercenary group, several people paused and returned to their seats.
Linger, can you lend me some money?
Yi Feng looked at the 24-piece S-level complete set of modules on the exhibition stand, and the first person he thought of was Li Qingrui.
Li Qingrui was his first robot girl and also his first woman.
The two of them have not seen each other for more than 10 days. The next time they meet, it is time for him to give her a gift and update the module accessories for her.
Borrow? Shouldn't the money from selling the remains of the alien beast belong to our Yechin mercenary group? You are the head of the mercenary group, and you have the final say. Are you going to replace Sister Shuangyue's full set of S-level modules? What?
Yi Feng was speechless for a moment because of his sister. Qin Shuangyue was sitting next to him at the moment. She was like a domineering president, with her legs crossed and her arms folded, staring at Yi Feng. Qin Shuangyue now has a full set of A-level modules, and indeed needs this set of S-level modules.
However, Li Qingrui still has 16 B-level modules that have not been replaced, and she needs this set of S-level modules more. When it comes to the evolution and development of the mecha girls, Yifeng doesn't want to favor one over the other. He wants everyone to be on the same level and develop in a balanced way. Although it is not Qin Shuangyue's turn yet, Qin Shuangyue is here right now, while Li Qingrui is still far away. Those who are close to the water get the moon first. If I say now that I want to keep this set of S-level modules for Li Qingrui, I'm sure this golden brick sister who is 4 years older than me will be jealous. Sister! You need a complete set of S-level modules. Brother Yifeng is going to buy this set of S-level modules for you. Xin Yu also stood up, as excited as if his mother was going to find him a wife. Yifeng really wanted to give this little boy a couple of slaps in the face. However, when beating a dog, you have to consider the owner. He is not only his sister's little follower, but also the beloved brother of the golden sister Qin Shuangyue, so he could never give her the slap. Yifeng had a lot of grievances, so he bit his fingernails and thought about a solution. Don't be so embarrassed. I know you want to buy this S-class module, but it's not for me. I'm already very strong, and for now, I can handle the enemies we encounter. You want to prepare a gift for your number one machine girl? If so, just say it. I'm jealous of my sisters again, what are you afraid of? Qin Shuangyue saw that Yifeng was helpless, which made Yifeng feel relieved. However, although she said it with ease, her expression was very unhappy. Yifeng knew very well that women always say it's okay but actually have big things in their hearts. He suddenly had an idea. I came up with a good idea to dispel the other party's resentment. Well, I knew you wouldn't mind, but as your commander, I will definitely not show favoritism. Oh? Another look of surprise flashed across Qin Shuangyue's eyes. Then Yifeng took out a stack of documents from the system space. This is the Commander's Primary Evolution Potion Production Book that Yifeng just bought with 1 million Genesis small points. It clearly records the production process, formula, and the equipment and materials that need to be prepared, as well as the manufacturing book for the equipment and materials. It can be said to be a complete set of assistance. You can start production as soon as you get it. You're right. Your strength is already very strong, and it's completely sufficient for the time being. So I think you and your Qinming Pharmaceutical Group need this more. Qinming Pharmaceutical Group? Our Qinming Pharmaceutical Company is a small business. When did we establish the group? Are you mocking me? After hearing Yifeng's words, Qin Shuangyue's brows furrowed even tighter. But when she took the thick stack of production book documents from Yifeng, she jumped up from her seat in surprise. This is real. This recipe must be real. It's very similar to our research direction, but the production and manufacturing costs are much lower. XYY substance can actually be extracted from the ice soul grass from another world? This grass is available in any quantity you want, and it's not expensive. Although the amount used is huge, the cost is much lower than that of the spiritual fruit from another world. The production cost is probably only 1% of the original. Yifeng, are you sure this recipe is real? Yifeng turned around and tried to hold back his laughter. He had successfully controlled Qin Shuangyue, so he didn't have time to answer her little questions. 20 billion. Yifeng looked out the window and saw that the auction for a full set of S-class modules had reached its climax. The previous bidder had already bid 16 billion. He simply held up the sign and set the price at 20 billion. VIP number 777 bids 20 billion federal gold coins. Any bidders? 20 billion at a time. 20 billion for the second time. 20 billion for the third time. Make a deal. Really? Humph, as expected. Once a wealthy VIP client sets a price slightly higher than the market price, no one dares to compete. It's not only uneconomical, but also easy to offend powerful people. Those immortal cultivation novels in my previous life were really not read in vain. Yifeng muttered to himself, completely ignoring Qin Shuangyue. But even so, Qin Shuangyue had no complaints in her heart at this moment. She held in her hands the Commander's Primary Evolution Potion-making book that Yifeng had bought with 1 million points, and a lofty ideal and goal had already risen in her heart. Great! With this production manual, our Qinming Pharmaceutical Group will definitely become the strongest in the Federation. I have the confidence. Qin Shuangyue held a thick stack of production books in her arms, and the look she gave Yifeng was full of admiration and joy. Her face turned slightly red, as if she was thinking of some beautiful things that she would not normally think about. After Yifeng won the bid, he turned around to look at Qin Shuangyue, and was so frightened by her extremely fiery eyes that his legs became weak. Don't look at me like that. We've already completed the formal contract and are now family. As your commander, I won't show favoritism, I promise. I will allow all of you to enter a new era of mecha evolution. This includes me too. Starry Sky Mecha is just the key to the next stage. I will allow you to fly even further. Yifeng's words really touched Qin Shuangyue's heart. Qin Shuangyue has changed her previous image of a domineering president. At this moment, she is like a little fangirl, staring at Yifeng intently, her eyes full of love, as if she admires him very much. She did not ask Yifeng where he got the genetic medicine production book, as if Yifeng's title of SSS-level commander was well deserved. Seeing this, Yifeng was too lazy to explain. In short, the mechanical humans on this planet are often more superstitious than the people on Earth. They also worship the mechanical god, the god of creation, and so on in their daily lives. It has to be said that since having dual systems, even Yifeng, the time traveler, feels that he might really be the son of destiny chosen by the gods. The VIP box number 777 was filled with laughter. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Yi Ling and Qin Shuangyue started dancing happily. However, in a VIP box with a black gauze curtain across the street, several people suddenly fired a reconnaissance radio wave at Yifeng and others. But it was blocked by the powerful anti-scanning system of Yifeng and others. This made several mecha girls and the commander in the box feel very dissatisfied. Hateful. It seems that this is our prey this time. Chapter 99: The Dark Organization Attacks. The drunken and confused Yifeng and his companions simply ate and drank to their heart's content and slept all night in the VIP suite of the auction house. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that the few of them staggered out of the auction house. Yi Linger transformed into an aerospace fighter, carrying several people away from the Dragon Ridge Mountain base city, and continued to fly towards Kyoto. But halfway through, Yi Linger's early warning radar detected an abnormality. Warning! 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 My aircraft has been locked by radar. 6 fifth-generation aircraft detected approaching at high speed, recommending increasing flight altitude. After the early warning system sounded, Night Bell didn't take it seriously. In her eyes, those 5 fifth-generation fighter jets were no match at all. But Yifeng recalled the experiences of some protagonists in the immortal cultivation novels of his previous life and felt that the situation was not optimistic. We just came out of the auction house when someone followed us. I don't think they're here to provide us with VIP services. They're probably just bandits trying to rob us. Yifeng's murderous eyes instantly perked Qin Shuangyue up. What is banditry? What is robbery? Can you speak something we can understand? Qin Shuangyue adjusted her glasses and stared at Yifeng in surprise. Yifeng shrugged and explained, "What I mean is that we might be targeted by a dark organization." Dark organization? Several people were really shocked when they heard Yifeng's judgment. They never thought that one day they would be targeted by a dark organization. But remembering yesterday, I sold a semi-king level exotic beast for a high price of over 50 billion. He also spent 20 billion to purchase a full set of S-level modules. After much thought, this does indeed meet the conditions for becoming the prey of the dark organization. When I was poor, I was bullied. When I became rich overnight, I attracted thieves. It's not easy to be rich. Yifeng muttered to himself and casually took out 4 S-level modules from the system space. Cheng Rui actually already has 4 S-level modules. I'll give them to you first. Yifeng looked at Qin Shuangyue and said with a warm smile, "I injured you the other day, and your mechanical body hasn't been repaired yet. I might as well try these 4 S-level modules. I can activate the repair and magic modification to see if they can bring about some changes to your mechanical body." Ah? You mean here? It's okay, you haven't seen my second level talent yet. Come try the 1-second magic modification. Yifeng said it was too late, but it happened so quickly. Magic change in 1 second. After it was activated, a blue light flashed on Qin Shuangyue's body, and before she could feel any changes in her body. The magic modification plus restoration has been completed. What? It's all right now? Qin Shuangyue looked at Yifeng in surprise, unable to believe that what she saw was real. She closed her eyes, carefully feeling the changes in herself. At the same time, she quickly opened the system interface and checked the properties of her mechanical body panel. Nothing has changed. Wait. What is this? S-grade tungsten magnesium alloy. This is a lightweight metal. My movement speed and maneuverability have tripled. My defense is also a significant improvement over the previous A-grade alloy. Could this be the remains of a Titan ape? Aren't they all sold? Xin Shuangyue looked at Yifeng in surprise.
Yifeng shrugged and said with a kind smile, the Titan ape originally had a long tail, but now it has a short tail.
I'm afraid not many people will notice it. You guys? So you've been planning this for a long time?
Qin Shuangyue looked at the cockpit of Qin Yu and Yiling's fighter plane, and already had the answer in her mind. Actually, after your mecha was injured that day, I had already planned to use the remains of the half-king Titan ape. The metal in it is truly precious.
Some mecha girls, pursuing lightweight and high maneuverability, would rather forego SSS-grade Tyranitar alloy and use this ultra-lightweight S-grade tungsten magnesium alloy. It's a rare lightweight metal.
Ahem. Yifeng coughed twice strategically, then took over the conversation and explained, not only that, I've also installed an S-class engine for you, similar to that used on fighter jets. You now have a blue flame jet, and combined with this lightweight body, you'll be even faster.
Xin Shuangyue was very excited.
While listening to Yifeng's analysis, she scanned the attribute template herself. When she saw that the intercontinental missile had also changed, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Oh
my god! Hypersonic ballistic missile.
Yifeng smiled proudly.
Yes, the missile has also been replaced with a lightweight module. I didn't expect the system to be so intelligent.
They immediately designed a triangular warhead and a tail separation device for the missile. It is not only hypersonic now, but when facing intercepting missiles, it can also separate two heat source camouflage modules, allowing heat-seeking missiles to intercept the decoy target.
Oh!
The cockpit has turned into a fighter cockpit, which has caused the front of the intercontinental missile launcher to become round.
My second form now looks like a satellite carrier rocket.
Qin Shuangyue sighed, and seemed not to be very fond of this new image.
But Yifeng disagreed and said with great satisfaction, well, and it's white. Camouflage color doesn't suit you. Brother! We have reached an altitude of 80,000 meters, but look ahead. Yilinger suddenly shouted, interrupting their conversation.
Several people hurriedly looked out the window and saw two accompanying fighter jets appearing on both sides of the Aurora at some point in time.
One black, one blue, two aerospace fighters. It seems that the Dark Organization is quite powerful.
Yifeng couldn't help but complain, but then the other party sent an emergency communication request.
Pick it up.
At Yifeng's command, Yilinger connected the communication request, and a woman wearing a black veil appeared on the fighter's central control screen.
Oh, the call is finally connected. Hello everyone. The charming voice of the woman in black veil gave Yifeng goosebumps.
But Qin Shuangyue frowned, naturally feeling that the other party was not to her liking.
Who are you? Please tell me your purpose. Qin Shuangyue's voice suddenly became a little rough, and she was completely different from before. Explain your intentions? Aren't my intentions obvious enough?
As the black-veiled woman spoke, a warning came from the Aurora's loudspeaker.
Warning! Warning!
Our fighter jets have been locked onto by short-range air space cruise missiles, and 16 enemy missiles are about to be launched. After hearing the prompt from the security system, Yifeng also heard the prompt from the creation system. New mission released, kill the followers of the Moon God Organization.
Each follower will receive 100,000 points. Oh! I can earn points again. Regardless of level, payment is made per person?
Yifeng shook his head, feeling that it was a pity to kill the woman in black veil and beautiful figure in the central control screen. Although she was wearing a black veil, her crystal-clear sapphire eyes and the leisurely temperament between her eyebrows made her look like a great beauty at first glance. However, since the other party is a member of a dark organization, he cannot be spared from death just because he is beautiful.
Haha, don't be afraid, we won't act rashly, as long as you hand over. Kill them all. Ha! What did you say?
The woman in black veil was halfway through her words, and before she could express what she wanted, Yifeng sentenced her to death. After receiving the order from her brother, Sister Yilinger used the Cobra U-turn with a blue flame ejected from the SSS-class power engine. This left the two accompanying aerospace fighters with no time to react. By the time the two men had locked onto the position of the Dawn Goddess again, two blue lightning balls had already crackled and hit their waists. The two planes were blown to pieces in an instant.
Hee. SSS-class electromagnetic rail sniper cannon, firing so fast you won't have time to react. Yilinger smiled triumphantly, and the fighter plane suddenly dived down again. SSS-class homing missiles launched. 8 missiles fired in salvo. Whoosh whoosh. 8 hypersonic medium-range aerospace cruise missiles disappeared as soon as they were launched. The speed is so fast that it cannot be captured by the naked eye. Less than 10 breaths later, Yifeng heard the screams of the creation system and the woman in black veil. Ding! Kill 10 people, reward 1 million points. What did you do? What did you do to my people? Why are all of them disconnected? All life signals have disappeared. They're all dead. All dead in an instant? That's impossible. Boy, you actually dared to attack the Moon God organization? You're in trouble. We, the Moon God believers, will fight you to the death. When the woman in black veil clenched her fist, her bright red nails were very seductive. 2 gold chains were outlined on her fair little fist, and the semi-transparent black veil on her arm made Yifeng seem to be able to smell a woman's fragrance through the screen. Ha! She's not dead. That's great. Yifeng leaned forward to take a look and couldn't help but let it slip. What did you say? The woman in black veil and Qin Shuangyue frowned and shouted loudly. Yifeng waved his hand hastily and explained to the woman in black veil, "Don't get me wrong. What I meant was, you should be happy that you're not dead. Don't mess with us again." Yifeng's face suddenly turned cold, and he added coldly, "There are some people in this world that even dark organizations can't afford to mess with. Don't doubt the truth of what I said." After saying that, Yifeng stretched out his hand and made a neck-wiping gesture, and even stuck out his tongue at the woman in black veil in mockery. Hearing Yifeng's words, Qin Shuangyue showed a satisfied smile on her face. But the woman in black veil pointed at Yifeng and cursed, "How dare you? Your face will become the target of our Moon God organization's pursuit. Just wait." My face? Oh no! Yifeng cried out, holding his face, looking very scared. The woman in black veil seemed a little proud when she saw Yifeng like this. But just as she was about to continue threatening, she saw Yifeng take out a makeup mirror from the bag of the woman next to him. "It's over, it's over. I forgot to wash my face when I woke up this morning. How embarrassing. Fortunately, it's not noticeable. I'm still so handsome." Yifeng stuck out his tongue and made eyebrows in front of the makeup mirror. This scene made the woman in black veil so angry that her legs cramped and she wished she could dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the ground. She gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, arched her body, and raised her hips, as if she had been holding in a fart for a long time and couldn't let it out even if she used all her strength. There was no way. She wanted to rush over and kill Yifeng, but she couldn't do it. The woman in black veil closed the visual connection in anger. On the Dawn Goddess, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the video link was disconnected. Humph. If you don't believe me, I'll piss you off to death. We can't stay here for long, hurry to Kyoto. Chapter 100 Arrival in Kyoto. After seeing the video link being disconnected by the black-veiled woman, Yifeng's sullen and narcissistic face instantly returned to its calm state. In Qin Shuangyue's frowning and surprised eyes, Yifeng crossed his legs, looked at the clouds and the bright sky outside the window, and said casually, "You are very beautiful. That woman in black veil cannot compare to you." Yifeng's casual and understated words were like a powerful hurricane. It blew Qin Shuangyue's little face to the other side of the window. The two of them looked out their respective windows, one on the left and one on the right. The scenery seems to be the same, but at this moment it is actually very different for the two people. Yifeng thought of his first mecha girl Li Qingrui. Thinking of that jumping day, I remember the two of them standing on the windowsill, talking about revenge and the contract. Yifeng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After awakening my dual systems and growing stronger step by step, I seem to have changed a lot. How are you? Isn't it too early to meet now? The clouds outside the window kept changing, and Yifeng suddenly had an idea to change his itinerary. He took Qin Shuangyue, Yiling, and Qinyu with him, and went to every base city they passed along the way to recruit soldiers. More than 30 days later, Yifeng and his group of 4 finally arrived at Kyoto base city. During this period, Xinming Pharmaceutical Group established branches in every base city, and basically opened up sales channels. The first thing they did when they arrived in Kyoto was to establish Xinming Pharmaceutical's Kyoto headquarters, and then invest in building laboratories and production plants. Another half-month passed. After renovation and redecoration, the Imperial Capitol building was officially renamed Xinming Building. Yifeng stood in front of the French window in the CEO's office, gazing at the bustling city, and heaved a sigh of relief with anticipation. Xuan Yue, have you settled the issue with the medicinal herbs?
Xuan Yue handed a cup of coffee to Yifeng, adjusted his glasses and turned on his palm-sized computer. Of the 39 bases in the city, 32 have completed the procurement of medicinal materials. Large quantities of medicinal materials are being loaded and shipped to Kyoto. It's just that we centrally produce and distribute in Kyoto, which increases a lot of transportation risks and costs.
Yifeng was very happy to see Xuan Yue's careful calculation, but he still shook his head. The formula for the genetic medicine must not be leaked. Even centralized production in Kyoto cannot guarantee foolproofness. We must split a share and find a strong partner. Otherwise, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in Kyoto. Once the genetic medicine is released, the entire planetary federation will be eyeing us covetously.
Yifeng's foresight made Xuan Yue feel a chill down her spine.
Indeed, there is no fully qualified genetic drug that can be mass-produced in the entire federation.
Only the military and numerous laboratories in various places are producing it in small quantities internally, and everything is in the test and verification stage.
However, the genetic medicine that Yifeng took out was a mature version that could be directly mass-produced and sold in large quantities.
This will indeed alarm the entire Federation, and without the support of powerful forces and big figures, it will be impossible to survive. Xuan Yue adjusted her glasses with a cold expression. Before she could say anything, a guy pushed the door open and walked in.
Bang!
The door of the president's office was casually pushed open. As soon as Yifeng saw the person coming, his mood suddenly became better.
Instructor Lu Chen.
Yifeng casually handed the coffee he hadn't enjoyed yet to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, dressed in beachwear, took off his straw hat and flew to Xuan Yue. He took the coffee without hesitation and enjoyed it in big gulps.
Yifeng, you've been in Kyoto for over a month, why are you contacting me now?
Summer training will end the day after tomorrow, and I've already drafted the research topic for this period at Kyoto First Hospital.
Are you ready to explore the other world with me? Explore another world? Yifeng asked his secretary to prepare a few more cups of coffee. He turned around and sat next to Lu Chen, handing him a document to be signed. Sign your name, Mr. Lu Chen.
From now on, you will own 15% of Qinming Pharmaceuticals.
Puff. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of coffee, feeling completely confused about the situation. You kid, you came to me just to give me shares? What? You want to win me over to be your backer? Do you know that for someone like me, killing a king-level monster is just a matter of minutes? Hundreds of billions are nothing to me. Don't think that you can get me to be your backer just because you become my field researcher. Don't be fooled by Lu Chen's nice words.
The fact that he was invited here by Yifeng with just a phone call shows that he already had a good guess about Yifeng's ability.
The conjecture about whether the SSS-level commander was true had never left Lu Chen's mind. On the mecha planet, there are very few things that can arouse Lu Chen's concern.
Instructor Lu Chen, what you have in your hands is not only the share authorization letter for Qinming Pharmaceutical, but also the production plan and tentative selling price of Commander's primary gene medicine.
Gene medicine? Another genetic drug. Wait, what did you just say? Commander Gene Potion? Isn't the research you're doing at Qinming Pharmaceutical about the robot girl gene potion?
Lu Chen suddenly sat up from the sofa and placed the coffee in his hand on the table.
He picked up the contract and read it again and again.
When he saw the formula of the genetic medicine, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat.
Is this your recipe?
You actually use such cheap herbs. Alien spiritual herbs are also the most common types.
A bottle of genetic medicine costs 1 billion? If it's invalid, refund 10 times the amount? So cheap. How about a tenfold refund?
You're not selling medicine, you're training a million-strong army for the Federation.
It's not that I don't believe you, Yifeng.
There are many companies and departments that claim to have developed genetic medicines, but I have never seen a truly successful genetic medicine without side effects, let alone a genetic medicine for the commander. You know, the commander has always been just a power bank for the mecha girls. Only a self-disciplined commander would attempt to strengthen himself. But our latest research direction this year at the Kyoto Mecha Institute is precisely to use the commander's enhancement to bring the mecha girls into a new era of mechanical evolution. You've actually developed a genetic drug specifically for the commander.
How can I believe this? Do I believe your genetic drug is mature and successful?
Lu Chen's words were just as Yi Feng had expected. Yi Feng flicked his wrist, and a long black sword appeared in his hand. He pointed at Zhu Ke, who was eavesdropping outside the door, and challenged him, "Do you dare to fight me?" "What?" Lu Chen looked at Yi Feng in surprise. He could see that Yi Feng wanted to use his own strength to prove the commander's powerful strength after taking the commander potion. But no matter how reckless you are, you should still fight with ordinary mecha girls and starry sky mecha girls. Isn't this just courting death? It's really not easy to avoid getting hurt when the starry sky mecha girls fight. Yi Feng, I've seen your performance in the mecha girl fighting tournament. You're indeed very strong, a powerhouse with the strength of a self-disciplined commander. But your strength doesn't necessarily prove that your genetic potion actually works. Besides, fighting Suzaku would be pure suicide. As Lu Chen was speaking, his amused smile suddenly turned serious. Yi Feng raised his knife and pointed outside the glass window, at an O-shaped venue called Hongchuan Mecha Combat Base not far away. The place that looks like the Bird's Nest Stadium is exactly the place chosen by Yi Feng for the decisive battle with Suzaku. Are you serious? Lu Chen took back the coffee cup and started drinking with a joking look on his face, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. But Yi Feng could see a strong interest on his face. This guy deliberately pretended to be indifferent and uninterested. In fact, he was looking forward to a good show. Zhu Ke also walked in at this time. She clenched her fists left and right and twisted her neck, making her cervical vertebrae make crisp creaking sounds. Want to fight me? Sure. But you have to be prepared to die. Yi Feng saw Suzaku's confident look and knew that fighting her would be very risky, so he quickly corrected her. I'm only demonstrating the effectiveness of the genetic potion. If a real fight comes, I'm no match for the Sky Mecha Girl. After all, this is just a basic potion. Let me make it clear first, you're not allowed to use high-energy heavy weapons. Things like laser cannons, plasma cannons, planet-destroying cannons, weapons that can destroy a city in one blow. Don't use them. I'm afraid you'll destroy this area of 10 kilometers. Zhu Ke showed a hint of pride at the corner of his mouth, and he clashed his fists together, banging them and smiled at Yi Feng. Don't worry, I'll only use cold weapons against you. Oh? Then you're doomed. Yi Feng pointed his knife at Zhu Ke, a look of contempt on his face already showing joy. Chapter 101 Close Combat with the Starry Sky Mecha Girl. Hongchuan Mecha Combat Base. In the circular open-air venue, protective walls are built around it with the corpses of exotic animals, making it like a natural fighting arena. This familiar scene made Yi Feng recall his previous duels. While Yi Feng was still immersed in his memories, the Suzaku Star Fighter had transformed into a giant red mecha. The mecha was heavy but streamlined. She walked towards Yi Feng holding a rusty wide blade chopping knife, looking like a robot toy holding a kitchen knife. However, in Yi Feng's eyes, this seemed a bit contemptuous. You don't even use electric blade weapons? You seem to look down on me a little bit. Yi Feng smiled confidently at himself, and the black knife in his hand immediately slashed out 3 blades of Thunder Shadow Blade Wave. The speed of the Thunder Shadow Blade Wave was so fast that the Suzaku mecha had no time to dodge and had to raise its sword to block it. But her large, rusty chopping knife was cut into 8 pieces and shattered into pieces. The powerful impact hit the Suzaku mecha's SS-grade high-density alloy outer armor, but did not cause her any harm. What a strong defense! Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Suzaku, however, was very proud. Humph! This is SS-class companion armor. You think a little lightning can destroy it? Impossible. As Zhu Ke spoke, a long electric blade appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Yi Feng hurriedly put on the red flame armor and even lowered the helmet mask. Invisible shield. Rain of pear blossom thorns. Yi Feng activated all his defenses and charged towards the Suzaku mecha head-on. Lu Chen and Qin Shuangyue, who were watching the battle on the side, each found a chair to sit down, their eyes reluctant to leave the battlefield for a moment. Oh? It's another brand new set of armor. I'm afraid its protection is even stronger than that black and gold armor. Is that right? Lu Chen looked at Qin Shuangyue beside him with suspicion. But Qin Shuangyue frowned and said, although this isn't the first time I've seen him fight, I still can't help but marvel at him. How powerful is the Child of Destiny? How can I use common sense to predict it? Destiny Child? Qin Shuangyue was fascinated by Yi Feng's fight. However, Lu Chen could guess the terrifying hidden meaning from her casual words. Destiny's Child? Interesting.
Lu Chen's eyes brightened up in an instant as he looked at Yifeng.
The vague answer he had longed for in his heart seemed to become clearer and clearer.
Ahead.
Yifeng used the second level, invisible shield, and the powerful defense of the red flame armor. He fought hard against the Suzaku mecha, but the invisible shield's protective cover was actually blown up by the Suzaku's SSS-level electric blade weapon.
What?
Yifeng didn't expect that the electric blade weapon in Juchue's hand was so powerful. It felt that its power was almost as strong as that of the light blade weapon.
The second level invisible shield is indeed not good enough. But
Yifeng swung his sword and slashed out a water blade. The power of his combat skill Pure Water in Bright Moon Slash, although it did not damage Juchue's armor, the pressure still forced her back a few steps.
Stop!
Yifeng raised his hand to call for a stop, but Juke, who felt he had won, seemed a little surprised.
Next second,
Yifeng took out a few small green bottles from the system space, opened the bottle caps and started drinking.
That's it. Lu Chen stood up suddenly and looked at Yifeng.
He had just seen photos of the actual item in the documents Yifeng had given him. He was sure that what Yifeng drank at this moment was the commander's primary gene potion.
You're drinking it now? Isn't the strength you just showed after drinking the genetic potion the same as before? What's going on? How many bottles has he drunk?
Lu Chen looked into the distance in surprise, only to see Yifeng drinking up the green liquid in the glass jars one bottle after another.
Genetic medicine is not happy water, can you drink it like this? Lu Chen turned around in disbelief and questioned Qin Xuanyue with his eyes.
But at this moment, the surprise in Qin Xuanyue's eyes was no less than Lu Chen's.
Next second,
Qin Xuanyue, who had been dazed for a moment, suddenly stood up and took 2 steps forward.
Is he going to die? Yifeng. Far away.
Hearing Qin Xuanyue's voice, Yifeng raised his thumb and made an OK gesture. After he finished drinking the 10th bottle of evolution potion, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body.
Ding.
Endure the pain of countless insects gnawing at your bones for 30 seconds to advance to the level of a general commander. Successful advancement, reward 300,000 Genesis small points. When the system prompt sounded in Yifeng's ears, the pain of thousands of insects gnawing at his bones had made Yifeng kneel on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing this, Qin Xuanyue wanted to rush over to help and see if there was any way to help Yifeng. But Yifeng raised his hand to stop the other party from coming over.
Don't come over here. I'm fine. I can do it. I'm fine.
The severe pain that ordinary people could hardly bear made Yifeng feel like every second was an eternity.
But fortunately, seconds are seconds, and 30 seconds passed quickly.
With the help of the nanoworm cells in his body, Yifeng finally successfully absorbed all the medicinal effects of the commander's primary gene medicine. The cell tissues in his body, and even the nanomechanical worms, have undergone significant mutations. Feeling that his strength, stamina, and spiritual energy had increased several times, Yifeng smiled evilly and said,
Okay, we can start now. Come and fight.
After successfully breaking through to the general level commander, Yifeng's speed increased several times in an instant. He didn't use any fighting skills, he just swung his sword around. But every time the sword struck the Suzaku mecha, the clanging sound was several decibels louder than before. Although he still failed to damage the Suzaku mecha, his fierce posture and swift slashing attacks clearly made Suzaku feel that Yifeng's strength had undergone a qualitative change after drinking the 10 bottles of genetic medicine.
So fast.
The intensity has also increased.
This is the combat power of a second-level commander, no. Among the second-level commanders I've ever met, he's one of the best. Juke was hit hard by Yifeng's fierce attack and was forced to retreat again and again.
At this moment, she finally understood Yifeng's intentions and purposes. Yifeng didn't want to defeat her, but wanted her to experience for herself what changes would occur after drinking the genetic evolution potion.
You have indeed become much stronger.
Juke retreated repeatedly, barely able to take Yifeng's moves. Yifeng used all his combat skills and innate abilities again, and the power of each move increased several times. This made Juke feel even more surprised. She looked at Lu Chen, who was watching the game outside the field from time to time, and nodded to Lu Chen again and again. Lu Chen had previously had a cynical attitude on his face, as if he was going out on vacation. At this moment, he had a stern face and looked at Yifeng seriously, as if he could also feel the changes in Yifeng's body.
Second-level commander.
He actually achieved, on his own, the heights we risked our lives to reach.
Lu Chen muttered to himself, and before long, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 102, Entering the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute.
From this chapter on, hidden surprises will begin to explode one after another, so stay tuned. Plus.
Just as Lu Chen saw Yifeng's performance and nodded with satisfaction.
Yifeng used a move called Thunder Shadow Sword Wave. After 3 lightning sword shadows were slashed out, the momentum was several times stronger than before.
Not only did the attack range increase, but the power of the moves also astonished Suzaku. What?
Zhu Kei was unable to dodge and was knocked back several meters by the sword wave. Several sword marks were actually left on the arms of the huge starry sky mecha.
This is SS grade high density alloy. Even if you're a fully evolved, second level commander, you can't hurt me. How is that even possible? Zhu Kei couldn't believe his eyes.
He stared at the knife marks on his mecha arm for a moment, a little dazed. At this time, Yifeng sheathed his sword and walked straight towards Lu Chen, as if he didn't intend to fight anymore.
If I'm not mistaken, you call this level the War General level?
Yifeng couldn't help but reveal a proud look on his face. He believed that Zhu Kei and Lu Chen had already seen the efficacy of the evolution potion very clearly.
You actually know about the War General level? I was right. That's right. You are now a second level commander.
This is something only the higher ups know, and it's the first step for our mecha planet to enter a new era. When Lu Chen was praising Yifeng, Qin Shuangyue had already handed the share transfer contract to Lu Chen with both hands.
Lu Chen took the pen and signed his name without thinking. 2 days later, the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute has concluded its 2-month summer training for mecha girls.
Like ordinary universities, the institute finally started classes after the summer vacation. While other universities are still imparting professional knowledge, the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute is researching how to bring the mecha planet into a new era. How to evolve mecha girls and commanders to higher levels and how to enhance their strength have always been research topics in research institutes around the world. The Sandudeo Mecha Warfare Research Institute stands at the top of the pyramid. They have been able to use dimensional cracks to reach another world dimension to explore, search, and plunder new things that have never been seen before, study and analyze them, and then apply them to the evolution and upgrading of the mechanical human race. The Kyoto Mecha Research Institute has a gravity training room, a brainwave radiation room, an earth electromagnetic training room, a magic blood spring, a virtual combat simulation room, an alloy smelting DIY factory, an explosive deduction and synthesis cabin, a high-energy material reaction experimental furnace, an alien-human prison cabin, an alien monster hatch, a biomechanical fusion room, and an alien plant cultivation base. When Yifeng, Qin Shuangyue, Xinyu, and Yiling put on the alloy badges given by Lu Chen and Zhu Kei and strode into the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute. The signposts on both sides of the road have made the 4 people feel like they are in a whole new world. Suddenly, they felt like they were standing on top of the world. This sense of class leap from frog in the well to mysterious bird in the sky caused waves in the hearts of the 4 people, and they could not calm down for a long time.
Ahead.
At the first fork in the road, Zhu Kei changed his attire and wore a cream-colored short-sleeved shirt, denim overalls, and a sun hat, waving to Lu Chen and the other 3. Yifeng took a quick look and almost didn't recognize him.
Suzaku? Are you Suzaku? Why aren't you wearing your combat uniform today? Yifeng asked in surprise. Suzaku smiled calmly. Of course I should dress casually at home. Home?
The 4 of them looked at each other, as if they didn't quite understand. Zhu Kei pointed to the tall buildings and alloy pagodas to the west, and the mountains, rivers, parks, birdsong, and flowers to the east, and said, "On the left is the Science and Technology City, on the right is Shanshui Manor, and behind Shanshui Manor is the Island Resort Base. Both are residential areas with homes available in 3 price ranges. The Island Resort is home to the Research Institute's top executives.
Lu Chen and I will be staying there.
Where would you like to stay?
I can arrange it."
Zhuchua's words made Yifeng and the other 3 feel the vastness of this place. It seems that it is not an exaggeration to say that this is a city within a city. After a few people discussed it, Yifeng pointed to the east side and asked, "How much is the most expensive house in Shanshuan Park?"
The most expensive?
Zhu Kei covered his mouth and smiled, then he remembered that these guys were not short of money at all. She pointed to the large advertising screen beside her and said with a smile, "The villas in Area A of Shanshuan Park have an annual rent of 10 billion yuan, which should meet your needs."
10 billion.
Yifeng and the other 3 looked at each other. "I have never heard of such an expensive house, and it's just for rent."
But I think I can afford it in my current situation. Since I asked about the most expensive house, I can't lose face.
Yifeng covered his liver and abdomen and nodded heavily. Okay, let's live here. Suzaku held up his watch, and a holographic computer popped out. She clicked on it a few times and informed Yifeng that the accommodation had been arranged.
He personally led the way and the few of them walked towards Shanchuan Park on the east side. Suzaku, how many people and instructors are there in this research institute?
The more Yifeng walked, the bigger the place seemed to him. He was stunned by the various guide signs.
Unable to resist chatting as they walked, Suzaku introduced them to everyone without hesitation.
Currently, there are 1,726 instructors in the Kyoto Mecha Research Institute, and each instructor has hundreds of researchers under him.
What? Aren't there 200,000 to 300,000 people living here?
Yifeng and the other three looked at each other and felt incredible.
This place is truly a city within a city.
Moreover, judging from the surrounding layout, people here live relatively scattered. Yifeng sensed that Qin Shuanyue had scanned the entire research institute. He sensed it slightly and his heart was severely damaged.
How is this possible? The Kyoto Mecha Research Institute is actually more than 3 times larger than the Pujian base city.
Yifeng was not paying attention and screamed, which caused Zhuke to cover his mouth and laugh.
Ha, that's right. This is almost a city within a city. This will be your home from now on.
Zhuke took Yifeng and a few others on the maglev sightseeing train and rushed to the villa in Area A of Shanshui Manor as quickly as possible. Fighter planes and mechas flew across the sky from time to time, but there were not many of them, which made Yifeng feel that the people here didn't seem to like flying very much. There are so many people living here, but there are so few fighter planes and mechas in the sky.
Why don't we fly over there?
Yifeng glanced at his sister Yiling in Zhu, Quebec. They were both fighter planes, so they should be the fastest to fly over.
Why do people here still need to take other means of transportation? A pilot's license needs to be linked to a bank card. Every minute of flying within the Mecha Research Institute, 100,000 gold coins will be automatically deducted. 100,000. Yifeng and the other 3 were dumbfounded.
They had never expected that it would be so expensive to survive here. It costs 100,000 to fly for 1 minute.
Oh, right. You two shouldn't transform casually.
The flowers, plants, pavilions, and towers here are all very finely crafted.
They can't withstand the trampling of mechas. Even if you damage ordinary tiles or pavement, you will have to pay for it. It's very expensive. The compensation price for a single tile is over 100,000 gold. Ha! Yifeng and the other 3 finally understood. Why are there hundreds of thousands of people living here, but only a few mechas and fighter jets?
It turns out that every step here costs money.
Expensive. So expensive. Ridiculously expensive. Chapter 103. The top of the list is familiar. On the maglev train. Qin Shuanyue looked at the surrounding scenery and suddenly remembered something very important.
Yifeng, your other 2 mecha girls will also be here today, right?
When will we be introduced to each other? When Yifeng was asked by Qin Shuanyue, he actually avoided the question. I really have to thank teacher Lu Chen this time. Yilinger and Qin Yu are not old enough, so they can be admitted to the research institute as special recruits. Living together in the future will definitely not be boring. Qin Shuanyue couldn't help but give Yifeng a cold look.
Yifeng obviously meant that everyone should live together in the future and must live in harmony. She was about to say something, but she heard Yifeng frown and sigh.
It's strange, but these 2 are probably up to no good and planning a big surprise for me, right? Qin Shuanyue glanced at Yifeng sideways, somewhat confused.
Yifeng held up the optical computer communicator in his hand and waved it continuously, saying, "There has been no news for the past 2 months.
It's like we've lost contact."
Yifeng's words caused Zhuke to cough lightly. "Yifeng, your 2 mecha girls have changed a lot.
You should be mentally prepared." What?
When Yifeng heard Zhuchue's words, he always felt that there was something wrong with Zhuchue's expression.
Isn't it just a summer special training? What a big change. Do I need to be mentally prepared? Is this a big surprise or a shock?
Before Yifeng could figure it out, the maglev sightseeing train had already arrived at the station. After getting off the bus, several people swiped their cards to rent a magnetic levitation skateboard on the roadside and drove slowly towards the villa area.
The peace and tranquility here is completely different from other base cities. It seemed as if there would never be an invasion by alien beasts, as if we had arrived in another peaceful era. This made Yifeng feel good. However, when passing an open-air square, Yifeng found that many people were looking at a stone tablet with an electronic holographic screen embedded in it. There were many names densely packed on the holographic screen, but they didn't look like real names. There are so many people at that stone tablet. What's going on? Yiling pointed excitedly to the distance, and Zhuke then brought several people to the foot of the stone tablet. In the crowd, Yifeng looked up. The stone tablet looked like a ranking of something. The name ranked first made Yifeng's eyelids twitch. Frostmourne? Is this a code name? Why is it the same as Xia Yuming's nickname? Zhuke saw Yifeng's eyes and unconsciously glanced at Qin Xuanyue, hiding a smile and introducing. This is the dual ranking list for fighter mecha girls. There's a dual list for each type of mecha girl in the academy. But only the code names of the top 100 are displayed, not their real names. Those who can leave their code names on this stone tablet are all top-tier masters. As Zhuke spoke, his eyes unconsciously swept across Yifeng's face again and again, and he could clearly see that Yifeng's expression was not right. Yifeng could actually guess that if this was a fighter plane ranking list, Xia Yumeng would be ranked second-tier mecha girl, and it wouldn't be surprising that Starry Sky mecha girl's strength would be ranked first on the side list. After all, she is someone who can fight against her mentor mecha girl Suzaku. However, the names of Li Qingrui and Moon Goddess Phantom did not appear on the stone tablet. This gap made Yifeng worried about Li Qingrui. As a mecha girl who was also an SSS-level commander, this sense of disparity may have made Li Qingrui unhappy during the 2 months of special training here, and she may even be under tremendous pressure. Thinking of the complete set of S-level modules he had prepared for Li Qingrui, Yifeng took out the optical computer communicator and sent a message to Li Qingrui. But as always, there was still no response. This made Yifeng even more worried about Li Qingrui. Suzaku, Li Qingrui? Yifeng couldn't help but want to find out about Li Qingrui's situation. When he arrived at the research institute, neither of his 2 robot girls showed up. Even if this was a surprise, Yifeng felt something was too wrong. But Suzaku sighed and frowned. Some things are better for you to understand on your own. Don't worry, they are both actually very good, but... Zhuke was about to speak but stopped himself as an urgent message just happened to be received on his optical computer communicator. I'm sorry, I can't take you there. I've already transmitted your badge codes. Find Villa A303 and use the badges on your chests to enter. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, there will be an orientation session for new members. Meet at the giant stone training ground of Research Group 3. Yi Ling and Qin Yu will also be there. Zhuke said this and suddenly transformed into a starfighter. It soared into the sky and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The researchers around couldn't help but cover their mouths and exclaim. Look! That's Sister Suzaku. Is this the starfighter? This is the first time I've seen it. These great gods usually don't show their true colors, so they must have encountered something urgent when they suddenly took off. My goodness, between Sister Suzaku and Frostmourne, who was stronger? In my opinion. The two should be evenly matched at the moment. However, Frostmourne is an SSS class starfighter, while Sister Suzaku is only SS class. In the long run, Frostmourne is naturally stronger. But if Professor Number 3's research topic makes new progress, if she can be the first to evolve into a third-level mecha girl, then the difference will be huge. Professor Number 3's research topic is a bit outrageous. Can the robot girl really enter the 3rd stage? Why not? If it weren't for Professor Number 3, humanity wouldn't even be able to enter the 2nd stage. There wouldn't even be any Star Sky mecha girls. Yes, that's right. I also believe that the evolution of mecha girls will never stop. Perhaps in the future they can reach the 9th or 10th stage, who knows? Some researchers started arguing under the stone tablet, which reminded Yifeng of his own Genesis Mall. Judging from the current level of the Genesis Mall, the equipment and items that can be exchanged in the mall should indicate that it is entirely possible for mecha girls and commanders to enter the 3rd stage. Because Yifeng has been paying attention to various weapon modules specifically called Valkyrie for a long time. He didn't know what Valkyrie was before. I don't even know what the crystal core level is. It now seems that the crystal core level should correspond to the 2nd level mecha girl, because the word crystal core is written in Lu Chen's mecha girl talent. When Xia Yumeng transformed into a starfighter, the casting core also evolved into a crystal core form. According to this calculation,
the appearance of the crystal core means that the mecha girl has entered the second level form. And the Valkyrie should be the third stage form of the mecha girl. But what exactly is a Valkyrie, and what does it mean to transform into a Valkyrie? Yifeng still couldn't figure it out at this time, but he felt that teacher Lu Chen should lead the mechanical humans into the third era. Ding dong! You have new message. While Yifeng was in a daze, the optical computer communicator received a message from Xia Yimeng. This was the first message in 2 months, and Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally replied. Muttering this, Yifeng opened the message and took a look. Newcomer introduction meeting tomorrow. Just this one sentence. After seeing the message, Yifeng couldn't help but frown. For some reason, Yifeng suddenly thought of Lin Xiaoxiao at this moment. More than 2 months ago, Lin Xiaoxiao also sent a message like this to Yifeng, telling him to meet on the rooftop of building number 2 tomorrow. He didn't say another word. Now, why does Xia Yimeng send messages like this? Yifeng didn't like this very much. He put away the communicator, took the initiative to hold Qin Shuangyue's hand for the first time, and pulled her towards the villa area without saying a word. It was the first time they held hands, and Qin Shuangyue was caught off guard. The rosy little face suddenly became hot. Seeing this, Qin Yu and Yi Linger hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up. 2 pairs of mecha girls walked quickly towards their new home, one in front and one behind. Chapter 104 Goodbye Lin Kongxue. The 4 of them walked along the stone paths in the artificial garden, and finally found 2 villas on several small hills covered with green grass and blooming flowers. These 2 villas have peculiar shapes. The villas on the west side are 5 large round mushrooms, each connected to each other by carrot paths. Each main house is about 3 stories high, and the other cottages are composed of 2 and 1 stories. The swimming pool in the yard is clean and bright, with clear blue water. But it looks like the house has already been taken. For veteran S-class mecha girls and 4 commanders, dressed in black uniforms, guarded the 4 corners of the villa, which was completely inconsistent with the villa's original cute girlish style. The villa on the east side resembles a mecha factory and a defensive fortress. Gatling gun turrets, electronic jamming watchtowers, small repair factories and mecha cranes are all real things. The swimming pool in the courtyard is even equipped with 3 water cannons and a diving tower. The 2 villas have their own unique design styles and cover an area about the size of a football field. But even so, Yifeng still felt that 10 billion yuan in rent a year was too expensive. Wow! Is this Villa A303? This is so cool! When Qin Yu and Yi Linger saw the villa, their 2 pairs of big eyes flashed with dazzling golden stars. Qin Shuangyue looked at the mushroom villa on the opposite hill and stared at it for a long time. Why? You like cute, girly houses? How about we go look around and see if there's anything similar? Yifeng felt Qin Shuangyue's little hand tighten, and then suddenly relax. No need, as long as you like it. She appeared calm and composed on the surface, but Yifeng could actually see that although the 24-year-old Qin Shuangyue was wearing a dark professional suit, she was the complete opposite of Yi Linger. Although Yi Ling dresses in a very girly and cute style, deep down she really likes those mecha-themed and horror monster-themed styles that only boys like. But Qin Shuangyue is completely the opposite. Although she often wears mature and charming professional attire, she actually particularly likes the girlish style. Maybe there is a girl like this living in the villa on the west hillside? Yifeng thought so and turned around to see several off-road vehicles parked in front of the mushroom villa. A girl with a familiar back walked into the villa surrounded by celebrities. What are you looking at? I think I've seen it somewhere. When you meet a beautiful woman, do you always feel like you've seen her somewhere before? Qin Shuangyue withdrew her hand, her brows turned cold, and she walked into the villa first. The next morning, Qin Shuangyue was awakened by a phone call and hurried back to Qinming Pharmaceutical Group to deal with urgent matters. When Yifeng got up, the bed beside him was empty and he only saw a note on the headboard. He retrieved breakfast from the drone dining table, and after eating, he went to the giant stone martial arts field with Yi Ling and Qin Yu. At this time, nearly 100 students had gathered at the Jusher martial arts field. The strength of the lineup caught Yifeng off guard. Wow, there are actually more than a dozen SSS-level commanders. Yifeng couldn't help but exclaimed, but was met with a cold stare from Qin Yu. What's wrong with SSS? It's definitely not your turn to exclaim in such an exclamation point, brother Yifeng. Qin Yu frowned as he looked at the dozens of SS-level commanders around him. His mouth couldn't help but grin from ear to ear.
Ah, you're an SS rank commander with double energy, your strength is no less than that of an ordinary SSS rank commander. Be more confident. Yi Feng patted Qin Yu's shoulder to comfort him. But Yi Linger started counting on her fingers. There are 76 SS class mecha girls. There are 18 SSS class mecha girls, and that's 19 including me. There must be some that haven't reached it yet. There are so many SSS class mecha girls, it's terrifying. Don't worry, even if they are both SSS level, others don't have as many SSS level companion modules as you. Don't worry. Yi Feng used the killing move by patting her head, and Linger immediately became confident. However, her expression suddenly darkened, and she pointed at the backs of several girls not far away and said, "Brother, SSS-class battleships, SSS-class heavy cruisers, SSS-class stealth destroyers, SSS-class strategic nuclear submarines. SSS-class medical supply ships, SSS-class heavy supersonic bombers, SSS-class aerospace fighters, SSS-class stratospheric fighters, SSS-class deep-sea submersibles. This place is simply an SSS mecha museum. Too terrifying, these people are probably just like us, all brought here by Instructor Lu Chun from all over the world to hunt for treasures." Yi Linger felt that she was suddenly much smaller in front of these powerful weapons. But Yi Feng shook his head. Although they are all powerful weapons, their bodies are too large and their abilities are limited. You can take off at any time on this campus and take us to all parts of the world. But they can't do that. Their huge bodies make it difficult to move. Yi Feng comforted his sister without any reservation, but he didn't expect that his words were heard by several mecha girls standing in front of him. "Who are you saying is huge and has difficulty moving? Who are you? What are you doing in our number 3 research group? Is this a place for you guys? Little girl, are you an adult? What are you doing here? Are you a family member of a certain instructor? A rank commander? I thought he was some big shot. This girl's bodyguard is only a rank, but what about his mecha girl? Is she an A-rank self-disciplined person? Such cheap bodyguards are rare in the first hospital. Yeah, I really don't know how these people got in. Could it be because of the kitchen lady's connections? Hey! If you're a delivery guy and you're coming in to visit, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. Not just anyone can enter Kyoto's main hospital. It's true. The security of the first hospital was too lax. They didn't even check the other party's identity. Several mecha girls started shouting loudly, and their commander also came over after hearing the sound. Yi Feng and the other two became the objects of everyone's contempt and ridicule. It was not until Yi Feng and the other two took out the college badges from the system space and put them on their new clothes that the onlookers looked surprised. What? When will an A-rank commander be admitted as an exception? Could it be that this person's identity is not simple? That's strange. Teacher Lu Chen has never been afraid of power. If we compare family backgrounds, even we can't be compared with Teacher Lu Chen. What's wrong with him? Could it be the same as that guy? Has he awakened some cursed talent? Maybe he was taken in by Professor Lu Chen as a research subject. That's right. Instructor Lu Chen's interests are truly diverse. That's not right. This little boy hasn't even reached adulthood yet, but he's already awakened to an SS-level commander. I can't even scan this little lowly. Her interference module is even stronger than my detection talent. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here in our number 3 research group's territory? More and more people gathered around, and many of them couldn't help but become curious about Yi Feng and the other two. Many unreasonable things happened to Yi Feng and the other two at the same time. This has to be surprising. But when a familiar female voice appeared behind everyone, Yi Feng frowned unconsciously. I didn't expect to meet you here, Yi Feng. Are you playing hard to get with me? Chapter 105 Rejecting Lin Kongshue's Contract Invitation. Lin Kongshue's familiar arrogant voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Yi Feng and the other two glanced sideways and saw that the crowd had actually made way for them, as if the ministers were welcoming the arrival of the queen. Yi Feng, you broke off your temporary contract with me that day, yet now you're chasing me here again. I admit it. Compared to those men chasing me, you're indeed more resourceful. I truly admire your courage. Temporary contract? After hearing this horrible news, all the world's top talented people widened their eyes and stared at Yi Feng and the other two in disbelief. You know, among these geniuses, at least half of them don't have contract partners yet.
Especially the SSS-level commanders and SSS-level mecha girls, because of their incredible strength, each one is more arrogant than the other, and they are extremely cautious when choosing partners. When these people heard about the SSS-class aircraft carrier, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto, actually had a temporary contract with an A-class commander. Each of them cast an incredible, hostile, jealous, envious, and resentful look on Yifeng's handsome face. If this A-level commander in front of him can make a temporary contract with the top aircraft carrier girl, there is only one possibility. It must be because of his handsome face. Yifeng was inexplicably stared at by a group of people, and suddenly he felt uncomfortable, which made him frown. But the people around him seemed to have subtle expressions, and they whispered to each other. No way, did I hear it wrong? The eldest lady of the Lin family said that Yifeng not only signed a temporary contract with her, but also took the initiative to terminate the contract? You heard right, that's right. No wonder she said the other party was playing hard to get. It seems this guy doesn't just rely on his looks. He's also quite scheming. Ha, you could make a living with your wrist, but you have a face that asks for a beating. I really want to go up and tear it apart. Yes, this man looks very annoying. Oh. Ha, I should say that he is very disliked by men. Rather than saying that he is disliked, it's better to say that you are jealous of him. I think this guy has a good appearance and is worthy of making friends. However, I'm afraid his family background is not worthy of me. I never thought that the arrogant and invincible Lin Kongxue would actually commit herself to a lowly A-rank commander. Ha ha. It's really shocking. Amidst the suspicions and discussions of the chosen ones, Lin Kongxue walked forward with a smug look on his face, not caring at all about the whispers around him. Lin Kongxue strode over and stopped in front of Yifeng. A blue formal contract panel popped up, and he raised his chin and said arrogantly to Yifeng. You win. I admit, you are the first man to conquer me in 20 years. Only you are worthy of an SSS-class aircraft carrier. What? Did I hear wrongly? For a moment. The crowd was outraged, panic broke out, screams and shouts rang out one after another. Is Lin Kongxue crazy? She actually popped up the official contract interface for this lowly A-rank commander? This is a curse technique. Stop Lin Kongxue quickly, she must be controlled by the other party's curse talent. What medicine did Lin Kongxue take wrong? Am I blind? Am I hallucinating? Hurry up and slap me to wake me up. Hurry up, stop Lin Kongxue. She's not only going to destroy herself, but also the Lin family. Hurry up and call Instructor Lu Chen. Only Instructor Lu Chen can stop Lin Kongxue. This woman is crazy, she's gone mad. Several SSS-class ship girls who had a close relationship with Lin Kongxue stepped forward to stop Lin Kongxue. Several SSS-level commanders who had been trying to conquer Lin Kongxue stepped forward and used beautiful words to dissuade Lin Kongxue. Some descendants of the 5 major families who were jealous of Lin Kongxue stood in the distance, despising and mocking Lin Kongxue. But even so, Lin Kongxue puffed out his chest, straightened his back, and stood proudly in front of Yifeng, his face filled with an extremely arrogant excitement. The more she showed this look and expression, the more panicked the people around her became. Kongxue, are you crazy? Tell me you haven't lost your mind. Kongxue, what's wrong with you? Are you really attracted to this boy's masculine looks? What kind of magic potion did this kid put on you that you are willing to give up the future and destiny of your entire family? Wake up, Kongxue, do you really want to destroy yourself? SSS-class battleships, heavy cruisers, frigates, and destroyers stepped forward to dissuade them. Several SSS mecha girls were single, the darlings of the No. 3 research group, and members of the small group of the aircraft carrier fleet. They are Lin Kongxue's best friends and confidants. Seeing that Lin Kongxue was about to do something stupid, they hugged his waist, held his hands, knelt down and hugged his thighs, refusing to let Lin Kongxue get close to Yifeng. However, it seems that none of this is of any use. As a giant SSS-class aircraft carrier, although Lin Kongxue is in her original form at the moment, her strength is still astonishingly great and cannot be stopped by these ship girls. In the distance, those people from the 5 major families who were usually very jealous of Lin Kongxue actually covered their mouths and laughed as they watched the show. However, what no one expected was that Yifeng actually put one hand in his pocket and left sideways. After he walked 3 meters away, she replied boredly, I have no interest in you. What? What? The crowd around exploded instantly. What did I hear? Is this a rank commander trying to show off, huh?
He actually rejected Lin Kongshue's formal contract? This shouldn't be the case. A pretty boy like him uses all these tricks just to wait for this moment, doesn't he? Does he think that Lin Kongshue's signing of a formal contract with him in front of everyone is actually a test for him? Right. That's right, Lin Kongshue must be testing him, or playing with him.
Yes, there's no way Lin Kongshue would really want to make a contract with an A-rank commander gigolo. She was just teasing him. This kid was actually able to see through Lin Kongshue's tricks.
He's truly an expert among experts.
Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yifeng took Yi-Ling and Qinyu to a secluded and beautiful corner and sat down.
Lin Kongshue felt very embarrassed.
Her eyes were full of anger, she clenched her fists and stomped her feet, and put away the contract panel. She looked at Yifeng viciously, and came to Yifeng again, yelling at him.
What do you mean? I will not tolerate you again and again.
If you're playing hard to get, I advise you to stop. I don't have much patience. As soon as these words came out,
everyone around was petrified instantly. What did Lin Kongshue say? It looks like she's angry.
She was angry because she was rejected.
Does that mean she really wanted to make a contract with him? What's going on?
Does she really want to make a contract with that A-rank commander?
This is interesting. What on earth is going on? Has Lin Kongshue really been brainwashed by that pretty boy? It's over, this pretty boy is dead.
Yes, he actually dared to use himself to destroy this generation of the Lin family. The Lin family will not let him go.
Humph, even if Lin Kongshue wanted to protect him, she couldn't.
That's right, those old guys in the Lin family will definitely kill this kid.
As long as this kid dies, Lin Kongshue will be free.
For a top-tier combat power like Lin Kongshue, even if this isn't her first contract, there are many SSS-level commanders who would like to contract with her again.
Hey! Are you talking about you? It's not just me, isn't it the same for the people around me? As long as I can form a contract with Lin Kongshue, who cares how many commanders she is contracted with?
As long as her forging core is intact, that's all that matters. The Lin family's power, status, and Lin Kongshue's strength are 10,000 times more important than her beauty. As everyone was talking, Lin Kongshue lost his patience. She pointed at Yifeng's handsome face and cursed.
You came here today just to attract my attention and make a contract with me, didn't you? Now, why are you pretending? Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? Even though you are an A.
Lin Kongshue was halfway through her words when a thick and familiar voice not far away suddenly interrupted her.
Kongshue, you misunderstood. I think he just doesn't want to make a contract with you. He came here today because of me. Chapter 106. Who else?
Kongshue, you misunderstood. I think he just doesn't want to sign a contract with you. He came here today because I want to introduce him to everyone. From now on, Yifeng will be a member of our number 3 research team. He will fight alongside you, explore alien civilizations together, and together we will find a way to bring the mecha planet into a new era. As soon as Lu Chen appeared, he introduced Yifeng's identity to the hundreds of chosen ones. This time, the top humans around couldn't accept it for a while.
Instructor Lu Chen, are you serious? This guy is just an A-rank commander. Why would he join us? I disagree. A lowly A-rank commander isn't even worthy of guarding my house. How can he join us in exploring another world? Yes, Professor Lu Chen, you've always had very high standards. You even rejected a commander who had awakened an SS-level curse talent and gave him to Project Team 6. Why was this commander with an A-level talent able to be recruited as an exception? We don't accept it. Yes, that's right. We refuse to accept. We can't be in the same research group with a pretty boy who relies on his looks to get ahead. It would be too embarrassing if word got out. None of the 117 commanders and mecha girls present were convinced. Everyone pointed the finger at Yifeng. Among them, at least half of them entered the number 3 research group because of their prominent status and strong background. These people were usually arrogant and domineering, and even Lu Chen sometimes had to convince them with reason. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the distant sky. After listening for a while, he made a decision. Research group number 3 only recruits strong individuals. This is my consistent style. But I advise everyone not to judge people by appearance, and certainly not to determine a person's strength by the level of their talent. If anyone among you is dissatisfied with Yifeng, you can come out and challenge him. If any of you can defeat Yifeng, I will kick him out of research group number 3. Okay? What?
When the chosen ones heard Lu Chen's words, some laughed out loud, some thought Lu Chen was crazy, and some thought Yifeng might be hiding some kind of trump card. There were many people who were dissatisfied with Yifeng, and those who were impatient immediately couldn't stand after hearing Lu Chen's words.
Instructor Lu Chen, I'm here to challenge Yifeng. Yifeng doesn't have a mecha girl, and neither do I. As fellow commanders, let's see who's stronger.
A tall and strong blonde man walked out from the crowd.
He was 2 meters tall, and his muscular body made even the institute uniform look a little tight. Oh. It's Mo Tungfeng.
This guy is SS level and one of the few commanders in our 3 groups who possesses the talent of self-discipline.
Well, let Mo Tungfeng teach that brat a lesson.
Among his talents, there's a muscle-strengthening talent common among self-disciplined individuals. Originally, this was a skill that held him back, but Professor Lu Chen's current research topic is precisely to make the commander himself stronger to help the mecha girl achieve the 2nd level evolution, so he was specially recruited into our group 3. Yes, if it weren't for the benefit of new research, his SS level spiritual energy supply capacity would be about the same as that of an S level.
In our Kyoto First Hospital, an S level is only an entry-level level. Shoo! Keep your voice down.
Don't let those guys from the 5 major families hear you.
They're all S rank, and they can't stand hearing the word entry level. What are you afraid of? We are just relying on our family background. Our SSS level is the instructor's trump card.
Yes, you are not afraid. You are from a second-rate family after all.
We can't compare with you.
There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Mo Tungfeng rubbed his hands in preparation and walked onto the giant stone training ground on his own. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to give others a powerful talent. But if he used force and killed the other party, it would obviously embarrass teacher Lu Chen, and he would probably be held accountable. Forget it, let's just consider it a meeting gift today. After all, we'll have to fight side by side in the future. Yifeng put one hand in his pocket, holding an ordinary black alloy knife, and walked calmly onto the awakening platform.
Yifeng.
In order to preserve the honor of Group 3, I can't let an A-level commander like you join Group 3.
No matter what your background is, I won't let you go. After Mo Tungfeng's fists collided, a pair of alloy brass knuckles appeared on his fists.
But Yifeng frowned and pointed out dissatisfiedly.
My attack power is super strong. If you have any alloy armor or something, you'd better wear it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die in an ugly way.
Yifeng's words made the surrounding spectators sneer and express contempt.
But for some reason, Mo Tungfeng seemed to sense a calm and composed spirit from Yifeng's nonchalant and bored temperament.
He couldn't help but glance at Instructor Lu Chen outside the field. Instructor Lu Chen nodded heavily to Mo Tungfeng, which made Mo Tungfeng's heart skip a beat.
Could this guy really be able to hurt me?
Although he had some doubts in his heart, Mo Tungfeng still put on the tactical armor he had made at a high price.
A set of golden S-grade alloy armor suddenly appeared on Mo Tungfeng's body. The dazzling golden light almost blinded everyone's eyes. Damn, is this Mo Tungfeng's S-grade alloy armor? So shiny. S-rank alloy armor. Even an ordinary mecha girl's electric blade weapon would have a hard time breaking it. This set of armor is really expensive.
I heard that Mo Tungfeng spent 120,000 merit points to buy it at the individual weapon frontier base in the Science and Technology City.
120,000 merit points? This guy is really willing to spend it. He's not really planning to be a self-disciplined person, is he? If his merit points are all used up, which SS-class mecha girl would be willing to sign a contract with him? Is he going to be a bachelor forever?
No, some people say he's not interested in mecha girls.
You said he challenged Yifeng, maybe he also has expectations for Yifeng's masculine looks? Ha ha ha.
Outside the field, the sound of teasing was heard, which made Mo Tungfeng frown. He originally wanted to fight Yifeng in front of everyone to prove his strength and show off his strength by crushing his opponent. However, the battle hasn't even started yet, and some of the commanders who have already contracted mecha girls have started talking nonsense again.
This made Mo Tungfeng's anger surge to his forehead.
He roared, raised his iron fist, and attacked Yifeng without mercy. However, at this moment, Yifeng heard people outside talking about Mo Tungfeng, and suddenly felt a little sympathy for this guy. It seems you're not very sociable either.
In that case, I'll reward you with a defeat.
Before Mo Tingfeng raised his fist and rushed to Yifeng used his first level combat skill, Rain of Pear Blossom Thorns.
Hundreds of black sword shadows stabbed out in an instant.
The attack range was so large that Mo Tingfeng, who was rushing towards him, had nowhere to hide.
What?
Mo Tingfeng was about to dodge, but this large-scale and intensive thrust was completed in an instant. Such a terrifying large-scale attack skill caught Mo Tingfeng off guard. However, the attack power of large-scale attacks is usually more dispersed and not very high. Mo Tingfeng drew back his fist to block, but found that after being hit, the golden armor on his body not only made a sharp and crisp sound of bang bang bang, but also made a sound of shattering.
Oh no! Could it be? Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. After hundreds of black knife shadows flashed, Mo Tingfeng was stabbed several meters away by the terrifying force. When he lowered his arms that were blocking his body, the golden armor on his body shattered and fell off, scattering all over the ground. Bleeding?
Mo Tingfeng didn't expect that not only was the S-grade alloy armor shattered by Yifeng's one move, but there were also multiple small cuts on the muscles of his arms. At this moment, blood was flowing from his arms, and the pain was gradually waking up.
It hurts. This knife is so sharp. I'm just beginning to feel pain. Mo Tingfeng looked at Yifeng in surprise. But Yifeng glanced at the outsiders with murderous eyes and shouted, "Who else?" Chapter 107 Genetic Medicine? Are you serious? Ah, you ignorant fool. Since you are so ignorant, let me meet you. You country bumpkin, just because you defeated a loser, you think you have the strength to fight against us SSS-level guys? Today we will show you what it means to be a child of destiny. A pair of SSS-level mecha girls walked out from the crowd. Yifeng took a look and found that it was an SSS-level aerospace girl like Yi Ling. The other party's title is Shitong.
Yifeng took a closer look and found that although this dinosaur girl had an ugly face, her figure was okay.
As expected of an SSS-level space mecha girl, she has a title. One of her eyes is actually blood red. Did she undergo a laser eye transplant?
Perhaps it was some research project that caused her to modify her original form. Yifeng was just wondering when the other commander adjusted his glasses, looking like an ignorant boy. He raised the international hand signal at Yifeng and said arrogantly, "Country bumpkin.
Do you dare to have a high-altitude duel?" "Ha, a high-altitude duel, this is too bullying. Yeah, this guy doesn't even have a mecha girl." Even if Lin Kongxue is really willing to sign a contract with him, the aircraft carrier won't be able to fly into the sky.
"Lu Ming, you are too much of a bully. I am still a bachelor, how can I challenge you to a duel?"
"Forget it, he's just a country bumpkin, why bother with him?
Transform into a mecha, hit him twice, teach him a lesson, and kick him out." "Lu Ming, Wang Xielu, if you two bully Lin Kongxue's male lover like this, be careful of the Lin family's retaliation." Lu Ming and Wang Xielu exchanged a glance, then looked at Lin Kongxue who was watching the game from the sidelines, and said loudly,
"Don't mind, Miss Lin. We are helping the Lin family."
If the head of the Lin family knew that you were determined to become the wife of this country boy, he would probably be furious. "Miss Lin, when choosing a man, you can't just look at his looks. I heard that the second son of the Yi family has a deep affection for you, and he's also an SSS rank. Your two families are well matched, so you should sign a contract as soon as possible. Let us two help you wake up from your drunken streak. This a rank loser is not worthy of you at all." The words of Lu Ming and Wang Xiaolu were deeply supported by the small group of the aircraft carrier battle group. After hearing this, the SSS-class ship girls clenched their fists and cheered. "That's right, Kongxue, let these two guys teach that kid named Yifeng a lesson. You can see clearly how weak the A-level commander is."
"Yes, and a rank commander, how could he possibly be so high up as you?
Don't be fooled by his handsome looks.
Kongxue,
you are the core of our Baihua aircraft carrier battle group.
If you make a contract with this brat, our battle group will be ruined. Don't do anything stupid. It will hurt yourself and your sisters."
Several ship girls tried to persuade Lin Kongxue earnestly, but Lin Kongxue didn't take it seriously and cursed in his heart.
"What a bunch of little bitches. If you knew this guy was ASL level, you'd probably be going crazy fighting for him. Will there still be so much sisterly love by then? I'm afraid you'll ask me to share a husband with you.
Lu Ming and Wang Xiaolu are so shameless.
How dare you come out and tell me what to do?
I'll deal with you later."
"Hee, whatever.
Since you two have come forward, I might as well go with the flow and give Yifeng a way out. Lin Kongxue's heart moved, and he jumped onto the stage and walked towards Yifeng.
Yifeng, these two guys are so rude. It's really abominable. If you really want to fight, I'll help you. Lin Kongxue's words shocked the surrounding chosen ones. No way. Is Lin Kongxue serious? Yeah, I feel like her attitude is much more humble.
In order to become this kid's mecha girl, Lin Kongxue actually put aside her pride.
That's right, is this still Lin Kongxue? Am I blind?
Why do I feel like Lin Kongxue has been tamed by Yifeng? The people around started talking privately, and everyone said that they almost didn't recognize Lin Kongxue anymore.
However, these doubts did not affect Lin Kongxue's mood at all.
Because Lin Kongxue knew that in this world, only Yifeng, the SSS-level commander, was worthy of her. Yifeng's rejection of Lin Kongxue in public just now did make Lin Kongxue a little anxious. In this world, there has never been an SSS-level mecha girl.
Lin Kongxue asked himself if his SSS-class aircraft carrier was completely worthy of Yifeng.
Yifeng only made a temporary contract with her once, and he allowed her to breed more than 80 unmanned fighter jets.
And each of them has the strength of an S-class 5th-generation aircraft. If it were a formal contract, the degree of increase in power would be unimaginable. What are you still thinking about?
I don't mind you leaving without saying goodbye last time.
Even if you want to play hard to get, there must be a limit. My patience is almost gone.
Lin Kongxue came in front of Yifeng and was about to pop up the formal contract panel. But Yifeng stopped him with his hand.
Why? You can't forget it after trying it once?
If you can convince those people to sign a group contract with me, I might be able to tolerate your arrogant personality. Otherwise, I can only say that I still like girls who obey everything.
What? You? Yifeng, you are so bold. Are you kidding me? Do you know the consequences of angering our Lin family?
Lin Kongxue clenched her teeth and her eyebrows trembled in anger.
But the anger only burned for a few seconds before it was extinguished by her reason. Yifeng, you are indeed powerful. But without the support of a big family, your future may not be easy.
I'm not afraid to tell you that our Lin family has reached a strategic cooperation with a pharmaceutical group. This pharmaceutical group has just developed a genetic drug specifically for the commander.
But the production volume is limited and the price is high.
If you can reach a contract with me, I will give you as much of this potion as you need.
As long as you can terminate the contract with the 3 mecha girls.
Don't worry, our Lin family will definitely compensate them.
Lin Kongxue's words made Yifeng couldn't help laughing. Gene medicine? Could it be that your Lin family has come to our Qinming pharmaceutical group? Whose genetic medicine can compare with the formula that I, Yifeng, brought from the Genesis Mall?
Brother, you can have as many of that thing as you want, and it's useless against the general level enemies.
Lin Kongxue, are you really not going to put yourself in the right position? Let's see how long you can be so arrogant.
Yifeng shook his head speechlessly and said to Lin Kongxue again, do you really want to be my mecha girl that much?
Then go and convince those SSS-class ship girls. I'll be waiting for your good news. Yifeng walked towards Lu Ming and Wang Xiaolu on his own.
He watched the two of them transform into 15-meter-tall black and red mecha warriors, but his expression remained unchanged and he was not afraid at all.
Lin Kongxue shouted at Yifeng's back, Yifeng, don't regret it. Lu Ming and Wang Xiaolu heard Lin Kongxue shouting and saw Yifeng walking towards them alone with a black knife in his hand. I couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Ah, you're such a pretentious brat.
The fat meat is right in front of your mouth, but you don't even want to eat it. Do you really think you can survive in Kyoto's top hospital just by relying on your looks? You want to die, we will grant you that. Let's see how you can fight an SSS-class aerospace mecha without a mecha girl. Who said he didn't have a robot girl?
A hoarse, ethereal voice came from high above. It was as if the sound of Buddha descended from the sky and crashed towards the huge stone martial arts field.
Buzz. Whoosh.
A huge white shadow shot down from the sky, but suddenly braked and stopped in the training ground. After the white mecha appeared, it transformed into an extremely beautiful young woman. She was wearing a white navel-bearing dress, revealing a little of her shoulders.
The red makeup on the royal feet is particularly alluring. The most eye-catching part is the orange maple leaf on the outside of her thigh.
The black clouds and white moon above the maple leaf are half hidden in the canyon of the slit-long skirt, just like a maple leaf dancing in the wind among thousands of flowers under the bright moon at night. Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt joy, emotion, surprise, and a sweet taste lingering in the giant stone martial arts arena that seemed like a dream or reality. Yifeng felt the happiness of being reunited with his family and having the house filled with the fragrance of flowers.
Meng Meng, long time no see.
When Yifeng saw Xia Yuming's clear, joyful, and excited face, he couldn't help but give her a warm smile. But Xia Yuming stood on tiptoe and jogged, then threw herself into Yifeng's arms with a gentle smile.
Master, you've become stronger again. Is this tattoo a surprise from you for me? I haven't heard from you for 2 months. Are you preparing this?
Of course, it's not just this. When Yifeng and Xia Yuming hugged each other affectionately,
the crowd around was suddenly excited.
Could she be Xia Yuming?
The strongest mecha girl who's ranked first in the Starfighter rankings?
Fuck.
What's going on? Chapter 108. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal.
When all the proud sons of heaven saw that even they had to look up to someone who actually threw himself into Yifeng's arms, this abnormal and incredible scene made all the proud sons of heaven stare wide-eyed, trying hard to calm the heavy trauma in their hearts.
How is this possible? Xia Yuming is the only second-level mecha girl among hundreds of thousands of students in Kyoto's first academy. Not only that, she's also the youngest second-level mecha girl in the history of Mecha Planet.
It is said that she fought Sister Suzaku to a draw a few days ago.
What on earth is going on? Who can tell me? Why did even Xia Yuming go crazy? Could it be that Yifeng really has awakened some talent for manipulating people's minds?
Yeah, Lin Kongxue going crazy is already hard enough to accept. Now even Xia Yuming has gone crazy.
I can no longer understand this kind of world. When everyone was shocked and confused,
Xia Yuming, who was standing in the field, only 3 feet away from Yifeng, was so shocked by this wave of dog food that her face turned pale. Although she had known for a long time that Yifeng had 3 SSS-level mecha girls, she did not expect them to appear at this time. What I didn't expect was that the other party would actually show off their love in public.
Humph. Yifeng, is she the reason you reject me?
I admit that Xia Yuming, the second-level mecha girl, is indeed very powerful, but it will never evolve into a space battleship. It's even more impossible for you to have the potential to evolve into a space mothership like me. Although I don't know how Xia Yuming evolved to the second level, for most second-level mecha girls, it's absolutely impossible to evolve to the second level without resources. Besides, the second level is just the beginning, and the third level is not far away. I believe you understand the word potential better than anyone else. Our Lin family has the best resources.
We can even get cutting-edge technology like genetic drugs.
I, Lin Kongxue, am the mecha girl who can bring you huge benefits.
Don't make the mistake.
Yifeng really disliked the way Lin Kongxue gritted her teeth. He put his arm around Xia Yuming's astonishingly small waist and said to Lin Kongxue with a disdainful smile.
Resources? Ha ha. The resource itself. If you want to be my robot girl, you must first learn to bow your head. What? You? Lin Kongxue was furious with Yifeng.
From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen such an arrogant man. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been insulted like this. If Lin Kongxue didn't want to get an ASL-level commander today, she wouldn't have been so humble to persuade Yifeng. Lin Kongxue really wanted to leave, but she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth to hold back. That's right, she held back. Because Lin Kongxue knew that there would probably not be another ASL-level commander.
The emergence of an ASL level is already a miracle in this era.
Because it has always been just a legend until Lin Kongxue met Yifeng. Yifeng is a bit over the top and a bit arrogant, but as the world's only ASL-level commander, he does have the capital to be proud.
But just because of this, you want me, Lin Kongxue, to bow my head and behave like a human being? Don't even think about it. Even if you, Yifeng, are the son of destiny, so what?
Without the strength and background to rival the 5 major families, you will ultimately be trampled under the feet of powerful capital.
Yifeng, I will make you regret this. I will make you beg me to be your robot girl.
Lin Kongxue tried his best to comfort himself. Even her legs were shaking with anger and her fists were clenched so tightly that they were crackling. But she still endured it. Lin Kongxue, my request won't change. If you really want to be my mecha girl, go convince your sister group.
Kneel down and call me master, and I will accept you. What? Is this guy looking for death?
All the geniuses in the audience looked at each other, thinking they had heard it wrong.
Is there something wrong with my ears, or?
You heard it right, Yifeng is indeed arrogant.
How dare he? Does he know where this place is? This country bumpkin. Ha, you still dare to think he's just an ordinary country boy?
How do you say that?
Yifeng.
This guy is definitely not simple enough to make Lin Kongxue swallow her anger.
That's right, Lin Kongxue is not an idiot. You don't really think that she's attracted to Yifeng just for his good looks, right? Yeah, didn't you hear what Xia Yimeng said when she came?
She should have been Yifeng's robot girl a long time ago. In other words, Yifeng is the commander of Xia Yimeng, the second-level mecha girl.
Could it be that Xia Yimeng's ability to evolve into a second-level mecha girl is related to her commander? Yes, isn't this the topic our three groups have been studying recently? That's right, it's totally abnormal.
Even if Xia Yimeng and Lin Kongxue became idiots, it's impossible for instructor Lu Chen to become an idiot.
Their attitude towards Yifeng is extremely abnormal. Yifeng, there must be some value that we don't know about.
This value is so terrifying that it can make Lin Kongxue bow his head and become a human being.
Really? This idea is horrible. It's quite scary, but is there any other explanation?
The geniuses looked at each other and had a heated discussion.
Some smart people pointed out Yifeng's value in one sentence. This made people no longer dare to judge a person's status by his birth.
Yifeng is a person who can be appreciated and valued by Lu Chen, the third executive officer of Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute. Yifeng is a commander who can turn Xia Yimeng, a second-level mecha girl and the strongest on the sideline list, into a little woman who can snuggle in his arms. Yifeng is a person who can make the daughters of the 5 major families in the SSS-class aircraft carrier Lin Kongxue lower their status and actively seek a contract. Combining these 3 key points, no one dares to underestimate Yifeng anymore.
Now, no one thinks Lin Kongxue is crazy anymore. Hundreds of geniuses began to speculate about Yifeng's abilities. Tell me, what special abilities does this kid Yifeng have? Could it be that he has awakened some kind of cursed talent? What kind of cursed talent could attract such high-ranking mecha girls like Lin Kongxue and Xia Yimeng? What kind of cursed talent could make Lu Chen, the third executive officer of the First Academy, treat Yifeng like a treasure? Unbelievable. I really can't guess. Perhaps it's a mysterious talent that has never appeared in this world. Mysterious talent? Could it be that he is the legendary SSS-level commander?
When there was a fool in the crowd who associated Yifeng with the legendary SSS-level commander, a large number of people rolled their eyes and looked down on him. But soon, those who looked down on us, when they couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time, actually started to consider this aspect.
No way.
Impossible, 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 absolutely impossible.
Haha, how come even I'm stupid? No way, how is this possible? No, it's impossible. It must be a cursed talent. SSS-level commander? That's just an ancient legend. How is that possible? Chapter 109 Newcomer Orientation. Still want to compete? Do you really want to fight us?
Xia Yimeng looked at Lu Ming and Wang Xiaolu, who were in a daze. Wang Xiaolu quickly transformed back into her original form, pulled Lu Ming and bowed to Xia Yimeng to apologize, saying, No, how dare I?
I dare not.
With awkward smiles on their faces, Lu Ming and Wang Xiaolu hurried down the martial arts arena.
Lu Chen's rough voice also appeared in the loudspeaker beside him. Okay, I see everyone is here, and it's getting late.
Let me introduce the 3 new members of our 3 groups. First, let us welcome the 3 youngest groups of mecha girls and commanders, Yilinger and Qinyu. They awakened their abilities at the age of only 16, which is very rare in the entire Federation.
Qinyu is an SS rank commander, but among his awakened talents, there is a rare talent with the same name as our Navy Admiral. That's right. He's awakened double energy. Double energy? He actually awakened double energy storage?
An SS-level commander has double energy storage, and his psychic energy reserves are even more terrifying than those of an SSS-level commander.
Yilinger. This is a terrifying little loli who was born at the maximum level.
The day she awakened, she not only transformed directly into an SSS-class aerospace fighter, but also developed a full set of accompanying SSS-class modules.
A full set of SSS grade? Companion module? Did I hear it right? Ha, what a joke. Where did instructor Lu Chen find these 2 little monsters this time? OMG.
Finally, it's Commander Yifeng, whom you've already met. From what I can judge, Commander Yifeng appears to be an A-level talent, but he is most likely the growth-oriented A+ commander we are all familiar with. This type of growth-oriented commander possesses the talent for evolution. Who knows when he will evolve to S rank or even SSS rank? I just don't know if this guy has the potential to evolve into an AS-level commander. Let's wait and see. Oh. It turns out to be a growth type A+ commander. But this kind of commander might be looked up to in a small place. But in front of us, the chosen ones of SS and SSS levels, I'm afraid it's not good enough. I see. Could it be that Instructor Lu Chen, Xia Yamong, and Lin Kongxue all thought that Yifeng had a chance of evolving into an AS-level commander? That's a pretty big risk. Impossible, it couldn't be like that. Even if Instructor Lu Chen was interested in taking a gamble, Xia Yamong and Lin Kongxue would never joke about their own future. The geniuses discussed this, but Lu Chen continued to speak. Commander Yifeng, there are actually 2 more SSS mecha girls. Although they are not here today, I think I need to introduce them to you all. He actually has 2 SSS-level mecha girls. How the hell is this possible? Am I going deaf again? The first person I want to introduce is a 24-year-old overbearing CEO. Xin Xuanyue. As far as I know, Xin Xuanyue is Qin Yu's sister. She is an SSS-class intercontinental missile launcher. From now on, we will have another strategic partner in our 3 groups. SSS-class intercontinental missile launcher. Fuck you. She is also Yifeng's robot girl? The other one, I think you are familiar with him. One of the 5 major families in Kyoto, the Li family. Li Qingrui, SSS-class stratosphere fighter. She will be your partner from now on. I hope that when you meet these 2 partners in the future, you can get along well and become friendly friends. What did Mentor Lu Chen just say? Li Qingrui. Could he be talking about the illegitimate daughter who was wandering around? I heard that he was welcomed back to the Li family because he had mutated and developed an SSS-level talent. She is actually Yifeng's robot girl. What is the charm of this guy Yifeng? There is no way he could contract 3 SSS-level mecha girls just by having a good-looking face. Putting Li Qingrui aside, the strength of the other 2 is simply incredible. There are only a few SSS-class intercontinental missile launchers in the entire Federation. The second-level Starry Sky mecha girl is a treasure among treasures. What special skills does this kid have? Does he have any terrifying strength? The geniuses looked at Yifeng with even more envy, jealousy, and hatred. But what is more in their eyes should be doubt. Lin Kongxue clenched her teeth at this moment and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Even though these guys don't know Yifeng is an AS-level commander, they should have guessed something. Damn Lu Chen. Is he deliberately trying to inflate Yifeng's value? Lin Kongxue turned around quietly and glanced at the single mecha girls present. The geniuses are extremely cautious when looking for contract partners. Half the people here don't have contract partners yet. There are 27 single girls. Among them, there are 9 SSS-level single mecha girls. In particular, Yifeng also mentioned the aircraft carrier battle group, all of which were requirements of his contract. Yifeng. Isn't it enough to just me? You want to take down the entire aircraft carrier battle group? Aren't you afraid of dying of starvation? Even if you're an AS-level commander, do you have that much psychic power? Do you have so much spiritual power? Lin Kongxue roared, accidentally shouting out the last sentence in his heart. Yes, even if Yifeng is an A+ level growth commander, he has contracted 3 SSS-level mecha girls at the same time. Does he have so much psychic power? Yifeng. We're companions from now on. Can you please reveal your abilities? Yes, Yifeng, we know that you must be very strong. No one here dares to look down on you. Can you tell everyone what your strongest talent is? Yes, Yifeng, if you want to be our companion, you have to show your sincerity. There's no need to hide things between friends. Tell us, how did you take down these 3 SSS-ranked mecha girls? A group of people started to cheer. They didn't really want to be Yifeng's companions, but they were too confused and wanted to get Yifeng to explain things. But Yifeng had no worries. He was strong enough now and he was no longer the same person he used to be. It's okay to be a little high profile at this time and scare these little karamis. Even if Yifeng stood up now and said that he was an AS-level commander, it would not matter. It just brings more envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, I'm afraid no one would believe it even if I said it. At this moment, Instructor Lu Chen looked at Yifeng with a playful expression, adjusted the microphone to his ear and said with a smile.
Yifeng, would you mind revealing your strength and trump cards?
Yifeng rolled his eyes at Lu Chen. It was obvious that Lu Chen wanted to know the answer and was willing to put Yifeng on the fire.
Unfortunately, for Yifeng, this is nothing to be afraid of. It's not that I don't dare to tell you, it's that I'm afraid of scaring you to death. Ahem, Yifeng coughed twice strategically.
Seeing Instructor Lu Chen personally coming over and handing over the microphone, Yifeng casually took the microphone and said,
Everyone is right. From now on, we will be partners in battle. Just give us a shout when you need support. The Yefeng team will always be your strongest backing.
As for whether I can provide enough psychic energy for the mecha girls, I can indeed reveal some.
First of all, Jin Shuangyue's second form is an intercontinental missile launcher.
She's not here today because she had some urgent matters to attend to. But I can introduce her first form to everyone on her behalf.
Her first form is a tanker truck. A completely new kind of tanker truck. She carries 12 SSS-level energy modules. Each module can provide energy equivalent to that of an SSS-level commander.
What?
Doesn't this mean that Qin Shuangyue has 12 SSS-level commanders, and they can also be distributed to Yifeng's other mecha girls? I'm CAO. Yifeng is such a lucky guy. Yifeng. You're not relying on this mecha girl to win over other SSS-level mecha girls, are you?
Yeah, that's the strength of the mecha girl.
What does it have to do with you? Are you really that strong? Yifeng, you're not some gigolo who relies on women to get ahead, are you? What strength do you have? Tell us about it.
A group of people pressed Yifeng about his own strength. Yifeng wanted to say, I am not only an ASL-level commander, but also have the talent of plundering. The most important thing is that I now have a talent called triple energy storage. However, Yifeng was afraid that if he told it out loud, it would scare everyone to death. At the same time, he remembered that his mecha girl Xia Yimeng, although it was an SSS-class starfighter, the engine had not been replaced and she was not yet able to fly into space. And he just happened to have 1 million Genesis small points in his hand. Why not give her a big gift in public now and show her some dog food? After thinking for a while, Yifeng picked up the microphone and said calmly,
I have many abilities. I wonder if you've ever heard of the one that changes instantly.
What?
A magic change in 1 second? Chapter 110, 1 second magic change. 1 second magic modification? Is he talking about that extremely rare modification talent? That's probably it.
Commanders who have awakened their modification talent can consume psychic energy and install modules to cause the mecha to mutate with a certain probability.
However, this can only be used on their own mecha.
You're right, but modification talents also have different levels. Magic modification is the modification talent with the highest mutation rate. I've seen people unleash the magic modification talent, which can cause the mecha girl to undergo earth-shaking changes and mutations.
It can even transform an excavator into a battleship.
It is said that the number and grade of modules, as well as the amount of psychic energy used by the commander, will directly affect the mutation rate of the magic modified talent.
But even I've never heard of it. It was modified in a second. Could it be a low-quality version of a magic modified talent that only affects the mecha girl for a second? It's a bit useless, right? Yeah, the chance of a mecha girl mutating in 1 second is pitifully small. It's no different than winning the lottery, right? Could it be that Yifeng wants to try his luck in front of hundreds of geniuses?
I think Yifeng, who can make Lin Kongxue and Xia Yimeng so devoted to becoming his mecha girls, can't have such a useless talent.
Do you think he means he can complete a magic modification in just 1 second? What a joke! My cousin, an SSS class commander, magically modified his mecha girl.
It took him 3 whole days, and he ran out of psychic energy twice. He only managed to survive by relying on otherworldly elixirs to forcibly restore his psychic energy.
However, his mecha girl also successfully transformed from an SSS class 5th generation tank into an SSS class missile destroyer. That was quite worth it.
Yeah, let alone magic modification, even with the repair talent, I've never seen one that can be completed in under a second. Some geniuses privately commented on and studied Yifeng. Yilinger sneaked into the crowd and came behind the 3 geniuses, and scared them with a cry of ah.
Ah! What's going on, little Yiling, what do you mean? Lululu, you are the kids. Do you dare to make a bet? My brother Yifeng can complete the magic transformation in 1 second. Do you believe it? Yiling's extremely confident look made the three SS-level commanders sneer. Tisk, who would believe that? Little girl, do you know where this place is? This is the Kyoto mecha headquarters. Do you think we are just some country bastards who have never seen the world?
If Yifeng can complete the magic transformation in 1 second and successfully make Xia Yimeng mutate, even if it's just the smallest partial mutation, I'll eat shit upside down.
I call him daddy.
I'll kneel down and kowtow to him 3 times. When Yiling saw the 3 people swearing so confidently, a plan to make a fortune suddenly appeared in Yiling's mind.
Alright. Since you 3 are all worldly wise geniuses, do you dare to make a bet with me? Bet? Little girl, do you have money? If you lose the bet, you'll have to pay the price. But since you're so beautiful, if I lose, then anything is possible. The 2 SS-level commanders' faces suddenly turned rosy. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Yiling hurriedly took out the first hospital badge and showed it to the federal bank account linked to it. Do you think this money is enough? The 3 commanders in their 20s looked down and exclaimed, wow. The 3 of them were so scared that their eyes widened. Although the 3 of them were all from wealthy families, they had little assets left after buying clothes for themselves and the robot girls and spiritual fruits. Now I see a little girl who is ignorant of the world and actually has an account with a huge amount of money. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately had the idea of defrauding the child to make money. Haha, little girl, I didn't expect you to have some money. Is it your family who saved it to buy you a high-end module? Girl, you're so arrogant. Don't deny your debt if you lose later. Yeah, little girl, I'm afraid you can't afford to lose, so forget about the bet. Ha! Yiling thought she could make a fortune, but she didn't expect the other party to be so rude. Just when she was about to back out, the voice of a mature sister behind her came into their ears. A few people turned around and saw a girl with long wavy blonde hair, with a charming figure and seductive posture, wearing a tight blue and white combat uniform, appeared in their eyes. Teacher Stanley. It's Teacher Stanley. Didn't you go to the underwater prison? What's going on? Hey. You guys know my whereabouts so well? No. Humph. You guys wanna make a bet? Let me be your guarantor. Teacher Stanley took out the badge of the first hospital and set up a guaranteed transaction on the holographic computer panel. Okay, how big a bet do you want to make? If I lose, I'll give them 10 billion each. If they lose, they just need to give me 5 billion each. Yiling hurriedly quoted the price. This offer shocked everyone around, and many people gathered towards Teacher Stanley. Wow, this girl is really rich. 30 billion was used for gambling. Good boy, that's a big bet. Wang Dong, Zhao Hong, and Fan Wuxian, isn't it a bit bullying for the 3 of you to bet with a little girl? That's right, if you're a real man, bet 10 billion. We can't let this little girl suffer any loss. The people around them joked and mocked them. Wang Dong and the other 2 were too embarrassed to accept such an unequal bet, so they took out 10 billion and deposited it into the guaranteed transaction account of Mentor Stanley. Teacher Stanley, this is mine. After Yiling entered 30 billion, a full 60 billion appeared on Stanley's computer panel, and the content of the agreement also appeared. Yifeng, the magically modified mecha girl Xia Yimeng, must complete it within 1 second, and must succeed. Witness of the bet, Stanley's mentor. This oath bet is protected by federal law and cannot be broken. Any breach will be punished. When Yiling, Wang Dong and the other 2 were discussing the bet, Yifeng, who was standing on the martial arts arena, had successfully purchased an SSS-level Starry Sky engine using 10 billion Genesis small points. This SSS-class Starry Sky engine, which is specially designed for second-order mecha girls, has exhausted all of Yifeng's Genesis small points. But Yifeng didn't feel bad at all, he was just worried that one mold was too few. Fortunately, the grade of this mold is really high, and it is already the top-level equipment that Yifeng can buy in the Genesis Mall. Sorry, I only have one SSS grade mold for a second-tier mecha girl. Modifying it for you might not produce a significant change, but it should be enough to allow you to fly into space. Yifeng looked apologetic. If he hadn't exchanged for the genetic medicine production formula, he would still have 10 billion yuan to buy other accessories, which would definitely bring greater improvement to Xia Yimeng. The complete set of S-class modules he obtained from the auction house could only be used by Li Qingrui, a first-level mecha girl. This made Yifeng somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of an ASL-level commander like himself. Logically speaking, he should be more arrogant.
After all, the hundreds of geniuses standing around him are all the top guys in this world, and none of them is short of money.
Chapter 111 Xiaoyang's body mutates.
When Yifeng, with a guilty look on his face, pulled out an SSS-class engine module specifically designed for second-order mecha girls and used his psychic energy to make it float in the air, the more than 100 geniuses present actually covered their mouths and exclaimed in surprise, and a commotion broke out in unison. That's the energy propulsion reactor of an Imperial-level beast. If this thing were to be rated, it would be at least SSS level. No, it should be even higher than SSS level. It should be classified as a second-level SSS-level second-level mecha girl. Not only that, judging by the size of this energy propulsion reactor, it must have reached the peak of the Emperor level. A metal beast of this strength has only appeared once on the mecha planet, during the first battle. But because the battle was so brutal, the remains of the Emperor level beast were completely destroyed. That's right. My great-grandmother, the ancestor of the Wang family, took me to see the metal modules of the Emperor level metal beast at the Demon City Exhibition Hall. There was a broken energy propulsion reactor there, which looked exactly like this thing. But it didn't seem as exquisite as the one in Yifeng's hand. Yes, although this thing looks small, it can push out enormous energy, even capable of driving a 100,000-ton Emperor-level metal beast at high speed. You can imagine how strong its energy-to-propulsion ratio is. Is this something we should be concerned about? The question is, how could Yifeng, a country boy with a pretty face, have an energy propulsion reactor for an Emperor-level metal beast? How is this possible? Yeah, where does this guy Yifeng come from? He must be no ordinary person, and he must have concealed his family background. I knew it. How could a direct descendant of one of the 5 major families like Lin Kongshu lower himself in front of an A-level commander and actively ask for a contract? I see. This guy is so mysterious. Could he be the direct descendant of those old monsters in the federal parliament? His identity must be fake. That's right. I really can't imagine who else could come up with such an energy propulsion reactor. This is incredible. The discussions of hundreds of geniuses were extremely noisy. Yifeng could only hear some sporadic voices of doubt. He didn't understand why these geniuses were like this. But Xia Yunwen looked at Yifeng in shock, wondering where Yifeng had been and what he had done in the past 2 months. Yifeng, how did you get this thing? Did you hunt down an Emperor-level beast? Xia Yunwen looked at Yifeng in horror, her mind full of images of Yifeng fighting and dying with the Emperor-level monster. But, is that SSS-class intercontinental missile pilot girl who I have never met so powerful? She could actually help Yifeng kill the Emperor-level beast? Emperor-level monster? Haha, how is that possible? Why do you ask? Yifeng looked embarrassed. Why? What are you holding in your hand? Xia Yunwen covered her mouth in surprise. In your hand? Oh. Are you talking about this SSS-class second-stage power engine? This. Yifeng was afraid that others would hear, so he covered his mouth and whispered to Xia Yunwen, just think of it as a gift from God for the ASL-class commander. Yes. A gift from God. God given? Xia Yunwen began to understand. It turned out that the ASL-level commander was a being favored by the gods. No wonder it had been just a legend for thousands of years and no one had ever actually seen the ASL-level commander. There really are gods in this world. Xia Yunwen was so excited that she couldn't calm down for a long time. She held Yifeng's hand tightly, kneading it and still couldn't calm down. Don't be nervous, I'll transform you in a second, it won't hurt. I'm not the same person I used to be. This time, it's over before you even feel the pain. Relax. Yifeng thought that Xia Yunwen was worried about the pain in her body during the previous mutation. In fact, Xia Yunwen was frightened by Yifeng. The thing in Yifeng's hand was too shocking. Not only Xia Yunwen, but even Lu Chen, who was standing not far behind, was stunned and stood there. He didn't even notice when the microphone fell to the ground. Teacher Stanley, who guaranteed the bet between Yi Ling, Wang Dong and the other two, was also stunned. As the world's current top combat force, Lu Chen and Stanley could not accept this scene, and the more than 100 geniuses present were even more unable to accept it. But just as everyone was talking and holding their heads in shock, Yifeng suddenly shouted, "Watch out! I'm about to start. This is what you want to see, a 1-second magic change." Yifeng roared, and the whole place fell silent. Everyone stopped arguing and turned their attention to Yifeng and Xia Yunwen. Yifeng pushed with his palm, applying a little force. A white light suddenly flashed across Xia Yuming's body, and the SSS-class Starry Sky engine floating in the air disappeared.
1 second later, the whole audience was in uproar. Gone. Done? This really only took a second? Did he succeed? I can't see any changes.
Amidst everyone's shocked and confused gazes, Yifeng grinned at Xia Yuming. It doesn't hurt, does it?
It's over. The magic transformation was a success. It's over? Xia Yuming was surprised. She didn't expect that it really didn't hurt at all.
She couldn't wait to open her property panel and take a look. At the same time, some data on physical changes gradually enter the brain's consciousness, and the changes in the body are gradually accepted by the consciousness.
Me. I can fly into space. My body has mutated. The mutation data has reached 35%.
As Xia Yuming spoke, her body suddenly leaped into the sky and transformed into a brand new machine after the latest mutation in mid-air. A snow-white heavy U-boat appeared in front of the 100 geniuses and Yifeng. The stylish streamlined shape and momentum far surpassed the Suzaku's tail and 2 sets of thrusters, which made Xia Yuming excited and cast a traction beam of light. After Yifeng was enveloped by the blue beam of light, he was instantly sucked into the cockpit.
Next second, there was a loud whooshing sound, and the people around were blown to the ground by a high-temperature air wave. Oh my god! Such a huge fuselage, and it's so fast! Chow, this speed increase is even faster than Sister Suzaku.
Ha, no wonder Lin Kongshue lowered his status and took the initiative to ask for a contract. It turns out this kid is so well hidden.
Quick, send someone to check his background. Inform Tyrannical Metal of the situation here.
After seeing Yifeng and Xia Yuming fly into the sky and disappear from the signal perception range, the geniuses from the 5 major families became extremely curious about Yifeng's identity. However, at this moment, Yifeng and Xia Yuming have already broken through the gravitational constraints of the planet.
This was Yifeng's first time outside this semi-blue planet.
In the vast and pitch-black universe, some warship wreckage and mecha girl fragments floated around the mecha planet in orbit like garbage. In the distance, there are more than a dozen planets of different sizes. They seem very close but seem to be tens of thousands of light-years away. Yifeng dare not imagine the size of those planets, but they should not be smaller than any planet in the solar system.
Is this space? It's so spectacular.
Xia Yuming couldn't help but sigh, wishing she could fly into the unknown space right now. But Yifeng stopped her and shook his head. Don't get excited.
We don't know much about the outer space of the mecha planet yet. Let's talk to Instructor Lu Chen and Instructor Zhu Kei before exploring. I always feel that this place is not peaceful.
Yifeng stared at the wreckage of the warship in the distance, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. But what he wanted to know more now was Li Qingrui's situation.
Meng Meng. Chapter 112 Lu Chen's First Robot Girl. Below. Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute. Inside the giant stone martial arts arena.
Yi Linger pestered Teacher Stanley, asking her to quickly confirm the outcome of the bet between her, Wang Dong and the other two.
Stanley had not yet recovered from her shock.
Only when she felt Yi Linger shaking her arm vigorously did she come to her senses.
Ah yes, that's right. Little girl, you win. But, you already knew Yifeng. And you are his sister. How could you not know his strength?
But, who would believe that an A-rank commander could have such powerful strength? Mentor Stanley summoned the holographic computer on the badge on his chest and confirmed that Yi Ling was the winner. When Yi Ling saw that there were 30 billion gold coins in the online account of her badge, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling.
Ha ha ha. I'm rich. I'm rich. Happy Yi Linger jumped and danced around Xinyu.
But Wang Dong and the other two who lost the bet laughed at him stubbornly.
Humph, a mere 30 billion, can this be considered a fortune?
I thought she was the daughter of some wealthy family, but it turns out she's just a country bumpkin.
For us SS-level elites, we can earn back our money by simply killing a king beast. Yeah, who would care about this little money?
Wang Dong and the other two pretended to be calm, as if they didn't care at all about losing these few gold coins.
However, Teacher Stanley ruthlessly exposed several people. Don't you three have contracted mecha girls yet? Could it be that you are self-disciplined and can hunt down king-level metal monsters on your own? Forehead.
This. The three of them were speechless, knowing that they could no longer pretend in front of Teacher Stanley. After respectfully bidding farewell to Teacher Stanley, the few of them fled in disgrace. After the three of them left, most of the geniuses left as well, seeing that there was nothing more to watch.
Only Instructor Stanley was left to bring Yi Linger and Qin Yu to Lu Chen.
My commander, it feels like a long time since we last met. I didn't expect you to find some great talent this time.
Commander?
Yi Ling and Qin Yu looked at each other in confusion. They had never expected that Instructor Stanley was actually Instructor Lu Chen's robot girl.
Teacher Stanley, you are actually Teacher Lu Chen's robot girl? Qin Yu was surprised.
Stanley smiled and nodded, snuggling up to Lu Chen's shoulder and acting like a spoiled child, making Qin Yu's face blush.
I'm Instructor Lu Chen's first mecha girl. You can call me Instructor's wife. Actually, I prefer this name. Ahem, this name sounds a bit too old. We are only in our early 30s, still in the prime of our youth. Lu Chen hurriedly corrected himself and kept winking at Qin Yu.
Qin Yu glanced at Yi Ling, completely confused as to why Qin Yu winked at him.
But Yi Linger went forward and hugged Stanley, calling her master's wife enthusiastically. Master's wife. My brother went out to play by himself and left us behind. Can you take us out to play? You can also take us to practice. Stanley saw that Yi Linger was very outgoing and seemed to have become obsessed with her.
But the call of Master's wife made Stanley feel happy, and he immediately agreed, okay.
Master's wife will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment of the first courtyard. But one day may not be enough. Soaring in outer space.
Seeing that Xia Yimeng didn't mention Li Qingrui at all, Yifeng couldn't help but ask Xia Yimeng.
Meng, what happened to Qingrui? Why can't I contact her?
Yifeng's words suddenly made Xia Yimeng fall into silent thought.
After a long while she finally spoke. A lot of things have happened since we came here. I didn't want to worry you, so I didn't tell you. Li Qingrui. Oh, forget it.
I'll just take you to see her directly. Xia Yimeng really didn't know how to explain it, so she simply turned the plane around and flew towards a huge villa in the western suburbs of Kyoto.
10 minutes later.
Xia Yimeng landed in an open space, called a taxi, and took the two of them to Li's house.
Why do you want to take a car? Why couldn't you just tell me? What's the big deal? Tell me.
Under Yifeng's repeated questioning, he didn't understand what was going on. Xia Yimeng, who was sitting next to Yifeng, finally sighed and said to Yifeng tactfully. In fact, not long after Li Qingrui and I arrived here, she mysteriously disappeared. I also made inquiries from various sources before I found out that she was a child left behind by the Li family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto.
She should be considered an illegitimate daughter.
Among the new generation of the Li family, there are only S-class mecha girls and commanders. When they heard that Li Qingrui had awakened to the SSS level, they immediately sent someone to bring her back to the Li family.
But I don't understand why Li Qingrui didn't contact us.
It wasn't until I asked someone to take me to the Li family to see her more than 10 days ago that I realized something was wrong.
This is a bit tricky, I don't know what to do.
I didn't take good care of Qingrui, Master, I'm sorry.
The Li family is very powerful and has a strong background. It's difficult for me to even meet Li Qingrui, let alone.
Xia Yimeng was vague and couldn't explain Li Qingrui's situation clearly after talking for a long time. Yifeng was extremely anxious, but when he saw Xia Yimeng's guilty face, he couldn't bear to blame her. Seeing that they had arrived at the Li family manor, Yifeng didn't ask any questions and got out of the car and walked towards the Li family's gate. He discovered that more than a dozen veteran S-class mecha girls and commanders were actually guarding the castle manor of Li's Guangru farm.
Although they are only S-grade, their combat power value is not less than 3,000 points.
Moreover, these S-class mecha girls are all equipped with a complete set of S-class modules. Such a lineup of guards made Yifeng sigh at the powerful influence of the Li family.
Moreover, these are just the mecha girls guarding the periphery. There must be stronger people guarding the manor. But
in Yifeng's eyes, this is just a comparison with ordinary wealthy families. After all, no matter how strong they are no match for Xia Yimeng's second-level starfighter. What's more, as long as Yifeng gave the order, Qin Xuanyue, who was several kilometers away, could flatten this place with an intercontinental missile.
The Li family. They're really good. They're worthy of being one of the 5 major families in Kyoto.
I wonder how their strength compares to the Lu family, the leader of the 5 major families.
Meng, let's go in and take a look.
Yifeng took Xia Yimeng and walked straight towards the manor gate. 4 pairs of mecha girls immediately stepped forward to stop Yifeng and asked about his identity, background, and purpose of the trip. Yi Feng sighed, put one hand in his pocket, and said sternly, I am Li Qingrui's commander, Yi Feng.
Yi Feng? Ha, you are finally here.
The young lady has been waiting for you for a long time. The woman in black who was leading the group was wearing a one-eyed eye patch, which made Yi Feng feel that there was a bad aura about her.
Waiting for me? Great. Take me to her.
Chapter 113. Li Qingrui lost her memory.
Walked for 10 minutes in the manor. Yi Feng was brought into the main castle by the one-eyed robot girl.
The ancient blue brick castle is actually full of high-tech elements, and the AI butlers and waiter robots are never idle for a moment. It was not until Li Qingrui appeared at the white jade railing on the second floor and looked at Yi Feng with a cold expression that Yi Feng felt the strangeness of this place.
Are you Yi Feng? My commander?
Li Qingrui stood on the second floor, looking at Yi Feng with a haughty look and a look of disgust in her heart and eyes.
What? Yi Feng was bewildered.
He turned to look at Xia Yimeng, but Xia Yimeng frowned and kept shaking her head. Just as you can see, she was like this the last time I came to see her.
It was as if she didn't recognize me at all. Ha!
Yi Feng guessed many possibilities, and he felt that Li Qingrui might have changed her heart. Perhaps Li Qingrui, like Lin Xiaoxiao, wanted to change her commander now that she had the endless wealth and prospects of a wealthy family. Or maybe, Li Qingrui was controlled by the Li family and her personal freedom was restricted. But Yi Feng never expected that Li Qingrui didn't even recognize him. How is this possible?
Qingrui, I'm Yi Feng. This joke isn't funny. Why haven't you replied for 2 whole months? When you first left, didn't you send a message every day? What's wrong with you?
Yi Feng looked up at Li Qingrui's delicate face that was familiar yet unfamiliar. The first experience of her smooth teeth and tender lips was still in Yi Feng's heart and he could not forget it for a long time. How come in just 2 months, Li Qingrui has become so different that Yi Feng can't even recognize her?
Yi Feng, you are finally here.
I have been waiting for you for a long time. Li Qingrui lifted her skirt and took small and graceful steps, walking towards Yi Feng step by step, but always keeping a distance of 3 meters from Yi Feng.
Let's terminate the contract and part ways amicably.
What? Yi Feng couldn't believe what he heard.
Li Qingrui actually wants to terminate the contract with me.
How is this possible? But even though Yi Feng was unwilling to believe that all this was true, Li Qingrui had already projected a black contract cancellation panel a foot in front of Yi Feng in the form of a holographic projection.
Ha, what a joke. Qingrui, have you had enough? I don't like this kind of prank at all. Mischief? Mischief? Ha ha ha.
A clear and loud voice suddenly came from the second floor.
The appearance of 2 elderly commanders and a young mecha girl made Yi Feng frown.
Face the reality, kid. You're just an A-rank commander, but you're not worthy of our Qingrui.
Yes, although we don't know how you convinced Qingrui, an SSS-level mecha girl, to sign a formal contract with you.
But,
child, you don't think our Li family will let this matter go, do you?
The 2 elderly commanders looked to be in their 60s, but after Yi Feng used his peeping skills to scan the 3 people opposite, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth.
360 years old. 250 years old?
This extremely young-looking mecha girl is actually over 150 years old. Yi Feng couldn't believe his eyes, although he knew that as long as the module of the mecha girl could be replaced, its lifespan could reach 1,000 years. But in the small place of Pujiang Base City, Yi Feng had never seen such a person in person. But it is amazing that the 2 commanders in front of him are so old.
Ha, you old monsters. Tell me, what did you do to Li Qingrui?
Yi Feng glared at the other party unhappily, but this glare actually angered one of the elderly commanders. The old commander suddenly disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of Yi Feng the next second. He raised his hand high and slapped Yi Feng's handsome face. Fortunately, Yi Feng was not slow in his movements, and the invisible shield was deployed instantly with just his mind. The invisible shield that unfolded instantly not only prevented the opponent from hurting Yi Feng, but also bounced him away. After retreating several meters, the old man with gold-rimmed glasses steadied himself with an unhappy look on his face and praised in surprise. Good boy, a mere rank commander can actually cast an invisible shield in seconds. But even so, you are still not worthy of my Qingrui. Seeing that the other party was able to speak properly, Yi Feng straightened his back and said with disdain. Old man, are you Li Qingrui's great?
Presumptuous.
Suddenly, 2 voices, one male and one female, were heard. The stone-pillared door on the side opened, and a middle-aged man and two middle-aged mecha girls walked out from the side door.
How dare you be disrespectful to the three ancestors of the Li family?
The middle-aged commander in the lead had one hand behind his back and was wearing a shiny black suit. He held a civilized stick and smashed it on the ground a few times, glaring at Yifeng and shouting, "Boy! Quickly cancelled the contract with Qingrui, otherwise we will have to take the most direct approach."
"Oh, who?"
Yifeng said with disdain, "The most direct way, kill me?"
"May I ask, who do you think you are?"
Yifeng suppressed his smile, really not wanting to bother with these people.
"Presumptuous.
I am Qingrui's father, and these two are her mothers."
"Two mothers?"
Yifeng was stunned and looked at the two mecha girls beside the middle-aged man.
"One of these two mecha girls is SSS level and is only in her 40s. The other one is obviously prettier and looks a bit like Li Qingrui.
But she is obviously not as imposing as this 40-something tank girl.
It's just an A-class 4th-generation fighter jet girl."
Seeing this situation, Yifeng could probably guess what was going on. But even so, Yifeng didn't intend to give them a good face.
"Oh. So what?"
"According to federal law, Li Qingrui has been a member of the Yi family since she became my daughter-in-law."
"I'm afraid you don't have the right to order me around." Yifeng really wanted to laugh and couldn't hold it back anymore.
What are the 5 major families? What is the Li family? In front of Yifeng as, the hell-level son of destiny, you are nothing.
In that case, do it.
At the command of the middle-aged man, all the side doors opened, and dozens of S-level mecha girls and S-level self-disciplined commanders rushed out from more than a dozen doors, trying to use their numerical advantage to force Yifeng to kneel down and be slaughtered.
But even so,
Yifeng was just marveling at the spaciousness of the castle, which could actually accommodate so many mecha warriors that were over 10 meters tall. These electric stone gates are actually 30 meters high.
They are really castles prepared for mecha warriors.
I will definitely imitate this layout and buy myself a house, and it will be bigger and more luxurious.
Part.If.
Xia Yimeng roared angrily and then transformed into a 20-meter-tall white mecha warrior. She held an SSS-class Frost Shadow Lightblade sword, and the power of the accompanying titled weapon made the dozens of S-class mecha girls who rushed over from the surroundings dare not move.
Light blade weapon, SSS level. Oh my god, I can't believe there are really SSS level light blade weapons in the world. SSS class Frost Shadow Lightblade? A titled weapon. A companion weapon. This is impossible.
She, I know her. She's number 1 on the Kyoto First Hospital Fighter rankings, a second-tier Starry Sky mecha girl. No, she's even stronger than when she topped the leaderboard. I can detect her combat power value, and it's as high as 28,900 points.
What? Is your brain rusty, or is the scanner soaked in water? The Beast King's combat power is only 20,000 points. Am I rusty?
Do you know when the second-generation SSS-class Sky Mecha girl came along, her title was Frostmourne?
That's right.
I heard that even Suzaku is no match for the SS-class, second-order Starry Sky Mecha girl.
What? An SSS-class, second-order Starry Sky Mecha girl is actually this kid's mecha girl?
The mecha girls and commanders who were rushing towards Yifeng were all stunned when they saw Xia Yimeng transform, and they all retreated quietly when no one was paying attention. The old man standing on the second floor looking down and the middle-aged couple on the first floor were so surprised that they were speechless when they saw this scene.
Ding!
Detected 49 strong killing intentions.
Killed 49 people.
Rewarded with 3 million Genesis small points.
What? 49 people?
Yifeng closed his eyes and concentrated, quickly sending out a beam of radio waves to scan the entire Li family manor. In the Li family manor, among the 51 people, the only ones who had no hostility or murderous intention towards Yifeng were Li Qingrui and the middle-aged woman in her 40s next to the middle-aged man. The A-class armored vehicle girl looked at Yifeng and Li Qingrui with a worried look on her face, her eyes filled with tears of grievance.
Yifeng knew that this person should be Li Qingrui's mother.
As for the other two, I'm afraid one is a powerful and unscrupulous father, and the other is a mistress or something like that.
Big families always like to deal with these unclear relationships, which are messy and dirty. You are Qingrui's mother, right? Were you brought here by the Li family from Pujiang Base City?
Yifeng greeted him with a smile. The other party nodded at Yifeng, then looked at the middle-aged man with horror, as if he was very afraid. The fear in her eyes made Yifeng suddenly feel that this woman gave birth to Li Qingrui not willingly.
I see. A wandering illegitimate child? Ha ha.
Yifeng suddenly remembered the urban tycoon novels he'd read in his past life. He suspected this was another case of a scumbag from a wealthy family getting drunk and seizing a beautiful waitress while out on vacation, leading to trouble. After all, the two of them didn't seem to have any feelings for each other, and even Li Qingrui's mother's eyes showed a lot of strangeness and fear.
It's obvious that he was being bullied.
Being forcibly brought to the Li family, he must have been living a miserable life here, living in fear and contempt every day. I guess this mistress often causes trouble for her.
Yifeng had a keen eye.
After figuring it out, he instantly issued a commander's mandatory order to Li Qingrui.
Chapter 114, Destroy the Li family? Don't worry. After Yifeng issued a mandatory order to Li Qingrui,
a blue light flashed in Li Qingrui's eyes. She suddenly turned around and walked towards her mother, holding her mother's hand and transformed into a 15-meter-tall white mecha. When his mother got into Li Qingrui's co-pilot seat, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Xia Yimeng and said, "Okay, let's go."
"Wait.
My Li family is a place where you can come and go as you please.
How dare you kidnap our Li family's eldest daughter? Do you know the consequences? There's no place for you in Kyoto anymore. Everyone, come on. Save the young lady."
The old monster on the second floor and the middle-aged man on the first floor shouted in unison. But Yifeng looked at them as if they were dead people. After taking a final glance at them, he moved and was sucked into the cockpit of the starry sky mecha girl Xia Yimeng by a wave of light.
Xia Yimeng and Li Qingrui's two SSS-class white mechas suddenly took off. The two mechas smashed the roof of the Li family castle and then flew away. "Master, is it really okay for us to leave like this? This is the Li family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto." Xia Yimeng asked with some concern.
Yifeng looked down boredly and said slowly, "It's just a bunch of dead people.
Qingrui's problem has not been clarified yet, so let them live a few more days." "Ha, Li family? What a bullshit."
Yifeng raised his chin and signaled Xia Yimeng and Li Qingrui to fly towards the villa in Area A of the Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute.
4 hours later,
when Yifeng was having dinner with several girls and his sister in his villa,
Lu Chen, Suzaku, and Stanley came uninvited. As soon as Suzaku entered the room, he started to exclaim, "Aha!
Ah, tisk tisk tsk, they actually snatched the person away directly from the Li family. This matter has now spread throughout Kyoto.
You know, the Li family is one of the 5 major families in Kyoto.
Although it is only the last of the 5 major families and the family is mainly engaged in business, it still has a seat among the 99 senators of the Federation.
Our Hansha nation only holds 15 seats out of the 99 in the Planetary Federation. You've angered the family of a federal senator. Do you know what that means?"
As soon as Zhuke entered the room, he started lecturing Yifeng incessantly. But Yifeng was chewing the steak in his mouth with big mouthfuls, one arm resting on the back of the chair, and replied to Zhuke.
"This means, the Li family is finished. 3 days from now, there will no longer be a Li family in Kyoto."
"What?" Zhuke, Lu Chen, and Stanley looked at Yifeng in surprise.
They didn't think Yifeng was that awesome.
They only saw a cocky kid who didn't know his place. But Yifeng's next words left the 3 of them stunned. "Please take a seat, everyone.
It's like this. This is my 3rd machine girl, Qin Xuanyue. She is also the vice president of Qinming Pharmaceutical Group."
The name of our Qinming Pharmaceutical appeared in the tender proposal of the federal parliament yesterday.
"We have submitted an expression of interest."
Yifeng gave Qin Xuanyue a hint with his eyes, and then Qin Xuanyue stood up and handed a letter of intent to Lu Chen. After seeing this, Lu Chen was so frightened that he couldn't close his mouth.
"What? You're going to pack up the 20,000 junior commander gene potions you've produced these days and send them to the 98 senators of the Alliance?"
Furthermore, 1,000 of them were already sent to the residence of Speaker Saran of Media 10 days ago.
They'll arrive in the 23rd. "What? What are you trying to do?" Lu Chen, Zhuke, and Stanley looked at Yifeng in surprise.
They all knew how heavy the commander's gene potion was.
Yifeng's plan is too big to directly divide such huge benefits and cake among the highest level of the entire Federation.
"That's right, I want to replace the Li family and become one of the federal senators."
"Teacher Lu Chen, don't panic.
You may think that this junior commander gene potion is a military strategic resource, but in my opinion,
it's just elementary.
As long as I, Yifeng, am willing, it won't be long before I can develop an intermediate or even advanced genetic medicine. Don't worry, the Lu family's interests in Hanxiao will never be lost. They will definitely increase tenfold or 100-fold.
What? Intermediate? Advanced genetic medicine? Yifeng, do you know what you are saying?
It's okay for a child to lie and brag, but you're already 20 years old.
Suzaku and Stanley frowned and looked at Yifeng. But Yifeng looked at them indifferently and said seriously, "Why do you think Lin Kongxue would lower her status and take the initiative to ask to be my robot girl? Why does she have to be my mecha girl just because she signed a temporary contract with me once?"
This? Suzaku and Stanley looked at each other, indeed very confused.
Yes, Lin Kongxue looks down upon many SSS-level commanders. The Lin family is the second largest of the 5 major families in Kyoto.
Lin Kongxue is an extremely rare SSS-class aircraft carrier. Her pilot must be the one with the strongest awakened talent among the SSS-class aircraft carriers, and preferably also a descendant of one of the 5 major families. That's why the second son of the Wang family has close ties with the Lin family.
But Stanley hadn't finished speaking when Suzaku reached out to stop her. "Yifeng, don't tell me you are some legendary ASL-level commander. In front of the instructors, you'd better not."
Zhu Kei also didn't finish her words when Lu Chen reached out to stop her and interrupted her. Lu Chen had a confident and playful look on his face, and at the same time, a hint of excitement was revealed at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Yifeng with great admiration and asked very seriously,
"Are you?"
Yifeng picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. He turned his eyes and looked at instructor Lu Chen seriously. He smiled and nodded, "I am. I am the only destined one on this mecha planet, the ASL-level commander you all call."
"What?"
Suzaku and Stanley looked at Yifeng, then at Lu Chen.
"I always feel that these two people are crazy today."
But Qin Shuangyue and Xia Yameng stood up and nodded to the 3 instructors.
"That's right, Yifeng is the ASL-level commander. You can't imagine how powerful he is."
It was only after we signed the contract with Yifeng that we saw the truth in the contract. Xia Yameng and Qin Shuangyue looked at each other and nodded. The two of them suddenly popped up a holographic image of a contract with a blue background and red edges. In the contract between the mecha girl and the commander, unknown ancient characters are like a mass of snakes, insects, plagues and garbled codes. Only Yifeng and Jin Yang's names, as well as their talent levels, are displayed in modern characters. And on these 2 contracts, Yifeng's level is exactly ASL-level commander.
ASL level. Oh my god, this is really ASL level.
The envious eyes of Zhu Kei and Stanley appeared in the eyes of Xia Yameng, Qin Shuangyue, and even Li Qingrui, who was in a trance. Being able to become an official mecha girl of ASL-level commander is something that every mecha girl dares not imagine. However, these 3 mecha girls in their early 20s actually have this honor. This made Suzaku and Stanley feel uneasy for a long time.
I see. No wonder ASL level only appears in legends.
It turns out a level is the best disguise for ASL level.
This is the protection of the Lord of Heaven for the child of destiny. Lu Chen raised his hands excitedly, as if embracing the sun.
He bet right, he guessed right. What a heart-shaking thing this is. Lu Chen danced with joy and hugged his mecha girls one by one. Then he came to hug, shake hands, and pat Yifeng on the shoulder.
"Okay. Since you are the child of destiny, Lu Chen will be your strongest backer."
As soon as Lu Chen said this, Suzaku hurriedly explained.
Teacher Lu Chen is the eldest son of the Lu family, the head of the 5 major families in Kyoto.
He inherited his seat last year and became one of the 99 senators of the Planetary Federation. Zhu Chua's words made Yifeng and several mecha girls look at Lu Chen with a higher opinion. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lu Chen, who is so young, has inherited the senator's seat.
No wonder he holds such an important position in Kyoto's capital. 1 hour later.
After Lu Chen and the other 2 had their fill of food and drink at Yifeng's house, they began discussing Li Qingrui's situation.
Chapter 115, Dark Organization Taoxian.
Instructor Lu Chen, Li Qingrui seems to have lost her memory for some reason. She doesn't even recognize her own commander and is threatening to terminate the contract.
Can you tell what's going on?
Yifeng personally handed a cup of coffee to Lu Chen, then sat down beside him. Looking at Li Qingrui, who was concentrating on eating at the table a few meters away, his heart ached. I used the commander's mandatory order and told her to eat. Then she started eating seriously, even wolfing down vegetables that she usually doesn't like. Yifeng's voice turned from loud to low, and his mood was extremely bad. Lu Chen, Suzaku, and Stanley saw Yifeng's worry and wanted to help. But after the three of them looked at each other for a few times, they could only shake their heads.
Sorry Yifeng, this is the first time we've seen something like this. Lu Chen shook his head, looking apologetic.
Zhuge clenched his fists at this moment and suggested to Yifeng, why don't we go and capture one or two members of the Li family and come back to interrogate them?
No.
Don't teach Yifeng bad things.
Federal laws cannot be violated.
Lu Chen glared at Zhuge unhappily, but Zhuchua's words did remind Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the middle-aged woman at the dining table who was wiping Li Qingrui's mouth, and walked over without giving up.
At first, Yifeng thought she was Li Qingrui's biological mother, so he brought her back.
After returning, I learned that the middle-aged woman was named Wang Ma, and she was a servant who took care of Li Qingrui's daily life in Pujian Base City. But she has taken care of Li Qingrui since she was a child, just like her biological mother. However, Li Qingrui's biological mother died in the last beast tide while trying to protect Li Qingrui and Wang Ma.
Auntie Wang, you really can't remember any useful clues? Think about it again. Maybe a small detail can help us cure Qingrui.
Yifeng sat next to Wang Ma, looking at Li Qingrui who was eating with an expressionless face, and couldn't help but frowning slightly. Mother Wang glanced at Yifeng, then turned back to look at Li Qingrui, who was only focused on eating. She seemed to have lost her soul, wiping away tears in unbearable pain.
I'm just a servant. They won't let me know what they did to Qingrui. But
when Wang Ma was wiping her tears, she suddenly paused. But I remember that when Qingrui suddenly became like this, a masked man wearing a mask and a hat came to the Li family that day. The man was wearing a red tracksuit with a hood covering his head, so I couldn't see his face at all. But when he shook hands with Mr. Li, I saw a black, cracked heart painted on the back of his hand.
Black split heart?
Yifeng looked surprised.
Could this be a useful clue? Could it be the Taoxian organization? Lu Chen looked at Suzaku, and Suzaku looked at Stanley again.
After a few people looked at each other, Zhuge came to Wang Ma's side, leaned over and asked,
Auntie Wang, do you remember if there were any other letters next to that black, split heart, like the letter K? The letter K?
Mother Wang recalled carefully, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. I remember that his sleeve covered the pattern, but the exposed part did look like half of the letter K.
What? Zhuge, Lu Chen and Stanley stood up in surprise.
His brows furrowed one after another.
What's wrong with the letter K? Why are you so nervous?
Yifeng asked with a frown. He suddenly had a bad feeling.
What on earth was the reason that made the three mentors stand up in surprise?
Yifeng, it seems you are in big trouble.
Lu Chen patted Yifeng's shoulder, invited him to sit on the sofa, and they started chatting.
According to Aunt Wang's description, the man who came to the Li family that day was most likely the Spade King, known as the most self-disciplined person in Hanxia country.
He is an SSS-level self-disciplined person and serves a dark organization called Taoxian. Lu Chen's words made Yifeng feel uneasy.
Zhuge put down his teacup, folded his arms and said,
We don't know much about the Xiantao organization.
But the King of Spades and the Ace of Hearts are incredibly famous.
One is an SSS-level self-disciplined individual, and the other is an SSS-level self-improvement expert.
We in the military have only heard of them from other captured members of the Dark Organization. Seeing Yifeng's bewildered expression, Stanley added, among the Dark Organizations, the Taoxian organization is the most mysterious.
Other dark organizations all have clear goals.
Some are lawless and reckless, some devote themselves to researching genetic drugs in an attempt to subvert the Federation, and some traffic in human beings. But although the Taoxian organization often clashes with other dark organizations, no one knows what its original purpose was.
Yifeng felt that the Taoxian organization was very troublesome after listening to it.
The more low-key these guys were, the more terrifying their conspiracies and actions behind the scenes were.
Auntie Wang, has this Spade King only been to the Li family once?
Yifeng turned around and asked.
Wang Ma thought about it and quickly corrected herself. No, it's more than that.
He comes here often, although he wears different clothes every time and covers his face. But his height doesn't change, and he likes to walk with his hands in his pockets and his head slightly drooped.
Oh? Come here often? So does he come during the day or at night? Yifeng asked again. I haven't seen him during the day. He usually comes after dinner, which is around this time. Wang Ma's words made Yifeng excited. Now. Humph. Why not take a gamble?
If Qingrui is under some kind of evil spell, then as long as we kill the caster, the problem should be solved. Yifeng talked to himself, came to Qin Shuangyue and Xia Yameng, and gave a firm order. Shimatsuki is preparing to launch an intercontinental missile. Meng Meng is conducting high-altitude reconnaissance. She's responsible for picking up any that slip through the net. After hearing this, Lu Chen and the other two stood up in shock. Yifeng, what are you going to do? Are you going to attack the Li family? Yifeng looked at Lu Chen and Suzaku with a cold expression, and replied lightly. I want to destroy the Li family. What? Do you know what it means to attack a force like the five great families? Even if you... Yifeng was too lazy to listen to the instructor's lectures, so he planned to go out with Xia Yameng and Qin Shuangyue, but was stopped by instructors Lu Chen, Zhu and Stanley. Why are you stopping me? This is not teacher Lu Chen's style. Yifeng smiled speechlessly, feeling that teacher Lu Chen was acting abnormally today. But Lu Chen shrugged and warned, don't be silly. Every corner of Kyoto City is equipped with anti-aircraft missile interception systems and powerful jammers that can disable intercontinental missiles as soon as they take off. The Li family manor is even equipped with S-level or higher defense shields and warning systems. You don't think it's as easy to destroy them as it is to destroy the small defense department of Pujiang Base City, do you? Yes, do you know how big a crime it is to attack the senator's residence without authorization? Mentor Stanley also frowned and reminded. What? Yifeng was poured with cold water and suddenly felt that he was still too young. Yes, it is normal to be reincarnated into a small border town and never see the world. I didn't expect that these big shots in Kyoto have so many tricks up their sleeves. Yifeng's strength increased too quickly, and he really looked down on others. However, the Li family actually colluded with the dark organization and harmed Li Qingrui like this. Yifeng couldn't swallow this insult. Moreover, the system reward has been released, 3 million Genesis Mall points, Yifeng cannot miss it. Since you can't come openly, let's do it secretly. It would be best if you could be the one to pass the buck and find a fool to take the blame. Yifeng sat back on the sofa, picked up the remote control, turned on the lights in the room brighter, and called the mentors back for tea. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Seeing Qingrui being harmed like this by the Li family, I really couldn't bear it. Yifeng's apology made Lu Chen and the other two mentors breathe a sigh of relief. What kind of person is this? He just came to Kyoto and wanted to destroy the Li family, one of the 5 major families. Isn't he too arrogant? Lu Chen picked up the teacup and drank the water strategically to calm himself down. Humph. Over the past thousands of years, have all SSL-level commanders been as reckless as you? Ah. As expected of an SSL class, at least in terms of courage, they're much stronger than an SSS class. Suzaku crossed his legs and hurriedly explained, I wasn't trying to stop them. I just wanted to ask if they could take me with them. I've long disliked the Li family. When Yifeng heard Zhu Kei's words, he quickly gave him a thumbs up. His eyes seemed to say, that's right, this is the bloodiness that young people should have. Some middle-aged people are already old. They are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, and they no longer have the courage they used to have. Humph. Suzaku is still too young. Stanley also crossed one leg, frowning. Isn't it good to be young? Doesn't the commander like young people? Zhu Kei rolled his eyes at Stanley and raised his eyebrows at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was overwhelmed and felt the pressure from both sides. He felt very embarrassed in front of his students. Young people should not be impulsive. Old people, go home and do some radio gymnastics. As a mentor, you must act prudently. Being steady and being timid cannot be equated. Zhu Kei and Stanley sat on either side of Lu Chen and started arguing across the wall. Seeing Lu Chen's pale face, Yifeng quickly changed the subject. Ahem, have you ever heard of a dark organization called Moon God? Moon Goddess? Sure enough, when the topic of the dark organization was brought up, the 3 mentors became interested. Not only did Suzaku and Stanley stop arguing, but they also looked at Lu Chen excitedly. Why? Have you ever fought against the Moon God organization? What happened to you, Moon God organization? Facing the curiosity of the 2 instructors, Yifeng quickly responded. Yeah, I encountered them on the way to Kyoto. I took care of a few of them, and then I was threatened by a woman wearing a black veil. What? You also provoked the Moon God organization? Chapter 116 Searching for the Moon God organization. The Moon God organization is a mysterious organization that has appeared in Hanxia country in recent years. We don't know much about it, but we heard that the leader of this organization is a woman wearing a black veil. Lu Chen sat at the table with his fingers crossed, his eyes gradually falling into deep thought. Stanley picked up the teacup and seemed to be sipping tea, then said slowly.
The Moon God organization, I wonder if it has any connection with Moon God Mountain. Dongshan-based city near Yueshan Mountain has recently issued many bounties.
I heard that the metal beasts there have been breeding very rapidly in the past 2 years.
Some even speculate that a new dimensional rift may have appeared in the mountain.
Mentor Stanley sipped his tea thoughtfully, but it seemed his mind was not on the tea at all.
Moon God Mountain?
Yi Feng unconsciously glanced at the dazed Li Qingrui.
After she had eaten her fill, Yi Feng ordered her to go to the gym for yoga.
All that eating and no exercise has gotten her figure out of shape.
She's going to blame me when she wakes up, right? What?
The three mentors looked at Yi Feng in confusion, and Yi Feng quickly changed the subject in embarrassment.
Well, I mean, will the base city near Mount Luna also send bounty missions to our first hospital? Yi Feng's words made Zhu Ke immediately raise his neck. Humph.
Our Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute is where the elites of Hanxia Nation gather.
Most of the top combat forces are here. How could they possibly leave us out when issuing a bounty mission? Zhu Chua's words piqued Yi Feng's interest. If we want to find someone to take the blame for the massacre of the Li family, then wouldn't a certain dark organization be the perfect choice?
It turns out that these guys are doing things for money, and the Li family is able to collude with the Taoxian organization.
What is the problem with me, Yi Feng, hiring the Moon Goddess organization?
Besides, there are things that money can't solve, and there is also the hot-selling genetic medicine. Moreover, it is not impossible to secretly hire the Moon Goddess organization to escort the genetic medicine transport team in the future. Snakes, insects, rats and ants have their own paths to walk on. It's okay to hire a few cats to guard the house, but it may not be safe to use them for escort. However, if you can control snakes, insects, rats and ants and make them work for you, it will definitely be much more convenient, save trouble and be more stable.
Yeah.
Yi Feng nodded heavily, as if he had finalized a plan in his mind.
What the hell are you mumbling about?
Lu Chen and the other two looked at Yi Feng in confusion, feeling that Yi Feng was holding his fart in.
Oh, that's right.
I want to see if I can get a subjugation mission to Moon God Mountain. While earning merit points, I can also get information about these dark organizations.
Knowing yourself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Oh. What do you know? What do you fight for?
Lu Chen, Zhu Ke and Stanley looked at each other, feeling that Yi Feng always said things they couldn't understand.
Yi Feng laughed heartily and explained hurriedly, this is an ancient saying from my hometown. It means that if you want to defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy. Oh. That makes sense. The three mentors nodded in succession, expressing their deep agreement with Yi Feng's ancient saying.
But how could they know that the hometown Yi Feng was talking about was far away in another era world?
The next morning,
accompanied by Xia Yemeng, Yi Feng came to the hunting hall where the bounty mission was issued. A temple building that looked like it was made of gold caught Yi Feng's eye.
Is this the place to accept bounty missions? Yi Feng asked casually. Xia Yemeng hugged Yi Feng's arm and nodded heavily, yes. That's right. You really don't want me to go with you? Just send me here, and you should go home quickly. The Li family is very powerful and they are secretly colluding with dark organizations. They will never let us take Qing Rui away.
On our side, you are the only one who can match the army of thousands.
Well. Don't worry, I'm here.
Be careful when you go to Yueshan Mountain. After Xia Yemeng and Yi Feng kissed goodbye in a hurry, they turned into fighter planes and rushed back home at high speed.
Yi Feng walked into the hunting hall alone.
There were so many tasks and bounty amounts on the electronic holographic screens on both sides that Yi Feng was dazzled.
So many. So many tasks? Have they all been completed? Yi Feng looked at the horrifying scene of people coming and going in the hall. Thousands of people were looking for tasks that suited them in the hall.
The lineup was luxurious.
Wow, this is truly worthy of being the Kyoto Grand Hospital.
The people here are all S-class at the very least.
And most of them are well equipped.
Some S-class mechas are even equipped with a full set of SSS-class modules. Even though they're only electromagnetic weapons and can't compare to light energy weapons, they're still quite powerful. Yi Feng walked and looked, but the feeling of a tiger trying to eat the sky but not knowing where to start lingered in his mind.
This hunting hall is too big.
Yifeng walked around for half an hour but couldn't find any mission related to Moon Goddess Mountain. However, a woman's voice not far away sounded somewhat familiar. Although Yifeng didn't remember whose voice it was, the woman's voice still caught Yifeng's attention.
That mission, yes. And that one, I've accepted them all. Are you sure you want to accept so many missions? Accepting a monopoly mission requires a penalty deposit. If you fail to complete the mission, the deposit will be deducted in full.
But the good thing is, after you accept the mission, it will disappear from the mission list, and no one else will be able to accept the same mission.
Yes. That's right. These missions are all accepted on a monopoly basis.
Okay, I'll take care of it for you. Moon God Mountain just released a few more low-level missions.
Are you still going to accept them all? Take it. Give me all the missions from Moon God Mountain. What?
Yifeng accidentally heard some great news.
If this guy takes all the missions at Moon God Mountain, then what should I take? Aha! Wait! Yifeng roared and rushed to the service window on the right.
The waitress was frightened by Yifeng and adjusted her glasses with a cold sweat on her face.
Hello, sir, would you like to accept the mission? Yes. Give me all the missions at Moon God Mountain. Use Monopoly. Yifeng learned on the spot and put it into practice.
He pushed aside the woman in the front row and cut in line to take the call without any gentlemanly manners.
Are you kidding? If you don't fight or compete, you won't get any milk.
These days, a child who only knows how to cry will starve to death. Yifeng doesn't care whether he is a gentleman or not.
Hey! Where did you come from, you little brat? How dare you argue with me?
The hooded robot girl on the side raised her fist fiercely and glared at Yifeng with bared teeth. The shiny little teeth in her mouth were almost bitten to pieces.
Oh? Excuse me, are you also going to do the Moon God Mountain quest? Are you also alone? How about we team up and do it together? Yifeng extended his hand proudly, inviting a handshake.
But his big hand was slapped aside by the other party's small hand, and then he heard the other party's threat.
How dare you? Are you worthy enough to team up with this girl? You? It's you! Yifeng was confused. What did this mean? Are you conquered by my looks again? Do you think I'm worthy of being in a team? Just tell me. I'll see if you're a flower maniac.
Yifeng stared speechlessly at the tall woman who was only half a head shorter than him. The woman suddenly coughed twice, as if it was a tactical cough. The woman lifted her hood and took off her mask. When her flawless white and tender little face and big blue eyes appeared in Yifeng's eyes, even though Yifeng had seen the beauty of Xia Yimeng and Li Qingrui, he was a little overwhelmed.
What a nice view!
Yifeng unconsciously revealed his true feelings, causing the woman in front of him to blush half of her face in an instant.
Ahem! Stop talking nonsense. If you really want to team up with me, it's not impossible. I can consider it.
The woman tucked her long, dark hair behind her ears. Every gesture reveals her charm and allure.
Oh. Then you think about it, I'll wait. Ha!
Chapter 117 Team up to go to Moon God Mountain. Yifeng leaned against the window service counter, admiring the beautiful scenery with wide eyes, without a trace of disobedience. At first glance, he looked like a shameless villain. The woman in front of him gritted her teeth, furious, but she still had to suppress her anger and smiled awkwardly at Yifeng.
Ha, it seems you're alone too? Are you a self-disciplined person?
Well, if you also want to do the Moon Goddess Mountain mission, as long as you pay the deposit for all the Monopoly missions, I can consider teaming up with you. The woman forced a smile, but the seductive look on her face had greatly diminished. This made Yifeng keenly aware of something unusual. He felt that the woman's sudden change in style was a bit abnormal.
Deposit? No problem. I'll cover it all.
Yifeng took off the badge on his chest generously and handed it to the young lady at the service window. The young lady took the badge and quickly handled the deposit collection and task claiming procedures for all Moon God Mountain tasks.
Okay, congratulations to both of you. Nuo Wuching Jin Yang and Commander Yifeng, the temporary teaming process has been completed. I wish you two a triumphant return.
When the girl at the window returned the badges to Yifeng and Nuo Wuching couldn't help but frown. It's not uncommon for the self-disciplined and the self-reliant to team up.
But don't try to trick me into signing a contract with you. I won't fall for that. Nuo Wuching warned Yifeng, put on a mask and hood, and walked out of the hunting hall on his own.
Yifeng followed behind speechlessly, feeling that this woman changed her expression a little too quickly.
Why do I feel like I'm destroying the bridge after crossing it? Just now, he was smiling and tricking me into paying a deposit so that I could join a team. We just formed a team and already you're acting so arrogantly? It's like... This is a bit like, the plan succeeded, there's no need to pretend anymore. Nuo Wuching?
This guy sounds very unreliable. No wonder she wants to be a self-reliant mecha girl.
I'm afraid she really is a heartless Black Widow.
Yifeng shook his head vigorously, wondering why he felt that the woman's voice sounded familiar.
Could it be that I am the one who is obsessed with flowers?
Yifeng bit his lips tightly, using the pain to numb himself and forcing himself to be extremely alert.
After leaving the hall,
Nuo Wuching suddenly transformed into a peculiarly shaped delta-wing stealth bomber, which suddenly appeared in the open space outside the hall.
Wow, it's a bomber. Judging from its shape, it must be an aerospace bomber. Yifeng was stunned.
He had actually forgotten to scan the other party's attribute panel, but it was not too late to take action now.
Can't scan it.
Yifeng felt that he had met another top-notch mecha girl. Currently, the only mecha girls that can withstand Yifeng's scanning ability are those at SSS level.
Moreover, among the SSS level, the jammer module level has reached SS level or above. Is she an SSS mecha girl? A titled bomber?
Yifeng suddenly broke out in a few drops of cold sweat on his back, and his understanding of the overall strength of the Kyoto Mecha War Academy increased again.
Since when have SSS grade people become so cheap? I actually ran into another one. Heavy stealth bomber, this is also a strategic weapon.
Yifeng sighed in his heart for a while, but he didn't want to be urged by his temporary teammates.
Nua's ruthless and bored voice came from the bomber's loudspeaker. Hurry up, or you'll close the door. Oh.
Yifeng sprinted at full speed and slid into the co-cockpit of the stealth bomber.
Wow, for such a large aircraft, the co-pilot compartment is so tight. I guess all the space is used for ammunition. What's the designation for this machine?
Yifeng found that he couldn't cross his legs because the space was a bit narrow, so he complained deliberately. But the other party didn't say a word, as if he didn't intend to have an in-depth communication with Yifeng. This made Yifeng feel very strange. He agreed to form a team but refused to communicate. In the blink of an eye, he flew tens of thousands of meters high.
Why did he feel like he was being kidnapped? Yifeng didn't know why, and he started to feel uneasy.
After flying at an altitude of 80,000 meters for a full 6 hours, the giant stealth bomber began to descend to an altitude of 8,000 meters. Below, the mountains and rivers undulate, and dense jungle begins to come into view. Some low-level flying beasts occasionally appeared in the picture, but for some reason, Yifeng became more and more nervous. He always felt that something bad was about to happen.
Hey! Nuo Wuching, are you planning to keep quiet about this all the way and secretly kidnap me to some old forest in Xinshan, wash me and sell me off? Yifeng frowned and joked.
For some reason, Nuo Wuching finally spoke.
Ha, you're so humorous. Ah, it seems I guessed it right. You really think so? Ha? What? If I hadn't guessed correctly, you would probably ignore me and remain silent, right? Ha? What? Are you scared? Scared? Ha ha. Can't you see? You've hit a brick wall. Iron plate? Just you? Is it tough enough? Have you heard of the Moon God organization? Tell me, am I tough enough? What? The Moon God organization? Just you? Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Yifeng's few nonsense words made Nuo Wuching laugh.
The guy laughed so hard that he fell backwards and couldn't close his mouth. I don't know how long she laughed before she closed her mouth again and returned to her state of keeping silent. Yifeng noticed that the 8 phantom fighters that had appeared 3,000 meters away had somehow. It seemed that not long after Nuo Wuching stopped laughing, they dispersed in all directions. At first, Yifeng thought that he was in trouble, but now it seems that these people are here to protect Nuo Wuching. This made Yifeng mutter in his heart.
Could it be that Nuo Wuching is a descendant of a large family and is out for training?
The SSS-class strategic stealth bomber is indeed no worse than Lin Kongshu's.
This makes sense. But if that's the case, and Nuo Wuching has plenty of money, why would he pay the deposit for the Monopoly mission himself?
She seemed unwilling to join a team at first, and why did she specifically accept the mission to Moon God Mountain? The more Yifeng thought about it, the more he felt that there was something weird about it. Thinking back to when Nuo Wuching first saw Yifeng, he seemed to be muttering, "You.
Is it you?" Yifeng was certain that Nuo Wuching knew him, and he also felt that Nuo Wuching's voice was very familiar. Could it be someone from research group number 3?
Thinking of this, Yifeng felt that it was probably true. More than 120 people from Lu Chen's project group number 3 were present that day, and it was said that there were more than a dozen who were absent. Except for a few troublemakers, Yifeng really couldn't remember these people's faces. This guy laughed so loudly, obviously he had seen through Yifeng's identity and knew that he was not a member of the Moon Goddess organization.
Aha!
After some reasoning, Yifeng was basically certain that this guy must also be a member of the number 3 research group. After all, we are all colleagues. Lu, Lin, Nan, Wang, Li, there's no one with the surname Nuo among the 5 major families.
Could it be that they have a military background or are from a second-rate family?
When Yifeng was sighing at the talented people in project group number 3, Nuo Wuching's voice came from the microphone again.
"We're here. I hope you won't hold me back on this mission. Just follow my lead."
"Oh, okay."
For the first time, Yifeng was obedient and did not refute.
But there was a strange look in his eyes as he looked out the window.
Chapter 118: Finding the target and completing the mission. The SSS-class stealth bomber landed on a flat area on the top of Mount Luna. The mountain is so big that when you stand on the top, you will think you are on a plane.
Unless you walk a few kilometers and reach the edge of the cliff, you will have no way of determining your location. Only by seeing the ravine hundreds of meters deep and the wild beasts running in the valley can you be sure that the top of the mountain is under your feet.
After Yifeng got off the plane, Nuo Wuching transformed back into human form, and the fairy peach shook again and again, making Yifeng's heart boil. "What are you looking at?"
Nuo Wuching glared at Yifeng with a slightly red face.
Ahem! Yifeng coughed twice strategically and asked, "What?" "I was just daydreaming." "Did you talk to me?"
"You." Nuo Wuching clenched his fists with a dark face and warned Yifeng, "Watch your eyes and follow me."
"Oh."
Yifeng continued to pretend to be a good boy and followed Nuo Wuching's footsteps towards the distant mountainside.
The first mission is to kill 5 bone-spurred wolves.
This is a strange beast whose bone spurs are harder than S-grade metal.
Its bone spurs can be used to make insulating weapons.
We must bring back the remains of the bodies, provided that the remains of the bodies must remain intact,
Nuo Wuching said as he walked. "Ahem, so, you can't use large-scale carpet bombing?"
Yifeng teased from the side.
"Shut your mouth.
Otherwise, I will make you shut up forever." Nuo Wuching gritted his teeth, regretting a little that he had teamed up with Yifeng.
"Oh, right. Carpet bombing can empty the ammunition racks in one go. As a self-reliant mecha girl, without the commander's psychic energy supply, it would probably take you a month to produce a high-energy bomb, right?
You only have a few, and dropping them all wouldn't be enough to achieve a carpet bombing. Besides, you probably wouldn't be willing to do that either." Yifeng touched his chin and speculated for a while. This caused Nuo Wuching, who was leading the way in front, to almost fall down the stone steps going down the mountain. These naturally formed rocky paths are not very flat, so it is good enough to find a way down the mountain. But Yifeng discovered that this path seemed to be walked on frequently.
It seemed that so many people walked on it that it had become a road. "Hey! Do you often come to Moon God Mountain to hunt? I see you seem to be very familiar with the roads here."
Yifeng grabbed Nuo Wuching's arm and pulled him back when he was about to slip and fall. This pull was too forceful. In shock, Nuo Wuching crashed into Yifeng's arms. In the cold wind and drizzle on the top of the mountain, she felt a warmth with a masculine scent, which made Nuo Wuching's heart beat fast for a moment. But she elbowed Yifeng hard the next second, causing him to feel unbearable pain in his lower abdomen.
"Oh my god, I was saving you. The mecha girl is really strong."
Yifeng almost rolled his eyes.
"If this elbow hit the tank armor, it would probably make a hole. Leave the remains of the bone-spurred fierce wolf to me. I will have great use for them. The merit is worth it, and I'll give it all to you."
Nuo Wuching gave the distribution plan in an imperative tone, as if he was used to arranging everything. Yifeng was very unhappy with this.
"The bone-thorn wolf is a level 5 beast, and you want to kill 5 of them? Luckily I'm here, otherwise, how could your little spiritual power be of any use? Team up with me, this is the best decision you can make." "Ha, I don't like men who talk too much."
Nuo Wuching looked back with contempt, and only glanced at Yifeng once before looking away.
That's great. I only talk a lot with people I don't like. Yifeng shrugged boredly and saw a flash of scarlet in his peripheral vision. Careful. It happened in the blink of an eye.
Yifeng leaped forward and pinned Nuawoching, who was trying to retort to him, to the ground.
The two of them rolled over one after another along the path down the mountain. At the same time, a roar was heard not far behind. Boom!
There was a sudden explosion, and debris flew everywhere. When he felt a red light again during the continuous rolling, Yifeng finally activated the invisible shield.
Whoosh! Boom!
A laser-guided missile accurately hit the invisible shield, but did not penetrate the shield.
Yifeng hurriedly helped Nuawoching up, and the two of them ran breathlessly. Run! Nuawoching yelled, seemingly unable to find any desire to fight anymore. Why are you running? Aren't you going to kill me? Yifeng was speechless.
It was just a level 4 Sky Monkey rocket soldier.
Why not just rush over and kill it? Why run away? You are an SSS class mecha girl, how can you bear this?
Yifeng felt a little aggrieved when he saw Nuawoching running away. He intended to turn back and kill the flying monkey, but he was afraid that he could not keep up with Nuawoching, and the two of them got separated.
Follow me. These guys are moving in a group, and that's just a patrolman. Oh? Yifeng felt that Nuawoching knew a lot about Yueshin Mountain.
However, there is nothing to be afraid of when a group of level 4 monsters move in groups.
As for running so fast?
Seeing that Nuawoching was about to get rid of him, Yifeng hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. However, the chattering and roaring of the monkeys behind him seemed to be getting closer and closer.
Really?
3 laser-guided rockets suddenly flew out from the jungle behind him.
The giant trees as tall as buildings could not block the attack of the missiles.
The 3 incoming missiles were destroyed by the 3 sword waves that Yifeng casually slashed out. The residual force of the explosion sent Yifeng flying several meters away, directly knocking over Nuawoching, who was running ahead. The two of them fell into a valley together.
Humph. Let me make you suffer a little bit. This is just the beginning, enjoy it.
Nuawoching showed a wicked smile on her face, but before she could be happy for long, an explosion suddenly came from behind her, and Yifeng's body fell towards her.
Ah! Oh my god! Nuawoching was knocked down into the valley by Yifeng's body. In panic, she quickly transformed into a mecha form.
A shiny black heavy mecha warrior, about 25 meters tall, appeared in midair and continued to fall down the valley. The mecha warrior's engine was fully running, and the thrusters on its feet and back sprayed out a warm red stream. After stabilizing her body, she could have rescued Yifeng, but she had to watch Yifeng continue to fall from the cliff hundreds of meters high.
Help me! You did this on purpose.
Yifeng watched Nuawoching transform into a mecha warrior, but he turned a blind eye to himself falling off the cliff. Speechless, Yifeng could only put on the red flame armor, eject the elbow grappling hook, and shoot it towards the leg of Nuawoching's mecha.
But I feel helpless.
Falling out of control and rolling repeatedly, Yifeng's shooting accuracy was poor. Although the iron hook barely hooked onto the leg of Nuawoching's mecha, the inertia of the contracting iron chain caused Yifeng to be swung around uncontrollably, and he hit Nuawoching's head out of control.
Duong Ji. A sound.
Yifeng's body was like an extremely hard stone, smashing hard into the face of Nuawoching's mecha. The sudden impact was so powerful that Nuawoching's head tilted back and he rolled out of control. One large and one small, a giant mecha warrior and a small armored warrior, were entangled in iron chains and fell out of control.
Yifeng was just about to find some remedies to save each other. But then there was a loud bang.
The powerful impact of falling to the ground knocked Nuawoching down heavily, and the recoil force actually ejected Yifeng. The iron hook connecting the two people was also broken by the huge force at this moment.
Whoosh with a tuong sound.
Yifeng flew more than 10 meters away, and his body knocked down a small tree that was more than 1 meter thick. Even with the protection of the red flame armor, Yifeng still felt back pain, leg cramps, and his body was a little overwhelmed.
You!
The Nuawoching mecha trembled and struggled for a few times, then seemed to have died. The mecha arm fell heavily to the ground, and the dust at the crash site was once again flying.
Chapter 119 Lost Paradise.
I don't know how long it took. Yifeng recovered, took off his red flame armor, climbed up and looked around. Apart from the unconscious Nuawoching mecha, the valley was surprisingly quiet, as if the metal monster had forgotten about this place. After some exploration, Yifeng only saw some small animals with flesh and blood moving around in the valley. It was like a strange mental beast, intentionally staying away from this area.
Hello? How are you? Wow, not bad. S-grade alloy armor. It's not a good idea to play dead in such a sturdy mecha.
Yifeng raised his foot and mercilessly kicked the legs of the fallen Nuawoching mecha several times.
But
not only did this fail to wake up Nuawoching, but a mysterious electric current actually flowed from Nuawoching's mecha to Yifeng's legs. Feeling pain, Yifeng looked down. The chicken started to cry out in fright.
Waga eh? What's going on?
Yifeng saw blood flowing from his legs. His body, which had been transformed by nanoworms, was so vulnerable to this purple electric current. He felt something was wrong.
Warning! Warning! Warning!
A large number of conductive particles were detected on the ground, covering an area of 3,000 meters in diameter. It is recommended that the host not wear any metal objects or armor, and it is recommended to wear a battlesuit made of insulating material.
Creation Mall S-level leather battlesuit, redemption points only require 30,000 points. What? System, you even advertised.
Although 30,000 points is not a lot, Yifeng only has a fraction of that left now. With no other choice, Yifeng could only exchange for a bottle of healing potion. He drank the healing potion and put on the red flame armor again. Yifeng flipped, jumped, and climbed to the head of the giant mecha.
Hey! Nuawoching, are you okay? Can you change back to your original form?
Yifeng kicked Nuawoching's mecha in the face several times, but the other party didn't react at all. In order to wake up Nuawoching, Yifeng kicked Nuawoching's big mechanical head again and again with great effort.
Now Nuawoching's mecha head is bigger than Yifeng's.
If he doesn't kick hard enough, he won't be able to wake her up. In order to wake Nuawoching up, Yifeng kicked him dozens of times, but there was no response.
There's nothing I can do. Don't blame me.
Yifeng roared and used a first-level combat skill Torrential Pear Blossom Thorns.
Boom boom boom.
Yifeng held a black knife in his hand and stabbed at the mecha warrior's big black face with a burst of knife light. Under the violent and large-scale attack, Nuawoching was finally awakened by Yifeng.
You! It's you again, ah!
As soon as Nuawoching woke up, he felt a piercing pain all over his body.
After the purple electric ions penetrated into the mecha, they continued to damage the mecha's circuit and nervous system.
Seeing Nuawoching's face full of pain, Yifeng hurriedly reminded him, quickly change back to your original form.
There's something strange here.
Nuawoching felt pain all over her body, and in an instant, in a flash of white light, she turned back into the form of a weak woman. As soon as she completed the transformation, she collapsed to her knees and fell into Yifeng's arms.
You! Damn beast, let me go. Yifeng really didn't know what a beast he was.
He clearly caught her with his arms and didn't even have the nerve to use his hands.
Hey, I didn't attack you.
What hurt you just now was some kind of ions attached to the soil. There's something strange about this place.
Yifeng emphasized again. What? You didn't attack me? Who was that beast stabbing me just now? You stabbed me over 100 times.
Nuawoching's face was pale and his breath was weak. But he still gritted his teeth and looked at Yifeng angrily, wishing he could slap Yifeng a few times.
Ah? Does that count? I was just trying to wake you up. You don't know how hard it was for me.
I kicked you dozens of times just now, but you still couldn't wake up. I had no choice but to use some tricks.
Dozens of feet? You kicked me dozens of times? Were you kicking me in the face? Ha!
Yifeng suddenly felt that women's thinking patterns were very strange.
Does it matter if it's the face or not? I'm saving you. It would be fine if you didn't thank me for saving your life, but why do you care about those kicks?
You're welcome. We're teammates, how could I stand by and watch someone die?
What?
Nuawoching wished he could transform into a mecha warrior right now, get up and crush Yifeng's worthless body to pieces.
But unfortunately, she was now completely limp and couldn't muster any strength.
Just now, although Nuawoching was briefly unconscious, the monitoring system of the mecha's mechanical body was on. She scanned the images recorded by the mecha's surveillance system with her spiritual sense and saw Yifeng wearing red and black armor, kicking his mecha's head with his big feet.
Nuawoching was so angry that she couldn't bear it anymore.
She was lying weakly in Yifeng's arms at this moment, the only thing she could do was. Nuawoching turned his head towards Yifeng's arm, opened his mouth and bit Yifeng's biceps through his black shirt. Although Yifeng's body was extremely strong, the bite force of the more than 20-meter-long mecha was not weak.
Ah!
Yifeng's screams spread to the surrounding woods, startling a flock of nightbirds, rabbits, and foxes.
Are you trying to suck blood? I didn't know you had this talent. Can you heal yourself by sucking blood?
After Yifeng screamed in pain, he gritted his teeth and looked at the beauty in his arms. He felt that the pair of big blue eyes looked more and more familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen them before.
Nuo Wuching didn't say anything.
She bit his biceps with all her might, one bite after another. It wasn't until Yifeng had become numb to the pain that he stopped.
Tired? Do you want to drink some water and continue? Yifeng looked at the beauty in his arms speechlessly.
She was so soft, fragrant, and painful.
What a thorny rose! Was that a healing potion you just drank?
Nuo Wuching suddenly spoke, and Yifeng was stunned by his question.
Yifeng nodded first, then shook his head vigorously, confirming and then denying.
Anyone who saw it would know that there was something fishy.
I want to drink too.
Nuo Wuching frowned and looked at Yifeng, his big blue eyes beginning to look resentful.
You know what, this little expression really looks kind of pitiful and touching. Don't look at me like that. When you look at me, I'm also gone.
Yifeng deliberately avoided the other person's gaze and looked into the distance. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he finally withdrew his gaze and looked at the beauty in his arms. But Yifeng discovered that this guy was actually staring at him, like a kitten waiting to be fed. If he wasn't fed, he would keep staring at him, and stare at him all the time.
I'm really lost. You're a rich lady, don't you even have any healing potions? Yifeng asked back.
Nuo Wuching took a break, pushed Yifeng away, and took out more than a dozen bottles of expensive medicine from the system space. After drinking 2 or 3 bottles, she felt unbearable pain in her body, but she still recovered some strength. Now that he had the strength, Nuo Wuching pushed Yifeng away and stood up crookedly, pressing his knees against each other, and was about to kneel down again. She picked up the potion and gulped down 2 more bottles, feeling the pain and torture all over her body like an electric shock. Some cracked skin began to heal quickly, but the painful and itchy feeling made Nuo Wuching feel very uncomfortable. This made her repeatedly watch Yifeng's appearance when he drank the potion in her consciousness, and she had many doubts in her heart. This guy's healing potion not only heals quickly, but 1 bottle can fully heal him.
Plus, it doesn't seem to hurt at all. Damn it, there are so many good things.
He looks generous, but I didn't expect him to be so stingy in front of a beautiful young girl.
Your healing potion doesn't look very effective. Is this also an important part of the training for children of wealthy families? It's quite arduous.
Yifeng saw that the healing potion used by Nuo Wuching didn't seem to be very effective. Seeing her grimacing in pain, he couldn't help but think of the suffering Xia Yuming suffered when her body changed. Helplessly, he felt a little bit of cherishment for her. But in Nuo Wuching's opinion, Yifeng's words were obviously showing off to her.
This is naked sarcasm.
It's more bitter than feeding people bitter herbs.
My goodness, a bottle of healing potion costs millions, can ordinary people afford it? Didn't you see how quickly the wound healed? He's such a naive idiot.
Nuo Wuching really wanted to just curse at Yifeng and spit him in the face.
Unfortunately, she could clearly see that Yifeng's healing potion was better than hers. That level of therapeutic medicine cannot be bought with money. It is most likely the latest product of a research laboratory and is only available to insiders. This made Nuo Wuching even more confused about Yifeng's identity.
You! Nuo Wuching gnashed his teeth in hatred, wishing he could pounce on Yifeng and bite him a few more times. But at this moment, the ground beneath my feet suddenly shook. The soil rolled and trembled, as if something was about to emerge from the ground. Nuo Wuching was terrified and panicked for a moment. She hugged Yifeng's arm tightly, like a frightened bird, and no longer cared about the differences between men and women.
Chapter 120 Unknown Creation.
The earth shook and the earth rolled. The very damp soil surged out from dozens of meters underground, as if a giant creature was about to emerge. The damp and rotten smell penetrated into Yifeng and Nuo Wuching's nostrils, making them feel a chill.
Something is coming out. Run away, I can't transform into a mecha now.
Nuo Wuching's grip was very strong, her smooth little hand tightly grasped Yifeng's arm, pinching Yifeng so hard that it hurt. However, the area where the soil was rolling was over 100 meters long and wide. Although Yifeng and Nuo Wuching jumped around on the rolling soil, they still couldn't escape from this area. Until a huge mechanical body appeared under their feet, knocked them away, and they fell heavily next to a pile of rotten mud. After Nuo Wuching fell, he opened his eyes. The newly turned over soil was mixed with countless bones of strange beasts and metal fragments.
Yifeng, look!
These beast remains seem to be from 100 years ago. The metal mutation rate of these beasts is less than 60%. But their body sizes clearly show that they are large mid to high level beasts. Nuo Wuching pointed at the skeletal remains beside her and shouted loudly, but Yifeng suddenly elbowed her.
Ah! What are you doing? Yifeng's sudden elbow was a bit too forceful.
Nuo Wuching was knocked to the ground by Yifeng's elbow, with his hands deeply embedded in the wet, rotten soil.
She is very angry. Very annoying.
But when she turned around and saw the huge mechanical body that Yifeng was staring at stupidly, all the anger and arguments no longer mattered. Nuo Wuching calmed down in an instant, walked silently to Yifeng's side, hid behind Yifeng involuntarily, and hugged his arms tightly.
What is this thing?
Ha! Yifeng sneered and glanced at Nuo Wuching out of the corner of his eye.
It looks like a metal building. Are you a mecha girl or am I a mecha girl? I'd like you to scan this thing quickly. Yifeng was speechless. You are a girl working on a machine, why don't you scan it to see what it is? Why are you asking me?
The commander's scanning ability is only applicable to close-range scanning of the mecha girl and the commander's attributes. Only the robot girl has the scanning function that integrates perspective, reasoning, calculation, resonance, thermal imaging, electromagnetic wave guidance and many other functions. It can be used to check the size, volume, shape, presence of heat source, high energy reaction and electromagnetic wave release of unknown objects. Yifeng really wanted to turn around and roll his eyes to show Nuo Wuching. But he couldn't take his eyes off it now. The triangular mechanical object in front of him looked like a metal building, and it was intact and extremely solid.
Moreover, its surface is not smooth.
It is engraved with various mysterious symbols and patterns, making it look like a circuit board. What's strange is that these lines are now emitting a faint blue light, flashing as if some function has been accidentally activated. Nuo Wuching calmed down and, at Yifeng's suggestion, hurriedly used his scanning ability.
Under the prying scan of the SSS-level banned Mecha Girl's SSS-level companion insight module,
a simulated image of an ancient warship appeared in Nuo Wuching's eyes in the form of virtual lines and began to rotate 360 degrees. Immediately afterwards, the battleship's energy modules, energy reactions, and energy matter residual areas were all divided out. After calculation, the terrifying energy levels, various energy residues, and ultra-high-level weapon systems were counted and reconstructed bit by the scanning module.
Appeared in Nuo Wuching's eyes. Found it. Ha ha ha, I finally found you. After 3 years, I finally found you. Nuo Wuching was overjoyed and extremely excited. Her devil-like roar scared Yifeng a lot. What are you crazy about? What did you find?
Yifeng looked at Nuo Wuching with suspicion, and at the same time, the prompt sound of the creation system came to his ears.
Ding! Hidden mission released. Control the star battleship's optical computer host. Reward, Genesis Mall points, 3 million points. Ding!
Repair the star battleship's port and left engines.
Reward, Genesis Mall points, 5 million. Ding!
Pilot the star battleship and fly out of the Solon galaxy to receive 10 million Genesis Mall points.
What? 18 million points? I'm so fucking stupid. Yifeng couldn't believe his ears. He hurriedly opened the task prompt information in the right eye creation system. I read it word by word, and it was true. I heard it right. Yifeng roared excitedly, his voice even louder than Nuo Wuching's just now.
Nuo Wuching covered his ears and looked at Yifeng with a frown, as if Yifeng had become a competitor in an instant.
You heard it wrong. I didn't say anything just now.
In a hurry, Nuo Wuching hurriedly covered it up, but after careful recollection, he found that he did not say anything about alien warships. She turned around, stared at Yifeng, and asked,
Hey! What the hell are you yelling about? Do you know what this is?
Nuo Wuching frowned and looked at Yifeng, feeling extremely wary. When Yifeng heard Nuo Wuching's voice, he calmed down a little.
He slowly turned his head, looked sideways at Nuo Wuching's little face, and said with a wicked smile. Someone has placed an electromagnetic particle jammer nearby. You can't transform into a mechanical body, right? What do you mean?
Nuo Wuching suddenly felt a chill on his back, and felt that Yifeng's eyes and smile were as scary as ghosts and demons. Although Nuo Wuching still has some strength at this moment, the mecha girl cannot transform into a mechanical body and is no match for the autonomous commander.
Now that they were in the wilderness with no one around, it would be very easy for Yifeng to do something to Nuo Wuching. How does the saying go?
I cried to the sky but no one answered, and I cried to the earth but no one helped. If Yifeng becomes shameless, Nuo Wuching really won't be able to do anything to him.
You, don't come over here. Ah! Don't come near me. What do you want to do?
Nuo Wuching saw Yifeng turn around and take a step closer to her, and she was so scared that her panties fell off. But Yifeng looked at her with a playful expression, and asked with his hands on his hips.
You finished the scan, haven't you? Now that we've found a treasure, shouldn't we share it with our teammates? You don't want to keep it for yourself, do you? No. From what you said just now, have you been treasure hunting in Moon God Mountain for a long time? Do you know what this thing is?
Yifeng kept asking questions, forcing Nuo Wuching to retreat step by step. But just when Nuo Wuching didn't know what to do, the mechanical body exposed on the ground suddenly opened a door. The sound of heavy footsteps clashing with metal could be heard from the door.
Chapter 121 The Moon God Organization arrives. Ding!
Destroy the Zaku MS-600 Cyclops and receive 100,000 Genesis Mall points for each one.
Zaku? Cyclops? Yifeng was just wondering if this was the one-eyed mecha warrior from a Sakura country anime in his previous life. Next second.
5 green mechas, about 18 meters tall, jumped out of the mechanical building with their feet ejected, holding laser rifles, howitzers, and light blade axes.
Oh no, it's the Guardian. Run away.
Nuo Wuching was about to turn around and run away, but he saw that the 5 Zaku mechas were disturbed by the ground's electric-magnetic field as soon as they landed. Their bodies became paralyzed and they could not move. Then they knelt down on the ground one after another, twisting and struggling.
Yifeng and Nuo Wuching were shocked. Could it be that this electric-magnetic field is not the defense network set up by this stellar battleship?
If that's the case, there's no reason to paralyze your mecha warrior. Yifeng didn't have time to think so much. He summoned the red flame armor and held a black knife in his hand, wanting to rush forward and kill a Zaku mecha first. But the electric current on the red flame armor crackled, and Yifeng's steps began to slow down. He could even feel that some of the electric current had passed through the insulation layer of the armor and penetrated into his body.
Warning! Warning! Warning!
The insulation layer of the red flame armor has been damaged by 20%. Please replace it with leather armor to protect your body.
What? Wasn't it still holding up just now?
It seems the insulation layer of the red flame armor can only hold up for a few minutes.
It's still too weak after all.
This electric current and discharge particles are not completely harmless to insulating materials.
No. Why are they fine when I'm not wearing the armor? Could it be that the electric current and discharge particles don't exist all the time, but are attracted to the metal material?
After thinking about it for a while, Yifeng felt that he could roughly figure out the attack pattern of the discharge particles. They did not exist all the time, but gathered together after being attracted by metal substances. At the same time, the electric particles seemed to be producing electromagnetic explosions at the micron level.
A relatively thin insulating layer cannot stop it for long.
Thinking of this, Yifeng took off his armor and threw away the black knife. With his bare hands, he rushed towards a Zaku mecha in front of him, aimed at the opponent's head, and used Rain of Pear Blossom Thorns. This time, although there was no phenomenon of hundreds of sword thrusts, Yifeng's red fist shadow was still sharp.
A flurry of punches hit the one-eyed mecha's single eye within a second, instantly making the Zaku mecha's visual system smoke.
Surprisingly, Yifeng heard a system notification sound.
Ding! Successfully killed the Zaku MS-600 Cyclops.
100,000 reward points have been received. It seems that destroying the head will cause the Zaku MS-600 to lose control.
Do these mechas lack independent consciousness and are they remote-controlled models?
After figuring out this problem, Yifeng spent 30,000 points to buy an S-level leather armor from the Genesis Mall. This set of leather armor, which looks like a tight-fitting suit, covers Yifeng's entire body from head to toe. It is equipped with raised anti-collision modules on the abdomen, lower back, chest and shoulders.
Even the gloves and boots are a complete set. The blue and silver leather armor looks as protective as some alloy armors.
Yifeng changed his clothes in 1 second, which made Nuo Wuching, who was more than 10 meters away, feel his eyes light up and his face blush.
Thin dog. Nuo Wuching frowned and complained, deliberately lowering his voice.
But her blushing face still betrayed her.
Yifeng turned around and glanced at Nuo Wuching, who was so embarrassed that he couldn't even raise his head.
Taking this opportunity, Yifeng, holding a black iron sword, shot out 3 lightning shadow sword waves, instantly destroying the head of another mecha.
The system voice came again. Ding! Successfully killed the Zaku MS-600 Cyclops.
100,000 reward points have been received.
Okay. Come again.
Yifeng took advantage of the victory and took advantage of the fact that these Zaku mechas could not move to eliminate them one by one to avoid any more trouble. After all, no one knows how long this electric current and discharge particles will last.
Ding! Successfully killed the Zaku MS-600 Cyclops.
100,000 reward points have been received.
Ding! Successfully killed the Zaku MS-600 Cyclops.
100,000 reward points have been received.
Ding! Successfully killed the Zaku MS-600 Cyclops.
100,000 reward points have been received. After receiving the total balance of 470,000 points, Yifeng jumped onto the triangular metal tower with a black knife in hand. Coming to the upper part, he could now see the whole picture of the thing.
This should be a corner of the bow of the stellar battleship, right? It seems that from here, we should be able to enter the interior of the battleship. Yifeng talked to himself, completely forgetting that Nuo Wuching was still watching him from a distance. Hey! Don't go in, don't go in, wait a minute.
Nuo Wuching chased to the bottom of the metal mechanical tower, but without being able to transform, she couldn't climb up the mechanical building that was more than 50 meters high. Seeing this, Yifeng was moved and shouted to the people below.
There must be danger in here.
You stay here and keep watch while I go in and investigate.
What? No. I want to go too, let me go together. Let me go first.
Hey! Below the mechanical tower, Nuo Wuching was so anxious that he danced with joy, wishing he could grow sharp fangs and claws so he could climb up himself.
But Yifeng clenched his fist and said to Nuo Wuching below. Okay.
I'll be careful.
Don't worry, come on.
Nuo Wuching watched Yifeng sneak into the warship, and his shadow was no longer on the top of the tower. Nuo Wuching was so angry that he kicked the battleship's body hard and felt pain in his hands and feet.
Damn it. This scumbag, He's still so hateful.
Nuo Wuching hated Yifeng with gnashing teeth, but he could do nothing about it.
But she didn't give up.
Nuo Wuching looked at the steep slope he had slid down before, and an idea immediately came to his mind. She trudged up the hill, trying to keep herself as far away from the stellar battleship as possible. About 300 meters away, Nuo Wuching began to feel no more electric particles and magnetic field radiation in the mountain soil. To be on the safe side, Nuo Wuching continued to climb more than 50 meters.
She jumped into the air and instantly transformed into a mecha warrior.
It ejects a pair of triangular wings, opens a jet tail, and hovers 100 meters in the air.
Humph. Done.
After Nuo Wuching successfully escaped the electric particle radiation interference zone, he hurriedly sent combat deployment and action orders to his subordinates.
Coordinates H25P193A14 area. Suspension altitude 500 meters, air combat units assemble here. Land combat units, set up jammers and defensive positions within a 3-kilometer radius. There is an electromagnetic interference zone on the surface here. Mechanical objects must not land on the surface.
The lost battleship has been found, and the Moon Goddess project has been launched. All self-disciplined personnel wear insulated combat uniforms, carry non-metallic weapons, and await instructions.
Humph. Yifeng, let's settle all the old and new scores together. You're already trapped.
After Nuo Wuching gave orders to the members of the Moon God organization, hundreds of black shadows from all directions took action at once.
They set out fully equipped and acted quickly.
In less than 3 hours, they surrounded the stellar battleship within a radius of 3 kilometers, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. At this time, Yifeng, who had sneaked into the battleship, was trapped in a maintenance workshop by a group of autonomous spider mechas, and was caught in an embarrassing dilemma.
Chapter 122 Moon God Organization Plan.
That night Yifeng was trapped in a maintenance workshop for a full hour. Nuo Wuching and more than 800 people from the Moon Goddess organization have surrounded the stellar battleship. Miss, we finally found the lost battleship. There is hope for the Nuo family's revenge. An elderly mecha girl who is over 200 years old looks only in her 60s. She and Nuo Wuching stood together on a small peak on the north side of Yueshan Mountain, looking down at the stellar battleship buried in the valley for 100 years, their excitement beyond words.
Yes, after searching for over 3 years, I finally found it. The clues my father left behind were indeed correct.
It is indeed in Moon God Mountain. Nuo Wuching's eyes were filled with tears, as if she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Miss, with your SSS class mecha system, you will definitely be able to successfully control the optical computer host of this alien warship. As long as we can control this warship, even if we can't successfully repair it, the alien technology it possesses will definitely help our Nuo family regain our seat in the Federal Senate and become one of the 18 families of Hanxia Nation. The old girl's eyes were filled with tears, as if she was recalling countless past events.
Nuo Wuching shook his head, looked down at the valley with disdain, and sneered, "Ha! What 18 families?
With this warship, our Nuo family can not only avenge the Wang family, but also compete for the position of chief of the dispute. Even the 9 major military regions won't dare to underestimate us."
What?
The old lady thought she had misheard, but when she thought about her young lady's character, she knew she would never brag without reason. Her eyes suddenly turned terrified as she looked towards the valley below.
"Miss, you mean?"
"Yes."
Nuo Wuching nodded heavily. "With my SSS-level voyeuristic talent and scanning module, there's no way I'm wrong. This battleship's level is far above the 2nd level. Perhaps, its database contains the secret that could bring the mecha planet into the 3rd level era." "What? Far above the 2nd level?"
The old mecha girl trembled with excitement.
"Is it a battleship even more powerful than the Starry Sky class?" "That's right.
And considering the number of main guns and the energy supply, this should be a heavy gun battleship.
It might even be the flagship of a small fleet." Nuo's ruthless and greedy eyes swept across the valley below.
The metal spire protruding from the ground in the valley was only 1% of the total length of the battleship. In the virtual vision simulated by the Mecha Girl system, the battleship's external shape and outline, as well as its 32 giant main guns, all demonstrate its power.
This made Nuo Wuching extremely excited.
The lost warship that the Lin family discovered was, according to my investigation, just a small cargo ship. It's about the same size as a modern 80,000-ton aircraft carrier. Compared to this warship, it's only a quarter of its size. It said that the cargo ship's optical computer recorded some alien civilizations and technologies, which played a crucial role in the rise of the Lin family. The 3 pharmaceutical groups and 2 military equipment manufacturing plants under the Lin family have rapidly grown and developed thanks to alien technology. Nuo Wuching thought of the rise and fall history of the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto, and couldn't help but take a breath. Discovering an alien cargo ship can bring such help and achievements.
Now she has discovered a giant battleship.
Putting aside other things, just dismantling a few small cannons and studying them can probably speed up the cutting-edge laser cannon technology of the mecha planet by 50 to 100 years. Miss, speaking of the Lin family's pharmaceutical group, I heard that there's a company called Tangsjin. Its headquarters building and hundreds of elite corps members were suddenly destroyed by an unknown force.
Oh? A genetic company? Could it be done by some dark organization? I'm afraid it's for the development of the formula for genetic medicine.
Nuo Wuching thought of the formula for the genetic medicine and looked at the warship buried in the deep valley below. The temperature of the heat wave in his heart rose a few degrees.
As far as I know, Tang's Genetics has been researching the alien plants near Rift P153.
It said that the rift has entered an extremely unstable spatial state, and its severity is likely to increase.
If this is true, the 3 nearby base cities may face an unprecedented beast tide attack. Should we withdraw all our hidden personnel?
The old mecha girl's words did not attract Nuo Wuching's attention. Her eyes could not leave the battleship in the deep valley and the annoying person lurking within it. You decide these matters. I have no interest in anything unrelated to the Moon Goddess project.
Inform everyone to stay where they are and prevent any person or force from approaching.
Even if they are our own people, they are not allowed to approach the lost battleship without orders, or they will be killed without mercy.
Nuo Wuching doesn't believe that his organization is solid and unyielding.
She can place spies in other organizations, and other organizations can also place spies in the Moon Goddess organization. Now is the most critical period of the Moon Goddess project, and she must seize control of the optical computer of this alien battleship. At this time, no one can be trusted.
My dear miss, please let me go with you. There may be many dangers hidden in the alien warship. I am worried about you entering the warship alone. The old girl was full of affection. She held Nuo Wuching's arm with a look of pity on her face, and almost knelt down in front of her. Nuo Wuching had a heartless look on his face and was not moved at all. Antly, you stay here and send someone to guard the entrance. No one is allowed to come in without my order. After issuing the highest order, Nuo Wuching leaped into the air. She transformed into a black mecha that was more than 20 meters tall, holding an SS-level electric blade sword. Heat waves spurted out from the tail wing. She dived into the deep valley and flew towards the metal spire that was exposed on the surface. But after she left, the elderly woman, Antly, showed a cruel look on her face. She took out a black box from the system space of the machine girl. After several decodings, the black box opened and a mysterious communication device was successfully unlocked. Chapter 123 Both Trapped. Nuo Wuching flew from the air into the entrance of the stellar battleship. The broken remains of more than a dozen mecha girls and the damaged one-eyed mecha at the entrance made her frown. What? Someone's already been here. These mecha girls are actually old third-generation fighter planes. So, someone discovered this place 200 years ago? How could it be? Did they all fail? The shocking effect brought by the visual impact made Nuo Wuching anxious. If someone discovered this battleship more than 200 years ago, and a large number of mecha girls successfully broke into the battleship, they were unable to seize control of the battleship, which only shows that the battleship has extremely strong defense capabilities inside. These one-eyed mechas are part of this defense force, but they are probably only a small part. Since Nuo Wuching had already come in, she couldn't care less and could only bite the bullet and speed up to fly towards the passage ahead. While gliding all the way, Nuo Wuching roughly counted the wreckage of the mecha girls and the bodies of the commanders, and there were more than 100 of them. So many people broke in, and they all died here? The battleship's internal defenses are surprisingly strong. It's truly third-tier technology. That Yifeng brat should be dead by now. Nuo Wuching showed an evil smile on his face, wishing he could find Yifeng's broken arm and limbs right now. But after she wandered around in the giant battleship for half an hour, she didn't even find Yifeng. Instead, they encountered several one-eyed mechas blocking their way. But in front of SSS-class mecha warriors, these defensive mechas are simply not enough. After just a few rounds, he was chopped into pieces by Nuo Wuching. Damn it! This kid is pretty tough. Where did he run off to? Nuo Wuching held an electric blade weapon in his hand and slid across every piece of space. From the mecha ejection channel, Nuo Wuching came to the ammunition depot and control room of the outer armor defense turret, and he casually put some of the spoils he picked up into the system space. What is this? An SSS-grade electric blade longsword? Oh my god, this is an out-of-print model from 200 years ago. Among the wreckage of several mecha girls, Nuo Wuching picked up a complete electric blade longsword, which could still be used after being powered on, and was as good as new. The interior of the battleship was spotless, as if the cleaning and purification functions had never failed. This made Nuo Wuching even more curious. This is an electric blade weapon from 200 years ago. In that era when light blade weapons didn't exist, this knife was already a top-tier weapon. The first group of people who came here were definitely no ordinary people. Did they all die here? Nuo Wuching was very curious. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She returned to the wreckage of the two mecha girls who had picked up the electric blade weapons and checked them carefully again. There is a big hole on the chest of both mecha girls, as if some weapon has pierced their chest and casting core. However, there was no molten iron phenomenon left by high energy rays near the hole. Instead, it looked as if it had been forcibly pierced by the sharp claws of a wild beast. Some metal accessories were twisted and deformed and squeezed out of the hole. This made Nuo Wuching suddenly feel that the air around him had turned cold. But she didn't intend to give up her exploration. Humph, that annoying person is fine, how could I, Nuo Wuching, stop here? After Nuo Wuching encouraged herself, the warm jet under the feet of the mecha started again. She held the electric blade weapon in her hand and continued to explore the interior of the battleship in a sliding posture. Not long after, the noisy sounds of banging and metal clashing inside the warship attracted Nuo Wuching to a mecha warrior maintenance station. In a space as large as a stadium, more than a dozen damaged mechas of various sizes are being repaired. Mechanical arms on the left and right sides are welding the mechas. The scene with sparks flying everywhere does not look like a lost battleship that has been stranded for 100 years. Nuo Wuching walked past the mechas under repair one by one with an electric blade weapon in her hand.
Suddenly, a familiar voice caught her attention.
Hey! No mercy! Be careful up there! No mercy! Hey! Nuo Wuching frowned.
She knew who was calling her without even thinking.
Yi Feng. Can being ruthless and being merciless be the same thing? Who taught you how to come up with nicknames? You.
Nuo Wuching turned around and looked at a small door in the corner. The heavy armored door was opened a crack, and seemed to be in a half-destroyed state. Yi Feng grinned at Nuo Wuching, pointing his finger at the sky. It was unclear what he was mumbling, and he didn't know how to make his voice louder. However, although Nuo Wuching couldn't hear clearly, she could tell from Yi Feng's finger movements and expression that there seems to be something on the head, huh?
Nuo Wuching suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on her back.
She slowly raised her mechanical head and looked at the ceiling.
An extremely huge mechanical head, as if it was asleep.
Its head is actually several times larger than Nuo Wuching's 20-meter-tall mecha.
On that mechanical head, hundreds of mechanical spiders were spitting out silk threads and falling from the sky. Level 4, Level 5, Level 4.
A large group of Level 4 and 5 metal monsters, Black Widow spider beasts, are falling from the sky and killing Nuo Wuching.
Too much, too much. How could there be metal monsters here? It's actually the spider I hate the most. Go to hell.
Nuo Wuching raised his arms, and machine gun fire swept across the enemy, killing anyone who stood in his way. The large number of spiders that rushed towards her were killed and smashed before they could even reach her.
However, there are too many spider beasts. More spiders spun silk threads from their big heads and slid down. Nuo Wuching's ammunition was soon exhausted, and he had to take out the cannon, laser gun, and magnetic grenades from the system space and use them all.
After persisting for more than 10 minutes, Nuo Wuching, exhausted and lacking energy, looked at the thief Yi Feng, who was hiding in the crack of the door and watching the show with despair. His teeth were chattering with hatred and his toes were itching unbearably. At this moment, Yi Feng was sticking his head out from the crack of the door, cheering for Nuo Wuching.
Good fight, fight like this. Kill them. Go ahead, go ahead. Show them what you're made of. Come on. Oh yeah.
The more Yi Feng cheered, the more Nuo Wuching felt that he was being used as a gun.
That damn Yi Feng, he must have been ambushed and hiding inside waiting for me. This guy knew I would definitely come in. Ah. He actually used me as a pawn. Nuo roared ruthlessly. Empty all 12 ammunition magazines on your body.
After the 12 missiles were launched, they exploded and blasted the steel spider beasts that were attacking from all directions.
Boom. 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 Boom.
After a round of fierce bombardment, a gap was blown out in the spider beast army.
Nuo Wuching also took this opportunity, slid to the repair room where Yi Feng was hiding, changed back into human form and hid inside. Get out of the way. Move over a little.
Nuo Wuching pushed Yi Feng aside and hid in the repair room, panting, stepping carefully for fear of making any noise.
The messy repair tools and greasy smell made Nuo Wuching frown.
But Yi Feng raised a small gadget in his hand, shook it casually, and raised his eyebrows to Nuo Wuching provocatively.
Why do you think these spiders can't find this place? If there weren't this signal jammer. So, you know what I mean. I have the final say in this room. Even if you come in, don't act rashly. By the way, aren't you a good fighter? Why are you hiding here instead of destroying those little things?
Yi Feng pretended not to understand with contempt, which made Nuo Wuching so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his little pink fists.
You, tell me, why are there so many metal monsters here? Strange beasts? These are strange beasts? So that's it. No wonder I feel that each of them seems to have independent consciousness, but this is inside a battleship, shouldn't they be automatic machines? If they are strange beasts, why don't the battleship's anti-counterfeiting system and those one-eyed mechas attack them? Yi Feng looked puzzled. You don't know? Nuo Wuching was skeptical. You've been here for 3 or 4 hours, and you don't know? Actually I've been trapped here for almost 3 hours.
Yi Feng raised his head with an embarrassed look, avoiding Nuo Wuching's gaze, which made Nuo Wuching even angrier.
She was furious today. How come the leader of the Moon God organization is so angry every day after meeting the bastard Yi Feng? Nuo Wuching pointed at the huge mechanical head above his head, frowned and asked Yi Feng, what's going on with that head? The head? Oh, that thing you're talking about, it should be, well,
I guess, this star battleship can transform into a super large mecha warrior.
That should be its head.
Yifeng shrugged, unable to find a more appropriate reason. Kenuo Wuching thought of something with a look of horror on his face.
Chapter 124, Emperor-level beast. The weakness of those one-eyed mechas outside that you knocked down is in the head.
Nuo Wuching suddenly mentioned it, and Yifeng nodded very confidently, then showed a little expression full of doubts, looking at her with confusion. In other words, this group's mecha design concept basically installs all the control and intelligence systems of the mecha in the head. Nuo Wuching continued speaking as if he had discovered a new world. Yifeng could only agree and nodded.
Right, then what?
Nuo Wuching saw Yifeng acting as if it had nothing to do with him, as if he was not trapped at all, and he didn't care at all. He really wanted to go up and slap Yifeng twice. But in order to escape from here, Nuo Wuching, who was very afraid of the signal jammer in Yifeng's hand, still suppressed his impulsive anger.
Didn't you see?
Many spider beasts are squatting on that big head, almost calling it home.
There are also some unhatched beast eggs on it. What does this mean? Nuo Wuching looked at Yifeng and asked, as if he really wanted Yifeng to tell him the answer. But Yifeng shrugged and asked, well, what does it mean? Huh? Are you an idiot? Nuo Wuching clenched his fists, furious. This means this battleship, wait. What did you call it? A stellar battleship? How did you know? Is the third stage classification the stellar class? Starry Sky Mecha Girl? Stellar Mecha Girl? I see. Tell me. What other secrets do you know? Nuo Wuching was talking to himself, as if he had discovered a huge secret. But Yifeng sighed, shook his head and asked, you haven't said it yet, what does this mean? What does this mean? It means that this interstellar battleship you mentioned has been controlled by a metal monster. It must be some kind of parasitic ability. These spider beasts are just small ones, there must be a mother. What? Hundreds of 4th and 5th level metal beasts are already difficult to deal with, and they're just little guys? Yifeng realized that the situation was not good. The mission to control this stellar battleship comes with a reward of 18 million points, which is an astronomical figure for Yifeng now. Simply put, if you can get these 18 million points, it will be more than enough to replace all the mecha girls with a full set of SSS-level modules. No. No matter how hard this bone is, we have to gnaw it down. After hesitating for a moment, Yifeng finally looked at Nuo Wuching straight in the eye. He pulled out an imported peach-flavored lollipop from his pocket. He casually handed it to Nuo Wuching and presented him with the angelic face and perfect smile of a sunny boy. Here. We're partners, right? Yifeng had a wry smile on his face, and Nuo Wuching thought that he definitely had no good intentions. But how could a young girl resist the temptation of a lollipop, especially in such a dark little room with nothing to do? Trapped here, I don't even know when I'll get my next meal. I might end up spending my whole life here. How can we not eat imported sugar? Nuo Wuching frowned and took the peach-flavored lollipop from Yifeng's hand with a cautious look. He tore open the package and smelled it. After making sure it was not poisonous, he put it in his mouth to taste it. After slurping for a while, the sweet smell of peaches made Nuo Wuching feel much better. She looked at Yifeng with a playful expression and said with contempt, tell me, what are your plans? Are you going to trick me again? Yifeng felt a little embarrassed by Nuo Wuching's vigilance. He had never expected that he would leave such a bad impression on such a charming and enchanting girl. How could he possibly fool her? It was difficult. Ahem. Yifeng coughed twice strategically, avoiding Nuo's ruthless gaze. He looked at the scarlet spider eyes lurking in the darkness outside the crack of the door and suggested thoughtfully, since we're partners, how about we make a temporary contract? What do you think? What? I knew you had bad intentions. Nuo Wuching pulled the lollipop out of his mouth and smashed it hard on Yifeng's head. But Yifeng, who was laughing awkwardly at this moment. The lollipop slid into Yifeng's mouth with a hiss. Nuo Wuching threw it into Yifeng's mouth. For a moment, the two people looked at each other, and their gazes became a little strange. For red clouds appeared on their cheeks, and the same question popped up in their minds. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Oh my god. To ease the embarrassment, Yifeng sucked the lollipop naturally without saying anything more. But a taste sweeter than usual appeared in my mouth, as if it also had a hint of lavender fragrance. Yifeng couldn't help but turn his head and look at Nuo Wuching's mouth. The milky purple, crystal clear lip gloss still twinkles like stars in the night sky even in the dark enclosed room. Is your lip gloss lavender scented? Huh? What? Nuo Wuching was a little confused, and suddenly he thought of something. She glanced at Yifeng shyly and angrily. Her long eyelashes and blue eyes made Yifeng feel a surge of vitality in the dim light. Shut up. Think about how to escape quickly. That female beast is probably at least royal level. What? Yifeng's thoughts were instantly pulled back from the lavender paradise by Nuo Wuching. He accidentally pulled out the lollipop and savored the smell of the lip gloss residue on his lips. His mind was filled with aftertaste, but his brain began to think and plan a battle plan. Nuo Wuching saw stars twinkling on Yifeng's mouth and knew that it must be his lip gloss that was stuck to it by the lollipop. For some reason, she felt for the first time the unusual emotion between a man and a woman, blushing and heart beating, and her heart became inexplicably flustered. Imperial level? Are you sure? Have you found out anything? Yifeng turned around and asked. Nuo Wuching quickly avoided Yifeng's gaze. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Why did she seem afraid to look at Yifeng? While hesitating, Nuo Wuching bit his nails and explained with a frown. On the way here, I explored all the rooms. I discovered that about 200 years ago, a group of people entered this battleship. Also, I picked up an SSS-class electric blade weapon, which is still usable today. Although it can't be compared with a light blade weapon, an SSS-class electric blade weapon was a top-tier weapon 200 years ago when light blade weapons didn't exist. Do you know what this means? Over 100 mecha girl teams, all sacrificed after entering here. Although most of the mecha guards on this battleship were killed or wounded, I observed that the perforated wounds on the chests of 2 high-ranking mecha girls were not caused by high-energy weapons, but more likely by the fangs of alien beasts. At least one of the beasts didn't even need to unleash any special beast skills or high-energy attacks. It was able to kill 2 top-tier mecha girls using only physical attacks. What do you think this means? Nuo Wuching's words made Yifeng confused for a moment. If what she said was true, it would be truly terrifying. Yifeng swallowed a mouthful of sugar water, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. This means that 200 years ago, this beast had already reached the level of Emperor. And over these 200 years, it gradually merged with the battleship's mainframe optical computer, while simultaneously absorbing the nuclear energy reactor within the battleship. Even the lowest level beast species, nurtured by such a vast energy and continuously changing for 200 years, could probably reach the level of king. And an emperor-level beast, after more than 200 years of energy nurturing, should now be. Yifeng choked up and stopped talking, not knowing how to describe it. Nuo Wuching added, now, it has probably broken through the shackles of the emperor level and reached a higher level. And that level has not yet been named. As soon as Nuo Wuching finished speaking, the hull of the warship beneath him began to shake violently. An extremely terrifying and oppressive sonic roar made Yifeng and Nuo Wuching both cover their ears and close their eyes. What's that sound? Yifeng grinned and shouted in extreme pain. It's it. It must be it, something woke it up. Boom. 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 A burst of fierce gunfire reached the ears of the 2 men, and a familiar voice suddenly reached Nuo Wuching's ears. This voice made her grit her teeth in hatred, and her eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Chapter 125 Traitor. Someone broke in. Is it someone from your family? Yifeng forced himself to open one eye and looked at Nuo Wuching. Nuo ruthlessly turned on his Moon God Organization's networked monitor and was instantly filled with rage. They're trespassing without permission. Could it be Aunt Lee? She's here too. Is she worried about my safety? No. This shouldn't be the case. She should be following orders. This isn't her style. Nuo Wuching quickly moved to the crack of the door and listened attentively to the sounds of fighting. Soon, the sound of Aunt Lee directing the battle reached her ears. Hurry! We're outnumbered, we must get to the battleship's core computer before Nuo Wuching does. Aunt Lee, what should we do if we meet Miss Nuo? Do we still need to hide our identities? Hide your ass. You've already violated the rules and acted without authorization. You're all guilty of the death penalty. As long as we can help the Lee family obtain this battleship, the Lee family will become the leader of the 5 major families, and may even compete for the title of Tiger of the Federation in the future. Listen up to me. When you see Nuo Wuching, rush over and kill her first. As long as she dies, the entire Moon God organization will belong to our Lee family. This isn't good, Aunt Lee. These spiders look like strange beasts. Could this warship be a biochemical warship? Something's wrong. Ah. Xiao, be careful. Ah. Back off, retreat. I can't hold on any longer, retreat quickly. As casualties continued to occur and screams rang out one after another, Aunt Lee ordered a retreat, and her voice gradually faded away. Tears welled up in Nuo Wuching's eyes, and her teeth were gnashing together so hard that sparks were almost flying. Yi Feng looked at Nuo Wuching, and his guess about Nuo Wuching's identity suddenly became clear. You? Nuo Wuching, could you be the Black Veil who attacked us that day? Yi Feng remembered that after he came out of the auction house, he was intercepted by the Moon God organization on his way to Kyoto. When he killed everyone, he found that the blue-eyed beauty wearing a black veil in the video link was not nearby. He knew then that the feud with the Moon God organization had been formed, but Yi Feng never dreamed that the fierce girl trapped with him at this moment was actually the one with the black veil. And, this. It must be very uncomfortable to feel betrayed by your companions. Yi Feng has almost experienced this feeling. Yi Feng put the lollipop back into his mouth, took out the last orange-flavored lollipop from his pocket, and handed it to Nuo Wuching again. This time, there was no smile on his face, but his sincere behavior was not offensive. Nuo Wuching wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, took the lollipop, bit the candy wrapper, and tore the wrapper apart fiercely, as if she was tearing apart her enemy. A rich and sweet orange aroma entered his mouth, and Nuo Wuching calmed himself down. He quickly turned on the monitor and sent a new instruction to all members of the Moon God organization. Aunt Lee has rebelled. All personnel, please hurry to the entrance of the Lost Warship and wait. All members of the organization still remaining in the Lost Warship are considered enemies and no one will be spared. Kill. What Nuo Wuching was most thankful for at the moment was that she was always preventing the current situation from happening. She had long expected that there would be enemy spies hidden in the Moon God organization. The aristocratic families in dark organizations that had fought against each other in Kyoto might send spies into the Moon God organization. Although she didn't expect that Aunt Lee, who had been with her since childhood, was actually the Lee from the Lee family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto, it was obvious that Aunt Lee's words just now implied that she was the Lee from the Lee family. Aunt Lee has been working for the Nuo family since 50 years ago when the Nuo family was still the leader of the 5 major families in Kyoto. How could it be her? How could she be a traitor? Nuo Wuching obviously couldn't accept all this, but she was thankful that she still had a dozen trustworthy confidants of the same age who were placed by her in various branches of the Moon Goddess organization. The words kill, 5 kills were directed at the dozen or so trusted members of the Moon God organization. Even if Aunt Lee has other hidden agents outside the battleship, their power is not enough to control the entire Moon God organization. But these dozen or so confidants can help Nuo Wuching and control the overall situation of the Moon God organization at any time. Nuo Wuching's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he looked at Yi Feng with a joking expression and said, I know you're more than just an A-rank commander. You're a growing type, right? Is your true strength now S or SSS? Nuo Wuching went straight to the point, catching Yi Feng off guard. But Yi Feng felt an opportunity at this moment, an opportunity to take down Nuo Wuching and borrow the power of the Moon God organization. Ha, I can't escape your eyes. But, what level am I? You should come and see for yourself. Yi Feng's eyes flashed, he took out the peach-flavored candy from his mouth, and smiled faintly at Nuo Wuching with a sincere and confident look on his face. Nuo Wuching shook his head and scoffed, but then turned around and popped up a temporary contract interface for Yi Feng. Come on, let's cooperate this time and escape together. I have a debt to settle today. Okay. As you say, my psychic power is enough to kill you for 300 rounds. While Yi Feng was chatting and laughing, he placed his palm on the blue contract panel in front of Nuo Wuching. A white light flashed, and the two people's neurons collided with each other, entering into a connected world of consciousness. In an instant, they felt each other's joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, and murderous intent and tenderness appeared in their eyes at the same time. Such a powerful psychic power. I was right, you really are SSS level. What? This is impossible. Nuo Wuching felt an unexpected huge amount of spiritual energy pouring into his body, as if he had endless powerful energy in an instant. She thought she had guessed correctly that Yi Feng, a growing A-level commander, must have secretly grown to the SSS level.
But when she opened Yifeng's commander attribute panel to confirm, she was frightened by the red characters in front of her eyes and her whole body went limp. You are AS level? AS Hell level commander? The legendary child of destiny? Fuck you. You. How is this possible? No. This is not real. Did you use some kind of illusion? Nuo Wuching held her head with both hands and pulled her hair hard. The pain made her feel the real world. The pain made her know that what she saw before her eyes was the truth, not an illusion. AS Hell level commander. Oh my god. Nuo Wuching was scared to death. She felt that she had given Yifeng a huge honor by guessing that he was at SSS level. Who would have thought that AS Hell level really existed in this world? Could it be that? Nuo Wuching woke up in an instant. What the hell is this, a level commander? This so-called A actually doesn't T-show an S. This should be the blessing and protection of the god of creation of this world for the son of destiny. In order to conceal the powerful A-level commanders, there are some rare growth-type commanders in this world. They are a level from the beginning, not B or C. These growth-oriented commanders will probably never be able to grow to AS level in their lifetime. Their existence is actually to cover up as Hell level. Otherwise, when an A-level commander displays strength beyond the S level and SS level, it is easy for people to associate him with the legendary AS Hell level. I see. Nuo Wuching woke up from his shock, holding his head and sneering, as if he had seen through the world. He looked at Yifeng foolishly, his eyes full of envy. How come you're so lucky? It turns out there really is a child of destiny in this world. It turns out that legendary person is you. No wonder you're always surrounded by powerful masters. Aha, I see. Yifeng looked at Nuo Wuching's sneer and shrugged helplessly. AS Hell level should be something that everyone looks up to. But do you know what happened to me when the spirit testing tower revealed I was only an A-rank commander? The glory and resources that should have belonged to me were snatched away by this S-rank trash. The girl who shared my life and left me with so many beautiful memories has also changed her mind and left, becoming someone else's robot girl. Can you understand this pain? AS Hell level glory begins with crying. Yifeng slowly stood up, holding a lollipop in his mouth, and looked up at the pitch-black monster flying high in the sky outside the door. He is now going to open the door and face the darkness. Nuo Wuching caught Yifeng's outstretched hand and jumped up from the ground with the help of the force, but unexpectedly Yifeng pulled him hard into his arms. The pleasant sound of two hearts beating fast made Nuo Wuching's heart beat fast. But after hesitating for a moment, she pushed Yifeng away with force. If you take advantage of me again, I'll kill you. Nuo kicked out Wuching. The iron gate flew out with a bang, instantly killing 3 4th level spiders. Although these spiders are smaller, they are still larger than bulls. But when Nuo Wuching jumped up and transformed into a mecha warrior more than 20 meters tall, these little guys became as small as ants. A blue beam of light brought Yifeng into the cockpit of Nuo Wuching's mecha. The two men's minds moved, and a terrifying fighting spirit burst out that was chilling and terrifying. Feeling this deterrent, a terrifying sonic roar came from the darkness above. Buzzug. A. Chapter 126 Secret Weapon. The mother beast has noticed us. Run. Yifeng knew that even if he and Nuo Wuching joined forces, they were no match for the female beast. The first thing he did after sitting in the cockpit was to remind Nuo Wuching to run away. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Nuo Wuching felt the powerful psychic power of AS Hell level, and felt that she could fight against the Emperor-level beast, and she was not afraid of even the higher-level beast. This powerful feeling made Nuo Wuching feel that he was invincible at the moment. She did not follow Yifeng's command, but took out a high-energy weapon that had been prepared for a long time from the system space. The value of this weapon is so high that even the 5 major families in Kyoto are willing to fight for it at the risk of their lives. It is a C-class laser cannon, weighing 2,800 kilograms. Equivalent to the weight of a 7-seater SUV. Why are you running? I'll show you my ultimate weapon. Big killer? Yifeng discovered that as soon as Nuo Wuching finished speaking, a red C-class laser cannon appeared in his hand. The power of the C-class laser cannon is far greater than that of the SSS-class electromagnetic cannon. Even in the entire Federation, there aren't many. In Hanxia country, perhaps only the top families can produce such a weapon. When Nuo Wuching took out this weapon, Yifeng was greatly surprised. I didn't expect that the leader of the Moon God organization actually possesses a C-class laser cannon weapon. And it seems that the C-class laser cannon used by this mecha girl is more powerful than the C-class commander individual laser cannon that Jifeng bought from the system mall when fighting Chen Haodong. Moreover, this is not a disposable weapon. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy to supply it, it can be used repeatedly. Yifeng saw Nuo Wuching take out the weapon and aim at the giant head and spider mother in the darkness above. He hurriedly used the commander's forced control and seized control of Nuo Wuching's mecha warrior.
Yifeng, what are you doing?
Nuo Wuching raised the laser cannon and was about to charge and fire, but was forcibly controlled by Yifeng.
Don't worry. I'm going to give you a big gift.
After all, you've successfully signed a contract with me.
Even if it's a temporary contract, you're still my mecha girl right now. Yifeng's words shocked Nuo Wuching's heart.
An inexplicable shyness and emotion lingered in Nuo Wuching's heart, making her heart flutter again.
A surprise? What kind of surprise is it?
Nuo Wuching's voice was as soft as a kitten, so low that Yifeng almost couldn't hear it.
But the next second, a blue light flashed across Nuo Wuching's body.
Nuo Wuching was confused, and suddenly felt that his strength had become several times stronger.
Magic change in 1 second.
After Yifeng's roar faded away, Nuo Wuching looked down and found that the red C-class laser cannon in his hand had merged with his right arm and could now deform freely. The black arm laser cannon has now become a part of Nuo Wuching's body and is one of her weapon modules. Nuo Wuching hurriedly checked the system panel and found that the C-class laser cannon had actually been turned into a C-class companion weapon. The so-called companion weapon is equivalent to the genome being fused with the mecha girl. Even if this weapon is damaged, as long as the mecha girl is still alive and consumes her spiritual energy in the future, this weapon will be reborn by the mecha girl's mechanical body.
There is a world of difference between this and external weapons. You actually thought this was the magical transformation ability I've been searching for?
Nuo Wuching was so excited that he almost cried.
Dad, did you see that?
I've fulfilled your wish.
This weapon has become one with me.
Nuo Wuching spoke to himself, recalling the first time he saw this weapon. His father was still the head of the 5 major families, the patriarch of the Nuo family. This C-class laser cannon was passed down from my great-grandfather passed it to my grandfather passed it to my father, and my father had no choice but to pass it to Nuo Wuching before he died. Logically, it should have been passed on to the eldest son of the Nuo family, but Nuo Wuching's father only had her as his precious daughter. He was seriously injured before his death, so he could only pass this weapon to Nuo Wuching. For several generations, the Nuo family has been secretly searching for a commander with SSS-level magic modification abilities, but they have never found one. In order to prevent the secret of the Nuo family's possession of this weapon from being known to the outside world, they rarely use this weapon. But unexpectedly, Nuo Wuching never expected that this weapon would perfectly merge with his body in just a moment. The long-cherished wish of several generations was unexpectedly fulfilled. How unexpected it was! Nuo Wuching was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, but Yifeng forcibly used the control of the mecha and instantly charged the weapon.
100% energy? 100% energy in 2.3 seconds? How is that possible?
Nuo Wuching was so surprised that he couldn't believe what he saw. But the next second, a red laser beam shot out from Nuo Wuching's hand. The target was pointed directly at the darkness above, right in the middle of the 9 red eyeballs. Buzz! A laser shot out, and the dozen or so metal spiders that wanted to stop the Nuo Wuching mecha were instantly pierced by the red laser. The laser stopped illegally for 1 second, and before humans could react, it had hit the female beast's forehead.
A scream! The mother beast was angry. The entire battleship began to shake. Yifeng controlled the mecha and supplied a large amount of spiritual energy.
A large number of missiles were produced within 2 seconds, and then all the missiles were fired to clear a way out in front. However, this only escape route was then blocked by more than a dozen level 5 spiders jumping out.
Oh no, there are too many spiders.
When Nuo Wuching sighed, Yifeng had already fired the second laser cannon. After a red laser was shot out, it swept more than 50 meters to the right. Yifeng cleared a passage, drove the Nuo Wuching mecha at full speed, and slid towards the exit. At this moment, the entire battleship shook violently, and more than a dozen one-eyed mechas appeared on the escape route, trying to block Yifeng and Nuo Wuching's way. But they all failed. Yifeng released the laser cannons one after another and charged them, firing them 5 times in total. He killed gods and demons along the way, and nothing could stop Yifeng's way. Even if the protective doors inside the battleship fell, Yifeng pierced them one by one using laser cannons. The more unstoppable Yifeng and Nuo Wuching became, the more terrifying the roars of the mother beasts and metal spiders behind them became. They are now so angry that they are desperate. However, it only took Yifeng 10 minutes to rush to the bow entrance where he had previously entered the stellar battleship. With full speed, Yifeng stepped on the ground. After a leap and ejection, the Nuo Wuching mecha successfully escaped into the sky. "We're out. We've escaped!" Nuo Wuching screamed excitedly. At this time, Yifeng returned the control of the mecha to Nuo Wuching. "Great, let's get out of here quickly. I'm afraid." Before Yifeng finished speaking, he suddenly felt something huge and terrifying behind him, staring at him. This made Yifeng break out in cold sweats, and he regretted handing over the control of the mecha to Nuo Wuching so early. However, at this moment, Nuo Wuching also discovered the clues. Although she was able to control her body again, a large number of Moon God Organization members in front of her were looking at Nuo Wuching in shock and timidity. "No! They're not looking at me, they're looking at the one behind me." Nuo Wuching realized the seriousness of the problem. She slowly turned around and looked at the huge black shadow behind her. A terrifying black shadow as huge as a mountain frightened Nuo Wuching so much that his legs went weak and he even lost the courage to run. "I was not feeling well yesterday, so I'm taking a day off. I'm sure you guys are waiting anxiously. Sorry. I can't add more chapters for the time being, but I will try my best to update 2 chapters a day. Friends who like this book, please don't keep it, as it will die if you keep it for a while. Your daily reminders are my motivation to keep writing." Chapter 127, Metal Supreme. After gradually coming into contact with laser cannons and light blade weapons, Yifeng finally understood the power of SSS-class negative electron laser cannons and SSS-class light blade weapons. The SSS-level accompanying high-energy weapon equipped by Xia Yimeng is a secondary laser cannon called negative electron laser cannon. Although it is of a lower level, the power of the SSS class should be at least that of an A-class laser cannon. Now, Yifeng felt the power of the C-class laser cannon in Nuo Wuching's hand. Through the comparison of energy extremes, Yifeng felt that Xia Yimeng's SSS-class negative electron laser cannon could basically reach the power of an A-class laser cannon. The C-class laser cannon is so powerful, the B-class is incredibly powerful, and the A-class is even more unimaginable. Back then, Xia Yimeng destroyed the Pujiang base city garrison base with one strike, which was the power of 2 SSS-class negative electron laser cannons firing at the same time. However, the destruction was so great that it was related to the explosion of an underground ammunition depot. But this power is still terrifying to the point of being outrageous. Yifeng thought of his beloved robot girl Xia Yimeng, and at this moment he really wished that she was by his side. Many times, Yifeng doesn't like to bring the mecha girls with him, because Yifeng's goal is to form a mecha girl army. This time, although Yifeng knew that he had to face the terrifying Dark Organization, the Moon God Organization, out of confidence in his own strength and concern for Li Qingrui, he left Xia Yimeng with Li Qingrui and even ordered Qin Xuanyue to continue to promote the production and transportation of the commander's gene medicine. But in this way, one of the 3 mecha girls is useless and 2 are not around. The most important thing is that Xia Yimeng, the strongest killer, is not here. Yifeng really feels a little scared at this moment. It is inevitable that Nouveau Riche will act arrogantly. Yifeng possessed dual systems overnight and became the SSS-level commander of the Son of Destiny. After his strength skyrocketed several times, Yifeng finally felt that he was a little too confident. At this moment, in front of Yifeng, there was a terrifying figure that was far superior to the king-level monster, which made Yifeng's hair stand on end and his mouth choked with sobs. This thing, although its size is similar to some king-level monsters, I can feel, it's too terrifying. Nuo Wuching stuttered, looking at the huge black shadow in front of him, his body shaking uncontrollably. It was a black, metallic spider covered in barbs. Although it still has 8 legs, its tail has been integrated with the observation and command tower of the star battleship, and it looks only a quarter of the size of the battleship. But it is already extremely huge. Spider-like beasts aren't big to begin with. A rank 5 beast is barely larger than a calf. But its strength. I feel like even a king-level beast is nothing compared to it. Yifeng tried his best to stay calm, and then quickly sent the attack instructions and coordinates to Xia Yimeng and Qin Xuanyue. It's not an Imperial-level beast. I've only seen an Imperial-level beast once, and it's nothing compared to it. Even 3 Imperial-level beasts combined wouldn't be a match for it. Nuo Wuching expressed his guess in a trembling voice. Yifeng also heard the system prompt sound at this moment.
Ding!
A supreme metal beast has been discovered.
The latest mission has been released. Ding!
Escape from the supreme level beast and be rewarded with 1 million Genesis Small points. Injure a supreme level beast with a damage rate of 25% and be rewarded with 2 million Genesis Small points.
50% damage rate, 3 million reward points.
Kill a supreme metal beast and receive 8 million points as a reward.
Kill?
Yifeng couldn't help but feel a sour taste in his mouth, and his Adam's apple rolled a few times.
Nuo Wuching, you are the leader of the Moon God organization and have an SSS-level talent.
You are barely qualified to be my mecha girl. If we formally sign a contract, the energy transfer rate will increase from 75% to 100%. In this way, perhaps we both have a chance to escape. Yifeng stared at the giant beast in front of him, not daring to move. The same went for Nuo Wuching. She was floating in the air in a daze, watching the spider, as big as a mountain, slowly approaching her with its big head. She didn't even dare to turn around and run for her life. When Yifeng said that he wanted to sign a formal contract with her, she felt a surge of uncontrollable surprise in her heart, which made her slightly happy.
Even if the energy transmission rate is increased by another 25%, I'm afraid there's no way to escape it, right? However, if I must die,
at least be a mecha girl of an SSS-level commander for once and feel the full power of the Child of Destiny, then you will have no regrets. Nuo Wuching said nothing, watching the spider head approaching him, but he did not move a step and the contract panel popped up in the cockpit. Yifeng quickly placed his hand on the contract panel, and the two of them instantly became perfect partners with a formal contract. Feel the more powerful spiritual energy supply being transmitted into the body.
Nuo Wuching's heart moved and he just wanted to curse. Chow! So strong. You call that a 25% increase? No, didn't they say the transmission rate was already 75% just now?
Why do I feel like, compared to just now, the transmission rate is less than half? This energy is 3 times as much as before. No.
It's 3.5 times. Nuo Wuching's body trembled suddenly.
A powerful force burst out, and actually pushed the supreme spider beast back several meters. The spider beast went crazy instantly, and the 15 laser turrets on its head and dozens of missile launch bays on its back entered attack mode at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of missiles were fired at once, and Nuo Wuching screamed hurriedly.
Retreat! Run away!
At the command, members of the Moon God organization fled in all directions.
But it was too late. The SSS-class supersonic missile has first-class tracking and anti-interference capabilities.
The jamming bombs, shields, and interceptor bombs launched by the members of the Moon Goddess organization were very ineffective. Not only that, the spider mother beast actually fired laser cannons. The power of each of these laser cannons was stronger than the C-class laser cannon in Nuo Wuching's hand. The power has reached at least B level. After the laser cannon was fired, more than a dozen elite fighter planes of the Moon Goddess organization were destroyed in an instant. The slow-moving ground units were also blown to pieces by the missiles.
Damn it!
Their shields are useless.
This missile is too high level.
After Nuo Wuching finished speaking, he charged the laser cannon in his hand again.
Buzz! Boom! A C-class laser cannon accurately hit the spider mother's head.
However, the defensive power of the supreme-level metal beast surprised Nuo Wuching.
What? It's just a scratch. The mother spider went berserk and began to kill people. Hundreds of members of the Moon God organization died in a matter of minutes. Yifeng, think of a solution. Nuo Wuching shouted anxiously.
Although Yifeng wanted to help, he was facing a supreme-level alien beast. Apart from providing Nuo Wuching with a large amount of spiritual energy and allowing her to fire a few more laser cannons, Yifeng had no other ability. However, Yifeng did not give up. He still has 450,000 Genesis Small points. In order to find a way to fight against the supreme-level monsters, Yifeng wants to see if there is any equipment suitable for Nuo Wuching in the Genesis Small, and wants to make another magical modification to Nuo Wuching. However, after searching over and over again, since Nuo Wuching originally had a full set of S-level modules, and Yifeng only had enough points to buy 2 SSS-level modules, and they were all first-level items. If you want to fight against supreme-level monsters, you must use at least high-energy weapons of S-level or above among the second-level items. Even if Nuo Wuching were to undergo some magical modifications now, it wouldn't have much effect.
Delay for time. Meng Meng and the intercontinental missile are on their way. We need to hold on a little longer.
Yifeng said this while searching in the mall.
Nuo Wuching used laser cannons again and again to destroy the laser turret on the spider mother beast's head. Although the mother beast's body cannot be penetrated by a C-class laser cannon, it has a very high armor level. However, these B-class laser turrets transplanted from stellar battleships were completely unable to withstand the attack of C-class laser cannons. After shooting again and again, the mother spider was completely enraged by Yifeng and Nuo Wuching. It no longer attacks the remnants of the Moon Goddess organization. He turned around and used all his energy to focus on attacking Nuo Wuching and Yifeng's mecha. The remaining 8 artillery pieces and various missiles all rushed towards Yifeng and Nuo Wuching. Nuo Wuching pushed the horsepower of the SSS-class engine to the extreme, and Yifeng used 420,000 Genesis small points to purchase an SSS-class first-order engine. Then he used 1-second magic change on Nuo Wuching. The Nuo Wuching's twin SSS-class engines have more than doubled its maneuverability.
She dodged left and right, successfully avoiding all kinds of attacks from the spider mother beast. This made the spider mother completely furious.
Oh no, we have completely pissed it off. Nuo Wuching suddenly discovered.
The 9 eyeballs of the spider mother beast began to sparkle, as if a laser cannon was charging energy.
Oh no! I can sense the energy levels.
After those 9 eyes are charged, their power is comparable to that of an A-class laser cannon. Nuo Wuching yelled, and Yifeng's crisis level reached the maximum. In front of the A-class laser cannon, the invisible shield and electromagnetic shield are all like a piece of waste paper and are completely ineffective. Yifeng had no choice.
The firing rate of the laser cannon was unavoidable.
Only by keeping a distance would he have a chance to dodge. Yifeng's mind moved, and Nuo Wuching also sensed Yifeng's thoughts at the same time. She instantly transformed into a stealth bomber, soaring into the sky and flying far away. The mother spider accumulated energy for more than 10 seconds, which gave Nuo Wuching time to fly at high speed. In just 10 seconds, the bulky heavy delta wing bomber flew into the sky and reached a height of 10,000 meters. Swish swish swish. 9 red laser beams shot up into the sky, like a big net coming towards Nuo Wuching.
Although it is thousands of meters away, the laser can arrive in the blink of an eye.
However, this 10,000-meter buffer distance allowed Nuo Wuching to calculate the laser's shooting trajectory within 0.1 seconds. Nuo Wuching instantly changed back into mecha form and dodged at high speed. 9 A-class laser cannon beams whizzed past the body of Nuo Wuching's mecha.
Great, we dodged it. Keep climbing.
Yifeng praised loudly and was extremely excited to have saved his life. He provided Nuo Wuching with more spiritual energy, and Nuo Wuching transformed back into a bomber form and fled to the sky at a high speed. However, Yifeng and Nuo Wuching knew that it only took 10 seconds for the mother beast's laser cannon to charge. 10 seconds later, the two still could not escape the attack range of the mother beast. It was too late to fly low and use the mountains to block the attack. In order to avoid the attack just now, the two of them had already risen straight up and flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters. When Yifeng thought about this, he felt that there was no other way except to provide Nuo Wuching with more spiritual energy. Now we can only waiting for Xia Yameng and the intercontinental missile to arrive perfectly.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 8 seconds. 9 seconds.
When 10 seconds were about to arrive, Yifeng suddenly sensed a huge energy, which turned into a mushroom cloud below and rose up.
It's an ICBM that exploded.
Great! Yifeng was delighted for a moment, and at the same time a familiar figure appeared above him. A pure white starfighter suddenly appeared at an altitude of 30,000 meters. Nuo Wuching was climbing from 20,000 meters to 30,000 meters at this moment. When she saw the starfighter in front of her light up with blue fluorescence, although she knew that she was safe now, she still couldn't help frowning in her heart and felt jealous for a while.
Chapter 128 Frostmourne is coming.
Buzz. 2 ice blue lasers fell from the sky, reaching a distance of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye.
Boom!
Below. Before the dust from the explosion had settled, 2 high-energy beams of light hit the spider mother's head. But when Yifeng and the others thought victory was within reach, the power of the high-energy light column sprayed the fog and dust accumulated here in all directions. A red spherical light curtain appeared above the spider mother's head. It was like an indestructible shield, blocking the 2 ice blue light beams. Make the light column high energy and unable to attack the mother beast itself.
Oh no!
It has a shield. I can sense that the energy wave value of that shield is no less than those two beams of light.
If this is Xia Yuming's strongest attack, then we.
In a state of desperation, Nuo Wuqing suddenly turned the engine to maximum horsepower. Yifeng also shouted escape at this moment. Xia Yuming and Nuo Wuqing sped away at full speed, quickly leaving the area from an altitude of 30,000 meters. But just after they flew hundreds of kilometers, the land behind them seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Countless flames, thick smoke, and scattered dust turned the rear area into a hell on earth. Nuo Wuqing looked at the command panel of the Moon Goddess organization with great concern. Of the more than 800 people, only 1 in 10 survived, and the number of casualties reached more than 600. This number is still slowly rising. Yifeng felt that Nuo Wuqing was in a bad mood, frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Nuo Wuqing remained silent for a long time. After a period of ideological struggle, for some reason, he actually told Yifeng about his own affairs. 12 years ago, I was only 8 years old. At that time, our Nuo family was still the leader of the 5 major families in Kyoto. But overnight, my father died of his injuries, and several of his daughters disappeared. The survivors of the No family fled Kyoto and founded the Luna organization. I've always felt that the last message my father gave me, regarding the location of the battleship, was the cause of his death. That's why we're talking about Moon God Mountain. These members of the Moon God organization, half of them are from my Nuo family. But just now, most of them were, by that guy. Nuo Wuqing's name may be heartless, but he is actually a man of affection and loyalty. When Yifeng heard her choking voice, he couldn't help but look towards the airspace behind him. A bloody massacre had just taken place in the Moon Goddess Mountain area. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly felt that he had a mission. He was not just trying to complete the system task, nor was he just trying to become stronger. Becoming stronger is just a goal, but not the ultimate goal. Terrorist creatures, evil forces, and evildoers are everywhere. Even if we leave the mecha planet, there are still many things in the distant sky that need to be judged and purified. This is probably the true meaning of the existence of the Child of Destiny, and the future path led by the system mission. Don't worry, I will bring you back and avenge you personally. I will also help you find out the truth of what happened back then. Yifeng's words made Nuo Wuqing remain silent all the way, and she didn't say another word. He followed closely behind the starfighter and flew towards Kyoto at high speed. Yifeng suddenly remembered the conversation between the traitors of the Moon God organization. He knocked on the glass of Nuo Wuqing's cockpit and said to her, "The Li family and your Nuo family have a grudge, right? Then your Moon God organization should have known a lot about the Li family and the Taoxian organization over the years?" Yifeng asked casually, seemingly unconcerned. Nuo Wuqing did not remain silent this time. The moment she opened her mouth, she gave Yifeng a big bomb. "You want to rescue Li Qingrui, right? She was controlled by the King of Spades. She must have been cursed by him." "Curse? What is that thing?" Yifeng was shocked, but the word, as expected, still popped up in his mind. What surprised him was that Nuo Wuqing actually understood this so well and got straight to the point. "Curse, I heard it can control people. That Spade K guy often goes in and out of the rift. He's been to otherworldly dimensions just as often as your instructor Lu Chen. I heard that he obtained a technique in another world that can enhance the commander's strength. Although he is a self-disciplined person, he is known as the most self-disciplined person in the league. The alliance is so large that SSS-level self-disciplined people are not uncommon. But the reason why he is called the strongest has a lot to do with the magic he learned in the other world." Nuo Wuqing's words made Yifeng silent, and his mind fell into thought. He became even more curious about what the other world looked like. Before traveling to the mecha planet, everything here was incredible and unimaginable to Yifeng. Even if someone told Yifeng that in another dimension, there existed a planet and world with mechanical life as its carrier, he would never believe it. However, when I became one of them, I had to believe it. If the answer lies in another world, then the mysterious Peach Fairy organization Spade K's method of breaking Li Qingrui's spell may also exist in another world? Yifeng had heard that teacher Lu Chen was going to take people to explore another world, and he was already a little impatient about it. This time when he returned to Kyoto First Hospital, Yifeng felt that he should go to the other world first. If he couldn't find Spade K, he would kill him directly. Then we need to find a way to break the other party's curse. The most self-disciplined person? The most self-disciplined person in the entire alliance? Today, Yifeng witnessed the horror and power of the supreme metal beast and began to no longer dare to underestimate this strongest self-disciplined person who often traveled through other worlds. He can seize the mind of an SSS-class mecha girl and control her in the palm of his hand. It must be very powerful. Recalling the experience of being humiliated by Chen Haodong's cursed talent, Yifeng felt that he could no longer be overconfident due to his rapidly expanding strength. ASL level is very powerful, but it still takes time to grow. Would the second level commander's combat skills be insufficient in front of the most self-disciplined person? Thinking of this, Yifeng felt that his commander talent needed to be upgraded again. Wuqing, do you know of anyone else who possesses the talent or ability to curse? Yifeng asked suddenly, but he didn't expect Nua Wuqing to answer so clearly. Yes, there is an SS-level cursed talent owner in the first hospital. As far as I know, that evil commander will meet you soon. What? Meet? Why? Yifeng looked surprised. Nua Wuqing looked at Yifeng, the freshman, as if he were Xiao Bai. She transformed into a virtual figure, poked her head out and came to Yifeng's side, holding her face and looking at Yifeng leisurely, and said thoughtfully, "The tryouts for the alien exploration team will begin in 3 days, and after that there will be placement matches. You'll have a lot to keep you busy." Trials and placement matches? Yifeng looked confused. Chapter 129, Meeting Old Friends Again. What are the trials and placement matches? Yifeng asked in confusion. His eagerness for knowledge made Nua Wuqing happy. She seemed to like seeing Yifeng with an innocent look on his face. Nua Wuqing didn't like that arrogant and domineering ASL level commander at all. But when he saw Xiao Bai Yefeng, he had a million questions and wanted to learn everything, but Nua Wuqing found him very pleasing to the eye. It's the selection competition. Since you modified an SSS class power engine for me, I'll reluctantly teach you. Nua Wuqing came and sat beside Yifeng, crossed his legs and folded his arms, pointing out Jiangshan. Every time we form a subjugation team for another world, we hold a selection competition a few days in advance. Each research group must select the strongest fighters to explore the unknown world ahead. Therefore, if you want to enter the other world, you must first win the selection competition. Each exploration team only has 20 people. Only 20 people? Yifeng looked puzzled. Why are there only 20 people? 20 people is not a small number. Because a second-level mecha girl can only afford a protective force field that can accommodate 20 people. The extra-dimensional channel is not smooth sailing. Nua Wuqing looked at Yifeng with a playful look, but Yifeng nodded heavily and humbly accepted it. I see. Then what are the placement matches? Positioning competition? The research teams of Kyoto First Hospital take turns entering several controllable dimensional rifts in the surrounding area. Only one research team can enter a rift at a time. The number of people in groups is controlled to avoid being detected by the other world. After all, in different other worlds, humans and creatures are at different levels of evolution. Their technology and civilization levels also vary greatly. Oh. I see. Yifeng nodded repeatedly, like a student who was listening attentively in class. Yifeng at this time made Nua Wuqing in a very good mood, and his eyes were fixed on his chin. She looked at Yifeng with her raised chin, anticipating Yifeng's next request for advice. However, what made her feel a little disappointed was that Yifeng did not ask any more questions. He seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the dashboard in front of him without moving. Nua Wuqing didn't know what Yifeng was thinking at the moment. Feeling bored, she frowned, and the virtual image disappeared. Yifeng, on the other hand, recalled over and over the immortal cultivation novels he had read in his previous life. A curse spell? A spell that can control people? Could one of the entrances to the dimensional rift lead to such a world? How can we know which rift the most self-disciplined Spade King has entered? Perhaps. Warning! 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 Incoming missile detected, please launch guided missiles and interceptor missiles. What? Where did the missile come from? Who is attacking us? Yifeng suddenly came to his senses and looked at the airborne radar anxiously. Swish swish. Puff puff puff. 3 interceptor missiles were launched from the Nua Wuqing stealth bomber. To be on the safe side, dozens of guided missiles were simultaneously ejected from both sides of the wings. Boom boom boom. 2 kilometers below, 3 enemy missiles were successfully intercepted. Another stealth missile hit the guided missile, causing a violent explosion. The rolling heat waves spread out at the tail of the Noru bomber, but fortunately did not damage the fuselage.
Who dares to attack me? I am tired of living.
In a fit of anger, Nuo Wuching turned the nose of the plane and flew downwards. She dropped from an altitude of 20,000 meters in an instant. When she found her target at an altitude of 8,000 meters, an expression of disbelief flashed between her brows.
How is this possible? It's an SSS-class beast, a quadruped wyvernman. Could it be? No way. It's too low in level. This four-legged flying dragon beast is only level 5. It hasn't even reached the Lord level.
Nuo Wuching looked confused, but had forgotten to launch an attack.
Was it the one that launched those missiles just now? Are quadrupedal dragons rare? Yifeng asked Nuo Wuching again.
This made Nuo Wuching raise his brows involuntarily.
Rare.
Of course it's rare, and a white four-legged flying dragon beast has never appeared before. These creatures are supposed to only move around near dimensional rifts and are rarely seen in human areas.
But, how can it signal?
Nuo Wuching frowned in confusion, and a virtual image appeared beside Yifeng, showing the scan enemy data to Yifeng. After looking at it, Yifeng always felt that this thing had a very familiar feeling, and its structure seemed to be different from that of ordinary metal beasts. Moreover, the shape and combination structure of the external scales seemed to have been seen somewhere before.
Emergency connection? This thing actually wants to talk to us. It can actually connect to our channel. This, could it be a beast like Mecha?
But there's no reason why I can't scan it.
What's going on? Is this still an alien beast?
Nuo Wuching looked at Yifeng speechlessly. After Yifeng nodded, the communication image was connected to the big screen.
Hi Yifeng. It's me. I didn't expect we'd meet again. Lu Shi.
Yifeng shuddered when he saw the virtual figure in the communication image. I never expected to meet Lu Shi at this time, and how come Lu Shi has the imitation form of a four-legged flying dragon beast?
This is incredible. Lu Shi, why are you attacking us? This prank is not funny.
Yifeng frowned and complained.
Unexpectedly, Lu Shi laughed heartily. Just a joke. Did it scare you?
I can't fly very high in my current form, and my communication range is very short, but my radar module, dynamic perception, and scanning system are all SSS level. So, I've already spotted you, and I'm just using this method to lure you down.
You're just on your way, too. Why are you flying so high? Are you heading back to Kyoto?
Yifeng was stunned by what Lu Shi said, but Nuo Wuching frowned and looked at Yifeng with a playful expression. Old lover?
No, it's not. It's just a temporary contract.
Lu Shi suddenly interrupted, making Yifeng look embarrassed.
Oh, a temporary contract has been signed. No wonder you came looking for me. Okay. Let's chat.
Nuo Wuching dissipated the virtual image with a jealous look on his face, which made Yifeng feel a little embarrassed. But Lu Shi's appearance did surprise Yifeng.
I'm going back to Kyoto too. Can you give me a ride? I really can't fly anymore.
Lu Shi's playful and cute appearance made it difficult for Yifeng to refuse. He lost his memory and flew lower and closer to Nuo Wuching. As soon as the bomber's fuselage approached the four-legged flying dragon beast, this guy jumped on, climbed on the heavy delta wing bomber that was 5 times larger than himself, and began to transform back into human form. Jumping into the cockpit, Lu Shi threw himself directly into Yifeng's arms, like a kitten, carefully checking Yifeng's scent.
Ah, it's you. I knew my intuition was right. Ha, what are you talking about? Who else could it be if not me? Could someone else be impersonating me?
Yifeng was speechless. It was really unbelievable that a girl would find such an excuse to cut down on fuel costs and take advantage of others.
Why didn't I realize before that Lu Shi has such an open personality?
Before the battle with the ghost white fox, Yifeng always thought she was a quiet girl.
That's right. You didn't die. Where did you go after the battle with the ghost white fox? You hid and ran away secretly, right?
Yifeng has encountered too many strange things recently, and his mind is a little confused.
It was not until Lu Shi sat in the cockpit and sniffed at Yifeng that Yifeng finally reacted.
Before this, Yifeng had always felt that something was wrong, but he was completely confused.
Ha, you're just reacting now? So slow. I'm so sorry. I was hiding from my enemies and didn't want to implicate you, so I fled alone.
When I realized my enemies were there, I didn't have time to explain. The only way to keep you safe was to get away from you as quickly as possible.
Anyway, you should be thanking me.
Lushi crossed his arms in annoyance, pouting his lips. It seemed as if Yifeng owed her a huge favor.
Well, thank you so much. I'm still alive today, and I really have you to thank for it. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal when we get back to Kyoto.
Yifeng pretended to agree with her in confusion. He was speechless, but he couldn't say anything in rebuttal. Because what Lushi said just now made Yifeng suddenly feel a chill on his back. I don't know if it was because Lushi suddenly came to the door just after the supreme-level monster appeared. Or it was because Lushi could suddenly evolve the four-legged flying dragon beast imitation.
Or maybe it was because Lushi mentioned the circumstances and reasons for their last separation.
Yifeng suddenly felt.
This guy Lushi, I wonder if he has some connection with the beast tied in Pujiang Bay City? This guy exudes mystery and extraordinariness from head to toe.
It is impossible to guess, see, or understand. But it seems that there is no malicious intent.
Yeah, that should be it.
Yifeng looked at Lushi beside him studying the cockpit structure of the Noro bomber, with an excited look on his face like a child in a toy store.
What bad intentions could a guy like this have?
Moreover, if Lushi really had any connection with that beast tide, the last beast tide was headed for Pujiang Bay City after all, not for Yifeng. Based on this alone, Yifeng's intuition told him that Lushi's appearance should not have any malicious intent.
But why did Yifeng always feel a sense of uneasiness in his heart?
Why is that?
Strangeness. Chapter 130. Are they brother and sister?
3 days later. Kyoto Mecha Warfare Research Institute. The opening ceremony of the new round of auditions is being held at the Jusher Martial Arts Arena. Here, Yifeng met Lushi again, whom he had only seen for a few days.
This little girl disappeared without a trace upon arriving in Kyoto.
Why is she here today? Lu Chen hurried over with Li Qingrui and Xia Yameng, and was very surprised to see Lushi there. You should know that students who are not from Kyoto First Academy and their relatives are absolutely not allowed to enter here.
This made Yifeng couldn't help but guess Lushi's identity.
However, this doubt soon had an answer. Lu Chen and Zhu Kei also appeared beside Lushi at this moment, and it was unknown what they were talking about.
Yifeng walked over and asked suspiciously, "Do you know each other?"
"No."
Lushi and Zhu Kei covered their mouths and laughed, while Lu Chen asked in reply, "You know him too?"
"Ha!" Yifeng stared at Lu Chen intently, feeling that there was no trace of surprise on Lu Chen's expression. He suddenly thought of something.
Lu Chen? Lushi? Could these two be from the same family? Could it be that, at that time, he intentionally let me?
Yifeng suddenly understood. Thinking back, the reason why Yifeng was able to meet Lushi was because Lu Chen instructed Yifeng to go to the Self-Discipline Guild, which was how he got to know Lushi.
Could it be that this guy has been plotting against me since then? Did he want Lushi to find out his identity as an SSS-level commander?
Yifeng thought of a lot of things in an instant. He frowned and looked at Lushi, who was laughing, and his eyes began to show more blame.
Don't look at me like that. My brother didn't let me tell you. If you have any questions, go find him.
Lushi dodged and hid behind Lu Chen, like a kitten seeking shelter from its mother. Yifeng could only frown and look at Lu Chen, puzzled. Are you really brother and sister?
Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and nodded, quickly thanking him.
Well, come to think of it, I have to thank you for saving me last time. However, the Ghost White Fox's forging core was also left by me on purpose. We are basically even. Lu Chen's eyes unconsciously looked at the outgoing little witch, Yi Linger, who was making friends with other students in the distance.
Yifeng instantly understood what the other party meant.
So, Lushi left it here on purpose.
What's your purpose in doing this?
Yifeng's resentful look made Lu Chen smile even more awkward. If it weren't for some people claiming to be SSL level, I wouldn't have let my little sister explore your bottom line.
So, you already knew I was SSL level? Lushi told you a long time ago?
Yifeng looked surprised. But Lu Chen looked at Lushi helplessly and shook his head. No, this little girl didn't tell me anything after she came back. Moreover, she disappeared without a trace soon after.
I don't know what she did. I really want to know, how did you conquer this little girl? Conquer? Where did this come from?
Yifeng shook his head in confusion, and the speed at which his head shook was even faster than Lu Chen's.
Hey! Time's up. Is it okay for you to continue chatting? Lu Shi frowned and reminded. Several people looked around and saw that the eyes of hundreds of students were now focused on Lu Chen. This forced Lu Chen to tactically cough twice, put his hands behind his back and straighten his chest, and walk towards the host platform. Ahem. Good morning, everyone. Before the trials began, I received the list of students who had registered to participate. Due to being an exploration team, only 20 people are allowed to join. For the sake of fairness and actual combat effectiveness, each commander can only choose one mecha girl to accompany him. So, for today's trials, the mecha girl you've chosen to accompany you must fight alongside the commander. No other mecha girls can be changed at the last minute. Lu Chen was explaining the rules on the stage, but Ji Feng and Xia Yameng were discussing it privately. What should we do? The other world is full of dangers. Let me accompany you. Xia Yameng held Yi Feng's right hand in her palm with a worried look on her face, and put her palms together to warm them up. But Yi Feng smiled gently and shook his head. You know, Li Qingrui must stay with me, otherwise she will lose control. This time when we go to the other world, maybe I can find a way to help her remove the curse. Xia Yameng shook her head helplessly, pouting her little mouth high, as if she was acting coquettishly to Yi Feng. But in the end she was sensible enough to lean her head on Yi Feng's shoulder and let out a long sigh. At the same time, Yi Feng's communicator watch also received a message from Nuo Wuching. Don't let anyone know that we've officially signed a contract. I'm also going to the other world. I'm currently in Project Group 7, participating in the selection competition. See you in the placement match in a few days. Yi Feng was very surprised by Nuo Wuching's words. No wonder she didn't come to see Yi Feng today. Yi Feng then remembered that he first met Nuo Wuching in the Hunter Hall of the First Courtyard. Sure enough, she also has her own research group. At first, Yi Feng thought that this guy was in the same group as him, and he had not kept a close eye on his colleagues in Group 3. Okay, I've finished explaining the rules. The qualifying groups have appeared on the big screen. Please invite the first group of contestants to the stage. Lu Chen waved his hand, and an electronic holographic screen lit up on the huge rock beside him. On the big screen, Yi Feng and Li Qingrui's names were listed first. In the first qualifying match, Yi Feng and Li Qingrui faced very strong opponents. Although Yi Feng had never heard of the other group or their names. But when the system prompt sounded, Yi Feng felt that the other party was quite powerful. Ding, the host has been detected to be encountering a powerful enemy. The system assist mission has been issued. Ding. Completed the full set of S-level module modifications for Li Qingrui, and was rewarded with a weapon evolution scroll. Ding. Defeat the powerful enemy and receive 500,000 Genesis Mole points. Ooh-hoo? Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. With such an invincible system that sends pillows whenever you feel sleepy, Yi Feng feels that he is blessed by the gods all the time. This is the treatment of the child of destiny. Yi Feng was so excited that he reached out to Li Qingrui beside him and shot out a magical blue light.